Having recently graduated, Fang Yuan found himself without employment opportunities, prompting him to choose to return home for a period of rest. To his surprise, during a wild fishing excursion, he inadvertently bound himself to the fortuitous fishing system. Ding! Today's fishing fortune, exceptional. With the chime of the system, a bountiful catch of myriad treasures became a reality. Henceforth, exceptional yields were no longer a mere dream. A casual cast would yield numerous aquatic species fervently sought after by enthusiasts for their exquisite beauty. Single mutations and double mutations became effortlessly attainable. Thus, from a humble pond to the azure expanse of the ocean, from wild rivers teeming with life to the depths inhabited by colossal sea monsters, Fang Yuan embarked upon a legendary journey of angling uniquely his own. What? 10 pounds is considered a large catch? No, no, no. That is merely the weight of the bait fish dangling from my hook. Engaging in combat with rare fish valued at 300,000, grappling with colossal specimens measuring several meters in length. Battling with oceanic titans of tonnage became an everyday affair for Fang Yuan. Hello everyone, my name is Fang Yuan, and I am an extreme fishing enthusiast. Today, I shall take you on an exploration of the mysterious giants concealed beneath the surface of the water. Chapter 1. Fortuitous Fishing. Late summer, by the riverside, a gentle breeze rippled across the surface of the water. Beneath the verdant shade, a young man sat upon a folding stool, rod in hand, gazing intently at the river before him. The youth was not very old, around 20 years of age, with elegant brows and peach blossom eyes, his countenance quite handsome. For some time now, he had been unwaveringly devoted to fishing at this spot each day. As for the fish caught, it is better left unmentioned. Sigh. It seems today I am destined for yet another fruitless endeavor. Observing the bobber floating motionless on the water surface for an extended period, Fang Yuan let out a deep sigh. It has been some days since he returned home. Regardless of the scorching sun or the biting wind, he would rise early each day to fish here. As for the reason, it is one necessity. As a fresh graduate, he received his university diploma 2 months ago. Although it is not from a prestigious institution, it is nonetheless a bachelor's degree. Thus, at the moment of graduation, he harbored hopes of submitting his resume to various companies aligned with his field, fantasizing about securing a decent job. Yet, while aspirations are often grand, reality can be starkly unyielding. The resumes he sent forth sank into the abyss like stones, receiving no responses whatsoever. Undeterred, he ventured to the job market, only to be met once more with the harsh lessons of reality, as the staff there dismissed him upon seeing his resume, which boasted only a bachelor's degree and no work experience. After countless rejections, Fang Yuan lost his temper and decided to return to his hometown to unwind, although in truth, it was due to his inability to afford the exorbitant rent in the bustling city. Upon his return, he purchased a fishing rod to pass the time. As for the catch, sigh. After sitting for over 2 hours without a single bite, Fang Yuan glanced at the sun and contemplated packing up to head home. The absence of fish had become a norm for him. However, just as he was about to reel in his line, a sudden chime resonated, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have been selected by Zhou's Fortune. The system will now match you with an appropriate program." Ding! Detecting host's current environment. The Fortune fishing system is commencing binding. Current progress. 1 tome. What? As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Fang Yuan's expression faltered, suspecting it was merely a figment of his imagination from sitting by the river for too long. Yet, the mechanical voice persisted in his mind. 45, 55, 99, ding. The system has been successfully activated. The Fortune fishing system has been bound. Ding. Initial activation of the Fortune fishing system detected. The host is rewarded with 1 lottery chance. A friendly reminder. The host need only silently recite Fortune fishing to summon the system panel, which can only be viewed by the host, so there is no need for concern about exposure. Listening to the subsequent series of sounds, Fang Yuan's heart swelled with joy, an indescribable excitement surging within him. As an avid reader with over 10,000 hours of reading under his belt, if he couldn't grasp the situation now, he might as well find a tofu block to crash into. A system. I have actually bound a system. The tomato has truly not deceived me. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Yuan glanced at the smartphone stand set up nearby for a live broadcast and stepped out of the frame. Then, he silently recited the name of the most powerful fishing system, and in the next breath, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. The panel was rather simplistic. In the center stood a pot filled with bamboo skewers, and beneath it was a glowing button next to which a line of small text read, "Current lottery chances available, 1." In addition, a flickering highlight appeared in the upper right corner of the system interface. Fang Yuan clicked on it, and a new page promptly emerged. The page displayed a spinning roulette, shrouded in an ethereal mist. Beneath the roulette was another button, accompanied by a line of small text indicating, "Current lottery chances available, 1." However, unlike the pot, the roulette did not indicate that its chances would reset daily. Reflecting on the system's earlier prompt, Fang Yuan understood. It seems this singular chance is a reward for the initial binding. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the lottery button, and the roulette began to spin rapidly. Moments later, a glowing orb materialized before Fang Yuan, accompanied by the system's voice announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a vision enhancement card." As the system's prompt echoed, a card appeared on the interface. Fang Yuan clicked on it. The system prompted again, "Does the host wish to use it?" Fang Yuan confirmed, and in an instant he felt the world before him stretching and contracting, the images oscillating between clarity and blur. Once calm returned, he discovered that the world had become remarkably clearer. He could see ants crawling on a branch several meters above him, as well as tangled fishing lines, allowing him to discern the markings on the lead weights. As his gaze widened, he observed every blade of grass and tree on the opposite bank, and several dozen meters away, he spotted a water strider walking atop the surface, only for it to be abruptly engulfed by a leaping fish. Everything was vividly visible to Fang Yuan, and he felt elated. Due to his intense studies in high school, he had developed nearsightedness. Without the proper equipment, he could only use a larger fishing rod and shorter line. Otherwise, he would be oblivious to any movements. At this moment, he could clearly see not only the bobber above the water, but even a substantial portion of the submerged line. Wow, this is impressive. It's just a pity that the roulette lottery is a one-time affair. I wonder when the next opportunity will arise. Muttering to himself, Fang Yuan shifted his focus to the pot displayed on the main page. While the roulette chances had expired, the pot's usage was reset daily. Without a second thought, he activated it. As he pressed the button, the pot began to shake, and moments later, a bamboo skewer was selected from within, followed by the system's prompt. Ding! Today's fishing fortune, above average. Ding! A friendly reminder from the system. This skewer merely aids in enhancing fortune. The actual catch still depends on the host's fishing skills. Fang Yuan pondered. It seemed that the outcome of the draw influenced his daily fishing luck. The above-average result indicated that he would likely have a good harvest today. Naturally, the system provided an explanation. While the pot granted fishing luck, if he lacked skill, it would be of little use. He turned to examine his fishing gear. A fishing rod, a small bucket, along with a diminutive stool. Besides these, a mobile phone holder and a smartphone for live streaming. As for the live broadcast, Fang Yuan harbored no other intentions. He merely wished for a companion to converse with while fishing. Regrettably, aside from the occasional fellow angler inquiring about his catch, the majority of the time, the online audience displayed in his streaming room remained at a disheartening zero. These constituted the entirety of his fishing equipment for the day. As for the catch, that was left to fate. During fortunate moments, he might reel in a few small crucian carp and some loach, but on ill-fated days, he would experience a complete lack of success. Somewhat precarious. Fang Yuan murmured to himself as he regarded the equipment at hand. If the fortune displayed by the lot truly manifest in abundant catches, what would happen if my single rig were to snap, and I only had a few worms left? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan felt it prudent to prepare further. With a plan forming in his mind, he began to gather his things in order to visit the fishing tackle shop. While packing the mobile phone holder, he glanced at his phone, only to be surprised to see 2 viewers online, which was quite rare, and even more astonishingly, comments began to flood in. Jiang Chungbin, the brother. Are you not going to fish, brother? Fang Yuan smiled at the camera, saying, I have a premonition of a bountiful catch today, so I'm off to the tackle shop to buy some bait. I'll resume the broadcast upon my return. As soon as these words left his mouth, a comment appeared on the screen. For the monkeys on the mountain, I am the reddest, stated. A bountiful catch? Brother, with your current setup, you think you'll achieve that? Are you pulling my leg? Fang Yuan replied. Whether I can achieve a bountiful catch will be evident when I return to resume the broadcast. All right, brother, I shall await your return. Not much, but if you can land 10 crucian carp regardless of size, I will send you a hot air balloon. Jiang Chungbin remarked, Ha, count me in. If you truly can achieve a bountiful catch, I will gift you a sports car. Observing the rare influx of comments coupled with the system's arrival, Fang Yuan felt a surge of elation. Ha, as long as you all can come and chat, Gifts are unnecessary. I shall begin to broadcast promptly in 20 minutes. Having wrapped up his instructions, Fang Yuan closed the live stream, hoisted his modest equipment, and ascended the riverbank, mounting a small electric scooter. With a key inserted and the ignition turned, the electric bike, which only lacked a functioning horn, roared to life and sped off with fervor. Chapter 2. A successful catch. In this instance, Fang Yuan selected a fishing spot that was not too remote. A mere 2 miles away lay a quaint little town adjacent to a national highway. Within a short span of time, he found himself at a fishing tackle shop named Big Golden Tooth. The establishment was modest in size, yet it was filled with an array of fishing gear. However, due to the current impact of online shopping on physical stores, the business was not thriving. Only small items like bait and line sets managed to sell, while the shopkeeper leisurely sat behind the counter, engrossed in his mobile phone. Upon entering the store, the proprietor glanced up and greeted him. "Hello, young man. What can I do for you?" Fang Yuan got straight to the point. "I would like a pack of single-hook crucian carp bait, a spool of 1.0 main line, and a set of 0.84 sublines." On his way there, Fang Yuan had contemplated quite a bit. Previously, using worms for fishing was economical, at just 1 yuan for a box that lasted several days. However, in this season, small fish were a nuisance, making it cumbersome to rebait each time, so he decided to indulge himself and purchase a pack of commercial bait. After all, as the old saying goes, to catch fish, one must offer sustenance. Frugality does not apply here. As for the line set, it was midsummer, temperatures were high, and fish were more likely to bite. Hence there was no need for an overly fine setup. Fang Yuan understood that due to the seasonal warmth and the nature of wild fishing, the target fish would still be crucian carp, so the line set shouldn't be too large, as a larger setup would hinder bites and result in poor signals on the float. Moreover, the primary advantage of this line set was its versatility, capable of accommodating slightly larger fish, making the 0.8 line a golden combination. Observing Fang Yuan's purchases, the shopkeeper grinned, revealing a prominent golden tooth. "You're going for wild fishing, aren't you?" Fang Yuan nodded in affirmation. The shopkeeper continued, "Wild fishing is indeed enjoyable and effortless, especially for crucian carp at this time of year. However, you must find a suitable spot and prepare your fishing area well, otherwise, your catch may be meager." As he spoke, the shopkeeper gestured towards a row of bait mixes stored in mineral water bottles on the counter. "This is my secret formula. I guarantee it will yield a bountiful catch. Would you like to try a bottle?" Fang Yuan chuckled, recognizing the shopkeeper's intent to upsell. In this era of booming online shopping, physical stores were increasingly struggling, particularly in the fishing tackle business where prices were largely transparent, revealing various drawbacks. The plethora of fishing tools on display meant that if priced too high, customers would look elsewhere, while lowering prices would not even cover procurement costs. Thus, shopkeepers had to seek alternative avenues, such as this so-called secret bait. "Maybe next time," Fang Yuan replied with a smile. "I'll give it a try today, and if the fish aren't biting, I'll definitely purchase a bottle on my next visit." The shopkeeper, not wanting to press further, swiftly packaged Fang Yuan's items in a plastic bag. "The sublines are 8 yuan, the red crucian bait is also 8 yuan, and the main line is 5 yuan, totaling 21. Just give me 20. The shopkeeper, clearly a seasoned businessman, immediately waved the change. Fang Yuan thanked him and hopped back onto his electric scooter, making his way back to the riverbank. Upon returning, Fang Yuan wasted no time. Having purchased the commercial bait, he set aside the worms and began preparing the bait in a small bucket meant for his catch. The red crucian bait had no strict requirements. Whether it was mixed with a bit more or less water, it would suffice. If it turned out too runny, he could simply add more bait. If it was too thick, a splash of water would do. Ultimately, it was all about achieving the right consistency. After preparing the bait, Fang Yuan set up his phone for a live stream and noticed that precisely 20 minutes had elapsed. As soon as the stream began, comments began to flood in. User Jiang Chengbin has joined the live stream, and user Full Mountain Monkey is the only one with a red but has joined the live stream. Clearly, these two had followed him since his last broadcast. They immediately started commenting. "Full Mountain Monkey, you're quite punctual. I thought you weren't going to broadcast today." Jiang Chengbin, "Brother, you really keep your promises." Fang Yuan chuckled. "Haha, I just went to buy some bait to try out." He then held the red crucian bait up to the camera. Full Mountain Monkey, "Whoa, commercial bait? I've seen you a few times lately, and you've always used worms. It seems you're really going all out this time." Jiang Chengbin, "Red crucian? Aside from being sticky and attracting small fish, this bait is quite effective in this season." Clearly, Jiang Chengbin was an experienced angler. After chatting briefly with the two, Fang Yuan rolled the bait, attached it to the hook, and cast out his first line using the new bait. The moment of truth regarding his fishing luck was upon him. Shortly after, he clearly observed the float bobbing slightly on the water's surface. A bite. Fang Yuan focused intently. his vision sharpening as the signs of activity on the float became increasingly apparent. After a couple of gentle nudges, the float submerged decisively, and Fang Yuan swiftly lifted the rod. As the tip bent, he could distinctly feel the force transmitted through the line by the fish beneath the water. With a firm tug, a sizable crucian carp, its skin gleaming a light yellow, broke the surface. A scene witnessed by his 2 viewers in the live stream as comments began to pour in. Jiang Qingbin, nice catch, brother. That crucian carp looks to weigh at least 3 tails. Full mountain monkey. Wait a minute, buddy. After watching you miss so many catches for half a month, are you just putting on a show for me? Chapter 3. Continuous catches and a potential giant. Meanwhile, in a rental room in the county, a young man with glasses and an oily face lay on a bamboo mat scrolling through his phone. Next to him a fan word, blowing air. A pair of tattered underpants hung in front of the fan, swaying back and forth as the fan oscillated. At that moment, something on his phone caught his attention, causing him to jerk his neck and abruptly sit up, exclaiming, "What the hell?" A closer inspection would reveal that he was watching Fang Yuan's live stream. Back at the riverbank, observing the sizable crucian carp on his hook, Fang Yuan couldn't help but grin. When is a fisherman's joy at its peak? Undoubtedly, it is during the moments of a successful catch. After being home for half a month and fishing for another half month, although he had caught some smaller crucian carp and snack fish, this beautiful, sizable crucian was a first for him since arriving today. The tides of fishing luck had begun to turn. With a thought, Fang Yuan placed the crucian carp in the bucket and glanced at the comments on his phone. Jiang Qingbin, impressive, brother. To catch such a beautifully scaled crucian in this inconspicuous river is no small feat. Full mountain monkey. Just lucky. I don't believe you'll catch a second one of that size. Fang Yuan smiled, but refrained from explaining. Rolling the bait once more and casting out a hopeful second line. In comparison to the first rod's action, it wasn't long after throwing out the second line that he noticed the float moving slightly. Sensing this, Fang Yuan instinctively leaned forward, suppressing the urge to lift the rod. The gentle movements of the float, known as pointing, indicated that if he lifted the rod now, he would undoubtedly miss the catch. This was because, while the fish swam beneath the surface, its mouth would open and close repeatedly. As it approached the hook, the float would exhibit slight movements corresponding to the fish's mouth opening and closing, creating the illusion of a bite, when in reality, the fish had not taken the bait. If he lifted the rod at this moment, he would end up reeling in emptiness. Thus, a moment's patience was required. After a few gentle nudges of the float, it suddenly became still, as if anchored in place. Then came a vigorous tug, and even those unfamiliar with fishing would recognize that a catch was imminent. At this moment, hesitation was unwarranted. Fang Yuan swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook. With a splashing sound, a sizable golden carp, akin to the size of a palm, was drawn from the water's depths. The second catch had arrived. As this magnificent fish was landed, the barrage of comments in the live stream reignited. Jiang Qingbin commented, "Ah, another large carp. Clearly, the fish are biting." Manshan Monkey remarked, "Just luck. I refuse to believe you can catch 10 in a row." However, as this comment floated by, the live stream fell silent. At that moment, Fang Yuan was so engrossed in the action that he scarcely had time to engage with the comments. With each cast, more large carps were pulled from the water. This was indeed a continuous catch. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had not just 10, but perhaps 30 fish, all of them splendid large carps. At this juncture, a notification buzzed on his streaming device, and Fang Yuan turned to see a red sports car flashing on the screen. Jiang Qingbin inquired, "Brother, what is your location?" Clearly, Jiang Qingbin was enticed by Fang Yuan's impressive haul. With no intention of withholding, Fang Yuan promptly shared his fishing location via mobile. "Thanks, brother," Jiang Qingbin replied, and soon 2 more sports cars appeared in the chat. Manshan Monkey was also tagged by Jiang Qingbin. "Brother, it's time to fulfill your promise." Moments later, the stream flashed. User Manshan Monkey sent a hot air balloon. It is worth noting that due to the influx of gifts in such a brief moment, Fang Yuan's live stream briefly ascended the local gift leaderboard. Consequently, user Heishan Lao Yao entered the stream via the leaderboard. User Fu Gui Huakai also came in and out through the same means. In less than a minute, the originally sparse stream of just 2 viewers surged past 100. Of course, many viewers, not having been accurately targeted for the stream, merely glanced at the fishing and swiftly scrolled away. Nonetheless, over 30 remained, and the atmosphere in the live stream began to buzz. Heaven rewards the diligent. Wow, a fishing streamer? Loves fishing. Xiaojiang. Host, show us your catch. High school student A Bin. Let us see the haul. Host. In response, Fang Yuan turned the camera toward the bucket. High school student A Bin. Wow, that's a lot. It must weigh over 10 pounds. Loves fishing. Xiaojiang. Host. Did you really catch all these, or did you buy them beforehand? Clearly, the later viewers found the disparity between Fang Yuan's modest gear and his abundant catch hard to believe. Fang Yuan offered little explanation, exchanging a few pleasantries before refocusing on the water. At that moment, the float exhibited further activity, followed by two strong tugs in quick succession. He lifted the rod to set the hook. With a splash, two radiant golden carps emerged from the water. A double catch. In the chat, Gu Xian First Fishing exclaimed, "Is this really happening?" Two at once. Loves fishing Xiao Jiang. No way, this setup can actually catch fish? And two at that. How does that make me feel? Using gear worth thousands, but often coming up empty. Manshan Monkey remarked, "So, now you believe in the host's skills?" Glancing at the comments, Fang Yuan replied, as before, "Haha, just luck, pure luck." In the live stream, Manshan Monkey added, "Alright, host, no more explanations. I've fallen for your luck." Gu Xian First Fishing chimed in. "What do you mean, monkey brother?" Then the chat erupted with grievances. By the riverbank, following the double catch, another wave of successful fishing commenced. Although the frenzied activity began to wane, Fang Yuan continued to reel in large carps every few casts, provoking envy among the fishing enthusiasts in the stream. Some, like Jiang Qingbin, began sending small gifts in hopes of acquiring the location. Being in the same city, they were eager to come and experience the thrill. Fang Yuan, ever generous, decided to share once more. As the sun climbed higher and the temperature rose, the bites began to dwindle. Fang Yuan resolved to catch one more fish before wrapping up. As the old adage goes, even the gods find it difficult to catch fish at noon. After a busy morning, Fang Yuan relished the rare opportunity to interact with his viewers, selectively answering their questions. Loves fishing Xiao Jiang. The bites have lessened. Perhaps there are no fish left in the spot? Fang Yuan. Indeed, it's noon, and the bites are poor. I'll catch one more and then head home. Upon hearing that Fang Yuan intended to conclude the stream, Jiang Qingbin commented, "Brother, will you be fishing again tomorrow?" Fang Yuan replied, "Absolutely. Jiang Qingbin, I'm currently out of town. Could you reserve a spot for me? I'll come by tomorrow morning." Fang Yuan glanced at the empty riverbank beside him and chuckled. "Rest assured, this spot rarely sees others. There's plenty of space." Jiang Qingbin, "Great. I'll come by and give it a shot." Soon after, another sports car icon appeared in the chat. While continuing to fish and chat, Fang Yuan suddenly felt the rod in his hand become heavy. Looking up, he noticed that the float had vanished from sight. A black float. A big one was on the line. Chapter 4. Did you catch that big fish? Seeing the black float, Fang Yuan instinctively lifted the rod. He heard the line tightening with a sharp sound, and the rod bent into a pronounced arc. The sound of the line whipping through the air stirred excitement among the remaining viewers in the stream. High school student A Bin, no way. Manshan Monkey exclaimed. He is standing up. After watching the host for half a month, he finally stood up today. Heaven rewards the diligent, after a long lull. It's a big one. Could it be a snag? Fishing enthusiast Xiao Jiang. You clearly have no idea how to fish. That sound and the rod's movement indicate a significant catch. Jiang Qingbin. I can't take it anymore. I must come tomorrow for a full day of fishing. At the riverbank, Fang Yuan held the rod tightly, his face revealing a trace of excitement at the prospect of a substantial catch. However, alongside the thrill, he felt a pang of worry. The rod had cost him 30 yuan, and the line was a mere 0.8. The force transmitted through the rod suggested that this catch would be no small fry. He feared a snapped line or a broken rod. Fortunately, after a brief struggle that lasted no longer than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the tension on the line eased. Fang Yuan seized the opportunity to lift the rod, and soon a sizable grass carp, nearly half a meter long with a dark back and white belly, broke the surface of the water. As an experienced angler, Fang Yuan understood that one should not hastily reel in a sizable catch after bringing it to the surface. Firstly, he lacked a landing net. Secondly, the fish, unaccustomed to the glaring light above the water, was likely to struggle once more. Indeed, with a splash, the grass carp flicked its tail upon seeing the light, exerting itself once again in an attempt to plunge back into the depths. If this sudden movement had been encountered by a novice, it would have been utterly overwhelming, resulting in either a snapped line or a broken rod. However, Fang Yuan was well prepared. He kept his rod taut, skillfully utilizing its flexibility to prevent the grass carp from gaining any leverage. Not only that, but he also took the opportunity to slightly lift the fish's mouth, gently shaking the rod back and forth. With its head restrained, the grass carp could not muster any power, merely thrashing against the surface in vain. Before long, it was too exhausted to continue and was drawn back to the shore by Fang Yuan. This technique was one he had learned from his father. As a child, Fang Yuan often accompanied his father to the riverbank for fishing, where the waters teemed with life. One could easily catch a string of small fish or even hook a large one. Over time, he amassed a wealth of fishing experience. Witnessing his skill, several seasoned anglers in the live stream were taken aback. The heavens reward diligence. Impressive, young man. To catch such a large fish in this seemingly inconspicuous creek makes me want to cast a line myself, exclaimed one viewer. Choking on water? The streamer possesses this skill as well, remarked another. Bro, your fishing gear and your technique are completely mismatched, commented yet another. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll take my leave, added a fellow angler. What a bargain. First, there was a flurry of small fish, and now we see the streamer land this big one. My time spent watching this live stream was not in vain. After removing the hook from the fish's mouth, Fang Yuan grinned at the barrage of comments flooding his phone. Haha, luck, simply luck. Such a modest tone elicited scorn from the viewers in the chat. First, a continuous catch of big crucian carp, and now a large grass carp. Are you telling me this is luck? After a few moments of idle chatter, Fang Yuan lifted the grass carp to weigh it. While he could not be entirely precise, he estimated it to be at least 5 pounds, an ideal weight. Not too large nor too small, perfect for a delectable meal. Ah, splendid. We'll feast on this tonight. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for catching 100 fish during your fishing session. You have earned the title of 100 Fish Slayer and received 10 points. Another chime followed. Ding. System item acquired. Backpack function activated. Ding. Points detected. Points store activated. Hearing the continuous notifications, Fang Yuan momentarily froze before stepping out of the camera's view. Although the system panel was not visible to others, he feared that his peculiar behavior might be misconstrued as madness by the viewers. Thus, it was prudent to keep such matters private. With a thought, he summoned the panel. He noticed that the interface had evolved since his last check. Previously, there was only a lottery icon in the upper right corner, but now 2 additional icons had appeared. These new icons must pertain to the points store and backpack. He clicked on the backpack icon, revealing a page divided into numerous slots, with the first slot containing an item. He clicked again. Title, 100 Fish Slayer. Effect, increases the probability of catching rare fish by 5 when equipped. He understood that he could equip it, but what rare fish could possibly exist among the common freshwater species? Perhaps he should fish a little longer to find out? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. Fang Yuan answered. Instantly, a frustrated voice erupted from the other end. What time is it? Are you coming home for dinner or not? You and your father are never a source of peace. It was his mother. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 1 o'clock. He usually returned home by this hour. Fang Yuan quickly replied, I'm on my way. I'll be home shortly. Without pausing to experiment with the effects of the title, he gathered his fishing gear and hurriedly rode his electric scooter home. Half an hour later, under the scorching sun, Fang Yuan finally returned home just before his mother called again. Upon entering the yard, he wasted no time and rushed to the hand pump to fill a bucket with cool well water, giving himself a refreshing splash. August was particularly sweltering. While the shade by the river had offered some relief, the return journey had exposed him to the relentless heat, leaving him drenched in sweat. You actually came back? His mother's voice called from the kitchen. Like most returning children, in the initial days of his return, his mother showered him with concern and care. One could say it was a quintessential display of maternal affection. However, such bliss was fleeting. After a few days, her attentiveness began to feel more like scrutiny. Naturally, Fang Yuan found joy in this, as hearing his mother's scolding was a form of happiness in itself. He chuckled. Hee, the fishing was quite good today, so I came back a bit late. Upon hearing this, a woman wearing an apron emerged from the kitchen. Her slightly tanned skin and slender frame marked by distinct crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. This was Fang Yuan's mother. She glanced at her son, who wore a smug expression, and rolled her eyes. Fishing was good? Spare me the theatrics. Which day have you come home that hasn't been eventful? As she spoke, her words faltered, and then astonishment filled her voice. Son, did you catch this big fish? Chapter 5, Point Store and Minor Remedies. Son, did you catch this big fish? Hearing his mother's exclamation, Fang Yuan raised his chin, adopting a self-satisfied demeanor. Of course. Seeing his smug expression, his mother chuckled. All right, enough boasting. Hurry up and eat. With that, her gaze fell upon the large grass carp, clearly pleased that her son had managed to bring home such a notable catch. Fang Yuan sighed, scooped a handful of water, and glanced around, asking, Where's Dad? His mother replied tersely, Don't mention it. He received a call this morning and left. He still hasn't returned. I suspect he has been invited to drink at someone's house. It's one thing to be invited for drinks, but at least he could have called me. Great. No call, and I've cooked a huge pot of food. Listening to his mother's lament, Fang Yuan smiled. As the only veterinarian among the nearby villages, Fang Yuan's father held considerable respect. Whenever someone needed to cull their piglets, assist a sow in labor, or remedy an ailing cow, they would seek him out first. His father had supported the family with this skill, raising Fang Yuan and funding his education. Unfortunately, while his expertise was commendable, the rural population had been dwindling, with many young people opting to seek fortunes elsewhere, leaving behind mostly the elderly. As a result, The business had become increasingly challenging. Upon learning that his father was detained elsewhere for drinks, Fang Yuan refrained from probing further and made his way into the kitchen to eat. After finishing lunch, he retreated to his room to explore the rewards he had yet to examine. In his room, Fang Yuan summoned the system panel. Earlier by the riverside, he had only checked the backpack, leaving the newly appeared points store unexamined. Uncertain about the treasures that the mall might hold, Fang Yuan opened the points mall panel with a heart full of expectation. As the interface unfolded, a dazzling array of fishing gear greeted his eyes. Casually, he clicked on several items to inspect. Item: Dragon Capture Line. Grade: Green. Type: Line Set. Length: 100 meters. Diameter: 10. Pulling force: 30 kilograms. Durability: 100-100. Effect: increases the probability of catching rare fish species by 1 when equipped. Price: 50 points. Item: Dragon Capture Small Combination. Type: Rod. Grade: Green. Length: 3 meters. Fishing performance: 80-90. Weight capacity: 50 kilograms. Durability: 100-100. Effect: increases the probability of catching rare fish species by 3 when equipped. Price: 100 points. Item: Dragon Capture Large Combination. Type: Rod. Grade: Blue. Length: 2 meters. Fishing performance: 90. Weight capacity: 100 kilograms. Durability: 100-100. Effect: increases the probability of catching rare fish species by 5 when equipped. Price: 500 points. Upon seeing the attributes of these fishing tools, Fang Yuan felt an inexplicable thrill. The astonishing specifications were simply breathtaking. A weight capacity of 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms. It is worth noting that even some high-end rods priced at several thousand only boast a maximum capacity of 5 kilograms, meaning they can catch fish weighing up to 50 kilograms. This was a 10-fold to 20-fold increase, enough to tackle even sharks. The thought alone was awe-inspiring. Furthermore, the line set had a diameter of just 1.0, yet its pulling force was a staggering 30 kilograms, surpassing even that of steel wire of the same diameter. However, the prices made Fang Yuan hesitate. The small combination required 100 points, while the large combination demanded 500, and at that moment, he had only 10 points, rendering him incapable of purchasing anything. Besides these rods, there were also options for long-distance casting rods suitable for larger water bodies, but their prices soared to several times higher. Undeterred, Fang Yuan browsed through the offerings and, to his surprise, found a range of items he could afford. Item: Dragon Capture Small Bait. Grade: White. Specification: 50 milliliters. Applicable water: freshwater. Usage: each milliliter can be mixed with 500 grams of any bait. Effect: enhances fish aggregation and attraction, increasing the probability of catching rare fish species by 1. Price: 10 points. Seeing the various flavors of small bait descriptions, Fang Yuan's mind began to race. Each milliliter could mix with a pound of bait, meaning this 50 milliliters bottle could yield 50 pounds of bait. 50 pounds. With a resolute determination, he decided to exchange for a bottle of fishy-flavored small bait, a decision stemming from his observations during the day's fishing. The day's fortune had suggested a bountiful catch. Yet the reality was that after a brief period, the action had dwindled. Time was one factor, with high temperatures and low pressure making the fish less active. But there was also the issue of fish retention. The key to effectively keeping the fish was indeed the bait. Weighing the options, Fang Yuan finally redeemed a bottle. After acquiring the small bait, he commenced preparations to mix the bait. According to the description, each milliliter could be mixed with 500 grams of bait, indicating he needed at least a pound of base bait. As he glanced out the window at his mother processing the catch, he discreetly slipped into the kitchen. Upon returning, he bore a bag of millet. Although the household lacked a scale, Fang Yuan ingeniously fashioned a simple balance using a 500 milliliters water bottle filled with water on one side and the millet on the other. Once it was approximately equal, he unscrewed the cap of the small bait. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the room. Notably, the packaging of this small bait was quite user-friendly, featuring a rubber straw attached to the cap, marked with milliliter measurements. A gentle squeeze and suction resulted in precisely 1 milliliter of bait being extracted. Thus, after more than half an hour of diligent effort, he successfully created a fragrant bait mixture. As for the results, that would be revealed in the next day's fishing endeavors. Chapter 6. You conceal your talents well. After finishing the bait mixture, Fang Yuan continued his work, opening the live streaming backend on his phone. Upon seeing the numbers, he was momentarily taken aback. In just one day, his follower count had surged by over 200, reaching more than 1,700. Although still modest, the speed of growth was something Fang Yuan had never dared to imagine before. It seemed that effective content during live streams was indeed essential. Muttering to himself, he began to check today's earnings. During the previous stream, brother Jiang Chengbin had gifted 4 luxury cars, each priced at 100 yuan. with Fang Yuan receiving half of the earnings. Thus, from those 4 cars, he could expect 200 yuan. In addition, there were other small gifts from fans, including a hot air balloon from Monkey Ding, bringing his total to around 300 yuan for the day. Astonished, Fang Yuan felt a thrill of excitement. He had never anticipated that a live stream, initially just a means to chat and pass the time, could be a source of income. He resolved to continue with the live streaming. Given this new direction, he couldn't leave his homepage empty. He must upload a few videos. As for the content, recordings from the day's live streams would serve as excellent material. After a flurry of editing, he uploaded 2 short videos to his homepage. One showcased a continuous catch of crucian carp, titled, "Exploring a Small River, Catching Hundreds in 10 Minutes." The other featured the moment he hooked a grass carp, titled, "Fishing in a Wild River, Joyfully Landing a Meter-Long Giant." Regardless of whether viewers would debate the actual number of crucian carp caught or the size of the grass carp, such details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was attracting viewers' attention. Once he completed these tasks, night had fallen outside. At that moment, the voice of his mother echoed from the yard. "Oh, you know to come back." Inside, Fang Yuan chuckled, knowing his father had returned. Indeed, as soon as his mother's words faded, a robust voice rang out from the yard. "Hey, I had a big job today. The old man from Chinjiaga's sheep ate some pesticide-laden crops, and they all need their stomachs pumped. I've been busy with that until now." After uttering these words, Father Fang gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, these old big crucian carp and this hefty grass stick. Did we go to the market today?" Mother Fang retorted with irritation. "What are you talking about? It's not market day. Our son caught them. In the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Father Fang's neck stiffened. "Our son caught them?" He turned to glance at Fang Yuan's room, exclaiming, "This little brat is impressive. He has my flair from back in the day." Mother Fang rolled her eyes. "Enough. A hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Let me tell you, if I don't make your dinner tonight, you'll have to eat the leftovers from lunch, and as for the fish, it's not for you." Father Fang stood upright. "How can that be? What about these fish?" Inside the room, Fang Yuan listened to the playful banter of his parents, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face, realizing that this was precisely why he had returned home. During dinner, Father Fang remarked, "Son, it's been years since we fished together, and your skills have greatly improved. You even managed to catch such a large grass stick." Fang Yuan chuckled, offering a casual excuse. "Hee, just lucky. I've been fishing in the same spot for several days. I guess the bait has matured." Father Fang nodded in agreement. After another sip of his drink, he continued, "By the way, son, have you received any responses to the resumes you sent out recently?" Before he could finish, Father Fang glanced at his wife. "Why did you kick me?" Mother Fang placed a piece of fish in his bowl. "Can't you just eat without talking? This child has finally come home, and you choose to speak of such dreary topics." Father Fang protested. "What? You misunderstood my meaning." He then turned to Fang Yuan and added, "Son, let me tell you, there's no need to wait for those so-called opportunities. One doesn't have to venture far to earn a living." At this point, Father Fang took a mouthful of leftover rice and continued, "How about this, son? Why don't you join me in taking care of the livestock? I assure you, if you do well in this field, you can earn quite a decent income." However, before he could elaborate, Mother Fang interrupted with a dramatic eye roll. "Livestock, livestock. All you think about is livestock. Our son, a university student, is not going to follow you around slaughtering pigs every day. He'll end up smelling like fish all the time." After this tirade, Father Fang reluctantly fell silent. Despite being a renowned veterinarian known throughout the region, earning the respectful title of Master Fang from anyone who encountered him, he found himself somewhat diminished in stature at home, especially in front of his wife. Fang Yuan, hearing the exchange between his parents, understood their concerns regarding his employment situation. After all, he was an adult, a university graduate, and couldn't simply linger at home indefinitely. Previously, he might have said he was leaving after a satisfying meal, but now he thought, "Dad, Mom, I actually have found a suitable job." Upon hearing this, both parents were elated, exclaiming in unison, "Really?" Mother Fang quickly followed up with, "Is it in another city, or here in Jiangxing?" Father Fang added, "What era are we in? It's not like you have to go far, nowadays. With transportation so convenient, even the farthest places are just half a day away." Mother Fang nodded in agreement. "Exactly, as long as the job is right. It doesn't matter where it is." Hearing their words, Fang Yuan smiled. "It's not out of town." The parents rejoiced, clearly preferring their son to stay close. Mother Fang inquired, "Is it in Jiangxing?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "It's hard to say. My work location isn't fixed." The parents were taken aback. "Not fixed? What kind of job requires frequent travel? You mustn't fall for those so-called high-tech recruitment scams." As they drifted further from the topic, Fang Yuan, without hesitation, stated, "It's live streaming." He then opened his phone to show them the earnings from his recent stream. "This is what I earned during my live broadcast today." Father Fang took the phone, and after a moment, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Over 300? He compared it to his own earnings from treating livestock, which typically range from 100 to 200 a day, amounting to about 2,000 a month. Seeing his son earn over 300 in a single day left him astounded. He then looked at Fang Yuan, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you've been hiding your talents." Chapter 7. Doubts in the streaming room. Father Fang and Mother Fang were not relics of the past. They frequently browsed short videos and were not entirely unfamiliar with the concept of live streaming. Seeing their son embark on this path and already reaping rewards, they ceased their criticisms. "Son, work hard. One day, you'll become a big streamer, and don't forget to bring your old man along to show off. I could have a bit of fun while treating livestock." Hearing Father Fang ramble on, Mother Fang shot him a sideways glance. "Livestock, livestock. All you think about is livestock. Just go and tend to your animals." And so, they began yet another round of playful bickering. Later that evening, after a refreshing bath, Fang Yuan lay in bed, contemplating many things. He realized that he had carefully considered how to convey his future plans to his parents since returning home. The situation was no longer as it had been. Fishing and streaming had previously been mere distractions, without any intention of pursuing it seriously. However, with the advent of the fishing system, it would be unreasonable not to pursue this path. Of course, Fang Yuan understood that when it came to making money, he couldn't simply relay to his parents during dinner that he earned through live streaming donations. That was unstable. One day he might earn hundreds, while the next he could earn nothing. Thus, he needed to seek alternative methods, and as he pondered, he glanced at the bait placed on his nightstand. Already eager for the next day's fishing prospects. The following morning, as the crow of an unknown rooster echoed through the air, Fang Yuan rose from his bed. Meanwhile, Mother Fang was already bustling about in the courtyard. Such is the life of a farmer. They cannot remain idle. Even during the off-season, they find ways to keep busy. As for Father Fang, he had long since left the house. The reason? It was related to the incident he mentioned at the dinner table the previous day. Though he had rescued a sheep, he felt it prudent to check on it afterward, which was also how Father Fang earned his reputation in his profession. Unfortunately, these days, craftsmen rooted in rural areas no longer enjoy the same level of demand as before. "Why are you up so early today?" Mother Fang asked, surprised to see her son rising earlier than usual. Fang Yuan smiled. I'm trying to get an early start to see if I can catch more." Upon hearing that her son was focused on serious business, Mother Fang replied, "All right, I'll go prepare your breakfast." "Hey," Fang Yuan responded and began his morning routine. While waiting for breakfast, he returned to his room to summon the system panel. Just as he had seen yesterday, the number of fishing fortunes had reset to 1. Fang Yuan promptly pressed the button, and after a series of delightful sounds, a bamboo stick materialized. The system's notification chimed. "Ding. Today's fishing fortune, moderate. Ding. System reminder. This stick serves only as an auxiliary to enhance fishing luck. Actual catch results depend on the hostess' personal skills. The system recommends using items from the shop to increase the chances of catching fish." Listening to the system's prompt, Fang Yuan thought to himself, as expected. From yesterday's fishing experience, it was evident that the indicated fortune did not correlate directly to the final catch. Today was even better, as it explicitly suggested utilizing shop items to boost fishing odds. "Shop items." A murmured remark caught Fang Yuan's attention. As his gaze fell upon the meticulously prepared bait and the title of 100 Fish Slayer that he promptly equipped from his backpack. After finishing his breakfast, he swiftly mounted his electric scooter and made his way to the riverbank. Upon arrival, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. The river, usually devoid of fellow anglers, was now bustling with no fewer than a dozen fishing enthusiasts, even a rare sighting of an extended range rover parked along the riverbank. Thankfully, his usual spot remained unoccupied. And without hesitation, Fang Yuan parked his scooter and descended to the river's edge. Setting down his folding stool, he wasted no time in casting out some bait. Adhering to the old adage that one must offer sustenance to reap a harvest, having learned from the previous day's misstep of failing to bait the fish, he was determined not to repeat the error. Once the bait was prepared and the fishing rod set up, Fang Yuan adjusted his phone stand for the live stream. As soon as he began broadcasting, several users joined the live chat. Fishing enthusiast Xiao Jiang, Mutant Monkey just my behind, and brother Jiang Chungbin. Within less than half a minute, the viewer count surged to over 30, leaving Fang Yuan astonished, as such a turnout was unprecedented. What was happening? He had gained a few followers yesterday, but this influx was remarkable. Checking the back end, he realized that the 2 videos he had posted the previous day had gone viral in his city, resulting in hundreds of new followers overnight, bringing his total close to 3,000. The live stream quickly became lively. Mutant Monkey just my behind. First fish is mine. White Bar Killer. Can you share the fishing spot where you caught that big crucian in your homepage video? Employed in the new era. A stool? A small bucket? This equipment is quite audacious for fishing. Fishing enthusiast Xiao Jiang. is the spot you fished yesterday by that small river north of Zhongyi town? As the barrage of comments flooded in, Fang Yuan felt somewhat taken aback. Previously, with fewer viewers, he could respond to each comment. But now he was forced to selectively engage. While he was chatting, his phone vibrated. User Jiang Qingbin sent a luxury car. Jiang Qingbin, brother, I've finally caught your live stream. I'm at the river where you fished yesterday, but after 3 or 4 hours, I've only caught one small fish. Upon reading this comment, Fang Yuan instinctively glanced around, hoping to spot Jiang Qingbin, but the lush reeds along the riverbank obscured visibility. I just got here and am still assessing the situation. Jiang Qingbin. All right, give it a try. Another stream of GIFs appeared on the screen, indicating the generosity of the viewer. After chatting a bit more with the audience, Fang Yuan surmised that the bait had settled enough, so he rolled the bait, hooked it, and cast his line, hoping for a successful catch. It must be said that the increased viewer count came with its drawbacks, as some negative commenters were among the audience. Noticing that Fang Yuan was simply holding the fishing rod without any support, they quickly began to disparage him. Employed in the new era. Haha, with this level. How can there be so many viewers? Employed in the new era. This equipment screams novice. I bet the catches in his homepage videos are fabricated. Mutant monkey, just my behind. Hey, did you forget to take your brain pills this morning? Why come in here spouting nonsense? Employed in the new era. Mutant monkey, just my behind. Looks like you forgot your medication. I see you and this streamer are in cahoots. Waiting to cash in on gullible fans. With that gear, if he catches a fish, I'll livestream myself chopping a cow. Just as that comment floated by, Fang Yuan lifted his rod, and a palm-sized crucian was pulled from the water. Chapter 8. A flurry of catches. The top viewer can no longer contain himself. Haha, brothers. We've got a catch. Fang Yuan triumphantly held up the gleaming crucian for the camera. The live chat erupted as viewers witnessed this immediate success, particularly the previously critical mutant monkey, who was now bombarded with comments. Haha, where's that guy who said the streamer was a novice? Where's the one who claimed the streamer wouldn't catch anything? Come out and face the music. Employed in the new era felt unsatisfied and called out the critic for public shaming. Not only him, but several viewers from the previous day's stream also joined in the rally against the naysayers. After a moment, employed in the new era. Haha, it's just luck that he caught one fish. It doesn't prove anything. Mutant monkey, just my behind. Luck? I said the same thing yesterday, just wait. Fishing enthusiast Xiao Jiang. I watched yesterday's stream. This streamer definitely has some skill. High school student A Bin. Indeed, the streamer is quite talented. And he has quite skill too. At that moment, the barrage of comments began to dwindle. Fishing enthusiast Xiao Jiang, this. High school student A Bin. Could it be? He caught one after another today? Fang Yuan observed as the area where he had baited started to bubble with fish activity. With each cast and lift of the rod, more and more crucians emerged from the water. He was on a roll again. After catching a dozen, Fang Yuan decided that rolling the bait was too slow, so he switched tactics from rolling bait to pulling it, greatly increasing his catch rate. The only downside was the lack of a bait tray and rod holder, which made things a bit inconvenient. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the steady stream of golden crucians being pulled from the water. In just a few minutes, he had caught numerous fish, all of which were sizable crucians. Witnessing this scene, the live chat erupted into chaos. High school student A Bin. Wow, the streamer is incredible. He is catching them one after another. Heaven rewards the diligent. I envy this resource. All I can do is envy. Mutant monkey, just my behind. Whereas that guy who said it was just luck. Come out. Fishing enthusiast Xiao Jiang. Haha, he probably slipped away in shame. To be fair, the streamer does have skill. Those who understand will know. At that moment, Fang Yuan's phone buzzed again. User Jiang Qingbin sent a luxury car. Jiang Qingbin, brother, where are you? I'll come find you. We're on the same river, but while you're getting fish after fish, I've only seen small ones here. I want to see what the difference is. With such generous support, Fang Yuan could not ignore him. He looked around to locate a tree with a magpie's nest nearby. Jiang Qingbin, I see it. Fang Yuan, I'm right under that tree. Jiang Qingbin, all right. Brother, I'm on my way. Having provided his location, Fang Yuan turned his focus back to the water. He had to admit, the effectiveness of the bait was remarkable. Despite having caught dozens of crucians in the past half hour, the bites showed no signs of diminishing. As soon as the hook was cast, the float barely settled at the predetermined depth before it exhibited a vigorous tug, a clear indication of a bite, and the strikes were consistently powerful. Occasionally, there would even be double catches, a sensation that transcended mere enjoyment. However, Fang Yuan also discerned certain inadequacies during this fishing expedition. Previously, he had considered using a bait tray, but given the scant bites he had experienced before, sometimes even resulting in a complete lack of catches, one worm could last him an entire day, rendering the bait tray unnecessary. Yet now, Amidst the rapid succession of catches and double headers, it was evident that relying solely on hand-rolling bait was insufficient. Moreover, the keep net, which had sufficed during his earlier, less fruitful outings, was now woefully inadequate, as he noticed the older crucian carp in the bucket were beginning to show signs of distress. Hence, these matters required attention. Just as Fang Yuan was contemplating an expenditure, a joyful voice called out from behind, "Fisherman A. Yuan?" Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man, approximately 40, wearing a cap and clad in professional fishing attire, approaching. Notably, during a previous live stream, Fang Yuan had whimsically adopted the moniker Fisherman A. Yuan, and upon hearing this name, he was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was brother Jiang Chungbin. The man nodded. Yes, brother, I finally found you." He then produced a pack of cigarettes, offering two to Fang Yuan. Accepting one, Fang Yuan considered smoking a casual indulgence rather than a necessity. Brother Bin proceeded to explain his presence. Since witnessing Fang Yuan's impressive catches during his live stream the previous day, he had spent a sleepless night driving back from out of town. He had arrived at the riverbank early this morning, filled with hope, only to catch a single small fish after 3 long hours. He had been prepared to pack up, thinking the fishing conditions were poor, until he saw Fang Yuan's live stream, which showcased a flurry of catches. Unable to bear the disparity, he had come seeking advice. After listening to Brother Bin, Fang Yuan chuckled. "Haha, I have no secrets, just a type of commercial bait and a bottle of homemade ground bait, all laid out here." Brother Bin looked over and remarked, "Red Cushion? I just used that bait, but it attracts too many small fish, causing a mess." He then noticed the ground bait that Fang Yuan had placed beside his small stool, asking, "Can I take a look at this ground bait?" Fang Yuan replied, "Haha, feel free." Brother Bin unscrewed the cap, and before even bringing it to his nose, he exclaimed, "What a unique aroma." He turned to Fang Yuan and inquired, "Did you make this yourself?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Yes, I concocted it on a whim. Why don't you take some to try?" Brother Bin responded. "Then I'll pour a bit back to try." As he began to pour some into his palm, Fang Yuan chuckled, "No need to pour it out. Just take it with you." Over the past 2 days, Brother Bin had gifted several hundred tokens, so he was not one to be stingy. Noticing Brother Jiang Chungbin's impressive gear, particularly the logo on the back of his sun protective clothing, which he recalled belonged to a fishing club, Fang Yuan thought it a good opportunity for some subtle advertisement. Brother Bin paused. Then, "Brother, you." Fang Yuan took some ground bait and poured it onto a plastic bag, stating, "I've already baited, and this should suffice for me to replenish. You can take the rest." Seeing this, Brother Bin accepted graciously. "Thank you, brother. If it proves effective, I'll arrange some gifts for you." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Just having you here to chat is enough. No need for gifts." Brother Bin laughed heartily. "You're quite generous, brother. I'll head over now." After a few pleasantries, Brother Bin departed, and Fang Yuan returned his attention to the water, only to realize, "Hey, where's my float?" Chapter 9. Rare catch in the suddenness of Brother Bin's arrival. Fang Yuan had carelessly set his rod down, leaving the cast line unretrieved. Now, glancing at the languidly flowing river, he discerned no trace of the float. With this realization, Fang Yuan swiftly raised his rod. Whoosh! The bent tip of the rod and the force transmitted through his hands filled him with elation. Another big fish. In the live stream, viewers witnessed everything from the moment Fang Yuan raised his rod to the bending of the pole. "Is he hooked on a big fish again?" asked Tian Daocho Qin. "Doesn't seem like it," replied the Emperor Hichong. "The thrust appears vigorous, yet the arc of the rod tip doesn't suggest a hefty catch," exclaimed Gao Zhongsheng Bin. "Oh, come on, regardless of the size. With this fishing action, even a small crucian would be thrilling," chimed in fisherman Xiao Jiang. "I can't take it anymore. I have to try this tomorrow," declared Feng Go 123. "Anchor, are you fishing in the river north of Zhongyi Town? Why am I getting no bites over here?" queried Chu Chu Ai Diaoyu. Seeking coordinates, bait, and ground bait. The live stream's comments were incessantly refreshing. But at that moment, Fang Yuan had no time to spare for reading this unusual strength. As a seasoned angler since childhood, Fang Yuan was quite attuned to the sensations of a big fish biting the hook. However, the force he felt now suggested that this fish was certainly not as large as yesterday's catch. Yet its sporadic bursts of energy surpassed that of the grass carp he had caught previously. Fishing in the wild is unpredictable. One can never anticipate what the next catch will be, or even if it is a fish at all. With this thought, Fang Yuan focused intently, refusing to be careless. After several rounds of tug-of-war, Fang Yuan sensed the resistance in his hands weakening, indicating it was time to exert more force. He first pulled to the left, then lifted, and with a flash of blue darted across the surface. What kind of fish is this? Not only Fang Yuan, but the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished at the sight of the blue flash on the water. Am I seeing things? Did I just see something blue flash by? No, you're not imagining it. I saw it too. Blue? What kind of fish is blue in freshwater? Could it be some bizarre creature? Come on, it's broad daylight. Don't be ridiculous. The comments were a flurry, but Fang Yuan continued to exert force, and within moments, he had reeled the peculiar fish to the shore. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught the rare fish blue demon. Earning 100 points. Rare fish. A thought crossed Fang Yuan's mind, and he suddenly realized it was the effect of the title 100 fish slayer he had donned that morning. Is this the blue demon? Looking down at the strange fish, its body was entirely blue, resembling a species that was nearly extinct among freshwater fish, the ground tiger. But with this coloration. In the live stream, the comments erupted. Wow, what a beautiful fish. It looks like a tiger shark. Nonsense. It's clearly a huagu bangzi. You all know nothing. In our area, this fish is referred to as old man fish, simply because its color is amiss. Don't be ridiculous. It's clearly a flathead catfish. At that moment, a buzz emanated from the phone, and Fang Yuan glanced around. User Fatty Aquarium sent a sports car, accompanied by a flurry of comments. Fatty Aquarium exclaimed, "This head, this coloration, it's exquisite. Streamer, share the coordinates. I'll buy this tail sand perch for 3,000 bucks." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. 3,000? He never imagined that this oddly colored flathead could fetch such a high price. However, from the name of Fatty Aquarium, it was evident that this individual was well versed in the trade, and for him, this peculiar fish was merely an anomaly, while in his hands, it could transform into a lucrative asset. Of course, the price it could command in his possession was a testament to his expertise. Moreover, considering the finicky nature of the flathead catfish, with the weather as it is, it might not survive the journey home. So he thought, all right, but you must hurry, otherwise, I cannot guarantee how much longer this fish will endure. Fatty Aquarium replied, I've checked the route. I'll be there in no more than 20 minutes. The prospect of a fish worth $3,000 sent the live stream chat into a frenzy. Goodness, just from one fishing trip, you can earn 3,000 bucks? It's unfair. I always spend money when I go fishing, while the streamer is making a profit. It's simply incomparable. This resource was indeed enviable. They must seize this opportunity and set off. Anyone upstairs want to join the group? Navigation has been activated. We are ready to depart. Just then, the phone buzzed incessantly again. User Jiangqing Bin Gu sent a sports car. User Jiangqing Bin Gu sent a sports car. User Jiangqing Bin Gu sent a sports car. After sending 3 sports cars in succession, Bin Gu requested to connect. Fang Yuan accepted the call. The moment the connection was established, Bin Ji's face, bearing a soy sauce hue, radiated excitement. Brother, your bait is incredible. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. And I'm already reeling them in. As he spoke, he adjusted the camera to focus on the riverbank, where Bin Gu swiftly lifted a palm-sized crucian carp from the water with a single-handed flick of his rod. In a seamless motion, he deftly unhooked the fish, which fell back into his bucket, all executed in under 3 seconds, an evident display of mastery in pole fishing. In the span of less than 2 minutes during their connection, Bin Gu landed 5 sizable crucian carps. Is this the same river? The viewers in the live chat pondered. Did you just arrive? Bin Gu and the streamer are indeed fishing in the same river. It's just that at first, Bin Gu wasn't catching anything, and now he's reeling them in too. Does this imply he's using the streamer as bait? Streamer, I implore you for the bait. Due to the generous donations of multiple sports cars, Fang Yuan's live stream surged up the local donation leaderboard, attracting a new wave of viewers. Naturally, with an influx of spectators, some voices of skepticism emerged. Connecting while catching fish, and then promoting bait? Are you two performing a duet? TSK, who knows? After all, in the realm of the internet, truth and falsehood are often indistinguishable. However, these doubtful comments were promptly countered by some loyal viewers who had been lurking in the live chat for a considerable time. A duet? Bro, open your eyes and observe the surroundings. This is wild fishing, not your backyard pond. I'm from Loyalty Town. I'm familiar with this river. I swear it's a little wild river. Do you even know who you're questioning? That's Jiangqing Bin Gu. If it's the same person, he has no need to pull such a stunt. Streamer, ignore those petty trolls. Please share the bait. Yes, do share the bait. Chapter 10, Taking Action, Earning Another Profit. Observing the chat shift from skepticism to enthusiasm, Fang Yuan smiled and said, the bait is my own concoction. I never expected it to work so well. So, if anyone wants some, I'll be back here fishing tomorrow, and I'll bring an extra bottle, but I can't guarantee every angler will get some. First come, first served. This statement sparked a flurry of discussion among the viewers. A bottle? Given the current situation, the anglers in the chat aren't far away, and 1 bottle 1 tea suffice. Indeed, streamer, 1 bottle is clearly not enough. Just share the recipe for the bait. Share, you selfless person. Why not share some of your good stuff from home? Yes, share. You're speaking without feeling any pain. Streamer, just put this bait up for sale on the little yellow card. I dislike hassle and prefer ready-made products. Absolutely. I strongly suggest you put it on the little yellow card. Otherwise, those who miss out will come back to the live chat to complain. I wholeheartedly approve. Seeing how the viewers were proposing to sell the bait, Fang Yuan decided to be forthright, replying, "All right, I'll give it a try. I'll see if I can whip up a larger batch at home." At that moment, Jiang Chungbin, still connected, chimed in, "Brother, once your bait is available for sale, save me 10 bottles, no, 20 bottles, so I can let the fishing group try it out." After stating this, the connection was abruptly cut, followed by a flurry of notifications on Fang Yuan's phone. It was evident that the affluent Jiang Chungbin had begun sending more sports cars. Thus, without Fang Yuan needing to prompt, the decision to sell the bait was solidified. Fang Yuan intended to arrange for the bait to be sold in due time, not out of disbelief in its efficacy, but rather due to concerns about supply. The bait's potency stemmed from the addition of small pharmaceuticals purchased from the marketplace. Each bottle of these pharmaceuticals could be used to make 50 bottles of bait, yet it cost a hefty 10 points. Thus, had he not caught this rare fish today, the bait could easily have run out. At this moment, with 100 points, 10 bottles of pharmaceuticals could yield 500 bottles of bait, which would suffice for some time given the current popularity of the live stream. Reflecting on this, Fang Yuan mused, "It seems I must catch more of these rare fish in the future. And as for the price of the bait, it cannot be set too low." Just then, a voice called out, "Are you the fisherman Yuan?" Fang Yuan turned to see a tattooed man wearing sunglasses approaching. "Yes, that's me." The hefty man removed his sunglasses. "Ah, I found you. I'm Fatty Aquarium, the one who just sent you the sports cars." Realizing who he was, Fang Yuan chuckled. Got it. Big brother, you're quite fast." Fatty wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I've been thinking about this fish all the way here. How could I not hurry?" "Brother, where's the fish?" Fang Yuan pointed to a nearby bucket. "There, it's in the bucket." Fatty rushed over, cautiously scooping up the strange fish, exclaiming, "Wow, it's even more beautiful than what I saw on my phone." He then pulled out a bag to place the fish inside. Fang Yuan asked, "Are you just taking it back like that?" The stout man retracted his chin and said, "Not at all. I have an oxygen tank in my car." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket and produced his phone, continuing, "Brother, let me scan you." Fang Yuan, not one to be coy, readily engaged in this transaction. After all, the price had already been established. He took out another phone from his possession and opened the payment code. With a buzzing sound, the screen displayed a receipt of 3,000 yuan. The stout man remarked, "Brother, I can't delay here. I must take my leave." However, just as he was about to depart, his gaze fell upon the remaining large crucian carp in the bucket. "Did you catch these fish as well, brother?" Fang Yuan replied, "Indeed, in this very river, as my viewers in the live stream can attest." The stout man clicked his tongue in appreciation. "Wild ones are the best." He then rummaged through his pocket again, this time producing 2 crisp red bills. "I'll take all these fish too." "Excellent." Fang Yuan had been pondering how to handle the plethora of fish he had caught today, especially since he still had a good number from yesterday being kept in his home pond, likely enough to sustain him for several days. Now, it was a relief to have someone willing to purchase the lot. Given the stout man's generosity, Fang Yuan felt compelled to reciprocate, offering him 200 yuan for both the fish and the bucket. He even included the red bucket used for the catch. With plans to gather bait for his next outing, Fang Yuan decided not to continue fishing, realizing that time had flown by. Checking his phone, he noted it was already past 11. It was time to head back. He approached the camera, addressing his audience. "Brothers, it's getting late. We'll conclude today's stream here. See you all tomorrow." The viewers in the live chat began sending messages, reminding him about the bait. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Don't worry. I'll have it sorted out by tonight at the latest." With that, he conveniently turned off the live stream. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan rode his electric scooter back home. As he entered the yard, he spotted his mother washing rice by the well. Upon seeing her son return earlier than usual, she exclaimed, "Son, why are you back so early today? I just finished rinsing the rice." At that moment, old Qin, enjoying a rare day off, emerged from the house. He glanced at his son's empty hands, and then at the bare electric scooter, surprise etched on his face. "Son, you didn't catch a single fish today, did you? Haha, after catching so many yesterday, you come back empty-handed today? Your fishing skills still need improvement." Old Fang's mother, busy washing rice, rolled her eyes at her husband. "Look who's talking. Didn't you spend half a month by the river before grain rain and not catch a single fish?" Old Fang's face flushed slightly. "Ahem, dear. What's for lunch today?" Observing this interaction between his parents, Fang Yuan felt a wave of comfort. The warmth of home was something one could never truly experience elsewhere. Of course, he had indeed caught fish, and quite a few at that. His parents paused, then spoke simultaneously. "Where are the fish?" Fang Yuan replied, "I sold them." As he pulled out 200 yuan in cash from his pocket, he added, "Here, I sold over 10 gene of crucian carp for 200 yuan." His parents looked at the money, then at their son. Old Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. So you're telling me that the money you made fishing this morning is equivalent to what I earn in several days treating livestock? Chapter 11. Life's Significant Matters. So you're telling me that the money you made fishing this morning is equivalent to what I earn in several days treating livestock? Seeing the surprise on his father's face, Fang Yuan laughed. This is just from selling the crucian carp. I haven't even included the tips from the live stream. Old Fang inquired. Tips from the live stream? How much did you make? Don't tell me you earned several hundred like yesterday. After splashing his face with cold water, Fang Yuan smirked. Pretty much. Pretty much. Old Fang's eyes nearly popped out. To his surprise, Fang Yuan continued. Oh, and that's not all. Today, I caught a blue-spotted catfish, which a viewer bought on the spot for 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, both parents leaned forward, astonished, and exclaimed in unison, How much? Fang Yuan replied, 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan. The two of them were utterly flabbergasted. Once back indoors, Fang Yuan turned on the fan and reclined comfortably on a stool, exhaling deeply. In this weather, venturing out to fish was truly for the brave. Though the thrill of catching fish was exhilarating, the return was accompanied by aches and pains in his back and arms. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan relished every moment, especially when he shared his impressive haul with his parents. Witnessing their astonishment made any fatigue worthwhile. After a brief respite, fully rejuvenated, Fang Yuan began to explore how to set up a shop window for selling items on his main page. After some research, he sighed in relief. In this era where everyone could live stream, opening a shop window was quite straightforward. The first requirement was to have no fewer than 2,000 followers, and the second was to have posted at least 5 videos on the main page. Once these conditions were met, he would only need to pay a 500 yuan deposit to the platform. These criteria posed no challenge for him, and he decided to make the most of his free time to get it done. While Fang Yuan was preoccupied with setting up the shop window in the yard, his father proudly remarked to his wife, See, I told you our son is on the right path. In just a couple of days, he's earned more than I do in several months. His mother rolled her eyes. Oh really? Then who was it that suggested our boy go treat the livestock yesterday? Old Fang chuckled. Well, I didn't know he had such talent at the time. If I had known, I wouldn't have said that. He sighed. Time flies. Our son has grown up and can earn money now. I feel like the burden on my shoulders has lightened considerably. Hearing her husband's words, Fang Yuan's mother added, You're right. I always thought he was still a child while he was in school, but now that I think about it, he's already 20. As she wiped her hands on her apron, she glanced towards Fang Yuan's room and leaned closer to her husband, whispering, Hey, old Fang, don't you think it's time to consider his lifelong matters? Old Fang looked at her. Lifelong matters? Isn't that a bit premature? His wife shot him a disapproving look. Premature? How can it be? Look at our village. Everyone our age has already become grandparents. Don't you want to be a grandparent? Old Fang's confidence wavered a bit. Of course I do. But we must consider what our son thinks. He might already have a girlfriend from school. Remember how that lad Huzi from our village met his girlfriend at school? Fang Yuan's mother saw the logic in this, realizing that if she rushed to find a matchmaker and everything was arranged, only for her son to declare he already had a girlfriend, it would be quite awkward. Therefore, they needed to probe a bit first. Thinking along these lines, Fang Yuan's mother suggested to Fang Yuan's father, When we have lunch, you should bring it up. Old Fang was taken aback. Me? How should I ask? She replied with a dismissive huff. How to ask? Just use your mouth. At lunchtime, Fang Yuan was stirring rice into fish soup while his father sipped on his drink, casting glances back and forth. At that moment, Mother Fang discreetly kicked Father Fang under the table. The latter, understanding her cue, tilted his head back and down the contents of his cup in one swift motion. Then inhaled deeply as he turned to gaze at their son. Son, he began, while Mother Fang, brimming with anticipation, looked on. Fang Yuan inquired, What is up, Dad? Father Fang cleared his throat and asked, Well, I just wanted to know if that fish can really be sold for 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Mother Fang rolled her eyes dramatically, leaving old Fang to rub his buzz cut nervously. Fang Yuan, puzzled, replied honestly, Yeah, 3,000 yuan. I reckon it's for an aquarium. Only affluent individuals would indulge in such a luxury. Otherwise, it wouldn't command such a high price. Father Fang nodded in agreement. True enough, the whims of the wealthy are peculiar. Like that time a city lady came to me with a puppy for a checkup, and she casually handed me 200 yuan after I merely pushed away the miasma. As their conversation meandered further afield, Mother Fang grew restless and interrupted old Fang's idle chatter, turning to her son. Son, I need to ask you something. Fang Yuan, taken aback, replied, What is it, Mom? Mother Fang continued, Well, now that you've graduated from university and you're in your 20s with a means to earn a living, shouldn't you consider your own affairs? His own affairs? Fang Yuan scratched his head. A wife. Mother Fang clarified. And Fang Yuan suddenly realized she was referring to his lifelong commitment. Son, has anyone caught your fancy at school? If you have a girlfriend, bring her home for us to meet. If not, no worries. I'll have the matchmaker from the neighboring village find you a girl. This unexpected turn of conversation during dinner took Fang Yuan by surprise. However, truth be told, he had indeed dated someone while at university. But anyone who has been to college knows that campus romances have a shelf life that expires upon graduation. Once they disperse across the country, who still knows whom? So ultimately, he was single. But to start matchmaking now? Fang Yuan felt it was somewhat implausible. What era was this? Which decent girl would remain available for a matchmaker? Moreover, if he were to encounter a laid-off worker seeking a straightforward man to take over, that would be quite the joke. Therefore, he replied, Mom, I just started my career, and everything is still unstable. I don't have the energy to think about these things right now. But rest assured, once my career stabilizes, you and Dad won't need to worry. I promise to bring home a beautiful daughter-in-law. Mother Fang regarded him with a mix of skepticism and belief. Really? Fang Yuan nodded earnestly, more genuine than pearls. Chapter 12, Will it work? After finishing lunch and resting for a while, when the sun was no longer scorching, Fang Yuan rode his family's electric tricycle to the town. The purpose of his outing was simple, to procure bait. Now that the shop was open and the deposit paid, he was just waiting for the bait to hit the shelves. Where would the bait come from? He had to concoct it himself. After catching that blue enchantress in the morning, he earned 100 points, which could be exchanged for 10 bottles of small medicine from the shop, yielding 500 bottles of finished bait. This meant he needed to buy at least 500 jin of base bait, a quantity that could only be sourced from the grocery store. After much contemplation, Fang Yuan decided to use millet for the base bait. Firstly, millet grains are small and easily absorbed, making them the most suitable choice among grains for bait. Secondly, Fang Yuan felt that if he was going to do this, he ought to do it right. He didn't want to replicate those big brands that masquerade under the guise of millet while actually using dyed corn husks or rice husks to pass off inferior products. So, it was better to use pure millet directly. Of course, during this trip to the town, he needed to acquire not only millet but also bottles for the bait. However, time was of the essence. Purchasing online would mean waiting several days for delivery. Thus, he opted for a more immediate solution and visited a collection station, spending over 100 yuan to buy 500 empty bottles. Additionally, he needed to buy 2 small scales for weighing. As a businessman, integrity was paramount, and he couldn't afford any discrepancies in weight. Moreover, based on his fishing experiences over the past couple of days, Fang Yuan also took a trip to the fishing tackle shop to purchase new gear, such as rod holders, bait trays, and large fish nets. As for a fishing box, while it would be convenient for storing various bits and bobs like bait and small items, and would lend a more professional appearance, Fang Yuan was not keen on it. It was simply uncomfortable to sit on compared to his little stool. However, he preferred a larger fishing chair with a backrest when fishing in the wild. Comfort was just as important as the catch. Regrettably, the tackle shop only had small night-style fishing chairs, so he decided to look online for a better option. Thus, after spending over 2,000 yuan, Fang Yuan finally returned home on his tricycle. Upon arriving, his parents were taken aback by the load of items he had brought back. Son, did you go scavenging? Why did you bring back all these empty bottles? Old Fang remarked, eyeing the heap of bottles atop the load. Mother Fang chimed in, yes. Son, what do you need all these empty bottles for? Fang Yuan smiled. Heh, you'll find out soon enough. By the way, I'll need your help in a bit. His parents were bewildered. Help? Fang Yuan nodded and, after unloading the items, shared his plan to sell bait online. Upon hearing this, both father and mother Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Fang exclaimed, Aren't you stopping your live fishing streams? Fang Yuan replied, No. I'm still doing that, just adding bait sales into the mix. It won't interfere. Hearing this resolute answer, his parents simultaneously questioned, Son, can this really work? Regardless, they were determined to support their son's entrepreneurial endeavors. Thus, the three of them spent the entire afternoon busily preparing the bait. Surprisingly, although the plan originated from Fang Yuan, the speed of work did not match the efficiency of his hardworking parents, especially Mother Fang, who managed to fill nearly 300 bottles of bait on her own within the afternoon, clearly a skilled hand. As night fell, looking at the yard filled with bait, the three of them felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Son, how much do you plan to sell this for per bottle? Mother Fang stretched her back and inquired. Before Fang Yuan could respond, Old Fang interjected, seeming knowledgeable, Son, we're just starting out. We lack a foundation, so we need to attract customers with competitive pricing. I know bait. The tackle shop sells it for no more than 10 yuan a bottle, but before Father Fang could finish, Fang Yuan confidently interjected, not expensive. Let us set it at 50 yuan per bottle. At this price point, Father Fang's jaw dropped. Son, how much did you say? Fang Yuan affirmed, 50. And for the initial phase, we'll have limited sales. Father Fang blinked, pondering the numerous bottles scattered across the ground and the remaining unfilled millet. Is this millet really that pricey? Fang Yuan remarked, I bought it from the agricultural store, a little over $3 per pound. Fang Fu inquired further. And what about this bottle? Fang Yuan replied, when you do the math, it's barely more than a dime each. Fang Fu rubbed his stubbled jaw, feeling a twinge of toothache. Son, are you implying that you sold something that costs $3 for nearly 20 times that amount? Fang Mu cast a disapproving glance. Are we not accounting for labor costs? Fang Fu retorted, that still doesn't justify such exorbitant pricing. Anticipating this exchange, Fang Yuan interjected, Dad, I understand your concerns, but you've overlooked one crucial factor in your cost calculations. With that, he picked up the small vial of bait. Fang Fu scrutinized the unassuming bottle, barely larger than his thumb, and scoffed. What could this little trinket possibly be worth? Fang Yuan asserted, it's priceless. The core formula for this bait is contained within that tiny vial, a concoction I've labored over for several months. Fang Fu, taken aback, asked, you researched this? Fang Yuan nodded, of course. Have you forgotten what I majored in at university? Coincidentally, Fang Yuan had studied biological engineering, a choice influenced by Fang Fu's advice after a summer of research. Back then, the internet was abuzz with the notion that biotechnology was the next big wave following the digital revolution, which led to the decision to enroll in that field. Thus, Fang Fu, upon hearing his son's words, found them quite reasonable, for knowledge indeed holds immeasurable value. Consequently, with Fang Yuan's casual explanation, Fang Fu found himself less perturbed by the pricing of the bait. Having settled everything, Fang Yuan hurriedly retreated indoors to attend to the details of stocking the bait. Outside, once Fang Yuan had departed, Fang Fu leaned toward his wife and whispered, Dear, do you think our son's venture will succeed? Hearing his doubts, Fang Mu shot him a sidelong glance. What do you mean? This is just the beginning. Must you speak such pessimistic words? Let me tell you, keep such thoughts to yourself and don't let our son hear them. We wouldn't want to extinguish his enthusiasm. Fang Fu straightened his back, resolutely replying, Understood. I shall heed your guidance. Seeing his demeanor, Fang Mu rolled her eyes. Oh, you. Chapter 13, A Promising Start. Inside, after toiling away until past 9 o'clock, Fang Yuan finally managed to stock 300 bottles of bait. Mere minutes after they were listed, notifications began to pop up in the back end. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. So soon? Upon checking, he realized that several videos he had posted at noon had surged to the local trending list, particularly a video featuring a blue-ground tiger, which had amassed over 100,000 views. While this view count might be modest in the grand scheme of the platform, it was quite significant for a third-tier city like Jiangxing. As the views increased, so did his follower count, nearing 5,000, a remarkable growth given his initial standing. With the backend set to allow comments from fans, the influx of followers resulted in a flurry of messages. Some inquired about fishing spots, others about catches, and some were even keen on purchasing the blue-ground tiger at a premium. There were even requests for him to show his face more during live streams, with one profile revealing a plethora of charming selfies of a big-eyed girl. Fang Yuan paused, surprised. He took a moment to glance, but quickly dismissed it, aware that many profiles could be misleading. Who knew if the person behind it was actually a burly man? Beyond these messages, most private inquiries revolved around the bait. During the video editing earlier in the day, Fang Yuan had pinned a comment beneath each video announcing that the bait would be available that evening. As anticipated, eager fans had placed orders as soon as it went live, filling Fang Yuan with optimism about the prospects of live streaming the bait. He understood that while he could afford to be casual at this early stage, he would need a more structured approach if sales picked up. One pressing concern was the source of the bait. As it was derived from a limited supply, he could only acquire through points, which he currently lacked. Ultimately, his goal was to earn points by catching rare fish. Additionally, he pondered the procedural aspects. While no one had questioned his sales of a few hundred bottles thus far, an uptick in volume could draw scrutiny. Thus, Fang Yuan contemplated establishing a legitimate trademark for his bait and completing all necessary legalities to ensure a secure operation. This meticulous planning hinged on the assumption that he would have ample points and a strong sales performance. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Thus, Fang Yuan lay in bed, mulling over these thoughts until he finally drifted into slumber. The following morning, driven by thoughts of bait sales, Fang Yuan set an alarm for 5 o'clock and rose early. His first order of business was to access the system panel for his daily fortune. With a satisfying clink, a bamboo stick emerged from the fortune container, accompanied by the system's notification, Ding. Today's fishing luck, excellent. Ding. A gentle reminder. This stick serves only to assist your luck. Actual catches depend on the hostess skill. The system recommends using items from the store to enhance your catch rate. As per usual, the notifications were rather bland. Yet Fang Yuan had come to understand the system's tendencies over the past few days. With today's excellent luck, he could expect a good haul even without store-bought bait. Naturally, using such items would yield even better results. After reviewing his fishing fortune for the day, Fang Yuan tucked away the panel and opened his phone to check the sales status of the bait. eagerly anticipating the results of his overnight efforts. To his astonishment, he gasped. Over 20 order notifications flooded the back end. This meant that in just one night, he had sold more than 20 bottles, netting him over 1,000 yuan. This was merely the beginning, and Fang Yuan was confident that the likelihood of repeat purchases from those who had used his bait was exceedingly high, as no other bait could match its exceptional fish-attracting capabilities. To put it plainly, who would prefer a barren fishing experience after becoming accustomed to a consistent catch? With orders coming in, he needed to ship them promptly. Any delays would inconvenience his customers, who were essentially walking advertisements for his bait. Thus, he could not afford to wait. However, while transcribing the order addresses, Fang Yuan realized that even these 20-plus orders had consumed a considerable amount of time. He pondered how long it would take if the volume increased significantly. Perhaps it was time to invest in a small receipt printer to streamline the process. For now, he would have to manually jot down each address. Once he had managed the orders, Fang Yuan stepped outside, where Fang Mu was already bustling in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Fang Fu had risen early to prepare millet and bait from the previous day. At this moment, he found himself with little to occupy his time. The livestock from the surrounding villages were limited, and it was unreasonable to expect them to fall ill every day. Additionally, this season was not particularly busy for agriculture, so he decided to engage in these activities. Observing his father's industriousness and reflecting on the batch of bait that had been ordered the night prior, Fang Yuan felt that this joy was something he should share with his father. With that thought in mind, he approached his father with his phone in hand. "Dad, let me show you something," he said, handing over the device. Seeing his son's mysterious demeanor so early in the morning, Father Fang shook off the grains of millet stuck to his hands and accepted the phone. "What is going on? Why all the mystery?" Fang Yuan smiled. "You'll know once you take a look." As Father Fang perused the screen, his brow furrowed, and he began to mutter, "Host, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies." Father Fang wore a look of disdain, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? Why would a perfectly good person want to have babies?" Realizing something was amiss upon hearing his father's words, Fang Yuan leaned in to see the screen and felt his face flush red, for the phone had inadvertently navigated to the private messaging page, revealing a message from a female fan. He snatched the phone back, switched it to the order page, and said, Actually, this is what I meant." He handed it back to his father. Father Fang took a look and his expression changed again. This the sales order for the bait we produced?" With a hint of pride, Fang Yuan nodded. Not bad, right?" Upon confirming the information, Father Fang became visibly excited, examining the order thoroughly several times. 27 orders, each containing at least one bottle of bait, and each bottle costs 50 yuan. Let me calculate that 1,300 yuan. Upon reaching this conclusion, Father Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! At that moment, Mother Fang's voice echoed from the kitchen. "What are you two doing so early in the morning, shouting like that?" Hearing his wife, Father Fang abandoned his bait preparations and rushed into the kitchen with his phone. "Wow!" Mother Fang exclaimed joyfully, rushing out of the kitchen to embrace Fang Yuan, her somewhat rough hands rubbing his face as she exclaimed, "Well done, my son." Chapter 14, Shipment. Thanks to the successful launch of the bait for sale, smiles had not left the faces of Fang Yuan's parents at the breakfast table. Seeing his parents so happy, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile as well. Many individuals toil away for years without returning home. Some leave their families early to pursue entrepreneurial ventures, and others work tirelessly from dawn till dusk. What is the purpose of all this effort? Isn't it all for family, to ensure a harmonious and joyful home? At this moment, witnessing the genuine joy radiating from his parents filled Fang Yuan with hope for a brighter future. After finishing breakfast, he wasted no time in gathering his gear and preparing to set off. It was only when he began to pack that he realized how much he had accumulated. In the past, he had approached fishing with relaxation as his primary goal, so he would venture out with minimal gear, a bucket, a rod, and a folding stool. Now, however, he had a fish bag, fishing rods, a stool, bait, ground stakes, and dozens of bottles of bait, all crammed onto his small electric bike. Though there was a three-wheeled electric vehicle at home, it was primarily used by his father when tending to the livestock. Fang Yuan pondered whether, in the future, he should invest in a fuel-powered vehicle as he felt it necessary. Since he had embarked on the path of live-streaming fishing, it was inevitable that he would venture further afield. He couldn't possibly spend his entire life fishing in a small ditch. It seemed essential to work harder and earn money to achieve this goal. Before departing, Fang Yuan recalled the 20 bottles of bait that brother Jiang Cheng had ordered yesterday. After reviewing the morning's orders, he noticed that Cheng's order was not included. Thus, he decided to bring an additional 20 bottles with him, which made his already burdened vehicle creak under the weight. After ensuring it could still manage, Fang Yuan revved the electric bike and headed towards town. Zhongyi Town had several courier stations, and without much deliberation, Fang Yuan chose one and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted. "Hey there, need to pick something up?" The station owner was a woman with a high ponytail and fair skin, not lacking in charm. Fang Yuan replied, "No, I'm here to ship something." Upon hearing this, the woman picked up a small device from the station and asked, "What is the address?" Fang Yuan responded, "There are quite a few. I've noted them all on my phone." He then handed her the device with the organized addresses. Initially, the woman assumed that a large number of orders would only amount to 3 or 5, perhaps 6 at most. Given the current trend of online selling, it was a common occurrence. However, when she looked at the phone, her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, what on earth is all this?" Fang Yuan explained. "It's all bait for fishing. I've brought it with me." He then proceeded to carry in the bags of bait from his electric bike. The woman glanced between the order in her hand and the bags on the floor, then turned to Fang Yuan. "Is this your first time shipping orders?" Fang Yuan nodded, somewhat confused. The woman chuckled. "You'll need proper packaging to ship." Realizing the oversight, Fang Yuan felt a pang of regret. He had prepared everything meticulously, except for the packaging. How could he send out orders without proper wrapping? Seeing Fang Yuan's hesitation, the woman smiled. "Haha, I have some old corrugated cardboard here. If you don't mind, you can use it." Fang Yuan brightened at her offer. "That would be wonderful. Thank you so much." The woman laughed. "No problem at all. By the way, if you're going to have orders like this in the future, I recommend getting a small receipt printer and some boxes to prepare everything at home beforehand. Then just bring them in ready to go." The owner of the courier station was quite helpful, assisting with the packaging while explaining the shipping process, which Fang Yuan found greatly beneficial as it was his first venture into this business. After over half an hour of bustling about, they finally managed to sort out the orders for the dozens of bottles of bait. As for the shipping cost, since each bottle weighed less than a kilogram and was not going to a remote area, it was calculated at the base rate of 5 yuan per order. Thus, for 27 orders, the total came to 135 yuan, making Fang Yuan a significant client for this small station in town. Once everything was settled, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Not wanting to delay any longer, Fang Yuan thanked the station owner and rode his electric bike towards the riverbank. A few minutes later, he arrived at his usual fishing spot and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." The relatively narrow riverbank was filled with a multitude of vehicles, including electric bikes, three-wheeled cars, sedans, off-road vehicles, and pickups. At first glance, there were at least 20 or 30 vehicles parked there. The shore was teeming with vehicles, and the riverside was even more bustling. Fishermen were spaced every 3 meters, with clusters every 5 meters. Some were indulging in traditional fishing, while others set up platforms for pole fishing or wielded shore rods with multiple hooks. In short, this little river, which usually saw little traffic, was exceptionally lively today. With so many people, it was evident that the favored fishing spots were already claimed. Sure enough, from a distance, it was apparent that the spot where several had fished for the past fortnight was now occupied by a few young children. In wild fishing, the first to arrive at a spot claims it. Thus, he thought it best to search for another location. However, before descending to the water, Fang Yuan recalled the bait that Brother Ben had specified and decided to send a message to inquire if he still needed it. After all, Brother Ben had been quite generous. His contributions had significantly boosted the live stream's follower count in recent days. As soon as the message was dispatched, his phone vibrated in response. It was a voice message from Brother Ben. "I'm here, brother. I noticed you weren't streaming today and thought you might not be fishing." Fang Yuan replied with a voice note, explaining, "I was delayed by some matters. By the way, where's your fishing spot? I brought the bait you requested yesterday." Brother Ben responded, "That is fantastic. I brought a few brothers from the group along today. We're the only ones here with umbrellas and platforms set up. You should be able to see us from the riverbank." Upon receiving this message, Fang Yuan looked up and, indeed, spotted a row of 6 or 7 anglers sitting at their platforms, sheltering under fishing umbrellas, unmistakably seasoned competitors. Upon locating them, Fang Yuan wasted no time and made his way down to the riverbank. As he approached Brother Ben's group, it was evident at a glance that they were serious anglers. They shared uniform platforms, umbrellas, and tackle boxes, even wearing matching sun protection gear emblazoned with the logo of the JC Fishing Club. The name resonated with him. He recalled seeing this club frequently featured in local short videos online, dedicated to angling enthusiasts. However, most of the content he had encountered regarding the JC Fishing Club revolved around competitions, with scant mention of wild fishing. It seemed that even those who thrived in competitions could not resist the allure of fishing in the wild. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Fang Yuan called out, "Brother Ben." One of the anglers in the row turned around, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh, you really didn't have to go out of your way for this, brother." The speaker was none other than Zhang Bin, the generous supporter known for showering gifts during live streams. He stood up while pulling out a cigarette. Still the same large 9.5 brand. Fang Yuan accepted one and casually inquired, "So, how was the bite today?" Zhang Bin removed his sunglasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was decent at first. I used the bait you provided yesterday and caught several fish, averaging around 5 to 6 pounds each. After I replenished the bait, though, not yours, the bites stopped completely. It's been over 2 hours now with no action. If you hadn't messaged, we'd have been ready to pack up. Hearing this made Fang Yuan smile. 5 to 6 pounds on average? Looking at the row of 6 or 7 anglers, he realized that Zhang Bin had likely shared the bait among them, or else their catch would have been significantly higher. Of course, with an average of 5 to 6 pounds per person, the total catch for the group would be over 30 pounds, which was quite a substantial haul from half a bottle of bait. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan raised the bag he had brought. Here you go. I've brought the 20 jars of bait we agreed on. This should be sufficient for you all. Take a look. Zhang Bin waved his hand dismissively. I've been watching your streams for half a month now. I trust your work. To be honest, on his way over, Fang Yuan had contemplated the pricing of the bait he was delivering. While he couldn't give it away entirely, he had intended to offer a discount. However, before he could voice this, his phone buzzed again. It was a transfer from Brother Bin through the platform. Exactly 1,000 yuan. Such straightforwardness was truly refreshing. Given his generous demeanor and the expensive gear he sported, Fang Yuan realized that any further discussion would only seem pretentious. All right then, Brother Bin, I'll accept this money. Zhang Bin laughed. Haha, it's only right. By the way, do you have any bait that targets larger fish? This question reminded Fang Yuan of the remaining small baits in the Points Mall, which were designed for various common large fish species. However, due to limited points, he couldn't procure them in the short term. Nevertheless, he didn't want to lose a potential major client. After a moment of thought, he replied, as a matter of fact, I do have some under development, but it'll be a while before it's ready for distribution. Upon hearing that there was indeed bait in development, and that it was Fang Yuan's own formulation, Zhang Bin raised an eyebrow. All right then, brother. If you manage to create this large fish bait, you must notify me first so I can show off in front of the guys in the group. Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, rest assured, you'll be the first to know. Zhang Bin then said, hold on a moment. He returned to his fishing platform and produced an unopened pack of 9.5 cigarettes, approaching Fang Yuan with it. Seeing that Brother Bin was offering him a whole pack, Fang Yuan attempted to decline, but after a few exchanges, Zhang Bin's expression turned serious. Brother, do you think you're too good for me? Fang Yuan shook his head. Zhang Bin insisted, if that's not the case, you must take these cigarettes. You're quite to my taste. Consider it a gesture of friendship. He then leaned closer and whispered to Fang Yuan, honestly, thanks to your bait, I've made far more than just this from last night's night fishing. With that said, Fang Yuan felt he could hardly refuse. Thank you, Brother Bin. Zhang Bin waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. Now that you've delivered the bait, I'll get back to fishing. Fang Yuan, clutching the cigarettes, replied. Very well, I won't interrupt your fishing any longer. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he set off along the riverbank in search of a new fishing spot. It must be said that the impact of the viral video showcasing the exceptional catch from the previous days had been quite significant. Especially after the rare fish sold for a staggering 3,000, news had spread like wildfire through various local fishing groups, inciting a frenzy among anglers. Consequently, the small river was now overwhelmed with fishermen. Even at this moment, the number of anglers continued to swell, after just a brief delay. Fang Yuan noticed that the previously available spots had all been claimed. Not daring to linger, he pressed on. However, as he moved forward, he found that the remaining fishing spots along the riverbank were either obstructed by overhanging branches or surrounded by dense reeds, making them unsuitable for fishing. As he surveyed the area blanketed with dense aquatic vegetation, Fang Yuan decided it was best not to venture further. This shall suffice, he mused, considering the possibility that he might lose even this fishing spot if he continued his search. Thus, he ultimately chose a fishing point teeming with water plants, which necessitated a change in his fishing method. The technique he had just begun to experiment with, using baited hooks, would no longer suffice. The shoreline was densely overgrown with aquatic flora, and the nearest open water was a good 4 meters away. Should he employ the vertical float method, he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in the vegetation. Moreover, there were branches overhead that would also snag his line. Therefore, he resolved to revert to traditional fishing, the kind he had practiced in his youth, employing a long rod and short line. With this return to tradition, he would also need to change his bait. With a chuckle, Fang Yuan acknowledged, well, it seems I must make a trip to town to procure a box of worms. Such is the life of a fisherman. Plans are often thwarted by the unpredictable nature of circumstances. After quickly scattering a handful of bait to establish a fishing spot and setting up a seat to secure his position, Fang Yuan hurried back to town, spending $1 on a box of worms. By the time he had positioned his phone stand and prepared to commence fishing, the clock had already passed 9 o'clock. Although he had begun his live stream later than usual, the audience was steadily increasing. As soon as he started, dozens of viewers flooded into the stream. Only one monkey here, and it's me, proclaimed a viewer. Hey, why the late start today? Another chimed in. Finally, you're live. I've been watching fishing streams all morning, and they were rather dull without you, a third added. Indeed, watching other streamers was a bore, echoed another. Hey streamer, can we see your face? I want to take a screenshot for my wallpaper. Chapter 16, Setting the Hook, Raising the Rod. As Fang Yuan engaged with the enthusiastic viewers who had just joined the stream, he quickly noticed a change from previous broadcasts, a distinct presence of female fans in the chat. Not only did he observe this, but his regular viewers did as well. Particularly the familiar monkey butt. Wait, what? We actually have girls in our chat? What's wrong with that? Who says girls can't enjoy fishing streams? Exactly. Don't underestimate us. We can fish just as well. But streamer, could you please show us your face? I appreciate aesthetics. The appearance of female viewers ignited a flurry of comments in the chat, and after a bit of banter, Fang Yuan began to fish. Having just purchased worms and having already prepped a baited spot before leaving, he noticed that within 20 minutes, fish bubbles were sporadically surfacing in the area where he had baited. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan selected a worm from the box, deftly attaching it to the hook before lowering it precisely into the baited zone. The beauty of traditional fishing lay in its adaptability. It allowed for precise placement regardless of the surroundings, thanks to the long rod and short line, which provided excellent control. Once fish began to arrive, they would typically bite quickly, eliminating the need for the frequent adjustments required by pole fishing. Sure enough, as soon as the hook hit the water, even before the sinker had settled, the float exhibited a buoyant motion. With a smirk, Fang Yuan lifted his forearm, and with a splash, a splendid golden crucian carp broke the surface. The vibrant hue of this catch surpassed those from previous days. In wild rivers, the more abundant the aquatic plants, the more radiant the fish. This immediate success drew cheers from the viewers in the chat, who also noted the difference in Fang Yuan's fishing approach compared to the earlier days. Is that a 7-star float? Are you using traditional fishing today? Wait. It just clicked. Why aren't you using pole fishing today? I mean, no offense, but I believe that in this day and age, sticking to traditional methods feels somewhat outdated. Especially in this weather, pole fishing is far more effective for attracting fish. I agree. While traditional fishing is lighter, it's more suited for winter. This season calls for pole fishing. Observing the varied opinions in the chat, particularly the criticisms, Fang Yuan merely chuckled, responding, haha, I'd love to try pole fishing. But the environment here simply doesn't allow it. He then adjusted the camera to showcase the branches overhead and the vast expanse of water plants lining the riverbank. As you can see, given this fishing environment, how could one possibly employ pole fishing? Fishing is an art without fixed rules, as long as we catch fish. That is what truly matters. His words prompted a flurry of thumbs up and virtual gifs in the chat. Insightful. What you said is profound. A single sentence from you can surpass a decade of fishing experience. Now I must follow you. If it were any other streamer, they would have been quick to argue with the naysayers, but you have taken the high road. Well, while I appreciate the sentiment, I still believe that traditional fishing is a relic, and I doubt the catch will be promising. Noting that some viewers remained steadfast in their opinions, Fang Yuan smiled. Recognizing that preferences vary widely, he couldn't please everyone. With a light heart, he resumed his fishing. It's noteworthy that using worms had an additional advantage. As long as smaller fish didn't interfere, a single worm could last for over 10 casts. Consequently, after securing his previous catch, Fang Yuan cast out a second line. At that moment, he turned to see a young man laden with fishing gear approaching to claim a spot nearby. Given the limited space, he estimated they were barely a meter apart, which felt a bit too close for comfort. However, since the young man had approached amicably, Fang Yuan felt there was no harm in squeezing in a little. Before Fang Yuan could speak, the newcomer unloaded his tackle box and immediately began to toss in generous handfuls of bait, creating ripples that disturbed the surrounding aquatic plants. This display revealed just how forcefully the young man was baiting the area, causing Fang Yuan to furrow his brow. Initially, he had believed that all anglers were united in camaraderie, but now he found himself questioning the necessity of such aggressive baiting. Wait, a 7-star float? What kind of outdated method is that? The young man remarked upon noticing Fang Yuan's setup. Fang Yuan responded nonchalantly, just playing around. The young man's expression revealed his disdain, and after glancing at Fang Yuan's makeshift seat, he shook his head and fell silent, beginning to arrange his gear as though setting up a market stall. Within the fishing community exists a hierarchy of disdain. Those who fish in the sea often look down upon freshwater anglers, and within freshwater circles, there is further snobbery. Lure fishers tend to disdain pole fishers, who in turn look down on traditionalists. Naturally, Fang Yuan's choice of a long rod and short line with a simple seat was not held in high regard by the newcomer. However, the ultimate measure of success would be determined by the catch itself. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan redirected his focus back to the surface of the water. However, Due to the fact that the gentleman by the riverside had recklessly thrown several hefty handfuls of bait into the water, the previously gathered school of fish was startled, resulting in a rather prolonged silence where no bites were to be seen. Fang Yuan was not perturbed by this, with the current fortune on his side. Even without the added allure of the bait, he was confident that his catch would still be bountiful, merely a matter of timing. Thus, he settled himself comfortably on his stool, rod in hand, patiently awaiting a nibble. In stark contrast, the fellow beside him took a considerable amount of time before finally preparing his bait and setting up his rod. Fang Yuan observed the bait he was using. It was a brand from a renowned master, reasonably priced, with the main bait combined with a flavored additive costing around 30 to 40 yuan. As for its effectiveness, opinions would certainly vary. Suddenly, a curse erupted from the side, nearly eliciting a laugh from Fang Yuan. The gentleman's first cast had resulted in his line snagging on the aquatic vegetation. Clearly, his casting skills were lacking. At that moment, Fang Yuan's float, which had remained still for quite some time, finally signaled a bite. He lifted his rod, and with a splash, a splendid golden crucian carp broke the surface. The man next to him, who was still tying his line, could not hide his dismay upon witnessing Fang Yuan's catch, a sizable crucian carp, no less. This success only bolstered Fang Yuan's resolve to continue fishing. After all, if a novice could catch fish with a basic float rig, surely his own superior equipment and bait would yield an even greater haul. Not long after, another exclamation of frustration rang out. The gentleman's second cast had not only tangled, but had also gotten caught in a branch overhead. If it were merely the hook that was snagged, retrieving the main line would typically only result in the loss of a leader. However, the man seemed to have other ideas, vigorously yanking the rod in a futile effort, resulting in a sharp crack as his not-so-inexpensive rod broke into 3 pieces. In other words, after spending a considerable amount of time, he had managed to not only leave his rod dry, but had also shattered a line setup and a rod. This spectacle brought a sense of satisfaction to Fang Yuan. On the contrary, while the gentleman faced a cascade of misfortunes, Fang Yuan was reeling in one crucian carp after another. Soon, he was catching them in succession, 3, 4, 5, each one a substantial specimen. The man beside him, witnessing this remarkable run in the same spot, while he himself had yet to even set down a fish net, lost all motivation and, in frustration, packed up his gear and departed. As he walked away, Fang Yuan shook his head at the sight of the broken rod. Ah, what an unfortunate temper. Such a fine rod wasted. Chapter 17. Abundant knowledge, the same location, yet vastly different outcomes. A scene that was keenly observed by a multitude of viewers in the live stream. Initially, when the gentleman approached to claim a fishing spot, Fang Yuan graciously offered his space, prompting a flurry of thumbs up and small gifts in the chat, with viewers praising the host's generosity. However, as soon as that man indiscriminately dumped several hefty handfuls of bait into the water, the audience erupted in calls of shamelessness. To be given such a fishing position at such a close distance is already generous. How dare he take advantage of it? Yet, the subsequent events took an unexpected turn, and the chat lit up with comments. Haha, what a thrill. This is oddly satisfying. Haha, that guy got what he deserved. I don't care about the line tangling. I care about that rod. It looks like it's from a renowned master, right? Yes, that ice cream powder. I bought a 6m3 version for $700. And aside from its appearance, it offers no value for money. Value for money? You should try one of those smaller brands. A 100 yuan rod can look just as good as that ice cream powder. But let us be honest. Watching that guy break his gear without even having set a net is truly disheartening. Hey, did you not notice that the host's catch, using worms, is just as good as those caught on a pole? That is impressive. Not as good. I can assure you that outside of competitive venues, even in mixed stocking ponds, the bite rate can't compare to that of the host. The host is catching in succession with worms, while I'm left empty-handed. Where did I go wrong? As the lively exchange continued, Fang Yuan, noticing the fervor of the viewers, pondered seizing the moment to promote his bait. However, before he could speak, the chat erupted with a flurry of racing car emojis. Surprised, he raised an eyebrow. These were undoubtedly from Bingu's crew, who thought highly of the bait and were sending gifts in appreciation. Indeed, JC Dao Jurubu Ahal commented, "Bro, your bait is phenomenal." After more than 2 hours of silence, the moment you threw in that bait, it was instant success. This comment ignited a frenzy in the chat. Bait? Is it really the bait that made the difference? The host's bait is impressive? We want that bait. We're begging for it. No need to beg. Just click on the homepage showcase. I placed my order last night. Just waiting for delivery. Isn't it a bit suspicious? Could this be a ploy? With so many voices chiming in, support and skepticism coexisted. However, Fang Yuan remained silent as viewers pointed out, "Bro, pay attention to the prefixes of those who donated." Haha. It's funny that someone thinks the JC Club is promoting this bait. You can question their fishing skills, but not their financial capability. They wouldn't bat an eye at this amount of money. Even if the bait is effective, the host is using worms. Can catching so many on worms really be that easy? As the discussion heated up once more, Fang Yuan interjected. It seems there is some contention regarding the use of worms for fishing. I'd like to take this opportunity to draw a comparison. His statement immediately prompted a barrage of questions from the viewers. Comparison? Is the host about to share some insights? Let us see what he has to say. Fang Yuan smiled, not rushing to explain. Instead, he held up a hook adorned with a worm for the camera. Brothers, can you see any difference between my worm and the ones you use? Difference? Aren't they all just worms? Exactly, they're all red worms. What difference could there be? Yet, some astute viewers began to notice the distinction. I get it. The one on the host's hook is whole. Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, correct. The chat buzzed with excitement. Isn't using whole worms against the norm? Who uses them whole? Moreover, does using the whole worm not obstruct the hook? Indeed. I always crush the earthworms first, then pinch a small segment to use. My comrades upstairs, I do the same. Is there a distinction between using a whole worm and a small piece? Observing the myriad of inquiries flooding the live chat, Fang Yuan remarked, of course. There is a significant difference, my brothers. Pay close attention. As he spoke, he glanced at the bait bowl on the ground, filled it with water, and turned the camera towards it. Next, he retrieved 2 sets of double hooks. On one hook, he followed the method favored by most viewers in the chat. First crushing the earthworm, then pinching off a small piece to attach to the hook. On the other hook, he employed his own technique, directly threading the whole worm onto the hook. Having completed this, he cast both hooks with their respective methods into the water-filled bait bowl, and to enhance the demonstration, Fang Yuan zoomed in for a close-up shot. Although both hooks bore earthworms, their behavior upon entering the water was strikingly different. The hook with the small segment remained utterly still, while the hook with the whole worm immediately curled up and began to wriggle incessantly. This stark contrast left the viewers in the live chat enlightened. I see now. It's all about vitality. The differing methods of hooking the earthworms yield varying degrees of liveliness, and a more vigorous worm naturally exerts greater allure for the fish below. Remarkable, the whole worm in the water seems to curl into a ball, hardly obstructing the hook at all. Had it not been for the host, I would have never known. It seems using a whole worm is indeed the preferred choice. Enlightened, after witnessing the host's demonstration, I felt a surge of confidence and thought, I must venture out to experiment immediately. This stream is laden with valuable insights. It was well worth my time. The host is truly exceptional. At that moment, not only was the chat buzzing with comments, but small gifts also floated across the screen, charmingly dubbed as tuition fees. Fang Yuan, of course, relished this, as it not only enlivened the atmosphere of the stream, but also garnered him additional tips. What a delightful situation. However, amidst this interaction, he could not forget the main objective. Yesterday, he had snagged a rare catch in this little creek, earning 100 points, a thought that lingered in his mind all night. Today, the haul was plentiful, yet he had yet to land any rare fish, so after a few more exchanges, Fang Yuan redirected his focus to fishing. Time slipped away, and soon, sizable crucian carp were steadily added to the fish basket. Thus, an hour passed. At this juncture, the bite began to dwindle, and it took considerable time to see any action, with a greater number of small fish being caught. With the large crucian carp absent from the feeding area, the small fish naturally began to clean up the remnants. They appeared like roach, or perhaps small bream and gobies, while the elusive rare fish remained unseen. Fang Yuan glanced at the time with a sigh, realizing that today was not destined for success. Rare fish are not easily caught, and thoughts of packing up and heading home crept into his mind. Just then, he noticed the float that had been still for half the day suddenly plunge below the surface. Fang Yuan swiftly lifted his rod, and soon a toothy fish approximately a foot long emerged from the water. Upon seeing the fish, he exclaimed in surprise, noting how diverse today's catch was. Just as he was marveling at the toothy fish, the long-awaited system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching more than 8 different species in the same water body, unlocking the fishing area feature. Chapter 18, Fishing Area Unlocked. Fishing Area Feature? Hearing the system's prompt, Fang Yuan glanced around, stepped out of the live camera's view, and summoned the system panel. He noticed a new icon labeled Fishing Area Feature in the upper right corner of the panel. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. Instantly, a radar-like graphic occupied a significant portion of the system's page and began to spin. Once familiarized, the notification continued. Ding, suitable water body detected. Would you like to bind? Fang Yuan chose yes. Ding, fishing area successfully bound. Another page unfolded. Nameless water body. Grade G. This fishing area has unlocked 8 common fish species, rewarding 80 points. 1 rare fish species unlocked, rewarding 100 points. Current unlock progress at 90. The system kindly reminds that upon reaching 100 unlock progress, there will be an additional surprise reward. Daily task for the fishing area. Catch any fish weighing 5 kilograms. Reward 10 points. Current task completed. As he looked at the series of notifications on the system page, an unprecedented excitement enveloped Fang Yuan's heart. This unlocking yielded a total of 190 points. What a thrill! Moreover, Fang Yuan discovered that these points were substantial. The rewards for unlocking fishing area progress were one-time bonuses. In contrast, for rare and common catches, should he reel in the same fish again, there would be no points awarded. The daily task, however, was different. Since it was labeled a daily task, it would refresh every day. This meant that henceforth, there would be a guaranteed income of 10 points daily, equating to the ability to produce 50 bottles of bait each day. In other words, he could expect a minimum income of 2,500 every day. With this thought, Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Daily earnings of 1,500. When calculated monthly, that would amount to over 40,000 in profit. Of course, all of this hinged on the sales of the bait being favorable. But Fang Yuan had little concern on that front. With the bait's extraordinary effectiveness, how could sales possibly falter? Additionally, the system promised an extra surprise reward once the fishing area unlock progress reached 100%. Reflecting on the previous system prompt, Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. In this river, he had caught 8 types of common fish and 1 rare fish, yet the fishing area's progress was only at 90%. It seemed plausible that catching 1 type of common fish would contribute 5% to the progress, while the rare fish would account for 50%. This suggested that capturing 3 types of common fish would fully unlock the fishing area. As for whether this assumption held true, Fang Yuan glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky, realizing it was nearly lunchtime, and decided to postpone further testing. Oh well, I will return tomorrow to see. After all, this river isn't going anywhere. With a plan in mind, Fang Yuan ceased to delay. After concluding the live stream, he selected a few larger crucian carp from the fish basket, releasing the rest before heading home. Mom, I'm back. Fang Yuan called out loudly upon entering the house. Children from farming families often do this. Whenever they return home, the first thing they say is to call for their mother. However, after calling out a few times, he did not see his mother's figure in the yard. Instead, he spotted his father peering over from the hallway, engrossed in his phone. I noticed that regardless of whether your mother is home or not, your first instinct is always to look for her. Fang Yuan rubbed the back of his head, aware that his father was a bit envious, and replied, Dad. Father Fang responded with a smile. But who would have thought that Fang Yuan would follow up with, Where's Mom? Father Fang took a deep breath. Today, your aunt's whole family came over. They're all at your uncle's place. Your mother was called over to help with the cooking. And I'm just here waiting for you. Perfect, you wash up first. We'll head to your uncle's for lunch later. Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Aunt's family is coming? Fang's father nodded. What's the matter? Have you forgotten about this relative after just a few years? Fang Yuan chuckled. How could I? I was just thinking that Andy's family has always been away for work, and now, out of the blue, they're coming over when there's no festival or holiday. It is worth mentioning that Fang's father had quite a few siblings. Besides his farming elder brother at home, he had 4 sisters, making a total of 6 siblings. Despite the numerous relatives, due to the early passing of Fang Yuan's grandparents, the family ties had weakened over the years, particularly with Annie's family, who had moved to the south over a decade ago. It had been many years since they last met, and it was unexpected for them to return at this moment. It's because your sister Ting found a partner and is about to get married. They're coming back to hold a banquet in the hometown. So they thought they would come by and introduce themselves, Fang's father explained. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan inwardly curled his lip. Introduce themselves? Considering Auntie's family's temperament, TSK. Of course, these thoughts were kept to himself as he maintained a polite demeanor. At that moment, Fang's father noticed the impressive catch Fang Yuan had brought back. Wow. This big crucian carp is stunning. Perfect for your uncle's stew later. Fang Yuan nodded. Got it. After rinsing off the fishy scent with some cool well water, he headed to his uncle's house. His uncle's home was not far away, just across a village road. As Fang Yuan stepped into the narrow alley while carrying the crucian carp, he could hear the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from his uncle's house. Amongst the laughter, one voice stood out, a bit sly, a bit arrogant. There was no mistaking it. It was his long-unseen auntie. Among the several aunts, Auntie had fared the best. She had married well and thrived among her siblings, which had cultivated a certain superiority in her demeanor. As Fang Yuan approached his uncle's front door, he raised an eyebrow. A brand-new white BMW was parked at the entrance, its side mirrors adorned with red ribbons, clearly a recent purchase. Like many young people, Fang Yuan had a fondness for cars and often watched videos on social media that educated him about various models. So he was well aware of the price range of this particular BMW. After a quick glance, he peered inside and saw a group of people seated in the shade cast by an old jujube tree in the yard. In the center sat his long-absent auntie, with his cousin Lu Ting beside her. Auntie looked much the same as he remembered, though perhaps a bit more rounded. As for his cousin, She was a vision in red high heels and a matching short dress, with cascading waves of hair that nearly made Fang Yuan fail to recognize her from afar. His memories of Lu Ting were rooted in childhood, when his grandparents were still alive, and the cousins would gather frequently during summer and winter vacations or festive occasions. He recalled that Lu Ting had a penchant for double ponytails back then, and being several years older and somewhat domineering, she often led their playtime, dictating the rules. One particular New Year's, his mischievous behavior had led to her excluding him from their games, prompting him to toss a firecracker near her in retaliation, which had caused her to cry. Consequently, Auntie had stormed back, irate, and Fang Yuan had been soundly reprimanded by his father for the incident. Aside from that, his memories of Lu Ting had faded somewhat over time. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Hey, Xiao Yuan, we were just talking about you." It jolted Fang Yuan back to reality. Chapter 19. Relatives, like the compass of a sister-in-law. His uncle's home was a quintessential rural residence. The main house faced the path and comprised 3 main rooms, with 2 additional rooms on the east side and an expansive open area on the west, featuring a hand-pumped well, a small pond, a few free-range hens, and a fenced vegetable garden. Among these stood a jujube tree that had been planted decades ago, under which everyone sat, enjoying its shade. "Auntie, Tingjia," Fang Yuan greeted them in turn, and it was at this moment that he spotted an unfamiliar face among the gathering. The man appeared to be in his 40s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, dark trousers, and polished leather shoes that gleamed. His left wrist bore an ostentatious watch, and his attire screamed success. The only noticeable flaw was that he seemed a bit older, with thinning hair and a bald spot that stood out as much as his watch. Noticing Fang Yuan's gaze, his uncle introduced, "Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you. This is your cousin's partner." Partner? Although Fang Yuan had his suspicions, confirmation startled him. While his cousin was not young, nearing her 30s, the age difference with her partner seemed rather pronounced. Despite the surprise, he quickly greeted, "Cousin-in-law. Ah, you must be Xiao Yuan from Ergio's family. Your cousin has spoken of you before." At that moment, his aunt emerged from the east room, having overheard their conversation. "Oh, back in the day, you were the most mischievous among all the kids. Those 2 siblings never caused any trouble." Hearing the reminiscence, Lu Ting laughed. Back then, Xiao Yuan was so little that even dogs wouldn't play with him. But look at him now. He has grown into quite the young man. She then turned to Fang Yuan and asked, "Xiao Yuan, I heard from Ergio that you graduated from university this year, right?" Fang Yuan nodded. Lu Ting continued, "Have you found a job yet?" He casually replied, "Still looking." Upon hearing that Fang Yuan had yet to secure employment, Lu Ting gestured animatedly. Not towards Fang Yuan, but rather to the assembled crowd. "Let me tell you, there are just too many university graduates these days. Finding a job is quite a challenge. Just last summer, my family's Jiaowei's company had over 100 recent graduates apply for just 3 or 5 positions." After speaking, she glanced at her partner. "Isn't that right, Jiaowei?" To which the cousin-in-law nodded. "Yes, we always bring in fresh talent each year. But the competency of new graduates seems to decline year by year." Meanwhile, Fang's uncle, puffing on a cigarette, remarked, "Xiao Yuan, today's opportunity is perfect. Since you haven't found a job yet, why not consider joining your cousin's company?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ting's partner scrutinized Fang Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, what is your major in university?" Without waiting for Fang Yuan to respond, he waved his hand dismissively, "But it's of no consequence. There are plenty of companies I collaborate with. If you wish to join, I can easily give them a heads up. However, let me offer you a word of caution beforehand. There are many fresh graduates vying for positions now, and the initial salary is primarily aimed at developing practical business skills. Youngsters shouldn't be too eager about the salary aspect." That's rather contradictory. Fang Yuan silently scoffed, yet maintained a smile. "Haha. Well, I appreciate your concern, cousin-in-law. I'm not in a rush regarding employment." Hearing this, his aunt chimed in, "Hey, you child, let me tell you, in your cousin-in-law's company, not only ordinary undergraduates like yourself are trying to get in, but even graduates from prestigious institutions, like that 298,911 university, are eager to join. How come you're so clueless?" His aunt's tongue was as sharp as ever. "Oh, what is all this commotion?" Another voice called from outside. Everyone turned to see a man and a woman leading a child into the room. The couple appeared to be in their 30s, while the child looked around 8 or 9 years old. This group belonged to Fang Yuan's eldest uncle's family. Fang Yuan's elder brother, Fang Dahui, was the eldest among the cousins and currently resided in a county governed by Jiangqing. Notably, Fang Yuan's uncle had 2 sons. The eldest, Fang Dahui, was somewhat slow-witted, yet he had married a fiercely strong-willed woman. During their courtship, she demanded a bride price of 88,000, along with a house in the county and a car, quite a hefty sum for rural areas at that time. Consequently, Fang Yuan's uncle depleted his savings and borrowed from relatives to meet the demands. By the time Fang Yuan's younger brother was ready to marry, The family had run out of funds, leading them to ultimately seek a son-in-law instead. It had been many years since anyone from that family had returned. "Oh, is this little Fun?" Upon seeing the newcomers, Fang Yuan's aunt scrutinized the child and inquired. Little Fun was the nickname of Fang Yuan's sister-in-law. She smiled and replied, "Oh, aunt, your memory is truly remarkable. You still remember me after all these years. I'm Little Fun, and back when I got married. We even took a family photo together." She then turned to her older cousin, Ting Mei. "It's been years. You're even more beautiful now." The older cousin flipped her glamorous waves, showcasing her sparkling diamond earrings. "Ha, Fenjia, you two are growing more radiant by the day." With the arrival of Fang Dahui and his family, the conversation shifted away from Fang Yuan. The daughter-in-law of Fang Yuan's uncle was quite the conversationalist, effortlessly engaging with the aunt's family. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, the youngest male cousin, received barely a glance, and it was as if his respectful address of sister-in-law went unheard. This woman was indeed one to curry favor. If you had wealth, she would be all over you. If not, well, she would disregard you. No matter how close the relationship. It was peculiar. Each time Fang Yuan encountered this sister-in-law, he couldn't help but recall a lesson from elementary school that described a sister-in-law as a compass. Yet, the woman before him required no such description. She was the very embodiment of a compass. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan chose not to approach her. Instead, he called over the family's large wolf dog and began playing with it. As for the few wild fish he had brought, they went entirely unnoticed by the others. Chapter 20. The dominant sister-in-law and the submissive brother. During lunchtime, at the dining table, despite being merely a nephew by marriage, Fang Yuan's uncle, recognizing the significance of the occasion and the wealth of the new nephew-in-law, graciously offered him the seat of honor. The aunt's husband did not resist this arrangement, and indeed, he settled into the prestigious position. Fang Yuan's cousin even proudly remarked, "Our Jiawei always sits in the seat of honor, no matter the occasion." This made Fang Yuan's uncle visibly uncomfortable. As for Fang Yuan, aside from the oblivious young nephew, he was the youngest at the table and naturally took on the responsibility of pouring drinks. Upon grasping the bottle, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It was a bottle of the classic blue label, priced over 300, a clear indication it was brought by the new son-in-law. He first filled a cup for his uncle, then for his own father and older brother, and finally for the new brother-in-law. However, when it came time to pour for his cousin-in-law, Fang Yuan's father casually remarked, "Is it all right for you to drink since you drove?" What was intended as a simple inquiry unexpectedly turned into a spectacle. First to respond was his older cousin. "Ha, it's fine, second uncle. I can drive too. I initially planned to bring my mother here, but Jiawei insisted that it would be inappropriate for the new nephew-in-law to arrive late, so here we are. So don't worry, second uncle." Just as she finished, another voice chimed in from beside her. "Oh, Ting Mei, you have two cars in your family?" The elder cousin flicked her hair. "Yes. The BMW parked outside was purchased by Jiawei. I initially thought of getting a modest car for around 200,000, but he wouldn't hear of it, and we ended up spending nearly 500,000 on this BMW." Upon hearing the figure of 500,000 for a car, Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt appeared taken aback. "What? 500,000? For that little car?" The sister-in-law interjected, "Dad, that's a BMW, a luxury vehicle." She then seemingly insinuated, "Oh, Ting Mei, you're so fortunate to have found such a capable brother-in-law, unlike me, who has endured a lifetime of hardship." As soon as those words left her mouth, the atmosphere at the table shifted uncomfortably, while Fang Dahui continued to eat as if he hadn't heard a thing. The entire table remained untouched, and only after his sister-in-law nudged him did he finally lower his chopsticks and utter a few polite remarks. "Haha, I'm just a simple man, unlike you, brother-in-law, who seems to possess great capabilities. I'll say no more, all is in the drink." With that, he tilted his head back and downed a cup of liquor in one go. Seeing this, his sister-in-law turned away in disdain. Fang Dahui questioned, "What's the matter? You don't let me drink on ordinary days, and now that relatives are here, I can't drink?" He gulped down a drink that cost quite a bit. Noticing the awkwardness at the table, the cousin-in-law chimed in, "What capabilities? Just busy work. Since older brother is so generous, I'll join in." With that, he also emptied his glass of liquor. Sitting at the corner, Fang Yuan observed this new brother-in-law, who was addressing someone over a decade younger than himself as older brother, and found it quite peculiar. However, it was evident that he was inclined to speak, while Fang Yuan, as the younger generation, simply observed. As Fang Yuan mused on this, his sister-in-law, who had not once glanced at him, finally turned her gaze his way. "Xiao Yuan, you should be graduating this year, right? How is the job search going?" Clearly, at this moment, she was intent on redirecting the attention to this young man with seemingly no prospects. Perhaps in the sister-in-law's mind, amidst such an occasion, only Fang Yuan could provide a sliver of confidence. Fang Yuan, however, responded candidly, "Not yet." Before the words could escape, they were silenced by a single glance from Fang Yuan's mother, who immediately halted the conversation. The crowd remained unconvinced. Cousin remarked, "Xiao Yuan, I have traversed this age you are in, and I understand that young people often care about their pride. However, focusing on appearances cannot come at the cost of your work responsibilities. Let me tell you, your cousin's husband has a project that is set to establish itself here in Jiangqing. If it goes through, the center of work will shift here. Hence, arranging a job for you should not be too difficult." While she spoke of Fang Yuan's situation, the gaze of the elder brother's family was fixed on the new son-in-law from the elder aunt's side. The sister-in-law expressed her astonishment. "A project? In Jiangqing? Well done, brother-in-law. This is quite an achievement. Jiangqing is a prefecture-level city, and its development far surpasses our small county below. You actually have a significant project here." The cousin-in-law adjusted his glasses, saying, "It's merely a few office buildings, just a small project, and it's still in the exploratory phase. We cannot be certain of how things will unfold." The sister-in-law replied, "Isn't that all the same?" She then turned to the side. "Ting-mei, you cannot show favoritism. If you can help Xiao Yuan from the second uncle's family, you must ensure that your elder brother is not left out," adding with a hint of assertiveness, "Our relationship is evident." Flattered by the praise, the cousin looked over, while the cousin-in-law observed the elder brother, who was engrossed in his meal and did not respond immediately. It was clear that through this brief interaction, he could perceive some aspects of the elder brother's capabilities. To put it bluntly, while Fang Yuan is a fresh undergraduate, the elder brother, now in his 30s, possesses no notable skills. After a considerable pause, he finally said, "If this project can be secured, arranging something for the elder brother should pose no problem." With this affirmation, the sister-in-law swiftly seized Fang Yuan's drink, filling a glass for her cousin's partner, and then for herself. Raising her glass with a flourish, she declared, "Allow me to express my gratitude to you, brother-in-law. I toast to you, and I shall drink to this." With this opening, the table soon transformed into a performance by the elder aunt's family and the sister-in-law. The elder aunt incessantly extolled her new son-in-law's abilities and virtues, while the cousin continuously boasted about the price of her clothing and jewelry. As for the sister-in-law, she excelled in the art of flattery, showering compliments with such fervor that it resonated throughout the gathering. This created a rather uncomfortable atmosphere for Fang Yuan, who, feeling out of place, hastily filled his stomach and retreated to the courtyard to play with Dehei. Chapter 21, Days. Departing from the dining table, Fang Yuan leaned against a jujube tree in the garden, gazing into the distance. Such is a rural afternoon, where one must seek solace amid the clamor to find a unique tranquility of late summer. The chirping of cicadas, the clucking of chickens and ducks, and the seemingly jubilant conversations at the dining table intensified the oppressive heat of the late summer. Yet, as Fang Yuan settled into a chair beneath the jujube tree, his vision began to blur, and his thoughts gradually succumbed to childhood memories, causing the surrounding noise to fade away. Visions of his younger self frolicking behind his two older cousins from his uncle's family came to mind, particularly a moment from a late summer day, much like this one. He recalled the time he followed his two cousins to the riverbanks to catch fish, returning to wash off the mud beside the very well in the courtyard. No, it seemed to be even earlier than that. He felt that the memories were more intense and sweltering than the present, as he was often yearning to dive into the field's pond. Fang Yuan recognized a muddling of memories and overlapping events, as the activities available to rural children were rather few, inevitably causing the recollections of several summers to blend together. Yet, one certainty remained: the well in his uncle's courtyard. For every time he returned, he would wash his hands and take a refreshing sip from it. After all, it was the only source of coolness that could erase the summer heat from his childhood memories. "Oh, uncle, aunt, second aunt, it's getting late. We should take our leave." A few farewells snapped Fang Yuan back from his reverie. The elder aunt's family was preparing to depart. Fang Yuan stood up, but apart from a glance from his mother, no one else seemed to notice his early exit, making his departure feel somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, he followed the group out the gate. "Ting-mei, since your brother-in-law will be developing in Jiangqing, you must come to visit often. Family ties only grow stronger with interaction." By the BMW, the elder aunt's family had already settled in the car, which was now running. Yet, the sister-in-law continued to lean into the window, chatting animatedly. Fang Yuan thought that at that moment, the sister-in-law resembled a compass, her posture indicating her eagerness. After a few pleasantries, the car drove out of sight. And once it disappeared completely, the sister-in-law finally retracted her cheerful demeanor, and Fang Yuan mused that her ability to switch expressions was worthy of an acting career. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and tidy the house. Some people are here," and Haven T even lifted a finger. The sister-in-law turned back to the elder brother. Her last remark clearly pointed. The elder brother appeared momentarily taken aback. "Aren't we going back today?" The sister-in-law shot him a glance. "Do you think you can drive? Or can I?" she threw in a retort. The elder brother's family also possessed a car, a small manual vehicle purchased over a decade ago during their wedding. Upon mentioning the car, the sister-in-law glanced at the dilapidated vehicle, and whatever thoughts crossed her mind led her to chide the elder brother once more for his lack of ambition before she headed inside. The scene seemed all too familiar to the elder uncle and aunt. The elder uncle continued to smoke his pipe, while the elder aunt sighed and advised the elder brother. You've had quite a bit to drink. Perhaps you should rest. I'll take care of the cleanup. On one side, Fang Yuan's father seemed to want to say something, but was silenced by a glare from Fang Yuan's mother, causing him to change his words. Elder brother, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. The elder uncle nodded in acknowledgement, while the elder aunt said, Yuan Ma, I must thank you for your help today, otherwise. This clumsy hands of mine could not have prepared such a feast. Fang Yuan's mother smiled. Oh, sister-in-law, we are family. There is no need for such formality. Well then, elder brother, sister-in-law, we shall be on our way. After casting a glance towards Fang Yuan's father, the two ventured into the alley. Fang Yuan initially thought of chatting with his brother upon his return, but seeing the sister-in-law's temperament, he quickly dismissed the idea. He called out, Uncle, Aunt, I shall also be heading back. With a sigh, he returned to the courtyard. His mother unfastened her apron and sat down on a stool with a long breath. Oh, preparing this feast is no less strenuous than a day in the fields. Fang Yuan's father, seemingly oblivious to his wife's words, mused aloud. By the way, what date did Ting mention for the wedding? The wedding, of course, marked the very reason for the elder aunt's family's visit. How could an uncle miss out on the gifts for his niece's marriage? Fang Yuan's mother rolled her eyes in response. On the grand occasion of the 11th, Father Fang's expression stiffened. Oh, that's soon, just about a month away. Mother Fang remarked, indeed. With a sigh, Father Fang continued, what's the matter? Mother Fang replied, look at Ting's family, they are quite well off. How much do you think I, as an uncle, should give as a gift? Mother Fang shot him a glance. Aren't you supposed to consider how much our elder brother will give? What, do you think you can outdo him as a younger uncle? At this, Father Fang realized, true. I estimate my elder brother 1T contribute excessively. Mother Fang added, that is hard to say, currently. The financial reins at my elder brother's house are firmly in the hands of his daughter-in-law, Xiao Fun. Judging by today's situation, I suspect the amount 1T be trivial. Father Fang raised his hand in a gesture of disbelief. Could it really be that much? Mother Fang replied, enough already. Don't concern yourself with the specifics. Gifts are reciprocal. Whatever we give will be returned when our Xiao Yuan gets married. Father Fang grinned widely. Huh? You really have a far-sighted view, dear. Mother Fang rolled her eyes. What a character. After glancing towards the main room, she lowered her voice. Hey, child's father. Look at how even Ting has found her family. What about our Xiao Yuan? Hearing his wife broach the topic of Fang Yuan's future, Father Fang scratched his head. Didn't our son say before that we shouldn't worry? He'll bring his partner home before long. Mother Fang quickly admonished, keep your voice down. Do you really believe what that boy says? Father Fang replied, what's wrong? Mother Fang stated, he is my son, as his mother. How could I not understand what he is thinking? In my opinion, he isn't contemplating this matter at all right now. Who knows when he'll bring someone home? I believe we should take the initiative. Father Fang asked, take the initiative? How? Mother Fang replied, that is for you not to worry about. With that, she rose and headed towards the kitchen. Father Fang inquired, what are you going to do? Mother Fang, without looking back, said, I'm making some thin porridge to soothe certain individuals' stomachs, lest they wake up in the middle of the night after drinking too much. Chapter 22, Steady Growth in Sales. Inside the house, upon returning, Fang Yuan was oblivious to his parents' discussions about his lifelong affair, as he lay on the cooling mat and began fiddling with his phone. Today was different. After the bait was listed online, Fang Yuan was closely monitoring its progress. Upon opening the app, his eyes widened in astonishment. Within a mere day, the backend had received over 30 more orders, which took him by surprise. Fang Yuan had anticipated an increase in orders, but expected a buffer period. He thought that after the initial surge of orders, a stabilization phase would follow before another peak. The first batch of fishing enthusiasts needed time to fish, utilize the bait, and provide feedback for repurchase. Suddenly, he realized, wait, the anglers placing orders were all from the same city, meaning some of them were already using it right now. With this thought, Fang Yuan clicked on several videos in the backend, and indeed, he found what he expected. The latest video featured a user named Fishing Guardian of the Village with the highest likes and comments. The comment read, the host's bait is fantastic. I ordered it last night and received it this morning. After 2 hours of fishing, I caught over 10 pounds, all large carp. I've been fishing for 10 years, and this is the smoothest experience I've had. Below was a photo of the catch. This single comment alone garnered hundreds of likes. If there were only one such comment, it would be one thing, but several comments with high engagement shared their catches after using the bait. Seeing this, Fang Yuan thought no further and jumped up to prepare more bait. At this rate, selling 50 orders a day was not a dream. And 50 orders a day, even after deducting costs, would yield a profit of 2,000 yuan, translating to an income of 60,000 yuan for the month. This income was no mere middle-class status. It was undoubtedly a step into the petite bourgeoisie. Just yesterday, he was contemplating reaching a modest standard of living, and now he was directly elevated to a petite bourgeoisie status. Without hesitation, he exchanged some points for a small batch of bait and rushed out. Dad, Mom. That evening, in the kitchen, the family of three worked in harmony after dinner. Mother Fang was responsible for packing the bait, while Father Fang, who had initially planned to sleep off his drunkenness, sprang to life upon hearing Fang Yuan mention the 30 new orders, taking on the task of mixing the bait. Fang Yuan, meanwhile, was weighing and checking for any discrepancies. According to their original plan, the 200 bottles of bait prepared yesterday would last for some time. So Fang Yuan intended to wait for the packaging boxes, receipt printer, and new empty bottles ordered online to arrive before preparing more bait. However, after only 2 days, a third of the 200 bottles had already sold out, necessitating a new batch to avoid running out. Son, do you think this is good enough? Father Fang asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he gestured toward a large basin of bait before him. The once golden millet had transformed into a vibrant red after soaking in the bait, emitting a rich yet pleasant aroma. Fang Yuan nodded. It's nearly perfect. Mother Fang chimed in. Son, how much can we sell from this basin? After a night's work, they had filled 2 large basins, and this was the third. Before Fang Yuan could respond, Father Fang burped, exhaling a cloud of alcohol, and then remarked, this basin weighs 100 jin, enough to fill 100 bottles. And since our son sells each for 50 yuan, that makes this basin worth 5,000 yuan. We've worked on 3 basins tonight, so that totals. As he calculated, Father Fang's hand trembled, scattering ash from his cigarette, and he exclaimed in astonishment, 15,000? Our output for tonight is 15,000? Fang Yuan laughed. Haha, Dad, we're just getting started. Once the orders increase, we'll get an automated machine, and our production will exceed this. An automated machine? Father Fang, still startled, asked, but we'll need workers then? I don't know how to operate such advanced machinery. Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, no need for workers. The assembly line is simple to learn, just a few days of practice will suffice. Plus, we need to register a trademark and establish a set of legal production procedures. He began to paint a picture of a bright future for his parents. They listened with smiles of satisfaction. In this way, without realizing it, the third basin of bait was filled amidst the laughter of the three. Notably, Fang Yuan, motivated by the reward for achieving 100% progress in binding to the fishing site, decided to exchange for a bottle of a pungent bait. This was not a blind gamble. It was a well-considered decision. He had spent considerable time fishing in that small river, especially after binding to the luck fishing system in recent days, yielding a bountiful catch with a variety of species. However, the progress had not yet reached 100%, and all the catches were bottom-dwelling fish. To accomplish the task of achieving a perfect fishing ground, one must catch various species of fish. The bottom-dwelling fish are limited to these few, and excluding them, one is left with the common carp, which remains elusive to this day. While carp are relatively easy to catch, they ultimately count as merely one type of catch. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to change his approach and fish at a different water level. There are indeed several species that can be caught at the surface, such as the silver carp and the black fish of the bluefin variety. The latter species are predatory, making them difficult to catch with a hand rod. Hence, silver carp emerged as the best choice. Reflecting on his time fishing in that small wild river, Fang Yuan recalled that although he had never seen anyone catch silver carp, it did not imply their absence. Just a few days prior, he had witnessed silver carp swimming at the surface. After much contemplation, he chose to exchange for this pungent bait. The following day, the notification chimed. Today's fishing luck? Excellent. Another alert followed. Kind reminder from the system. This sign only serves to assist in luck. The actual catch still depends on the host's fishing skills. The system recommends using items from the store to increase catch rates. Rising early, Fang Yuan felt a surge of optimism upon reading about his fishing luck. A good omen. Fishing is an enigma, particularly in wild settings. Even seasoned fishing masters often experience barren outings. This excellent luck provided a fundamental assurance, and combined with the extraordinary bait, a successful catch seemed inevitable. After yet another night, Fang Yuan did not forget about his pending orders. He picked up his phone and was taken aback. Just one night had resulted in over 20 new orders. This meant he would soon need to dispatch nearly 60 pounds of bait. Without hesitation, he sprang from bed and began his preparations. Chapter 23. So soon to catch silver carp. Xiao Yuan, should I deliver it for you? The load is quite heavy. After breakfast, Fang's father observed the burdened electric bicycle with concern. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, the town isn't far. As he spoke, Fang Yuan pulled out a cigarette from the storage compartment beneath the bicycle seat, a fine brand gifted by Brother Bin the previous day. He had forgotten about it until just now while packing his fishing gear and bait. Seeing the entire pack of cigarettes handed to him, Fang's father was momentarily taken aback. Though he had never smoked this particular brand, he recognized the striking golden dragon emblem. "Son, where did you acquire such fine cigarettes?" he exclaimed, momentarily puzzled before adding. "You know, just because you're earning money now doesn't mean you should spend it frivolously." Fang Yuan, eager to interrupt his father's lecture, quickly replied, "Oh, Dad, I met a wealthy brother while fishing yesterday, and he gave me this in exchange for some bait." His father raised an eyebrow skeptically. "He gifted you these cigarettes? An entire pack?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "He drives a big Range Rover. He can afford it. Besides, do you want them? If not, I'll keep them." Without missing a beat, Fang's father tucked the cigarettes under his arm. "Who said I don't want them? And you should cut back. These aren't good for you." Seeing his father's sudden change in demeanor, Fang Yuan laughed and waved goodbye. "Got it, I'm off. Be careful on the way," his father called after him. As Fang Yuan departed, his father's gaze fell upon the fine cigarettes in his hand, murmuring to himself, "I've never had such good cigarettes. I must try them later." At the town, back again to send a package? Upon entering the familiar courier station, Fang Yuan spotted the proprietress sorting through parcels. "Yes, I'm here to send a package," he replied, carrying in a bag filled with bait. The proprietress, noticing the increase in his packages compared to the previous day, remarked, "Your business is thriving. Yesterday there were dozens. And today even more. You don't seem very old, yet you are quite capable." Fang Yuan smiled. "Haha, small profits from high volume. I can't earn much." She chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You're quite modest. All right, I'll take care of it." With yesterday's experience in mind, the process was efficient, taking less than half an hour to complete. Before heading to the river to fish, Fang Yuan made another stop at the fishing gear shop. Today, he would be targeting silver carp, so it was essential to upgrade his equipment. Upon entering the store, the owner, Big Gold Tooth, greeted him warmly. "Ah, you're back." In the town, there are several fishing gear shops, but Fang Yuan had a habit of returning to the same one after a satisfactory purchase, even if it was slightly pricier. Over time, they had grown familiar with each other. "Little brother, what can I do for you today?" Big Gold Tooth asked, flashing his golden smile. Fang Yuan replied, "I need 2 sets of size 3 main lines, 1 board of size 5 new Kanto line with size 2 subline, a heavier float, and 2 packs of silver carp bait." Big Gold Tooth's eyes widened at Fang Yuan's request, as he was accustomed to him buying only inexpensive worms. "Silver carp bait? You're fishing for silver carp today?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Little brother, your upgrades are quite rapid. Most people fish for silver carp only after a few years of practice. How long have you been at it?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Haha, I've grown tired of small Christian carp. It's time for a change." He then glanced at the rods on the wall. "I'll take a 7-meter-2 rod with good backbone." Time was of the essence, and with the evening shipment approaching, Fang Yuan decided to purchase everything in the store at once. He planned to redeem the Dragon Catcher series gear once he had enough points. For now, he just needed functional equipment. Despite this, he still spent over 700, with the rod alone consuming a substantial portion of that. Big Gold Tooth was in disbelief. Today's sales matched the previous 4 or 5 days combined. Thus, he was even more enthusiastic in attending to Fang Yuan, offering additional recommendations, not for the Christian carp bait, but for the silver carp bait. Those who frequently fish for silver carp know that it can be quite an expensive endeavor, as their large mouths filter feed and require bait at least the size of quail eggs. Additionally, the frequency of casting is demanding. One must lift the rod every 30 seconds, regardless of bites, leading to a significant bait expense. Nevertheless, due to the gratifying sensation of catching larger fish, many anglers are willing to indulge in this luxury. Having secured everything, Fang Yuan made his way to the riverbank. After a short while, he arrived at his usual spot, surveying the area from above. Compared to yesterday, there were noticeably fewer vehicles at the riverbank, which was easily inferred. Poor catches or even barren outings deterred many from returning. Nonetheless, a few determined souls persisted in trying their luck. Scanning the surroundings, Fang Yuan noticed the absence of the familiar large vehicle, realizing that Brother Bin was not fishing today. Fortunately, the spot where he had been fishing remained vacant. Without further delay, Fang Yuan descended into the river with his gear. Thanks to the foundation laid by yesterday's instructional livestream, the viewer count in his stream surged to several dozens as soon as he went live. At the forefront of attention is undoubtedly that mischievous monkey, who in recent days has seemed to be lying in wait, as he is invariably the first to enter the stream the moment it begins. Alongside a few long-standing usernames, a plethora of new accounts has emerged, with Fang Yuan neither favoring nor neglecting anyone, engaging in casual banter with the viewers in the stream while anticipating the commencement of the fishing session. Of course, There are also observant viewers who have noticed the distinctive fishing gear Fang Yuan is utilizing today, including a dazzling new rod and a large basin of freshly prepared bait for the silver carp. It is hard not to attract attention under the camera's gaze. Oh, streamer, have you changed rods? And look at that basin of bait. It seems you're aiming for something substantial today. Fang Yuan chuckled. Indeed, I'm going for the silver carp today. Upon hearing this, the chat exploded with reactions. Going for silver carp? Are you out of your mind, streamer? Do you not know that one cannot fish for silver carp alone? Listen to me, streamer. Let's stick to catching our usual big crucian carp. Silver carp are not something ordinary anglers can tackle. Do you know why all other fish are fished for with rods? Yet only silver carp are caught using a different method? Chapter 24. Casting from a sitting position at 7.2 meters. Observing the chat's comments, Fang Yuan smiled, fully aware of the viewer's sentiments. For the past few days, he had primarily focused on crucian carp, which is the main target species for enthusiasts of outdoor fishing. However, targeting silver carp is considerably more challenging and requires a certain level of expertise, not to mention a significant financial investment. Most importantly, an unwritten rule has emerged in the fishing community. One must never fish for silver carp alone. Silver carp are social, filter-feeding fish. They either don't show up at all or arrive in large numbers. Moreover, as they are larger fish that inhabit the upper water layers, it is essential to maintain a relative concentration of bait in the upper water column. The dilemma lies in the fact that no matter how rapidly one casts, fishing alone makes it difficult to keep the fish around. Hence, the consensus is that if one is to fish for silver carp, it must be done in a group. And the more people, the better. At this moment, looking at himself, Fang Yuan realized he was a solitary figure, thus violating the cardinal rule of fishing for silver carp, which prompted the viewers' doubts and suggestions in the stream. Fang Yuan had anticipated this and understood the psychology of those watching, until results materialized. Any amount of talk would be futile. To take it a step further, the rule about fishing for silver carp is meant for the average angler, while he himself, well, it requires no explanation. He would simply begin fishing. After all, the catch would speak for itself. As he prepared to fish, Fang Yuan shifted his focus, adjusting his posture to begin tying the line and baiting the hook. Fishing for silver carp differs from angling for other species. Not only is the bait crucial, but the choice of leader line is equally significant. For instance, the length of the leader line and the spacing between hooks matter greatly. Since silver carp are filter feeders with large mouths, using a line that is too short can obstruct their feeding, leading to missed opportunities. Conversely, if the line is too long, the float may respond sluggishly, or worse, not at all, causing one to miss the chance when a fish bites. Recalling the size of the silver carp he had previously observed, he ultimately decided to leave a 30-centimeter length for the leader line and opted for a 10-centimeter hook spacing. Of course, there is no fixed method in fishing. The final lengths and distances would need to be adjusted during the actual fishing process. Thus, after perfecting the leader line and forming a bait ball the size of a quail egg, Fang Yuan cast out his first line of the day. A skilled angler's prowess is evident from their initial cast. As Fang Yuan executed his technique, the tone in the stream began to shift, especially as viewers watched him effortlessly cast his line straight from a seated position. Wow, casting from a sitting position at 7.2 meters? I haven't seen anyone else do that besides Master Lu. Is that really that difficult? Come on, if you remove the difficulty from the equation. If your long line is used on a longer rod, there's no issue. Yet if the line exceeds the length of the rod, casting becomes increasingly challenging. Ordinary anglers typically manage only 6.3 meters while standing. And here we see the streamer effortlessly casting 7.2 meters while sitting. The difficulty is evident. This streamer has some skills. Not only is he adept at casting, but there's also a finesse in baiting. I initially thought he would bait both hooks and wait for the fish to come. Who knew he was such an expert? Wait, did you not notice? Both hooks should be baited. Otherwise, what is the point of having 2 hooks? You don't understand. Silver carp are filter feeders. They use their gills to filter the bait. They don't just swallow it whole. If there's bait on only one hook, the bait will dissolve and fall. And when the silver carp come to feed, they might just take the bait on the lower hook. Timing is crucial as well. Otherwise, if the float signals, it may not be a proper bite, leading to missed catches. I see. If that is the case, the streamer might just stand a chance at catching silver carp today. Well, that is debatable. Fishing for silver carp alone is no small feat. No matter how skilled one is, if you can't lure the fish, it's futile. The discussion in the stream was heating up, but Fang Yuan had no time to engage. As after casting his first line and waiting for over 10 seconds without any action, he promptly reeled in and rebaited. Such is the nature of silver carp fishing. If there is no signal from the float, one must keep casting frequently, hence the term drawing silver carp. Thus, after nearly 20 minutes of high-frequency casting and using up a third of the bait, just as the float settled into position, a sudden downward tug was felt. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He thought to himself, here we go? He then swiftly raised his rod, and the line cut through the air with a whoosh, bending into a pronounced arc. This moment did not escape the notice of the viewers in the stream. Look, he has got a fish on. He has got a fish. Wow, that arc. This one must be sizable. Goodness, that curve doesn't look like it could snag the earth, does it? Snag the earth? Did you not hear the sound of the line being pulled? This one must weigh at least 5 pounds. At least 5 pounds? That is hard to say. The rod's curve is significant, but we're fishing for silver carp, and they're notorious for getting snagged. If it's snagged in the belly or tail, 3 pounds would be the maximum. Regardless of its size, just witnessing that curve is thrilling. And who was it that said one cannot fish for silver carp alone? The streamer has just caught one. Hey, don't argue. The streamer's success might just be due to luck. If there were a few more people fishing together, we might have hooked one by now. Such remarks in the stream were not lost on Fang Yuan, who, had he seen them, would surely have smiled knowingly. The viewers were correct. The more people fishing for silver carp, the better, but that only applied to ordinary anglers. To take it a step further, why is it necessary to have more anglers when drawing silver carp? Isn't it to lure the fish over more swiftly? With the advantage of his unique bait. This concern was not an issue for Fang Yuan. It is worth mentioning that when preparing the silver carp bait yesterday, Fang Yuan gave it considerable thought. Instead of using millet, he opted for bran and flour. While millet is excellent for absorption, it sinks to the bottom upon contact with water, making it suitable for bottom-dwelling fish, but entirely ineffective for catching silver carp. However, the bran stands apart. Its light weight causes it to float upon the water's surface. When combined with a modicum of flour to augment its density and texture, it achieves a slight descent, remaining suspended within the water column. Ultimately, when paired with a secret blend of bait, the result is nothing short of perfection. Thus, it came to pass that in a solitary session, merely 20 minutes of fishing yielded a catch of silver carp. Yet, amidst all the meticulous preparations and considerations, one crucial element was inadvertently overlooked: the fishing rod. Damn it! Those unscrupulous merchants. He muttered to himself upon observing the irregular arc of the bent rod. Previously, at the tackle shop, he had made arrangements with the vendor, known for his golden tooth, to select a rod with ample backbone. Now, however, it was evident that the entire rod lacked any significant strength. The tip, along with the line, was stretched taut, relying solely on the curvature of the lower sections to control the fish. To put it plainly, this rod, priced over 500 yuan, could be found online for no more than 100, a complete industrial waste. The sole advantage of such a rod is its resistance to line breaks, requiring merely a touch of patience. The downside, of course, is that it leads to a slower catch rate. Thanks to the skills honed by Fang Yuan, others would have lost the fish by now. Consequently, Fang Yuan decisively blacklisted the tackle shop run by the golden-toothed vendor. Chapter 25, Silver Carp on the Line. Utilizing bait to entice more fish. Silver carp possess an initial burst of energy. As long as one maintains composure, subsequent issues are minimal. After a brief struggle of over 10 minutes, a silver carp measuring over 40 centimeters surfaced, belly up. Once flipped, the fish resembles little more than a lump of wood. Fang Yuan, not even needing a net, hoisted the fish ashore with his rod, lifting it triumphantly by its large mouth. Ah, what a thrill! Although the rod had its shortcomings, the sight of the hefty silver carp, weighing around 4 to 5 kilograms, filled Fang Yuan with a profound sense of accomplishment. He then raised his catch before the camera, exclaiming, "Brothers, we have a catch." In the live stream, from the moment Fang Yuan settled down to fish until this moment of triumph, the chat buzzed with various comments. Yet, amidst the chatter, all discussions shifted focus to the appearance of this magnificent catch. Did he really catch it? The host's skills are impressive. Wow, that silver carp looks splendid. I estimate it weighs around 5 kilograms. What did I tell you? I've been watching this host for days, and he has never disappointed. Look, he has got a fish. Hey, you up there, you were the loudest before. Can't stand it any longer. Seeing the host reel in a fish makes me itch to throw out a line myself. While some viewers were merely entertained, others, keen to learn the secrets of bait and feeding techniques, began inquiring about the recipe in the chat, and they were numerous. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuan decided to promote his unique silver carp bait. This was just the beginning. This solitary catch was merely a prelude. It is essential to remember that silver carp either come alone or in schools. This was only the start. Thus, when the time came for another catch, showcasing the bait's efficacy would yield the best results. With a chuckle, Fang Yuan resumed his fishing endeavors. However, before casting his line, he made a slight adjustment. He sought a deeper water depth. In truth, prior to landing the silver carp, the float had exhibited some movement. But it was not indicative of a proper bite, merely the line being brushed against. This prompted Fang Yuan to consider whether he had misjudged the water column. After all, when targeting silver carp, if the depth is not accurately assessed, Even if fish are present in the feed, the effort may prove futile. This suspicion was confirmed with the recent catch, as the hook was lodged in the lower lip from the outside. Therefore, he needed to lower the float slightly. After making the necessary adjustments, he cast the bait into the water, true to Fang Yuan's hypothesis. No sooner had the float settled than it exhibited a subtle, yet rhythmic motion. He understood that fish were filtering through the bait below, and all he needed was a touch of patience. Indeed, in but a few moments, the float plunged dramatically, and Fang Yuan deftly lifted the rod to set the hook. The line screaming through the air as it was pulled taut. Another fish had been hooked. As the saying goes, when silver carp come, they come in droves. With proper timing, one can quickly fill their net. Fang Yuan seized this opportunity. The sound of the line being tugged by the fish beneath the surface sent a thrill through every viewer in the live stream. What do anglers seek? It is that exhilarating moment of hooking a fish, a sensation only those who fish can truly appreciate. What a rush. The excitement was palpable. After landing 2 consecutive catches, it was not merely exhilarating, it was an absolute thrill. Wow, this is exhilarating, but there's one drawback. The rod looks flimsy, lacking any backbone, making it quite the struggle to reel in these fish. Haha, it's undoubtedly one of those so-called 100-yuan rods. I've been duped once before. While the rod was subpar, one must acknowledge the host's remarkable technique. His previous success in catching crucian carp had been impressive, and now he was landing silver carp, bringing joy even to those watching. The chat was abuzz with excitement, while Fang Yuan remained focused on the water's surface. If today he could land 2 different species in this river, he would achieve 100 progress in unlocking the fishing grounds, potentially leading to unexpected surprises. Thus, this catch was of utmost importance. Regrettably, after a 10-minute tussle, a white shadow broke the surface, and Fang Yuan sighed with a smile. Another silver carp. All right, let us do this again. With 2 fish already secured, during subsequent casts, Fang Yuan would coat the bait with a layer of ground bait before casting it out to keep the fish interested. After numerous casts, the ripples on the surface were unmistakably clear, demonstrating the effectiveness of the bait, and naturally, the catches came with ease. Yet, it was only silver carp time and again. Not a single sight of the coveted bighead carp. One of the silver carp even weighed nearly 10 kilograms, prompting several local viewers to clamor about coming over to join in the fun, yet the bighead carp remained elusive. Could it be that this area is solely populated by silver carp, devoid of bighead carp? Fang Yuan began to doubt. Should he alter his fishing method, abandoning the search for silver carp in favor of targeting carp instead? According to his previous deductions, he needed just 1 more species to complete his collection. And with the bighead carp absent, switching to carp fishing was indeed a viable option. Moreover, fishing for carp would require significantly less effort. Contemplating his strategy, Fang Yuan glanced at the remaining bait in his bowl, reassuring himself, there's enough for a while longer. If nothing bites, I'll change my approach. Of course, seizing the moment, Fang Yuan did not forget to promote his bait. Previously, he had resisted the urge to share the bait recipe due to insufficient catches. However, after fishing for this long, and with at least 7 or 8 substantial silver carp in his keep net, he had met the day's fishing quota and secured 10 points. Now he felt emboldened. Glancing at the chat, he noticed numerous requests for the bait recipe. Fang Yuan placed his rod on the holder, dramatically presenting the bait he had purchased from the tackle shop to the camera. Upon seeing it, the viewers reacted, "Hey, I've used this bait before. How effective is it?" "Host, you're not pulling our leg, are you? This bait is marketed as cheap, but how does it perform?" Observing the remarkable catch of the streamer, one might have assumed that they were employing the bait taught by the esteemed Mr. Deng, only to discover that it was, in fact, a different variety. The streamer is keeping secrets. Fellow anglers, let us shower them with small gifts to encourage the sharing of their unique recipes. I have followed, liked, and shared. Now, dear streamer, be generous and don't hoard your treasures. Indeed, do not conceal them. Although the number of viewers in the live stream may not be vast, the barrage of comments is lively, accompanied by a steady stream of small gifts. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan recognized that the bait was indeed effective and suddenly recalled something important. I almost forgot. Before fishing, I had prepared a bait bed. Yes, it was this very one. As he spoke, Fang Yuan lifted the sour-smelling bait he had concocted just the night before for the bighead carp. With the bait presented to the camera, the live stream erupted once again, as the viewers had previously witnessed the efficacy of the bait for crucian carp. And now, a new bait? Streamer, how could you be so inconsiderate, hoarding good things for yourself without sharing with your fans? Indeed, I have purchased 2 bottles of your crucian carp bait. Why are you keeping this good stuff hidden? My eyes must be deceiving me. How could I not find this bait in the showcase? Chapter 26. 100% progress, consecutive rewards. Observing the animated comments from the viewers, Fang Yuan offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, brothers. This bait is something I just finished concocting, and I came here today to test it out. Not expecting such commendable results. Upon hearing that this miraculous bait was still in the experimental phase, and with such a humble demeanor, the viewers in the live stream exclaimed. Not just commendable, experimental? With such results, why experiment further? Just put it on the market. Streamer, spare us your words and bring forth the small yellow bike. I'll buy it at any price. Indeed, with such efficacy, isn't it 100 times superior to the baits sold by those so-called masters? Get it listed and do so promptly. Recognizing the fervent enthusiasm, Fang Yuan understood that further words would be futile. Very well. He immediately guaranteed to return and put a batch up for sale. At that moment, the comments in the live stream took a sudden turn. Am I seeing things? Did the rod not move just now? I saw it too. It can't be an illusion. Nonsense, it's a fish on the line. Quick, streamer, lift the rod. Upon seeing the notification in the live stream, Fang Yuan turned around to find the rod jerking and being pulled into the water. With this sight, he no longer had time to engage in banter with the viewers. He leaned forward, grasped the rod tightly, and then lifted it high. Whoosh! Another large fish is on the line. Oh no! In that moment of lifting the rod, Fang Yuan realized with a sinking feeling that this catch was likely larger than the previous 10-pound bighead carp. The earlier catch had nearly broken the rod. Now, without hesitation, Fang Yuan altered his strategy, laying the rod horizontally, then vigorously shook the tip. The intention was to better absorb the force of the large fish as struggles beneath the water. Of course, this method has its limitations. Suitable only for rods with softer tips. If used with a stiffer rod, just a few shakes could snap the line. Observing Fang Yuan's movements, the viewers in the live stream recognized that this catch was no ordinary fish. A colossal creature, undoubtedly. A colossal creature? Surely not. In this unassuming little river, that previous 10-pound bighead carp seemed to be the maximum size. Could anything larger exist? Could there be? The one above must be from out of town. This river connects to the Grand Canal. Not to mention, my second uncle has set nets downstream and once caught a 30-pound fathead. Hiss, if that's the case. Then the streamer might have. Enough, let us not speculate wildly. We'll see how big it is soon enough, provided the streamer can reel it in. Amidst the lively discussion in the live stream, Fang Yuan, standing at the riverbank with his rod, dared not let his guard down. As soon as the large fish exerted force, he would step in the direction of its pull. If it paused, he would take the opportunity to lift the rod and retreat. In essence, he could not afford to give the fish a moment's respite. Thus, nearly 20 minutes passed in a back-and-forth struggle, and Fang Yuan began to feel winded. The fish beneath the water seemed to be tiring as well, its force diminishing considerably. Fang Yuan sensed that the opportunity had arrived. He lifted the rod sharply and, in that moment, glimpsed a shadow over half a meter long breaking the surface of the water. It was a fathead. The target fish had finally revealed itself. While the fish floated on the surface, Fang Yuan understood that until it was on dry land, all remained uncertain. Suppressing his excitement, he skillfully maneuvered the rod, forcing the fathead to gulp down several mouthfuls of water before gradually guiding the magnificent creature to the riverbank. As the large fish was finally beached, the long-awaited notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Progress for the unnamed fishing ground unlocked at 100%, awarding 1,000 points and 3 lottery chances. Ding! As the host fully unlocked a fishing ground, the Rare Fish Illustrated catalog was activated, along with the body enhancement feature. Listening to the series of notifications, Fang Yuan momentarily stood in shock, followed by a surge of elation. 1,000 points. A full 1,000 points credited. If all were exchanged for bait enhancement, that would amount to 250,000, specifically for crucian carp bait. According to the original plan, the subsequent bait for larger fish would be priced at least in the triple digits, meaning the value of these points could potentially double. Of course, through this fishing experience, Fang Yuan clearly recognized the significance of having a good rod. Not to mention, the anxiety during the catch was palpable. He had been overly cautious throughout. Were it not for the points available in the shopping mall, this scenario would have been far less arduous. However, regarding how to utilize these points, he could not jump to conclusions. He needed to return and contemplate meticulously. In addition to the points, there were several other rewards: the lottery chances, the rare fish catalog, and the body enhancement feature. The lottery chances were straightforward, as he had drawn once when initially binding to the system. As for the rare fish catalog and body enhancement feature, Fang Yuan glanced at the live stream, which was buzzing with excitement from the big fish catch, and casually remarked that he would take a break before stepping out of the camera's view. He then summoned the panel and, after a bit of searching, located the 2 newly activated features within the fishing ground icon. Upon opening it, he discovered the unnamed water body, Grade G. Below was a book glowing with luminescence, which was indeed the newly activated rare fish catalog feature. Upon opening it, a 3D model of a fish appeared, showcasing the previously caught blue demon. Fang Yuan examined it closely. Rare catch, blue demon. Grade, G. Effect, rewards enhancement value of 1 upon activation. Belonging to the unnamed water body. After some investigation, Fang Yuan understood the situation. Just as previously speculated, to fully unlock the fishing ground as progress, one must not only catch various species, but also reel in the rare fish within. His earlier luck in capturing the blue demon had allowed him to completely unlock the progress of this unnamed fishing ground, resulting in the current series of rewards. This meant that in the future, should he continue fishing in this river, apart from the daily task rewards, there would be no additional rewards to be had. As a result, if one wishes to accumulate a substantial amount of points in the future, will it be necessary to venture into other waters? Fang Yuan pondered. Furthermore, there is the matter of the reward enhancement values. In a whisper, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to the newly unlocked icon for the body enhancement feature. Chapter 27, Body Enhancement, Mother S Matchmaking. Upon clicking the body enhancement icon, a page featuring a human silhouette as the backdrop materialized. Host, Fang Yuan. Level, Novice Angler. Below were several numerical indicators. Strength, 5. Stamina, 6. Resilience, 5. Speed, 5. Current allocatable points, 1. Note, the balanced attributes for an average adult male are all set at 5. Upon observing the displayed values, Fang Yuan, being an experienced gamer, naturally understood that these figures represented his current physical metrics. Quite satisfactory indeed. But what of this level? Glancing at the subsequent indication of experience points, Fang Yuan speculated that it must be related to the catch, though whether it was a point per fish or scaled according to the fish's size or rarity remained to be discovered through further experimentation. The current allocatable point was undoubtedly the attribute value rewarded from catching that blue fairy fish. Drawing from his past fishing experiences, Fang Yuan resolved to allocate it to strength. As in the context of fishing, strength and stamina were relatively more significant than the other two attributes. Increasing strength would perfectly align it with stamina. With this thought in mind, he promptly made the allocation. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt a surge of warmth within, and though it was merely a single attribute point, it represented a 20% increase, resulting in a distinctly noticeable enhancement. He could feel the force of his punch had significantly amplified compared to before. Such a sensation could hardly be described as anything less than exhilarating. After relishing the experience, Fang Yuan exhaled contentedly and stored away the interface. Having vanished from the camera for a considerable time, the liveliness in the live stream remained unabated. After a while, some viewers began to inquire about Fang Yuan's whereabouts. Hey, where's the streamer? We haven't seen him for ages. He must be taking a bathroom break. Didn't he just say he would rest? He probably exhausted himself. Haha, true. No matter how fit he is, wrestling with fish on that flimsy rod would tire anyone out. As the barrage of comments soared, Fang Yuan approached the camera, chuckling at the increasingly tilted messages. Apologies, brothers, for keeping you all waiting. Well, it's nearly noon, and it's notoriously difficult to catch fish at midday. So, today's live stream will conclude here. Having fished for quite some time, Fang Yuan realized it was indeed time to head home as noon approached. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's intention to leave, the viewers expressed their discontent. No, streamer, I haven't had my fill yet. Yeah, other fishing streams are all fluff. But yours is genuine, and we actually learn techniques. You can end the stream, but at least put the bait up for sale first. Yes, put the bait up. We want to catch some silver carp too. Seeing the flood of comments, Fang Yuan conceded. All right, I assure you, I will definitely put the same bait up for sale today. In the live stream, really? The viewers questioned. Fang Yuan assured them, more genuine than pearls. Thus, after repeatedly promising to list the silver carp bait upon his return, Fang Yuan finally ended the stream. As for today's catch, he released all the white bream due to their numerous bones and strong fishy odor, keeping only the large bighead carp to take home for soup. On this late summer afternoon, the heat was relentless. Despite riding his small electric scooter home under the scorching sun, Fang Yuan felt utterly exhilarated, paying no mind to the sweltering heat. The reason was simple. Today's harvest was extraordinary. Not only had he caught a large fish, but he had also amassed a considerable amount of points and unlocked a new feature, particularly the body enhancement, which could only be described as extraordinary. Fang Yuan mused that as he continued to catch rare fish and accumulate more attribute points, perhaps he could even wear his underpants on the outside like a superhero. What a delightful thought. Before he realized it, Fang Yuan had arrived at Fangjia village. Upon entering his home, he was momentarily taken aback, for in addition to his mother, there was a new face, a slender elderly woman of around 60 years. Fang Yuan's mother cast a glance at her son as he returned. Oh, so you know how to come back? Fang Yuan was at a loss. The old woman squinted and looked over. So, this is your little Yuan? His mother replied. The child has grown up and is no longer a source of ease, always running outside without a word. The elderly woman laughed. Haha, it's all right. I don't come back to the village often. It's normal for the child not to recognize me. Speaking of which, young man, you look quite spirited. Well then, let us settle this matter. It's getting late, so I'll be on my way. Fang Yuan's mother stepped forward to grasp the elderly woman's arm. Oh no, that one do. It's mealtime, you can't leave now. The woman waved her hand. Haha, I appreciate your kindness, but I must go speak to the girl's family and arrange for the two children to meet soon. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's mother did not insist any further and accompanied her to the door before returning. In the hallway, Fang Yuan, still sweating from the heat, remained in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of what had transpired. It was only after his mother re-entered that he finally asked, Mom, who was that just now? His mother replied, that was old Wang's wife from the nearby Wang village, also married off from our village. According to family ties, you should call her Auntie. Auntie, what was she doing at our home? Fang Yuan's mother shot him a glance. What else could it be? Of course. She is here to arrange a match for you. A match? Fang Yuan's eyes widened. Mom. Didn't we agree? His words were abruptly halted by a sharp look from his mother. Agree? Don't think I'm easy to fool. How could I not know what's in your heart? Look at your friends like Xiangzi and Gongzi. Their children are already walking, and then there's you. I tell you, that girl is from the same village as old Wang's wife, not far from our home, so she is quite familiar. Old Wang's wife has also hinted that the girl, upon hearing his mother's lengthy discourse about matchmaking, Fang Yuan was rendered speechless. A match? He had only seen such arrangements in short videos before, never imagining he would find himself in such a situation, and especially with his mother orchestrating it. Hey, are you listening? Noticing her son zoning out, his mother gave him a light slap, her eyes reflecting a hint of anger. Fang Yuan understood that if he didn't acquiesce, he would face dire consequences in the future. All right, I'll do as you say. I can meet her. That is fine, right? Seeing her son agree, his mother's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny, and she smiled. Now that's more like it. By the way, son, what did you want for lunch today? I'll go prepare it for you. Fang Yuan, Chapter 28. So soon? Although the matchmaking matter was somewhat bothersome, it did not disrupt Fang Yuan's original plans. Now, he needed to consider how to allocate the points he had earned today, as well as when to list the silver carp bait and at what price, and how much to put up for sale. All these factors required careful thought. Initially, regarding the points, Fang Yuan would have unhesitatingly saved them all for small potions, as the reasoning was simple, for the sake of cashing out. However, after a morning's fishing, Fang Yuan realized that while everything could be saved, the fishing rod must not be compromised, for it was crucial to the fishing experience and the quantity of the catch. Just as the fishing conditions today are favorable, had I possessed a rod with robust strength to reel in larger fish, my catch could have easily doubled. Furthermore, with the prospect of embarking on fishing excursions in the future, I will be confronting broader waters and more substantial hauls. Thus, it is imperative that I do not compromise on my equipment. After some contemplation, I set my sights on the points exchange shop, summoning the system interface. I accessed the points marketplace, and after a thorough comparison, my gaze landed on the Dragon Slayer comprehensive rod priced at 500 points. Product: Dragon Slayer comprehensive rod type, spinning rod grade, blue length, 7. 2 meters casting weight, 19 weight capacity, 100 kilograms durability, 100 effect. Increases the probability of catching rare fish by 5 when equipped. Price: 500 points. As I examined the attributes of the Dragon Slayer comprehensive rod, my admiration for it grew stronger. Ever since the marketplace was launched, I had been coveting this rod with its extraordinary attributes. Although the Dragon Slayer mini comprehensive rod, priced at a mere 100 points, could fulfill my current fishing needs, the thought of potentially facing larger and wider waters in the future made me realize that the mini comprehensive rod would soon become inadequate. Therefore, it would be wiser to directly exchange for the comprehensive rod. Of course, the most significant factor was the additional 2 percentage points in the probability of catching rare fish that the comprehensive rod offered over the mini version. The importance of rare fish is self-evident. Without further hesitation, I proceeded with the exchange. In addition to the rod, I also acquired a spool of Dragon Slayer line for 50 points. Product: Dragon Slayer line grade, green type, fishing line length, 100 meters diameter, 10 tensile strength, 30 kilograms durability, 100 effect. Increases the probability of catching rare fish by 1 when equipped. Price: 50 points. Comparing it to the rod, the Dragon Slayer line is of a lower grade, yet it still enhances the likelihood of catching rare fish, making it a worthy addition to my arsenal. Notably, since both of these items were purchased from the points marketplace, they can be stored in the system package, allowing for effortless retrieval and use. With my equipment sorted, I turned my attention to the bait for larger fish. The times have changed. I need not worry about a shortage of points in the near term, even if several types of bait are simultaneously available. Resolute. I exchanged for various aromatic and fishy bait types. For instance, there was the sweet aroma for carp fishing, the grassy scent for grass carp, the spiral aroma for catfish, and the sour stench for today's shad fishing. I ordered 10 bottles of each type, ensuring that each would suffice for the production of 500 bait portions, ample for a considerable duration. I anticipated that the subsequent sales of bait would be predominantly for crucian carp, given their simplicity in fishing and widespread distribution, making them a year-round catch. In contrast, the usage limitations of larger fish bait were significantly greater. Unlike crucian carp bait, these newly exchanged baits could not utilize millet as a base. For instance, the shad bait today was crafted from bran and flour, while I planned to use corn for both the sweet aroma carp bait and the grassy scent grass carp bait. As for pricing, despite bran and corn being far cheaper than millet, I intended to set the price for the larger fish bait at 100 per bottle. Do not dismiss it as expensive. Once you have tried it, you will never forget. After much deliberation, I found myself scratching my head. This task was indeed labor-intensive. I had not realized the extent of it until I counted. Not only did I need to edit today's live stream video, but the preparation of bait and subsequent bottling would keep me extremely busy. The crucian carp and grass carp bait would be manageable as I could simply continue using bottles for bottling, but as for the shad bait, due to the lightweight nature of bran and flour, a pound's worth would spread out considerably. After some thought, I decided to utilize sealed bags from the supermarket for packaging, so I would also have to buy those. Additionally, my stock of bottles at home was running low. I wondered if the packaging boxes I had ordered previously had been dispatched. Muttering to myself, I picked up my phone to check. To my relief, the order showed that the bottles and packaging bags had arrived that very morning, but since I was live streaming at that time, I had missed the notification. The receipt printer was still on its way and would only arrive tomorrow, which wouldn't hinder immediate use. Upon seeing this, I glanced at the yard and noticed that my father had not yet returned, so I made a phone call. It was a predicament. We only had one electric tricycle for transporting goods, which my father usually used. Thus, I asked him to pick up the items from town on his way back. Once everything was settled, I lay down on my bed and opened the live stream backend. The number of viewers in today's stream was modest, and there were no significant gifts from big spenders, but due to that flurry of catches of big white shad, the stream received a few small gifts, totaling nearly 100 yuan. Additionally, there were several new orders for the crucian carp bait that had been listed, amounting to nearly 1,000 yuan in just half a day. The speed at which money came in was astonishing. It made all the effort seem worthwhile. At that moment, my mother called out, "Dinner's ready." I acknowledged and got off the bed. At the dining table, we had caught a hefty fish today, so naturally, we were having fish for lunch. However, since my father had not yet returned, my mother saved the head and tail of the fish in the pot and only served the meat with fewer bones. My mother's culinary skills for fish are unparalleled. Otherwise, my aunt would not have invited her to cook when the family visited. As I sat down, I ladled some fish broth over my rice and added a piece of belly meat on top before taking a bite. Instantly, the sweetness of the rice combined with the freshness of the fish broth exploded in my mouth. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was utterly delectable. "Hey, son, that Wang Po just called. She said she can arrange a meeting this afternoon, so after we finish eating, don't wander off. Make sure to tidy up before you head out." Still savoring the delicious fish broth over rice, the sudden news about my blind date caught me off guard, and I nearly choked. After swallowing my food, I replied, "So soon?" My mother looked over. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy about going?" I shook my head. "Of course not. How could I be?" My mother exhibited a satisfied expression, as if I had passed some unspoken test. "By the way, when you go to the girl's house, don't go empty-handed. And once you're there," my mother's instructions flowed out like a river, covering all the dos and don'ts, from etiquette to manners. In rural areas, it's customary. If you miss even a slight detail, people will point it out. If a child is ignorant, it's one matter, but if they speak harshly, it reflects poorly on the parent's upbringing. Thus, my mother spoke earnestly. Seeing the seriousness on my mother's face, I listened intently. Etiquette knows no boundaries. Learning more is never a disadvantage. Chapter 29, The Blind Date. The time set by Wang Po was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After finishing lunch, Fang Yuan found it to be just past 1. Consequently, he was summoned by his mother to tidy up. In truth, there was little to prepare. He merely washed his hair and changed into a more presentable outfit. Remarkably, after this brief grooming, Fang Yuan felt that the reflection in the mirror was considerably more pleasing. With a casual adjustment of his tousled hair, he muttered a compliment to himself before stepping out. Although the name of the village is Fangjia Village, it does not imply that all its inhabitants share the surname Fang. If one were to account for the historical production teams, there are several smaller villages under one larger brigade, encompassing 7 different surnames and a population of nearly 1,000 households. However, due to the predominance of the Fang surname, The village was named accordingly. It is worth noting that this figure reflects only the registered population. In reality, less than a third of that number remains in the village. Nevertheless, despite its modest size, the village is well equipped with essentials. A health clinic, a convenience store, and a snack shop are all established at the village entrance. Remembering his mother's advice that one should never visit a young woman empty-handed, Fang Yuan made a stop at the village supermarket before departing. Xiao Yuan, what do you wish to buy? Greeted a woman sitting behind the counter as he entered the supermarket. She recognized him, being a fellow villager and not too far removed in age, prompting him to refer to her as Lu Auntie. Just browsing for now, Lu Auntie, he replied with a smile, and began selecting items in the small store. The supermarket was modest, primarily stocked with cooking essentials and a few other items. Ultimately, he chose a box of milk and a carton of 7 walnuts, totaling 130 yuan. Upon seeing Fang Yuan's purchases, Lu Auntie straightened up and remarked, "Oh, Xiao Yuan, are you visiting relatives?" Fang Yuan offered a non-committal hum in response. Having grown up in the village, he was well aware of Lu Auntie's reputation for being remarkably talkative, and once she learned of something, it would undoubtedly spread like wildfire throughout the village. Given that his plans were still in their infancy, he preferred to remain vague, lest Lu Auntie divulge details that could lead to unwarranted speculation. "Well then, Lu Auntie, I want to keep you. I must be off." After paying, Fang Yuan swiftly exited. Lu Auntie, watching him leave, muttered to herself, "Visiting relatives? Who visits relatives at this hour?" Shaowang village was not far from Fangjia village. A mere 10-minute ride on an electric bike brought him to the old poplar tree at the village entrance, where he was to meet Wang Pe. "Hello, Auntie," Fang Yuan greeted as he approached. Upon noticing that he came with offerings, Wang Pe's expression brightened with approval. Although the match was not yet formalized, arriving empty-handed would have been ill-advised. "Ah, Xiao Yuan, I've already spoken with the girl's family. We can head over directly. By the way, do you have any cigarettes on you? The whole family is eager to see you," Wang Pe added. Upon hearing the mention of cigarettes, Fang Yuan chuckled. "I do." Although he rarely smoked, he had brought along a half-open pack of 9.5 cigarettes that his friend Ben had given him. "Great. Once we arrive, don't be shy. Make sure to be charming." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. As Wang Pe led the way, she provided some context about the young woman in question. Her name was Wang Xiaoxue, the eldest of 3 siblings. She had a younger brother and sister, the latter just graduated while the brother was still in school. Wang Pe did not elaborate on her educational background, but her previous experience working outside suggested it was not particularly high. Before long, they arrived at a quaint courtyard. The structure was typical of the local style, featuring red brick and gray tiles, with 3 main rooms, 2 on the east side, and a small entrance hall. Upon entering the courtyard, Fang Yuan was taken aback to find a considerable gathering of people, men and women of all ages, easily numbering over 10. "Ah, everyone's here," Wang Pe greeted cheerfully. As she spoke, a short, dark-skinned woman approached, commenting, "Did you really need to bring anything after coming all this way?" She took the milk and ate treasure porridge from Fang Yuan's hands. Wang Pe chuckled. "Haha, this child knows how to be polite. It's customary to bring something when visiting for the first time." "Ah, this is Xiaoxue's mother, and you should address her as Auntie," Wang Pe instructed, turning to Fang Yuan. Upon hearing the introduction, Fang Yuan respectfully called out Auntie. The woman, maintaining a neutral expression, acknowledged him briefly before glancing outside, her demeanor growing slightly colder. Remembering his mother's advice, Fang Yuan then produced the 9.5 cigarettes, offering them to the assembled guests. In rural customs, it is customary for anyone of age to receive cigarettes upon a first visit, especially in a situation like this. It is also important to note that when offering cigarettes, one must present them in pairs. Presenting a single cigarette is considered impolite, particularly to elders. As he handed the last cigarette to a woman who stood out among the crowd, he felt a moment of hesitation. This woman, adorned with striking makeup and tall in stature, wore a fitted white top and a short black skirt, her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. While he had opted for canvas shoes to appear more formal, she sported knee-high boots that exuded confidence. Her makeup was rather bold, and while her appearance was striking, it seemed somewhat out of place in the rural setting. Concealed beneath the layers of makeup, Fang Yuan could not ascertain her age, but her mature demeanor led him to suspect she might be an older sister of the matchmaker. Hence, he contemplated addressing her as sister. However, Wang Pe interjected, "Xiao Yuan. This is the girl I mentioned, Xiaoxue." Chapter 30. Let us exchange numbers. Inside the east room, Fang Yuan stood awkwardly in a corner, while Wang Xiaoxue, his prospective match, sat casually on the bed. Prior to this meeting, Fang Yuan had indulged in countless daydreams about what his match might look like, even imagining an encounter akin to those depicted in romantic novels or films, where one meets a long-lost crush from school. Yet, he never anticipated that the reality of his match would be someone like the woman before him. This was not to say that she was unattractive. On the contrary, upon closer inspection, she possessed a commendable appearance and figure. However, the only drawback was a certain air of maturity and a hint of worldliness that made Fang Yuan think of the potential pitfalls often depicted in romantic narratives. The earnest man encountering a jaded woman. Certainly, these thoughts were swirling in his mind, yet he did not reveal a single hint of them on his face. Please, take a seat. Upon seeing Fang Yuan standing awkwardly in the doorway, Wang Xiaoxue gestured towards a nearby stool and spoke. Fang Yuan nodded and sat down, but the moment he did, he sprang back up again. They were not far apart, and while standing, he had not felt anything amiss. However, once seated, he realized that merely raising his gaze slightly would afford him a glimpse of the alluring scenery beneath her short skirt. What's wrong? Do you have hemorrhoids? Wang Xiaoxue teased as she noticed Fang Yuan's sudden rise. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Fang Yuan shook his head, pondering that since she was in that profession, she would naturally be unconcerned about such matters. Resolutely, he sat back down. Fang Yuan, right? I heard from Aunt Wang that your home isn't too far from here? Wang Xiaoxue inquired. Fang Yuan nodded. Yes, it's from the Fangjiao village just behind. How old are you? 22. He replied. That's not too old. Have you had a girlfriend before? Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan lifted his gaze, briefly glancing past the black stockings that adorned her legs until he noticed the hint of a smile on her face. At that moment, he realized that she held the upper hand in their blind date. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan thought to himself that he was a capable young man, regardless of the outcome. He couldn't allow a girl to have the upper hand over him. Thus, he was about to speak up and claim that he had indeed dated before. But before he could utter a word, Wang Xiaoxue interjected. Do you smoke? Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was rare to encounter a girl who smoked. Yet he accepted the question. I know you have your opinions about me. As he drew a puff from the cigarette, the words nearly choked him. And when he looked over, he saw Wang Xiaoxue expertly exhaling a cloud of smoke while gazing at him. What's wrong, little brother? Did I guess wrong? Little brother? Fang Yuan's hand, which held the cigarette, jerked in surprise. Without waiting for his response, Wang Xiaoxue continued. You can see it too. We are clearly not from the same world. Furthermore, I have no interest in men. And just so you know, that woman outside is merely looking to extract a hefty sum from you under the guise of a bride price. So, I trust you understand what I mean. After finishing her statement, she tilted her head slightly, exhaling a puff of smoke, scrutinizing his reaction. As she anticipated, her words left Fang Yuan with wide eyes. To be frank, from his perspective, Wang Xiaoxue, shrouded in a light haze of smoke, appeared somewhat enchanting. Yet it was the implications of her words that left him truly astonished. Not interested in men? That woman outside. He grasped the literal meaning of her statement. But the combination of it all rendered the atmosphere inside the room quite peculiar. At that moment, a melodic ringtone filled the air. Wang Xiaoxue pulled out her phone, glanced at it, and said, Sorry, I need to take this call. With that, she exited the room. As she left, Fang Yuan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. What could he do? With the words exchanged earlier, especially given the current circumstances, he felt like a novice, entirely led by the nose. Her departure granted him a moment of respite, allowing his gaze to wander around the room. The interior was simply furnished, featuring a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Aside from that, there was only the stool beneath him. Upon further inspection, Fang Yuan's keen eyesight was drawn to a photograph resting on the desk. No, more accurately, it was the picture of a girl. The girl was donned in a white dress, her skin as fair as snow, her cheeks adorned with a smile, and her hair styled in a bun. Her appearance was innocent and strikingly similar to that of Wang Xiaoxue. This led Fang Yuan to muse, wow. It seemed she was quite the pure girl before. How did she transform into her current self? Just as he pondered this disparity between Wang Xiaoxue's past and present, she re-entered the room. That's a picture of my sister. I don't have a room in this house, she exclaimed. Fang Yuan cleared his throat tactically, attempting to mask his prior assumptions, realizing that the girl in the photograph was not her, but indeed her sister. What do you mean you don't have a room in this house? He asked, looking at Wang Xiaoxue, who had resumed her seat on the bed and lit another cigarette, a wry smile crossing her face. You've seen my home. The conditions are poor, and I'm the eldest in my family. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan anticipated a tale of hardship, yet halfway through her sentence, she shook her head with a smile, brushing off the ashes that had settled on her black stockings before standing up. This is my business and not for outsiders to discuss. I've rambled on too much. Well, little brother, you understand my point, and I know you're not particularly keen on me either, so. Following her lead, Fang Yuan finally spoke up. Understood. Wang Xiaoxue smiled. Regardless, since we've met, it must be fate. Let us exchange phone numbers. She added, almost as an explanation. Exchanging numbers allows you to explain things when you return home. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan chuckled, grasping her intent. Indeed, given that they lived nearby. If their meeting fell through, at least one of their families would become the talk of the village. All right, my number is 188. After exchanging phone numbers, Fang Yuan was escorted out of the room. As he emerged, Aunt Wang approached him, whispering, "So, how was it? The girl seems quite nice, right? Did you exchange numbers?" Fang Yuan replied with a smile, "Yes, we did." Aunt Wang remarked, "That's good. Whether or not this is a good match won't be apparent right away. Having a number is a start." After a few more pleasantries, she addressed Wang Xiaoshua's mother. "Well, since the children have met and exchanged numbers, it's up to them to see how things develop. We won't intrude any longer." With that, they exchanged a few more courteous remarks before Aunt Wang led Fang Yuan out of the courtyard. Chapter 31. A Promise of Good Fortune. Upon entering the house, Fang Yuan called out, "Mom, I'm back." This was a habit he had cultivated since childhood, regardless of how far he ventured or how long he was away. His first act upon returning home was to shout for his mother. Hearing the commotion, his mother emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Her face filled with concern as she asked, "How did it go, son?" Not only his mother, but his father, who had also returned, peered in with an eager expression, his eyes revealing unspoken anticipation. Seeing this, Fang Yuan thought, what can one glean in such a short time? His mother inquired, "Did you get her number?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but admire Wang Xiaoshua's foresight, replying, "Yes, I did." "That's great. If she gave you her number, it indicates she has a favorable impression of you," his mother responded. His father, who had been listening intently, chimed in, "This seems promising. By the way, Xiao Yuan, today's blind date is a significant event. We should celebrate. I'll go cook a couple of dishes." Before he could even move, his mother shot him a disapproving glance, interrupting, "We should celebrate, but you can't go." "I will." Father Fang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Where are your thoughts wandering? I'm merely going to sauté some vegetables." "Fine, you go ahead." Seeing the elderly couple bickering, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile, understanding the underlying reason. The local snack shop was now owned by a widow named Malin Hua from the neighboring village. When the village restaurant first opened, her husband was still alive, but later it was rumored that he had succumbed to an accident after drinking too much. Thus, the snack shop came under Malin Hua's stewardship. Surprisingly, this little eatery had been operating for quite some time, and through observation, the widow had acquired a few culinary skills, managing to keep the establishment afloat. During the busy farming season, villagers who were reluctant to cook at home would often visit to have a few dishes prepared. Additionally, some laborers who frequently played cards at the village supermarket would also drop by, allowing her to sustain her livelihood. However, as the saying goes, a widow's doorstep is rife with gossip. Running a business, especially in the countryside, inevitably attracted rumors, and over time, Malin Hua's reputation became a topic of discussion. Of course, Fang Yuan hadn't anticipated that his parents would take today's matchmaking affair so seriously, so he interjected, "Mom, Dad, we haven't even begun to discuss the details." Upon hearing this, Fang's mother looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Realizing that his initial plan to procrastinate wouldn't work, Fang Yuan straightforwardly declared, "Mom, to be honest, neither of us is interested in the other." "Huh?" Both father and mother Fang raised their eyebrows in surprise. "Not interested? Why?" Fang Yuan replied, "It's simply that we don't see eye to eye, Mom. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If we can't get along, how awkward would it be to continue?" Fang's mother paused, momentarily speechless, her gaze scrutinizing. Behind her, Father Fang chimed in, "Son is right. Times have changed. Forcing things rarely yields sweet fruit. Just look at it." He intended to elaborate further, but seemed to sense something and promptly closed his mouth, realizing that saying more might pull him into the fray. "Well, I'm off to buy some groceries," he declared. Fang's mother turned around and shot him a glare. "What groceries? We haven't even finished the fish from lunch." With that, she took a deep breath and returned to the kitchen. At dinner, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued due to the failed matchmaking. The rice was left over from lunch. The fish had been reheated by Father Fang, while Mother Fang busily consumed her plain rice without touching any dishes. Father Fang made several attempts to discreetly reach under the table to break the tension, only to withdraw each time. Recognizing the need to voice his stance, Fang Yuan spoke up, "Mom, I've just begun my live streaming career and can't spare any time to think about other matters. Next year, once things stabilize, I'll definitely bring home a beautiful daughter-in-law." From a different perspective, it was clear that the older generation had simple aspirations. They eagerly awaited their children to grow up, then to settle down, and eventually to see their grandchildren. Beyond that, they sought nothing more. Thus, Fang Yuan's words were earnest this time, unlike his previous dismissive tone. Given his current trajectory, he believed he would have a fortune by next year, allowing him to find a suitable partner. Mother Fang sensed her son's sincerity and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "Really?" Fang Yuan assured her, "Absolutely." At last, a smile graced Mother Fang's face. Seeing her smile, Fang Yuan couldn't help but join in. Knowing well her temperament, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, her strength had been crucial in maintaining their small household. Otherwise, with Father Fang's overly agreeable nature, in a rural setting where people resented the poor and feared the wealthy, they might have struggled to survive. With Mother Fang smiling, the dinner table's atmosphere returned to its usual warmth, and Father Fang resumed his casual chatter. By the way, son, you asked me to pick up a package from town at noon. What was inside? I made several trips back and forth. Fang Yuan replied, oh, just some containers for bait and some packing boxes. Father Fang blinked in surprise. Do we still need packing? Fang Yuan explained, of course. Initially, I used second-hand boxes from the delivery service since I was just starting out and unsure of sales. Now that sales have picked up, I can't be careless. He then added, also, Mom and Dad, you might be busier in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Father Fang seemed to catch on. Suppressing his excitement, sales have increased again? Mother Fang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fang Yuan confirmed, sort of. I'm planning to launch a few new types of bait for larger fish, so I might be busier. Hearing this, the seasoned fisherman, Father Fang, exclaimed, large fish bait? There's more than one type? Fang Yuan nodded. With confirmation, Father Fang appeared somewhat exhilarated. You're doing great. Crafting large fish bait is no easy task. As Father Fang began reminiscing, Mother Fang interjected. Though she was not a fisherwoman herself, she understood that since this bait was meant for larger fish, it would naturally be more expensive, prompting her to remind Fang Yuan to consider pricing carefully. Father Fang, seeing this, gave a thumbs up. Your mother is right. Since this bait is intended for large fish, the price can't be the same as before. Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, I've already thought it through. The two elders inquired. So what is the price? Fang Yuan raised a finger and declared, 100 per bottle. Chapter 32. 3 chances to win prizes. With the matchmaking matter wrapped up, Fang Yuan felt quite pleased upon returning to his room, focusing on launching the large fish bait. As he had mentioned in front of his parents, he set the price at 100 per bottle. Not long after the listing went live, the backend notified him of an order. Fang Yuan understood that the daytime live stream showcasing the continuous catch of carp had a substantial impact. However, he also recognized that the competitive pricing of his large fish bait was contingent upon the quality of the product itself. Otherwise, if customers purchased it only to find it lacking, it would not only affect repeat purchases, but could also lead to negative reviews, tarnishing his reputation. Ultimately, the product quality was paramount. After listing the bait, Fang Yuan replayed the footage from his daytime live stream. The continuous catch of carp had provided excellent material for promotion, which he couldn't afford to waste. Besides that, he made sure to thoroughly read through the private messages and the highest-rated comments on his videos. Despite having a system to assist him, Fang Yuan knew that in order to boost bait sales, he needed to rely on live streams for traffic. Otherwise, even the finest wine could gather dust in a deep alley. Thus, he diligently replied to comments and high-rated reviews. Once everything was completed, it was already past 11, and both parents had turned in for the night. After a quick wash-up, Fang Yuan lay down in bed to rest. However, not long after, he suddenly sat up. Wait, I still have 3 chances to win prizes today. After unlocking the fishing grounds during the day, he had received numerous rewards, including a rare fish catalog, body enhancements, and an additional 1,000 points, along with 3 chances to draw prizes. Having tasted the sweetness of winning once, Fang Yuan couldn't forget about the prizes. Upon the initial binding of this fateful fishing system, the user was rewarded with a singular opportunity to partake in a lottery, an event that ultimately liberated him from the shackles of nearsightedness, greatly enhancing his vision. Now, astonishingly, he was granted 3 chances. With a sense of determination, he summoned the panel and clicked on the lottery icon, revealing a spinning wheel before him, accompanied by the text, current lottery chances, 3. Without hesitation, he proceeded to spin. The wheel whirled with an ethereal glow before coming to a halt, and a voice resonated through the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the fortune bamboo stick 10. Huh. The system's announcement left him puzzled. A bamboo stick? Where might one find such a thing? He recalled that during his first lottery, the prize had been delivered directly into his hands. After a brief moment of confusion, he swiftly opened his system backpack. Indeed, the fortune bamboo stick he had just won was nestled within. He clicked to view it. Fortune bamboo stick 10, a special item that, when used, can reset the daily fishing luck. Upon comprehending its purpose, he smacked his lips in contemplation. He had previously pondered the concept of daily luck, wondering if there might be occasions of poor fortune or worse, and if such misfortune would preclude him from fishing that day. However, this had only been idle speculation, as he was not particularly concerned. Should a day of ill fortune arise, he could simply refrain from fishing. At this moment, however, he found it somewhat lackluster. Nonetheless, having something was certainly preferable to having nothing. Perhaps he would find use for it in the future. After a moment's reflection, he continued with the lottery. The wheel spun again, And after a time, ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the body enhancement card 5. With newfound experience, he promptly opened his backpack. The body enhancement card was a special item. Upon use, it granted a point that could be freely allocated to attributes. He could not suppress a gulp, feeling his heart race with exhilaration. Attribute points, indeed. He had just experienced their significance, having earned them as a reward for illuminating a rare fish icon. This implied that to acquire these distributable enhancement points, one must catch rare fish, underscoring their importance. And now, he had been bestowed 5 cards at once. Suppressing his elation, he extracted the enhancement cards and used them all at once, subsequently summoning his body panel. Host, Fang Yuan. Level, Novice Angler. Strength, 6. Stamina, 6. Resilience, 5. Speed, 5. Current allocatable points, 5. Gazing at the body panel, he pondered deeply. When it came to fishing, especially for larger catches, strength and stamina were indispensable. However, resilience and speed were not to be underestimated either. Speed represented reaction time, while resilience indicated the body's flexibility. True strength lay in the balance of all 4 attributes. After careful consideration, he allocated 1 point each to stamina, resilience, and speed, devoting the remaining 2 points entirely to strength. This choice stemmed from his desire to adopt a strategy of overpowering his catches. With sufficient strength, he could reel in larger fish within a short time frame, allowing for a slight reduction in stamina requirements. Consequently, his panel now displayed strength, 8, stamina, 7, resilience, 6, speed, 6. It could be said that his physical prowess had now surpassed that of an average adult male, particularly in strength. While the numerical advantage was merely 15 times that of an ordinary person, the manner of exertion relied not solely on strength. Speed and bodily coordination were equally vital. Thus, coupled with a 20% increase in speed and resilience, alongside 15 times the strength, he had become quite formidable. It is worth noting that even during his peak, the might of Tyson's punch was only 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary adult male. Fang Yuan rose from his bed, feeling the palpable enhancement brought forth by the 2 points in strength. He could not ascertain how he would measure up against professional fighters of the same weight, but he was confident that he could easily contend with 3 or 4 ordinary individuals. What a delightful sensation! With this reward of the enhancement card, Fang Yuan eagerly anticipated his remaining lottery opportunity. What kind of reward would he receive this time? He rubbed his hands together and clicked to spin the lottery once more. The ethereal glow reappeared as the wheel began to spin rapidly. After a moment, ding. Unfortunately, this time you did not win any prizes. Fang Yuan nearly jumped in disbelief, never having anticipated that this fateful fishing system would adopt the unprincipled tactics of unscrupulous merchants. Could it truly play out in such a manner? Well then, a 2 out of 3 chance, and one of those was a mere enhancement card. What else could he possibly desire? It seemed it was time to call it a night. Chapter 33, Planning. The following morning, the first task Fang Yuan undertook upon waking was to check today's luck. Ding. Today's fishing luck? Excellent. Ding. System warm reminder. This stick serves only to assist with luck. Actual catches will depend on the host's specific fishing conditions. Upon hearing the notification, Fang Yuan stretched lazily, feeling utterly unfazed. His old fishing spot's progress had been unlocked to 100%, meaning its allure had diminished considerably. Therefore, he planned to simply complete the daily task of catching 10 pounds of fish to earn 10 points, and thereafter, spend the remainder of his time preparing bait for larger fish. Reflecting on the large fish bait, Fang Yuan opened the back-end cabinet, where he discovered that the large fish bait he had listed the night prior had already sold over 10 orders. However, this was likely due to his live stream showcasing consecutive catches of silver carp, as the majority of those orders were for silver carp bait, while the bait targeting grass carp had only sold 1 order. Fang Yuan understood the reasons behind this. Grass carp were seldom encountered during wild fishing, even in mixed ponds or black pits. Additionally, his live stream primarily attracted those interested in wild fishing, while black pit enthusiasts looked down upon his small channel, resulting in the current disparity in sales. Of course, the Christian carp bait remained as popular as ever. Since sending out the last batch, he had accumulated over 30 orders. Fang Yuan estimated that, in total, he would earn at least 2,000 yuan from this haul. Alas, another busy day lay ahead. With orders coming in, it was time to prepare shipments. After a brief cleaning, Fang Yuan commenced his tasks. With his father having left early and his mother busy applying pesticides in the fields, he was left to manage the workload alone. His first priority was to fulfill the orders for the large fish bait, which he planned to ship alongside the Christian carp bait. However, while the intention was sound, he encountered numerous challenges once he set to work. Firstly, with the increase in bait varieties, the large bowl at home was proving inadequate. Sharing a single bowl raised concerns about cross-contamination and practicality. Thus, He would need to purchase additional large bowls in the future if sales continued to rise. Moreover, the process of packaging the bait had changed. Previously, he had only filled jars with crucian carp bait, which were small enough that their contents remained inconspicuous. Now, with the large fish bait requiring larger jars, particularly the one-time sealing bags for silver carp bait, the stark emptiness of the filled jars was quite unseemly. This prompted Fang Yuan to consider applying a batch of packaging paper on top as a temporary solution. Moreover, the work environment was another pressing issue. The recent addition of several premium fish bait varieties had rendered the kitchen somewhat cramped, while the sun's glaring rays affected the bait's condition in the yard. Thus, establishing a dedicated workspace had become an urgent necessity. In summary, some matters, while easy to contemplate, proved to be quite different when it came to execution. Well, one step at a time. He took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and meticulously recorded the items he required. Once everything was arranged, Fang Yuan ventured outside. After dispatching a package, he made his way to the riverbank. Although the fishing spot was bustling, he still needed to earn his daily 10 points. After all, this amounted to 50 bottles of bait, equating to 2,500 yuan, which could not be overlooked. Furthermore, perhaps due to the live stream from the previous day, the once quiet riverside was now lively again. Vehicles of all sizes were parked under the shade of trees near the dam, indicating that the popular fishing spots were likely already occupied. As Fang Yuan walked a bit further, he discovered, indeed, that his usual spot had been claimed by an older gentleman with a fishing platform. Fortunately, not far ahead, there were still available spots. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuan approached with his gear in hand. After several days of fishing, Fang Yuan was quite familiar with the pre-fishing routine. Upon reaching the riverbank, he refrained from doing anything else and first cast a handful of bait, as this was essential for a successful catch. He had already planned that today he would solely target crucian carp, and the reasoning was simple. These fish quickly gather around bait, making them easy to catch, allowing for a swift return home. Additionally, he was eager to use the rod he had acquired. Surveying the area, he noticed no one was paying him any mind. So with a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the newly exchanged Dream Dragon rod. The moment he held it, he could tell it was exceptional, as a 7.3-meter, 19-gram rod. It felt almost weightless in his hands, an indescribably ethereal sensation. Once fully extended, the 7.2-meter rod felt as if he was wielding a mere 3.6-meter one, making it exceedingly comfortable to handle. Fang Yuan sighed, contemplating how much easier yesterday's catch would have been had he possessed this remarkable tool. Instead of spending over 10 minutes reeling it in, a soft sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, it was worth the 500 points spent. Meanwhile, a fellow angler nearby noticed Fang Yuan's impressive 7.2-meter setup and craned his neck in curiosity, as he was using a modest 4.5-meter crucian carp rod. The comparison was hardly favorable. However, given that the two were positioned 6 or 7 meters apart, there was no concern about interfering with each other's baiting. At most, they exchanged a casual acknowledgement of each other's prowess. After securing his line with the dragon rod, Fang Yuan initiated a live stream. His recent successful fishing endeavors had garnered him a loyal following, not vast in number, but cohesive in spirit. As soon as he went live, dozens of viewers flooded in. First, I finally caught the stream. Are you still catching bighead carp today? Just as he settled down, a reminder popped up that he was live. Are you still fishing for bighead carp today? Oh, you've changed rods again, haven't you? That rod looks impressive. Haha, you didn't buy that 100 yuan giant rod again, did you? Honestly, I could use that rod as a jump rope. No way, that rod looks pretty good. It must be from a well-known brand, given its length. Are you fishing for bighead carp today? As comments flooded in, Fang Yuan chuckled and replied, not bighead carp today. We're going for crucian carp. At this declaration, the live chat exploded. Crucian carp? You're using that long rod for crucian carp? Crucian carp? That rod looks like it's 7.2 meters long, right? Using a 7.2-meter rod for crucian carp? Isn't that overkill? I shall dub the streamer a warrior. Fang Yuan simply smiled without offering further explanation. With a flick of his fingers, he scooped up 2 dollops of bait and, with a slight lift of his hand, sent them flying through the air, landing precisely in the baited area. While the viewers in the live stream couldn't fully appreciate the skill involved, the young man beside him was momentarily taken aback. When Fang Yuan had initially cast bait to the middle of the river, the young man had been skeptical about the distance, even with a long rod. Now, witnessing Fang Yuan's precision, he thought, wow, he's quite the expert. Chapter 34, The Innate Angler's Body. Sitting while casting a 7.2-meter rod and landing bait accurately within the designated area was a skill not commonly found, even in today's flourishing fishing scene. Among the elite anglers that had emerged in recent years, only one, a master surnamed Liu, stood out. Thus, Fang Yuan's ability to cast a 7.2-meter rod from a small stool astonished the young man using a 4.5-meter rod nearby. Nevertheless, The young man consoled himself with the thought that a good cast didn't guarantee a good catch, drawing on examples like the master with the long rod. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Fang Yuan lifting his rod after just a few seconds. "Brothers, I've got a fish. The bites are quick today." Fang Yuan raised his rod, showcasing a lively crucian carp that danced on the hook before the camera. His words struck a nerve with the young angler nearby, who had only managed to catch 3 or 5 small crucian carp after nearly 2 hours. Quick. That's what you call quick? In contrast, the live stream audience had grown accustomed to Fang Yuan's fishing speed, which, based on recent outings, seemed to render any concerns about poor fishing conditions irrelevant. Why do I feel like the streamer handles that 7.2-meter rod as if it's a 3.6-meter one? I noticed that too when I use a 7.2-meter rod. I can only stand up to cast it, and it has to be with the wind. Otherwise, I can't get it out there. Casting skillfully? TSK. You haven't noticed the streamer's speed in reeling in the fish, from hooking to landing. It takes him less than 2 seconds, and it seems even faster than before. Yes, I noticed that too. Today, the streamer's actions are even more fluid, absolutely smooth. Reeling in? What's so special about that? It's just pulling the fish up. Haha, come on. Brother, don't be silly. Reeling in a fish is an art. In competitive fishing, under the same conditions, the fundamentals matter. If you take 3 to 5 seconds longer than someone else, you can easily fall behind by dozens of fish. That brother is right. The basics of reeling in are extremely important, yet often overlooked. The discussion in the live stream was lively, while Fang Yuan pondered his thoughts. It seemed that today, catching fish was proving to be even easier than usual. Fang Yuan glanced at the rod in his hand. While the dream dragon was exceptional, it wouldn't influence his reeling speed or technique. Suddenly, he realized, it must be the enhancement potions from yesterday. They had added 5 points to his attributes, significantly improving his strength, reaction, and coordination. With such physical enhancements, catching fish was undoubtedly becoming more intuitive. Having identified the reason, Fang Yuan felt invigorated. Casting bait, throwing the rod, pausing to observe the float, lifting the rod, and reeling in the fish. This entire process flows with an effortless grace. 1 fish, so? 2 fish, so? After countless iterations, as one becomes thoroughly accustomed to the rhythm, the execution transforms into a visibly smoother ballet. Observing this, the audience in the live stream is left in awe. Today, they are indeed impressed. Initially, I thought the host was exceptionally clever for using a 7.2-meter rod to catch crucian carp, but now I realize that I am the one who has been outsmarted. With such rapidity in reeling in the fish, it becomes clear why the host favors a 7.2-meter rod for targeting crucian carp. Host, are you accepting disciples? I seek nothing more than to learn this stylish and somewhat ostentatious technique of casting with a 7.2-meter rod. To be candid, I was among the first to follow the host and have personally witnessed their journey of growth. Now, I can only describe the host as a prodigy. This individual is none other than the diehard fan known as Monkey Butt, having been captivated by Fang Yuan. He attends every live stream without fail, and aside from Brother Ben, he holds the highest fan badge. I must inquire, how many years have you been watching the host fish? Years? In truth, I have only watched for less than half a month. As Monkey Butt's comment erupted in the chat, the live stream was set ablaze. Half a month? Brother, are you certain you didn't mistype and confuse months for years? Indeed, how could one possibly master such formidable skills in merely half a month? Monkey Butt replied, it has indeed been half a month. In the beginning, the live stream had only 3 or 4 viewers, and the hostess skills were rather mediocre, often catching nothing. But then, suddenly, it was as if an epiphany struck, and their skills soared, improving day by day. So if what you're saying is true, the host must be the legendary innate fishing prodigy? Absolutely. I have been following the host for several days, and their skills are indeed improving at an astonishing rate. There's no denying it. The discussion in the live stream about whether Fang Yuan is an innate fishing prodigy grew fervent. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, the young man with a 4.5-meter rod was grappling with a heavy blow to his spirit, contemplating the idea of retiring from fishing altogether. In the realm of fishing, particularly in wild settings, it is generally understood that nearby anglers experience similar luck. If one person is catching fish, then everyone else usually is too. Yet, if some are catching fish while others are not, it becomes quite the awkward situation. In the same wild river, with minimal distance between them, why can others catch fish continuously while he cannot? It can only be attributed to a lack of skill. Thus, the young man with the 4.5-meter rod began to question his life choices, doubting whether he was cut out for fishing. As these thoughts consumed him, his resolve faltered. He decided to pack up and leave, thinking perhaps it was time to bid farewell to the fishing world. The fishing was going so well, why leave now? Noticing the young man next to him packing up, Fang Yuan muttered to himself, unaware that his success in catching fish had inadvertently caused the other to retreat into despair. However, Seeing the young man leave, Fang Yuan glanced at his own catch. It was nearly time to wrap things up. Upon checking his score panel, it confirmed, indeed, today, he had already accumulated 10 points. With this realization, Fang Yuan began to tidy up his gear. Upon seeing Fang Yuan packing up, the audience in the livestream, still yearning for more, collectively gasped. Host, are you ending the stream? Why are you packing up? I haven't had my fill yet. Yes. The fish are biting so well, why stop? Fang Yuan casually replied, I hadn't planned on fishing today. I merely came to test my new rod and get it blessed in the water. Well, brothers, I must take my leave. I still need to prepare bait for you. Although today's live stream was brief, the abundance of fish caught had drawn in a number of new fans. Hearing this, the audience responded, bait? Did I miss something? Is the host using his own special bait? As inquiries arose, Fang Yuan initially intended to respond, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue. Of course, the host's bait can only be described as extraordinary. Indeed, yesterday I fished for an entire afternoon using the hostess bait and caught over 10 pounds. I too fished for less than 2 hours and caught over 7 pounds. If you don't believe me, check my profile video. Observing fellow fans answering in the chat, Fang Yuan felt a surge of amusement, realizing he need not reply. The fans' testimonials served as the best advertisement. Thus, he entrusted the answers to the seasoned viewers in the livestream. After a brief respite, he finally ended the stream. Chapter 35, Guests and S Family. Unlike most anglers who enjoy fishing yet are indifferent to eating fish, Fang Yuan is quite the opposite. He not only relishes the act of fishing, but also adores consuming fish. It seems no amount is ever enough, especially when enhanced by his mother's culinary skills. Therefore, today, he decided to keep the larger fish and release the smaller ones, selecting a few sizable specimens weighing over half a pound for cooking, some to be braised, and others to be prepared in soup, before packing up his gear and heading home. Mom. Entering the village and stepping into the courtyard, Fang Yuan, as usual, raised his voice. But before he could call out, he froze. Standing in the porch was a young man engrossed in his phone. The young man was of average height and appearance. Yet his attire was strikingly eye-catching, an eccentric hairstyle, piercings in his lips and nose, and loose-fitting trendy clothing. At first glance, one might mistake him for a local rap artist visiting for a performance. This uniquely dressed young man startled Fang Yuan, who exclaimed, Xiao Rui. Hearing the commotion, the young man with the unconventional hairstyle turned around, and upon locking eyes, he stood up with a smile, exclaiming, Brother Yuan. This fashionable lad was none other than Fang Yuan's cousin, Luo Rui. The two were close in age and had spent much time playing together in their childhood. So their reunion was filled with warmth. Not just him, but also little sister. A small girl with 2 pigtails, around 3 or 4 years old, came running up, calling out sweetly, Brother Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped forward and picked her up. Xiao Xian. Noticing that even this little one had come, he knew immediately that his aunt must be inside the house. With relatives visiting, Fang Yuan had little time to waste, so he carried his cousin into the main room. Indeed, in the living room, not only was his mother seated on the sofa, but also a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her, his aunt, He Shuwan. Fang Yuan greeted warmly, Aunt. The woman smiled back. Ah, I was just talking to your mom about you, and here you are. So, how does it feel to be a college student returning home to start a business? Upon hearing start a business, Fang Yuan realized his mother must have shared his fishing live streaming endeavors with his aunt. He chuckled, what college student starting a business? It's merely a small hobby. If I were truly to start a business, I'd have to seek your guidance, Aunt. It is worth mentioning that his aunt is the only highly educated member of the extended family on his grandfather's side. After graduating from a vocational college, she ventured into business, opening a clothing store in a nearby town, where she has thrived over the years, embodying the essence of a strong woman. Upon hearing the playful banter between the two, Mother Fang interjected, All right, you two, enough of the mutual flattery. Now, son, your aunt has made a rare visit. Why don't you head to the village and whip up a few dishes? Oh, and don't forget to grab a bottle of juice on your way back. With his mother's command, Fang Yuan took his leave after giving his aunt's cherubic face a gentle squeeze. By noon, while old Fang had yet to return, the arrival of the 3 ladies brought forth a bountiful spread for lunch. Not only had Fang's mother prepared 4 delightful dishes from the village restaurant, but she also personally concocted a savory crucian carp soup. As soon as the soup was served, the 3 ladies tasted it and immediately gave it their enthusiastic approval. Yuan Gu, this fish must be from a wild river, right? The crucians from the black pits can't possibly taste this exquisite, remarked the trendy younger cousin as he savored a few bites of the fish. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's from the wild river. I can't quite fathom the intricacies of the black pits. His cousin appeared somewhat taken aback. What is so difficult to understand? Brother, let me tell you, fishing in the black pits is far more thrilling than wild fishing. Not only do you catch fish faster, but if luck is on your side, you might even snag a free meal from the owner. Haven't you seen those short videos of the big fishing influencers? They always leave the fish pond owners in tears from their catches. Fang Yuan chuckled, acknowledging the expansive reach of short videos today, which encompass a multitude of topics, including fishing, which branches into various subcategories. Different types can be classified into lure fishing, raft fishing, and pole fishing. Lure fishing itself is further divided into categories like targeting black fish and white fish, while raft fishing can be categorized into bridge rafts and shore rafts. Pole fishing, involving the largest number of participants and the most diverse techniques, has even more subdivisions. There are two main styles of fishing within pole fishing. The first, akin to Fang Yuan's method, is wild fishing, emphasizing spontaneity and a carefree attitude towards the catch. The second is the more purpose-driven, competitive style of black pit fishing, which his cousin was advocating. However, Fang Yuan held little interest in black pit fishing. This leads to an ongoing debate in recent years, whether wild fishing is superior to black pit fishing, a topic that has sparked heated arguments between two factions. Naturally, Fang Yuan sided with wild fishing, as it brims with unpredictability. With each cast, one never knows what fish might bite, or even if it's a fish at all. This singular aspect alone is sufficient to place wild fishing leagues ahead of black pit fishing. Nonetheless, he understood the appeal of black pits, as many are drawn to their gambling nature, relishing the adrenaline rush. While we might not mention the casual fishing spots, those professional black pits with entry fees exceeding $1,000 for a single session, or venues with trophy fish, are undeniably exhilarating. You pay for the ticket, catch well, and you stand to profit. Conversely, those who falter may find themselves losing their dignity alongside their money. Moreover, the black pits are heavily influenced by human factors, making successful catches exceedingly rare. The highly targeted nature of black pit fishing diminishes much of the joy, rendering it less appealing to him. Brother, after we finish our meal, how about I take you to a small pond for a few casts? Fang Yuan glanced over. This time of day, the tickets might be sold out, right? His cousin replied, hey, aren't rules made by people? Besides, the pond I'm talking about isn't a proper black pit. It has other bottom-dwelling fish, and the owner regularly stocks it. We just missed the stocking yesterday, but there are still 2 sessions left today. Upon hearing 2 sessions, Fang Yuan pondered. While he didn't partake in black pit fishing, he was well aware of its nuances. The second session, also known as stealing a donkey, occurs when some fish remain in the pond after the first session, making the subsequent fishing session more challenging. When his mother overheard her son planning to fish, she turned to him, saying, it's fine if your cousin takes you fishing, but with your skills, are you sure you can lead him? His cousin retorted, Mom, what is wrong with my skills? Didn't you enjoy the fish I brought home last time? His aunt scoffed. Oh please, out of 10 fishing trips, you might bring back 1. Exposed, his cousin scratched his head. That's why I want Brother Yuan to take me. I need to redeem myself. Plus, if we don't go now, I might not have the chance later. Turning to Fang Yuan, he implored, so are you in? I've brought my gear. With matters laid bare, Fang Yuan couldn't refuse. All right, but I must warn you, I've never fished in a black pit before, so I can't guarantee any catches. His cousin patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, brother, I know that pond well. I'll back you up. With newfound enthusiasm, the two hastened their meal, and once finished, they headed straight to the pond his cousin mentioned. Chapter 36, The Stealing a Donkey Session. The pond his cousin referred to was not close, situated nearly 20 kilometers away. However, with the aid of his cousin's blazing 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle, they arrived in under 40 minutes. Brother, this is the place. Today, there won't be any fish stocked. If it were a stocking day, there wouldn't even be room to step on this patch of ground. Look, that's the pond. Upon arriving, his cousin began to chatter excitedly. Fang Yuan observed a small courtyard enclosed by barbed wire, modest in size, yet the open space in front was sizable, evidenced by the numerous tire marks indicating a frequent flow of anglers. As for the pond, it spanned over an acre, and as his cousin mentioned, due to the absence of new fish today, it could only be classified as a stealing a donkey session, resulting in fewer anglers present, just a handful scattered around, casting their lines. Well, brother, what do you think of this pond? Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. During their ride, his cousin had thoroughly explained the fishing regulations here. Primarily, they stocked carp weighing over a pound. The regular ticket price was 300, and the return rate was 5 yuan per pound, meaning to recoup the ticket price, one would need to catch at least 60 pounds of fish. Of course, today's stealing a donkey ticket had a different pricing structure. In addition to the carp, the pond also contained other bottom-dwelling fish, such as lively crucians. His cousin mentioned the recent introduction of some 10-pound catfish to entice more anglers. These fetched 15 yuan per pound, so with a bit of luck, catching 2 could cover the costs. Thus, the pricing was fairly standard. Upon reaching the courtyard, His cousin called out, "Boss, we're here to fish." As the words left his mouth, a burly middle-aged man emerged from the house, a bowl of rice in hand, evidently having been in the midst of a meal. Seeing Fang Yuan and his cousin approach, he asked, "Just the two of you?" His cousin nodded eagerly. The pond owner checked the time on his phone and said, "It's 5 o'clock. It'll be 100 each." Upon hearing the price, his cousin exclaimed, "100? Isn't the price 80 for stealing a donkey session?" The owner, taking a bite of his meal, replied, "That was before. The fish stocked yesterday were few, so the ticket price has naturally increased." With a hint of impatience, the owner added, "So, are you in or not?" His cousin stepped forward. "Of course we're in." He then pulled out his phone to make the payment. Fang Yuan, feeling a sense of responsibility as the older brother, rushed forward, asserting that it was his duty to pay, and swiftly scanned the code before his cousin could complete the transaction. After settling the payment, the owner remarked, "You're familiar with my prices for returning fish, right?" His cousin nodded. "I come here often. I know the drill." The owner nodded in acknowledgement and added, "One more thing. While I don't limit rod length, please refrain from baiting the area to avoid spoiling my pond. Unlike wild fishing, this black pit pond is stagnant, with no flowing water. Each time bait is introduced, a substantial amount of feed is released, containing hormones and fragrances, which over time lead to nutrient enrichment of the water, causing it to turn green and making fish susceptible to illness. Thus, whether it's mixed breeding or black pit fishing, there exists an unspoken rule. Of course, you may have your clever strategies, and I have my methods. While the pond owner forbids baiting, the anglers have their own tactics. For instance, scattering bait, commonly known as little yellow flower, is no less effective than traditional baiting. I can carry the bait straight along a line. Surely that doesn't count as baiting, does it? Therefore, the question of whether baiting is allowed has become irrelevant. After settling the payment and arriving at the pond, Fang Yuan was in no rush to cast his line. He surveyed the pond and, upon a closer look, felt a sense of amusement. He had been puzzled as to why the owner, despite the presence of large fish, had the confidence to impose no limit on rod length. Now he understood. In the center of the pond were several aerators secured by floats, tethered with numerous ropes, which limited the length of the rods. He estimated a distance of precisely 5 meters, just enough to avoid overextending, as a longer rod would likely tangle the line, and the same applied to the four corners, which were also restrained by long nylon ropes. Fang Yuan wasn't unfamiliar with the habits of fish, although he didn't usually fish in black pits. As the old saying goes, fish gather in the waist of long ponds, in the corners of square ponds, and in the center of round ponds. This refers to the preferred congregation spots of fish in variously shaped ponds, and in front of him lay a square pond, making the optimal fishing positions the four corners, or as they are colloquially known, the big edges. However, fishing at the big edges was no longer an option. That old fox, Fang Yuan's cousin, seeing him standing at the pond's edge without casting his line, urged, "Brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry and cast your line." Fang Yuan responded affirmatively. With no fishing spots to choose from, he decided to settle down next to his cousin's chosen spot. "Brother, should I use your bait or mine?" Fang Yuan asked. "Let's use mine," he replied, pouring some moisture from his carp bait to mix with the bait before sharing some with his cousin. Although he couldn't bait the spot, incorporating the feed into the bait served a similar purpose. As for why not to use the corn from the bait directly, well, black pit fishing demands speed, and corn, being a hard particle, is more suited for bottom fishing rather than quick catches. Furthermore, considering the underwater conditions, palatability is essential. Soft bait not only facilitates easier ingestion but also disperses in the water, effectively forming a bottom-baited area. Hence, when it comes to black pit fishing, bait is indeed most suitable. In the meantime, Fang Yuan opened the system panel to check if he could bind the fishing grounds. But after several attempts on the radar icon yielded no response, he decided to abandon the effort. It appeared that this region had its limitations. Since he couldn't take any shortcuts, Fang Yuan settled down, prepared his bait, and then retrieved his pre-packed dreamy dragon catcher. As he pulled out the rod, his cousin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother, is that a 7.2-meter rod?" Fang Yuan nodded. His cousin urged, "You should switch it out quickly. It's too long and prone to tangling. A 5.4-meter rod would be perfect." "I'm telling you, brother, I know this pond well." Interrupting, Fang Yuan replied, "It's fine. I'll fish a bit closer." Hearing this, his cousin shook his head. You won't give up until you tangle a line, will you? Fine. Go ahead and see." Observing his cousin's demeanor, Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly, not feeling the need to elaborate. The reason he chose the 7.2-meter rod was after careful consideration. For this fishing endeavor, he had prepared 2 strategies. First, he intended to fish for a while using the carp bait to assess the bites. If the response was swift, he would continue fishing. Given his current physical condition and the lightweight design of the dreamy dragon catcher, fishing at close range would not be strenuous. However, if the carp were unresponsive, well, he would simply resort to his large fish bait. In summary, he sought no more than to recoup today's expenses as a professional angler. Chapter 37. The fishing skills of his cousin. Not far from the pond, the owner observed Fang Yuan pulling out a 7.2-meter rod, a smile spreading across his face. He was familiar with Luo Rue, Fang Yuan's cousin, and recognized that the latter was both inexperienced and fond of fishing. Each time they opened the gate, earning 30 to 50 yuan was already considered a good day. So, upon seeing that he had brought someone along, the owner thought to pay extra attention. Seeing someone trying to fish with a 7.2-meter rod in his pond, another one bringing in the money. At the pond's edge, having found the bottom and adjusted the float, the fishing began. Since baiting was not permitted, Fang Yuan took a quail egg-sized piece of bait and cast it into the water, targeting a spot approximately 5 to 6 meters from the shore, where the water was over 3 meters deep. Not far ahead lay the aerator. This pond, when examined closely, could hardly be categorized as a black pit. It resembled more of a mixed breeding pond where fish fry were periodically released to sell tickets. Regardless of whether it was a mixed breeding pond or a black pit, some effort was required initially to gather the fish, which means casting frequently, continuously sending bait into the water to attract fish. Thus, once the first rod hit the water and the float settled into position, Fang Yuan swiftly lifted his fishing rod. His cousin, observing from the side, asked, "Brother, did you get a bite?" "No, just establishing a rhythm," Fang Yuan replied. "Establishing a rhythm?" His cousin looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Fang Yuan explained, "This pond isn't small, and since we can't bait, we need to keep sending bait to the surface to attract fish. Essentially, it's a form of indirect baiting." Upon hearing this, his cousin's eyes lit up. "Right. How did I not think of that?" With that, he began mimicking Fang Yuan, raising his rod to establish a rhythm. However, understanding the concept was one thing, but executing it was quite another. While Fang Yuan casted with precision, ensuring each piece of bait landed accurately on the same spot, his cousin's attempts appeared rather haphazard, with some casts landing 2 meters apart from each other. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could only shake his head and smile. Mastering the fundamentals isn't something that can be explained in a few words. It relies on talent and practice. Because of this, Fang Yuan knew that with his cousin's skills, he wouldn't be able to bring in any money, so it would fall upon him instead. The two of them had a 200 yuan stake, and the current fish price was 5 yuan per gene. This meant they needed to catch 40 gene of fish to break even, a considerable amount. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan quickened his pace. Although it was past noon, the sun still blazed, warping the surface of the water with shimmering waves. After a prolonged period of casting, neither of them saw any movement on their floats. This was not just their situation. Anglers in other areas of the pond were experiencing the same, occasionally lifting their rods only to find the bait completely gone. However, Fang Yuan remained unperturbed. The ethereal beings were elusive at midday, and as Fang Yuan raised his gaze to the sun, he glanced at the shade cast by the courtyard wall behind him. He deliberately began to reduce the frequency of his fishing rod's pulls. The baited spot had already been established under the vigorous pulling, leaving the rest to the passage of time. Thus, over 20 minutes slipped by, and the shade from the courtyard wall began to drape over the water's surface, gradually enveloping the tip of the fishing rod and the float. At that moment, the float, which had just settled into position, exhibited a few slight twitches. Fang Yuan straightened his posture, recognizing that a bite was imminent. He steadied his breath and focused intently on the float. Indeed, after a few more twitches, it suddenly plunged down sharply. With his enhanced physical reflexes, Fang Yuan responded swiftly. The instant he felt the tug, he flicked his wrist, causing the rod tip to rise. Splash! A carp with a reddish tail broke the surface of the water. Just as his cousin had said, it weighed over a pound, and the sensation was quite pleasing. With the use of the dreamlike dragon catcher and the accompanying fishing line, he easily lifted the fish from the water without a splash. Seeing Fang Yuan's success, his cousin shot him an envious glance. "Impressive, bro. You caught a fish on your first try? Far better than me." Caught off guard by this statement, Fang Yuan wondered if he had overlooked something. "Xiao Rue, how many have you caught here before?" His cousin raised his chin slightly, "About 7 or 8. Realizing something was amiss, Fang Yuan probed further. "Was it also at this particular spot?" His cousin quickly shook his head. "This isn't a mere spot. It's a designated area, and you have to draw lots for it." Fang Yuan's eyebrows twitched. 300 for a ticket, and only 7 or 8 fish. That amounted to less than 10 pounds of fish. The return would merely be 40 to 50 yuan. This paltry catch would hardly justify the cost of admission, let alone cover the expenses incurred. With this realization, Fang Yuan gained insight into his cousin's fishing skills and decided it best not to discuss the catch further. Shifting his focus back to the water, he noticed that, bolstered by the bait, the float soon began to exhibit further activity. With a deft flick of his wrist, he hooked another carp, and without forgetting to call out to his cousin, he warned, "There's a bite. Quickly reel in." Prompted by Fang Yuan's reminder, his cousin hastily raised his rod, managing to hook another carp as well. Although his cousin's technique was somewhat lacking, the potency of the bait made up for it, resulting in both of them landing fish simultaneously. Their success attracted the attention of several other anglers nearby, but upon realizing they were only catching small carp, they quickly returned to their own pursuits, evidently seeking larger quarry. Meanwhile, the owner of the fishing pond, having just finished a meal and nearly dozing off in a rocking chair, was roused by the splashing sounds. Instinctively, he glanced toward the pond, only to shift back to his previous position after spotting the two small carps, dismissing them as insignificant. As the carp were landed, Fang Yuan's cousin's enthusiasm soared, especially when he noticed the emerging signs of a possible fishing spree on Fang Yuan's side. His voice became incessant, yet Fang Yuan paid little heed to his chatter, instead fixating on the water's surface. After an initial period of vigorous pulling, the baited spot had attracted carp, evidenced by the frequent bubbles breaking the surface, a clear indication of fish feeding. Though his cousin's spot was less effective, it was evident from the sporadic bubbles that there were still fish present. However, despite Fang Yuan's continuous catches, his cousin's spot remained dormant, which was perplexing. Suddenly, a realization struck Fang Yuan. "Xiaorui, did you adjust your float?" His cousin replied, "Of course I did. How else would I catch fish?" Fang Yuan brushed aside the argument, insisting, "Let me see it." His cousin, perplexed, handed over the rod. Fang Yuan took it, added a heavier weight, and after some adjustments, he discovered the issue. Adjusted? Both hooks were in a suspended state, a futile adjustment indeed. If the fish were feeding near the bottom, as evidenced by Fang Yuan's catches, it was sheer luck that he had managed to land any at all. At that moment, he understood why his cousin had only managed a meager catch despite the 300 yuan ticket price. Had it not been for his intervention, who knew how much his cousin would have ended up paying the pond owner? After meticulously calibrating the float, he returned the rod. His cousin seemed to regain his senses. "Bro, were you just readjusting my float?" Fang Yuan did not deny it. "Try it out. It's much better than what you had." He then swiftly cast his rod, landing another carp. Observing this, his cousin, albeit skeptically, prepared his bait and cast it out. As soon as the float settled, it was met with a vigorous tug. Fang Yuan watched as his cousin raised the rod, reeling in yet another carp. "Hey, this really works," his cousin exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he regarded Fang Yuan with newfound admiration. Thus, for the next half hour, they alternated in their successes, with Fang Yuan reeling in over 10 carp, while his cousin experienced a brief surge of activity, landing 5 carp in a row. Had it not been for the 2 fish that escaped, he would have surpassed his previous record. Meanwhile, other anglers in the vicinity, who had been targeting larger fish, began to feel restless upon witnessing the duo's consecutive catches. In this clandestine fishing venue, time was limited, while large fish were desirable. The ticket price made it imperative to land at least 1 fish. With their nets empty, the hope of recouping even their tobacco money seemed bleak. Hence, a change was necessary. Within minutes, 2 anglers across the way began to adjust their bait, mimicking Fang Yuan and his cousin's approach. As time passed and the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting shadows over much of the water's surface, Fang Yuan glanced at the time. With less than an hour left, he mentally tallied his catch since the first fish was landed, a total of 18, weighing around 20 pounds. At the current rate of 5 yuan per pound, he had met the threshold for a profitable return. However, his cousin was still lagging, needing at least half as many fish. Given their previous catch rates, Fang Yuan felt no urgency. Yet, after nearly an hour of consistent bites, the action had noticeably slowed. With over 10 minutes without a nibble, it was clear a change was in order. Otherwise, they would not recoup the cost of their tickets today. With a plan forming, Fang Yuan turned to his cousin. "Xiaorui, are you certain there are grass carp in this pond?" The cousin nodded, "Of course. I witnessed the fish being placed in the water myself. Additionally, someone even caught one yesterday, though it wasn't a legitimate catch. It was snagged on a hook and doesn't count. In the realm of clandestine fishing, the rules are strict. Only legitimate catches are acknowledged, especially when it comes to enticing large fish. This is an unwritten rule in these waters." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. It was reassuring to confirm the presence of the bluefish, and he then produced a bottle of bait specifically designed for them. Notably, unlike other baits for larger fish, Fang Yuan's concoction utilized dried snail meat as its base, which costs 45 yuan per pound. This was the most economical option available, as higher quality variants can exceed 100. Thus, Fang Yuan had prepared only a few bottles for personal use, opting not to display them for sale. Given the high cost of the base ingredients, 4 to 5 yuan per pound, he pondered how many bottles would be appropriate to sell. Moreover, the resources suitable for catching bluefish were scarce, particularly in wild fishing scenarios, leading Fang Yuan to delay putting this bait on the market. Fortunately, he had prepared a bottle in advance, making it timely for use now. "Brother, what are you up to?" observed the cousin as Fang Yuan began to attach the dried snail meat to his line. Fang Yuan replied, "Fishing for bluefish." "Fishing for bluefish?" The cousin raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, saying, "Brother, while it's true that there are bluefish in this pond, be wary. This is merely a tactic employed by the pond owner to attract fishermen, and it's not to be trusted." Fang Yuan inquired him. The cousin continued, "I heard from an older fishing companion that the pond owner dug a deep pit in the center of the pond, right under the oxygenators. It's nearly impossible to cast a line over that spot. I advise you to continue fishing for the smaller fish instead." After hearing this, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. He often came across such deceptive tactics on his phone. The larger the fish, the more cautious they become, especially during the day when they tend to stay in deeper waters. The deep pit essentially provides a natural shelter for the larger fish, meaning that unless one can accurately locate them, even substantial baiting would prove futile. However, while the pond owners in videos often restrict rod lengths, this one had installed oxygenators. What a clever tactic, Fang Yuan mused, grateful for his cousin's warning. Otherwise, he might have faced a disappointing outcome. With this in mind, Fang Yuan focused on the oxygenator at the center of the pond and cast his line. Observing Fang Yuan's determination to fish for bluefish, the cousin felt compelled to intervene. He was quite satisfied with their catch for the day, having taken several photos to boast about on social media, far exceeding their previous haul. Just then, "Brother." Before he could express his concern, his eyes widened in astonishment. The line, which had been cast in a parabolic arc towards the oxygenator, suddenly plummeted just inches from the water's surface, skimming along the top for nearly 2 meters before landing perfectly beneath the oxygenator. Gulp. The cousin involuntarily swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan remained unfazed by his cousin's astonishment. After enhancing his physical abilities, he found precision casting to be quite effortless. Moreover, this technique, typically employed in lure fishing, was merely adapted for use with a hand rod. As the cousin had noted, the depth beneath the oxygenator was indeed considerable, and once the bait settled, only the tip of the float was visible. Thus, he raised the rod, adjusted the float, and cast again. After 2 such motions, the float was perfectly positioned when it abruptly sank, the calibrated 4 markers disappearing beneath the surface. Chapter 39, The Great Bluefish on Shore. This was a sight to behold, not just for Fang Yuan, but for his cousin as well. "Brother, it's a black float, it's a black float." As soon as the cousin exclaimed this, Fang Yuan tilted the rod upwards. The line, taut against the oxygenator, pulled straight, causing the first 2 sections of the rod to bend. The sound of air rushing past it filling the air. A large fish was on the line. The pond contained only a few types of fish, bottom-feeding crucian carp and the newly introduced carp, neither of which could create such a commotion. The answer was evident. "It's a bluefish, brother, it's a bluefish." The cousin, equally excited, shared in the thrill, his expression even more animated than Fang Yuan's, causing other anglers nearby to glance over. If their earlier catches had merely sparked envy among the other fishermen, this moment drew a crowd, all rushing over. Indeed, human nature harbors a penchant for boasting. The cousin, embodying this trait, raised his chin proudly as he addressed the gathering crowd. "This pond has been open for about 6 months, and not many have caught bluefish. It's my brother's first time here, and he has already hooked one. Impressive. Isn't it?" He presented himself as if he were the one who had caught the fish. However, someone from the crowd interjected, "But it can't be a legitimate catch if it was snagged." Upon hearing this, several other anglers nodded in agreement. "It's likely that when he lifted the rod, it snagged the fish. A brother caught one that way yesterday, but it didn't count. What a pity. Otherwise, that bluefish would have been a sure thing." One of the anglers craned his neck to see Fang Yuan's bait, and upon spotting the dried snail meat, turned away in disdain, refocusing on the water. Fang Yuan paid little heed to their comments, but the cousin stood up. "Snagged. I saw the black float sink clearly. I guarantee it wasn't a snag." The other anglers, glancing skeptically at the cousin's wet attire, chose not to argue further. At this age, the cousin was brimming with bravado. They had families and didn't want to squabble over trivial matters. "Brother, be careful. The bluefish is quite powerful," the cousin cautioned, eyes fixed intently on the surface of the water. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Don't worry. The hook is secure. It won't escape." His confidence was well-founded. The rod was a comprehensive model designed for dragon fishing. The line was top-notch, and the only variable was the number 6 hook, which was more than adequate for reeling in a small bluefish weighing over 10 pounds, with plenty of leeway. Moreover, controlling the fish was manageable. While the bluefish was strong underwater, it posed no threat to him now. After a few moments, Fang Yuan rose to his feet. With a 7-meter 2 rod paired with a 7-meter 5 line, sitting made it difficult to maneuver. As he stood and took 2 steps back, the rod gave a sudden jerk. Splash! A tremendous spray erupted from the water, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a sizable black-backed fish, over half a meter long, darting past. A group of onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wow, it's truly a perfect catch. Young man, hold steady, don't force it. Overexerting may lead to a snapped line. Upon realizing it was indeed a perfect catch, the spectators altered their tone. They had heard tales of the catfish residing in this pond and had specifically come to fish here, yet after several attempts, they had spent a considerable amount without even spotting a single catfish. Seeing someone land one right off the bat sparked envy within them, prompting them to offer advice. However, the angler, Fang Yuan, paid little heed to their warnings. Just as he had reassured his buddy, once the fish is hooked, there's no chance of escape. Don't force it. Risk snapping the line. Huh. My line can withstand 30 kilograms of pressure, and the rod is rated for 100 kilograms. This is merely a conservative estimate. In practice, the actual strength is often tenfold. Thus, he raised his rod and took a step back, prepared to assert dominance. Suddenly, with a splash, the catfish had no chance of retreating into deeper waters, being forcefully pulled to the surface, sending water flying. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Could fishing, especially for a 10-kilogram-plus specimen, be conducted in such a manner? The catfish struggled fiercely, thrashing against the water's surface, creating a ruckus that roused the sleepy owner of the fishing grounds. What is that commotion? The owner squinted groggily, only to widen his eyes in disbelief. Goodness! A large fish, nearly a meter long, is being dragged towards the shore. The realization struck him. The young man had indeed caught a catfish. Unable to contain his excitement, the owner sprang up, slipping on his sandals and rushing out. Boss, you might just be losing some money today. One of the spectators jeered as they watched the shirtless owner approach. Upon recognizing the catch, the owner's eyelids twitched, though he managed to maintain a smile. Haha, I'm not worried about losing money. I'm thrilled to see a catfish caught from my pond. He then whipped out his phone to record, exclaiming, "Look, everyone, don't say my pond's catfish are uncatchable. This young man just landed one on his first try." He swept the camera across, capturing the other spectators in the frame as well. His intention was simple, to promote his establishment. After recording, the owner pulled out a cigarette, taking a puff before turning to Fang Yuan. "Young man, you don't seem very old, yet your skills are impressive. You must frequent these places often." Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly at the owner's words. The term frequenting referred to a group of anglers who made a living from fishing in black pits, possessing exceptional skills that often led to successful catches. The owner, seeing this newcomer hook a large catfish on his first attempt, couldn't he help but speculate about his background. "Actually, I've primarily engaged in wild fishing. This is my first time at a black pit," Fang Yuan clarified. "Your first time at a black pit?" Fang Yuan nodded noncommittally. The owner sighed in relief, thinking perhaps he had overreacted and that this catfish was merely a stroke of luck. After all, the deep pit in the center of the pond was equipped with an oxygenator, making it nearly impossible for anyone to cast a line there. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, he abruptly halted. After successfully placing the catfish into the catch net, Fang Yuan rebaited and cast again, this time positioning the bait. A piece of snail meat, at an exceptionally precise angle directly beneath the oxygenator. The owner's eyelids twitched once more. The angle, the skill. The cast executed by Fang Yuan didn't go unnoticed, as the surrounding anglers gasped in unison. His technique and precision could only be described as extraordinary. "Young man, your casting technique suggests you're quite experienced with black pits." Fang Yuan smiled but refrained from elaborating, while his buddy chimed in, "It's merely basic technique. As long as the rod reaches, there's no spot my brother can't accurately hit. You should learn a thing or two." This remark made the owner's eyes twitch again. "No spot he can't hit. Is that deliberate? Does he know I've dug a pit in the middle of my pond and targeted the fish nest?" The owner felt a pang of discomfort. He had set the rules, no restrictions on rod length. While digging pits in the pond was common in black pits, it was typically done discreetly. If this were to be publicly acknowledged, it would tarnish his pond's reputation. Thus, he found himself in a position where he could neither speak nor act. However, he consoled himself, thinking, "It's just one catfish. I can use this opportunity for some advertising. Losing a couple of hundred today isn't the end of the world. I refuse to believe he can catch more." With this thought, the owner felt somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan remained focused on the fishing float. Although it was his first time fishing for catfish, he understood their behavior well enough and was concerned that the previous catfish's splash might have frightened away the others. "If only I could replenish the bait," Fang Yuan mused. In wild fishing, it was common to encounter a large catch that would disturb the area, and the usual remedy was to refresh the bait to regroup the fish. But this was a pond, not a wild fishing scenario, especially with the owner watching closely. Soon, however, the float began to show signs of movement. alleviating Fang Yuan's concerns. "Hey, there's a bite," his buddy called out, now more focused on watching Fang Yuan than fishing himself. Upon hearing this, the owner's heart raced as he glanced at the upright float, noticing rhythmic tugs beneath the surface. He silently prayed, "Please let it be a carp." The reality was daunting. The catfish in his pond weighed at least 10 kilograms, meaning one catch would cost him nearly 200 yuan, a significant loss for the day. If another fish were caught, he'd have to forfeit another 200. Thus, seeing the float moving, he could only hope it was a carp nibbling at the bait. Yet, reality often diverges from expectations. After several subtle movements, the float suddenly dipped dramatically, and Fang Yuan swiftly raised his rod to secure the catch. Whoosh! It was a big one. Another hefty fish. The bending rod and the sound of the line slicing through the air brought smiles to Fang Yuan and his buddy, but despair to the owner. Another catfish. This young man was reeling in catfish after catfish from his pond. With the experience of landing the first catfish, Fang Yuan felt even more at ease when the second one bit, smoothly raising his rod while retreating, refusing to give the catfish any opportunity to escape. Unlike the first catch of the bluefish, this time Fang Yuan's technique was notably gentler, as he was careful not to disturb the fishing spot. He employed a tactical retreat, taking 2 steps back while reeling in the line, then advancing a step to allow the fish some respite. Certainly, while this method was softer, it did not significantly slow the pace of the catch. After several such repetitions, the bluefish was drawn close to the shore. Fang Yuan reached down to hook it, weighing it in his hand and remarking, "TSK, this bluefish has been well fed, quite plump." Upon hearing this, the fish pond owner behind him felt a pang of despair. Well fed? Quite plump? Wasn't he that obvious? He was worried that these bluefish might not be satiated enough to bite the hook. Spending 100 to 200 yuan daily to buy fresh snails from town for their nourishment, he fed them small amounts every 3 days and larger amounts every 5 days. How could they not be fat? Of course, he could only harbor these bitter thoughts internally, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. Haha, indeed. I'm not boasting, but in this vicinity, I'm the only one capable of raising such large bluefish. Anyone else would have had them belly up by now. After boasting, he turned to the onlookers, saying, "How about that? I told you there were 30 bluefish in here, and you didn't believe me. Now you've seen it, right? This young man has already caught 2. The onlooking fishermen nodded vigorously, showering him with compliments. And soon they were back to focusing on their own lines. It was no joke. The fact that he was catching fish in succession indicated that the bluefish had begun to bite. There was no time to waste. As the other fishermen departed, Fang Yuan cast his line again. Similar to his previous casts, he gently lifted his hand and sent the hook, baited with snail meat, precisely beneath the oxygenator. This scene only reinforced the pond owner's earlier suspicions. This lad was indeed a professional. However, glancing at the clock, he noted that there was still over half an hour until closing time, and for the first time in his life, he found this half hour to be painfully long. He prayed internally, hoping that no more fish would bite. Otherwise, he feared that today's efforts would be in vain, potentially jeopardizing his earnings for the coming days. Just as he began his silent prayer, the rod before him suddenly jerked upward, the reflected light dazzling him momentarily. "Brother, it's a bluefish." Another bluefish. The bluefish had started biting in succession. In no time, the third large bluefish was safely netted. Witnessing this, the pond owner felt as if his heart were bleeding. The first catch could be chalked up to luck, the second as well, but a third? As the old saying goes, good fortune comes in threes. This made the pond owner anxious. If this young man continued fishing, he feared he might end up working for free this entire month. Thus, upon seeing Fang Yuan prepare to cast again, he hurriedly approached, saying, "Hey, young brother, I need to talk to you." Fang Yuan turned around. The pond owner first offered him a cigarette, also providing one to the nearby assistant, then added, "Young brother, you've already caught 3 bluefish. And there were plenty of carp before too. You've caught quite a lot." Fang Yuan chuckled and replied, "What do you mean?" The pond owner, smiling, continued, "Well, brother, if you keep fishing like this, I fear I won't have any fish left in my pond." The assistant, catching on a moment later, exclaimed, "Oh, boss, are you saying you can't afford this anymore? If we're at the end of our time, we'll pack up and leave. But there is still half an hour left. What is your point?" The pond owner glanced nervously at the other fishermen, as if afraid they might overhear, and whispered apologetically, "I'm truly sorry, but my family depends on this pond for a living. If you keep catching fish like this, my family might not make it." Hearing this, Fang Yuan replied, "All right, if that is the case, I won't fish anymore." Upon reaching an agreement, the pond owner's expression brightened, and he was about to offer more cigarettes. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying, "I can stop fishing, but I have a condition." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards a group of free-range chickens wandering not far from the pond. On the way home, Fang Yuan sat on the back of his assistant's motorcycle, listening to the excited recounting of the day's fishing exploits. occasionally glancing at the large rooster crammed into the tackle box with only its head sticking out. Upon seeing the rooster, the assistant became even more animated, his saliva flying as he spoke. It turned out that after Fang Yuan agreed to the pond owner's request to stop fishing, he had devised a plan. He could forego fishing, but only under certain conditions. He had set his sights on the pond owner's flock of native roosters. Native roosters are fantastic. Their meat is firm and flavorful, rich in nutrition, and not easily obtainable by the average person. Initially, the pond owner was somewhat reluctant upon hearing Fang Yuan's conditions of refunding the ticket price and catching 2 free-range native roosters. However, he had no choice. These native roosters were indeed valuable, but not nearly as valuable as the sizable bluefish. Each bluefish was worth over 100 yuan. If he allowed Fang Yuan to continue fishing, he would end up owing far more than just 2 roosters. Even the entire flock would not suffice to cover the losses. Thus, he ultimately relented, pinching his nose and agreeing. They sped back to Fangjia village. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, the assistant dashed into the yard, cradling the tackle box containing the native roosters. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you two go fishing? Where did these big roosters come from? Before Fang Yuan could explain, the assistant launched into an enthusiastic narration from start to finish. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's mother looked astonished. Not only her, even Fang Yuan's father, who had just returned home, shared her surprise. In his youth, Fang Yuan's father had enjoyed fishing, though in recent years he had gone less frequently. Yet, the notion that fishing could yield big roosters, especially free-range native ones, was akin to a maiden's first ride in a bridal sedan. Did you really catch these 2 big roosters fishing? Fang Yuan's father asked earnestly. The assistant patted his chest and confidently replied, of course. Although I was just along for the ride, bringing back these roosters was entirely Brother Yuan's doing. At this, Fang Yuan's father looked at his son with wide eyes, slapping him on the shoulder. Well done, lad. You've got my flair from back in the day. Just as this pride began to swell, Fang Yuan's mother chimed in. Your flair? Don't kid yourself. You haven't brought home a single chicken in all these years. Fang Yuan's father awkwardly laughed it off and then shifted the topic. Since you brought back 2 native roosters, let us slaughter one for dinner. He then turned to the 3 women nearby, saying, you ladies should stay for dinner. Today, you're in for a treat. I'll make a mean chicken stew. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan noticed a shift in his aunt's expression, and even his mother looked surprised. His aunt said, brother-in-law, you don't have to bother with dinner. It's getting late, and we should be heading home. Following suit, his mother added, if you're leaving, then let us make it quick. If Shiner wakes up, it might be difficult for you to leave. Fang Yuan and his father were both taken aback. Did this mean that little Shiner was going to stay? Old Fang wished to inquire further, yet under the formidable gaze of Fang's mother, he resolutely held back his questions, and Fang Yuan, understanding the situation, refrained from speaking. After the departure of the aunt and her brother, the 2 men turned their attention to Fang's mother, who sighed and declared, from now on, little Xin will be residing with us. Once they were inside the house, Fang's mother expounded on the underlying circumstances. Upon hearing her explanation, Fang Yuan realized that beneath his cousin's seemingly unreliable demeanor lay a steadfastness that was quite remarkable, despite spending an entire afternoon fishing. He had not uttered a word about this significant matter. It turned out that the primary purpose of the aunt's visit today was to bring her younger daughter, the little cousin Xin, to stay with them. The reason for this was rooted in necessity, stemming from the troublesome behavior of her husband. Initially, the aunt's husband had gambled away their money, and although he later sold their house in the city to settle debts, there remained substantial financial gaps. Not to mention, their family was still short by 20,000 yuan. Furthermore, the business of physical stores had been increasingly adversely affected by online shopping, making it difficult for the aunt's clothing store in the town to thrive. Thus, she sought opportunities abroad a few months ago. Initially, it was just her husband who went. But upon hearing of the decent wages, he took the younger brother along to work as well. If they could stabilize their situation, the 3 of them could settle their debts within a year. However, as they had applied for work visas, little Xin could not accompany them due to her age, which left them no choice but to send her here. Sighing, Fang's mother lamented, they say it's all for the sake of the children, yet in the end, the children are the ones who suffer. After absorbing this information, Fang's father's expression grew solemn. The idea of the whole family working abroad was anything but simple. How long will they be away? He asked. Fang's mother replied. The aunt mentioned that their visa is valid for a year, meaning they won't return until this time next year, just in time for little Xin to start kindergarten. Furthermore, the aunt left behind 10,000 yuan for the child's pocket money, producing a stack of 100 yuan notes from her pocket. Seeing this, Fang's father, for once, expressed his disapproval. Given their circumstances, why accept their money? Uncharacteristically, Fang's mother did not argue but clutched the money tightly, saying, if we do not take this money, little Xin will no longer belong to our family. As dusk approached, With the arrival of the little cousin, Fang Yuan and his parents deliberated for quite some time on how to prevent Xin from crying for her mother upon waking. To this end, Fang Yuan even made a special trip to the town to purchase a plush toy, a Barbie doll, and a plethora of snacks. Just as the three of them were strategizing, little Xin, surprisingly calm, emerged and asked Fang's mother, "Auntie, did my mother and brother leave?" At these words, Fang's mother felt a wave of emotion wash over her at the sight of the child's understanding demeanor, and she embraced Xin tightly, turning her head away to hide her tears. Even old Fang, witnessing this poignant scene, excused himself to the yard under the pretense of smoking. Chapter 42. A Call from Brother Ben. An Invitation to the Tournament. Little Xion's maturity exceeded the expectations of the elderly couple. She did not cry or seek her mother. Yet, being just over 3 years old, her feelings were visibly etched on her face. While she refrained from tears, the melancholy expression on her face was heart-wrenching. In light of this, Fang's mother poured her heart and soul into her culinary skills over the following days, preparing a variety of delicious meals. While Fang's father repeatedly declined opportunities to treat livestock for extra income, all in hopes of fostering a quicker bond with this new family member. As for Fang Yuan, the elder brother, he too did not lag behind. Initially, he had planned to venture further afield to establish a new fishing spot to earn more points. But with Xion's arrival, he had to put those plans on hold. Instead, he settled for fishing in the small river near Zhongyi town to accumulate points and spent the remaining time taking Xion out for leisurely walks. Under their meticulous care, Xion's smile gradually returned, signifying her integration into this new family. One day, while the family was preparing bait in the kitchen, Fang Yuan's phone rang. Notably, as the reputation of their bait began to spread throughout the city, sales had started to soar, with one day even surpassing 100 orders. This surge was largely due to the 1,000 points earned from completing the fishing ground task, as otherwise, the remaining points from daily fishing would have been inadequate to cover the sales gap. With the increase in sales, the entire family, including the new member Xian, became busier. Upon answering the call, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback as the caller ID displayed none other than Brother Ben from Jiangqing, whom he had not contacted in quite a while. Since their last encounter by the river, they had not met again. Even during the live broadcasts, their interactions were brief, with Fang Yuan leaving after donating a few cars. Of course, he understood that Brother Ben, judging by his attire and vehicle, was no ordinary person, likely involved in substantial business, and thus had little time to indulge in fishing or leisure. However, upon connecting the call, Fang Yuan's expression changed upon hearing the purpose of the call. A competition? Brother Ben, I'm just an amateur fisherman. I don't really understand competitions. From the other end, Brother Ben reassured him, "Oh, come now, what's so complicated? It's still fishing. Besides, I've seen your skills, and they are more than adequate." Fang Yuan inquired, "When is the competition scheduled?" "Tomorrow," replied Brother Ben. "Tomorrow? That's rather soon." "Haha, it's not a grand tournament, just a local event that lasts only a few hours. If you truly can't make it, it's no big deal." With such a casual response from Brother Ben, Fang Yuan had no choice but to agree. Hearing his consent, Brother Ben erupted in laughter. "I knew you would come through, brother. Since you're on board, let us finalize it. I'll add you on WeChat, and you can send me your details for registration." The call was promptly disconnected. Moments later, his phone chimed with a friend request from Brother Ben. They had exchanged phone numbers previously, but this was the first time connecting on WeChat. Fang Yuan noted that Brother Ben's WeChat name was still the same, Jiangqing Bin Go. Once the request was accepted, Fang Yuan sent over his personal details. Shortly thereafter, Brother Ben sent a voice message. "Brother, I've registered you. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning in Zhongyi town. All right, I need to get back to work." Along with his message was a link titled The First Fishing Tournament at Xinjiang Reservoir. Upon opening it, Fang Yuan was astonished to find that the registration fee for the competition was 3,000 yuan. The rules were straightforward. It was a team event, with a maximum of 3 members per team, and the winner would be determined by the total weight of their catch. Given the high registration fee, the prize money was substantial as well. The first place would receive 200,000 yuan, the second place 80,000, and the third place 30,000. Not to mention that the top 10 would earn professional points. The allure was undeniable. "Xiao Yuan, what's going on?" As Fang Yuan's expression shifted rapidly, alternating between phone calls and voice messages, the elderly couple glanced over, and even Shiner, seated on a small stool, craned her neck with the curiosity of a child. Fang Yuan explained, "Oh, a friend has invited me to participate in a fishing competition." Fang's father expressed surprise. "A fishing competition? Where?" Fang Yuan replied, "At the Xinjiang Reservoir, to the south." "The Xinjiang Reservoir?" Fang's mother exclaimed, "That place is quite far. I remember that years ago, your father and I, along with hundreds from the production team, pulled a cart there for nearly half a month." Fang Yuan checked the details, just as his mother recounted. The Qingjiang Reservoir was a small artificial reservoir, excavated to alleviate flooding. Commonly referred to as digging the big river, the records included several images depicting the grand scenes of thousands excavating back in the day. However, with the development of the north-south waterway network and numerous sluices, what was once a flood control lake has now transformed into a reservoir. How will you get there? It's quite a distance. Concerned upon learning that their son was heading to the Qingjiang Reservoir for the competition, Fang's mother inquired. Fang Yuan reassured her. A friend will drive me there tomorrow. Hearing that a vehicle was involved, the elderly couple felt relieved. Otherwise, their old electric scooter would never make it. At that moment, Shiner, who had been quietly listening, piped up, "Brother, are you going to compete tomorrow?" Fang Yuan looked at her, playfully pinching her small face. "Of course. Once I win the competition and bring home the prize money, I'll buy you a big stuffed toy, okay?" Upon hearing about the big stuffed toy, Shiner clapped her hands in delight. "Yay? There will be a big stuffed toy." While Shiner was excited about the toy, the elderly couple had other thoughts. Prize money. They give out prize money for fishing? Fang Yuan chuckled. Of course. If there were no prize money, who would participate? Fang's father asked. How much? Fang Yuan held up 2 fingers. Fang's father responded. 2,000? Fang Yuan shook his head, and the expression on Fang's father's face shifted. Could it be 20,000? Fang Yuan continued to shake his head. With a gulp, Fang's father incredulously questioned. 200,000? Chapter 43. Pre-competition preparations. That night, after completing his evening routine, Fang Yuan began to review the back end of his phone, a habit he had developed over the past few days. The data displayed. Today's order count was 56. While it was not as high as the peak of over 100 orders in previous days, 50-plus orders were still substantial, especially since over 10 of them were for premium fish bait, equating to nearly 4,000 yuan. It is worth noting that this 4,000 yuan was almost pure profit. Since the sale of the first bottle of bait a little over half a month ago, payments for orders had started to come in steadily. Now, his bank balance was changing daily, and it would not be long before it reached 6 figures. The speed of this wealth accumulation was something Fang Yuan had never dared to imagine before. Most importantly, he was just at the beginning of his journey, with a promising future ahead. In addition to the orders, the growth of followers was quite impressive, nearing 10,000. Although this was no match for the millions amassed by top streamers, the engagement level was commendable. Each day during his live broadcasts, he consistently had over 100 viewers, which, given his follower count, represented an astonishing conversion rate. After reviewing the livestream backend, Fang Yuan began preparing for the fishing competition the next day. According to the rules sent by Brother Ben, everything was clearly outlined. The rules for this fishing competition were straightforward, no restrictions on rod length or baiting techniques, as long as it was a hand rod. As for the catch, any fish caught from the Qingjiang Reservoir within the valid time frame, regardless of size or species, would count as valid. Thus, it seemed prudent to prepare a bottle of each kind of bait. Considering the reservoir's considerable size, a 7-meter 2 rod was the most suitable choice for such a large body of water. To be safe, Fang Yuan also spent 5 points in the points mall to exchange for a size 10 hook. Product: Dragon Hook Grade, Green Model, size 10 weight, 0. 5G pulling force, 50 kilograms price, 5 points durability, 100. The points mall offered hooks for exchange, but since they did not increase the chances of catching rare fish, Fang Yuan had not redeemed any until now. However, with a potential prize of 200,000 yuan on the line, spending 5 points for a hook seemed a worthy investment. As for why he chose size 10, the reason was simple. A hook that is too small would correspond to smaller target fish, while a hook that is too large would be impractical due to the limitations of the hand rod. Therefore, size 10 was the most appropriate choice, capable of handling fish up to 100 pounds, or even larger, as long as it was hooked securely. Once everything was prepared, Fang Yuan finally went to sleep. The next day, due to the competition and the need to travel, he rose early, just as the first light of dawn began to break. As was customary, the first thing he did upon waking was to draw today's fortune. With a rustle of the bamboo tube, he heard a chime. Ding. Today's fishing fortune. Down. Ding. System reminder. This sign serves only to assist your luck. Actual catches will depend on the host's specific fishing conditions. Hiss. Down. Fang Yuan froze momentarily, as this was the first time since binding the luck system that he had drawn a down sign. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have cared, simply opting not to fish. However, today was the day of the competition. Realizing he had forgotten about this, Fang Yuan slapped his forehead. Oh no, how could I overlook this? After muttering to himself, he focused his mind, and a bamboo stick appeared on the panel. He used it without hesitation, and the luck bamboo tube rustled once more. Moments later, ding. Today's fishing fortune. Up. Ding. System reminder. This sign serves only to assist your luck. Actual catches will depend on the host's specific fishing conditions. Seeing that he had drawn an up sign with just one bamboo stick, Fang Yuan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, He had drawn good fortune on the first try. Otherwise, he would have risked embarrassment today. After finalizing everything, Fang Yuan packed the pending orders from the previous day and rode his electric scooter toward the town. In the old street of Zhongyi town, it was still early, yet the bustling atmosphere was beginning to manifest. Surrounded by the rising steam from the Baozi shop, the sizzling sounds from the youtiao stall, and various vegetable vendors bustling about in search of a prime spot, the vibrant scene, while not comparable to the hustle and bustle of a big city, was filled with warmth and life. Fang Yuan glanced at the time. He had half an hour before his appointment with Brother Bin, so he decided to stop by a breakfast shop for a bite. After finishing his meal, he then made his way to the delivery store. Fortunately, the delivery shop owner was not one to sleep in, as the doors were already open by 6 o'clock. "Oh, you're here so early today?" The owner, Yurong, was surprised to see Fang Yuan, as he usually arrived around 8 or 9. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Haha, I got up early for a few errands and decided to drop off the items I need to send." He then added, "By the way, sister, is it alright if I leave my electric scooter in front of your shop? I won't be able to pick it up until later this evening." Su Yurong remarked, "Haha, it's no trouble at all, just leave it at the door." Although the two had known each other for only about half a month, Fang Yuan had consistently left a favorable impression on her. Not to mention, whenever there was a significant task requiring assistance, Fang Yuan was always eager to lend a helping hand. Thus, leaving an electric bicycle was a trivial matter. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Thank you, sister." Su Yurong smiled in return. "It's nothing." After departing from the delivery station, Fang Yuan carried his fishing gear to the provincial road adjacent to Zhongyi town. The previous night, he had perused maps and discovered that by simply driving straight down this provincial road without any turns, he would reach the Qinjiang Reservoir after 70 kilometers. Hence, he had arranged to meet Brother Bin here. Upon arrival, Fang Yuan glanced at the time, noting that there were still more than 10 minutes until their agreed meeting time. And thus he took out a cigarette and lit it. Just as he had taken his first puff, he heard two honks. A long wheelbase Range Rover came to a halt before him, and the window rolled down to reveal Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin said, "Brother, have you been waiting long?" Fang Yuan laughed, "Not at all, I just arrived. This cigarette was only just lit when you showed up." As he was about to extinguish his cigarette and get into the car, Zhang Bin chuckled, "Haha, no need to put it out. You can smoke inside the car. It's not that strict." Despite this, Fang Yuan still felt compelled to extinguish his cigarette before entering the vehicle. Once inside, Fang Yuan realized that Brother Bin was seated in the front passenger seat, while a young man, approximately in his 30s, was driving. Zhang Bin introduced, "This is Xiao Li, the young brother I mentioned who is quite skilled at fishing." Following this, Zhang Bin turned to Fang Yuan and said, "Brother, this gentleman is a vice president at my company, and he enjoys fishing as well, so I brought him along." The two exchanged nods, and Fang Yuan politely addressed him as Brother Li. Thus, the trio was assembled. Chapter 44, The Bet. Perhaps due to the impressive driving skills of the driver Xiao Li, or perhaps because of the outstanding performance of the high-end 8-cylinder Range Rover, Fang Yuan did not notice any bumps along the journey, and before he knew it, the Qinjiang Reservoir came into view. Despite having read extensively about the fishing competition at the reservoir the previous night, he was still taken aback by its vast scale upon arrival. First, there was the banner stretched across the entrance, adorned with the logos of local enterprises. Then there were the participants. Fang Yuan could not estimate the exact number, but the parked vehicles seemed endless. On the way, Zhang Bin had mentioned that many people were participating in the competition, which Fang Yuan had taken lightly, assuming there would be around 100 or so participants. However, standing there now, he thought, no wonder the first prize is 200,000. Just the registration fees must be a substantial income. After locating a parking spot and securing the vehicle, the three exited and picked up their gear. As had been evident upon their arrival, even from this temporary parking lot, which was quite a distance from the reservoir, participants were visible all around, carrying rod cases and fishing gear while dressed in some protective clothing. Some were smoking, chatting, and gesticulating animatedly. Though the crowd was diverse, a keen ear would reveal that their discussions revolved entirely around the competition, particularly the enticing 200,000 prize. The Qinjiang Reservoir, covering a substantial area of over 100 acres, was rich in fish resources. Not only did the local government regularly stock it with fish fry, but they also employed management personnel. The vastness of the area brought an element of unpredictability to fishing, leading every angler present to believe they had a chance of taking home the grand prize. Consequently, the air buzzed with speculation about the contest. Fang Yuan initially thought the three of them would follow suit, casually finding a spot to smoke and chat while waiting for the competition to commence. However, Zhang Bin called out, "Come on, brother, let me take you to a cooler place." He led the way, with Fang Yuan trailing behind. Before long, the trio arrived at a makeshift boardroom. Fang Yuan noticed a sign that read "No entry for non-staff," but Zhang Bin paid it no mind and walked in confidently. Vice President Li noticed Fang Yuan's gaze and chuckled. Haha, our boss knows the organizers. Realizing this was not Zhang Bin's first visit, Fang Yuan followed him inside. Upon entering, the temperature dropped noticeably. The interior was simply furnished with only a few stools and a tea table. But it was far more comfortable than standing outside in the sun. After Zhang Bin took a seat, he gestured to Fang Yuan. Brother, make yourself at home. He then generously tossed a pack of cigarettes over. Feel free to smoke. Vice President Li, displaying commendable attentiveness, poured tea for the two. Seeing him so relaxed, Fang Yuan inquired, Brother Bin, are we holding up the competition by sitting here? Zhang Bin laughed. Haha, don't worry, brother, we draw fishing spots at 8. And the competition officially begins at 8:30. There's no rush. With this reassurance, Fang Yuan felt at ease. Zhang Bin continued, Hey brother, I see you didn't bring much gear. Do you want to borrow some of mine? They're all top brands, just pick what you like. Hearing Zhang Bin's generosity, Fang Yuan replied, Thank you, Brother Bin, but my gear is sufficient. Zhang Bin nodded. Alright, the competition only lasts for a few hours. Success isn't solely determined by equipment. He then turned to Vice President Li. Hey, Shaoli, have you checked the fishing spots? Vice President Li nodded. I have. He shifted forward in his seat and produced a trifold phone, which he laid on the table. The screen displayed a map of the Qingjiang Reservoir. Boss, look here, Spot 19, Spot 97, and Spots 112 and 133 are all excellent fishing locations. As long as we draw one of these spots, we should achieve a good result. Although Vice President Li was addressing Zhang Bin, Fang Yuan, seated beside him, listened intently. The map indicated numerous red dots along the edges of the reservoir. It was clear these red dots represented the fishing spots for the competition. The spots pointed out by Vice President Li were all prime locations. Just like fishing in wild rivers and private ponds, fishing spots within large reservoirs also vary in quality. The pointed areas, for instance, are considered golden spots. The reasoning is straightforward. These points extend into the water by over a meter, creating a pathway for fish migration and feeding, significantly increasing the likelihood of a catch. Additionally, the unique topography causes sediment to accumulate underwater, such as grass seeds swept in, making the underwater resources richer than in other locations. With an abundance of food, fish are naturally inclined to linger in these areas. Hence, the pointed areas are deemed golden spots. However, Fang Yuan felt that the odds of drawing one of these prime spots among the numerous entries were slim. Just then, a voice exclaimed, Haha, if I hadn't seen President Zhang's car in the parking lot, I wouldn't have known you were here. As the speaker approached, he was a robust, middle-aged man with slicked back hair, sunglasses, and a polo shirt, holding a thick black cigar, exuding an air of authority. Fang Yuan astutely observed that although Zhang Bin maintained his usual demeanor upon the arrival of the middle-aged man with a dark complexion, Vice President Li's eyes flickered with a hint of evasion. Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhang Bin exclaimed, Ah, I was wondering who it might be. And it turns out to be you, General Wang. He then gestured to Vice President Li. Shaoli, please offer General Wang a seat and pour some tea. However, before Li could lift the teapot, the dark-faced man waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, there's no need for tea. I detest that stuff. With that, he sat down with a commanding presence and turned his attention to Zhang Bin. Zhang, my young brother, ever since you triumphed over me last time, I have been unable to eat or sleep, constantly pondering how to reclaim my losses. What do you say? Shall we have another match today? Zhang Bin leaned back, took a drag from his cigarette, and after exhaling a cloud of smoke, smiled. A match? Very well, name your stakes. Upon hearing Zhang Bin's agreement, the dark-faced man grinned broadly. Stakes? Huh, let us not be so direct. That's rather crass. I heard that just a couple of days ago. You secured the bid for that plot of land in Hushi. At this, Zhang Bin's expression darkened as he regarded the dark-faced man. What do you mean by that? The man laughed heartily. Oh, Zhang, don't misunderstand me. I merely thought to hitch a ride on your good fortune and send a few dump trucks in that direction. Hearing this, Zhang Bin's smile returned. Well then, I accept. If I lose to you today, from this moment on, any clod of earth that springs forth from that land shall belong to you, General Wang. He leaned forward slightly, then continued, But should you lose, General? The dark-faced man set down his cigar and replied, The 3-year operational rights to the Qingda shopping mall's parking lot. Chapter 45, Drawing the Prime Fishing Spot. After the two reached an agreement, the dark-faced man exited the room while Zhang Bin narrowed his eyes, gazing off into the distance, seemingly deep in thought. Fang Yuan, having observed their entire wager, felt it was not merely curiosity, but rather the suddenness of the dark-faced man's arrival and the rapid formation of the betting agreement that left him feeling overwhelmed. As for the stakes, Fang Yuan was uncertain how much value those dump trucks could generate, but he was somewhat familiar with the Qingda shopping mall. The Qingda shopping mall stands as the largest comprehensive shopping center in Jiang City, housing no fewer than 300 merchants and boasting a daily footfall reaching tens of thousands, even higher during holidays. Given the mall's substantial size, its accompanying facilities were naturally extensive, such as the parking lot, which, like many large malls, was constructed underground and spread across 2 levels, each containing over 300 parking spaces, totaling over 600 spaces that often filled to capacity. The fees were reasonable, at 10 yuan per hour, and customers could enjoy free parking for 3 hours if they made purchases at the mall, with half the parking fees covered by the merchants. This arrangement led to a daily revenue reaching tens of thousands. Fang Yuan was unsure about the profit margins from this parking lot, but considering the daily revenue, the figures generated from the 3-year operational rights were staggering. He was astounded that such a significant wager could be established with just a few sentences, and all under his very nose. Noticing Fang Yuan's dazed expression, Zhang Bin chuckled, "Brother, don't feel pressured. It's just a bit of pocket change. I can handle it. Besides, if I managed to beat that old fellow once, I can certainly do it again." At that moment, Vice President Li interjected, "Boss, it's time to draw for the fishing spots." He then handed over a folded piece of paper. Among the 3, Zhang Bin was the focal point, and naturally, he would draw for the spot. Although Zhang Bin had spoken lightly just moments before, the brief hesitation as he pointed to the screen revealed that he was under considerable pressure. Whether this pressure stemmed from the monetary stakes of the wager or the implications for his personal reputation remained unknown to Fang Yuan. As his fingertip descended, the screen whirled, ultimately revealing a sequence of numbers, 38. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Bin's brow furrowed. This number corresponded to a fishing spot on a straight dam in the reservoir. While there were prime fishing spots within the same water body, it was inevitable that some would be less favorable. Although this dam spot was not the worst, it certainly was not optimal either. Years of rainfall had eroded the dam, creating a distant shallow area beneath the surface, making it difficult for fish to gather. Thus, one would need to cast their line far, but the exact distance would only be discovered upon arrival. "Boss," Vice President Li remarked, noticing the less than ideal draw. Looking toward Zhang Bin took a deep breath and said, "It'll have to do. It's not the worst spot in the reservoir. Let's go. This 38 spot is quite a distance away, so we should head out." With that, he led the way out of the room. Once outside the air-conditioned space, Fang Yuan realized that while they had been enjoying the cool air, a grand opening ceremony for the inaugural fishing competition at Qinjiang Reservoir had already taken place on a nearby platform. Numerous fishing enthusiasts braved the blazing sun to watch. While at that moment, many were fixated on their phones. A trio that had just passed by was huddled together, anxiously awaiting the results. Upon seeing the fishing spot numbers, their expressions turned sour, indicating that their drawn spots were far from favorable. Naturally, as they made their way, Fang Yuan noticed some who had drawn excellent spots jubilantly celebrating, as if securing a prime location guaranteed them victory. After about 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the designated spot number 38. Just as depicted in the flat map on their phones, this spot was situated on a straight mud dam approximately 30 meters long. The fishing area was small, delineated by a ring of lime powder, spanning less than 10 meters in width. According to the rules, once the competition commenced, participants were free to enter and exit the fishing spots, but only fish caught within the designated area would count. As for sneaking out to fish, well, not only were numerous referees patrolling the area, but several drones equipped with live cameras hovered above the reservoir, effectively quashing any thoughts of cheating. It is worth mentioning that within this mud dam region, there were other fishing spots besides number 38. A nearby trio of competitors arrived, and upon noticing the clearly visible yellow mud beneath the water just a few meters from the designated area, they all shook their heads in disappointment. "It would be a miracle if we caught anything here," one lamented, their voice filled with despair. However, their lamentations did not perturb Fang Yuan. Upon arriving at their location, the trio divided their positions, with Zhang Bin seated in the center, while Fang Yuan and Vice President Li took positions on either side. Having drawn such a spot, they abandoned any prearranged strategies discussed on the way. Now, it was a matter of fishing whatever came their way, regardless of size. They would be grateful for any bites. Thus, the 3 began to fish freely. Interestingly, all 3 opted for long rods, with Zhang Bin and Vice President Li selecting a renowned brand of 8.1-meter rods, while Fang Yuan naturally chose a 7.2-meter dragon-catching rod. The reasoning was simple. The water in front of them was crystal clear, leaving no choice but to fish at a distance. Is it bait? Fang Yuan is indeed using Zhang Bin's. The reason is simple. He is utilizing the renowned brand from the enemy, which is quite pricey, made from high-quality shrimp powder. As for the bait, it is naturally the commercial small medicated bait brought by Fang Yuan to match the situation. However, which type to use will depend on the water depth once the competition commences. Once the bait is prepared and the rods are set up, the 3 of them each cast a line, quietly waiting for the competition to begin. Haha, Zhang, what luck you have to draw such a prime fishing spot. Fang Yuan looked over and saw a man with a cigar swaggering towards them, grinning broadly. This man was none other than General Wang, who had previously made a bet with Zhang Bin. Chapter 46. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their skills. Compared to the previously seen figure in the air-conditioned room, General Wang was now bundled up considerably, yet his aura of arrogance remained intact. Observing his attire, Fang Yuan couldn't help but scoff internally. This fellow, with skin no fairer than a farmer's, was clad in expensive sun-protective clothing, which seemed utterly superfluous. Zhang Bin, upon noticing General Wang's approach, merely glanced at him before averting his gaze, fully aware of the old rascal's intentions. In this setting, with such a fishing spot, it was inevitable that Wang would mock him, so it was best to ignore him. However, while Zhang Bin chose silence, General Wang was brimming with enthusiasm. Haha, what's wrong? Zhang, why the silence? This isn't your usual style. Are you so disheartened by the fishing spot you're at? He then spotted something. Oh, what's this? A small stool? Initially, General Wang aimed to irritate his old rival, but upon noticing Fang Yuan sitting on the small stool, it was as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. Today, there were numerous competitors, with hundreds participating, all utilizing standard fishing platforms and boxes, while Fang Yuan's small stool stood out like a scorpion's tail. Haha, tell me, Zhang, where did you find this young brother as your teammate? If you truly can't find anyone, I can lend you one. Zhang Bin shot a glance at Fang Yuan, noticing his unperturbed demeanor, and chose to suppress his retort, yet that did not deter General Wang's taunting. He turned to a companion beside him. Hey, what number is our fishing spot? The person replied, number 97. General Wang, seemingly not having caught that, repeated, what number? The man, understanding, raised his voice, number 97. General Wang exclaimed, oh, if I remember correctly, number 97 is a golden fishing spot. It's nearly impossible not to catch anything there. Haha. Well, Zhang, the competition is about to start, so I won't keep you any longer. Farewell. With that, he grinned widely, cigar in mouth, and ambled away. Vice President Li watched him depart, and then cast an eye at Zhang Bin, before spitting disdainfully on the ground. Huh? What nonsense? Zhang Bin remarked. Just a small-time character reveling in his moment. Pay no mind, let us focus on our fishing. Shortly after, with the sound of a whistle from the staff encircling the reservoir, the inaugural fishing competition at Qingjiang Reservoir officially commenced. The competitors, who had long been prepared at their respective fishing spots, cast their first rods the moment the whistle blew, resulting in a chorus of splashes. Clearly, in this newly opened fishing area, everyone shared a common understanding. To catch fish, one must offer bait. Various types of bait were tossed into the water as if they were free. At this moment, their thoughts were remarkably aligned. Regardless of whether there were fish in their spots, everyone believed that putting down more bait could only yield positive results. However, compared to other competitors who were actively baiting their spots, Fang Yuan and his companions remained notably quiet, not having placed a single bait, merely casting their lines repeatedly. The reasoning behind this approach was straightforward. The shallow area extending a few meters from the shore was crystal clear. Were there fish? Yes, but merely small fry the size of sunflower seeds, and even if caught all day, they might not yield more than 2. Thus, they needed to seek deeper waters. Yet therein lay the challenge. Zhang Bin and Vice President Li were using 8-meter rods, with line setups exceeding the length of their rods by 30 centimeters. To cast effectively, they were compelled to whip the rod, which could lead to inaccuracies. Even if they found a relatively deeper fishing spot, they could not guarantee that their next cast would land accurately within it. Additionally, the issue of the float arose. If the underwater terrain was flat, it was manageable, but with even slight undulations, adjusting the float would result in it remaining unresponsive. After casting over 10 times without success, Zhang Bin was utterly exasperated. Shall we prepare a bucket of bait for silver carp and peel some tender corn? Upon hearing the request for a bait change, Vice President Li was taken aback. Boss, are you planning to fish for silver carp? Our spot doesn't seem suitable for that. Earlier, while searching for the bottom, he had noticed that the deepest point within reach was barely over a meter, clearly not deep enough for larger fish, let alone silver carp. Zhang Bin took a deep breath, gazing at the bobbing float on the water's surface. What can we do? The distance is too far. The float is not easy to locate the bottom. Other than fishing at a height off the bottom, do you have any alternatives? Let us try for silver carp for a bit, and if there is no bite, we can switch to tender corn for catching crucian carp and bream. With this suggestion, Vice President Li fell silent. Indeed, he had just experienced firsthand that when the cast was accurate and the float was adjusted, the next cast could easily veer off, rendering the float flat and making it impossible to fish. Thus, it was better to switch entirely to float fishing. All right, I'll join you in trying for silver carp. Boss. With that, Vice President Li intended to bring the newly joined Fang Yuan along to attempt catching silver carp. As the more people fishing for silver carp, the easier it became. Yet, as he turned to look, Vice President Li's words caught in his throat. There sat Fang Yuan on the small stool, donning a sun hat. With his pant legs rolled up, feet submerged in the water. With a gentle flick of his arm, the baited hook traced a parabolic arc, landing precisely in a targeted spot. If it were just one cast, it might not reveal much, but on the second and third casts, all within a remarkably short span, the hooks landed accurately in the same location. Vice President Li was taken aback, regardless of whether fish were caught. This casting technique was something he had not mastered even after more than 10 years of fishing. Noticing Vice President Li frozen in place, Zhang Bin turned to look, his eyes widening in astonishment as well. From the moment he sat down, he had been contemplating how to break the deadlock of the day, and he had not paid attention to Fang Yuan, subconsciously assuming Fang Yuan would be casting repeatedly before eventually conceding to float fishing. At this moment, he looked over. Bro, are you already fishing? Hearing the commotion, Fang Yuan smiled. I just tested it. The water is only about half a meter deep at most, and it seems to be somewhat uniform, so I suspect there's a deep channel extending inwards where some crucian carp might be lurking. So, I thought I'd give it a try. Fang Yuan spoke with an air of ease, yet it caused Zhang Bin and his companion to involuntarily swallow hard. A mere half-meter in either direction, the rod Fang Yuan wielded was slightly shorter than theirs, measuring 7.2 meters in length, complemented by over 7 meters of line, minus the more than 1 meter of water depth. In essence, he aimed to cast accurately into an area no larger than a basin, situated 13 meters away, and this was all while facing the wind. The thought sent chills down their spines. Chapter 47, The First Catch. Fang Yuan paid little heed to the astonishment of Zhang Bin and his companion. From the moment the whistle blew, he immersed himself entirely in the act of fishing. Fishing, after all, is not solely about the quantity of the catch, but also the pleasure derived from the process itself. To capture fish is to revel in the joy of angling. Naturally, at the moment of casting, Fang Yuan did not neglect the intricacies of the fishing venue. He activated the system panel to scan the Qingjiang reservoir. Regrettably, the new fishing grounds had yet to be unlocked. Fang Yuan surmised that the criteria for opening new fishing locations involved more than just the area of water. It might be connected to factors such as the lack of artificial stocking and management. Since the new fishing grounds could not be accessed, he resolved to fully engage in the act of fishing. Just like Zhang Bin and Vice President Li, Fang Yuan also spent some time initially finding the bottom. It wasn't long, just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, before he pinpointed a suitable fishing area in front of him. As he had mentioned to Zhang Bin earlier, this fishing spot had a narrow span of less than half a meter. If he strayed beyond that, the carefully adjusted float would fail to stand upright. Fishing in unfamiliar waters carries inherent uncertainty regarding the underwater environment. In an unrestricted wild fishing scenario, this would not be an issue. However, the parameters were fixed here, and one could not simply relocate. Fortunately, while the lateral distance was limited, the area extended considerably inward. Before commencing, Fang Yuan rolled up his pant legs and carefully tested the space, discovering that this fishing point seemed to be a deep channel scoured by currents amidst a broad expanse of shallows. The significance of this location was indeed self-evident. Now that he had identified an appropriate fishing area, he began preparations to cast. Just as in war, where supplies are gathered before troops are mobilized, fishing follows the same principle. Regardless of the underwater conditions, it was wise to first establish a rhythm and ascertain which species were present before addressing the baiting strategy. With a swift motion, Fang Yuan raised his rod and reeled in, the returning hook landing flawlessly in his palm. He then gently tugged the subline on the bait ball, pulling out a ball of ground bait the size of a mung bean. It is worth noting that at this early stage, unaware of the underwater fish situation, he had yet to utilize the dragon-catching hook he had exchanged for the previous night. Instead, he opted for 2 standard size 5 hooks, a versatile choice for various fish sizes. With the bait secured, Fang Yuan lifted his arm gently, sending the hooks sailing through the air, landing precisely in the less than half-meter wide fishing spot. The precision of this cast left Zhang Bin and his companion in awe. What need was there to search for a spot to catch silver carp when it seemed this competition would hinge on his prowess? Consequently, as the team leader, Zhang Bin allowed Fang Yuan to operate freely. Before long, the sun climbed higher and the temperature began to rise. Fortunately, the open terrain of the reservoir allowed for occasional breezes to sweep across the water's surface toward the shore. Otherwise, the heat would have made it unbearable to remain seated. Meanwhile, another team fishing at the same mud dam had begun chatting, neglecting their floats, clearly having given up on the competition. On Fang Yuan's side, Zhang Bin and Vice President Li had been casting for a while, but their expressions revealed a growing impatience, hinting at unsatisfactory results. Just as the atmosphere thickened with a sense of fishlessness, a splash shattered the silence. Someone had hooked a fish. Zhang Bin turned to look, and Vice President Li followed suit. Not just the two of them, but the trio at the adjacent fishing spot also glanced over. They beheld a palm-sized crucian carp skimming the water's surface, gracefully brought to shore by Fang Yuan. Upon seeing the small crucian, the trio at the nearby spot returned their gaze elsewhere. By this point in the competition, over half an hour had elapsed. While it was not worth discussing the better fishing spots, it was evident that anglers at nearby ordinary spots had begun to catch fish, and their sizes were substantial. Thus, witnessing Fang Yuan land a small crucian carp elicited little concern. Just a 2- or 3-tail crucian carp. Hardly a game-changer in the contest. However, Fang Yuan placed great importance on this first catch. A crucian carp. He had anticipated a quick bite from a whitebait or a bluegill, particularly since bluegills were plentiful in the reservoir. Yet here was a crucian carp. How delightful! With a thought of satisfaction, Fang Yuan placed the crucian in the keep net, retrieved the bait, and mixed half of it into another ball. It was time to create a feeding spot. One might wonder why he didn't simply cast it directly. Given the distance, even with an accurate throw, it might startle the foraging fish below, wasting precious time. As for the execution, simple. Fang Yuan first prepared the bait, then rolled a ball of ground bait the size of a quail egg, placing it on the lead weight. With a cast, the ball of bait swayed gracefully, landing precisely in the fishing spot. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, the feeding spot was established. Should he need to replenish it later, he could continue using this method. With the feeding spot completed, Fang Yuan reduced the frequency of his casts, allowing a minute to pass while he lifted his rod to check the bait. In less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the float on the water's surface began to twitch once more, followed by a subtle pause. This was a moment that, had it been any other angler, might have gone unnoticed. With quick reflexes, Fang Yuan struck, raising the rod to reveal another crucian carp surfacing from the water. His second catch was now on land. Observing the second fish, Zhang Bin exclaimed, "Well done, brother. It seems this competition will hinge on your skill today." Fang Yuan smiled in response. With 1, then 2. There would surely be a third. He cast once more into the water, and indeed, the float barely settled before it began to dance again. A few gentle taps followed by a slight pause. Fang Yuan deftly lifted the rod, and with a splash, another crucian carp was brought ashore. Meanwhile, at fishing spot 37, 3 anglers clad in some protective attire lounged under an umbrella, smoking and boasting, utterly disregarding their rods perched at the water's edge. Their situation mirrored that of Fang Yuan and his companions. Their spot was equally lackluster, leading them to abandon the competition outright, as their intentions were clear. Given the fishing conditions, even if they managed to catch a few fish later on, it would not be sufficient to secure a position in the top 3. Without securing a place among the top 3, one would be deprived of any prize, and without a prize, what is the point of fishing? Thus, they resolved to relinquish their efforts entirely. At this moment, the 3 of them gathered together, lamenting their ill fortune of the day. Suddenly, one of the anglers seated facing Fang Yuan exclaimed, "Look, that lad has caught another fish." The other 2 promptly turned their heads to observe. Upon noticing yet another crucian carp, they shook their heads in dismay, muttering, "Just crucian carp. Unless it's a flurry of catches, it's hardly worth the fuss." But before he could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly halted, as Fang Yuan had just landed his second catch, and, in the very moment he cast his line again, he raised his rod once more to reveal yet another sizable crucian carp. Then followed a third, and a fourth, prompting the astonished man to exclaim, "My goodness, this is a continuous catch." Chapter 48. Wild fishing turns into a black hole. On the bank, Fang Yuan remained focused, effortlessly pulling another sizable crucian carp from the water, placing it into the keep net before casting his line again. In a mere span of 3 to 5 minutes, over 10 sizable crucian carp had been secured. Just as initially speculated, this modest deep channel was a hidden treasure trove for fish. Where there is a fish haven, the task becomes considerably easier. With the assistance of the potent bait, how could the fish resist? Thus, consecutive catches were inevitable. Of course, while this process appeared simple, executing it flawlessly demanded meticulous precision. It began with locating the fish haven. The fishing spot number 38 spanned nearly 10 meters, and with the reach of the rod and line, the area available for casting was vast. Searching for a fish haven the size of a basin within this considerable expanse was no small feat. Secondly, precision in casting was paramount. Even if the haven was located, if it was at a distance, enticing the fish to congregate in one spot through successive casts proved challenging. Additionally, adjusting the float and accurately detecting the fish's bite were crucial. This body of water was shallow, with only a few spots exceeding a meter in depth. The clarity of the water allowed one to see the bottom. In such an environment, even if fish were present, a slight disturbance could send them retreating back to deeper waters. Therefore, the bites were exceedingly subtle, and the float could not be adjusted abruptly. In this depth, the bites were often less than half a notch, making it exceedingly difficult to detect such subtle movements from this distance. After formulating a strategy, Fang Yuan hastened his rod retrieval, introducing bait every few casts. Before long, the surface of the water bubbled vigorously, resembling a boiling pot. The speed of the bites increased dramatically. Virtually as soon as the rod was cast, and before the float had settled, a slight tug indicated a catch, with the entire process taking less than 5 seconds. On fortunate occasions, he even managed double catches. This remarkable fishing situation left the trio at the adjacent spot, who had already decided to forego the competition, wide-eyed in disbelief. No fish. Then what were these catches he was hauling in? Without hesitation, they abandoned their plans of boasting and hastily began preparing their bait to fish anew. Meanwhile, at fishing spot number 97, with a chuckle, General Wang reeled in a sizable grass carp, estimating its weight to be no less than 5 or 6 pounds. Thrilled, he lifted it for a closer inspection, marking his third catch of the day, each as substantial as the last. I wonder how Zhang Bin will react upon seeing the fish I've caught, he mused, glancing towards fishing spot 38. However, the distance rendered it difficult to discern details. Noticing this, General Wang turned to his companion, saying, "Hey, come take over my spot. I need to use the restroom." With that, he departed from his fishing location. At spot 38, Zhang Bin exclaimed, "Brother, you're incredible. You've turned wild fishing into a black hole." Observing Fang Yuan's unceasing catches, Zhang Bin, who had not landed a fish for quite some time, was genuinely excited. While the individual crucian carp were small, their sheer number was impressive. A single fish weighed around 3 to 4 ounces. What about 10, 20, 100? Given the current fishing conditions and the rate of catches. If this continued for just 2 or 3 more rounds, not only would they be in the rankings, but they might even hope for a prize. Fang Yuan smiled, haha. Just lucky to have stumbled upon a fish haven. Otherwise, I wouldn't be catching them so quickly. Zhang Bin chuckled in response. Come on, no need to be modest. With the distance you're fishing at, no one else could match your pace. I must admit, your skills are impressive. As they bantered, a heavy breathing sound approached, accompanied by a strong aroma of tobacco. It was evident that General Wang had returned to gather information. Sure enough, he appeared, cigar in hand. Though his physical condition seemed lacking, as he huffed after merely a few steps, the competition rules were strict, yet they did not prohibit participants from leaving their spots. So the arrival of this individual did not surprise the others. However, unlike their initial encounter at the start of the competition, this time, Zhang Bin greeted General Wang with a broad smile and an eager voice. Oh, General Wang, the competition is still ongoing, yet here you are. Have you not had a bite? Not a bite. General Wang chuckled, ready to boast about his own catches to undermine the others. But just then, with a splash, Fang Yuan lifted a large, silvery crucian carp from the water, momentarily rendering General Wang speechless. It was a substantial catch, given the reservoir's stocked fish. It was not surprising to see a 1-pound crucian carp. Is it really possible to catch fish in this dismal place? General Wang pondered. But while he was lost in thought, Fang Yuan cast his line again, and in mere moments, he caught not 1, but 2 fish, easily exceeding a pound combined. Following that, he continued reeling in 1 large crucian carp after another. General Wang was astounded, his expensive cigar dropping to the ground. Seeing General Wang stunned by the fishing success, Zhang Bin sighed. I wonder how it is that at the same fishing spot, you catch continuous crucian carp while I can't land a single one. Zhang Bin's words seemed self-deprecating, yet his tone revealed an unmistakable hint of pride. It was a dilemma. In today's competition, the total weight of the fish caught was what mattered, so Fang Yuan's success directly translated to Zhang Bin's success. Hearing this, Fang Yuan added, they're just small crucian carp. There's not much thrill in catching them. With that, he raised his rod again, landing yet another pair of crucian carp in the keep net. As their banter continued, General Wang's eyes twitched in irritation. He had initially come to witness a spectacle, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Small crucian carp? No excitement. They were all sizable catches, and he had the audacity to claim they were insignificant? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, General Wang restored his smile, exclaiming, previously, I had underestimated the situation. This young brother in emotions is indeed a master. Very well, given this, I shall refrain from further interruption. With that, he turned to leave. However, before departing, Wang's gaze shifted sideways, his eyes betraying a hint of inscrutable meaning. Chapter 49, A Sudden Silence, Doubt. As Wang arrived and then departed, Zhang Bin clicked his tongue, turning to give Fang Yuan a thumbs up. He found Fang Yuan's earlier remarks exceedingly gratifying. Brother, next time I stream, I'll shower you with gifts. Upon hearing such grandiloquent words, Fang Yuan chuckled. Bingo, your mere presence in the livestream chat is more than enough. No need for gifts. Besides, with the platform's high cut, it would just be a waste of money. Haha. Zhang Bin was even more amused by Fang Yuan's straightforwardness. Just as he pondered how to compensate for his lack of catches, the previously silent vice president Li spoke up. Hey, brother Fang. I see you've got quite a few fish here. Mind if I join in? Upon hearing Li's intention to fish alongside him, Zhang Bin scrutinized him from head to toe. Do you possess the casting skills they have? His skepticism was evident as he glanced at Fang Yuan, the implication clear. While they were part of the same group, sharing a fishing spot was not an issue. However, given the small size of the area, if he couldn't cast accurately, he risked ruining the spot where fish had finally begun to bite, leading to disastrous consequences. Fang Yuan replied, no problem, I've nurtured this spot. As long as you can cast roughly in the right area, we should get a bite. His words were not exaggerated. The spot had been established for some time, and the continuous catches indicated that there were indeed plenty of crucian carp, some even venturing out of the small deep water area. Accuracy seemed less critical at this point. Hearing this, Zhang Bin chose not to argue further. Li, expressing his gratitude multiple times, gathered his gear and moved closer. Brother Fang, your fishing skills are remarkable. You must have had expert guidance. As they settled in together, Li initiated the conversation. Fang Yuan smiled. There's no expert. I merely enjoy watching fishing videos. After a while, you pick up a few things. It's nothing extraordinary. Li, keen to elevate his praise, insisted, Brother Fang, you are being modest. With your skills, you would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 fishers I know. As he spoke, Li cast out 2 balls of bait. Fang Yuan sniffed the air, focusing on the bait in Li's hand. Brotherly, what bait are you using? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Li hesitated, his expression flickering as he averted his gaze. Oh, it's just some crucian carp bait the boss bought. But I added a little something to enhance the fish's willingness to bite. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan didn't press further and made space for them to fish together. Surprisingly, despite Li's earlier lack of significant catches, his fundamental fishing skills were commendable, as his first cast landed quite close to the mark. After fishing for another 10 minutes or so, they managed to reel in a few fish, much to Zhang Bin's envy, who was still empty-handed. Fishing, after all, is a pursuit that everyone enjoys, especially the thrill of a catch, and Zhang Bin was tempted to join in. Yet, as he observed, he noticed something peculiar. Brother, aren't the fish biting a bit slowly? Fang Yuan nodded, puzzled. It was still early, and the temperature wasn't high enough to deter the fish, indicating they should be in a so-called window period. Nevertheless, the bites had evidently slowed down, as if the fish had suddenly ceased feeding. Perhaps there are no fish left in the spot. On the other side, at fishing spot 97, Wang sat comfortably in an ornate fishing chair, puffing on a cigar and casually glancing at a message on his phone, a cold smirk crossing his face. Luckily, I have my backup plan. Zhang Bin, let us see what you can do to outmatch me now. With that, he leaned forward and smoothly lifted his rod, pulling a 3 to 4 kilogram carp from the water. At fishing spot 38, after catching a few crucian carp, Fang Yuan's chosen spot had completely ceased to yield any bites, and silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. Even the trio at spot 37 gave up. They had realized that even within the same fishing area, fortunes could differ. Previously, they had seen Fang Yuan's continuous catches as a glimmer of hope, motivating them to persist in their efforts, fantasizing about a potential ranking. Yet, after several casts with only a few small miscellaneous fish to show for it, they had caught nothing of substance. Even the once bountiful fishing spot had gone quiet. With such fishing conditions, what was there left to pursue? All right, time to reel in and boast elsewhere. On Fang Yuan's side, he sighed, perhaps it's the window period. The fish have lost their appetite. After a long stretch without a catch, Li, who had been trying to fish, sighed and looked at Fang Yuan. Well, since you haven't had any bites, I think I'll return to my original spot. With that, he began to gather his gear to move back. Fang Yuan replied, wait, even if it's not much, it's still a fishing spot. You stay here, and I'll go check out yours. Without waiting for Li's response, he picked up his stool and headed over. At this moment, Fang Yuan began to harbor some doubts about Vice President Li. His suspicions arose solely because, since Li's arrival, the bites had inexplicably ceased. He couldn't help but glance at the bait Li was using, feeling that the peculiar scent might be problematic. However, as Li was a vice president in Zhang Bin's company and a fellow competitor in this fishing venture, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns and instead opted to search for a new spot. Yet, this search was not arbitrary. He had a plan in mind. Time had passed since the competition began, and during this interval, Zhang Bin had created numerous bait spots, scattering them left and right. Utilizing his own specially formulated bait, the water surface had begun to show sporadic fish bubbles. This clearly indicated the presence of fish. As for why Zhang Bin hadn't caught any fish despite the apparent activity, it was due to the orientation of fishing spot 38, which faced east-southeast. The sun was directly in front of them, and combined with the water's reflection, it made it difficult to discern the conditions on the surface. Moreover, Zhang Bin had created numerous bait spots with various bait types and changed his fishing methods frequently. Consequently, it was unclear which of his spots held fish. In contrast, Fang Yuan, having consumed a vision-enhancing pill, possessed eyesight far superior to the average person. He could not miss the fish bubbles surfacing, which fueled his desire to change fishing spots. Seeing Fang Yuan's determination to switch locations, Zhang Bin urged, "Brother, why not just stick to the old spot and let Shaoli return?" Fang Yuan replied, "No worries, I'll just give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back." Seeing his resolve, Zhang Bin chose not to argue further. Upon reaching the new spot, Fang Yuan set down his stool and inserted his rod, carefully aiming for the bubbling area. With a swift motion, he cast the bait precisely into the fish-laden waters. Chapter 50. Pressure. As anticipated, the instant the float stood upright upon entering the water, it exhibited a few slight tremors, indicating that fish had indeed arrived at the feeding spot below. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, the float merely wobbled without any further movement. Realizing this, Fang Yuan understood that he had employed the wrong bait. Prior to changing his fishing position, he had attentively observed the surface conditions of the water and noted the sporadic fish bubbles rising. But their scarcity made it difficult to ascertain the type of fish present in the area. Thus, he opted to continue using the crucian carp bait to probe the situation further. At this moment, with the crucian carp bait failing to entice any bites, Fang Yuan swiftly lifted his rod, extracting 2 kernels of corn from his bait mix to attach to the hook before casting it back into the water. In this area, the occasional fish bubbles could only signify one of 2 possibilities, either crucian carp or carp. Ultimately, the decision to switch bait proved to be astute. Just minutes after casting the corn-laden hook, the previously restless float began to show signs of activity, before plunging downward with a vigorous motion. Anticipating this moment, Fang Yuan reacted swiftly. As the float dipped completely beneath the surface, he raised his rod, which immediately bent into a graceful arc, sensing the strength transmitted through the rod. Fang Yuan's heart swelled with joy, knowing that the carp below had no chance of escape. With the aid of his robust tackle, he granted the sizable fish no opportunity to exert its strength. Upon lifting the rod, he stood up, and in the next instant, the water erupted with a crisp splash as a golden flash broke the surface. A carp, a substantial one, weighing several pounds. After hours of fishing, he had finally caught a worthy specimen. To the side, hearing the commotion on the water's surface, Zhang Bin cast a glance, and upon realizing it was a sizable carp, he promptly stood up, retrieving the net he had assembled but had yet to utilize. "Brother, take it easy, don't rush," he cautioned. "It's taken a while to hook a big one. We must handle it with care." However, Fang Yuan was undeterred. With his formidable tackle, he was confident that even a carp weighing 40 or 50 pounds would pose no challenge. As for the hook, a size 10 line paired with a size 5 izema was more than adequate for a fish of this size. His primary concern was avoiding any excessive exertion that might spook the fish and disrupt the carefully crafted feeding area, potentially leading to the necessity of rebaiting to attract more fish. Thus, with a graceful motion, Fang Yuan stepped back, and the large carp, momentarily lifted to the surface, appeared to leap briefly from the water. In mere moments, it was drawn to the bank, an impressive sight that left Zhang Bin astonished. Yet, as a seasoned angler, he seized the opportunity without hesitation, plunging the net into the water to capture the fish's head and swiftly scooping it up, eliminating any chance of escape for the 4 to 5 pound carp. "Wow, brother, that was exhilarating. Thankfully, your tackle held up," Zhang Bin exclaimed, still somewhat shaken as he placed the carp into the keep net. After a morning devoid of substantial catches, this impressive fish felt like a much-needed victory, and it was only natural for him to harbor some concern over Fang Yuan's bold approach. Fortunately, with their combined efforts, the fish was secured. Fang Yuan smiled. "No worries. I'm using a size 1 line with a size 5 izema. I needn't worry about line breakage with a fish of this size." Zhang Bin glanced at Fang Yuan's equipment. Realizing the quality of his tackle, he had already noted the impressive performance of Fang Yuan's gear while he was catching crucian carp earlier. Those half-pound and pound-sized fish had all been swiftly reeled in. Particularly noteworthy was the rod. The arc generated while reeling in a 4 to 5 pound carp was hardly greater than that of the crucian carp. The strength exhibited by this rod rivaled even those valued in the thousands. "Indeed, I had almost forgotten your skills, brother. I recall watching you on a live stream using a noodle rod to land a 10-pound white catfish. Handling this carp should be a breeze for you." With that, he settled back into his spot. The appearance of this carp had come at a fortuitous moment, dispelling the gloom that had lingered over the 3 of them due to the lack of bites. Particularly for Zhang Bin, upon witnessing a carp entering the feeding area, he abandoned his previous strategy of fishing with a float and decided to switch to corn in pursuit of carp. In unfamiliar waters, especially this expansive body, there were no fixed techniques. Everything was discovered through gradual exploration. Yet, unlike Fang Yuan, his float was not set as delicately as he struggled with his cast, alternating between too deep and too shallow, forcing him to adjust it to the least sensitive setting. As the clock approached noon, the trio took a brief respite, enjoying boxed lunches provided by the event organizers. During this time, Fang Yuan managed to land 3 more carp, with the largest weighing over 6 pounds, while Zhang Bin, having adjusted his strategy, broke his streak of 0 catches by reeling in a carp of over 4 pounds. In contrast, Vice President Li had yet to catch a single fish since Fang Yuan changed his fishing spot. Nevertheless, bolstered by Fang Yuan's earlier success with crucian carp, their combined total catch weighed in at over 40 pounds. But how would their haul fare in today's competition? Utilizing their lunch break, the 3 of them opened their phones to watch the live stream of the day's event at the Qingjiang Reservoir. The reservoir was adjacent to a scenic spot and had been heavily promoted for tourism, making today's competition a focal point for the city officials, who had initiated a live broadcast. Since the stream began, the viewer count had never dipped below 4 figures. Moreover, the broadcast featured multiple camera angles, with 4 drones capturing the action. The professional low-flying team quickly provided close-ups of where fish were biting and which spots were yielding large catches, allowing the viewers to gauge the fishing conditions at various locations. Hey, did you see that at fishing point 53? Looks like they hooked another big fish. Indeed, it seems to be a carp, surely weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. 5 or 6 pounds. If it weighs more than 3, I'll eat it raw. That guy up there clearly just wants a free meal. As a seasoned angler with 10 years of experience, I can guarantee that carp is over 5 pounds. 5 pounds is considered large. Just earlier at point 97, they landed a massive grass carp, at least 10 pounds. As soon as the comments mentioned fishing point 97, discussions erupted in the chat. That massive grass carp was caught just as I entered the stream. It nearly gave me a heart attack. In my opinion, point 97 will probably take the championship today. That is obvious. Not to mention that 10-pound grass carp. The subsequent string of carp they caught must weigh at least 30 pounds. Altogether, it's likely to exceed 50 pounds. 50 pounds. You really underestimate people. I'm fishing right next to point 97, and I've seen them catch fish. Their total haul must be at least 80 pounds. By the end of the competition, they could break 100 pounds. The lively discussion in the chat left Fang Yuan and his companions feeling the pressure, especially Zhang Bin. 97. Isn't that where President Wang is fishing? And to think they've caught over 80 pounds? In comparison, our haul of around 50 pounds pales in significance. Chapter 51. Rogue Fishing. A colossal presence approaches. With the newfound information gleaned from the live broadcast, Zhang Bin found the boxed meal before him suddenly unappetizing. He set down his chopsticks and resumed fishing. Observing the main participants' relentless efforts, Fang Yuan swiftly finished his meal and returned to his fishing spot. However, unlike Zhang Bin, Fang Yuan did not turn off his phone, as several comments during the broadcast had piqued his interest. He paused the screen to examine a comment that read, TSK, 10 pounds is considered a giant? I live nearby, and last summer I spotted a school of fish on the surface that were at least 30 pounds. Another chimed in, 30 pounds. The school I saw 2 years ago must have been at least 50 pounds. Come to my profile if you don't believe me. Intrigued by the comments, Fang Yuan clicked on the profile of this viewer, where the pinned video boldly proclaimed super colossal fish. Upon viewing, he found the video brief, lasting just over 30 seconds. Filmed at the Qingjiang Reservoir as indicated by the surrounding scenery, which suggested it was early spring and taken from a scenic overlook on the northern bank. The video began with shots of blooming greenery nearby, but within mere seconds, it captured an exclamation of astonishment followed by a sweeping shot of the water's surface, revealing a mass of dark shadows gliding gracefully through the water. By comparing it to the shoreline references, Fang Yuan estimated that this school of large fish undoubtedly exceeded the meter mark, each weighing at least 50 pounds. This revelation sparked contemplation in Fang Yuan. The Qingjiang Reservoir, while not expansive, had been meticulously managed since its establishment nearly 20 years ago, during which fishing had been strictly prohibited, and no large-scale catches had ever occurred. In other words, the reservoir harbored colossal fish of at least 20 years of age, making the appearance of such sizable specimens entirely plausible. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan resolved to alter his strategy. Although he had caught a few carp, their sizes were modest, and the bites were scarce. Continuing to fish under these circumstances would yield little, certainly not surpassing the efforts of Wang Zhong. Therefore, Fang Yuan reeled in his line, retrieved the dragon-catching line and the dragon hook he had exchanged but never used, and reassembled a new rig. This rig measured an astonishing 10 meters in length. To catch larger fish from this muddy bank, one must target deeper waters. Yet his previous explorations had revealed that the water here barely exceeded a meter in depth. Thus, he was compelled to extend the distance and lengthen his rig. The question arose, how could he cast a 10-meter rig with a 7.2-meter rod? The answer lay in the technique known as rogue fishing. This method was specifically designed for targeting large fish, allowing for the rig to be deployed without the need to cast overhead. Instead, heavy bait was affixed directly to the hook, which could then be dropped into the target area either by hand or using a bait spoon. However, this method bore significant limitations, particularly in unfamiliar waters, necessitating thorough preparation of bait spots. Otherwise, one would end up with fruitless toil. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan felt no apprehension. The effectiveness of the bait he had procured from the market was extraordinary. As long as fish were present in the vicinity, he had no doubt he could catch them. The distinction lay in whether he could land the big ones. After the bites from the crucian carp dwindled, Fang Yuan had contemplated this technique. Yet at that time, he was unaware of the fish conditions in the reservoir and was unable to identify the target species. It was only after seeing the comments from fellow viewers in the live broadcast that he firmly decided to adjust his approach. As Fang Yuan reeled in his rod and retied his line, extending it several meters beyond his fishing rod, Zhang Bin was taken aback. "Brother, are you planning to use rogue fishing?" As an experienced angler, Zhang Bin was well aware of the legendary rogue fishing technique, which posed considerable challenges and was not for the faint of heart. The precision required for casting and the difficulty of observing the bobber from a distance astonished him as he watched Fang Yuan employ this method. Indeed, Fang Yuan affirmed, "I aim to catch the big silver carp." The only large fish that would be found swimming near the surface, aside from the silver carp, were few and far between. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin's eyes widened. He was familiar with rogue fishing, but this was the first time he had heard of using it to target silver carp. Rogue fishing demanded exceptional physical stamina, typically reserved for capturing massive species such as bighead or grass carp, as the bait used for such giants was granular, easy to cast, and required lengthy intervals. "Brother, are you serious?" Zhang Bin inquired. "Absolutely," Fang Yuan replied. "With half the competition time elapsed, continuing to target carp will have little impact on the outcome. It's better to take a risk and go for the big ones. I've checked, and there are quite a few silver carp in this reservoir, with many exceeding 30 pounds. If we can land a couple, we'll secure our position in the competition." Zhang Bin pondered for a moment and realized Fang Yuan's reaction stemmed from his observations of Wang Zhong's fishing success, and he nodded in agreement. "All right then, you pursue the silver carp, and I'll stick with the carp." As for Vice President Li, Zhang Bin chose to disregard him entirely. Plan set in motion. Fang Yuan eagerly set to work, emptying the silver carp bait Zhang Bin had brought, preparing an ample bowl of it, and adding his own silver carp bait mix. He then officially began to fish. After selecting his spot, he swung his arm and accurately cast the bait, which was nearly the size of an egg, into the water. Within less than half a minute, Fang Yuan repeated the process. Time passed, and as the sun gradually dipped in the west, the water in front of him became somewhat murky due to his relentless casting. Yet, the bites remained elusive, leading Fang Yuan to wonder if this area lacked silver carp activity. Otherwise, with nearly a bowl of bait already depleted, he would have expected at least a nibble. Not only was he concerned, but Zhang Bin, witnessing this scenario, could not help but sigh. The clock had struck 2:30, leaving only 1 hour until the competition concluded. And that hour was slipping away, threatening to eclipse Wang Zhong's lead. To speak of the land he had bid for, it was merely ordinary soil. Had it only been that, its value would have been modest, perhaps a mere few $100,000, a loss he could afford. However, upon investigation, he discovered a thick layer of purple clay beneath, which would inflate its price several-fold. With that realization, Zhang Bin sighed again, understanding that today's fishing endeavor had fallen into Wang Zhong's trap, as if it had been meticulously orchestrated to ensnare him. Just as he lamented his impulsiveness, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Zhang Bin turned to see Fang Yuan's robust rod arch dramatically, its line being forcefully tugged, sending a mist of water spraying upwards. A colossal presence was upon them. Chapter 52, The Door-Sized Fish, igniting the live broadcast. On the shore, Fang Yuan gripped the dragon-catching rod tightly, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented excitement. He had been fishing for quite some time, and since binding with the luck fishing system, he had landed numerous large fish, such as the silver carp he caught along the riverside in Zhongyi town and the bighead carp he had captured during outings with his cousin at private fishing spots. Yet, the force transmitted from this one fish far surpassed any he had encountered before. Thus, Fang Yuan was convinced it was a colossal creature, an absolute giant. The waterborne behemoth had yet to breach the surface, but the tremendous force conveyed through the line was undeniable. Fang Yuan intended to hold steady on the rod, waiting for this behemoth to momentarily pause before exerting his strength to lift it. Before it could reach that point, the massive underwater fish preemptively struck, causing Fang Yuan's rod to plunge downwards unexpectedly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Yuan inwardly cursed. If the rod pressed down to be level with the water's surface, it would create a tug-of-war scenario, significantly increasing the chances of the fish escaping. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan held his breath, gritted his teeth, and summoned every ounce of strength from his arms, causing the veins in his limbs to become prominently visible. This was due to the rod's robust backbone and the formidable pulling force of the line. Otherwise, with such a sudden movement, the line could snap or the rod could break, not to mention his nearly double strength compared to an average adult. Lift it, he urged himself, and astonishingly, the rod, nearly parallel to the water's surface due to the underwater giant, responded to Fang Yuan's will and was raised up. This scene prompted Zhang Bin, who was preoccupied with his own fishing but unable to assist, to exclaim, "Wow, brother, well done." Meanwhile, in a temporary wooden structure erected by the reservoir, several young individuals clad in matching uniforms gripped remote controllers, their eyes glued to the screens before them. The screens displayed the live broadcast of the fishing competition. "Come on, brothers, we're nearing the completion of our task," urged a bespectacled young man, presumably the leader of the group. In response, a young man with bleached hair controlling a joystick turned to glance back and retorted, "Boss, the competition has reached this point. Those contestants are hardly any less fatigued than we are. They're all weary and spent. I think it suffices to occasionally switch to a wide shot. We can catch up during the weighing phase after the competition." His words immediately garnered agreement from the others in the room. "Yes, right. We've been at this all day. Even the toughest among us can't endure indefinitely, and there's nothing remarkable left to capture. It's better to conserve our energy and return for the weighing," chimed in another wearing a cap. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled young man contemplated the rationale behind their fatigue. They had risen before dawn, driven over to conduct test flights, and then commenced the live broadcast of the competition. Aside from a brief 10-minute break during battery changes, they had not relaxed, even during meals, maintaining vigilance over the screens for nearly 9 hours. Realizing this, he agreed to switch to a cruise mode for the drone, casually capturing scenic shots or distant views to broadcast. "All right, if that's the case, then the young man in the cap interrupted, exclaiming, "Wow." Startled by his outburst, the others turned to him, with one quipping, "What's the matter? Did you lose control and soil your pants?" The cap-wearing youth merely raised a middle finger in response and insisted, "Switch the camera to fishing spot 38. Spot 38. ISNT that the muddy bank area? The fish there haven't been biting well. Previous shots haven't yielded anything noteworthy." Another chimed in, "Indeed. I've flown over a few times without capturing anything." As the group discussed the unpromising muddy spot, curiosity piqued by the cap-wearer's exclamation. They all maneuvered the drone to fly over. Upon reaching the target area, the camera revealed a shocking sight. "Wow," exclaimed the onlookers. In the official live streaming room, after nearly 10 hours of continuous coverage, not only were the contestants and drone operators exhausted, but the viewers had also begun to dwindle, with many exiting the stream. The numbers plummeted from a stable 4-digit figure to merely 8 or 900. It seems there's little left to see as the competition winds down. All 4 feeds have switched to wide shots. "Tell me about it. I'm exhausted just watching. Those contestants have been casting their lines all day. How could they not be tired? I'm logging off for now. I'll return when they announce the rankings." "Same here. By the way, who do you think will win the championship today?" "The champion? That's obvious. It's bound to be the one from spot 90. Count me in. I've been watching the whole time, and spot 97 has had the most coverage. I bet their catch 1T exceed 100. Damn, I was hoping to catch the weighing phase. With what you said, I'm logging off to drink instead." "Me too." In an instant, the numbers in the live stream dwindled by dozens. Just as the viewer count began to rapidly decline, the broadcast abruptly shifted, revealing a stunning scene on one of the feeds. "Wow, brothers, what is that on the water's surface?" Where? "Camera 4. You can click to enlarge it." "Oh my gosh, is that a giant fish?" "Fish? You're telling me that massive creature is a fish? Are you kidding me?" In mere moments, the first camera cut to the scene, followed by the second and third cameras. In that instant, all 4 feeds from the official channel shifted simultaneously to different angles, offering the audience a more vivid view, especially when the camera zoomed in for a close-up, revealing a dark shape surfacing on the water. The live stream exploded with excitement. "Is that really a fish? Its length must exceed my lifespan. Seriously? Compared to those contestants on the shore, if that shadow is a fish, it must weigh over 50. Over 50? If that's the case, those guys on the shore must be severely malnourished. Open your eyes and look. That length is at least 70. 70-pound freshwater fish. Come on, don't be ignorant. Not only rare freshwater giants, but even the common grass carp and bighead carp often exceed 100 pounds. While the viewers debated the weight of the giant fish on the water's surface, suddenly, The massive creature erupted from the water, splashing up a huge spray. A barrage of comments filled the screen. Brothers, do you think that giant fish was caught by the guy on the shore? Wait, there's still one more to account for. With that comment, the chat momentarily fell silent, but soon after, questions arose. Caught? Are you seriously suggesting that this enormous fish was caught? You must be joking. Exactly. The underwater fish has tenfold strength. That giant must weigh 70 or 80 pounds. The average person cannot handle that. Instantly, the live stream was filled with dissenting voices, but at that moment, 2 of the 4 cameras zoomed out to reveal a wide shot, while the other 2 focused on the water's surface and Fang Yuan on the shore. In the footage, Fang Yuan appeared in a slightly unusual position. Although his stance was peculiar, the viewers were captivated by the rod he held. Specifically the dramatic bend it exhibited. The sight of that deeply arched rod, combined with the wide-angle view, led viewers to wonder, could it be that monstrous fish on the surface really was caught by this guy? If so, how immense must his strength be? The 4 sets of cameras were thoroughly positioned. Yet you still harbor doubts? Goodness gracious, I nearly missed this spectacular moment. The grand fish, the magnificent arc of the rod. What a thrilling experience, truly exhilarating. Moreover, since most viewers of this live broadcast are from the same city, and the cameras captured close-ups, it was inevitable that someone in the chat recognized Fang Yuan. Hey, isn't that guy in the footage the fishing streamer, A Yuan? With this prompt from the chat, upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared to be him. I wondered why he hadn't gone live today. He used to stream, without fail, every day. It turns out he came to participate in the competition. If a Yuan is indeed the angler, then it all makes sense. How does it make sense? Well, just look it up. Last time, this streamer used a noodle rod to catch a day's worth of bighead carp, and he did it in a continuous run, with each fish weighing over 10 kilograms. Yes, I was present for that stream. It was his broadcast that taught me how to catch bighead carp. Unfortunately, I exhausted hundreds of dollars worth of bait without even seeing a single fish. Didn't he catch anything? Hey, did you not use the streamer as bait? I bought a bottle, and now there's no room for salted fish at home. Is that for real? Of course. I have videos on my profile. Go check it out. By the bank, Fang Yuan leaned back, his arms taut with effort. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that the footage broadcasted by the official media had inadvertently garnered him a wave of attention, boosting his follower count even without today's stream. And his bait sales had significantly increased as well. Bro, stay steady, you must remain composed. Meanwhile, as an experienced angler, Zhang Bin had already discerned the extraordinary nature of the large fish Fang Yuan was grappling with. The curvature, the sound of the line being pulled, the posture of Fang Yuan leaning back and pulling the rod suggested a colossal creature, undoubtedly a behemoth. Splash. Just as if to confirm Zhang Bin's suspicion, the massive fish thrashed beneath the surface, sending a spray of water into the air. Although it had yet to reveal itself entirely, the sight of its enormous, fan-like tail indicated that this was no ordinary catch. Its weight surely approached 100 kilograms. Witnessing this, Zhang Bin rubbed his cheeks, his voice trembling slightly. Bro, do you need assistance? A creature of such magnitude, Zhang Bin admitted he wouldn't manage it himself. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. Haha, not for now. His words were not boastful, but grounded in confidence. With a 100-kilogram rod and several dozen kilograms of pulling force from his line and hook, he was equipped to haul up even a bull from the depths. Thus, help was unnecessary. Nonetheless, Zhang Bin moved closer to Fang Yuan just in case, calling out to the side. Shaoli, are you still glued to your phone? Come over and lend a hand. At this sharp reprimand, Vice President Li reluctantly put away his phone and approached, awkwardly gripping the second section of the rod. Causing Fang Yuan to frown, Zhang Bin scolded him directly. Are you out of your mind? Who holds the rod at the second section? Step aside. With this command, Vice President Li shrank back in embarrassment, caught in a dilemma of whether to step forward or retreat, ultimately left awkwardly standing there. Meanwhile, at fishing position 97, General Manager Wang cursed under his breath. Why hasn't he? This kid replied. Seeing the message marked as read yet unanswered on his phone, he grumbled. But upon glancing at the time, a grin spread across his face. There's still over 10 minutes left. Even if that guy gives it his all, he can't surpass me. With this thought, Wang stood up, stretched, and returned to the high-back chair set up behind his fishing position. Unlike other contestants' setups by the reservoir, Wang's position resembled a camping site, draped with a 10-square-meter outdoor canopy. Beneath it, a tea table, lounge chairs, and a water kettle were all present. One might mistakenly think they were out for a picnic. Hey, you two, stop fishing. Wang directed his teammates, both of whom were renowned local fishing experts he had hired at a premium. Today, most of the catch was credited to them. Hearing the order, the two stood and approached. Wang tossed them a couple of cigarettes, though he was reluctant to part with the high-end ones. Hey, can we roughly estimate how much we caught today? One of them took a cigarette, took a puff, and replied, about 110 kilograms. Give or take a few. Upon hearing this weight, Wang's eyes narrowed into slits. 110 kilograms? Just half an hour ago. Zhang Bin received news about the fish caught earlier. Even my weight doesn't measure up to that. If that's the case. Haha. Zhang Bin, this time, you've met your match. Before long, the whistles signaling the end of the competition sounded, and the staff by the bank began to weigh the catches. As previously stated, Wang's final total came to 501 kilograms. This weight elicited envy from onlookers, many of whom congratulated him, proclaiming that such a weight surely secured the championship. At this praise, Wang's grin stretched ear to ear. Naturally, upon receiving the results, he did not depart the reservoir, but headed to fishing position 38. How could he resist the temptation to flaunt his success? More importantly, he wanted to witness Zhang Bin's expression upon learning of his catch's weight. Coincidentally, upon arrival, it was precisely time for position 38 to weigh in. Wang, with a cigar in his mouth, cheerfully approached. Oh, judging by your expression, brother Zhang, it seems you've done well. Seeing Wang approach, Zhang Bin smiled. Not bad, I should be able to beat you. Upon hearing this, Wang burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. Did I hear you correctly? You think you can beat me? Brother Zhang, do you know how much I caught today? Without waiting for an answer, he raised a finger. 100 kilograms, precisely 100. Upon hearing this weight, Zhang Bin did not react, but those nearby gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that such a weight could potentially rank or even win the championship. At this moment, the staff began verifying the information and brought over a weighing scale. The three of them lifted their fish baskets, pouring their catches into it, which ultimately registered a weight of 246 kilograms. Seeing this weight, Wang chuckled. Brother Zhang, what do you have to say now? Zhang Bin remained silent, turning to the staff recording the results. Hey, wait, there's still one fish that hasn't been weighed. Saying this, he walked toward the bank, pulled out a string from his catch, and, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, dragged out a big head carp that was over a meter long. Chapter 54, the championship secured. You keep the money. Hiss. As the enormous big-head carp was drawn from the water, everyone present gasped in disbelief. Wang's eyes widened in shock. Unable to comprehend, did you catch that too? Zhang Bin replied with a smile. Me? I could never catch such a fish. Upon hearing it wasn't Zhang Bin's catch, Wang felt relieved, thinking as long as it wasn't him. But Zhang Bin then pointed to Fang Yuan and added, it was caught by my teammate. Wang's body froze, nearly dropping his cigar, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your teammate caught that? Zhang Bin gestured toward Fang Yuan. This is him. Upon noticing Fang Yuan once again, General Manager Wang inhaled deeply and scoffed. You assert it is so. Yet I could just as easily claim that you purchased it to place here. Zhang Bin interjected. Oh, do not speak carelessly. When the fish were caught, the staff were constantly observing from behind. Moreover, he gestured towards the 4 drones hovering above. The event organizers had their cameras rolling throughout, and the audience witnessed everything firsthand. There can be no doubt here. At this moment, General Manager Wang finally noticed the drones above, and a wave of unease washed over him. It was essential to note that during the competition, his fishing spot had attracted the most attention from a solitary drone. And now there were 4? Wang's breath quickened. At that juncture, Vice President Li conveniently approached, breaking the tension between the two. Boss, allow me to lend a hand, he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves as, together, they lifted the hefty fish into the basket. The staff then glanced at the scale and announced the weight. The effective catch weight at fishing spot number 38 is 703 kilograms. This declaration elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, who unanimously declared this weight would undoubtedly secure the championship for the day. Upon hearing the results, General Manager Wang's expression turned even more mortified. He had come intending to mock, but the outcome was entirely unexpected. Tossing aside his high-end fishing rod in frustration, he sought to depart. However, hey, General Manager Wang. Wang Laohai turned back as Zhang Bin stepped forward and whispered, do not forget the agreement we made earlier. Wang Laohai furrowed his brow. Agreement? What agreement? Zhang Bin, unfazed, retrieved his phone, tapped a few buttons, and presented it to Wang Laohai's ear, revealing the recording of their previous wager. If you regard what you said as mere nonsense, then I have nothing further to say. Wang Laohai took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. Do not worry, Zhang. It is merely a parking lot. I can afford to lose. With that, he turned his gaze away, eyeing someone with a hint of malice. Zhang Bin followed his line of sight, frowning as he realized Wang Laohai was looking at Vice President Li of his company. The competition area was heavily monitored, and after more than half an hour of weighing, the final results were determined. Without a doubt, the trio led by Fang Yuan claimed first place, receiving a stack of cash rewards totaling 200,000 in front of them. Second place went to Wang Laohai, who, despite his rank, did not appear for the award ceremony. The third place was taken by a professional team, familiar faces among themselves. Thus, after several hours, The inaugural fishing competition at Xinjiang Reservoir officially concluded. As evening approached and the sun dipped low in the sky, a large vehicle gradually came to a stop by the roadside in Zhongyi town, and two figures alighted. "Brother Fang, are you not going to join me for a meal? I have everything arranged." Zhang Bin sincerely invited. Fang Yuan replied, "No need, Bin Gu. I have numerous orders to attend to in the background, and I must return to fulfill them." Seeing this, Zhang Bin retrieved a bulging cloth bag from his vehicle. "You may decline the meal, but you must accept this." Inside the bag was the entirety of the 200,000 cash prize from the competition. Upon seeing the prize money, Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, Bin Gu. This." But before he could finish, Zhang Bin interrupted. "Brother Fang, do not be so quick to refuse. You know this victory is largely thanks to you. Without your support, I might have faced significant losses. Furthermore, as you witnessed with Wang Laohai, it was because of you that I secured the management rights to the Qingda shopping mall parking lot, which brings me far more profit than this. So if you acknowledge me as your brother, take this money. If not, I will disperse it immediately." With such words laid before him, Fang Yuan could hardly decline any further and accepted the money with alacrity. Truth be told, that 200,000 held considerable weight in his hands. Noticing Fang Yuan had taken the money, Zhang Bin grinned broadly. "Brother, if you ever visit Jiangqing, do not forget to give me a call. We must enjoy a hearty drink together." Fang Yuan smiled back. "Sure, I will definitely call you when I go. By the way, Bin Gu." Fang Yuan hesitated. Glancing at Vice President Li in the driver's seat, Zhang Bin, understanding, called out, "Hey, Xiao Li, go buy me 2 packs of 95s. After sending Vice President Li off, Fang Yuan pulled out a sealed bag from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Bin. Upon opening it, Zhang Bin's brow furrowed. "Camphor balls," Fang Yuan explained. Vice President Li dropped these when the competition concluded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin narrowed his eyes, piecing together the events. Nevertheless, he quickly restored his jovial demeanor. "The boss has returned with the cigarettes." It was indeed Vice President Li returning with the smokes. Zhang Bin took the cigarettes and handed a pack to Fang Yuan, then earnestly patted his shoulder. "Brother, thank you for this." With that, he settled back into his vehicle. Watching the car slowly drive away, Fang Yuan exhaled. It turned out he had been observing Vice President Li during the competition, just prior to the moment when the crucian carp were biting. This individual had come over to disrupt the fishing, causing the fish to stop biting. His bait had an unusual scent. Yet, he had been clever, using only a little bait and quickly exhausting it. As the competition concluded and Vice President Li approached, there was a brief moment of eye contact among the three. It was then that Vice President Li tossed the camphor balls into the grass by the shore. As an avid fisherman, Fang Yuan was well aware of the power of camphor balls. Much like those who run black pits, they would toss camphor balls into the pond on the first day of fishing, and just one small piece could deter the fish from biting for an entire day. Thus, upon recognizing the discarded camphor balls, everything became crystal clear. Of course, given today's circumstances, especially Wang Laohai's actions after losing the bet, it was likely he would gradually come to understand the implications of the situation. Fang Yuan had merely solidified that step. As for Vice President Li's fate, Fang Yuan pondered, considering the potential consequences of someone involved in land development and projects. Chapter 55, Father Fang, do I have this gift too? Sister, I am taking this car. At the entrance of the courier store, Fang Yuan shouted inside. At that moment, Su Yuyong was helping a customer with their shipment. Upon hearing the commotion, she looked outside and smiled upon seeing Fang Yuan. All right, take it away. I'm busy here, so I want to keep you. Fang Yuan replied. Haha, you're too kind. Sister, you carry on. I'll be on my way. After mounting his electric scooter, Fang Yuan did not rush home, but instead made a trip to the bank. After all, 200,000 was not a trivial sum, and carrying it around was inconvenient. Zhongyi town was not large. The old street had only 2 lanes. Yet it boasted several essential facilities, with 3 credit unions alone. However, Fang Yuan did not intend to tie up the funds in a fixed deposit. He simply wanted a place where he could access them at any time. So he chose the nearest bank without hesitation. Hello, how may I assist you today? Upon entering the establishment, a young lady of indeterminate age at the front desk inquired about his purpose. Feng Yuan glanced at her name tag, which displayed the emblem of an intern in the lobby. He had frequented several banks in this town in the past, yet had never encountered such a service. He mused upon the progress of the times, noting even rural banks now offered such conveniences. He replied, "Oh, I would like to open an account." The young lady further inquired, "Do you have your ID with you?" Since he needed proper identification for a competition he was participating in that day, he naturally had his ID at hand and replied, "Yes, I do." She then instructed, "Please swipe your card so that I can issue you a number." Following her instructions, Feng Yuan reflected on how remarkably considerate this service was compared to his previous experiences of depositing money during his high school days in the county town. where such amenities were non-existent. After obtaining his ticket, Fang Yuan settled down to await his turn. He observed that the bank was quite busy, predominantly filled with elderly patrons, all there to collect their pensions. He understood these individuals were likely there to pick up just enough funds for a sack of rice or flour, which constituted their basic income. Soon, the mechanical voice in the hall announced his number, prompting him to approach the counter where a middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses awaited him. "What service do you require?" she asked. "I wish to open an account," he replied. After she detailed the lengthy process involved, Fang Yuan found himself taken aback, realizing how convoluted the procedure had become. He couldn't help but think that older gentlemen and ladies would likely be bewildered by such complexity. This was largely due to the rampant issue of foreign money laundering syndicates exploiting bank cards for illicit purposes. However, he reassured himself that his funds were legitimate and could withstand scrutiny. Thus, after spending over half an hour navigating the process, Fang Yuan finally exited the bank. Yet, instead of returning home immediately, he ventured to the largest supermarket in town. He recalled Sheener's words from their dinner the previous night, where he had promised to buy her a large plush toy. Now that he had won the championship and received a prize of 200,000, he was eager to fulfill that promise. Upon entering the supermarket, he made a beeline for the toy section, selecting the largest plush toy available, and also filled a large bag with various snacks. Of course, he was not one to neglect his parents. While Sheener chose her gift, he pondered what to buy for his mother and father. As he reached the supermarket entrance, his eyes lit up at the sight of a jewelry store. Considering that his mother had yet to own a decent piece of jewelry, he made a grand gesture and purchased a magnificent gold bracelet. As for his father, who had no other hobbies than enjoying a drink, Fang Yuan searched the supermarket to find that the most expensive liquor was merely 100 yuan, with renowned brands conspicuously absent. Well, 100 it is, he thought, buying 2 cases. Coupled with the 95 yuan given to him by Zhang Bin, he had successfully assembled a complete gift set of cigarettes and alcohol. Lastly, he realized that his parents' phones were long overdue for an upgrade, especially since his father was still using an outdated model from his college days. Thus, he made a detour to a mobile phone store and purchased 2 new phones. Ultimately, he spent over 20,000 yuan that day, with the gold bracelet accounting for a substantial portion. As dusk approached, Fang Yuan rode home on his electric scooter, laden with gifts. "Mom, I'm back," he exclaimed as he entered the house. "Brother," Sheener called out, rushing to greet him. Seeing her, Fang Yuan parked his scooter and lifted her into his arms. Unlike when he first arrived, Sheener now wore a radiant smile, clearly thriving under the attentive care of their small family, especially toward her older brother. Fang Yuan playfully pinched her little nose and asked, "Did you miss me?" "I did," she replied, then asked, "Is that big plush toy for me?" Taken aback, Fang Yuan realized she was fixated on the large plush toy dangling from the scooter's handlebars. Of course, he laughed, setting her down and handing her the plush. "Do you like it?" Sheener beamed with joy, hugging the plush that was taller than her by half a head, and exclaimed, "I love it. I love it so much." At that moment, their father chimed in. "Hey, take it easy, slow down." He then turned to Fang Yuan. "So, son, how did the competition go today?" Before Fang Yuan could respond, their mother emerged from the kitchen, shooting her husband a disapproving glance. "Look at you, asking that as soon as our son walks in. What do you know, woman? This was a major competition. I even researched it last night. It was broadcast live. If I hadn't gone to tend to the livestock today, I would have been cheering for our son in the live stream." Their mother, however, only noticed that Fang Yuan's arms were sunburned. "I told you to wear long sleeves when fishing outside. Look at your arms, they're as red as your father's." Fang Yuan grinned. "Hey, a little tan is healthy." Then, with an air of mystery, he produced a gift bag from the scooter. "Mom, this is for you." Upon hearing the word gift, their mother's expression shifted. "What is it?" "You'll see when you open it," Fang Yuan replied. "Look at you. You've only been making money for a few days, and you're already buying toys and snacks for Sheener. Why spend money on an old lady like me?" Despite her words, her hands did not hesitate as she opened the bag to reveal a beautifully crafted box, particularly marked with gold 8 blessings. A flicker of realization ignited her excitement. As she opened the box, she gasped, "A gold bracelet? How do you like it?" Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Upon seeing the bracelet, their mother was momentarily choked up. After over 20 years of marriage and toil, she had never bought herself a piece of jewelry. Now, with tears welling in her eyes and her hands trembling as she held the bracelet, she chided gently, "You silly child, how much did this bracelet cost? You should be content with the thought. You really shouldn't have spent so much on me. You'll need your money for many other things." Fang Yuan had anticipated her reaction and replied, "Oh, come on, Mom, I bought it for you. Besides, once you buy it, they don't allow returns." Then he turned to his father. "Dad, you have a gift too." Caught up in the emotional atmosphere, Fang Yuan's father was momentarily stunned. "Me? I have one too." Chapter 56. Buy a van. In the living room, Fang Yuan's father gazed in astonishment at the array of gifts, phones, liquor before him. Son, are you saying you won the fishing competition today? Fang Yuan nodded. And you won the prize money? His father pressed. Fang Yuan nodded again, though he refrained from revealing the total prize of 200,000. Even so, his father inhaled sharply. If divided among the three, that amounted to over 70,000 yuan each, a staggering sum for a single day, a figure that would take countless livestock to earn. He felt a pang of age, realizing he was somewhat out of touch with the current times. Earning 70,000 in a day was something he never dared to dream of. Meanwhile, their mother looked on with pride and satisfaction. She was only aware that her son had become successful, earning a substantial income, and that was sufficient for her. After all, what parent doesn't wish for their child to excel? However, she couldn't help but wonder, would they truly not allow the return of that grand gold bracelet? Since her son had won the championship in today's competition and amassed a considerable prize, the elderly couple felt it was only fitting to celebrate. Thus, they decided to forego cooking and instead ventured to the village's small eatery run by Widow Ma, where they ordered 4 dishes to take home. The family of 4 shared a lively meal together, and even the usually teetotaling mother indulged in a rare sip of wine. As the moon ascended and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the entire Fang family village fell silent, save for the occasional bark of an old dog. Fang Yuan returned to his bed. Due to the competition, he had delayed his live broadcast and was curious about the situation behind the scenes. He switched on his phone and checked the statistics. To his surprise, he found that today's increase in followers surpassed the sum of the previous days, and he was just a few hundred away from reaching the milestone of 10,000. Furthermore, the back-end statistics revealed a staggering 118 orders, a new record for daily sales. Upon reading the comments from his fans, Fang Yuan soon realized the connection between the surge in followers and today's competition. It was indeed an unexpected boon. Notably, a third of those over 100 orders were for the bait, which meant that his earnings for the day approached 7,000 yuan. Coupled with the prize money and his previous savings, he was now even closer to his goal of 1 million in savings. How delightful! With money in hand, he could boldly pursue his next plans. Fang Yuan understood that the current sales of bait were largely supported by the traffic from his live broadcasts, a fact clearly illustrated by today's competition. Thus, it was imperative to explore new fishing spots. Since Xiner arrived, he had scouted the nearby rivers, but none met the criteria for establishing a fishing venue. He would need to venture further afield. As he contemplated this, Fang Yuan thought, it seems the time has come to purchase a vehicle. The following morning, at the dining table, buy a car? Both parents were momentarily taken aback by their son's announcement, but they quickly expressed their support. Now that their son was grown and capable of supporting a family, he could make his own decisions. They assured him that as long as he deemed it appropriate, they were on board. Moreover, upon hearing that he intended to buy a car for fishing trips, they decided to contribute all their savings from the past years, an impressive sum of over 100,000 yuan. Son, this money was originally set aside for your down payment on a house in the county, but since you want a car, you can have it. Your father and I support you. Seeing his mother hand him the bank card, Fang Yuan felt deeply moved. It was not easy for a farming family to save money, and this amount represented countless hours of hard work. Mom, I won't need that much. I have enough for now. His father interjected. What do you mean you have enough? Don't think I don't understand. While cars are cheaper than before, a decent one still costs over 100,000. And son, we shouldn't buy an electric car. They may save money, but they're unreliable. We should stick with a gasoline vehicle, no range anxiety. His mother looked at him in surprise. Oh, your father, you know about these things? His father puffed out his chest, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Of course. Fang Yuan chuckled. Mom, Dad, I've already made up my mind. I'll just buy a small van. A van. His parents exchanged glances. Fang Yuan explained that he had thought long and hard about what type of vehicle to purchase. For fishing trips, he would need ample space for all his gear, and if he needed to stay overnight at a distant fishing spot, he would require supplies as well. Therefore, the vehicle needed to be spacious enough for storage and sleeping, and a 7-seater van was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Fang Yuan also considered that if bait sales continued to rise and his savings increased, he might later upgrade to a larger SUV or a spacious pickup truck. But for now, a van would suffice. With this explanation, his parents nodded in agreement. You're right, son. Practicality should be the priority. But, son, does this mean you'll be spending a considerable amount of time away? Fang Yuan affirmed, yes. If a fishing spot is productive, I plan to stay for several days. The audience in the live stream enjoys it, his father remarked. Then make sure to stock up on food and drinks. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't worry, Dad. I've thought of everything. Thus, the plan to buy a car was finalized. After processing the pending orders, Fang Yuan set off for the town. He had researched the car buying location on his phone and found that he didn't need to travel to Jiang City. The nearby county's auto trade market would suffice. So, He took a minibus there and soon arrived at the station, ready to handle the bait orders before heading to the market. Strangely enough, while waiting for the bus, it seemed to take forever, but as soon as he lit a cigarette, just as it had happened the previous day with Zhang Bin, a minibus appeared out of nowhere. As the doors swung open, the ticket seller shouted, "Dahua Lian, old customer station, seed company, county hospital, get on quickly." Hearing this, Fang Yuan knew it was headed to the county. Well, no need to smoke now. He extinguished his cigarette and boarded the bus. Chapter 57. Finalizing the trip. The first fishing adventure officially begins. Jiang City, as a prefecture-level city, governs 6 small counties. And the P County, where Fang Yuan was heading to buy a car, was one of them. After transferring to another bus in the county, Fang Yuan arrived at the auto trade market. As the largest vehicle trading market in P County, it boasted numerous dealerships and an array of brands. Before long, he found himself at the market. Upon entering, a staff member approached him, and after he explained his intent, they engaged in friendly conversation. Ultimately, Fang Yuan settled on the latest model of a small van. It was a 1.5L naturally aspirated manual transmission, with a final price just over 50,000 yuan, which included complimentary floor mats and a dashcam. Fang Yuan felt satisfied with the price. Times had changed, and with a few taps on his phone, he could see prices from various places. Everything was transparent, especially for a vehicle that relied on volume sales and had little room for negotiation. Thus, in less than an hour, he completed all the necessary paperwork. Of course, in pursuit of securing a license in one fell swoop, Fang Yuan spent several hours at the vehicle management office, guided by a sales associate to have the car photographed and the license plate selected. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was already past noon. Despite having finalized the car, Fang Yuan did not return home immediately. Instead, he visited a well-researched outdoor modification store, recognizing that he would inevitably spend nights in the vehicle. Thus, he prepared to procure outdoor power sources, solar panels, storage boxes, and portable cooking equipment, which collectively cost him several thousand. After a considerable half-day, Fang Yuan finally made his way back. "Hey, Yuan Ma, is this the new car that old Fang bought?" Upon the arrival of Fang Yuan's brand-new van at the doorstep, the neighborhood women gathered around, intrigued. Although virtually every household now owned a vehicle, some even boasting luxury brands, these were usually away from home, only returning during the festive season. Hence, the neighbors came to witness the spectacle, eager to indulge in gossip. The inquiry came from a woman residing in the east courtyard, whom Fang Yuan referred to as second aunt, who was of similar age to his mother. Upon hearing the question, Fang Yuan's mother chuckled, "Haha, my son bought this himself." Second aunt was taken aback. "Little Yuan bought it? What does a young man need such a large van for? I thought it was old Fang who purchased it." She continued, "You know, Yuan Ma, your son isn't even married yet, and nowadays, girls not only want cars, but are quite discerning as well. This big van. TSK. Though her words were veiled, the implication was unmistakable. Had this been a while ago, Fang Yuan's mother, known for her fiery temperament, might have retorted sharply. However, given the recent circumstances and her awareness of her son's earnings, she had become more accommodating. With a smile, she replied, "Oh, the child has grown and is making his own decisions. We can't interfere. Who knows, he might choose to swap it out later." "Swap it out later?" Second aunt scoffed inwardly, thinking of her son, who spent his days idly fishing, as if, naturally, there were those who came to congratulate without ulterior motives. Like the woman from the backyard, second aunt. "Yuan Ma, I just heard you say the car was chosen by little Yuan?" Fang Yuan's mother nodded. "Yes, sister." Second aunt peered inside the van, nodding approvingly. "This vehicle is quite nice. I see there's ample space inside for storage. Unlike my son Huzi, who spent money on a compact car that barely fits me. He often has to make multiple trips when he carries too much on his renovation jobs." Fang Yuan found this amusing, as Huzi, just a few years older than him, drove a flashy domestic model, complete with a spoiler, which was indeed eye-catching but impractical for work. Fang Yuan's mother chimed in. "You see, Huzi is a good kid, hard-working and capable. Perhaps he'll need to upgrade as well." Second aunt sighed. "Upgrade? I know my son's capabilities all too well. If he doesn't exceed our expectations, that's a feat in itself." Thus, due to the newly purchased van, the group of women who usually gathered to chat at the village head shifted their gathering spot to the shade outside Fang Yuan's home. This was customary in the village. After tending to their fields, the women would congregate to gossip until nightfall, at which point they would return home. With the vehicle acquired and all preparations made, Fang Yuan began to scout suitable fishing locations. This river seemed familiar, but it was not a viable fishing spot. This one was also unsuitable. This reservoir is not open to the public. Unbeknownst to him, as he navigated through the map on his phone, he gradually zoomed out until he discovered a marked area suitable for fishing, displaying a substantial water surface area. Red Maple Lake? Upon seeing the name, Fang Yuan initiated a search and was delighted to find that fishing was indeed permitted. After setting the route, he realized it was a distance of 97 kilometers. Fang Yuan then noted that Red Maple Lake was beyond the borders of P County, drawing closer to the city of Jiang. However, with a vehicle at his disposal, such a distance was hardly a concern. Resolutely, Fang Yuan declared, "This is it. If this doesn't pan out, I can venture even further." The following morning, he rose early, feeling optimistic about the day's fishing prospects, which he believed to be fortuitous. After informing his parents of his plan to fish for a few days, his mother prepared breakfast for him. Once they finished the meal and settled into the car, his parents, cradling their grandchild, reminded him repeatedly to stay safe, lock the car doors at night, and to call them to reassure them of his well-being. After assuring them several times, Fang Yuan set off on his inaugural fishing expedition. Fang Yuan had obtained his driver's license after his college entrance examination, but for the past 4 years, he had not driven a vehicle due to circumstances. Thus, he drove cautiously, maintaining a speed of around 60 to 70 miles per hour. He was well aware of the importance of adhering to traffic rules, keeping to the right lane, and avoiding unnecessary lane changes. After nearly 2 hours on the road, he finally arrived at the fabled Red Maple Lake. Chapter 58, F-Class Fishing Spot, Red Maple Lake. The lake, adjacent to the eponymous Red Maple Park, boasted an exquisite environment, particularly during this season, where the vibrant red foliage created a breathtaking vista. To the west lay a university town, home to Jiang City's only key university, Jiang City University. Interestingly, Fang Yuan had initially applied to this university as his first choice during college applications, but alas, his scores fell short, leading him to enroll in a less prestigious institution in a neighboring province. As he searched for parking, he noticed several young couples enjoying each other's company amidst the scenic backdrop. To the north, a marked 5-star national wetland park connected to the lake, and Fang Yuan had chosen a fishing spot near the northern edge of Red Maple Lake. To his surprise, when Fang Yuan found a parking space, he observed several elderly gentlemen already fishing by the lake, a sight he had not anticipated. Originally, he had assumed the distance from the parking area to the fishing spot would be considerable due to the proximity to the park. However, he realized that if he grew weary while fishing, he could easily retreat to the car for a quick nap. The distance and the ambience were indeed delightful. After parking, Fang Yuan approached the elderly gentleman fishing by the lakeside, yet he refrained from unpacking his gear just yet. In a new environment with unfamiliar waters, it was prudent to gather some intel first. After all, he had traveled 100 kilometers to be here, so a brief delay wouldn't hurt. As he neared, he inquired, "Excuse me, how is the fishing today?" He extended 2 of his fishing rods towards them, hoping to engage. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. "Not a single bite. Not a single bite." Fang Yuan replied, "No luck at all?" The elderly gentleman took a deep drag from the cigarette he had just lit, exclaiming, "Just a couple of days ago, I could catch 2 or 3 pounds of fish in a day. But today, I don't know what's going on. I haven't landed a single decent catch yet, only a few small fish." The term "feature" refers to local slang for small white bait. As he spoke, the old man raised his fishing rod and retrieved a worm from a nearby wooden box to bait his hook. At this moment, Fang Yuan discerned the reason behind the poor catch. Although autumn had set in some days prior, the temperature had remained unseasonably warm. However, today was different. Upon leaving home, he had distinctly felt a chill in the air and had even brought along 2 long-sleeved shirts. This did not imply that the temperature was unsuitable for fishing, but rather that the sudden drop in temperature created a significant temperature gradient. In fishing, a considerable temperature differential can lead to unstable atmospheric pressure, which causes fish to prefer deeper waters. At that moment, the old man's float was positioned at a mere depth of about 1 meter. Moreover, the surface of the water was teeming with small whitebait, making it impossible for any bait to reach the fish. Even a leaf falling onto the water would attract a swarm of these small fish. With all these factors combined, it would indeed be a surprise to have a good catch. As if on cue, the old man remarked, "Over there. That gentleman seems to be having better luck with the fish." Fang Yuan turned to see another elderly gentleman, only about 20 meters away, utilizing a traditional fishing method with a considerably longer rod. This only served to reinforce Fang Yuan's suspicions and spark some ideas in his mind. However, he first needed to ascertain whether the Hongfeng Lake fishing spot was accessible. Otherwise, pondering would be in vain. With this thought, Fang Yuan summoned the interface and activated the radar scan. A notification chimed. "Ding. Current water area allows for the opening of a new fishing spot. Would you like to proceed?" Elated, Fang Yuan wasted no time in selecting yes. Ding. Fishing spot successfully opened. A new page unfolded before him. Hongfeng Park fishing spot. Grade F. Current unlock progress. 0. Another notification appeared. Ding. Daily tasks activated for this fishing spot. Catch any single fish weighing over 1 kilogram to receive a reward of 15 points. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. F grade. It seems that the environment varies, resulting in different fishing spot levels, and the daily tasks differ as well, with an additional 5 points as a reward. Excellent. As he prepared to close the page and begin fishing, his attention was drawn to the rare fish catalog at the bottom of the fishing spot page. Previously, at the fishing spot north of Zhongyi Town, he had unlocked the rare fish catalog after catching rare fish, and he had already claimed those rewards. Now, upon clicking it, 2 shadowy models materialized. Rare fish, red flame. Grade F. Effect, grants 2 enhancement points upon activation. Belonging to the Hongfeng Lake fishing spot. Rare fish, razor. Grade F. Effect, grants 2 enhancement points upon activation. Belonging to the Hongfeng Lake fishing spot. Seeing the catalog, Fang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. To have 2 rare fish available. And with the enhancement points being a bit more generous. How delightful. However, despite the names being indicated, as they had yet to be activated, he could not discern the types of these rare fish, meaning he would have to rely on luck during subsequent fishing endeavors. Nevertheless, fishing in the wild is primarily about leisure and passing time, and time was something Fang Yuan had in abundance. With the fishing spot opened and daily tasks initiated, he now had a goal and decided not to delay any further. Turning to the elderly gentleman, he inquired, "Sir, would you mind if I fished nearby?" Indicating a patch of open ground at his feet. Although it was phrased as nearby, there was still a distance of 7 or 8 meters between them. The old man chuckled. "Oh, not at all, young man. This whole area is a well-known fishing spot. Feel free to set up anywhere." Fang Yuan replied with a smile. "Great. I'll go fetch my gear." Before long, Fang Yuan returned to the lakeside, laden with various equipment. As his fishing style was now more mobile due to having a vehicle, he had accumulated more gear compared to his previous outings, which had consisted of just a rod, a bucket, and a simple stool. Of course, compared to those seasoned anglers, he was still lacking in experience. Notably, when he had purchased his car the day before, he had visited an outdoor store for modifications, and his trusty old stool had been retired in favor of a folding outdoor chair. While it couldn't hold various containers, it provided back support, had a larger seat area, and was comfortable to sit in. Moreover, it allowed him to secure the bait tray on top, and most importantly, it was lightweight. In short, Fang Yuan had little regard for the bulky fishing boxes, uncomfortable to sit on and far too heavy. Once everything was in place, he set up his phone stand. As soon as the live stream began, it was only a couple of minutes before the comments started flooding in. "Monkey butt, brother, you finally decided to go live. Emperor He Chong. Wow, dude, you remember you have a live stream account. Milk coffee. Host, I've finally been waiting for you. Show us your face, I'll save it as a screensaver. Rainy night with a knife. Brother, it's not easy to catch your live stream. Huh? Is this a new location you're in?" Chapter 59. Small fish disrupting the spot. Let us catch them all. Watching the barrage of comments on the screen, Fang Yuan chuckled. I moved a bit further away to a new environment. As he spoke, he panned the camera around to capture the surrounding scenery. Although his audience hailed from various corners of the world, most were locals, and given the popularity of Hongfeng Park, it was no surprise that some recognized the location. Wow, isn't this the lake at Hongfeng Park? I was just there a few days ago to see the maple leaves. Fang Yuan nodded, confirming, yes, indeed. This is Hongfeng Park. In the live chat, viewers remarked on the picturesque surroundings, enjoying the dual experience of fishing while taking in the scenery. I've been here before. Right next to it is Jian University. I heard it's full of beautiful women. Haha, I agree with the person above. I graduated from Jian University. Hey, do you still have any contact with those junior sisters? Uffed, a bunch of lectures. The live chat was filled with laughter, and Fang Yuan found himself amused as well. After 2 days without streaming, the excitement was still palpable. After chatting for a while, he commenced his fishing activities. As for this fishing endeavor, no, to be precise, it was his first cast at Hongfeng Lake. Fang Yuan did not overthink it. He didn't even prepare a bait spot before casting his line. The reason for this was quite simple. He intended to catch a few small fish first to progress in the fishing spot's tasks. Moreover, he was still uncertain about the underwater environment. If he hurried to set a bait spot without knowing the layout or if there were any obstacles, that would render his efforts futile. Thus, it was prudent to first explore the area, much like the situation with the old man. As soon as his line hit the water, before the float had even settled, he experienced a sharp tug indicating a bite from a small fish. Fang Yuan quickly lifted the rod, and a tiny fish, no longer than his finger, broke the surface of the water. The elderly gentleman nearby, upon witnessing his first catch, chuckled and remarked, "Haha, young man, using bait here won't yield much. Otherwise, you'll end up with an abundance of small fish. I still have plenty of worms. Why not give those a try?" Fang Yuan replied, "Thank you, sir. I'll give this a go first. If it doesn't work out, I'll switch to your worms." He then took a small basin and placed the fish he had caught inside. Regardless of its size, every fish must be kept. As he caught one and continued fishing, he also summoned the fishing spot's details. Fishing spot, Maple Park, level F. Current unlock progress, 5. It appeared to be the same as before. This type of catch unlocked 5% progress. In a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan realized another point. Previously, when he caught a rare fish at his hometown's fishing spot, he had deduced that one rare fish could unlock 50% of the progress. At present, this Maple Park had 2 rare fish. Consequently, if he were to catch both rare fish, wouldn't that mean he would unlock the entire progress at once? This thought made Fang Yuan chuckle at himself. Given that he had no idea about the fish conditions today, focusing on those 2 rare fish seemed rather foolish. Very well, it was best to proceed with a steady and methodical approach. With a plan in mind, Fang Yuan hastened his casting frequency to continue catching small fish. While there were many small fish, they varied in species, such as whitebait, golden mullet, loach, and small carp, all belonging to the upper tier of small fish. The fishing spot's progress recognized only the types of fish caught, irrespective of their size. Thus, catching more varieties would yield greater progress. Consequently, Fang Yuan found great delight in reeling in small fish. During this period of frequent casting, he also discerned the underwater environment of the nearby waters. The bottom was quite flat, with about a meter of water depth within a rod's length ahead. Beyond that lay a slope, and probing a bit further revealed a depth of around 2 meters. Hence, while continuing to reel in small fish, Fang Yuan began to prepare in advance, baiting the area at a slightly greater distance. After an hour of continuous casting, he had gathered a considerable number of the small fish that many anglers disdain. The fishing spot's progress indeed reached 20%, completing the first phase of the task, allowing him to exhale with relief. Meanwhile, in the live stream, his viewers grew increasingly anxious for him. Alas, previously, even at his worst, he caught multiple crucian carp in succession. When has he ever felt so frustrated? So, streamer, why not change locations? Indeed, I could see the ripples created by those small fish on the surface through the camera. There are just too many. Alas, it's impossible to have it all. This fishing spot is picturesque, but what about the catch? Streamer, please change locations. I live nearby and wouldn't even fish here. Observing the well-meaning suggestions from his viewers, Fang Yuan smiled and replied, "It's all right. Fishing in the wild is all about spontaneity. The catch is secondary. However, I have a feeling that a good run of fish is on the horizon." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, the chat surged with comments. A feeling? Streamer, please don't kid yourself. If you had a feeling, you wouldn't be fishing here today. Haha, don't ruin it for him. The streamer is clearly trying to find an excuse for himself. Streamer, listen to the advice. This spot is truly ineffective. Or else these old gentlemen wouldn't be here taking up the fishing spots. Fang Yuan chuckled without elaborating further. He lifted his rod, pushing the float up over a meter, reduced some lead, and switched from bait to dough balls. With a cast, this time the bait landed noticeably farther than before. The viewers in the live stream struggled to see the details through the screen, but the elderly gentleman beside him, also dealing with small fish, noticed. Haha, are you casting farther? Fang Yuan responded. Yes, there were just too many small fish close in. The old man laughed, with dough bait. It attracts small fish regardless of distance. Look at me with my worms. Although I'm also getting small fish, I've managed to catch a few crucian carp in between. That's how it goes. Suddenly, with a splash, the old man was taken aback, his words trailing off as Fang Yuan pulled a palm-sized crucian carp from the water. Wow, this crucian is beautiful. Noticing it was a fine specimen, the old man shifted his tone, for he had not seen one like it in quite some time. Fang Yuan smiled and said, just luck, just luck. He then presented the crucian carp to the camera. Brothers, we're starting to catch the real fish. Chapter 60, Continuous Catches, more inquiries from the elderly gentleman. Upon finally landing a legitimate catch, the chat in the live stream became increasingly active. Wow, striking gold from the dung. You really caught one. This big crucian carp looks splendid. All right, streamer, stop deceiving yourself. It's been nearly an hour for just one crucian carp. This spot is a bust. Time to change locations. I personally believe the streamer has ulterior motives for coming here. It's not just about fishing, is it? After all, there's a university town nearby. Fang Yuan glanced at the live stream, noticing all sorts of comments, and smiled. Most of those watching at this time were loyal fans, and the banter was more teasing than serious. Well then, whether to change or not. Let us fish a few more casts and see. After saying this, he raised his arm, casting the hook in a perfect parabolic arc previously. He had been catching small fish, but he had kept an eye on the deeper water's movements. Since starting to bait the spot, over half an hour had passed, and small bubbles were beginning to surface, indicating that there were indeed fish in that area. What does this signify? It means that the baited area still held fish. That big crucian carp was a testament to that fact. Fishing in the wild is like this. If you can entice the fish into the baited area, your chances of a bountiful catch dramatically increase. The remaining odds pertain to various other factors, like bait choices, line setups, or fishing techniques. In essence, baiting is especially crucial for wild fishing, otherwise, no amount of skill will matter. Of course, today's fishing spot requires a different discussion. The viewers in the live stream hadn't noticed this, nor did he provide much explanation, continuing to fish. Whether it worked or not, the catch would be the best proof. Just a few moments later, splash. Brothers, here's another one. After a while, splash. Brothers. We're starting to catch them in succession. After a while, haha, double catch. As Fang Yuan continuously reeled in big crucian carp, those viewers who had previously urged him to change locations fell silent. Wait, are we really starting to catch them in succession? I didn't even blink. Did I miss something? Aren't we just catching small whitebait today? The streamer promised a catch of whitebait, but now he is secretly reeling in big crucian carp. Streamer. I admit I spoke too loudly earlier. Fang Yuan glanced at the chat and chuckled. Haha, just luck, just luck. With that, he raised his rod again, pulling 2 more big crucian carp from the water. Seeing this, one could only marvel at the streamer's delight. Delight. If I had such a catch, I'd be even more pleased than the streamer. The broadcaster remarked, I am nearby, just waiting. I will come over once I finish my lunch. Not only were the viewers in the live stream astonished by Fang Yuan's sudden string of catches, but the elderly gentleman on the side had already been captivated since Fang Yuan reeled in his second carp, completely neglecting his own fishing rod to gaze at him intently. At this moment, witnessing Fang Yuan's consecutive catches, the old man could no longer contain his excitement and approached with a tremor, inquiring, Young man, what is the name of the bait you are using? I must have my granddaughter order me a few packs online. Upon learning, it was the common red carp bait. Fang Yuan responded, Yes, it can be used simply by adding water. The elder continued, So, I just add water directly, correct? Fang Yuan confirmed, Exactly, a 1-to-1 ratio. If you're unsure about the proportions, just use a measuring cup. Oh, and since I have quite a bit of this bait, I can spare you some to try? As he spoke, he handed over half of his bait. The old man, taken aback, exclaimed, Oh, how embarrassing. Fang Yuan chuckled, Not at all, sir. I won't be able to use it all anyway. Try it out first, and if it works well for you, then you can go buy some. At his age, most fishing enthusiasts relied solely on a box of worms throughout the seasons, so rather than suggesting he purchase some directly, it was more prudent to let him test it first. Furthermore, the typical red carp bait was not as effective as his own, as he had added some secret ingredients to it. Observing the generous portion of bait, the old man expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, no trouble at all. Just then, with a swift motion, he pulled another large carp from the water. The old man, witnessing such a display, hurried back to try the bait for himself. With fish arriving at the spot, Fang Yuan's focus sharpened as he continuously reeled in sizable carp. An hour slipped by unnoticed, and during this time, the fishing progress had increased by 5%, as in addition to the carp, Fang Yuan had also caught a small carp weighing over half a kilogram. Thus, the fishing progress reached 30%. After half a day's effort, having unlocked nearly a third of the target was quite commendable. Naturally, Fang Yuan understood that a new fishing venue heralded a new beginning. Progress was easier to achieve at the outset, but would become more gradual as time went on. Therefore, while reeling in the carp, he prepared several additional spots at greater distances, such as for grass carp and silver carp. In summary, having multiple bait spots was advantageous. At that moment, the old gentleman approached again. Young man, I think I might not have needed the bait properly. I only caught 1 carp when I returned. Fang Yuan glanced over and suddenly remembered. Oh dear, sir, I forgot to mention that if you're using this bait, you also need to adjust your line setup. The old man looked puzzled. Adjust the line setup? Fang Yuan nodded. Yes, the line setup needs adjusting. Let me help you with that. After a brief moment of hesitation, the old man decided to let Fang Yuan adjust it, as he could not deny the impressive haul in Fang Yuan's keep net. All right, please adjust it for me. Handing over his rod, Fang Yuan made the necessary adjustments to the weight and float before returning it. Sir, give it another try. And remember, when baiting, don't squeeze it too tightly. It won't fall off. The old man replied, Thank you, young man. Fang Yuan replied with a smile. No need to be so formal. The old man's earlier struggle with the float did not garner much attention from the live stream audience. Even the viewers did not pay much heed to whether the fishing conditions would improve after his adjustments. Time passed, and as midday approached, Fang Yuan decided to take a break and find something to eat. Just then, the elderly gentleman beamed. Ha, young man, after you adjusted my float, it worked wonders. I've caught quite a few large ones in this short time. Fang Yuan noticed that the elderly man had returned, holding a bag filled with a substantial catch. A sight that was promptly observed by the live stream audience, particularly the large carp in the bag. Wait, are you serious? Just a simple adjustment led to the old man catching fish nonstop? I thought you were just humoring him, but you were quite serious. Impressive, impressive. Your skill has left me in awe. Another viewer interjected, what do you mean? Don't you remember the old man saying the bait was good and that he would have his granddaughter by some? The key point, granddaughter. As this comment appeared on the screen, the audience gasped in astonishment. Wow, the broadcaster has quite the strategy. He was waiting for this. Chapter 61, A New Lesson. Surge in sales. After bidding farewell to the old gentleman, Fang Yuan shook his head at the increasingly off-topic comments in the chat, but refrained from addressing them, understanding that engaging further would only lead to more distractions. Instead, he decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Coincidentally, someone in the chat inquired why a mere adjustment to the float led to such a significant difference in the catch, and several others echoed this curiosity. Fang Yuan seized the opportunity. I noticed some of you are wondering why a simple adjustment to the float could yield such different results. Well, let's take this time before we wrap up to discuss it. As anticipated, this prompted a flurry of comments in the live stream. Is the broadcaster about to give us another lesson? I have my notebook ready. Haha, we're all ears, hurry up. With the chat redirecting back to the topic at hand, Fang Yuan cleared his throat but did not immediately begin his explanation. Instead, he panned the camera around the picturesque surroundings before stating, do you all see the environment around us? The scenery is lovely, filled with maple trees, a vibrant red hue that is quite pleasing to the eye. But we are here to learn how to fish, not just admire the view. While the scenery is beautiful, these tall trees extend their branches far into the water, making it necessary to use shorter rods or traditional fishing methods, except for this exceptional broadcaster. Fang Yuan continued, indeed, it is the environment. The abundance of trees not only affects casting, but also the fish's willingness to bite. Willing to bite? Please elaborate. Take notes, broadcaster, please elaborate. Fang Yuan explained, it indeed affects their willingness to bite. Think about it. With more trees, there will be more dead leaves falling into the water. If the bait sinks and lands on the leaves, it may be okay, but if it falls into the cracks between the leaves, the fish won't even see it, and thus won't take the hook. Some viewers in the chat began to understand. I get it now. The broadcaster is fishing off the bottom, and the old man initially struggled because his hook landed among the dead leaves, making it invisible to the fish. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, exactly. This viewer has hit the nail on the head. In truth, Fang Yuan had recognized this issue shortly after arriving and casting just a few lines. While the fishing conditions at Hongfeng Lake were promising, they also posed challenges, including an overabundance of small fish and the complexity of the underwater landscape due to the shade of the trees, resulting in a cluttered environment with dead branches and leaves. Consequently, he adopted a method of fishing off the bottom, which had proven to be highly effective. However, despite this clarity, some viewers still harbored doubts. But since the carp are bottom dwellers, how can we entice them to bite if we are fishing off the bottom? Fang Yuan Dao. This astute inquiry from a fellow angler warrants a thoughtful response. Two essential points arise. The first revolves around the technique of continuously drawing in fish by manipulating the frequency of bait, a strategy frequently employed in those murky waters. By elevating the bait from the bottom, one can significantly enhance the speed of catching fish, yielding a greater haul within the same time frame compared to others. The second point pertains to the exceptionally potent aroma of the bait. As he spoke, he presented the bait he utilized before the camera. Brothers, take a look. The chat room erupted with comments questioning the bait's authenticity. Isn't that just ordinary red carp bait? Nonsense. Did you not notice the presence of millet grains? It is evident that the host incorporated some ground bait while preparing, thus highlighting the true essence of the ground bait. Haha, I had already perceived this. For the past few days, I had been employing the same method in those shadowy waters, adding some ground bait during the bait preparation, and as a result, my catches have been plentiful. To the commenter above, spare us your hindsight. Before the camera, Fang Yuan observed the chat room's comments gravitating toward the topic of ground bait without any prompting from him. What a splendid opportunity. To not seize this moment to promote ground bait would be a disservice to all the effort I have expended in explaining it. Of course, Fang Yuan recognized the need for subtlety in his approach and remarked, indeed, it is the ground bait. However, it is not imperative to use my specific ground bait. Alternatives from other brands can be utilized as well. Incorporating it into your bait can significantly enhance the likelihood of retaining fish. Upon hearing this, a flurry of thumbs-up emojis flooded the chat room. Such grace. The host's refusal to disparage others while uplifting himself demands attention. Is the attention on me? While the host was catching fish in rapid succession, I had already secured my spot in the conversation, thanks to his remarkable skills. Not to mention, he was broadcasting a pure wild fishing experience. Can any other host boast such prowess? Haha, forgive my arrogance. I possess a level 3 fan badge. Level 3, while I am a level 10, only second to that Bingo, making me the highest tier here. The lively discussions in the chat room invigorated Fang Yuan as he observed the constant influx of order notifications in the backend. In such a brief span, 4 to 5 dozen orders had been placed, an impressive sales performance indeed, given that there were scarcely 200 viewers in the live stream. This purchase ratio is nothing short of astonishing. Thus, Fang Yuan continued to engage for over half an hour longer, answering queries from fellow anglers. Remarkably, amidst this dynamic QA, the sales of ground bait surpassed 100, translating to earnings exceeding 5,000 yuan in a mere short while. It is worth noting that the live stream audience was relatively modest, yet the conversion rate was extraordinary. After this extended discourse, the time had drifted past noon, and he concluded the broadcast. At this juncture, Fang Yuan turned his gaze toward the lakeside, only to find that aside from a few distant anglers still steadfastly fishing, the elderly gentleman he had seen earlier had departed. Recognizing this, he decided to pack up, initiating his navigation toward a nearby eatery. In the afternoon, after indulging in a delightful lunch, Fang Yuan returned to Hongfeng Park. However, he did not immediately resume fishing. Instead, he sought out a shaded parking spot, where he reclined comfortably within his vehicle. Notably, the rear seats had been transformed into a bed, allowing ample space for 2 individuals to lie down comfortably. With soft music playing, he gazed at the nearby maple trees and the distant lake, immersing himself in an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Chapter 62. The Shore Float, Night Fishing. Outside, the sparrows chattered on the power lines. In the afternoon, while nestled in the soothing ambience of the car, Fang Yuan was roused from his slumber by the shrill ring of a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Fang, this is Elephant Financial. We have prepared a loan of 300,000 for you." Upon hearing the unsolicited offer, Fang Yuan promptly hung up. He could not fathom how this transpired. Since graduation, he had submitted numerous resumes but had yet to receive a single legitimate recruitment call. He was on the verge of considering a loan, and now, unsolicited calls began flooding in following a mere inquiry. The power of big data. After disconnecting the call, Fang Yuan found sleep elusive. Observing the dimming sky, he initially assumed it was due to overcast weather. However, upon glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 6 o'clock. Had he really slept for so long? He had only returned from lunch around 2 in the afternoon, meaning he had dozed for nearly 4 hours. Realizing the time, Fang Yuan reflected on the excitement of his first fishing trip, having stayed up all night researching the previous evening, and the exhilaration that had rendered him restless into the early hours. Upon arriving at the lake in the morning, the novelty of the experience had initially distracted him from fatigue. He stepped out of the car, stretched lazily, and surveyed the lakeside. While the scenery was indeed pleasant, he could not allow such leisure to distract him from his purpose. During the day, the lakeside was bustling with elderly fishermen, but as dusk approached, a few younger individuals arrived, 2 of whom had set up night fishing lights. It seemed they had been unable to indulge in fishing during the day due to work commitments, now seizing the opportunity to enjoy themselves after hours. Observing their equipment, Fang Yuan felt a pang of realization that he still had much to learn on his fishing journey, contemplating whether he should invest in a night fishing light himself. Alas, a momentary oversight. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan was prepared for night fishing. During the day, he had utilized a rod for fishing, but as night fell, he found comfort in using a shore float. To this end, he had purchased a small shore float rod online, while the remote casting rod available in the Points Mall was far beyond his current means. With a plan in mind, Fang Yuan began his preparations. The shore float method proved considerably less complex than fishing with a rod. Setting up his outdoor chair by the lakeside, he positioned his rod, and that constituted his entire fishing setup. As for the bait, given the need for long-distance casting and versatility, he opted for a string of hooks, attaching 5 or 6 hooks to a single line, thus enhancing his bait options. Items such as corn soaked in ground bait, dried snail meat, and worms were all fair game. In summary, the variety was abundant. Once everything was in order, with a vigorous cast, Fang Yuan cleared the line spool entirely. Engaging in shore float fishing naturally necessitated casting further out. The length of the line spool essentially dictated the fishing range, a distinct advantage of this method. However, while the benefits of the shore float were clear, its limitations were equally apparent. It could not be used for baiting or attracting fish, relying solely on luck to yield results. However, at this hour, having any catch at all was a commendable feat. What more could one ask for? Thus, as he continued with the shore float setup, Fang Yuan attached a bell to the tip of his rod, which served as a makeshift indicator. Whenever a fish took the bait, the bell would ring. As for sensitivity, that was straightforward. To increase sensitivity, one merely needed to tighten the line. Conversely, loosening the line would create a more sluggish response. Ultimately, the essence of fishing remained unchanged. All that was left was to patiently await the catch. Seated outdoors, Fang Yuan took a moment to enjoy a small cigarette while gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. Indeed, The scenery of Hongfeng Park at night rivals its daytime beauty. The distant skyscrapers glimmering with neon lights, along with the landscape lamps nearby, created a visual allure that, although less transparent than during the day, possessed a certain enchanting haze under the colorful illumination. Moreover, this park, often referred to as the back garden of Jiangdai University, witnessed numerous students strolling through, especially in the evenings when the pleasant early autumn weather beckoned. Not far behind, on a wooded path, pairs of couples strolled by at intervals, their sweetness almost overwhelming to witness. As Fang Yuan marveled at the beauty of campus life, the bell attached to his fishing rod jingled with excitement. Swiftly, he lifted the rod, feeling a tug from beneath the water. A fish had taken the bait. He quickly reeled in, and soon, with a splash, a 2-pound catfish emerged, much to Fang Yuan's delight. As it was the first catfish caught in this fishing spot, marking a milestone in his fishing endeavors. Excellent. Encouraged, he carefully placed the catfish into his keep net and cast out his second line, this time aiming for a clean catch. While this clean catch appeared straightforward, it required considerable skill. Casting was not merely about strength but also finesse, lest one risk snapping the line, particularly with a bait-casting reel, which was known to be more temperamental. However, for Fang Yuan, whose physical resilience and coordination exceeded that of his peers by nearly double, casting 50 meters was a trivial task. Just then, the chirp of a sparrow on his mobile phone interrupted the tranquil evening. Initially, he assumed it to be another nuisance call and contemplated hanging up, but upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was his mother. As he answered, she scolded, "You rascal, do you know what time it is? Didn't we agree you'd call back in the evening?" Realizing he had forgotten his promise to reassure them of his safety, Fang Yuan slapped his forehead. "I was just about to call you." On the other end, she replied, "Enough excuses. By the way, your father asked me to inquire about the bait orders. He has been keeping an eye on them since this afternoon." At the mention of the bait orders, Fang Yuan straightened up. Before embarking on this fishing trip, he had meticulously prepared not only for the fishing itself, but also for sending out the bait orders, having briefed his parents well in advance. The plan was to remotely manage the orders in the evening and have his father dispatch them the following morning. At this moment, Fang Yuan replied, "All right. I'll take care of it right now." After a quick glance at his fishing rods, he thought that at this hour, no one would be walking along the lakeside path, and he headed back to his car to prepare the orders. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a figure was slowly approaching his fishing spot. Moments later, a loud splash echoed. Chapter 63, The Drenched Girl. In the van, Fang Yuan opened his notebook and logged into the back end of his livestream platform. While guiding his parents on how to operate the system, he remotely printed out the accumulated orders and finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he almost forgot the most crucial task. With the variety of bait increasing and sales rising, it was essential to prepare in advance to ensure that the courier could collect the orders promptly the next morning. Otherwise, he would face another day's delay, which would significantly impact the customer's experience. Just as he finished his tasks and was about to confirm that there were no errors in the orders, he heard another splash. A heavy object had fallen into the water, followed by the sound of someone struggling and coughing. Fang Yuan turned to see that the commotion seemed to be emanating from his fishing spot. Realizing what was happening, he dashed towards the noise. By the lakeside, before he even reached the fishing spot, he spotted a figure flailing in the water, less than 2 meters from the shore. Someone was drowning. Having spent the day fishing, Fang Yuan was well acquainted with the underwater environment. Although the water was only about a meter deep within a few meters of the shore, it could easily claim the life of someone who couldn't swim. Furthermore, if the person continued to struggle, the depth could exceed 2 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan discarded his phone and cigarette to the ground and leapt into the water with a splash. Moments later, after rescuing the person and bringing them to shore, the drenched individual timidly uttered a thank you. It was then that Fang Yuan noticed that the person was a girl. However, the fading light made it difficult to discern her features. Catching his breath, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "What were you doing by the lake at this hour? It's so dangerous." Even though there were some wild ducks in the park, they were far from the water's edge. At the very least, they would be at the viewing platform. This path was merely a narrow trail forged by anglers, typically deserted during the day, let alone at night. Had he not been fishing at that moment, the girl might have lost her life. Upon hearing his words, the girl lowered her head in embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Fang Yuan wiped the water from his face and thought, "Sorry? Where did that come from?" Yet, seeing her pitiful demeanor, he replied, "It was just a small effort," and offered her a folding chair. "Sit and catch your breath. Would you like me to call someone for you?" When she heard the offer to call her family, the girl hurriedly replied, No, I'm fine." Her last words were barely audible. "Fine," Fang Yuan thought, feeling speechless. She had nearly lost her life, and she claimed to be fine? Moreover, the temperature had dropped significantly, and the evening air was quite chilly. The wind near the lake was particularly biting, causing her to sneeze. It seemed that his concerns were justified, as she quickly succumbed to sneezing. Observing her condition, Fang Yuan felt a sense of resignation. Of course, she claimed to be fine, so why should he, an outsider, fret? He decided to return to his car to change into warmer clothing, as he had only taken his phone and cigarettes earlier, leaving his outerwear behind. The cool breeze made him shiver. Once back in the car and dressed in a fresh set of clothes, he hesitated for a moment before retrieving a towel and a jacket to return to her. Upon reaching the lakeside, he found the girl curled up on the folding chair like a small cat, trembling uncontrollably, a clear indication that she was not as fine as she had claimed. "Here, dry yourself off, and take this jacket." The girl hesitated. No. But a sudden sneeze interrupted her protest. "Just take it," Fang Yuan insisted. "You'll catch a cold otherwise." His words prompted her to accept the towel and jacket. "Thank you," she responded gratefully. Fang Yuan observed her timid and socially anxious demeanor, feeling a profound sense of speechlessness within. Today, he had truly witnessed the extent to which a person could be introverted. He took out a cigarette and lit one, then gathered his fishing rod to cast once more. It was only at this opportune moment that the young woman realized that the person who had saved her life seemed to be fishing. This revelation brought her a measure of relief. After she had dried off most of the lake water from her body, she mustered an extraordinary amount of courage to speak. Glancing at the figure fishing by the shore, "Thank you, I'll return the towel," she said. Without turning his head, Fang Yuan replied, "Just leave it on the chair." Originally, she had intended to return her jacket as well, but hesitated, saying, "But I'm wearing it." She shivered slightly, and after a brief moment of indecision, she acquiesced with a soft "Will you still be fishing here tomorrow?" Fang Yuan inquired. Noticing her lack of stuttering, he raised an eyebrow. At his gaze, the young woman lowered her head again, prompting Fang Yuan to shake his head. "I'll still be here." Hearing this, she bent slightly at the waist and expressed her gratitude once more before donning her jacket and departing. After this incident, Fang Yuan, having cast a few more lines, found himself lacking the motivation to continue fishing. He glanced at the time, noting it had grown late, and saw that the few night fishermen in the distance had already packed up and left. Well then, what's the point of fishing? Time to head back, tidy up, and get some sleep. The following morning, within the van, at Chu, Fang Yuan, while preparing instant noodles, sneezed, his nose slightly reddened. This was not due to the chill from rescuing someone from the lake the previous evening, but rather the discomfort of the lake's odor clinging to him when he prepared to sleep. Thus, he had resorted to a bucket of bottled water for a refreshing wash. And here he was, in this state. Of course, it was merely a minor cold, nothing to impede his plans. After breakfast, he resumed his fishing endeavors. Although he had finished early the previous night without achieving his goal of fishing until midnight, he had still prepared a few bait spots before packing up. Hence, his objective for today was crystal clear: to seek out the larger fish in the lake. Upon arriving at the lakeshore, Fang Yuan noticed that the elderly gentleman from yesterday had already set up his rod. "Good morning, sir. You're here quite early. How was the bite?" The elderly man, upon seeing Fang Yuan, chuckled. "Haha, I just got here, cast my line not long ago." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Yuan set up his equipment and commenced the live stream for today's fishing session. Chapter 64. The Fishing Plan, Targeting the Big Ones. "Young man, try this." As soon as Fang Yuan opened the live stream, the elderly gentleman approached him, presenting a box of pastries. "I had great luck with your bait yesterday, so I brought you these as a token of appreciation." Seeing the man's generosity, Fang Yuan felt it impolite to decline and took a piece to sample. "How is it?" the elderly man asked. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming that it was delicious. This was no insincere compliment. It truly was delightful. The moment it touched his palate, a soft, sweet flavor enveloped his senses. The elderly man chuckled. "Haha, my granddaughter made these, sugar-free and nutritious. Not everyone gets to taste them. Here, take some more, I brought plenty." Fang Yuan laughed. "Haha, sir, I'm not being polite. I just finished my meal, and I really can't eat more pastries. Take them anyway. Leave some room in your stomach for later. They can be stored, and since you provided such good bait yesterday, I thought I'd share." Listening to the elderly man's underlying intentions, Fang Yuan felt compelled to accept the gesture. In the live stream, for the first time, he truly felt that fishing had its merits. Who would refuse a potential son-in-law who could accompany them on fishing trips? He could only imagine how beautiful a girl who could make osmanthus cake must be. Upstairs, one might wonder if beauty and culinary skills are indeed related. What business is that of yours? After preparing the bait and sharing some with the elderly gentleman, Fang Yuan seized the opportunity to chat with his viewers before casting his line. Upon noting the comments about a potential granddaughter-in-law, he felt a wave of exasperation. "Hey, let us not get carried away here." In the live stream, the viewers responded, "Understood. First win over the old man, then his granddaughter. Why is it that every time I go fishing by the river, I encounter elderly men who hog the good spots? Haha, does it even need to be asked?" If you had the looks and skills of a streamer, would you still worry about that? As the comments veered off course, Fang Yuan realized he needed to redirect the conversation. All right, brothers, let us get ready to fish. Today we're targeting the big ones. Indeed, the mere mention of pursuing larger fish brought the chat back on track. Big fish. Let us see what happens today. Go for it, streamer. Big fish. Hold on. Just yesterday we were catching small fry in the same spot. Haha, just watch the streamer fish in silence. The scenery at Maple Leaf Park was delightful. But as a nearby angler, he could only conclude that the streamer was overly optimistic. Yesterday, we caught small fish nonstop. Today we're targeting big ones? Dream on. Observing the onslaught of comments, Fang Yuan chuckled. Having just arrived at Maple Leaf Park, he was still unfamiliar with the local fishing conditions. Focused on unlocking fishing spots, he had initially aimed for a variety of fish, resulting in a surplus of smaller catches. Today, however, his target was unequivocal. He was aiming for the larger ones. Without further ado, he baited his hook and cast his line, letting the catch speak for itself. With a graceful arc, the baited line landed perfectly in the overnight bait spot he had prepared yesterday. Haha, this bait is truly effective. My first cast yields a fish. Fang Yuan looked over to see the elderly gentleman reeling in a sizable crucian carp, measuring about the size of his palm. Fang Yuan was not at all surprised. After a day's time, the effects of the cooling weather had diminished, making even the ordinary bait yield good results in these conditions. After acknowledging the elderly gentleman's catch, Fang Yuan returned his attention to the surface of the water, steadfastly waiting for his big fish. For today's fishing session, he had prepared 3 overnight bait spots, one for silver carp, one for grass carp, and one as a safety net for carp. In wild fishing, aside from various small fish and crucian carp, carp was the most common catch, and given their considerable size, they could serve as reliable backup for completing daily tasks. With that established, he concentrated on fishing at the grass carp spot. As for whether there were any grass carp, splash. Haha, another one. The elderly gentleman had already hooked his second catch within mere minutes. Fang Yuan looked over to see that it was another crucian carp. This one even larger than the last, weighing around 3 to 4 tails. Before long, splash. The elderly gentleman had another fish on the line. Fang Yuan remarked, "Sir, your luck is remarkable today. You're on a roll." The elderly gentleman chuckled. "Your bait is truly effective. I must insist that my granddaughter buys me several packets when I return home today." Their conversation was rather animated, naturally attracting the attention of the viewers in the livestream. In comparison, it appeared that the old man was catching fish at a pace surpassing that of the streamer himself. Haha, I heard that too. The old man is using the streamer's bait and is already reeling in fish, while the streamer is still struggling. Come on, streamer, put in some effort today. Don't let the old man outshine you. Fang Yuan glanced around the livestream, laughing. Haha, the old man is indeed impressive. Fang Yuan had a clear plan for the day's fishing. If he failed to catch grass carp, he would aim for silver carp. If that also proved futile, he would at least secure some carp. The objective was to focus on larger fish to unlock the fishing venue's potential. For this outing, Fang Yuan had prepared a variety of baits, including those for crucian carp, silver carp, and this particular grass-scented bait for grass carp. As for carp or other species, he intended to use the pellets from his ground bait. Fishing for carp in the wild is not a competition for quick bites. Thus, the pellets should ideally be of higher quality. Regarding the so-called all-purpose composite baits, Fang Yuan held some reservations. Different fish species naturally prefer distinct bait flavors. And while those all-purpose baits might occasionally yield a large catch, luck plays a significant role if one's initial target is explicitly aimed at larger fish. The effectiveness of all-purpose baits is certainly less than ideal. As for the popular fishing streamers online, boasting millions of followers and often showcasing various composite baits in their videos, haha, they are merely seeking to promote their own products or secure advertising deals. They frequently pair their baits with those designed to amplify flavor or adjust the bait's state. Fang Yuan viewed this as a blatant exploitation of naivety. With his thoughts settled, Fang Yuan's gaze returned to the water's surface. Suddenly, the bobber, which had remained motionless, plunged sharply beneath the surface. Chapter 65, Streamer. You call this a small grass carp? The moment the bobber signaled, Fang Yuan swiftly responded, executing a wrist flick to set the hook. There is an art to this wrist flick. It allows one to secure the hook firmly in the fish's mouth at the moment of the bite, significantly reducing the time spent coaxing the fish with a raised rod. Fish tend to suck in the bait, but due to the line setup obstructing their escape, they will quickly spit it out. If one hesitates, the chances of coming up empty-handed increase substantially. Therefore, utilizing a wrist flick to set the hook is a commendable strategy. Of course, this technique is predominantly applied with shorter rods, particularly in black pits. For someone like Fang Yuan, fishing in the wild with an 8-meter rod while employing a wrist flick to set the hook is quite rare. Whoosh! At the moment he struck, Fang Yuan felt a substantial force emanating from beneath the surface. Without hesitation, he raised the rod, and the sound of the line slicing through the air echoed. A big fish had finally arrived. Although the fish had yet to reveal itself, its powerful movements after being hooked led Fang Yuan to deduce that it was indeed a grass carp, and a hefty one at that. Naturally, equipped with a dragon-holding setup capable of subduing a water buffalo, he had no fear of snapping lines or breaking rods. After a brief moment of respite, Fang Yuan began to retreat, holding the dragon-holding rod steady. Would he allow the fish to continue exerting its strength? In an instant, a splash erupted on the water's surface. It was a grass carp. The commotion caught the old gentleman's attention. Oh, a grass carp. And a sizable one at that. Young man, you're impressive. I've been fishing here for nearly a decade, and it's my first time seeing one this large. Upon witnessing Fang Yuan's catch, the old man momentarily forgot about the crucian carp he had been reeling in, hastily retrieving the net he had purchased but never used. Young man, don't rush. Hold on, I'll help you with this fish. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he gasped in astonishment as a long line of water was traced by the thrashing fish, which, just moments ago, was struggling 10 meters away, was now pulled to the riverbank. The old man was stunned. As a seasoned angler with 60 years of experience, he had often caught large fish during the heyday of abundant resources. He had encountered grass carp exceeding 10 pounds before, but each time had been fraught with anxiety and luck. Every catch was a gamble, with line breaks and snapped rods being commonplace. At that moment, the old man exclaimed, "Young man, you're remarkable." Not just him. The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded by Fang Yuan's skillful maneuvering. In an era where short videos flourished, numerous types of fishing streamers emerged, from wild fishing to black pits, to those showcasing their skills in skirts or yoga pants. The variety was endless. However, to see someone like Fang Yuan, during a wild fishing venture, land a hefty grass carp without any finesse, simply pulling it ashore, was truly unprecedented. Consequently, the live stream erupted with excitement. Whoa, did I just see that correctly? That large grass carp was pulled to the shore just like that? This grass carp looks to be at least 10 pounds, yet it was reeled in as if it were a large crucian carp. A large crucian carp? I even needed a net for that, and the streamer nearly lifted it straight out of the water. That was akin to pulling up a small fish. After nearly a decade of fishing, I've never seen such a method of landing a big fish. Wait, is no one going to mention the strength of that rod in the streamer's hands? Of course, they noticed. The consensus was that the rod must handle at least over 10 kilograms. A catch of under 100 pounds could be yanked with ease. Such rods are beyond the reach of ordinary anglers, as they are typically custom-made, costing at least 5 figures. In the livestream, the astonishment of witnessing the fish being reeled and transitioned to lively discussions about the rod, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, for Fang Yuan standing at the riverbank, it was an oddly tranquil moment. As the big fish neared the shore, he effortlessly lifted it with one hand while securing its mouth with the other, bringing the 10-pound-plus grass carp out of the water and presenting it before the camera. Brothers, we've got a catch here. Not too shabby. It's a small grass carp. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted in derision. A small grass carp? Did I just imagine that? Streamer, you consider this fish a small grass carp? What would you call the 5-pound 7-ounce grass carp I caught on August 27th last year at 3:02 p.m.? A baby grass carp? You've got a good memory. Look at you, being all smug. It's just a grass carp. It's not that impressive. I can't even compete. I've fished for 7 years and never caught one this large. Streamer, let us make a deal. Can you step in front of the camera? I want to post this on my social media. After nearly an hour of waiting, Fang Yuan finally landed this grass carp, advancing his fishing venue's progress by 5%. He placed the fish into the keep net and resumed fishing, but not for grass carp. He shifted his focus to silver carp. As silver carp are surface dwellers, he adjusted the float to about 1 meter deep to begin fishing, and would subsequently determine the final depth based on the float's movements. Silver carp, although surface fish, can be found at varying depths when the air pressure drops. They typically inhabit waters around half a meter deep. If the atmospheric pressure is stable and the oxygen in the water is abundant, then the chances of catching fish at depths of 1 to 1.5, or even 2 meters, become quite plausible. This is indeed the reason many anglers manage to catch silver carp while fishing near the bottom. However, if the atmospheric pressure drops too low, the fish tend to float near the surface and become unresponsive. Today, the temperature is just right, and the water temperature is perfect, making it an ideal day for drawing in silver carp. Without a moment's hesitation, I prepared a bucket of bait for them. This scene left the elderly gentleman beside me utterly bewildered. "Young man, what are you doing with all that bait? Are you trying to create a feeding spot?" he inquired. "Haha, I'm drawing in silver carp," I replied. Although the elderly gentleman was an experienced angler, he had yet to witness the emerging technique of drawing in silver carp. "Drawing silver carp?" he echoed, nodding. "Can you really use all that old bait?" I chuckled. Not too much, just opened a pack. I thought to myself that he had yet to see those prominent streamers who draw in silver carp, some of whom employ entire wash basins for their bait. One particularly famous streamer makes the downstream anglers tremble with fear, worried they might be overwhelmed. Why not give it a try? The more anglers there are, the easier it is to catch silver carp. The elderly gentleman hesitated for a moment. To be honest, after using the bait I prepared, he was very pleased with his catch today. It could be said to be the most thrilling fishing experience since his retirement. Yet, despite the excitement, it was just small Christian carp. He couldn't even imagine the thrill of reeling in a silver carp, especially when he thought about boasting to his old fishing buddies. Should I give it a shot? He pondered. I laughed and said, sure, I'll prepare more. In the live stream, I thought, oh no, he's completely fallen into the trap. Drawing silver carp is even more addictive than gambling. Haha, streamer, take it easy. At his age, he's still trying to draw in silver carp. I can bet that once the streamer leaves, the old gentleman will feel quite empty. And let us not forget that he has a granddaughter skilled in making osmanthus cake. How shallow of me. Chapter 66. The Joyful Elder, Mr. Jean. With the elderly gentleman joining in, I opened another pack of bait. The mixture was still a bit sticky, ensuring he could mold it without difficulty. Before long, I called out, Elder, the bait is ready. And remember, the more anglers there are for drawing silver carp, the better it is. Let's sit a bit closer. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman wasted no time and moved his fishing chair closer. Is this all right? He asked. I nodded. Absolutely. Despite his age, he was well equipped. Apart from his unfamiliarity with dough bait, he had all the necessary gear. Particularly noteworthy was his rod. A lightweight 6'3" model from a well-known brand, perhaps a result of having learned from his past experiences with shorter rods. I knew that when we started drawing silver carp, we needed to keep the feeding spot close to avoid dividing our efforts. After adjusting the float and other gear, we officially began fishing. On the first cast, I exclaimed, Haha, Elder, there's plenty of bait. Don't hold back. Look at the size of the bait you've molded. It's only the size of a jujube pit. I quickly corrected him and demonstrated. Grabbing a handful of bait, I placed it on the hook, squeezed it firmly, and shaped it into a ball the size of a lychee. With a swift motion, I cast it into the water. The elderly gentleman looked surprised. Is the bait that large? I nodded. Indeed, silver carp have big mouths, so naturally, the bait needs to be substantial. And remember, Elder, just hook the bait directly. You don't need to attach it to the lower hook. After another round of explanation and demonstration, he finally cast his first line. To my surprise, despite it being his first time targeting silver carp, his casting precision was impeccable, and the 6'3" rod was lifted effortlessly. This skill left me mildly astonished. Thus, we chatted and fished simultaneously, during which I learned that the elderly gentleman had decades of fishing experience, especially in the past 10 years since his retirement. When he fished even more frequently. As we conversed, we shared some basic information about each other. His surname was Jean, he was 75 years old, and lived in a nearby community, which is why he often came to Red Maple Lake to fish. As for his catch, the results varied. On good days, he could reel in fish weighing 3 to 4 or even 5 pounds, while on bad days, he might leave empty-handed. He claimed he had never encountered a grass carp that weighed more than 10 pounds in his over 10 years of fishing here. The biggest he had seen was a carp weighing just over 7 pounds. He lamented that the current fishing environment was deteriorating and that the number of viable fishing spots was dwindling. I wholeheartedly agreed. I reminisced about my childhood when my father and I would fish with bamboo poles, casually looking for a small creek, digging up some worms, and returning home with a small bucket of fish in no time. Nowadays, with all the gear and commercial bait, the results were far less fruitful. Of course, with the luck of the fishing system, that was a different story altogether. In summary, the current fishing environment is certainly not what it used to be. Before we knew it, half an hour had passed as we chatted and fished, maintaining a casting frequency of about every 30 seconds. Although we hadn't caught any fish during this time, the conversation made it enjoyable. It was at this moment that I noticed Mr. Jean's float moving, and I quickly alerted him. Elder, there's a bite. As I called out, he lifted his rod, and with a splash, he reeled in a silver carp weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. With surface fish, you can usually tell what it is the moment you lift the rod. Seeing it was a silver carp, Mr. Jean became quite excited. Haha, it's a silver carp, and not a small one, he exclaimed, rising to move backward. For him, with that weight, it was prudent to stand and reel it in. Before long, he had landed the fish. The excitement in his voice was palpable as he declared, Haha, this feels like a real big fish. His laughter was infectious, and I couldn't help but join in. The live stream chat echoed with enthusiasm. Haha, the elder caught a fish first. Go streamer. Seeing Mr. Jean catch a fish made me inexplicably happy. Haha, same here. Haha, now the fishing community has another elder drawing silver carp. I couldn't imagine how lonely Mr. Jean would feel if the streamer didn't return and he had to fish alone. Fishing alone isn't daunting, But without the streamer's bait to support him, he might not experience the joy of catching fish again. The live stream was bustling with chatter, but I had to focus intently, given that fishing with Mr. Gene necessitated consideration of his rod's length. I had been gradually moving the feeding spot closer over the past half hour. Now that Mr. Gene had caught a fish, I was determined to give it my all. Silver carp. They either come in droves or not at all. Thus, as soon as the float settled, I received a significant bite. There is no hesitation. Simply spear the fish and lift the rod. Splash. Another white carp emerges from the water, weighing roughly 3 to 4 pounds, much like the one caught by Grandpa Gene. Nearby, Grandpa Gene observes the situation, contemplating whether to retrieve the net to assist, but before he can rise, he witnesses Fang Yuan's rod jump. And that 3 to 4 pound white carp is hurled ashore. This spectacle not only astonishes Grandpa Gene, but also leaves the audience in the live stream in utter disbelief. Did that big white carp really just fly? Am I seeing things? Goodness, is the host treating the carp as if it were a Christian carp? Brothers, I don't know about you, but I am already on my feet. Standing up? Apologies, but I haven't sat down since the host hooked that big grass carp. Standing? With this incredible feat of the host flying the carp, I would dare say he is the best in the realm. I can no longer remain seated. Dear host, I humbly request to be your disciple, and I bow before you. At the lakeside, having landed 2 carp, the confidence of the 2 men surged, especially that of Grandpa Gene. Both of their catches were documented by him on his mobile phone, and he seemed to send them to someone, glancing at his phone from time to time, each glance eliciting a proud smile. And once again, it is true what they say. The carp either do not come, or if they do, they come in droves. Shortly after one was caught, Fang Yuan's bobber began to move again. Simultaneously, the float on Grandpa Jin's side signaled as well, followed by another splash. The 2 of them lifted their rods together, and 2 more carp were pulled from the water. Grandpa Jin's grin widened even further. Once the fish were secured, Fang Yuan asked, "So, Grandpa, how does it feel to catch carp?" Grandpa Jin replied, "Haha, it's simply fantastic." In the midst of their conversation, Grandpa Jin's phone rang. He answered, "Oh dear, you don't need to wait for me. Go ahead and eat without me. I'm currently fishing." "All right, I'll hang up." After a brief exchange, he ended the call. Clearly, the excitement from catching 2 carp had captivated him so much that he opted to forego lunch. Chapter 67. Grandpa, do you enjoy eating fish? While Grandpa Gene was quick to hang up, Fang Yuan felt compelled to offer some words of guidance. While the thrill of catching carp is indeed exhilarating, it should not come at the expense of mealtime. Moreover, considering Grandpa Jin's advanced age of over 70, skipping a meal is less significant for the young. So, Grandpa, I'll leave this spot for you. You should head back for lunch and return to fish afterward. Grandpa Gene appeared doubtful, asking, "Will there still be fish when I return?" Fang Yuan reassured him, "Rest easy, Grandpa. I will maintain the fishing spot, and I guarantee that the fish will still be plentiful upon your return." Upon hearing that Fang Yuan would keep the fishing spot lively, Grandpa Gene inquired, "You want to eat?" Fang Yuan replied, "I'll just order some takeout to tide me over." Surprisingly, Fang Yuan actually had this thought in mind, as finding a place to eat the previous day had proven challenging, with parking being a significant issue. In essence, to dine in, one would need to trek a considerable distance, making takeout a more convenient option. However, upon hearing that Fang Yuan intended to eat takeout, Grandpa Gene raised an eyebrow. "Takeout? That won't he do? How about this? Since we hit it off, let us go to my house for a meal." He gestured in a certain direction, adding, "Do you see that? My house is just over there, not far away." Upon receiving Grandpa Jin's invitation to dine at his home, Fang Yuan could not help but admire the elder's genuine nature. However, being mindful of boundaries, he pondered how to respond politely. Just as he prepared to speak, a sudden splash interrupted him. The bobber had vanished. Another bite. He lifted the rod, and with a splash, a large black-headed fish flashed across the surface. It was a bighead carp, and it was no small catch, likely weighing at least 10 pounds. Seeing this immense creature, Grandpa Gene momentarily set aside his invitation, exclaiming, "Hey, another big one." He quickly seized the net. In no time, with their combined efforts, the massive fish was pulled onto the shore. The black-headed carp was large enough to fit into a fist, and merely gazing at it was invigorating. Grandpa Gene weighed the net in his hands, declaring, "This one is heavier than the previous grass carp, at least 13 or 14 pounds. Hearing this weight, Fang Yuan laughed. "Well then, this breaks my record for the heaviest single grass carp." As this hefty fish was landed, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves. The fishing conditions are simply irresistible. Alas, I'm in the neighboring province, glancing at the distance of over 300 kilometers, sighing. Over 300 kilometers. And you're already sighing? As a dedicated angler, distance is no obstacle when the fishing is good. I concur with the previous comment. The host should quickly share his location. Within 300 kilometers, I can arrive immediately. Within 1,000 kilometers, I can arrive the same day. Within 3,000 kilometers, I can arrive the next day. And for 5,000 kilometers, I'll arrive post-divorce. The previous commenter just searched for Jiangxing Red Maple Park. Haha. I'm nearby and already in the car. I'll arrive in an hour. Similarly, Grandpa Jean, who initially planned to head home, upon witnessing the 10-pound bighead carp, thought, what is the point of eating now? Returning home, who knows if he would even be able to come back out in the afternoon? Well then, he sat down and continued fishing. Observing that Grandpa Jean had no intention of returning home and eyeing the freshly caught bighead, Fang Yuan had an idea. Grandpa, do you enjoy eating fish? Grandpa Jean paused, unsure of the meaning behind the question, but nodded. Since I was young, I've loved it. I've eaten it for most of my life and still haven't had enough. Fang Yuan lifted the bighead carp, suggesting, then let us cook it right here by the lake. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Jin's eyes lit up. Here? Fang Yuan affirmed, yes. I brought cooking supplies in my car. On the day he purchased the car, he had equipped it with outdoor cooking gear and had brought along some oil, salt, and vinegar for the trip, ensuring that with an outdoor power source and a small car refrigerator, he had no fear of spoilage. Therefore, cooking fish right here was entirely feasible. Grandpa Jean, excited by this idea, exclaimed, hey, that sounds wonderful. Ever since I left the army, I haven't cooked outdoors for many years. Hearing you say this makes me nostalgic. However, he added, let us do this. You start cooking the fish, and I'll run home to grab some side dishes. Otherwise, we'd be wasting this lovely bighead. Fang Yuan looked at him. A couple of drinks? Grandpa Jean replied, of course. Even Fang Yuan, who typically avoids alcohol, felt a sudden urge to indulge, saying, all right, let us have a couple of drinks. And I'll get the fish cooking. He then lifted the bighead carp. Before preparing to cook the fish, Fang Yuan addressed the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, today's broadcast will conclude here, but there may be another session in the afternoon. Nothing is certain. In the live stream, laughter erupted. Haha, you heard it all. Fishing and cooking outdoors. I'm crying with jealousy. What is life? This is what life should be. My life feels like nothing in comparison. The bighead carp seemed to voice its grievances. Is no one going to speak for me? I've just landed, and before I can even be placed in a live well, I'm headed for the pot. Haha, poor bighead. Just landed and already destined for the pot. The host inquired if the scene of the outdoor cooking could be recorded and shared in a video, not for any particular reason, but simply out of an affection for that ambience. An enthusiastic voice from upstairs chimed in, expressing that although they couldn't experience it firsthand, merely witnessing it would suffice. Another voice joined in. Observing the high demand for documenting the outdoor cooking scene, Fang Yuan chuckled, of course. I will record the entire process and definitely post it on the homepage. With that, he bid farewell to his friends. After wrapping up the live stream, Fang Yuan began preparing to stew a large fish. Thanks to his mother's influence at home, he felt quite confident in his fish stewing skills. Besides, every food lover possesses the potential to become an exceptional chef, and Fang Yuan was undoubtedly among them. After processing the fish, he returned to the car and transported his set of cooking utensils to the lakeside. The stove was a 3-burner model from a well-known brand, paired with a standard 450G gas canister. He set up a foldable table and chairs from a reputable brand, arranged the ingredients, and transformed into Chef Fang. As the pot heated up, he poured in the oil, and once it reached the right temperature, he added the fish. When the fish pieces turned golden brown on both sides, he tossed in ginger, garlic, and scallions, drizzled vinegar along the pot's edge, and with a satisfying sizzle, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Without question, the scent was simply irresistible. Before long, as the fish simmered, Mr. Jean returned, carrying a bulging bag filled with goodies. Upon reaching the lakeside and catching a whiff of the stewed fish, he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Xiao Fang, your culinary skills are impressive. Chapter 68, Another Splash. Fang Yuan initially thought Mr. Jean had returned with a bottle of wine, but as he laid out the contents of the bag, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. First came 4 exquisite small dishes, smashed cucumbers with peanuts, kelp strips, and large cold noodles, all perfect accompaniments for the wine. However, what astonished him was the bottle of alcohol Mr. Jean produced. The iconic white porcelain bottle adorned with a red ribbon and the boldly printed characters on the label spoke volumes about its exceptional quality. Mr. Jean chuckled, hee. Such fine cuisine deserves a fitting pairing. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste this plump fish. How much longer until the fish is ready? Fang Yuan replied. Almost there, just a moment. As he cranked the stove's heat to maximum, he concentrated on reducing the broth, and within minutes, a pot of traditional stewed fish was ready. To be frank, the flavor of this plump fish was exquisite. Lifting the lid released a wave of aroma, especially from the fish head, which trembled like jelly, laden with collagen. This fish is cooked to perfection, surpassing even those so-called chefs at restaurants. Whether Mr. Jean was sincere or merely flattering, his praise was abundant as he savored a piece of fish. It was evident that he truly relished fish, as his chopsticks hardly paused. After the two indulged in wine and dishes, they resumed fishing. With Mr. Jin's presence, Fang Yuan continued using the same fishing method, delighting Mr. Jin with his success in catching silver carp. While none exceeded 10 pounds, the 4 to 5 pound fish came one after another. Mr. Jin's excitement was palpable, his mouth hardly closing throughout. However, given his age, he eventually decided to put away his rod after a vigorous session. Xiaofang, I've been fishing for decades, but this is the first time I've enjoyed it so thoroughly. Fang Yuan laughed. Haha, let's continue this tomorrow. Tomorrow? Mr. Jin sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in the coming days. Fang Yuan looked on, a hint of perplexity in his heart. Yet he wisely refrained from probing further. During their conversations over drinks, they both tactfully avoided discussing anything beyond fishing. Throughout their interactions, Fang Yuan had gleaned that Mr. Jin was not an ordinary person. After all, who else could casually bring a valuable bottle of Feitian liquor to share with someone they had just met? Indeed, Mr. Jin was generous, and Fang Yuan felt compelled to reciprocate, just as the elder had mentioned about mutual respect. Please wait a moment, I have a few items for you. With that, Fang Yuan returned to the van. For an outing like this required ample bait and feed, and he retrieved 2 bottles of each type. Upon returning to the lakeside, he remarked, Mr. Jin, didn't you say you've been fishing here for years but never experienced such a fine bite? Mr. Jin looked curious. Bait? Fang Yuan nodded. Yes, a secret recipe, highly effective. The reason for today's bountiful catch is all thanks to it. His confidence was not unfounded. After all, when it comes to fishing, the key lies in creating a good feeding spot. If done correctly, the likelihood of attracting nearby fish increases dramatically, making a successful catch almost guaranteed, regardless of skill level. Hearing Fang Yuan's conviction, Mr. Jin graciously accepted the offerings. After he departed, Fang Yuan glanced at the time. It was already past 4. With autumn setting in, daylight was growing shorter, having already caught several common fish. He considered switching locations in hopes of encountering rare species. Thus, he utilized the evening window to change his fishing method, employing the 10-meter line he had previously used at Qingjiang Reservoir. With a longer fishing line, the coverage area expanded, increasing the chances of encountering rare fish. Consequently, Fang Yuan spent the afternoon casting and reeling in his line repeatedly. Regrettably, the elusive rare fish remained unfound. Notably, a few fellow anglers joined him in the afternoon after witnessing the morning's success, and they too caught a few silver carp, each returning home with 3 to 5 fish, satisfying their craving. As the daylight gradually faded, the two had only consumed half of the 10-pound fish they had caught, leaving a substantial portion remaining. Fang Yuan ordered 2 servings of rice and a few bottles of beer to serve as their dinner. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, he resumed fishing, this time switching to a bank rod. In terms of long-distance casting, Fang Yuan had set his sights on the Dragon Catching Series from the Points Mall, which boasted a 10% chance of catching rare fish compared to a regular rod. However, the price was quite steep. As night fell, Fang Yuan sat by the lakeside, gazing at the shimmering water before him. Beside him stood a portable folding table, upon which rested a pot of hot tea he sipped occasionally. The ambience and the night sky were simply perfect, yet the fishing results left something to be desired. He had cast his line for a while, accumulating a fair number of catches, but they were merely the usual varieties, with the rare fish still eluding him. Facing the water's surface, gazing at the reflections of the nightscape, Fang Yuan began to ponder the possibility of changing his fishing spot. After all, the area of Red Maple Lake was considerable, and no matter how far he cast his line from the shore, he was only covering a fraction of it. Numerous regions within the lake remained unexplored. As an F-tier fishing ground, the points awarded here would undoubtedly surpass those from the previously nameless venue. With an increase in points, he could craft bait without the worry of running short, allowing for generous production in abundance. And who would ever complain about earning more money? Just as Fang Yuan began to strategize about switching locations for the next day, a figure approached along the lakeside. Initially, he paid little heed, assuming it was merely a fellow angler come for a night fishing escapade, and returned his gaze to the water. Moments later, the figure noticed him and quickened their pace, yet in their haste, failed to notice the ground beneath them. Suddenly, they slipped, and with a splash, their head plunged into the river. Chapter 69, Sisters. A new way to fish from the shore. Hearing the commotion by the riverbank, Fang Yuan turned to see the figure that had been standing on the shore had now fallen into the water. At first, he thought to himself how city dwellers are prone to such enjoyment, swimming at this hour, but upon observing the frantic movements and the cries for help, he realized something was amiss. There was no time to spare for fishing. He swiftly leapt into the water to rescue them. Night swimming? What nonsense. Someone had fallen into the water again. As he pulled the struggling figure from the water, he felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. The silhouette, along with its timid demeanor, could only belong to the girl who had fallen in yesterday. once again rescued. Her head hung even lower than before as she stammered, "Ajai came to return your clothes." Hearing this, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Return clothes? This was hardly a matter of returning clothes. She was here risking her life. He couldn't help but think. As the ancient saying goes, a fall teaches wisdom. Yet here she was, having fallen in just yesterday, and now, at the same time and place once more. While lost in his thoughts, Fang Yuan noticed something else peculiar. Thanks to a small lamp he had set up beside his folding table, he could clearly see the girl's face. He tentatively asked, "Do you know Wang Xiaoxue?" Upon hearing the name, the girl gasped, "You know my sister?" "Sister?" Fang Yuan regarded her as she wiped the lake water from her face, feeling as though 1,000 galloping horses were trampling through his mind. Before long, he heard a timid voice call out, "I'm all right." Turning around, he saw Wang Xiaoran stepping down from a minivan. Although it was only their second meeting, she had changed into 2 different outfits. No, today, she was clad in a single ensemble. Having learned from previous experiences, Fang Yuan felt compelled to advise, "Keep the clothes. You don't need to return them." Understanding his concern that she might fall in again, especially given her 2 previous mishaps, her head drooped even lower. No. I can take a day off tomorrow," she insisted, implying she could return during the day when visibility was better, thus avoiding another fall. However, Fang Yuan discerned something else. "You get off work at this hour every day?" Wang Xiaoran nodded. Fang Yuan was somewhat astonished. It was nearly 11 o'clock. What a relentless schedule. Of course, he merely asked out of curiosity before saying, "All right then, as long as it's not at night, feel free to come by whenever you wish." Consequently, due to the cooling weather, he allowed Wang Xiaoran to take back the 2 jackets without wearing them even once. Similar to the previous day, after this incident, Fang Yuan lost all motivation to continue fishing. Well then, what is the point of fishing now? It's time for a wash and some sleep. The following day, eager to make an early start, Fang Yuan rose as dawn broke. Breakfast was simple, a couple of eggs and a pack of flour cooked on an outdoor stove. In his haste, he hadn't noticed that the thin mist covering the lake hadn't yet dispersed, and from time to time, he could see splashes on the surface of the water. The splashes varied in size. The smaller ones were undoubtedly those pesky white baits, while the larger ones indicated predatory fish like the walleye chasing schools of smaller fish. Seeing this, Fang Yuan wasted no time and immediately set up his fishing rod. Following the plan he had established the previous day, he decided to employ a mobile fishing technique rather than stationary fishing. This approach didn't involve extensive baiting with long rods and short lines, but rather resembled lure fishing. If he didn't get a bite after 2 casts in one spot, he would move on. For this outing, Fang Yuan hadn't prepared a lure rod, so he had to improvise with the shore fishing gear, which required him to adjust his fishing setup as well. He removed the excess hooks from his previous rig, leaving only 1 large hook. As for bait, since he hadn't prepared any lures such as spoons or minnows, he decided to use bait pellets instead. Who knows if those 2 rare fish were predatory? In this case, he wouldn't concern himself with the bait's underwater presentation. Admittedly, the bait pellets might not match the alluring action of metal lures, but their flavor was unmatched. Once everything was ready, Fang Yuan selected his first fishing spot and cast out his line, hoping for a successful catch. He didn't rush to reel in the first cast, as he was using bait pellets. It was important to keep watch. During this time, he opened a live stream. Perhaps because it was still early, viewers trickled in gradually, and without exception, when they saw Fang Yuan employing a new fishing technique rather than his usual methods. The chat exploded with comments. First, what kind of fishing is this? Why aren't you using a hand rod? Is it lure fishing? Are you planning to fish for black bass today? Hey, if we're not fishing, let us keep quiet. It's clearly shore fishing. Come on, it's lure fishing. Can't you see the short rod in the hostess' hand? Reading the comments, Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, there's no need to argue. You're all correct. I'm using shore fishing gear, but my method is akin to lure fishing. With that clarification, another wave of comments surged. Shore fishing like lure fishing? Where did you learn this innovative technique? Fang Yuan replied, I rushed out for this trip and didn't prepare thoroughly. So the conditions are a bit rudimentary, but it's manageable with a few adjustments. He then began to reel in his line. While Fang Yuan had little experience with lure fishing, the essence of fishing remained unchanged, enticing the fish to bite. If he had a target species in mind, it would be even simpler. For instance, the walleye, which tends to inhabit all layers of the water column, predominantly feeds in the midwater. So he had to ensure he didn't let his bait sink to the bottom while retrieving it. Like the blackfish, which prefers to dwell among the grasses and duckweed, primarily in the upper water layers, one simply needs to search the aquatic vegetation in the upper strata. The catfish, on the other hand, favors the muddy depths, while the perch seeks out areas with complex underwater structures. Thus, as long as one targets the correct water layer, the catch is bound to be fruitful. Furthermore, different bait is employed for varying target species. For instance, The white bass is attracted by 2 pieces of bait, while the black fish is lured by a frog lure. The intricacies of these details are numerous. In summary, having a target makes fishing considerably easier. As for the rare fish in question, only fortune can reveal their species. And speaking of luck, Fang Yuan, with his hopes soaring today, exudes confidence. Chapter 70. This luck is unparalleled. While engaged in conversation, the first rod remained still without any bites, which did not concern Fang Yuan. He promptly cast out his second rod. If the first rod failed to yield results, then the second would be used for searching. The moment the sinker hit the water, Fang Yuan swiftly pulled the line. Searching for fish entails a myriad of methods. First, one explores the upper water layer. If there are no bites there, one moves to the middle, and if that fails, one may even scour the bottom. Each water layer corresponds to a variety of fishing techniques. Techniques such as bouncing off the bottom, gentle twitches, varying speeds, and aggressive pulls are all on the table today. The audience in the live stream observed Fang Yuan employing standard lure techniques with his second rod, and the prior doubts were quickly silenced. Although the shore rod and lure may appear similar, their playability is vastly different. The stiffness of the rod alone determines the speed of fish searching with a shore rod. At this moment, I must admit, I was overly vocal before. Who knew the shore rod could be wielded in such a manner? Respect, truly. Watching the streamer-esque technique, I resolved to return home and set my own rod ablaze. It turns out the shore rod can be wielded with such finesse. To the brothers above, can you send me your rod? I'll give it a try, and I'll cover the postage. Fang Yuan chuckled at the barrage of comments. Finesse? Were it not for his exceptional resilience, granting him heightened coordination and flexibility, he would not exhibit such fluidity. Previously, even casting distance caused him considerable distress. For newcomers to lure fishing, regardless of whether they use a bait casting reel or a spinning reel, tangles are inevitable. What accounts for the difference? Beyond the quality of the reel, it also about technique? With his superior resilience, these challenges pose no issue for Fang Yuan. Of course, technique is one thing, but without resources, it's all for naught. Even a master like Gong Sanshur cannot triumph over a string of bad luck. At that moment, a splash. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. A follow? With no specific target species in this search, the fishing methods were guided by instinct, and the appearance of a follow indicated a swift reeling speed. Noticing this, Fang Yuan slowed his retrieval. Sure enough, as he eased back, the water erupted once more, and Fang Yuan felt a surge of joy. Now is the moment. He sharply lifted his rod. The commotion on the water intensified. A bite had occurred. In the live stream, due to distance, the audience could not discern the surface activity clearly, but from Fang Yuan's contrasting speeds and that sudden yank, they could ascertain that he had hooked a fish. Streamer, did you catch one? If my memory serves me right, this is only your second rod, isn't it? Oh. This highlights the disparity. Yesterday, I went out searching and ended up drawing a go board, and you won't believe I didn't see a single bite. The important thing bears repeating. Resources, resources, resources. Resources indeed. In lure fishing, lacking skill renders resources useless. It must be said, the streamer-esque yank could not be achieved without 3 to 5 years of lure fishing experience. The timing was impeccable. With a catch on the line, Fang Yuan paid no heed to the live stream comments. Moments later, with a resounding splash, after a final struggle, he hoisted the fish onto the bank. It was a white bass. Estimating it weighed over a pound. This size is quite commendable in today's lure fishing environment. Fang Yuan presented his catch to the camera. Brothers, I got a fish. In the live stream, wow, a white bass. Not bad. A bite on the second rod. Keep it up, streamer. If there's a small one, surely there's a big one waiting. Let us aim for a meter-long bass. A small one? Dude, are you out of your mind? You said this is small? Haha, the streamer-esque catch isn't small by any means, but in lure fishing, who doesn't dream of a meter-long bass? A meter-long bass. The ultimate dream of every seasoned lure angler. Observing the comments, Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, having this catch is already quite splendid. As for a meter-long bass, I dare not indulge in such aspirations. Speaking, he placed the white bass into the live well and continued casting in search of more fish. It is worth mentioning, Fang Yuan invested significantly for this outing, spending over 200 to acquire a large live well, measuring 40 centimeters in diameter and 3 meters in length, woven from nylon, capable of holding 300 to 500 pounds without issue. Thus, during these 3 days of fishing, the live well remained by the lake, and the number of fish it contained was beyond Fang Yuan's estimation. Of course, this does not imply that all fish placed in the live well must be taken home. In fishing, if the fish do not enter the live well, what kind of fishing is that? After all, the fish will not perish in the lake. He can simply handle them before leaving. Back on the lake, having caught a fish and completed the daily tasks, Fang Yuan felt utterly relaxed. His methods of searching for fish evolved continuously. Should he continue targeting white bass? One is sufficient after all. Today's ultimate goal is the rare fish lurking in the lake. However, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. Just as he was halfway through reeling in his third rod, a splash sounded again. Another bite. Upon retrieving it to the bank, Fang Yuan pondered. For this second catch was also a white bass. Casting once more, splash. Another white bass. Again, this time he opted not to fish at the surface, but to fish along the bottom. Yet splash. It remained a white bass. In the live stream, oh my, every cast yields a catch. What kind of divine resource is he targeting? I'm tempted to buy a lure rod myself, just to have a go. Correction, it's not a lure rod. It's a shore rod. Yesterday, watching the streamer reel in a silver carp, I could still manage to hold my composure. Today, witnessing the white bass catch after catch, I can no longer contain myself. Streamer, where are you located? The live stream chat exploded with comments. While the viewers thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, Fang Yuan, the one experiencing it all, felt overwhelmed. White bass, I no longer desire white bass. Unyielding, Fang Yuan decided to employ a bottom fishing technique, allowing the hook to scour the lake bed. This method demands a high level of precision concerning the underwater environment. Otherwise, tangling is trivial. But losing bait would be a significant setback. Of course, this only applies to seasoned lure anglers, as even the cheapest lures generally cost several dollars, while quality ones can reach into the hundreds. Coupled with sinkers and leaders, a complete set does not come cheap. Yet Fang Yuan remained undeterred. Due to the use of a bank rig, the worst that could happen was the loss of a sinker. Therefore, Fang Yuan searched for the sinker after it fell into the water, waiting patiently until the line bent before he began to reel it in. In just a few breaths, the line suddenly jerked, startling Fang Yuan. Was the fish that eager to bite? He quickly reeled in, but when the spool was barely half full, his expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. Yet another perch. At this sight, Fang Yuan felt utterly defeated. Damn it, what kind of luck was this? Even the perch was biting today. Chapter 71. The rare fish emerges, that fiery red. Seeing yet another perch, Fang Yuan lost all desire to continue reeling. Rare catches should not be forced, but couldn't he at least catch something different? With that thought, Fang Yuan ceased his reeling, allowing the perch to struggle beneath the water. Need line. Here you go. 50 meters of line is enough for a kite. If it manages to slip the hook, that would be sheer luck. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to let this perch have its freedom. Surprisingly, the submerged perch still had considerable strength. Within moments, the 50 meters of line was emptied from the spool, leaving Fang Yuan to rely on the rod's resilience to maintain the connection. Just when he thought the perch would continue its struggle for a while longer, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Had it come off the hook? He began to reel in. But as he did, a splash erupted on the water's surface. With his extraordinary skills, Fang Yuan instinctively looked up at the splash, and to his astonishment, he saw that the perch had not come off. The hook was still firmly lodged in its mouth. What shocked him, however, was the sight behind the perch. A massive mouth opened and closed. Having bitten off half of the perch's body, joy surged in Fang Yuan's heart, for that was a large fish, fiery red in color, reminding him of one of the rare catches at the Red Maple fishing grounds, the red flame. It was it. That color. It must have been feeding on live bait all this time. With the method of fishing discovered, Fang Yuan wasted no time and began to reel in swiftly. Once the line was fully reeled in, only half of the perch remained, desperately struggling for life. As for the perch, there were plenty in the fish keeper. He removed the half perch and quickly attached a lively one to the hook before casting it forcefully. His actions left the viewers in the live stream bewildered. Did I just see the streamer toss a perch back into the water? I saw it too. Could the streamer be out of his mind? Just caught it. And now he is releasing it? Perhaps he ran out of bites and is just playing around with a live fish, something I often do. No bites. Did you not see the half perch he pulled in before putting on the live bait? I did see that, but how did the perch end up being just half? No way. Could it be that the streamer? Oh my, is he a riddle master or what? Can someone explain why the streamer did that? Respect others and play along. Clearly, something enormous underwater had bitten off half of the perch, and the streamer intended to use the bait to lure that creature. Bitten in half? That perch must have weighed at least half a pound, right? The target fish appeared near the shore, excitement glimmering in Fang Yuan's eyes. His hands gripped the rod tightly. If only he could get a bite, he was certain he could hook that rare fish in one go. The perch, due to the hook lodged in its mouth, was continuously surging forward even as it entered the water. Fang Yuan let it struggle, knowing that the more it fought, the more it would attract the attention of the rare fish. A single bite could lead to another. Sure enough, in the same water. After a few moments of the perch thrashing about, the line slackened, and instead of swimming toward the center of the lake, the perch dashed toward the shore. Seeing this, Fang Yuan skillfully reeled in, maintaining the line in a slightly taut state. Suddenly, a splash erupted. The perch leaped out of the water, closely followed by a massive, fiery red fish. This time, Fang Yuan had a clear view. A giant carp. It was a nearly meter-long carp. Its color was unlike any other, shining like flames. Splash. The perch, unfortunately, was a moment too slow and was swallowed whole by the carp as it broke the water's surface. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan quickly began to reel, and while simultaneously jerking the rod upward. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged through his hand. He felt the powerful pull, and a smile spread across Fang Yuan's face. It was happening. After days of waiting, he had finally pierced through the clouds to see the light. But soon, a sense of dread washed over him, for in that very moment, the spool was rapidly emptied. The force. He dared not remain stationary, fearing a tug of war that could snap the line. At this point, Fang Yuan regretted not using the dragon-catching line. The carp was different from others. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and an ordinary rig couldn't withstand several powerful pulls. Then, a comical scene unfolded. Fang Yuan maneuvered the rod, disappearing from the camera's view one moment and reappearing the next. This had the live stream audience in a frenzy. Is the streamer hooked on a big fish? No doubt about it. With that last tug, the rod nearly bent in half. It's at least 30 pounds. Streamer, can you respond? Please stop running back and forth. Not only in the live stream, but many anglers present at the Red Maple Lake also noticed the commotion. However, since Fang Yuan was using a lure technique while they were using traditional rods, they dared not approach too closely. At this moment, a swarm of them rushed over. The live stream viewers, struggling to see due to the camera angle, were intrigued, while those on the shore were witnessing the spectacle firsthand. As they drew closer, upon seeing the fiery red figure thrashing about on the surface, they exclaimed, "What kind of fish is that? Why is it still red? A koi. It doesn't look like one." Observing its elongated body, it resembled a carp, yet carp aren't red. This one appeared substantial. Bro, your luck is remarkable. The live stream audience couldn't see the details, but those anglers standing by the rod holder were murmuring, their gasps echoing in the live stream. This settled it. The live stream comments exploded, and activity surged to an all-time high. Nowadays, viewers are most captivated by the extraordinary. Some casually scrolling through were drawn in by the lively comments, all curious and inquiring. With this build-up, in just a few minutes, the viewer count surpassed 1,000, and the numbers kept climbing. Meanwhile, at an aquarium in Jiangcheng, the proprietor of the establishment was engrossed in his mobile device, occasionally muttering, "Ah, these people today. I truly cannot comprehend them. A mere fish can draw thousands of viewers." As he prepared to scroll away, a few keywords caught his eye. Huchin, Red Maple Park. After a cursory glance at these terms, he was inundated with a barrage of comments, and the sheer volume of gifts overwhelmed him. Unable to remain seated any longer, he seized the car keys from the counter and dashed outside. Chapter 72. A rare fish ashore, advancing to intermediate angler. By the banks of Red Maple Lake, the park was bustling with visitors during the day. People simply love to witness a spectacle. As soon as a few gather, it becomes a magnet for onlookers. Within mere minutes, a crowd had amassed behind Fang Yuan, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. "Wow, that young man has caught quite a sizable fish. Look at that rod, it's bending." "Indeed. Did you not see it leap from the water? It must be at least a meter long." "Really? That large? I've lived here for half my life and have never seen such a fish. Not only is it large, but it also looks quite peculiar." "Now, old man, that's a bit of a stretch. All fish look similar. What is so peculiar about it?" "Yes, it's merely larger than usual. I refuse to believe that it might sprout limbs while swimming." Just as the elder contemplated defending his assertion, a splash rang out. The Huchin leaped once more from the water, eliciting gasps from the crowd. "My goodness, it's red. Could it possibly be a koi? What kind of koi looks like that? That slender form resembles a Huchin to me." "Huchin? I thought they weren't this color?" "Precisely. If it weren't, would there be so many people gathered?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Fang Yuan remained vigilant by the lakeside, not due to a lack of confidence in his angling skills, but rather because of the rod in his grasp. This rod, purchased from an online specialty store, was capable of handling fish weighing over 10 kilograms without a hitch. However, the fish he was currently contending with was no ordinary specimen. The force exerted by this creature rivaled that of the massive silver carp he once caught at Qingjiang Reservoir, a feat he had never anticipated. "Next time, I'll invest in top-tier gear. Otherwise, I'll find myself in a real predicament at crucial moments." As he pondered, the formidable fish surged with renewed strength, causing the line to whistle ominously, prompting gasps from the onlookers, some of whom even began to cheer. When witnessing someone catch a fish, particularly a large one, reactions tend to vary: joy for the successful angler and elation for those who are not. For Fang Yuan, retreating was not an option. He nimbly darted several meters to the side, skillfully managing to regain control of the line that was on the brink of snapping. Thus, he toiled on the shore, alternating between applying and relieving pressure as the vibrant red huchen continued its relentless struggle for freedom. Unbeknownst to him, nearly half an hour had elapsed in this arduous contest. During this half hour, Fang Yuan had no idea how many laps he had completed along the shore. He estimated that his step count for the day would certainly claim the top spot among his friends. After this lengthy struggle, the huchen's strength noticeably waned. The previously depleted spool of line had now been replenished by nearly half, and the once formidable fish could only weakly thrash its tail at the surface of the water. At this point, the crowd had a clear view of the spectacle. It is indeed a huchen. This creature is formidable in the water, practically without enemies. Young man, you cannot release this fish. It feeds exclusively on fry. Release it? Old man, you jest. This fish is quite valuable, over 30 yuan per pound at the market. If it's of good quality and can be kept alive, it could fetch hundreds or even thousands. Kept alive? People actually raise these? Of course. Many enthusiasts enjoy keeping such large, predatory fish. With this revelation, the crowd sensed an opportunity, and someone called out, "Young man, are you selling that fish? I'll give you 300. As soon as this bid was made, another voice chimed in, 300? Cooking it would cost more than that. I'll offer 1,000. I'll give you 1,500. I want to raise it. Enough of this. You have no space to keep it. I'll give you 2,000. Just as the bidding war escalated and the spectators gasped in astonishment, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd, 1,000. I'll take that fish. This proclamation brought a brief silence, even prompting Fang Yuan to glance back. The crowd turned to see a stout middle-aged man huffing and puffing as he approached. That fish. 1,000. I want it. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away, in a fish aquarium in P County, a young man, upon hearing the commotion, slammed his fist in frustration. It's over. It's all over. Someone else is going to snatch it away. If Fang Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as the owner of the aquarium who had previously purchased the sand goby. But alas, the distance was too great, leaving him helplessly watching. A freshly caught huchen of this magnitude could fetch thousands if raised properly. Not to mention its unique all-red coloration. What a marketing dream. With the right promotion, selling it for 10 times the purchase price would be effortless. His clientele included many wealthy individuals with a penchant for cultivating such exotic carnivorous fish. But alas for the crowd by the lake. After an arduous struggle lasting over half an hour, the resplendent red huchen was finally hauled ashore. At that very moment, the long-awaited system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, the host has caught the rare fish, the red flame huchen. Reward, 200 points. Ding! Congratulations. The host has been promoted to intermediate angler. Reward, 3 lottery draws, 1,000 points. An electric sensation coursed through his body, invigorating yet slightly numbing. However, the situation demanded his immediate attention as the hefty man who had shouted 1,000 rushed forward, exclaiming in awe, "This is a masterpiece. Look at its length and color. Simply exquisite." Showering Fang Yuan with compliments, the man offered, "Young man, I'll take that fish for 1,000. Upon hearing this price, Fang Yuan felt little surprise. Times had changed. While 1,000 was a significant sum, it was not particularly concerning given his current financial prowess. Yet, he understood that with only a single fish bag at his disposal, the huchen's size would soon render it unfit for keeping, and in that case, it would be utterly worthless. Certainly, with these two experiences, Fang Yuan is contemplating the necessity of delving into the current state of the aquaculture community, ideally aligning himself with some prominent clients. Additionally, his fishing vehicle requires further modifications. Not to mention, a complete mobile oxygenation system is indispensable. Should he manage to capture those rare fish, he intends to raise them immediately. By that time, he will not be as passive as he is now. At this moment, he can indeed act. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's resolute declaration, the older brother promptly transferred 10,000 yuan via WeChat. The onlookers, witnessing this rapid transaction, realized that in just a brief moment, 10,000 yuan had found its way into their pockets. What a windfall. Hey, buddy, bring the gear over. We're going fishing at Maple Park. Yes, that's right, Maple Park. Someone just caught a red fish there and sold it for 10,000 yuan. What? You think I'm lying? I'm your son. Hey, son, I recall you have a fishing rod at home that's been gathering dust for years. Do you remember where it is? Chapter 73. The terrifying advancement brought by intermediate anglers. The exorbitant price fetched by the red fish triggered a chain reaction. Just a moment ago, the lakeside was bustling with dozens of people, but soon it became deserted. Observing this, Fang Yuan anticipated that it would not be long before this fishing spot would be overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to check the fishing ground's progress. With a mere thought, he summoned the system panel. Fishing ground, Maple Park. Grade, F grade. Current unlock progress, 90. He then opened the rare fish catalog for the fishing ground. Rare fish, red flame. Grade, F grade. Effect, grants 2 enhancement points upon activation. Belongs to Maple Lake. Rare fish, razor. Grade, F grade. Effect, grants 2 enhancement points upon activation. Belongs to Maple Lake. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. After days of fishing, he had finally achieved something. Furthermore, when that fish was landed, he seemed to recall the system indicating that his level had also risen. With this thought, Fang Yuan opened the body panel. Host, Fang Yuan. Level, intermediate angler. Strength, 13. Stamina, 12. Resilience, 11. Speed, 11. Current allocatable points, 2. Upon glimpsing the panel, Fang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. When had his stats become so elevated? In an instant, it dawned on him. His body had been reinforced upon advancing to intermediate angler, resulting in an increase across the board. However, this time the advancement seemed rather excessive. Fang Yuan distinctly remembered that his previous values were 5 points lower than what he now observed. This meant that a single promotion had directly increased each stat by 5 points. The significance of these 4 attributes is self-evident. As for the 2 allocatable points, with the 5-point enhancement across the board, Fang Yuan casually assigned them to strength. Thus, his panel now displayed Host, Fang Yuan. Level, intermediate angler. Strength, 15. Stamina, 12. Resilience, 11. Speed, 11. Current allocatable points, 0. With 3 times the strength of an average adult, this sensation was exhilarating. Once he adjusted his attributes, Fang Yuan dismissed the panel, planning to pursue the point lottery at his leisure. Given the recent developments, he realized that this fishing spot was no longer viable. Naturally, even without the influx of spectators, he intended to change locations. The rationale was simple. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. This area is the territory of that red fish, and the other rare fish would certainly not share the same waters. The name Razor indicates it is no ordinary creature. Thus, looking ahead, Fang Yuan spotted a promising bend not far away, and he proceeded to carry his fishing rod and live streaming equipment over. Naturally, he moved his fish basket as well. With the experience of capturing that red fish fresh in his mind, he now regarded the fish basket not as a collection of catches, but rather as mere bait. Upon arriving at his new location, as Fang Yuan prepared to cast his line, he glanced at the live stream and discovered the barrage of comments had exploded. As he came into view, the messages flooded in. "Oh my goodness, you finally showed up. Streamer, did you even remember you were live?" Noticing the deluge of comments, Fang Yuan offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies, everyone. I just landed a big fish and didn't have time to check the comments. Truly sorry." In the live stream, the audience responded, "No worries, we understand. Haha, I would be even more excited if I caught a hefty fish. Is that big fish still around? I'm in the aquarium business. I sent you a friend request. Bro, how much did that red fish sell for? I want it." Seeing this, Fang Yuan replied. To the brothers in the live stream wanting to buy the fish, "I'm sorry, that fish was just sold to a big brother for 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted. "What? 10,000 yuan for a freshwater fish? Are people insane? 10,000. While that's a substantial amount, finding the right buyer could easily multiply that price." Exactly. Wealthy individuals have peculiar tastes. Who knows? They might spend tens of thousands on a fish that will end up in a pot in just a few days. Don't worry, streamer. I accepted your friend request. Next time, don't rush to sell. I'm from Jiangxing too. Noticing this comment, Fang Yuan checked his backend and found numerous friend requests awaiting his approval. Qingfeng Aquarium requests to be friends. Tank Setup Tutorial requests to be friends. Main Tropical Fish Seller requests to be friends. Hard Work Pays Off requests to be friends. Wang Chenhao's father requests to be friends. Fang Yuan casually perused a few profiles and found them all either engaged in the aquarium business or passionate about fish keeping. Excellent. He had initially intended to infiltrate the aquaculture community, and now they were coming to him. He approved the requests without hesitation. He even established 2 groups in the backend, one for fishing enthusiasts and another for fish-keeping aficionados, both with accessible entry criteria requiring mere follower status to join. Having sorted these matters, Fang Yuan switched back to the live stream, only to be taken aback. Whoa, the viewership. At this moment, he belatedly realized that the live stream audience had surged to over 6,000. The follower count had skyrocketed past the 10,000 mark, nearing 20,000. This meant that this single live session, this one red fish, had brought him nearly 10,000 new viewers, with gift revenue alone soaring to almost 1,000. However, now that the fish had been caught and sold, the audience began to dwindle, and he estimated it wouldn't be long before the numbers fell back into the low thousands or even the hundreds. Yet, with this newfound follower base, any decline would still leave him with more viewers than before. Fang Yuan took a moment to collect his thoughts before announcing, "I've approved all the friend requests in the backend. and I'd like to inform everyone that I've created 2 groups for those who enjoy fishing or fish keeping. The entry requirements are low, just follow and add a fan badge to join. However, please pay attention to the group names to avoid entering the wrong one. With that said, Fang Yuan ceased his rambling and prepared to fish. As soon as he cast his first line after relocating, a soft voice of a girl echoed from behind. Brother Fang. Chapter 74. Take the medicine. Brother Fang? Before Fang Yuan had the chance to turn around, the numerous viewers in the live stream began to stir with excitement. It seemed that staying up all night was no longer an option. I actually heard a girl's voice. Oh, it seems I heard it too. I wanted to say I heard it as well. But who is this Brother Fang? Could it be the streamer? Those upstairs. Are you joking? How could a fisherman have a girlfriend? Amidst the chatter of the viewers, Fang Yuan turned to see a girl standing before him, clad in a checkered shirt and slightly faded jeans. Her long hair cascaded down her chest, her head bowed slightly, and her hands fidgeted nervously. Although the gentle breeze by the lake obscured half of her face, Fang Yuan recognized her from the outline visible through her hair. Oh, what brings you here? As soon as he spoke, the live stream fell silent. After a moment of breath, the viewers thought, it's over, the sky has fallen. She really came to find the streamer. By the lake, Wang Xiaoran, feeling the gaze upon her, lowered her head. I brought you some clothes. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's gaze fell upon the bag in Wang Xiaoran's hands, recalling that she mentioned coming over today. Did you take a day off? Wang Xiaoran nodded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a surge of admiration. Honest. The only word he could find to describe Wang Xiaoran was honest. Just leave it there, he said, turning back to continue fishing. After catching a large fish, the progress at the fishing spot reached 90%. Perhaps, striking while the iron was hot. A second rare fish would come along. He raised the rod and reeled in the line, just as he had before, first checking the waters. It is worth mentioning that this fish was different from others. It could not withstand much commotion. Therefore, Fang Yuan's search was swift, reeling in the 50 meters of line in just over 10 seconds, then starting again. After a few rounds of this, the fish was nearly exhausted. He removed it and replaced it with another. Shortly after, Brother Fang, are you free for a moment? Fang Yuan paused and turned to look. You didn't leave? Wang Xiaoran hesitated, having deliberated for a long time before finally asking, only to be interrupted. I took a day off. The implication being that she had time. Fang Yuan inquired, what is it? Wang Xiaoran met his gaze for a moment before again lowering her head. It's nothing. Seeing this, Fang Yuan shook his head and resumed fishing. Little did they know, their exchange had sent the live stream into a frenzy. Oh my goodness, streamer, are you even human? A girl came to find you, and you left her hanging? Perhaps this girl isn't your type. Her looks are a bit nonsense. With that soft and sweet voice, even if she looked like a flower, I would accept. At that moment, do you see that folding chair over there? Fang Yuan gestured towards a spot while fishing. Wang Xiaoran looked over and nodded. Fang Yuan continued, bring it over and sit down. It's tiring just watching you stand there. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoran initially wanted to say she wasn't tired, but seeing Fang Yuan had already turned back to fishing, swallowed her words. Soon, Wang Xiaoran returned with a set of folding table and chairs. After Fang Yuan glanced at her, she unconsciously sat down. A short while later, Fang Yuan said, hey, do you remember where I parked? Wang Xiaoran replied, I remember. There's a thermos in the passenger seat. Can you bring it to me? Here, this is the key. Before long, Brother Fang, where should I put this? Fang Yuan turned back. Hey, don't block the camera. I'm live. Okay. Fang Yuan then reached into his pocket and tossed a box over. This is the medicine I bought last night. Just take it with this hot water. Wang Xiaoran caught it, and, upon seeing it was a box of cold medicine, looked up, thinking, how did he know I was feeling under the weather? In the live stream, as Wang Xiaoran briefly appeared before the camera, the viewers exclaimed, brothers, I think I might be in love. I apologize for my previous remarks. It's not that the girl is out of his league, but rather the streamer is oblivious. Medicine? Last night. Is this something we, the flowers of our nation, can hear? You beast. You may be comfortable, but you're making it hard for the girl. My goodness, streamer, are you even human? Some people are truly unaware of their fortune. Let us just say maybe their relationship isn't what we imagine. Brothers upstairs, listen to me. Go watch your baby bus. This place isn't suitable for you. The live stream was filled with lamentations, while Fang Yuan stood by the lake, deep in thought. Strange. I've cast dozens of times, yet there has been no bite from the fish or from the bait. This shouldn't be the case, right? Or could it be that we've entered a window period? As he pondered, Fang Yuan glanced at the sky, since the temperature had dropped since their departure. The following days had seen stable and comfortable weather, neither too cold nor too hot, making it improbable for a window period to exist. Under these temperature and pressure conditions, one could say that every hour of the day was an excellent time for fishing. Not just Fang Yuan, Wang Xiaoran, who had just taken the cold medicine, also found it puzzling. Though she didn't know how to fish, she at least understood that fishing required pulling fish from the water. However, this brother Fang. Moreover, she had taken a day off not just to deliver clothes, but also to treat him to a meal, after he had saved her twice. But, I'll wait a moment. I'll speak when brother Fang stops fishing. By the lake, after pondering for a while, Fang Yuan scanned the water's surface and ultimately attributed the lack of bites to the fishing spot. He contemplated changing locations. However, just as he looked, something's off? With enhanced vision, Fang Yuan's eyes were sharper than binoculars. Nothing on the water's surface escaped his gaze. He noticed ripples emanating from a single point, and he could distinctly see a large mouth opening and closing beneath the surface, with a row of sharp fish teeth visible on its jaw. In the sunlight, it resembled a razor. Was this the rare razorfish? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan cast his line once more, targeting a few meters behind the large mouth. Casting a lure accurately does not mean throwing it directly in front of the fish, but rather behind it, as throwing it too close could easily scare the fish away. With a swoosh, the bait hit the water, and after a few moments, it passed just over the fish's mouth. Yet, it seemed that the fish beneath the water did not notice the bait and did not open its mouth. Observing this, Fang Yuan switched to a smaller lure and cast it again, but the large mouth continued to ignore it. After several attempts, Fang Yuan halted his casting, contemplating the leisurely fish basking in the sun and spitting water. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan's gaze fell upon the fish net. Pondering, could it be that the bait was too small? He had caught quite a few of those perch earlier in the day, yet they all weighed merely 2 to 3 tails. With a mindset of experimentation, Fang Yuan selected a plump fish weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, which he intended to save as his last meal of the day. Now, he proceeded to retie the line, hook it up, and after opening the spool, cast it out with a motion reminiscent of tossing a sandbag. Chapter 75, The Razor Emerges. This very scene abruptly rekindled the discussions among the viewers in the live stream. What is the host doing? Is he starting to reel and fish again? Am I seeing things? Did he just hook a plump fish and cast it in? I can understand reeling in a small perch, but this hefty fish? Has he lost his mind? What a showman. I shall refer to him as the god of showmanship. Showmanship my foot. Clearly, he is out of luck and has resorted to playing with fish, and this time he truly is. Perhaps the couple is having a spat, and the host is venting his frustrations on fish. Nonsense. He just made 10,000 bucks. What frustrations could he possibly have? Regardless, Brother Fang still possesses considerable skill. Who wouldn't he want to watch this kind of performance? Brother Fang? Call him God Fang. Haha, I agree. I've been a fan of God Fang for 3 years. After watching this, guess what? I'm even more mesmerized. Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even Wang Xiaoran, who sat quietly watching from behind, was taken aback by Fang Yuan's maneuver. She thought to herself, what has Brother Fang gotten into? It can't be that he is unable to catch fish to this extent, right? Or could this be a new fishing technique? On the shore, as the 3 to 4 pound fish splashed into the water, Fang Yuan began to rhythmically pull back the line. 5 meters, 4 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, with a splash, Fang Yuan's face lit up with joy, thinking, it's here. Indeed, this fellow must have found the previous bait unsatisfactory. With this thought, Fang Yuan sharply raised his rod. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated strong pull did not materialize. Nor did he hear the familiar sound of the line slicing through the air. Instead, the line returned without any resistance. Seeing this, Fang Yuan thought to himself, it's over. As anticipated, moments later, when he reeled in the line, he discovered not only was the plump fish gone, but the explosive hook he had previously tied was also missing, cut off. However, Fang Yuan remained undeterred. The line may have been severed, but he still had his dragon holding line and used. Thus, it was necessary to replace not only the line but also the hook. Before long, after a flurry of activity, a new combination of dragon holding line and hook was securely tied. Razor? Even if you're a tiger-headed guillotine, I will bring you up this time. With the plump fish gone, Fang Yuan selected the fattest white mullet and, following the same procedure, cast it into the water. As Fang Yuan squandered another large fish, Wang Xiaoran began to feel restless. Her mind raced with thoughts, worrying that she had inadvertently disturbed him, leading to his current frenzy. Should she leave her contact information for a future invitation as a gesture of gratitude? But how to approach it? Just then, hey, Wang Xiaoran, right? Hearing her name called, Wang Xiaoran jolted. Fang Yuan asked, do you have any water left? I've been fishing for half the day and haven't had a sip. My throat is parched as the second rare fish is about to be landed. Upon hearing he needed water, Wang Xiaoran replied, yes, yes. Without a moment's hesitation, she handed over the lid of her water bottle, only to realize with a pang that it contained the remnants of what she had just drunk. As she attempted to retract her offer, a large hand reached out, and with a gulp, he drained it completely. Thank you, Fang Yuan exclaimed. Oh, it's nothing. After the first fish had been cut off due to lack of preparation, The second was thrown in, and after a considerable search with no bites, Fang Yuan remained confident. The fish was like a bull stirred up, and having had one successful catch, surely there would be another. As long as he kept at it, he had no fear of it not biting. With a swift motion, he cast the rod again. Indeed, as the line fell upon the surface where the large fish had appeared moments ago, it splashed again. The large fish was back, and it was heading straight for the mullet he had just thrown in. This was a bite that broke the surface. It was evident just how agitated this creature was. At this sight, Fang Yuan thought, no wonder there were no other catches in this area, with such a fierce temperament. It wouldn't allow any other fish to approach. And as for your previous line cut, this was the moment for retribution. Watching as the mullet was bitten halfway, Fang Yuan yanked back with all his might. Splash! That familiar powerful tug returned. In the live stream, today marked the longest duration Fang Yuan had ever broadcasted since he started streaming, lasting a full 6 to 7 hours. Given this length, it was hard to say whether even the most professional teams or major streamers could withstand it, let alone the viewers in the live chat. However, today's live stream was different. Since the morning when he began catching perch, the number of viewers had steadily risen, reaching a peak of over 10,000 when that hefty fish was landed. Although the excitement waned afterward, the live stream was once again ablaze. I can't believe this arc. Is it another massive catch? Oh my god, just when I thought it was calming down, you come out with this? Bro, just keep watching. I've been glued to the screen since 7 a.m. and Haven T stepped away. Guys, I've realized that ever since watching God Fang's live stream, I can't muster any interest in other fishing streamers. What is going on? What is going on? It's therapeutic. Not to mention, the moment that hefty fish surfaced, my long-standing prostate issues were cured. My pants are still wet. Alright, focus on the live stream. I estimate this catch will be no smaller than the previous hefty fish. My blind guess is over 30 pounds. Over 30? How little do you think of God Fang? I'll bet a pack of spicy strips it's at least 50. On the shore, at the instant the large mouth bit the hook, Fang Yuan, having just moistened his throat, felt dryness return. The reason was simple. The force transmitted from beneath the water was, if not greater, at least equal to that of the 100-pound plump fish he had caught at Qingjiang Reservoir. Seeing this, Fang Yuan turned to the live stream and announced, "Brothers, another giant is on the line." Chapter 76, Progress Achieved. This precious treasure is truly rare. Thanks to the use of dragon-holding line and hooks, Fang Yuan felt no anxiety this time. Instantly, whoosh whoosh. How others fared, Fang Yuan did not know, but with his keen eyes, he could clearly see the lines stretching tightly due to the immense pulling force, water droplets dancing along the line, reflecting a brilliant rainbow in the sunlight. Such sensations cannot merely be articulated by a mere enthusiast. Behind her, Wang Xiaoran, still entangled in her thoughts on how to express herself, was drawn away by the sudden sound of the breaking air. Upon turning her gaze, she was taken aback by the breathtaking sight before her. She had not anticipated witnessing such a fleeting moment of beauty in this place at this time. Moreover, due to the convenience of casting his line, Fang Yuan was clad in a short-sleeved shirt, and as he wrestled with the formidable fish beneath the surface, his arms, taut from exertion, showcased the perfect muscular definition and aesthetically pleasing lines, accentuated by the pronounced inverted triangle of his back. Previously, Wang Xiaoran, consumed by her own inner turmoil, had failed to notice these details, but now, as she looked up, her eyes widened. In an instant, she averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. It turned out he was not as slender as she had imagined. In the lake, under Fang Yuan's vigorous pull, the fish attempting to dive into the depths was forcibly brought to the surface, revealing its entire form. Fang Yuan paused momentarily. Is that a mandarin fish? He mused. As a fish, approximately half a meter long, emerged from the water, its wide mouth and the prominent spiny dorsal fin unmistakably resembling that of a mandarin fish. However, this specimen was significantly larger than the average mandarin fish, adorned with a striking pattern that diverged from the typical 3 stripes, boasting a brilliant white horizontal line extending from its tail to its mouth, dazzling under the sunlight. No time for contemplation. The priority was to reel it in. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan intensified his efforts. Just then, a crack echoed through the air. As anticipated, the high-quality fishing rod, worth several $100s, could not withstand the immense strain between man and fish, snapping at the handle. Yet, having foreseen this, Fang Yuan reacted swiftly, gripping the line spool firmly. The rod may have failed, but fear not. As long as the line and hook remained robust, he could manage. In an instant, he discarded the broken segment of the rod, allowing the remaining part with the guide to glide along the line. This spectacle sent the live stream into a frenzy. Is this not the legendary harmony of man and rod? Exclaimed a viewer. I've lived for 30 years, and it's the first time I've seen someone fish like this from the shore. Impressive. One cannot deny that Fang Yuan's reflexes were unparalleled. Had it been anyone else, they would have lost the fish. You're reeling it in with just your hands. Don't get too outrageous, streamer. Outrageous? This might be the case for a novice angler, but for Fang Yuan, it was childish play. He was, in essence, a human fishing rod. The reason he was regarded as a prodigy was that he could accomplish feats beyond ordinary comprehension. At that moment, the streamer embodied the essence of divinity, leading one to ponder whether he was the reincarnation of an ancient Greek deity of fishing. Am I the only one fixated on the fish? Someone posted, "Isn't that a mandarin fish? Look at its size." With Fang Yuan's vigorous efforts, the fish, after biting the hook, had not sunk, but was instead revealed in its full glory as he reeled it in, much to the delight of viewers in the live stream. Mandarin fish? Come on. You must be joking. Your mandarin fish grows this large? Another viewer remarked. A mandarin fish? If you hadn't said so, I would have thought it was a giant grouper. Just to clarify, aren't we in a freshwater fishing spot? Haha, the person above is being ridiculous. This is Hafeng Park, whereas the ocean. If anything, to the north lies a vast wetland. On the shore, Fang Yuan, gripping the reel with both hands, crossed his feet as he maneuvered without a rod. It felt somewhat awkward, but he adapted to maintain his strength. Fortunately, after enhancing his physical capabilities, his strength was now incomparable. Before long, a splash resounded as the peculiar, giant mandarin fish was pulled onto the shore. Behind him, Wang Xiaoran cautiously raised her head. Though she did not fish, witnessing the massive fish being dragged to the shore stirred something within her. That fish is enormous, and the fisherman too. Her cheeks flushed once more. At that moment, Wang Xiaoran, please hand me the landing net. Wang Xiaoran, startled, could only respond. Sure. Previously, the mandarin fish, seen from a distance in the water, had not appeared as imposing, but now, dragged ashore, its mouth was wide enough to fit a head. With 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth and striking white patterns along its sides, each detail showcasing the fish's extraordinary nature. Upon receiving the landing net, Fang Yuan thought to himself that he would need a larger net in the future, for catching such sizable fish would require ample equipment. With a firm tug, he hoisted the giant mandarin fish onto the shore. At that instant, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for catching a rare fish species, the mandarin fish. Reward, 200 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking 100 of the Hongfeng fishing ground progress. Reward, 2,000 points, 3 lottery chances. Hearing this announcement, Fang Yuan grinned widely. Indeed, it was that other rare fish. And 2,000 points? That was double what he had earned from that small stream in Zhongyi town. How splendid. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Yuan raised the grand fish in front of the camera. Brothers, we've landed a big catch. As he showcased the fish to the camera, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Wow, impressive. That fish must weigh at least 50 pounds. A 50-pound giant mandarin fish? Don't be absurd. As a student of aquatic biology, I must say that under favorable environmental conditions and ample food, certain individuals can grow significantly larger than their peers. So such a size is quite normal. It's no easy feat for that fish to grow this large. I suggest the streamer release it. Oh, come on. Who asked the sanctimonious one? How annoying. Release? Release it, you fool. I must say, that creature is truly a rarity. Rarity? I hope you're referring to the massive fish in the streamer's hands. Streamer, could you please move aside? You're blocking my view of the girl. The fish is great, but I must admit I still prefer the streamer's girlfriend. Streamer, could you ask if she has a partner? Chapter 77. A competitive exchange of gifts for purchase rights. In Jiang City, on a bustling street, behind the counter of a shop named Fatty's Aquarium, a middle-aged man with a plump face lounged with his legs crossed while speaking on the phone. Boss Zhang, it's not that I'm being unreasonable, but this fish has caught the eye of several of my loyal customers as well. Price? Oh, come on, Boss Zhang. I'm not talking about money here. How about 50,000? All right, I promise to hold this fish for you. Yes, that's settled then. After hanging up, Fatty approached a large aquarium beside him, in which swam the very red flame fish that Fang Yuan had caught at Hongfeng Park. As the proprietor of a large aquarium, Fatty frequently interacted with the elite, wealthy individuals who sought to cultivate their own tranquility through fishkeeping. Speaking of the fishkeeping community, it initially thrived on camaraderie, focusing on categories and nurturing one's spirit. There were enthusiasts of ancient methods, advocates of ecological practices, and even those who embraced technology in their aquaculture endeavors. However, without exception, it all began with a few modest ornamental fish. It is unclear when the spirit of competition infiltrated this circle. If you are raising bettas or the commonly colorful peacock fish, I shall elevate my game with more aesthetically pleasing tetras. Once everyone is taken to keeping tetras, I will then showcase cichlids, butterfly koi, and parrotfish. The hobby grows ever larger and more peculiar. As for aesthetics and fish schools, I am content to maintain a solitary fish in a bare tank, eschewing any aquascaping for the sake of individuality. Thus, we now witness the rise of colossal predator tanks and massive fish, such as the fortune catfish, the Arapaima gigas, and the giant knife fish. As more enthusiasts gravitate towards these larger specimens, the pursuit of rarities and color mutations ensues. After all, as the old adage goes, rarity enhances value, leading to exorbitant prices for fish with unusual hues. Such is the case with the fish in this very tank. A quick resale could yield a profit of 40,000. Goodness, this fellow is my lucky star. Contemplating this windfall, the rotund gentleman mused that he ought to treat the young man to a lavish gift, perhaps a luxury sports car for his generosity, and proceeded to check his list of followers. Yet, upon entering, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What a gem! Another exquisite specimen. No, this one is even more extraordinary than the mutated knife fish. Both belong to the category of color mutations. Yet the rarity of the species must be taken into account. For instance, a knife fish can fetch as much as 23 per pound, while a wild bass might command 1 to 200, making the latter several times more valuable. Thus, while both share the trait of color mutation, the latter is undeniably more scarce. Furthermore, the fish seen during the live stream not only possesses a unique coloration among its kind, but also boasts an impressive physique, intricate patterns, and an exaggeratedly large mouth. This is a dual mutation of coloration and sexual dimorphism. The gentleman found himself breathing a bit more rapidly. This is it. This is the moment of fortune. Having earned a quick 40,000 from the earlier sale, this one, being even rarer, could easily multiply that profit several times over. With this in mind, he promptly sent a luxury sports car as a gift, causing a flurry of excitement in the chat. The host awaited eagerly, declaring, "I shall take this fish." However, before the image of his generous gift could fade from the screen, another notification flashed. Thick Virtue delivers a carnival one. The accompanying chat read, "Young brother, I desire this fish, and the price is yours to determine." What on earth? Upon seeing this, the gentleman could not help but curse in disbelief. How could this opportunity slip away? As a seasoned aquarist with over 20 years of experience, he fully understood the value of this mutated base. If he could sell a knife fish, which is not even suitable for aquariums and thrives in murky waters, for 50,000, how much more could he earn from this more suitable and visually appealing mutated base? Thus, he sent out another carnival one. Yet again, Thick Virtue delivers a carnival one. Thick Virtue delivers a carnival one. The gentleman was left both amused and exasperated. How could this opportunity slip from his grasp? He sent out a carnival 5. This spectacle elevated the already vibrant live stream to new heights. In the chat room, excitement surged. Is a big brother joining the stream? It's over. Fang Yuan has caught the attention of a big brother. Word will spread that Fang Yuan has caught the eye of a big brother. Nonsense. It is clear the big brother is interested in the host's giant base. Haha, I love watching the big brothers compete for the top spot. Capturing the moment in the front row. It must be said, this giant base exudes an imposing aura, especially with its 2 striking white stripes gleaming in the light. Raising it would surely be a sight to behold. By the shores of Red Maple Lake, Fang Yuan measured his fish net, relieved to have purchased the largest size. For otherwise, the razorback would not fit. Even so, he contemplated upgrading the net upon returning home. The mouth diameter must be at least half a meter, or else there would be no place to store even larger catches in the future. After securing the net, Fang Yuan glanced at the live stream. With the fishing venue now fully unlocked and points earned, it was time to end the broadcast. However, upon looking back at his phone, he noticed a flurry of carnivals appearing on the screen. In just a few moments, there had been no less than 10. Realizing that those were gifts, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude. With a bow, he said, "Thank you to both big brothers for the carnivals." Meanwhile, in the aquarium, the rotund gentleman, seeing Fang Yuan finally acknowledging the live stream, hurriedly sent a message. "Brother, I'm the big brother who sold you that knife fish earlier. I want the base you just caught, and we can negotiate the price." No sooner had he finished speaking than Thick Virtue sent yet another carnival, followed by a flurry of messages. "Young brother, I want this fish, and I guarantee the price will satisfy you." In response, Fang Yuan turned to look at the giant base. With 2 previous experiences selling rare fish under his belt, he knew the value of this catch. But he never anticipated it would be worth this much. Though the deal had yet to be finalized, the bidding had already exceeded 10,000. Therefore, it seemed imperative to install a mobile sampling device. At this moment, Fang Yuan said, "Gentlemen, I am unsure of the price for this fish. But since you both express interest in purchasing, it indicates we are not far apart." The rotund gentleman replied, "No more than 10 minutes. Thick Virtue added, "I'm just in the neighboring community." Hearing this, Fang Yuan continued, "How about this? You both should come to see the fish in person. You can set the price. I'm just a fisherman and don't understand this." Thus, Let us proceed like this for now. I've been holding it in for quite a while, so I need to step away for a moment. With that, he stepped out of the frame and lit a cigarette. Chapter 78. The deal is sealed. Opening bid at 150,000. Compared to the commotion stirred by the earlier catch of the giant knife fish, the crowd gathered to witness the giant bass was somewhat smaller, yet still comprising at least 20 to 30 onlookers. Among them were several witnesses from the previous knife fish spectacle. Thus, upon seeing Fang Yuan land 2 massive catches in succession, envy filled the faces of those present. Fishermen all harbor dreams of landing colossal specimens. Yet many dedicated anglers go their entire lives without catching a single one. Even some renowned fishing experts have experienced this challenge for decades. At this moment, one observer, having witnessed both massive fish being caught, inquired, "Brother, could you share what bait you used?" Fang Yuan turned to see the eager expression in the questioner's eyes and replied, "Live bait." Upon hearing this, another angler asked, "What rod did you use?" Clearly, this individual arrived too late to witness the explosive strike. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan responded, "XMN." He added, "But I wouldn't recommend it." The fisherman blinked in surprise, and Fang Yuan gestured toward the water. "It was a powerful strike. I had to drag it in forcefully." Hearing this, the angler looked on in admiration. To land a fish after such a dramatic strike was truly impressive. As fellow fishing enthusiasts, this conversation opened the door for further discussion. Not only is Luya proficient with hand rods and shore fishing, but Fang Yuan is also well-versed in all aspects of angling and welcomes all who share this passion. After some time, one of the brothers took out his phone to add WeChat, expressing a desire to exchange fishing insights in the future. Fang Yuan chuckled and pointed to a phone holder by the shore, suggesting, "Just follow me. I stream almost every day." As Fang Yuan enjoyed a cigarette and engaged in lively conversation with a few fishing companions, he noticed the previously mentioned stout fellow, who had purchased a giant perch, panting as he hurried over. This fishing spot Fang Yuan had chosen was not far from where they had parked, merely a little over a mile away. The man was clearly eager to seize the opportunity, as evident from the perspiration beading on his forehead. Upon spotting Fang Yuan, the rotund brother placed his hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Fang Yuan remained unperturbed and waited for the man to regain his composure before inquiring, "Brother, is that fish still there?" He gestured towards the fish net by the shore. "It's right there," the man replied after inspecting the net. His gaze then swept across the gathering crowd of spectators. "Brother, that net user is named Thick Virtue." As he spoke, another angler, a Yuan, approached, a middle-aged man clad in a crisp shirt and tailored trousers, sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Fang Yuan responded, "That's me." Hearing the reply, the man beamed and quickened his pace. Upon reaching Fang Yuan, he placed his hands on his hips and adopted a somewhat authoritative demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh, this spot is quite elusive. I've been asking around the lake for quite a while." Fang Yuan merely smiled without responding. The man continued, "And the fish?" Fang Yuan nodded towards the net. "It's in the protected area." The man remarked, "That net user called Fat Guy." Before he could finish, the stout man cleared his throat and interjected, "Pleased to meet you. That's me." With all parties present, the matter of price was next on the agenda. The middle-aged man, casting a glance at the onlookers, suggested, "Young brother, with so many eyes around, there's a pavilion by the parking lot. Let us discuss matters there." The perspiring stout man eagerly chimed in, "That sounds perfect." Fang Yuan glanced at his gear by the shore, and the girl quietly seated on a folding chair. Wang Xiaoran, right?" Wang Xiaoran looked up suddenly. Chen Chu interjected, "Show me your things. I'll be away for a while." Wang Xiaoran hesitated and replied, "Oh, okay." Under the pavilion, the middle-aged man smoked a cigarette while engaging in trivial conversation with Fang Yuan, who responded intermittently. The stout man, glancing nervously from side to side, felt the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Unable to contain himself, he gestured with 3 fingers towards Fang Yuan. "Brother, how about this price?" Fang Yuan remained silent, directing his gaze towards the middle-aged man. It was worth noting that during their journey, Fang Yuan had observed the stout man attempting to signal the middle-aged man several times, clearly hoping to offer a small incentive to drive him out of the competition and thus allow for a lower price. However, the middle-aged man was evidently uninterested, determined to secure this giant perch. At that moment, upon hearing the stout man's offer, the man chuckled, 30,000. Are you serious? From what I know, such a large specimen of this double mutation typically commands no less than 100,000, right?" The stout man looked taken aback, realizing that the man before him was no novice. "In that case, 100,000. I can't go any higher." The middle-aged man replied, "What I meant to say earlier is that this 100,000 is merely for an ordinary double mutation fish, whereas this young brother's catch." He glanced at Fang Yuan, who commented, "It's not too big, around 40 to 50 pounds, I suppose." The middle-aged man clicked his tongue. That weight should be at least 5 pounds more. Seeing his 2 previous offers thwarted, The stout man became anxious. Then you make an offer. Let us see what price you can provide. The middle-aged man smiled. 3 months ago, someone in the southern fish-keeping circle sold a double mutation for 110,000. And that was for a koi weighing just over 3 pounds. As for this young brother's catch, he adjusted his glasses, looking at Fang Yuan earnestly. I'll offer 150,000. At this price, the stout man's eyes widened. Even if he purchased it, he wouldn't be able to resell it for such a high price. In today's fish-keeping community, countless enthusiasts covet these mutant fish, keeping prices soaring, often making them hard to come by. As the middle-aged man stated, the price for these mutant fish is determined by their species, coloration, and overall appearance. This giant perch is indeed a top-tier specimen among double mutations, justifying its price of 150,000. However, a crucial prerequisite is finding a buyer who appreciates it. Otherwise, it would remain unsold. Clearly, this middle-aged man was that buyer. As for the stout man, being a middleman posed too great a risk for him to gamble on. The stout man took a deep breath, looking at the middle-aged man. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. The middle-aged man smiled. I have some understanding. The stout man nodded. All right, I can't match your offer. This fish is yours. After saying that, he turned to Fang Yuan. Brother, though we didn't make a deal, let us keep our friendship intact. Here is my business card. If you catch any more mutant fish in the future and can't find a buyer, just bring them to me. I'll take any mutant species. With that, he left without looking back. Chapter 79. Can we have a meal together? By the lake. The stir caused by the giant fish being landed continued, with a steady stream of onlookers arriving to witness the spectacle. Previously, Fang Yuan had been fine amidst the crowd, being a tall and sturdy young man, and the spectators merely glanced without overstepping boundaries. However, once he departed, the situation shifted. As an elderly man began to handle the fish net, more and more people approached, eager to lift it and take a look, with some even using sticks to poke at the net. This scene made Wang Xiaoran anxious. Although she had quietly observed during the fishing, she had heard the interactions between Fang Yuan and the livestream audience, understanding that this fish was meant to be sold. Therefore, it must not be disturbed. An elderly man remarked, Young girl, it's just one fish. What is there to see? Another chimed in, Yeah, just take a look, it won't run away. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Wang Xiaoran felt her heart race. No, I mean, looking is fine, but don't poke at it. Upon hearing this, a blonde-haired youth glanced at the stick in his hand before turning back to continue poking, undeterred by her plea. This only heightened Wang Xiaoran's anxiety. At that moment, a large hand reached through the crowd and firmly grasped the arm of the blonde-haired individual. Brother, I've told you that this fish looks good, but don't go poking around. Hearing the commotion, Wang Xiaoran's face lit up with joy. Brother Fang. The newcomer was none other than Fang Yuan. The blonde, whose arm he had seized, grew irritated and attempted to break free several times, yet no matter how hard he strained, he could not escape. Fang Yuan's grip was as unyielding as a vice. The blonde, realizing the futility of his struggle, managed a sheepish smile. Big brother, I was just curious, merely curious. Fang Yuan released his hold. He had successfully sold the fish and received payment, but until the buyer arrived to collect it, he felt responsible for safeguarding the catch. Observing the scene, it was clear that while people had come to see the fish, none were inclined to take it home. Soon after, the seller, an older gentleman, returned with a few individuals, all carrying packaging bags and oxygen machines, clearly professionals. After a thorough inspection, they promptly packaged the fish and departed. Thus, 2 rare catches had been sold in succession. As the fish was taken away, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Fang Yuan and Wang Xiaoran by the shore. Fang Yuan began to tidy up his equipment. With the fishing spot successfully conquered, their mission could be deemed a resounding success, and after several days of angling, it was time to return home. As Fang Yuan organized his belongings, Wang Xiaoran finally summoned the courage to speak. Brother Fang. Fang Yuan turned to her. Noticing that she was wringing her hands and looking down, finally whispering in a voice only they could hear, Could we perhaps share a meal together? Fang Yuan paused in his task. A meal? Wang Xiaoran nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing her hopeful expression and recalling how patiently she had waited all afternoon, Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. All right. Wang Xiaoran's face brightened. Really? Fang Yuan chuckled. It's just a meal. What is there to doubt? However, his next words caused Wang Xiaoran to freeze. But I have a quirk. I'm rather particular about food and can't stand most ordinary dishes. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran clasped her hands once more and replied, It's all right. In Jiang City, on the bustling streets of the city center, Fang Yuan drove while Wang Xiaoran, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out at the array of shops, feeling an immense sense of conflict. She had initially envisioned treating him to a meal at a modest suburban restaurant, where their bill would barely amount to a few hundred. Yet now she pondered. What about the Marriott? I've heard great things about that hotel back home. Fang Yuan glanced at the location sent to his phone and remarked on the Marriott. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran's heart sank. Living in Jiang City since her university days, she was well aware of the Marriott's reputation as the city's most prominent and only five-star hotel. During her college years, a roommate once brought her boyfriend there for a meal, and she often boasted about the experience, even after the boyfriend had cheated on her. Recently, while interning in the planning department of an advertising company, she had been tasked with running errands, one of which involved creating a promotional page for the Marriott. That visit had exposed her to the hotel's extravagant pricing. Just the cost of a private room started in the four-figure range, and considering additional expenses, Wang Xiaoran felt increasingly anxious. As an intern earning barely over 2,000 a month and having only been in the role for 3 months, with rent and daily expenses looming, she felt even more conflicted. However, she reminded herself that she had initiated the invitation and had waited patiently all afternoon. After a moment of contemplation, she thought, it should be quite nice. As a 5-star establishment, the Marriott was adorned with opulence. A grand fountain graced the central hall, complemented by an array of crystal chandeliers cascading from the ceiling. Fang Yuan, newly arrived, couldn't help but admire the lavish surroundings, silently acknowledging the hotel's status as a veritable treasure trove in Jiang City. As they entered, Wang Xiaoran considered approaching the front desk to secure a private room. But to her surprise, Fang Yuan simply inquired with a staff member and then called out to her, "This way." Wang Xiaoran was taken aback, wondering if Brother Fang had made a reservation. Nevertheless, she resolved that she must pay for the meal, as she had promised to treat him and didn't want to end up mooching off him. Following the staff, they arrived at the door of a private room on the top floor. After a few polite knocks, the door opened, revealing a rather imposing figure who stepped out. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, he broke into a wide grin. "Haha, Brother Fang, it's not easy to share a meal with you. Had I not caught your live stream today and noticed you were in Jiang City, who knows when this meal would happen?" The figure was none other than Zhang Bin. It turned out that while Fang Yuan was live streaming, Zhang Bin had taken a moment to check in, intending to send a few gifts as support. However, upon realizing that the live stream was taking place right by Hongfeng Lake in Jiang City, he could not resist the opportunity. They had previously discussed treating each other, but logistical issues had delayed their plans. Now that they were face to face, there was no way he would let Fang Yuan slip away, and thus, this unexpected reunion unfolded. As they conversed, Zhang Bin noticed Wang Xiaoran, who had accompanied Fang Yuan, and turned to him, saying, "Brother, this must be the person you mentioned on your phone, right?" On their way here, Fang Yuan had indeed given a heads up that he would bring a friend along for dinner since the invitation was extended by her. It was only courteous to inform in advance about an additional guest. Thus, Zhang Bin was already aware of this. However, he remarked, "My dear brother, you have quite the discerning eye." Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as was Wang Xiaoran beside him. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan comprehended the implication of Zhang Bin's words and quickly clarified, Brother Bin, it's not quite what you think." Zhang Bin waved his hand dismissively, "I understand. My brother, I've been around the block, I get it." He then called out to the server, "Bring out the dishes. And don't forget to fetch 2 bottles of my Louis XVI. After speaking, he draped an arm over Fang Yuan's shoulder and led him into the private room. As they entered, he turned back to Wang Xiaoran and cheerily called, "Hey, sister-in-law, don't just stand there. Come in and sit with us. Let's eat and chat." "Sister-in-law?" Wang Xiaoran felt her face flush crimson. "No, I'm not his," she muttered, her voice barely audible even to herself. Inviting someone to dinner? Now, she had unwittingly become part of the gathering. Inside the private room, Wang Xiaoran was somewhat lost in thought, while Fang Yuan and Zhang Bin engaged in lively conversation. Their shared passion for fishing naturally led them to discuss related matters. Before long, the server began to bring out the dishes. Fang Yuan couldn't discern their names, but the presentation alone indicated their considerable expense. Of course, since today's expenses were on someone else's account, he felt free to indulge. "Brother, let's have a drink," Zhang Bin proposed, holding up a bottle of fine liquor. Fang Yuan replied, "No, I'm driving." Zhang Bin insisted, "Oh, come on, brother. This is our first time dining together. How can we not have a drink? This Louis XVI is quite pricey." He leaned in closer and whispered, "After we finish eating, I'll arrange a suite for you. We can't let this opportunity slip away." He then flashed a knowing grin, one that men understand. Fang Yuan, having interacted with Zhang Bin a few times, perceived him as straightforward and unpretentious, unlike many other high-ranking officials who carried an air of superiority. With such candor, Fang Yuan felt at ease and readily agreed. "All right, let us drink." With that, Zhang Bin uncorked the valuable Louis XVI with a pop. Naturally, he didn't forget to include Wang Xiaoran. "Hey, sister-in-law, would you like some?" Wang Xiaoran jolted, "No, I don't drink." Zhang Bin chuckled, "Not drinking is good. Unlike my wife, who can't resist when she sees alcohol." He then instructed the server, "Bring another pot of tea, using the flower tea my wife likes. With the drinks poured and the dishes served, the two began to toast each other. As the first sip of liquor hit his stomach, Fang Yuan felt a slight jolt. He rarely drank, but had sampled some white and beer during university outings, yet this foreign liquor was a different experience. Observing Fang Yuan's expression, Zhang Bin grinned. Huh? Are you finding it hard to acclimate to this? He leaned in and whispered, to be honest, brother, I can't quite get used to this either. It lacks the proper taste of liquor. Shall we switch to some beer? Fang Yuan waved his hand. It's already opened. Let us just keep drinking. Thus, they continued to toast, and before long, 2 bottles of Louis XVI had disappeared. Foreign liquor often has a delayed effect. While drinking, nothing seemed amiss. But once the bottles were nearly empty, Zhang Bin was astonished to see Fang Yuan sitting there as if nothing were wrong. He was convinced that Fang Yuan was merely being polite at first, but now he realized he had been underestimating him, leading him to order 2 more bottles. After the second bottle was finished, Zhang Bin felt his lips tingle and his body felt disassociated. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan appeared unfazed, which intrigued Zhang Bin. This Louis XVI, while having a lower alcohol content of 40 degrees, still packed a punch when consumed in excess. Zhang Bin typically limited himself to just over a bottle, but today he had indulged in 2. Brother, I thought you couldn't hold your drink. Turns out you've been hiding your strength. Zhang Bin exclaimed. Fang Yuan, somewhat puzzled, reflected on how the liquor had initially tasted unpleasant, yet after a few glasses, he felt it was akin to the light beers he usually consumed. However, upon noticing Zhang Bin's flushed face, he glanced at the bottle and realized it indeed had a potency comparable to many domestic spirits. 2 gin of strong liquor is no small amount. Aware of his own limitations, Fang Yuan recalled how during university gatherings, even a couple of beers could leave him incapacitated. Perhaps, with his body now strengthened, his tolerance had increased? After some contemplation, he concluded this must be the reason, stating, well, I don't flush when I drink. As the evening unfolded, the sky outside grew darker. This was not due to an extended drinking session, but rather the fact that they had arrived around 2 in the afternoon, and with autumn's shorter daylight hours, only 3 or 4 hours had passed. This time frame was not particularly long. Noticing that Zhang Bin and Fang Yuan had nearly finished their drinks, Wang Shaoran stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. After she left, Zhang Bin remarked, brother, your sister-in-law is quite demure. Such composed young ladies are rare these days. You must cherish her. Hearing this, Fang Yuan felt somewhat at a loss for words, so he let Zhang Bin continue. Brother, Zhang Bin pulled his chair closer and leaned in, speaking softly. I owe you a debt of gratitude for the last incident. If it weren't for you, I'd still be unaware of the hidden troubles around me. Hidden troubles? Fang Yuan suddenly realized. It was clear he was referring to Vice President Li from their previous competition. Given that Li held the position of Vice President and accompanied Zhang Bin to the event, it was evident that he had previously been quite esteemed, and any disloyalty on his part could lead to immeasurable losses. Naturally, Fang Yuan refrained from inquiring about the outcome concerning Vice President Li, as it was a personal matter for Zhang Bin. Brother, since you helped me resolve such a significant issue, I cannot let you go unrewarded. With that, Zhang Bin pulled out 2 items from his pocket, a card emblazoned with Marriott and a check, the amount of which was indiscernible, but clearly substantial. Surprised, Fang Yuan pushed back. Brother Bin, you're being too generous. How can we still go fishing together after this? Upon reflection, Zhang Bin nodded, realizing the truth in Fang Yuan's words. Money is indeed a valuable asset, capable of resolving numerous matters. However, if one were to suggest that it has been accepted, it would imply a certain delineation of boundaries. With a broad grin, he exclaimed, Haha, my brother, it appears I have been inconsiderate. I have become estranged. He then gathered the checks. As for that card, he insisted, Brother, while I may have been remiss regarding the cash, you must accept this card. Rest assured, it is intended for use at the Marriott. Spending elsewhere will cost you dearly. Consider it a token of my goodwill. With such words spoken, refusing the card would surely lead to further estrangement. Very well, I shall keep this card. Outside, Wang Shaoran exited the private room and summoned a waiter. Excuse me, could you please inform me of the total expenditure for room 888? Although an additional person had joined, she felt a nagging discomfort about having unexpectedly dined at the city center without invitation. Thus, she sought to settle the bill under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. She was aware of the costs at the Marriott and wished to inquire beforehand. If her funds were sufficient, she would pay outright. If not, her credit limit could provide some relief. The waiter smiled and replied, Hello, miss. Your room's total expenditure today is 42,800 yuan. Excuse me? Wang Shaoran repeated, convinced she must have misheard. The waiter reiterated, 42,800 yuan. Wang Shaoran exclaimed, But we hardly consumed anything. The waiter clarified, You ordered 4 bottles of Louis XVI, which amounts to 40,000 yuan alone. Wang Xiaoran's eyes widened in disbelief. For bottles of wine costing 40,000 yuan? Why is the wine so exorbitantly priced? Panic set in. Nevertheless, she steeled herself, considering that if she used her credit, it would suffice, and she declared, "Then I shall settle the bill." The waiter smiled and said, "You must be a friend of Mr. Zhang, correct? As one of our shareholders, he does not incur expenses while dining here." At that moment, Wang Xiaoran felt utterly bewildered. "Oh dear, brother, I must apologize. I have a low tolerance for alcohol and need to lie down for a while." Just as she was lost in thought, she spotted Zhang Bin, who was wrapped around Fang Yuan's shoulders, exiting the establishment, clearly inebriated. After offering Wang Xiaoran a polite smile, the waiter hurried over to assist Zhang Bin, demonstrating the keen perception of those employed in such establishments. Before departing, Zhang Bin tossed her a room card, saying, "Brother, I've arranged a room for you. Seize the opportunity." He then turned to Wang Xiaoran, saying, "Sister-in-law, I must take my leave." Hearing the term sister-in-law again, Wang Xiaoran could only muster an awkward smile. Once he departed, Fang Yuan approached, asking, "Lost?" Wang Xiaoran glanced away and replied, "No, not at all." Fang Yuan smiled, "Shall we go?" Wang Xiaoran took a step back, asking, "What for?" Seeing her reaction, Fang Yuan chuckled, "Of course, to go down together. Or do you wish to stay behind?" Wang Xiaoran quickly clarified, No, I can return on my own." Fang Yuan replied, "I'm just going out for some fresh air and a bit of a stroll." At that moment, Wang Xiaoran wished she could vanish into thin air. After they descended, Fang Yuan recalled the doorman's words about complimentary transportation for patrons. Since it was free, why not take advantage of it? He informed the front desk and arranged for Wang Xiaoran to be driven home. After seeing her off, Fang Yuan did not return upstairs but instead gazed at the bustling traffic and the vibrant neon lights that illuminated the approaching night. As a local of Jiang City, he realized he had never truly explored the downtown area. Well then, it is time for a little adventure. He decided to buy some items for his parents as well. Money, after all, holds value only when spent. Otherwise, it remains merely a string of numbers in an account. He opened his navigation app and searched for the largest shopping mall. True to its reputation, Jiang City boasted 3 significant shopping centers, with the nearest just a short walk away. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoran, nearing her destination, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had promised to treat someone to dinner, but ended up dining at their expense. This was simply unacceptable. Thus, she resolved to pay for the meal. However, with them departed, how could she make contact? Returning home to inquire? Fortunately, she recalled the fish vendor by the Hongfeng Lake who had called out to her. Fishing enthusiast, a Yuan. Chapter 82. Inventory and New Purchases. By the time Fang Yuan returned to the Marriott, it was just past 7. Though his wandering was brief, he had made numerous purchases. Both his parents and ex-owner received 2 outfits each, along with a few stuffed toys. After all, girls tend to adore such things. As for himself, he acquired seasonal outdoor fishing gear and a new outfit. Additionally, he splurged on a new phone, spending over 7,000 yuan. Today's expenses exceeded 10,000 yuan. As the adage goes, money is meaningful only when spent. Upon locating his room and swiping his card, Fang Yuan stepped inside, letting out a low whistle. Zhang Bin's room was spacious, with a width of at least 10 meters and furnished with multiple suites, including a living room, master and guest bedrooms, and a study. The floor-to-ceiling windows provided a breathtaking view of Jiang City's nightscape. The place felt like an exquisitely decorated penthouse. However, Fang Yuan was not particularly fond of such large spaces. Living alone in such expanse could evoke a sense of loneliness. Upon contemplating loneliness, for reasons unknown, Wang Xiaoran's image flashed in his mind. He quickly shook his head. Phew, I must be exhausted. With that muttering, he dispelled all errant thoughts. After a refreshing wash, he collapsed onto the bed, sighing in relief. Having spent days in a cramped car, sinking into the bed felt heavenly. This fishing trip had proven fruitful, yielding not only material gains, but also invaluable experiences. First and foremost was the minivan. After several days of fishing, Fang Yuan lamented that he had purchased it too early. While it seemed to cover all necessities after modification, the reality was quite different. Not to mention the elusive fish. Why venture out for fishing? Was it not to discover new fishing grounds, unlock achievements, and earn more points? The elusive fish were essential for this pursuit. Moreover, the inherent value of these rare fish was undeniable. Today, catching 2 rare specimens had brought him at least 160,000 yuan in revenue, earning 160,000 yuan in a single day. Such a pace of income was something he would not have dared to dream of before. One might say the value of these rare fish was comparable to points. However, therein lay the challenge. Had it not been for that gentleman who spent 150,000 to acquire the giant base today, its value would surely have diminished significantly. However, there is no recourse. If you choose not to sell, Once it perishes, it will be utterly worthless. Thus, the urgency of modifying a vehicle to incorporate a mobile oxygenated fish tank is paramount. This expenditure is indispensable, lest one find themselves in a precarious position. As for the type of vehicle to procure, Fang Yuan has long since contemplated this. It shall be a high-displacement pickup truck, the bed of which can be expertly transformed into a fish tank, while accommodation will be straightforward, merely requiring the addition of a rooftop tent. And what of the pickup's 15-year scrappage period and the restrictions imposed by certain cities? Setting aside the value accrued over those 15 years, who among us has not replaced their vehicle within that time frame? As for the restrictions, they need not be a source of concern. This vehicle is intended solely for fishing, destined for lakes, reservoirs, rivers, and other natural locales. Even a park pond is merely on the outskirts of the city, so there is no need for apprehension. With this thought, Fang Yuan resolutely decided that upon his return, acquiring a high-displacement pickup truck was non-negotiable. In addition to invaluable experience, the achievements from this fishing endeavor would yield rewards. First and foremost, points. He has accumulated nearly dozens of points from daily tasks. 400 points for catching 2 rare fish, 1,000 points for completing intermediate fishing tasks, and 2,000 points for unlocking achievements at fishing grounds. A staggering total of nearly 3,500 points. Not to mention the potential to exchange for bait or medicinal products for fish. Simply trading for crucian carp bait would yield significant value. With a sudden rush of excitement, Fang Yuan leapt from his bed. Over 500,000. Exchanging for premium bait could easily double that, pushing the total to 1,000,000. Fang Yuan was thoroughly exhilarated. Just a few days of fishing had generated value exceeding 1,000,000. What an exhilarating sensation. Of course, Fang Yuan understood that not all points could be exchanged for bait. After all, this is a long-term venture that requires careful management and cannot be rushed. Thus, he aimed to maximize the benefits from these points. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan summoned the points marketplace, the luck fishing system, which ultimately relies on the quality of one's catch. Otherwise, all would be for naught. And how could one fish effectively without acquiring quality equipment? As the old adage goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Naturally, he already possessed the dragon catcher rod, so there was no need for another. Regarding what to purchase, Fang Yuan opened the product description in the marketplace. Product: Dragon Catcher Long Distance Casting Rod. Type: Casting Rod. Grade: Blue. Length: 2.7 meters. Action: Fast. Handle: Straight. Weight capacity: 500 kilograms. Durability: 100. Marketplace price: 1,000 points. Gazing at the product's attributes, Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. He had been enamored with this rod for days. The fishing environment at Hongfeng Lake indicated that a long-distance rod was indeed suitable for catching rare fish. The rationale is simple. It allows for heavier catches and a broader search range, with the casting distance correlated to the size of the spool. As long as it can be cast effectively, the theoretical distance is limitless. The drawback? It is evident: the price. One must understand that this 1,000 points is merely the cost for the bare rod. To utilize it for fishing, one must also acquire a reel and line, with the spool being of utmost importance. Subsequently, Fang Yuan opened another product description. Product: Dragon Catcher Spinning Reel. Type: Spinning Reel. Grade: Blue. Model: 10,000. Gear ratio: 10:1. Line capacity: 300. Drag force: 100 kilograms. Durability: 100. Marketplace price: 200 points. Fang Yuan had already meticulously planned this combination in his mind, and without hesitation, he exchanged for it. Soon, the elegantly understated yet highly functional long-distance casting rod appeared in his hands. This item could be accessed at any time from the system's inventory. Upon acquiring it, Fang Yuan found himself even more enamored. With a burst of enthusiasm, he stood on his bed and practiced several casting motions. Though he had yet to rig it with line, he could distinctly feel the difference between this rod and the shore rod he had used during the day. It was a stark contrast. Not to mention the tactile sensation, the quality, the lightweight nature. How can one describe such comfort? Of course, this was merely the initial impression. The specifications were even more astounding. Not to mention the rod itself, the spinning reel with its 10:1 gear ratio, 500 line capacity, and 100 kilograms drag force. Each aspect could only be described as extraordinary. Shimano and Daiwa would pale in comparison to this setup. Chapter 83, Setting New Heights, Enhancing the Page. The rod has been exchanged, the reel is prepared, but no fishing line would be complete without a proper rig. Regarding the line setup, the Dragon Catcher reel has a spool capacity of 300, meaning it can accommodate 500 meters of main line for size 3 and 300 meters for size 5. This capacity is considered top tier even for deep-sea speed fishing. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan chose the former. as the current world record for casting is nearly 300 meters. And with his strength being 3 times that of an average person and his resilience twice, achieving that distance is merely a matter of course. Thus, 500 meters is just right. And as for the diameter of the size 3 line, the strength of the dragon catcher line is comparable to steel cable, making it more than adequate for freshwater fishing. Having rigged it up, Fang Yuan tied a 500 milliliters bottle of water to the line for a test. Remarkably, even with the rod's tip diameter, it could support a 1 kilogram weight without bending at all. This action might be too stiff for an ordinary angler, but for Fang Yuan, it was just perfect. He then decided to cast it rather than merely trial it. With a swift flick of the rod, he heard a whoosh as the bottle soared through the air, halting just before it would have struck the tempered glass of the large window. Upon witnessing this, he marveled at the 100 kilograms drag force. Such a locking mechanism could easily hold back a small vehicle. Long-distance casting requires not only quality line, but also a reliable locking mechanism. Otherwise, if the line doesn't snap and the reel fails to lock, it would be futile. One cannot expect to haul in every catch by brute force. After some practice, Fang Yuan, feeling satisfied, returned to his bed, placing the rod back into the system's inventory. For he feared that should he continue, he might succumb to the urge to test it on some water surface. Once back on his bed, Fang Yuan opened the back end of Douyu. It is worth mentioning that through these recent fishing endeavors, especially after landing 2 rare fish today, his follower count has surged close to 50,000. While this number pales in comparison to the multi-million follower streamers, for a newcomer like Fang Yuan, it marks a promising start. Followers, it's not about the quantity, but rather the conversion rate that truly matters. This conversion rate is not merely the typical transformation of video views into followers. It is intricately linked to financial gain. Achieving a mere 1% conversion rate from 10,000 followers, equating to $100 in daily revenue, is indeed formidable. Upon glancing at today's orders in the storefront, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "Wow, 170 orders." Moreover, a significant portion of these orders pertain to premium bait, indicating that today's sales from this bait alone would amount to nearly 10,000 yuan. In earlier times, such sales would have caused Fang Yuan some concern, particularly about the availability of the bait. However, at this moment, an abundance was welcomed. Sighing in satisfaction, Fang Yuan proceeded to remotely print the orders and then turned his attention to some highly rated comments and feedback on the storefront page. Among them, one particular comment caught his eye. "The bait from the streamer is impeccable, but the page resembles that of a low-quality workshop, and there is no customer service." The keywords page and customer service resonated with Fang Yuan. While the storefront featured only a few types of bait, the sales volume was substantial. Initially, the absence of customer service did not seem problematic, but now he pondered whether to hire a customer service representative and invest in enhancing the webpage. As he mused, the image of Wang Xiaoran unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. It seemed she had studied advertising design, yet regrettably, he had not retained her contact information. Should he ask her sister for it? This thought crossed his mind, but Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. It felt rather inappropriate to ask someone for their sister's phone number. "Very well, I shall seek another advertising company," he resolved. He was determined to recruit a competent customer service representative, and thus he posted a job advertisement in the local area. After some deliberation, he settled on a salary of 3,000 yuan. This was a respectable wage, especially since the position did not require office hours. One merely needed a computer at home, making it akin to a part-time job. Subsequently, Fang Yuan also published the advertising requirements on the platform, preferring to attract applicants rather than search for them. After completing these tasks, he edited and released today's live stream video, sifted through and responded to some private messages, and engaged in conversation in the 2 groups he had previously created. By the time he finished, it was already past 11 o'clock. Rubbing his eyes, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply. Since he began selling bait, he had followed this routine daily. Initially, it felt novel, but over time, it had become rather exhausting. Perhaps he should consider hiring someone for a regular position? "No, I'll manage for now," he muttered to himself and, tossing aside his newly purchased phone, prepared for sleep. After several restless days in the park, he finally anticipated a peaceful night's rest. However, just as he lay down, Fang Yuan suddenly sat upright. "Oh no, I almost forgot about the 6 remaining lottery draws." Meanwhile, in a neighborhood of Jiang City, Wang Xiaoran, freshly washed and wrapped in a headscarf, returned to her desk to open her computer, searching for some freelance work on the local platform. This habit had developed during her university years out of necessity. Due to her family circumstances, she almost missed attending university, with her tuition and living expenses in her first year being covered by her sister. By her second year, leveraging her specialized knowledge, she began taking on projects online, such as e-commerce posters, KV images, and trifold brochures. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, she would secure a project closely related to her major, and after days of work, She could earn 3 to 800 yuan in commission upon successful submission. Yet, on occasions when luck was not on her side, she could go 10 days or even half a month without any projects, or encounter difficult clients who insisted on incessant revisions. In short, this line of work was not without its challenges. Logging onto the homepage, Wang Xiaoran began her search and soon spotted an enticing offer, a commission of 1,000 yuan for designing the homepage interface for the Douyu platform. Chapter 84, 6 Lottery Draws, a Drone? Upon seeing the 1,000 yuan commission, Wang Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1,000 yuan. This could equate to half a month's salary for her. As an intern, not only was she without social security, but her trial salary was also dismally low, barely hovering at the minimum wage in Jiang City, which was 2,290 yuan. Of course, this minimum wage was based on a standard 8 to 5 work schedule with weekends and holidays. Yet after more than 2 months of work, she had hardly taken a day off and often worked late into the night. Thus, her salary felt unreasonably low. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaoran understood the reality of the job market. With a plethora of bachelor's degree holders, securing employment was increasingly competitive. Many recent graduates struggled to find any job at all, so she cherished her opportunity and felt compelled to pursue this enticing commission. She promptly clicked to inquire about the project. The order was there. Whether she could secure it would depend on communication between both parties. Meanwhile, within the luxurious confines of the Wanhao Hotel, Fang Yuan sat with his hands clasped in prayer, a look of earnestness on his face as he murmured incantations, mentioning items like enhancement cards and valuable goods. Before him was a lottery will visible only to him. Just as he finished his fervent prayer and prepared to initiate the draw, a notification pinged on his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message in response to the job advertisement he had just posted. The message read, "Hello, boss. I can meet your UI requirements. Here is a page I designed for a previous client. Please take a look if you find it satisfactory." Initially, Fang Yuan contemplated ignoring it. But after a moment's reflection, he decided to respond. "Sure, as long as you can do it." On the other side, in her rented apartment, Wang Xiaoran, after sending her inquiry, prepared to lie down and rest. Based on her past experiences, she anticipated that a response would not arrive until the following day. Or perhaps she might not receive a reply at all. After all, she was not the only one vying for projects on the platform. However, she was taken aback by the prompt reply. Upon noticing that the message had been sent just over 10 minutes ago, she realized this was a promising sign. Is this a done deal? She mused, suppressing her excitement as she submitted her application, followed by a message. "Boss, I've sent in my application. Your approval is needed." Back at the Wanhao Hotel, Fang Yuan, upon receiving the message, took a deep breath and clicked to approve. He was not overly concerned about this matter. Sales pages typically adhered to a similar style, so any competent design would suffice. However, the message continued. "Boss, do you have any specific requirements for this page design?" Fang Yuan replied casually, "Anything will do." Just as he set his phone down, another notification chimed. "What about the background image?" Fang Yuan, slightly irritated, sent over a dozen images. The reply came swiftly. "Images received. If you have any specific requests, feel free to mention them." Fang Yuan replied, "Anything will do. I'm going to sleep now. Let us discuss anything else tomorrow." After sending this message, he promptly disconnected his phone from the internet. With this distraction, all his earnest prayers for the lottery had been in vain. Meanwhile, in her rented apartment, Wang Xiaoran jubilantly raised her fists in triumph. Yes, it's a done deal. Previously undertaken tasks, without even mentioning the promptness of the application submission, often return with incessant demands and requests. There are even instances of intermediaries who, regardless of the circumstances, secure the order only to subsequently seek others for a secondary placement, thus profiting from the price differential. In summary, for an obscure designer without any substantial background, securing a deal on this platform proves to be exceedingly troublesome. At this moment, gazing at the blank avatar in the chat box accompanied by the numerical name Wang Xiaoran, one reflects, this boss seems rather amiable. Within the confines of the hotel, as the mobile network disconnects, the notification sound ceases, and Fang Yuan once again retraces the previously fervent ritual. Is it a lottery? This is not a scientific endeavor requiring the overcoming of technical challenges. It demands a heart imbued with sincerity. To put it plainly, it serves as a psychological comfort. Otherwise, would it not be too casual to initiate a draw without due process? Certain formalities must be adhered to. After completing a series of procedures, Fang Yuan, gazing at the resplendent will before him, rubbed his hands together. Enhancement cards, this time, let there be several. Having experienced the benefits of the previous enhancement cards that augmented his physical attributes, Fang Yuan became fixated on this prospect. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he clicked. The wheels shimmered, and, moments later, a chime sounded. Regrettably, no prizes were won this time. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Empty. He then consoled himself. No worries. There are still 5 chances left. He clicked again. Chime. Unfortunately, no prizes were won this time. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow. Click again. Chime. Once again, no prizes were won. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched. Click again. Chime. Regrettably, no prizes were won. Thus, after 5 consecutive disappointments, Fang Yuan felt utterly despondent. He distinctly recalled the last time he won 3 out of 5, with over a 30% chance. Yet this time, not even an enhancement card was bestowed. A mere consolation prize of bamboo sticks would suffice. But 5 times in succession, nothing at all. Could it be that today's luck had been expended on those 2 rare catches? As he approached his final opportunity, the extinguished flame of enthusiasm left Fang Yuan devoid of any illusions as he casually clicked. The wheel spun for a few moments, and then ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn QL1. Hiss. In the room, Fang Yuan looked at the palm-sized gadget he retrieved from his backpack, feeling as if 1,000 grass-mud horses galloped through his mind. Is this a drone? What purpose does this hold in a luck-based system? Click to view. Name, QL1. Type, small ultra-intelligent flying device. Function, detects fish schools. Endurance, permanent. Status, not activated. Had he not opened the detailed introduction, Fang Yuan would have dismissed the small object as worthless. Yet now, detecting fish schools? And with permanent endurance? Hiss. What is there to hesitate about? Find it immediately. In an instant, a virtual screen unfurled before him, and the flying device activated, projecting its aerial view onto the virtual screen. Fang Yuan looked up, and the drone ascended. He looked to the right, and the drone followed suit. The projected perspective shifted seamlessly, with no delay, and the imagery was indistinguishable from reality. Thought-controlled? Fang Yuan was taken aback. Furthermore, unlike typical drones that emit considerable noise, this small gadget hovered silently, even when near. Instantly, the gloom from his previous 5 consecutive thank you draws dissipated. Chapter 85, Returning Home, Equipping Father with a Vehicle. With this novel little device, Fang Yuan found himself unable to sleep and began maneuvering the drone around his room. Initially, the device could only fly within his line of sight, but it wasn't long before Fang Yuan no longer needed to watch the small contraption, controlling it solely through the perspective projected on the virtual screen. Under his guidance, the tiny aircraft flitted between several rooms. Before long, he achieved perfect mental control. After a while, feeling unsatisfied, he glanced at the nearby window, opened it, and with a whoosh, the drone flew out. Instantly, the nightscape of Jiangcheng appeared on the virtual screen. Notably, this little gadget not only projected images, but also transmitted surrounding sounds without omission, and thanks to its wide-angle 3-dimensional projection, the view could be adjusted for distance, making Fang Yuan feel as though he were soaring through the city's nocturnal sky. He exclaimed in delight. While flying, Fang Yuan noticed a box in the upper right corner of the virtual screen. As he touched it, a virtual keyboard materialized. Fang Yuan paused. Is this a search box? Can this little device connect to the internet? Intrigued, he began to experiment. Before long, devious navigation at your service. Fang Yuan was utterly astonished by the navigation map projected beside his view. This little gadget truly could access the internet, download applications, meaning one could accomplish everything a computer could do on this virtual screen. To say the least, it felt exhilarating. The only drawback was the distance. Fang Yuan had initially hoped to fly over to the Red Maple Lake to test the infrared fish detection feature. However, halfway there, he was reminded that he had reached the maximum flight range. He estimated it to be roughly 3 kilometers, and a 3-kilometer flight radius is no small feat. The following morning, due to the drone's arrival, Fang Yuan had played until late and only rose when the sun was high in the sky. Checking the time, oh dear, it's already past 9. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he focused his thoughts, and in the next moment, a popular song filled his ears. This was a new feature he had discovered the previous night. Even without taking out the drone, he could summon the virtual screen. The only difference was that it could not project the camera view. Not long after, having completed his morning routine, Fang Yuan began to pack up, preparing to return home. Naturally, he had to inform Zhang Bin of his return. After a brief phone call filled with pleasantries, Fang Yuan finished dressing and headed downstairs. Downstairs. Hello, Mr. Fang. Your car is parked in front of the hotel. Here are your keys. At the front desk, Fang Yuan regarded the keys handed to him. Reflecting on the commendable service of the Marriott Hotel, having just returned his room card, they promptly provided follow-up service. As he stepped outside, indeed, the impressively stylish little van was sparkling clean and parked at the entrance. He opened the door, stepped on the gas, and sped off. As the van exited the hotel, 2 young ladies at the front desk reluctantly withdrew their gazes. This must be the friend whom General Zhang entertained last night. He is younger and far more handsome than expected, and this car, understated yet distinctive, truly embodies my ideal type. A little girl finished her sentence. And her companion beside her remarked, "Stop thinking about it. Didn't you see that he brought his girlfriend yesterday?" "Yesterday? I've done my research. He was alone then. And that woman isn't his girlfriend at all. Umph. Oh, look at you. Even if she isn't, it wouldn't be a chance for you, would it?" 2 hours later. At Fangjia village, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." With a shout from Fang Yuan, 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, emerged from the east room. "Oh, you finally returned," exclaimed Father Fang. "Why didn't you call ahead? I haven't even prepared lunch yet." "That was Mother Fang." Brother, chimed in Xin with a sweet voice. Fang Yuan chuckled. Hee, I've only been away for a few days." As he spoke, Fang Yuan noticed the attire of the 3. All were rolled up at the sleeves. "Dad, Mom, what is going on?" Father Fang replied, "Isn't it because of you? The orders you've sent back these days have been increasing day by day. Your mother and I had to start early to keep up." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan realized the impact of his brief absence. The sales of the bait had surged significantly, with over 100 orders already placed overnight. And it was clear that surpassing 200 today was no challenge at all. Before Fang Yuan could respond, Mother Fang shot a disapproving glance at Father Fang. "The more orders we have, the better our son's business is doing. And look at you complaining." Turning to Fang Yuan, she said, "Son, don't mind your dad. You go rest inside, and I'll prepare your meal." With that, she dusted off her apron and headed to the kitchen. Brother, I helped with the fishing bait too," Xin exclaimed, her face beaming with pride. Fang Yuan ruffled her hair affectionately, saying, "Yes, Xin is the best. By the way, I brought you a big plush toy this time." Hearing about the toy, Xin's eyes sparkled. "Really?" Fang Yuan smiled. "Of course it's real." At the dining table, since Fang Yuan had returned, the meal was particularly sumptuous, for dishes and a soup, with Father Fang even opening a bottle of classic blue wine. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Yuan shared his future plans, including the intention to purchase a pickup truck. Upon hearing this, Father Fang remarked, "Buy a truck? Didn't you just purchase one?" Fang Yuan replied, "Yes, I did buy one, but it was the wrong choice." Father Fang was taken aback. "The wrong choice?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Indeed, but don't worry, Dad. I've been thinking, every time you go out to tend to the livestock, you ride that little tricycle exposed to the elements. It's about time you had a proper vehicle." "A vehicle? For me?" Father Fang paused, astonished. His wine glass halted midair. "I haven't driven in years. Can I manage?" "Of course you can." Fang Yuan smiled. This wasn't a whimsical decision. He had long contemplated buying a vehicle for his father. And with newfound financial means, he decided to expedite the plan. Furthermore, Father Fang had served 2 years as a driver in the army, and reacquainting himself with driving a small van would not pose much difficulty. Before long, Father Fang accepted the idea with delight. He hadn't expected that after toiling for half his life, he would enjoy the benefits of his son's success. This thought filled him with pride and contentment. However, Fang Yuan added, "Dad, once you start driving, you can't drink and drive anymore, or you can drink in the evening when you come back." Upon hearing this, Mother Fang raised both hands in agreement. "Yes, our son is right. Old Fang, now that you have the car, no more drinking. Otherwise, we might have to sell it. And you'll continue riding your electric bike." With the prospect of selling the new car, Father Fang had nothing to argue against. "All right, from now on, I'll only drink a little in the evening, not during lunch." He promptly set aside his drink and poured it back into the bottle. Now that's the spirit. Seizing the moment, Fang Yuan not only proposed the plan for another vehicle, but also shared his future fishing trip plans. With autumn approaching and temperatures dropping daily, he knew they had to consider a southern or southwestern journey for fishing. This meant that the time spent on such trips would be considerable, further necessitating the need for a new vehicle. Long-distance driving, especially on rugged or muddy roads, would be challenging with a van. Getting stuck in the wilderness would be a dire situation. Hence, an off-road vehicle was essential for these fishing excursions. Fang Yuan had previously suggested such a plan, but now it was time to take concrete steps. With this foresight, his parents were not dismayed. After all, their son was at the age where he should be exploring the world. All they could do was offer their advice. Additionally, in a couple of days, there was a wedding for his cousin at his aunt's house, and according to previous plans, Fang Yuan was supposed to drive the family there. Now, with the car given to his father, it would be Father Fang behind the wheel, while Fang Yuan prepared for the upcoming fishing adventure. After all, attending a wedding couldn't compare to the freedom of fishing. With the plan in mind, Fang Yuan began to prepare. First on his agenda was selecting the vehicle. He had already settled on an off-road pickup, but there were numerous types available, with price differences that were stark. Beyond the brand, there were also options for modifications, such as flatbeds, high covers, and cab-over styles, each with its own advantages. Therefore, careful consideration was required. After enjoying lunch, Fang Yuan began to research and compare options online. After thorough deliberation, he finally settled on a high-end domestic pickup with a price tag of just under 20,000. It boasted a 2. 4T four-wheel drive diesel engine with 3 differential locks, more than sufficient for most unpaved roads. As for the currently trendy electric or hybrid vehicles, Fang Yuan could only scoff. Driving an electric vehicle is a joke, especially on unpaved roads. And all that talk about smart features? More like a laugh. To him, such so-called intelligence was no different from ignorance after experiencing real technology. The next day, "Wow, you're up so early," Mother Fang remarked, surprised to see her son awake. Fang Yuan smiled. "I need to buy the car and make modifications. I'm worried if I sleep in, I won't have enough time." Hearing about the car purchase, Mother Fang was astonished. "So soon?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Hee, time is money. By the way, where is Dad? In a short while, I will be taking him along." "Are we buying a car?" "We will leave with 1 and return with 2. Hence, we will need to bring a driver." My mother remarked, "At this early hour. Where could he possibly be, except squatting in the restroom? He will likely take a while, so if you're in a hurry, you might as well urge him along." Well, the act of using the restroom is a significant affair in life and cannot be rushed. Thus, I decided to organize today's orders. Upon reviewing them, just as I had anticipated yesterday, today's orders had directly surpassed 200, indicating that even if they were all for carp bait, the sales revenue would exceed 10,000. A daily sales figure of 10,000. In the past, who would dare to even imagine this? While I was busy sorting the bait, my father returned. I informed him, "Dad, we're heading to the county town soon." He paused, surprised. "To the county town? Just the 2 of us?" I nodded and proceeded to explain our plan to buy a car today. Hearing that we were about to undertake something significant, my father quickly washed up and, after a hasty meal, we set off for the county town. The village of Fangjia is not far from the small county town, merely about 20 kilometers away. A half-hour journey. Of course, to help my father become more comfortable with driving, I conveniently took the passenger seat, leaving the driver's seat for him. Surprisingly, apart from an initial hesitation where the car moved slowly, he soon found his rhythm once we hit the provincial road. After all, he had once driven an old Liberation truck, Model 212, and today's vehicles are undeniably easier to handle. Consequently, we quickly reached a speed of 90, cruising along the provincial road while adhering to the speed limit. Before long, we arrived at our destination. "How is it? Is this car easy to drive?" My father chuckled. "Absolutely. This accelerator and gearbox are leagues ahead of what I used to drive." With that, he tucked the car keys into his waistband and entered the dealership. I had chosen a direct sales store, as I had confirmed last night that only this store had the fully equipped model of the Chow. Upon entering, a salesperson greeted us. "Hello, are you here to look at cars?" I replied, "I have a reservation from last night." Upon hearing this, the receptionist promptly called over a colleague. However, when this person saw my father and me, he completely disregarded me and addressed my father. "Hello, you must be Mr. Fang, the one who inquired last night." My father, glancing at me, implied that I was the Mr. Fang he referred to. The salesperson appeared a bit awkward, as typically, it was the older generation purchasing cars for their children. "My apologies, Mr. Fang." I chuckled. "No worries, the car is ready in the showroom, right?" The salesperson confirmed, "Indeed, Mr. Fang. After last night's deposit, we prepared the vehicle for you, just waiting for your arrival. Please, follow me." Before leaving, he turned to the receptionist. "Shaoli, please prepare a cup of tea for our guests." Soon, under the guidance of the salesperson, my father and I arrived at a courtyard filled with cars. The salesperson pointed out, "Mr. Fang, that one is yours." Following his gaze, my heart raced as I exclaimed, "This is a big one." Chapter 87. The brand new battle vehicle. Although I had seen this brand on short video platforms before, the pickup truck, with its 15-year scrapping period and urban driving restrictions, was not commonly purchased, making it a rare sight on the roads. Thus, I had assumed it was similar to the other vehicles I had seen. However, as I approached, I realized that despite my height of 181 centimeters, I still found myself shorter than the truck. The salesperson, noticing this, smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Fang. Our model stands at 1882 millimeters. Its dimensions not only provide a broad field of vision, but also ensure a sense of spaciousness." 1882 millimeters? Ah, no wonder. Yesterday, I had been so focused on examining the engine, transmission, and chassis parameters that I had overlooked the vehicle's dimensions. Nonetheless, having a larger size is beneficial, especially for long-distance driving, as it allows for more cargo space. Not only I, but my father was also captivated by the imposing size of the pickup truck. Its robust off-road tires, high water fording capability, and the fixed side steps. Men have an inexplicable fondness for such mechanical behemoths. Observing my father's reaction, I suggested, "How about I get you one too?" I was not merely making idle chatter. The top model was priced at just under 20,000, and with my savings exceeding 500,000, I could afford 2 vehicles. Upon hearing this, the salesperson was taken aback, realizing that I was quite the affluent individual, which made his enthusiasm even more apparent. My father immediately waved off the idea of getting himself a truck, stating, "I'm fine with my little van. Besides, it would be a waste for me to drive such a large vehicle. You should sit inside and see if it suits you." Listening to him, I nodded. All right. Yet, I had already resolved in my mind to eventually get my father a better vehicle. After all, money is only truly spent when it is invested. I opened the door and sat inside the truck. Wow. The elevated seating position provided me with an expansive view, far superior to that of the small van. This high seating not only offered a commanding perspective, but also enhanced the feeling of space. Aside from these differences, the interior was not drastically different from the van, except for the addition of a liquid crystal display, an automatic gear shift, power adjustable and heated ventilated seats, automatic climate control, adaptive cruise control, a 360-degree view, 2 driving modes for snow and off-road, hill descent control, traction control, and 3 differential locks. Beyond that, the cockpit remained quite similar. Of course, this was merely the interior. Externally, it boasted 265/65 R18 off-road tires, a high water fording capability, and a front winch, yet there was little distinction. Thus, my admiration for this vehicle grew. This was what a true car should be. After making the payment, I entrusted the remaining details to the dealership. Just like when I purchased the small van, it took merely a morning to finalize the license plates, and then the modifications commenced. I initially thought that discussing the modifications would take about an afternoon, but after some discussions, they directly informed me that it would take at least 3 days. All right. Upon hearing this, I took my father out for a meal and then sent him home, while I remained to oversee the entire process. After all, this vehicle would be my companion for countless miles in the future, and I could not afford to be careless. As for the modifications, my original plan was simply to install a high cover, add a rooftop tent, and equip the truck bed with an oxygen system. However, after conversing with the modification shop, it turned out to be a different story. First and foremost, the tires. The new vehicle's accompanying winch is undoubtedly branded, yet it does not rank among the finest. Consequently, I opted to replace it with 4KO2 tires at an expense of 8,000 yuan, alongside a new front winch. The original winch, rated at 9,500 pounds, sufficed for everyday use. However, to tackle more rugged terrains, I upgraded to a formidable 30,000 pound winch, tripling the pulling capacity. With the winch replaced, it was only logical to also upgrade the front and rear bumpers, opting for a more robust and durable bull bar designed for off-road competition. Given the increased weight, a more powerful battery was also necessary. Additionally, for long-distance driving, considerations for fuel efficiency led me to install a supplementary fuel tank. Thus, I added a 130-liter tank, which significantly enhanced the vehicle's range to over 1,000 kilometers. Fortunately, the original design had already accounted for these modifications, allowing for a seamless integration. It was at this juncture that I realized, despite the factory's impressive configuration, it was primarily suited for light off-roading. For serious adventuring, further enhancements were essential. The manufacturer had wisely preempted this need by leaving ample space for future upgrades. After extensive discussions, I felt a surge of excitement. The cost of these modifications alone could purchase a small van, and this was merely the beginning. Following the recommended upgrades from the customization shop would require an additional 20 to 30,000 yuan. The bottom line is clear: engaging in off-roading is a costly endeavor. Even if I were to settle the initial payment, the subsequent high fuel consumption and maintenance expenses are burdensome for the average individual. Of course, all these modifications are within legal bounds. For instance, the tires are an upgrade, but maintain the original dimensions. As for the nitrogen shocks, which allow for height adjustments, I chose not to install those. Thus, over the next 2 days, I decided to stay in the county to better communicate my needs with the technician, such as adding a rod holder and storage equipment for fishing in the high-top canopy. Moreover, I did not forget to consult an aquarium specialist to install a professional aeration system in the truck bed. Initially, when the technician heard about my intention to install a fish tank in the truck bed, he exclaimed in disbelief, questioning who would put a fish tank in a vehicle. However, once I explained my specific plans and clarified that it was a pickup truck, he understood. A pickup truck is inherently designed for cargo, with a load capacity of up to 2 tons, so this was not an issue at all. Ultimately, after spending several tens of thousands of yuan, the entire design plan was successfully completed. 2 days later, when the fully modified vehicle appeared before me, I marveled at the sheer exhilaration of wealth. Chapter 88. Arrival at the river mouth. On the way home, having once dreamed of traversing the world with a sword in hand, I drove my newly customized vehicle, rhythmically tapping my fingers on the steering wheel in time with the music, as I gazed down the seemingly endless road, watching the scenery retreat on either side. The feeling was indescribably comforting. Previously, my first vehicle was a small van, and I had no comparative experience with other cars. Now, however, this is what true driving feels like. If I were to point out a downside, it would be the fuel consumption. Due to the modifications and the added weight of several hundred kilograms, the fuel efficiency plummeted to 18 liters per 100 kilometers. Given the current fuel prices, it is not exorbitant, merely over a yuan per kilometer, which is manageable for me. Soon, I drove into Fangjia village, where my parents had been eagerly waiting at the entrance. Notably, even my previous small van had attracted a small crowd of curious villagers, and now, with the enhanced appearance of this already sizable vehicle, it drew even more attention. In the eyes of the village's elderly residents, a larger vehicle signified greater wealth. They may not grasp the brand, but they certainly understood the implications of size. "Oh, this car is enormous. How many people can it carry?" they exclaimed. "What has your son been up to, getting a new vehicle every day?" "Hey, Xiao Yuan, that car must be expensive, right?" The last remark came from a neighbor, whose expression revealed a mixture of admiration and envy. Having lived in this village for most of their lives, there is an inherent sense of comparison, to put it bluntly. Many harbor a fear of others' prosperity while resenting their own poverty. I smiled and replied, "Oh, it's not too bad, really." The neighbor pressed further, "Not too bad? How much does it cost?" "There must be a price tag. After all, you can't just drive it home without spending anything." I replied, "About 200,000 yuan." Upon hearing this, the neighbor's eyes widened, and the wrinkles on their face smoothed out. 200,000? Their children each had cars costing less than 100,000, making this vehicle equivalent to both of their children's vehicles combined. While it is true that at the year's end, a few luxury cars, like the BMW Series 5 or the E300, can be spotted in the village, these often belong to outsiders. Who knows if they are rentals? In contrast, it is individuals like myself, who can afford to acquire property and earn money in their hometown, that evoke admiration among the village's elderly women. "Wow, you're living the good life now." In the village, the forms of address are quite limited. One might refer to a child by their name, such as Tiger's mom, or use familial titles like aunt or second uncle. This neighbor belonged to the latter category. Upon hearing this, my mother squinted her eyes. "Oh, it's all the same. Your Dehua and Erhua are doing just fine too." Thus, a lively conversation ensued among the women at the entrance, bringing a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise tranquil village. Over the next 2 days, apart from preparing bait, I did not venture elsewhere, instead choosing to rest at home, conserving energy for the upcoming fishing trip. Of course, the primary reason was that some of the equipment I had ordered had yet to arrive, such as the large fish net and the big landing net. As for the fishing lights I had intended to buy, I decided to return them after acquiring a drone with night vision capabilities. 2 days later, "Son, be sure to drive slowly on the road." My parents stood at the door, accompanied by Sheener, as they cautioned me before my departure. I reassured them, "Don't worry, Mom. By the way, did you bring the pancakes I made for you last night?" Knowing that my journey would be quite distant and that fishing spots are often remote, my mother had prepared several kilograms of pancakes overnight. I confirmed, "I have them." Just then, noticing my parents were about to engage in further conversation, my father quickly interjected, "Hurry up and go. Don't forget to call home every evening to let us know you're safe." "All right, I will." For this fishing trip, my focus is on leisure. It is not imperative to discover new fishing spots or catch rare fish to justify my efforts. Points are accrued as a result of a fishing expedition at Hongfeng Lake. With an abundance of points in the short term, one can fish in any suitable water body encountered, merely to keep the account active. After traversing several hundred kilometers in half a day, Fang Yuan took advantage of a stop for lunch to search the map for a nearby fishing spot. Since this journey involved traveling along the river, he would soon head southwest, passing by numerous river estuaries, one of which happened to be located in the town he was passing through. With this thought, Fang Yuan decided to give it a try after finishing his meal. At that moment, 2 young men dressed in fishing attire entered the establishment. 2 beef rice bowls. The proprietor called out, and they took a seat. Once seated, one of them asked, "So, how was the bite today?" The other shrugged, "Not great. I spent the morning catching just a small carp. Honestly, I'd rather go back to our old spot for some little crucian carp. We can't quite handle this vast expanse of water." The first speaker replied, "What do you mean we can't handle it? Did you not see that big pot? It's been yielding quite well lately, indicating something, right?" Hearing this, the other young man chuckled, "Oh, don't even bring that up. What they do and what we do are 2 different things. One feeding session for them is enough for me to last 3 to 5 years. As he spoke, he glanced outside. "Oh, and speaking of fishing, check out that customized pickup truck parked at the entrance. It looks incredibly sleek. If I ever come into money, I do want to modify one just like that." In response, the other young man turned to him, noticing it was a Chevrolet. "Oh, it's just a Chevy. The top model is barely under 200,000. Why wait?" The first replied, "Come on, why would I buy one? It's not suitable for family use." The second said, "Then what's the point? Spending 200,000 for family use and 200,000 for leisure are 2 entirely different concepts. So don't look down on either." Though their voices were low, Fang Yuan overheard their entire conversation. Setting aside the talk of vehicles, he pondered, big pot? Feeding heavily? He thought to himself, could it be that particular individual? After listening for a while and confirming that the location they mentioned was indeed the river estuary, he wiped his mouth and promptly made his way over. Big pot. Feeding heavily? It was clear who they were referring to. And a fishing spot that attracted such a level of streamer would undoubtedly have a good fish population. Soon, guided by the unreliable navigation, Fang Yuan arrived at the river estuary. Upon arrival, he was astonished to see the long riverbank crowded with various fishing enthusiasts, with one spot surrounded by the most people. As he approached, he exclaimed, as expected. At the center of that gathering was none other than the prominent streamer known for his fishing exploits. It's no wonder he was a big streamer. His charisma was beyond what an average person could achieve. However, Fang Yuan was aware of his purpose for being there and refrained from getting too close. After walking a bit further, he set up his fishing spot. Before commencing his fishing, Fang Yuan decided to utilize the fishing radar to scan the waters in front of him. As he did so, a notification chimed, detecting that a new fishing area could be unlocked. Would you like to unlock it? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of excitement. He never imagined that his first outing would yield the unlocking of a new fishing area. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Fishing area successfully unlocked. A page unfolded before him. Fishing area, river estuary. Grade F. Current unlock progress, 0. Daily tasks for the current fishing area have been activated. Catching 100 fish in a single day will earn you 20 points. After all, it was a river estuary. The F grade was somewhat anticipated. However, catching 100 fish for 20 points? 20 points equated to 2 bottles of bait, which, even if exchanged for crucian carp, would still be worth 5,000. What a generous daily task. After unlocking the fishing area, Fang Yuan also remembered to check the rare fish catalog. Given that it was an F-grade fishing area, the rare catches should be remarkable. But upon inspection, he was taken aback. The catalog displayed a hazy expanse with no markings whatsoever. It was a situation he had never encountered before. Could it be that due to the flowing water, the rare fish aren't fixed here? Or is it that there simply are no rare fish in this area? Shaking his head, he concluded, whatever, I've come this far. Even if it's just for those 20 points, it's worth a shot. Before beginning to fish, Fang Yuan didn't forget to utilize the drone's fish-finding capability. Noticing no one was paying attention, he summoned the drone, which was no larger than a palm, and it went unnoticed by others. He then activated the fish-finding mode. And as it took off, the camera shifted to the water's surface, revealing numerous small red dots on the screen before him. Some of the lighter-colored dots were clustered together, moving slowly, while the darker ones remained still. Realizing that these countless red dots represented schools of fish, and those darker ones indicated larger individuals, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the resources at this river estuary were quite promising, with red dots scattered throughout, particularly dense toward the inner areas. Additionally, he observed the fish situation near the big pot. The density of red dots at the big pot's fishing spot was noticeably greater than that of the other anglers along the bank, indicating that this streamer had a certain level of skill. Once everything was in place, as Fang Yuan thought about setting up his phone stand to activate his account, a sudden thought struck him. Since the drone he won in the lottery could connect to the internet, why not go live? With that in mind, he fiddled with the screen and exclaimed, "Oh, this is possible." Observing the live broadcast interface on the drone's screen, Fang Yuan felt a rush of excitement. Without further hesitation, he initiated the live stream. First, the missing person returns? My goodness, Fang Shin, you remember you have a streaming account. Coincidentally, just as he settled in, viewers began to trickle into the live stream. The advantage of having an active account was evident, and the new arrivals quickly noticed something was off. Wait, isn't this Fang Shin's live stream? What am I doing here? This angle? This distance? A drone? As the drone floated above, the chat in the live stream became increasingly lively. A drone? Wow, look at this guy. He's moved on to high-tech. Haha, this perspective makes watching the stream so much more enjoyable. I used to find the fixed angles insufficient. Now with this wide-angle view, there's nothing we can't see. I must say, the picture quality is incredibly high definition, and the footage is remarkably stable. This streamer is clearly an experienced flyer. Can I just say, while this perspective is great, can the streamer still engage with us? A comment popped up in the chat. Haha, of course I can. Fang Yuan responded, his voice audible by the riverbank. Fang Yuan gazed at the barrage of comments before him and remarked, the aircraft is designed for long-range interaction, so capturing sound is naturally feasible. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he discreetly positioned his phone in front of himself, utilizing it as a device for monitoring the comments and audio. Subsequently, the camera provided him with a close-up shot, revealing his figure standing by the river, waving. Upon this sight, the viewers in the live stream exclaimed, wow, this is truly high-tech. I can't believe the host can interact with us from such a distance. The crowd upstairs was abuzz with astonishment, failing to notice the equipment set up in front of the host, which was evidently intended for viewing comments and capturing sound. Indeed, many tech streamers now employ drones for their broadcasts. However, it remained uncertain how adept Fang Yuan was at piloting one. Yes, I've purchased a premium drone myself, but I only managed to fly it once before crashing it. It's simply too challenging. Observing the comments questioning his flying skills, Fang Yuan concentrated and maneuvered the drone to execute a low-altitude dive, thanks to the wide-angle lens. This unexpected maneuver gave the viewers a thrilling sensation of plummeting from the sky. Instantly, comments flooded in. What the heck? That almost made me sick. What is going on with the camera? Did the host mess up the controls? In response to the barrage, Fang Yuan chuckled. All is well. As he spoke, the drone captured another angle of him, and he added, All right, my friends, let me show you the scenery. With that, the drone soared high into the air, performing a swift upward ascent followed by a 360-degree spin, and then another dive. This is incredible. I can't believe I almost got sick from Fang Yuan's livestream. Folks, spread the word. Fang Yuan made his fans nauseous. Nauseous. After that last maneuver, I nearly wet myself. And to think, I'm still in class. Today, I've truly leveled up. I experienced the thrill of a roller coaster right from the comfort of my bed. Chapter 90. The loquacious uncle at the fishing spot. As the barrage of comments continued to flow in the livestream, Fang Yuan felt a surge of delight, knowing that this drone livestream had been a resounding success. With such positive feedback, his spirits lifted considerably, and he refocused his attention on fishing. Based on earlier reconnaissance, he was aware that the fish were primarily congregated in the center of the river at the estuary. However, Fang Yuan's goal for today was not to catch large fish or specific species, but rather to invigorate his account and fulfill his daily tasks. Thus, he resolved to begin with a hand rod, as it was sufficient for completing his objectives. Shortly thereafter, the bait was prepared, and with a swift motion, Fang Yuan cast his first line of the day. Notably, since this fishing trip was a spontaneous decision, he had not pre-baited the spot. Instead, he opted to attract the fish by frequently casting his line. As soon as the float settled, he promptly lifted the rod, repeating this process in hopes of gathering the fish quickly. After over 10 casts, there was finally some action on the float. Meanwhile, in the livestream, due to the close-up of the float, viewers were able to clearly witness the moment of the bite. Host, we've got a bite. Wow, the clarity is incredible. That bite was so distinct. I instinctively raised my hand just from watching. This perspective is phenomenal. Haha, can you believe it? I'm lying in bed, yet experiencing the thrill of catching fish. In bed? Lucky you. At this hour, you're still snuggled up under the covers. Haha, I could never work. Lying here in bed is far too comfortable. As soon as the float showed signs of activity, Fang Yuan swiftly raised his rod, bringing a small whitebait to the surface. Truly, this species is one of the 4 divine beasts of freshwater. Wherever and whenever one casts a line, it is invariably the first to bite. Naturally, upon catching this initial fish, Fang Yuan treated it with care, promptly deploying his custom-designed, half-meter diameter, 3-meter-long giant fish net. A first catch must go into the net. He announced, Gentlemen, I've got a fish. Nearby, although Fang Yuan had not set up in a crowded area, there still sat an older gentleman not far off. Thanks to the immense livestream effect, the older man had arrived early to set up his rod. However, despite his earlier arrival, his catch was far from impressive, especially compared to Fang Yuan, who had at least managed to reel in a whitebait. Hearing Fang Yuan's announcement, the older man was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the younger fellow had managed to catch a fish after only a short time. He glanced over and nearly burst into laughter. Young man, that is quite a sizable first catch you've got there. Fang Yuan, noticing it was the older angler beside him, chuckled in response. Haha, just playing around. I'm not very skilled at fishing. Upon hearing this, the older man glanced at Fang Yuan's massive fish net and replied, I can tell. He then proceeded to offer a lengthy lecture. To his credit, the older man was quite knowledgeable, discussing everything in great detail, from baiting to adjusting the float, and from calibrating the settings to recognizing bites. Everyone else was too relaxed to engage seriously, so they chatted amiably. Before long, Fang Yuan had developed a rapport with the older gentleman. Ah, young man. Today I feel like I've been duped. I came here expecting to catch at least 10 or 8 pounds of fish. Instead, I'm left empty-handed. Duped? I don't need to ask. You're referring to that enormous live well over there, aren't you? Fang Yuan replied. Let me tell you. I've realized that it's all about the reputation and skill. It all hinges on how well you bait the spot. You arrived late. You should have seen just a little while ago when that fellow was baiting his spot. He dumped an entire basin of bait in. With that much bait, how could the fish resist? After saying this, the older man sighed. Ah, us amateurs can't compete with that. It seemed that the older gentleman was a natural chatterbox. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Initially, They discussed fishing, but soon they were chatting about everything under the sun, revealing his vast knowledge. At that moment, Fang Yuan interjected, "Hey, uncle, you've got a bite." Hearing Fang Yuan, the older man quickly lifted his rod. Splash. A sizable crucian carp was pulled up. The older man laughed. "Hey, young man, you're my lucky star. I haven't seen a bite all afternoon, and now that I've chatted with you." The fish start biting. Fang Yuan smiled silently, knowing only too well the reason behind it. At this point, he realized that his relentless baiting had essentially been providing a feast for the older man. Given the gentle current of the river flowing towards the older gentleman, and their close proximity, combined with the frequency of Fang Yuan's baiting, the effect of the bait had been transferred to the older man's side. Indeed, no sooner had the crucian carp been caught than the older man hooked another one. What the heck? The fish in the river of emotions prefer to bite in the afternoon. With that, the elder turned to Fang Yuan and said, "Little brother, I won't chat with you any longer. I'm about to start practicing my casting." Fang Yuan chuckled, "All right." After spending half the day trying, even if in the end it meant dressing others in splendid garments, Fang Yuan found it of little consequence. As long as he could catch fish, it mattered not, especially since he had discovered the underlying reason. He then proceeded to alter his strategy, switching from pulling to rolling, allowing the bait to dissolve more slowly. Consequently, in the ensuing half hour, the gentleman beside him was hauling in fish one after another, amassing over 20 sizable catches in a mere 30 minutes. This seemed to corroborate his earlier claim. If one does not fish, that's one thing, but if one does, one must return home with 10 or 8 pounds of fish. The elder was elated, believing he would shatter his previous records for the day. "How about that, little brother? I wasn't misleading you, was I? Fishing requires adaptability. Don't overthink it. Now, let us get to casting. In my view," he continued, "once I've caught enough, I'll reel in and you can take over my spot. No need to guard your own. It's only yielded a small fish after half a day. It's hardly worth it." But scarcely had he finished speaking when Fang Yuan raised his rod, and with a swift motion, he felt a tremendous pull. This was undoubtedly a big catch. Surprised by the force in his hands, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had been using bait for carp, having prepared carp bait. Naturally, if a fish was biting, there was no reason to let it go. With a surge of strength, he pulled the large fish from the water, and with a splash, a golden flash revealed itself. It was a carp, and quite a hefty one at that. Fang Yuan estimated it to weigh at least 10 pounds. This catch prompted the gentleman beside him to stand up in astonishment. "Goodness, little brother, your luck is remarkable. After half a day without a bite, you land a big one right away. Don't panic, little brother. I have ample experience with handling large fish. Just take your time." But scarcely had the elder finished speaking when Fang Yuan exerted a powerful pull, dragging the impressive 10-pound carp halfway out of the water and towards the bank. This display left the elder wide-eyed, his gaze shifting to the rod in Fang Yuan's hands. "Little brother, that rod of yours is quite powerful. You can handle such a big fish with it." Fang Yuan chuckled. "Haha, I just bought it from a roadside stall." "A roadside stall?" The elder craned his neck, curious about where he could procure a few for himself. Yet, as he spoke, Fang Yuan managed to haul the large fish to the bank. "Hold on, don't use your hands. Little brother, did you bring a landing net?" "I didn't bring one today." Seeing the elder's enthusiasm, Fang Yuan gestured to his side. The elder looked over and, upon spotting the triangular landing net head nearly a meter wide, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Little brother, seeing your young age, you're quite the fierce one." Fang Yuan responded with a puzzled hum. The elder continued, "This massive thing, you could net not just fish, but even a water buffalo. How could you not be fierce?" The elder's words were a bit cheeky, yet he was quite adept. In no time, he assembled the landing net and plunged it into the water, swiftly bringing the large carp ashore. "Wow, look at that skin, that big mouth. It's even larger than the one I caught last summer at 7:25 in the morning." On the bank, the elder gazed at the large carp in the landing net, his eyes brimming with envy. Every angler harbors dreams of landing a giant. Encountering even a 3 to 5 pound carp is akin to striking gold, but a catch exceeding 10 pounds. Wow. In the live stream, although Fang Yuan had lost interaction with his followers after engaging with the elder, the cameras captured every moment perfectly, from the bite to the landing. Not a single detail was missed, and at that moment, hearing the elder's exclamation, "Haha, this elder is too amusing," it was evident how much he was fixated on the fish he had lost. Indeed, it's a common ailment among fishermen. The small ones come up easily, while the big ones always slip away. Come on, Fang Shun has never let one get away. He has caught nothing but big ones throughout the streams I've watched. Haha, you call him Fang Shun. Don't compare him with us ordinary anglers. Hey, from what you're saying, it seems like the streamer has had a good run since starting. It's either continuous catches or giants. Upstairs, want to know the secret? Don't say you're wondering. I am too. Could it be you know? Of course. Just visit Fang Yuan's profile, click on the showcase, and you'll understand. On the bank, while Fang Yuan wasn't directly engaging with his online followers, he could still see the real-time comments floating across the virtual screen. As the saying goes, a gold cup and a silver cup cannot compare to a consumer's praise. A single commendation from a consumer can outweigh countless self-praises. This goodwill, needing no self-advertisement, speaks volumes. And that's the essence of live streaming. Otherwise, no matter how effective the bait, it would be useless if no one knew about it. Indeed, as Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted, he opened the live stream's backend and discovered that within this brief span, dozens of bait orders had been placed, indicating that today's goal of 200 orders was well within reach. 200 orders. What a delightful day, another 1,000 in earnings. How gratifying. Little brother, quickly add more bait. Since the big fish has stirred up the spot, now is the perfect time to replenish. Trust me, it's foolproof. The elder, still savoring the thrill of the catch, urged him. Of course, seeing Fang Yuan land such a sizable fish had made the elder reconsider his plan to head home for lunch. With a 10-plus pound giant right before his eyes. How could he even think about eating? After exchanging a few words, he returned to his fishing spot and proceeded to toss in several large handfuls of bait. Clearly, he had forgotten his earlier remarks about how prominent streamers fished heavily. Now, he was following suit. While other anglers would be ecstatic about landing such a big fish, Fang Yuan felt somewhat irritated. The reason was simple. His daily task required him to catch 100 fish, regardless of size or weight. The only requirement was quantity. At this moment, he thought, I refuse to believe that these small crucian carp are so difficult to catch today. With that, he cast his line once more. After casting over a dozen times, he heard the comments in the stream. Streamer, a bite. Whoa, it's a dark float. Streamer, quickly lift your rod. It's a bite. At the instant the water friend's comments appeared, Fang Yuan lifted his rod. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant of raising his rod, Fang Yuan silently mused. Here we go again, another big fish. Fortunately, this thought remained unspoken. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face ridicule from his fellow anglers. What a situation. When one is fishing, the desire for a substantial catch often leads to fervent prayers. Yet here you are, within a mere span of time, having already landed 2 sizable fish, and you still express dissatisfaction? Soon, amidst the envious gazes of fellow anglers and the onlookers at the adjacent fishing spot, the hefty fish was pulled ashore. It was not particularly large, merely weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. However, the countenance of the surrounding anglers was devoid of any signs of joy. Why, you ask? After nearly an hour of fishing, only 3 fish had been caught in total. And at this rate, completing the daily task seemed utterly implausible. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan activated the fish detection feature to ascertain the situation. Upon inspection, he gasped. No wonder. After such a lengthy wait, the bait had attracted a plethora of larger fish instead of the desired small ones. The screen displayed numerous red dots clustered around his fishing spot, with over 10 of them being distinctly darker in hue. Clearly, the area was teeming with sizable fish. Under normal circumstances, Fang Yuan would have welcomed such visitors, but today was different. He was determined to fulfill the task of catching 100 fish. Yet, as is well known, when larger fish invade a spot, the smaller ones retreat, and even if they do linger, their bites are cautious. Sometimes, they might swim around for ages without taking the bait. This was evidenced by the fact that he had only received 2 bites in the past hour. Thus, fishing here was futile. It was unlikely he could catch 100 fish in one day under these conditions. Resolute, he decided to relocate his fishing spot, much to the bewilderment of his fellow anglers and the onlooking brother nearby, who regarded him with puzzled expressions. The live stream exploded with activity as Chapter 92 unfolded. Changing fishing spots, big fish disturbing the bait. What does this mean? Why is the streamer changing places? Changing spots? Are you dissatisfied? What do you mean, streamer? You caught 2 big carp in this divine fishing spot, and you still want to move? Unable to contain their disbelief, the comments flooded in, urging him to return. Observing the barrage of messages, Fang Yuan maintained a stoic expression and replied nonchalantly, no particular reason. It's just that the big fish are stirring up trouble in the bait, so I must find another place. If his decision to change spots had already incited a frenzy among the viewers, then his next statement about the big fish causing a ruckus was met with utter disbelief. Am I hearing things? Is this even real? What? Did you say big fish are disturbing the bait? Is that even a coherent statement? The viewers were incredulous. And one exclaimed, I can't take this anymore. Streamer, send me your location. I have something to give you. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan remained resolute, unfazed by any counsel. After relocating, he resumed his fishing. Learning from the previous spot's lessons, he altered his fishing method, opting to dispense with the lead and bait method, instead directly rolling the bait to begin fishing. In just a few minutes, the float bobbing on the water exhibited a slight tremor. Fang Yuan silently prayed for a small nibble, as small bites typically indicated the presence of small crucian carp, which were essential for achieving his goal of 100 fish. However, reality proved to be less than ideal. After a few tentative nudges, the float abruptly disappeared beneath the surface. With a resigned sigh, Fang Yuan remarked, "That's it." Sure enough, after a swift jerk of the rod, a 4 or 5 pound carp was pulled from the water. Fang Yuan was disheartened. This fishing situation was utterly unplayable. Calculating the time since he began, he realized that over an hour had passed, with only 3 carp caught, totaling around 20 pounds. Such a catch would be described as a bountiful harvest in the realm of casual fishing. However, he was not in pursuit of weight. He sought quantity, the sheer number. At this rate, even if all he caught were carp until midnight, he would still fail to complete his daily task. "I refuse to believe the next catch will be another large one," he muttered, casting his line once more. A few minutes later, with a swoosh, yet another yellow-tailed fish was hauled ashore. Undeterred, he cast again. Minutes later, another yellow-tailed fish. The fishing conditions were causing envy among the brother who had taken over his previous spot. After Fang Yuan had landed 2 carp from the last location, this brother had assumed the spot, but after waiting for a while, he had yet to get a single bite. At that moment, the brother commented, "Little brother, your luck today is remarkable. It seems you're catching big fish everywhere. This must be the 5th one, right?" Hearing this, Fang Yuan merely shrugged and did not engage further. Carp. He swore that since he had taken up fishing, he had never been so frustrated by carp as he was today. Upon scanning with a drone, it became evident that, having barely sat for half an hour, numerous large fish had once again invaded the bait. Given this situation, fishing was futile. Fang Yuan glanced at the brother and asked, "Would you like this fishing spot?" The brother, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected offer, eventually nodded. "Of course. A spot that yields large fish is considered divine in casual fishing, and you, Fang Yuan, are graciously offering it to me," the brother replied. "If it weren't for the distance to my home, I would insist on treating you to a meal today." Fang Yuan smiled and replied, "No need for formalities." With that, he resumed his relocation. In the live stream, the audience was thoroughly perplexed by Fang Yuan's continuous change of fishing spots. What does this mean? What is the reasoning behind this? One switch may have a reason, but a second? Streamer, dare you reveal your coordinates? I have no ulterior motives. I just want to chat. My heavens, such a divine fishing spot, and the streamer has already relinquished it twice in such a short time, while others may not grasp the significance. The brother who took over Fang Yuan's previous spot would surely laugh in his sleep that night. How the tides of fortune differ. Most casual anglers would consider themselves exceedingly lucky to encounter a spot like that, yet the streamer has given it up without a second thought. As the comments flooded in, Fang Yuan had no time to read them. After establishing a new position, he began contemplating his next move. Since it was evident that large fish were disrupting the bait at the bottom, should he try fishing higher up, or perhaps directly using a float? After all, the daily task prioritized quantity over size, so weight was irrelevant. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan set his plan into motion. The fish detection indicated that the fishing conditions at the river mouth were still quite favorable, as long as he cast further out. There would be fish in nearly every spot, albeit with varying densities. Thus, he had no reason to worry about bites. However, fishing away from the bottom meant that rolling bait would be ineffective. Should he continue with the bait method? After some contemplation, Fang Yuan concluded that this approach was indeed feasible. Due to the lighter density of the bait, it disperses more rapidly upon entering the water, making it an effective choice for inducing frequent bites. In contrast, heavier bait tends to dissolve slowly and is typically employed for targeting larger fish. Additionally, since carp primarily feed near the bottom, fishing at a higher level can effectively prevent the carp from disturbing the area. Hence, employing light bait to fish off the bottom is a highly viable strategy. With a plan in place, Fang Yuan commenced his adjustments. To achieve this elevation, he first lightened the weight of the lead, slightly raised the float, and ensured the bait's density was reduced as well. After a series of adjustments, he cast his rod. The results would only be revealed after the experiment. In the live stream, thanks to the drone capturing the entire process, Fang Yuan's every move was clearly visible to the audience, with his actions and demeanor scrutinized by many viewers. When they observed him changing his fishing position without continuing to guard the spot as usual, but instead raising the float slightly, the chat buzzed with speculation. Can someone explain what the host is doing? Has he lost his mind because of the big fish? Some viewers questioned in astonishment. It seems quite likely. Who would abandon big fish to keep changing spots? Another remarked, I think he might be fishing off the bottom. Someone else chimed in. Come on, that's clearly fishing above the bottom. This isn't how you adjust for float fishing. Another countered. Indeed, this appears to be fishing off the bottom. The host must be deliberately trying to avoid the carp. The live chat erupted in varied opinions. Chapter 93, wild fishing can be this fun. On the riverbank, after casting his first rod into the water, Fang Yuan quickly realized a new challenge. The river before him was in a flowing state. In such waters, fishing typically requires either heavy weights to secure the bait at the bottom or the technique of running the lead. "Ah, I almost forgot about this," he murmured. Given the circumstances, he shook his right arm and then stretched his palm open, moving it back and forth for several moments. After completing these motions, Fang Yuan cast his light bait again. This cast entered the water more swiftly than the previous one, and as the float stood up, he raised the rod almost instantaneously. This entire process took no more than 3 seconds. While this frequency could be achieved by professional anglers during competitions, it should be noted that competitive fishing focuses on the number of fish caught, utilizing shorter rods, usually no longer than 3 meters 9, and is often conducted in well-managed environments. Conversely, Fang Yuan wielded a 7-meter 2 rod paired with a line group exceeding 8 meters, a combination he now used for pulling bait. Unbelievable. The host has truly lost it. He is abandoning a perfectly good big fish spot to pursue something abstract. Haha. The more insane the host gets, the more I enjoy watching. I must say, today's live broadcast is quite engaging. Hey, hasn't anyone noticed how smoothly the host is pulling the bait? I see now. His change of fishing position is merely a ruse to showcase his exceptional casting technique. As discussions swirled in the live chat, Fang Yuan swung his rod with a swift motion. After more than 10 minutes, a viewer exclaimed, "Brothers, look at the water surface." This prompted many viewers to turn their attention. Under the drone's ultra-high-definition lens, the condition of the water became abundantly clear. The area where Fang Yuan cast was noticeably murkier than its surroundings, leaving many viewers utterly speechless. Is this the result of pulling bait? Incredible. After fishing for over a decade, this is the first time I've seen a wild fishing spot turn murky like this. Can I ask, aside from pulling bait, what other effects does this have? What effects? Just wait and see, young man. On the bank. After continuously pulling bait for over 10 minutes, and observing the water surface grow increasingly murky, Fang Yuan knew that success or failure hinged on these next few casts. The fish activity in the area indicated that his repeated bait pulling had attracted numerous fish, both large and small. Contemplating whether any fish had been drawn from the bottom, he began to switch from pulling to rolling the bait before casting again. With a swift motion, the bait-laden line executed a perfect parabolic arc, landing accurately in the spot. Due to the change to rolled bait, it entered the water significantly faster than during the previous frequency pulls. However, the lead's weight still kept it off the bottom. As the float stood upright, Fang Yuan fixed his gaze intently on it. In that moment, the float seemed to be snagged, and he felt a surge of joy, promptly raising the rod. With a splash, a palm-sized crucian carp was pulled ashore. Relieved to see something other than carp, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply. Of course, it remained uncertain whether the fish drawn from the bottom were all crucian carp. With another swift cast, mirroring the previous one, this rod was also firmly secured before the float could settle at the adjusted mark. Another bite. Naturally, it was unlikely to be a large fish, and even less likely to be a carp that foraged in the mud. Raising the rod, he confirmed it, another crucian carp. With 2 fish landed in quick succession, Fang Yuan felt a wave of relief. Within 10 seconds, 2 crucian carp were on the bank. This was the kind of action he had been aiming for. His strategy was indeed sound, and from here, it would be straightforward. Fang Yuan retrieved a fish keeper and began attaching it, while also tightening the screws on the bait tray mounted on his fishing chair. As he performed these actions, the viewers in the live stream sensed something amiss. This action from the host feels eerily familiar. Haven't we seen this before? Where have we seen it? He asks, clearly preparing to keep the fish. This technique is typically used in competitive fishing, not in wild fishing. Could he really be bringing the wild fishing experience to a competitive level? Is that even possible? What resources could make wild fishing feel like a competition? What is possible or impossible? Just watch and see. While the chat grew animated, Fang Yuan remained focused, fully aware that anything was possible in his world. With a serious expression, he prepared everything and engaged in some warm-up stretches. After a series of energetic movements, the pulling technique officially commenced. Whether the viewers could discern Fang Yuan's transformation was uncertain, but the seasoned angler nearby certainly took note. From the moment he adjusted his position, he observed Fang Yuan's every action. First, the 8-meter bait pulling frequency, then the excitement mounting as small crucian carp began to surface. At this moment, the experienced angler felt a sense of unease, pondering whether this young man had experienced some sort of revelation. Why else would he abandon a promising big fish spot to pursue a crucian carp area? Initially, he had thought about inviting Fang Yuan for a drink after work, provided he and tea left by then. Now, he was considering whether to return to the previous spot. As the experienced angler hesitated, Fang Yuan was already in the zone. As the rod was thrust into the water, The moment the float stood upright, regardless of whether there was a bite, the rod was lifted without hesitation. Such is the rhythm. One must not allow a mere 3 to 5 seconds of delay to disrupt the cadence. But no bites? Under the scrutiny of the fish, the area was densely populated with red spots. Therefore, just as before, even before the float had settled, a swift excuse presented itself, and with a clean and decisive motion, the rod was raised, and that was merely the prelude. Once the crucian carp was swiftly brought in, Fang Yuan deftly hooked the line with his pinky finger. And with a flick of the rod, the fish was homeward bound. The entire process from casting to landing the fish took no more than 5 seconds. If the first catch was merely serendipitous, then the subsequent casts, each rod lifted and fish landed, also took less than 5 seconds. By the third and fourth casts, in under 2 minutes, more than 10 crucian carp had been secured in the keep net. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed in astonishment, "The speed of catching fish! Has the anchor truly transformed wild fishing into a competitive sport?" Chapter 94, Silken Small Continuous Rods. At this moment, Fang Yuan sat by the riverbank. Not as if he were fishing, but rather as though he were performing an artful display. Silken, exquisitely smooth. From casting to lifting the rod, every movement was executed with flawless precision, as if the fish were destined to be caught in such a manner. His seamless performance of continuously landing fish gradually drew in a crowd of fellow anglers. Initially, they were captivated by Fang Yuan's extraordinary success rate. But soon they were in awe, realizing, this guy is incredible. Every cast results in a catch. Indeed, since my arrival, this fellow has not once missed a cast. And his technique appears remarkably refined. Observe how effortlessly he handles the fish. There is hardly a superfluous motion. Remarkable, not only in landing fish, but also in his striking technique. It seems he is fishing just above the bottom in a flowing water environment. This guy is impressive. Among the gathering crowd, some engaged in animated discussions about their catches and fishing techniques, while 2 individuals stood apart, intently observing Fang Yuan as he fished by the riverbank. "How many rods has he cast?" inquired one, clad in a fishing outfit that enveloped him entirely. Beside him, another similarly attired individual glanced at his phone and replied, "Since we arrived, he has cast his 27th, no, his 28th rod consecutively, without a single interruption. We have no idea how many he caught before we got here." The most astonishing part is that he is doing this while fishing in the wild. Upon hearing this, the first man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, for someone of his age, his skill is quite remarkable. His companion, taken aback, asked, "So, sir, what do you think?" The man responded, "He may possess the potential to be my rival, but certainly not at this moment. Now, let us proceed towards our objective." By the riverbank, the onlookers were thoroughly entertained, and Fang Yuan, the focal point, was relishing the experience as well. Silken, exquisitely smooth. Once he began, there was no stopping him. 100 fish? Fang Yuan had lost track of how many he had caught during that time, and he hadn't bothered to count. But he could confidently assert that within that brief span of over half an hour, his haul must have exceeded 100. The increasingly frenzied fish activity made it impossible for him to pause. From the very beginning, when he employed fish detection techniques, it became evident that the resources in this waterway were ample. Furthermore, being at the river's mouth, coupled with the current, created a natural pathway for fish, with many schools treating this area as a feeding ground. Thus, as long as one found the right method, the fishing would be virtually unceasing. This was true for Fang Yuan, and similarly for another angler across the way. At this moment, the viewers in Fang Yuan's live stream could observe him through the virtual screen. On the water's surface, where he had baited his spot, the area appeared to be bubbling with activity, schools of fish clearly visible. After more than an hour of continuous casting, Fang Yuan's pace began to slow, not due to a lack of bites, but rather from physical fatigue. This high-intensity, uninterrupted casting, especially with a 7.2-meter rod, would exhaust an ordinary person in just a few minutes. Thus, he took a deep breath, feeling the strain in his arms, and as he lifted the rod, it struck empty. Oh no, the onlookers behind him chuckled. It's finally empty. The exhilarating hour-long run of continuous catches had come to an end. Hearing the crowd's reaction, Fang Yuan laughed. Exhaling deeply, he set down the rod and stood up, shaking out his tired arms. One must acknowledge, the intensity of this session was not something just anyone could manage. Yet, the thrill was undeniable. For over an hour, he had been catching fish every few seconds, often even double catches. As the excitement simmered down, before Fang Yuan could assess his haul, the crowd behind him began to cheer. "Hey, could you show us how many you've caught?" "Yes, we're curious. We can tell you're having a great time, but we want to see." "Haha, lift it up for us to see." Fang Yuan turned to the eager crowd and smiled. "All right, let us take a look." To be honest, from the moment he learned to fish until today, he had never experienced such an exhilarating situation. Curious about his catch, he approached the riverbank, grabbed the keep net, and lifted it. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as the net revealed an abundance of lively crucian carp, thrilling the spectators even more. Fang Yuan remarked, "I'd say around 100 pounds. One enthusiastic bystander chimed in, "Don't just guess, brother. Wait a moment, I have a scale to check." With that, he dashed off and returned breathless within 10 seconds, exclaiming, "Here, I have a 100-kilogram scale. It can measure up to 100 kilograms. Fang Yuan replied, "All right, my friend. Lend a hand." The kind stranger readily assisted, and together they lifted the keep net. It wasn't that Fang Yuan couldn't manage it alone. The net was simply too large, and carrying it single-handedly would risk getting fishy smells on him. "Just how much does it weigh?" The onlookers leaned in, some craning their necks, while others shouted questions. Before Fang Yuan could respond, the assisting friend announced, 113 pounds. The crowd gasped collectively. Over 100 pounds of fish in just 1 hour. And the catch consisted solely of wild crucian carp. Such weight could easily secure a first-place prize, even in a stocked fishing competition. Impressive. Truly impressive, my friend. What bait are you using? The effects have become evident, and the results were genuinely earned under the watchful eyes of the crowd, naturally prompting inquiries regarding the bait used. As this question was posed, it immediately incited a chorus of agreement from others. "Indeed, brother, what bait are you using? We too wish to reap a bountiful catch." Observing this, Fang Yuan chuckled and replied, "The bait is merely common commercial bait." The crowd leaned in, and indeed, it was just ordinary red crucian carp, and even single-hooked at that. Before anyone could delve deeper, Fang Yuan continued, "However, the ground bait I employ is distinct." With this revelation, the crowd clamored to uncover the recipe for his ground bait, but Fang Yuan had anticipated this and gestured towards his phone set up by the riverbank. "Haha. If you're interested in my ground bait, simply follow my profile, and you can purchase it there." Chapter 95, Facing Masterly. Having completed the daily tasks, Fang Yuan decided to rest for a while. The enticing fish activity made him reluctant to leave, so he contemplated staying for the night. He figured he could earn another 20 points by fishing the next day before making his departure. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan prepared himself. Since he had decided to stay, it would be prudent to bring the car closer for convenience in retrieving his gear. Additionally, with the short daylight hours of late autumn, the sky began to darken before 5 o'clock, prompting several fellow anglers who remained to set up their night fishing lights. Consequently, Fang Yuan pondered whether to indulge in some night fishing after dinner, hoping for an unexpected catch. Amidst his preparations, he heard a voice call out, "Brother." Turning to see the familiar face of the person who had previously helped him weigh his fish, he inquired, "What's up?" The man smiled and offered him a cigarette, saying, "Are you selling that fish?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan grinned. The man had previously assisted him in weighing the fish, and it seemed he had been waiting for this moment. As for the fish, Fang Yuan had initially planned to keep a few large ones for a crucian carp soup and release the rest before leaving. Now, it appeared the man was eager to buy. "Sure," he replied. Hearing Fang Yuan's agreement, the man's face lit up with joy. "Brother, you're straightforward. As avid anglers know, the price for wild crucian carp is fair, and I assure you, you won't lose out. I'll give you 10 yuan per pound. How does that sound?" 10 yuan per pound was indeed a fair price. "All right, we just weighed them, so you can take them directly." The man chuckled, "Haha, that won't do. I haven't transferred the money yet." He then pulled out his phone. The fish had been weighed at 113 pounds, making the total 1,130 yuan. After the transfer was complete, he loaded the fish into his car and, before departing, asked Fang Yuan if he would still be fishing the next day. Fang Yuan nodded, of course. This 1 hour netted him over 1,000 yuan, a delightful profit indeed. Meanwhile, on the riverbank closer to the estuary, the busy Dai Mao, with the assistance of staff, began to pack up after a long day. As a contracted angler and a third-level competitive fishing master with multiple endorsements, he had been relentlessly busy throughout the year. When any hobby intertwines with work, especially under various contractual obligations, even the most cherished pastimes can lose their charm. At this moment, Dai Mao was experiencing just that. When the time came, he simply picked up his belongings and left, leaving the equipment for the staff to manage. However, as he was about to leave the riverbank and hadn't yet returned to his vehicle, 2 individuals intercepted him. Dai Mao was momentarily taken aback. Initially thinking they were fans wanting a photo, he set down the cup he was holding and said, "Come on, make it quick. I've been working all afternoon without eating." The 2 remained unfazed. One of them approached him, slightly bowing, "Hello, Mr. Li. My master wishes to spar with you." Dai Mao was taken aback. "Spar?" He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm busy. I've told you, I haven't eaten yet. I don't have time to spar." He continued, "If I agree to spar with one person, then another comes along, and soon, when will I ever work again?" With that, he lifted his cup and attempted to walk away. Just a few steps in, he heard, a third-level competitive fishing master is nothing extraordinary." This remark made Dai Mao halt and turn back. The person smiled and continued, "In 1998, you participated in the Fishing King Cup for the first time and secured 4th place. In 1999, you returned for a second time, winning 3rd place. And at the end of that year, you even claimed the runner-up position in the individual rod event at the National Fishing Competition. With such remarkable talent, had you pursued it further, you might have reached the pinnacle. Regrettably, your eagerness for quick success led you to the screen, preventing your ascent." Upon finishing, the individual added, "So, Masterly, I offer you 100,000 yuan for this match, regardless of the outcome." Dai Mao frowned. As the man recounted his past glories, Dai Mao's frown deepened as he recognized the man's awkward accent. After a few seconds of mutual gaze, he asked, "Are you from Ghost Smashers?" The man's expression hardened, and his companion remarked, "Mr. Li, please show some respect." Dai Mao chuckled, "Fine. I don't want a single cent of your money. Right here by the river, you choose the location and set the rules. I, Dai Mao, accept this challenge." As dusk fell, the sunset painted the sky. And after a busy afternoon, Fang Yuan returned to his car to lie down, contemplating what to have for dinner. Initially, he had planned to go to town to buy some pancakes and later make a pot of Christian carp soup, settling for a simple meal. However, he had not realized that he had sold all his fish. Should he cast a couple more lines and catch a few for soup? He shook his head. Though he was out for fishing with a mission to earn points, he prioritized leisure fishing over scoring points. Thus, he decided to lie down for a bit and later go to town for a bowl of noodles instead. After propping his pillow higher and brewing a cup of hot coffee, he summoned a classic Stephen Chow movie on his screen and comfortably settled in to watch. The car was equipped with holographic projection and surround sound, with a warm drink at his side, while outside, the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues. Coupled with the gentle evening breeze wafting through the window, it was an utterly delightful experience. Going to town for noodles? Forget it. This was far more comfortable. Just as Fang Yuan contemplated not venturing out for dinner, he noticed a commotion outside. Quick, quick, right up ahead. 2 figures hurried past, and initially, he merely glanced without giving it much thought. But before long, several more individuals rushed in the same direction. Curiosity piqued. Fang Yuan straightened up to observe the waves of people running past. Given the elevated view from his rooftop tent, he had a clear line of sight and quickly spotted a gathering near the riverbank. While it was nowhere near the crowd from earlier in the day, there were still a good 20 or 30 people. Just then, 2 more individuals dashed over, asking, "Is this the spot?" Another person responded, "Indeed, it's this very spot. I visited during the day, and who would have thought that at the last moment, someone would bravely confront the formidable Li Master? Isn't that akin to an old man hanging himself, lamenting his long life? Let us get a grip and not miss any captivating moments." To the car. Upon hearing the conversation, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Someone is challenging Master Li. Chapter 96. The Mysterious Challenger, a Fierce Battle by the River. Fang Yuan's interest was piqued upon learning that someone dared to challenge the esteemed Li. While fishing is often a source of amusement, one should never trivialize someone's profession. Who exactly is this Li? He is among the earliest pioneers of competitive fishing in the country and a trailblazer in promoting the sport online. Although countless fishing enthusiasts joke about his baiting techniques, no one has ever doubted his prowess. And now, someone dares to challenge him? This is a spectacle worth witnessing. Hastily emerging from his tent, Fang Yuan secured his vehicle and, much like the previous groups of anglers, rushed over while clutching his shoes. At the riverbank, a throng of spectators craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Fang Yuan found a spot to align his gaze with the crowd. Indeed, as he had just heard, there were 2 individuals seated by the bank. One had a large head, a flat top, and prominent ears reminiscent of a cartoon character. Who else could it be but Master de Miao? On the opposite side, roughly 3 meters away from Master de Miao, sat a challenger in an unusual posture, kneeling atop a platform resting on the ground. Without a doubt, this individual was the challenger. Not only was his sitting position peculiar, but the platform beneath him was equally strange. While it could be described as a fishing platform, it lacked 4 supporting legs, making it impossible to sit comfortably, forcing him to kneel. Upon seeing this, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, Hailala. Hailala, originating from cherry blossoms, emerged alongside Taiwanese fishing methods last century. Due to its distinctive techniques and postures, this style hasn't gained as much popularity as Taiwanese fishing. Not only is the stance peculiar, but the equipment used is as well. The wooden board beneath the challenger, known as the shoyulong platform, replaces traditional fishing boxes or platforms, and, lacking supporting legs or seating, requires one to kneel upon it. Recognizing the Hailala technique intensified Fang Yuan's intrigue. Those who employ this method are either eccentric individuals with ample funds or true masters of the craft. However, just because Fang Yuan understood this technique didn't mean that the onlookers did as well. As expected, a few young spectators began muttering upon seeing the kneeling challenger. His gear looks so strange. Doesn't he find that position uncomfortable? One asked, prompting another angler to explain, that's the Hailala method, which has gained popularity in Japan. Despite its odd appearance, the gear isn't something just anyone can afford. Upon hearing this, a young man scoffed, can't afford it? It's just a couple of pieces of wood. I spent nearly $1,000 last week on a 6-sided polyurethane fishing box and a 3-piece wolf trail set. Can't afford it? The older man simply shook his head and smiled, choosing not to engage in further debate. Fang Yuan, however, found himself in agreement with the elder, not to mention the rod the challenger wielded, which was likely a 15-foot crucian carp rod from the Gamma brand, priced at over $8,000 in the domestic market. This was just one piece of equipment. The net, the various tools, and the platform beneath him, all were valued in the 4-digit range. Thus, the target species for this competition was becoming increasingly clear to Fang Yuan. Of course, he reiterated to himself, the value of equipment doesn't necessarily reflect fishing skill. Otherwise, everyone would simply compare gear. At that moment, it was about to begin. After a staff member confirmed everything, he waved his hand and pressed the timer. Fang Yuan understood that the two would be competing against a time limit, aiming to see who could catch the most or the heaviest fish within the allotted time. As for which one it was, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to the bait in front of the two. If it were about quantity, they would be using stinky bait, as it attracts fish quickly and invites smaller catches, making it more effective for a numerical count. If it were about weight, the duration of time would matter. If time allowed, they would likely use non-stinky bait or even pellets. However, upon closer inspection, Fang Yuan frowned, realizing, plain bait. As the name suggests, plain bait lacks any particular flavor, rendering it equally effective for all fish species underwater. At this juncture, aside from their differing techniques, everything else about the competitors was identical. The same plain bait, the same rod length. Fang Yuan's understanding deepened. As the competition officially began, both sides commenced preparing their bait simultaneously. Master Demiao, just as the fellow anglers had teased him, dumped an entire package of bait into the mixing bowl and swiftly scooped river water, efficiently preparing the bait in mere seconds before casting his line. In contrast, the challenger leisurely produced 2 measuring cups and a flat spoon, drawing chuckles from the onlookers. Measuring cups? A spoon? This guy is using measuring cups and a spoon? Haha, look how meticulous he is. Who needs to be this fussy? With that time, I could have cast my line multiple times. No sooner had he spoken than Master Demiao raised his rod. Splash! It was a small crucian carp. Seeing the crucian, Demiao shook his head and tossed it back into the river. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan became even more convinced of his earlier assessment. Otherwise, Demiao wouldn't have discarded the crucian. It's worth noting that once the competition commenced, any catch, regardless of size or species, could potentially influence the outcome. After discarding one catch, Demiao continued casting. It wasn't until his 4th cast that the challenger finally took his first cast, albeit slowly. As a staff member held him back, the spectators, much like Fang Yuan upon arrival, remained oblivious to the specific details of the competition. The duration was unclear, and they were uncertain about what was being compared. They merely observed the two casting and retrieving repeatedly, causing some to grow restless. Hey, does anyone understand what that guy is competing against Master Demiao for? I've been watching for a while, and I still can't figure it out. Amid the crowd, someone remarked, in terms of quantity, the target fish should be crucian carp. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to see a tall, handsome young man, who, despite his youth, spoke with clarity. His age made it hard for some to take him seriously, yet what he said was indeed accurate. Chapter 97. My apprentice has lost. The young lad speaks truthfully. As the crowd redirected their gaze, they beheld a fisherman adorned with a flat-brimmed cap, whose low visor obscured his features. However, from his accent, one could discern that he was no novice, possessing a hint of a dialect from the southern region of Lun. He continued, the contest between the two is to determine who can catch the most crucian carp within the allotted time. While earlier it was merely Fang Yuan's assertion, the assembly now held a collective curiosity. What could be the reason? The cap-wearing elder fixed his eyes forward, his tone remaining nonchalant. The use of ground bait was customary, primarily employed when targeting fish, and indeed, the objective species was crucian carp. This was quite straightforward. Observing their rods, a murmur arose among the spectators. Indeed, Teacher Demiao's rod exhibits the characteristic action of a crucian carp rod. Upon this revelation, others among the onlookers noted the brand of the rods. It appears to be a model from the brand Xiao Long designed specifically for crucian carp. As for that fellow, it's a Gamma rod. Unbelievable. Upon hearing the name, gasps erupted from the crowd. No way. Brother, you must be jesting. A Gamma fishing rod costs several thousand yuan. There are no affordable options. The individual retorted, am I mistaken about the brand's logo? Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. In the forefront, the previously supportive elder in the cap slightly turned towards Fang Yuan and remarked, "Young man, your powers of observation are commendable." As the elder pivoted, Fang Yuan squinted, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this man before, though he could not place when or where. Returning to the matter at hand, the crowd now understood the targeted species and recognized that the two were engaged in a head-to-head competition. Consequently, many spectators had already made their predictions regarding the outcome. Well, since it's a head-to-head competition, it's clear that Teacher de Miao will undoubtedly prevail. It hardly needed stating. Everyone knew that Teacher de Miao was a master of competitive fishing, surpassing all but a select few in the nation. How dull. I expected a formidable opponent, but it seems the suspense has dissipated before it even began. As if to validate the spectators' assertions, a flick of Teacher de Miao's wrist produced a sound of splashing, and a sizable crucian carp, slightly larger than a palm, was pulled from the water. "Well done, Teacher de Miao." The crowd erupted in laughter and light-hearted banter. Some even ceased to watch the competition, opting instead to scroll through their phones, clearly perceiving the outcome as a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan, amidst the crowd, furrowed his brow, harboring a different perspective. The outcome was still uncertain. After spending the afternoon fishing, Fang Yuan was acutely aware that the fish in this river mouth were plentiful. Provided one chose the right spot and employed correct techniques, there existed a substantial likelihood of a bountiful catch. As he pondered, Teacher de Miao landed yet another sizable crucian carp, confirming that the location was indeed fruitful, with plenty of fish still beneath the surface. But why had Teacher de Miao already caught two while his opponent remained stagnant? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, observing the competitor's casting technique, and then smiled knowingly. "Ah, this fellow is quite cunning." Though appearing leisurely and slower in his baiting and casting motions compared to Teacher de Miao, the competitor's retrieval was noticeably quicker. Essentially, as soon as the float settled, he would swiftly raise his rod, regardless of whether there was a bite. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his float was positioned slightly higher than Teacher de Miao's, indicating that he was employing a method of fishing closer to the surface. Fang Yuan had utilized this technique earlier in the afternoon with remarkable success, albeit it required some initial time investment. However, with consistent pulling and drawing the fish to a specific water layer, the results would surely follow. As the thoughts swirled in his mind, Fang Yuan glanced at the high-end gamma rod in the competitor's hands. While the rod was impressive, it had a common flaw, being excessively soft, which could significantly slow down the retrieval speed. Often, even a small crucian carp could slip away. Could it be that he was overthinking this? Time passed, and as the crimson hues of dusk faded, the sun's presence vanished entirely, casting darkness over the land. On the riverbank, after landing over 10 crucian carp, Teacher de Miao felt quite elated. Casting a glance towards his challenger, he smirked. "Black fishing in a wild river? You've no chance of winning." In the midst of his internal musings, Teacher de Miao executed a classic wrist flick, and with the next heartbeat, yet another large crucian carp soared onto the bank. At that precise moment, a splash echoed as the challenger also pulled a crucian carp from the water. However, unlike Teacher de Miao's straightforward approach, the challenger's wrist was in constant motion, causing the valuable gamma rod to sway in graceful arcs. Under this motion, the rod's inherent softness rendered the fish powerless, swiftly dragging it to the bank. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan was struck with realization. Herein lay the reason. This fellow possessed an unconventional technique. With this revelation, the crowd's excitement grew. The elder in the cap, observing the spectacle, shook his head and sighed. "He's lost. My disciple has lost." The proximity of their positions allowed Fang Yuan to overhear the elder's murmuring, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Disciple? Teacher de Miao, is this man's disciple?" As Fang Yuan was processing this revelation, the elder turned away. It was then that the crowd erupted in astonishment. "What on earth? Has this fellow taken some magic pill? His catch rate is astonishingly rapid." Returning to the present, Fang Yuan focused on the riverbank competition. He observed the challenger accelerating his pace, with each lift of the rod yielding at least one fish. The tables had turned. Chapter 98, Wild Fishing at the River Mouth. As the last remnants of twilight were engulfed by darkness, the two competitors concluded their contest. Just as the elder had departed, Teacher de Miao found himself defeated, thoroughly. Yet, from an observer's perspective, it was evident that within the half-hour contest, Teacher de Miao had landed no fewer than 10 fish, even with a significant initial advantage. On the riverbank, the challenger approached Teacher de Miao, extending his hand. Though he had lost the contest and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, Teacher de Miao nonetheless shook hands with him. One must not allow their character to falter simply due to a loss in competition. "You are truly remarkable. Among all the competitive anglers I have encountered, you undoubtedly rank within the top 5. It is a truth that cannot be denied." The challenger chuckled, "Mr. Li, You are far too modest. Truth be told, luck played a significant role in this match. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. Damiao scoffed lightly, at times. Luck is indeed a factor in one's prowess. A loss is a loss. He then inquired, what is your request? As long as it is not excessive, I can certainly accommodate you. The challenger replied with a smile, Mr. Lee, you are too courteous. I merely came to engage in a friendly exchange, and beyond that, I have no ulterior motives, so I shall take my leave. With that, he departed alongside his companion. Observing their retreating figures, Damiao's expression grew complex. After a moment, he exhaled, Phew, this fellow is formidable. It appears that there are indeed skilled anglers among the Japanese. On the riverbank, upon witnessing the conclusion of the match, the gathered fishing enthusiasts wore varied expressions, some reflecting regret, while others reveled in schadenfreude. However, they all shared a common curiosity about the challenger. One among them remarked, I believe I saw that individual earlier this afternoon. Yes, right there. He pointed. That's where I saw him, standing directly behind me. Fang Yuan's expression shifted as he turned to the indicated spot, recognizing it as the location where he had fished earlier that day. If that were the case, was this person merely a quick learner, or did he possess genuine fishing experience? Reflecting on the techniques employed by the challenger during their contest, Fang Yuan leaned towards the latter conclusion. At that moment, Damiao called out, All right, it's time to disperse. The competition has concluded. Everyone should head home. A voice from the crowd inquired, Teacher Damiao, who was that person? To have bested you. He must be quite notable, yet he seems somewhat unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, all the fishing enthusiasts turned to look at Damiao. He took a sip from his cup and replied, I do not know him either. Another voice chimed in. Teacher Damiao, with this loss, will it affect your future fishing broadcasts? Damiao waved his hand dismissively. Losing is quite normal for me. Besides, considering my age, it is only to be expected. Nevertheless, that individual's skills are indeed impressive. He concluded, Well, it's getting late. For those who wish to night fish, hurry up and get started. If not, you should head home. With that, he departed, teacup in hand. One must admit, his attitude is rather refreshing. With the excitement dissipated, Fang Yuan retreated to his vehicle. As for dinner, he had no intention of seeking out a place to eat. He settled for a couple of packets of instant noodles. After finishing his meal, he was about to cast his line for a late-night catch, hoping for an unexpected reward, when a notification pinged on his phone. Hello, boss, your order has been completed. If convenient, please confirm receipt. Upon seeing the alert, Fang Yuan remembered the order he had previously placed on the platform. Upon opening it, his eyebrows raised in surprise. The page design exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had only hoped for a neater presentation, devoid of the previous chaotic style. Now, not only was it clean and tidy, but the product information was also clear and sophisticated, instantly conveying a sense of quality. Fang Yuan distinctly recalled only providing a few base images. Yet the result was far beyond his expectations. Without hesitation, he confirmed the order. Simultaneously, in a rental apartment in Jiang City, Wang Shaoran beamed with excitement as she noticed an additional 1,000 yuan in her platform account. She had initially thought that such a generous payment would come with numerous demands, and even after completion, there would likely be a barrage of revisions. Yet now, it seemed her client was rather amiable. With that thought, Wang Shaoran sent a message back. Thank you, boss. If there are future orders, feel free to contact me directly. Wishing you prosperous business. She added a smiling emoji at the end. At the river mouth, in the rooftop tent of his vehicle, Fang Yuan smiled at the message he received. Prosperous business indeed. How eloquent. He mused, reflecting on his daily video editing tasks. Previously, he had been limited to standard live broadcasts, with little opportunity for editing, but now, with the application of drone live streaming, the potential for captivating footage had increased significantly. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan inquired, Are you skilled in video editing? Moments later, a reply came, Yes, boss. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he followed up with, Are you open to a regular position? The response came, I'm sorry, boss, but I only take on part-time gigs on the platform. I have a full-time job. With a shake of his head, Fang Yuan decided, Never mind, perhaps we can explore this further when the business grows. At the river mouth, compared to the daytime, fewer anglers were present at night, yet there were still a good number, enough to indicate the richness of the fishing resources in this area. Thus, he prepared to cast his line far, not overly concerned with positioning, as long as he maintained a distance from those practicing pole fishing. His method remained consistent, to guard first, then search. As for the unlocking of progress codes, having a bit more was certainly beneficial. Even though Fang Yuan did not hold high hopes for this fishing spot, soon, he set up his outdoor folding chair, brewed a pot of strong tea, and after baiting his hook, he cast out his first line into the night. The bell jingled, and he settled in for a quiet wait. Although the river mouth lacked the vibrant neon lights of Hongfeng Lake Park, the distant silhouettes of various vessels with their illuminating beacons reflected upon the water creating a shimmering spectacle. Thus, as Fang Yuan sat by the riverside, savoring his tea and enjoying the night scenery, the experience was undeniably delightful. Before long, the bell attached to his rod rang out. Chapter 99. A Frantic Night. The Emergence of a Majestic Fish. Upon hearing the bell, Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly rose and lifted his rod. He hadn't anticipated that within such a short span since casting his line, he would already have a bite. Furthermore, it felt substantial. After reeling in a few turns of the line, he sensed a tremendous force from below, igniting his exhilaration. After all, who doesn't enjoy a big catch? Moreover, there was a chance this could be a rare fish. The thought of a rare catch spurred him on, and he fervently worked the rod. However, something felt off. As he continued to reel, a sense of unease crept into his mind. He noted the peculiar rhythm of the fish's movements beneath the surface. Typically, when a fish is hooked, its initial struggle is vigorous, but soon it tires, yielding after a few vigorous attempts. Yet, this time, Fang Yuan detected a more rhythmic struggle, alternating between bursts of energy and moments of calm. Apart from the initial fleeting jolt, the subsequent retrieval of the line encountered considerable resistance, akin to the relentless pounding of a pile driver, rendering the task exceedingly laborious. If there were even the slightest pause, it would certainly signal trouble. The spool was subjected to a creaking strain, and had it not been for the formidable braking force of the reel, Fang Yuan would have suspected that a single attempt could have resulted in a complete loss. After several vigorous tugs, Fang Yuan assessed the formidable fish he was contending with, deeming it remarkably astute. For every moment of hesitation on his part, the fish would frantically demand more line, and when it came time to reel in, it would remain stubbornly immobile, as if driven into the ground. Its rhythm was undeniably powerful. Initially, Fang Yuan found himself somewhat uncertain, but after a prolonged struggle, he confirmed his suspicions. This fish was undoubtedly a clever one. Otherwise, it would not be so obstinate. Furthermore, the fish's strength was astonishingly escalating, starting at a mere 20% and now exerting a formidable 70%. The battle beneath the surface continued, with the creature's vigor seemingly undiminished. Fang Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing this fish must have been exceptionally cunning. Otherwise, any typical angler would have likely failed to capture it. However, unfortunately for it, it had encountered him today, with a complete set of dragon-catching gear. Even a massive water buffalo could be reeled in. Fang Yuan began to exert himself without reservation, swiftly reeling in the line, and in an instant, the sensation of pounding resistance became even more pronounced. Observing this, he remained composed, his strength surging once more as he leaned back. This was his signature move, the 1,000-gene pull. Yet, as he executed this technique, he suddenly felt a marked reduction in tension, almost causing him to lose his balance. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, "Did I cut the line? That can't be right. The tensile strength of this dragon-catching line shouldn't be so fragile. Could it be that the hook has torn through the fish's mouth?" It was common for the hook to tear through, not only in long-distance casting, but also with hand rods, especially when the rod's stiffness and lifting force were significant. Just as Fang Yuan pondered various possibilities, suddenly, a series of expletives echoed from across the riverbank. Startled, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "No way." Without hesitation, he launched his drone into the air, and upon viewing the scene, he felt his heart race. He observed several individuals on the opposite bank, cursing and lamenting, with one particularly distraught man clutching his head, staring vacantly at the water's surface. Still, a glimmer of hope lingered in Fang Yuan's heart. He thought, it can't be this coincidental. But when he finished reeling in the line and saw a casting rod dangling from the hook, a wave of frustration washed over him. A big fish? No. This was truly a case of encountering something extraordinary. Watching the drone's footage, the individuals seemed prepared to board a boat and continue their search, for from their perspective, this was undoubtedly a colossal creature, a true behemoth. Anyone would be unable to tolerate having such a monster drag their rod away. Realizing this, Fang Yuan quickly discarded his rod. Night fishing? What a waste of time. He should head home, wash up, and get some sleep. The following morning, Fang Yuan was roused from his slumber by the cacophony outside. Upon peering through the mesh window, he was taken aback to see the riverbank teeming with people, their numbers far surpassing the previous day. Fang Yuan muttered a complaint and attempted to return to sleep. However, as he lay there, a troubling thought struck him, prompting him to sit up. No way, could I be this unlucky? Recalling the scene from the night before when those individuals had boarded a boat in search, Fang Yuan swallowed hard. The river mouth, with its varying flow rates, concealed numerous eddies below, and he realized he could not afford to sleep in. Dressing quickly, he rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, he found the riverbank bustling with activity. A man with a phone was addressing the crowd. "You guys see for yourselves. There's video evidence. You can discern its authenticity." The video played out, showcasing a man, initially brimming with excitement as he battled what seemed to be a massive fish. After several attempts to bring it to the shore, the formidable strength of the underwater creature proved too much, leading to a chaotic scene as several individuals rushed to assist. Despite their increased numbers, they could only manage to hold on for a few more minutes, ultimately losing their footing and tumbling into the water. The man exclaimed, "Did you see that? The video clearly shows it. 500 pounds, absolutely. That fish exceeds 500 pounds, its strength surpassing even my old bull." Witnessing this unfold, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't an accident. The man had merely become obsessed, having searched for hours without returning. Just then, a voice called out, "I found it," and someone pulled a rod from the water. The man's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's my rod. That's definitely my rod." However, upon retrieving it, he realized that the legendary fish had long since escaped the hook, leaving him even more dejected. Yet, within mere moments, determination sparked anew in his eyes. "If I encountered it once, surely I can encounter it again." Observing his fervor, Fang Yuan shook his head, wishing him luck before returning to his car for some much-needed rest. It's worth noting that while Fang Yuan was relieved to retreat to sleep, the news of anglers encountering a colossal fish at the river mouth continued to spread like wildfire. Even before the night had ended, word had circulated among local fishing communities, bolstered by video evidence. Indeed, the river mouth had become a sensation. Chapter 100, The Water Monster. After a leisurely sleep, Fang Yuan awoke naturally, stretching luxuriously as he prepared to embark on a new day's adventure. However, upon turning his gaze towards the riverbank, he was utterly astounded. What on earth? Fang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Along the riverbank, hundreds of people crowded together, some fishing, others spectating, and a few seemingly live-streaming the event. This scene was even more frenzied than the previous day's fishing competition. "Hey, when I woke up this morning, there weren't this many people," he thought, perplexed by the sudden influx. With questions swirling in his mind, Fang Yuan hastily completed his morning routine, consumed a quick breakfast, and gathered his gear before heading over. At the same time, the previously triumphant fishing team, led by Miao, arrived at the riverbank. Upon witnessing the bustling scene, their expressions froze in astonishment. "Wow, today is quite lively," one assistant remarked, noting the number of individuals live-streaming. Instinctively suspecting that some must have caught wind of the previous night's events and come to stake their claim. Miao pondered this for a moment. Given the sentiments expressed by his team, he had planned not to fish at this location today due to the private competition from the day before. Winning would have been fine, with little to discuss, but losing raised concerns about potential ridicule from others. If he were confronted about the previous day's events, and if the conversation turned mocking, Miao would find himself embroiled in a public debacle. The internet would undoubtedly have its say, but the straightforward and somewhat irascible Miao held a contrasting opinion. The more he lost, the less he could retreat. At his age, what was there to be unable to accept? Losing was simply losing, and facing it with equanimity was all that mattered. As for the assessments circulating online, hadn't he accumulated a plethora of detractors over the years? He was hardly daunted by such trivialities. However, given the current scene, it seemed imperative that they relocate. It was a pity, though, that he had invested over 100 pounds in his fishing spot these past few days. Sighing, Miao remarked, "Let us move." Upon reaching the riverbank, Fang Yuan refrained from inquiring further. As he strolled past a row of fellow anglers, the cause of the day's commotion became apparent. The uproar stemmed from an unexpected incident the previous night. It appeared that a video shot by a fellow angler had gone viral online, igniting a frenzy. The phenomenon of three men make a tiger was in full effect, and with the multitude of voices on the internet, rumors suggesting the presence of a water monster at the river's mouth had even emerged. This had drawn numerous fishing enthusiasts, some traveling hundreds of kilometers just to catch a glimpse of the so-called creature. Hence, the bustling scene before him. Understanding the circumstances, Fang Yuan felt an odd sensation. A giant creature? A door-sized fish? A golden fish? A water monster? He had suddenly acquired a plethora of nicknames overnight. Of course, only he knew the truth of the matter, and he was unconcerned with other speculations. With that in mind, Fang Yuan ventured further in, seeking an unoccupied spot, and took out his long-range fishing rod. The choice of long casting was out of necessity. The angler featured in the viral video had employed the same technique, leading the majority of anglers along the river to follow suit, creating a scene reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into water. Conventional hand rods were rendered ineffective. Thus, if he couldn't beat them, he would join them. Naturally, before casting, going live was essential. His account needed to remain active. Armed with the experience from yesterday's maiden live stream, Fang Yuan launched into the air with his drone as soon as he began broadcasting. Notably, he was not the only one flying a drone in this area due to the recent surge in popularity when he sent his drone aloft. The anglers on either side merely casted a fleeting glance before returning their focus. Immediately, as the stream commenced, a multitude of viewers flooded in, and the chat began to flourish. Wow, timely today, I actually made it. Darn it, I wasn't the first today, how infuriating. Fang, you've been quite diligent with your streams these past few days, kudos. However, after a brief flurry of comments, a momentary lull enveloped the chat, only to be followed by an explosive outpouring of messages. Geez, can we not play this area so early? Almost made me nauseous. Fang, I just finished eating. Don't mess with me. Another drone stream today? Ugh, just changed my underwear this morning. Now I need to change again. Can you all be a bit more positive? If I hadn't seen the live footage, I would thought I stumbled upon some risque stream. The camera angle shifted rapidly during the broadcast. One moment it hovered high above, and the next it dove to the water's surface, followed by a swift zoom out. With a grin, Fang Yuan announced, "Hey brothers, let me show you something exciting." He then directed the camera towards the riverbank. Wow, look at all those people. Is this place even producing fish? Good grief. There are more people here than fish. Though unaware of the fish's behavior, one thing was certain. The fish in this river were in for a feast today. As the number of viewers entering the stream increased, those who had seen the viral video began discussing the background without waiting for Fang Yuan's explanation. Since they were all anglers, it was no surprise that most content recommended to them on video platforms was fishing-related, and given the recent surge at the river's mouth, recognition was inevitable. Naturally, as the angler who had fished there the day before, Fang Yuan was bombarded with inquiries about the water monster. Streamer, is there really a water monster in this area? Right? I was just thinking about asking that. I just saw that video. With a smile, Fang Yuan replied, "This is news to me as well. As for the truth, I'll leave that for everyone to judge." I want to engage in that discussion. With that, he swiftly zoomed out the camera, providing a wide-angle view of the surface. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the line spool in his hand was emptied by more than half in mere seconds. This spectacle astonished not only the viewers in the live chat, but also the anglers on either side. As the saying goes, comparison brings demise, and goods compared are discarded. At the riverbank, there were no fewer than 40 to 50 casting rods, most of which were casting around 40 to 50 meters. Yet there appeared a creature that effortlessly surpassed 100 meters. Instantly, the anglers on either side cast incredulous glances at one another, their expressions betraying their astonishment. "Dude, where did you get that rod?" inquired a younger angler on one side, seeing Fang Yuan cast such an extraordinary distance upon his arrival. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Oh, I just picked it up at a roadside stall." The young man paused. "A roadside stall? Where?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "It's been years. I can't quite recall." After hearing this, the young man scrutinized Fang Yuan's rod, seemingly searching for clues. Yet apart from its slightly unusual finish, there was no discernible brand logo. The young man then reeled in his rod, and as Fang Yuan cast again, he departed. Fishing? What was the point? The competition was casting over 100 meters, while he could barely manage 40 or 50. This was akin to two boys in a restroom, one urinating in the wind while the other soaked his shoes. How embarrassing. Forget it. I'm leaving. On the other side, an older, darker-skinned angler didn't ask any questions, but couldn't help stealing glances at Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan maintained his impressive casting distance, the older angler couldn't contain himself any longer. "Every cast you make is a super long throw. Looking at my own cast, you're making us look foolish." Thus, after Fang Yuan executed several successful casts, the area within a 10-meter radius on either side saw no other anglers remain. The viewers in the live chat erupted with laughter. "Haha, this is hilarious. The streamer cleared the entire area with just a few casts." In truth, encountering such a naturally gifted angler while fishing by the river, particularly one skilled in long-distance casting, was the greatest fear. After just 6 or 7 casts, he had cleared the scene, showcasing the streamer's incredible prowess. Haha, I wonder how large the psychological shadow is for those who left. The shadows of uncertainty lingered, yet the retreat into solitude at home for a few days was inescapable. Solitude. It seems a farewell to long-distance casting is imminent. Allow me to timidly mention, does no one truly pay attention to the rod in the streamer's hands? It is undeniably exquisite. Upon the appearance of this comment in the live stream, the viewers erupted in laughter. "Haha, look, here is a big fool." One exclaimed, "Brother, the rod bears no logo or brand, and even a screenshot yields no results online. You should grasp the rod's extraordinary nature. Is it perhaps a counterfeit? Counterfeit? Brother, can your counterfeit cast nearly 200 meters? Let me put it this way. Any long-distance casting rod capable of reaching 100 meters is never inexpensive. Thus, the answer is evident. Haha, this fellow is adorable. Surely he doesn't believe any ordinary rod can reach 100 meters, even with the likes of Gong Sanshur. Your several hundred yuan rods would falter." The chat buzzed with excitement, while the shore welcomed the arrival of fish. The time from hooking to landing the fish was merely a little over 10 seconds. Splash! A hefty fish was landed, a plump head weighing around 10 pounds, marking a 5% advancement in the fishing venue's unlocking progress. Not to mention lunch was secured. As he landed the fish, many anglers were drawn over. Notably, there were plenty of fishing enthusiasts present today, with several catches to boast, though most were small fry like little green fish and smallmouth bass, the largest being merely 2 or 3 pounds. Upon witnessing his substantial catch, the previously vacant fishing spot quickly became crowded, with fellow anglers offering cigarettes and seeking advice. "What bait are you using?" "I've been casting all morning with my pencil lead and am about to develop a Kirin arm, but I haven't had a single bite." "Brother, let me have a smoke and ask how deep you're fishing." "I'm earnestly seeking guidance from the great Zhongjio. I've been standing here all morning, watching the cigarettes being handed over and the eager, learning faces." Fang Yuan grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. I don't know. I'm just bewildered." With that, he promptly revealed his setup, a standard Daiwa rod paired with a grain bait. Upon seeing this combination, several anglers dispersed in disbelief. The long-distance setup with a spinning reel was sound, and the rod's action appeared flawless. However, it was the line setup and bait that puzzled them. It was utterly unconventional. Even a novice would struggle to conceive such an alternative combination. Yet, a few persistent anglers remained, observing this unconventional setup successfully catching fish. Perhaps there was merit in it, they thought, and with a swift motion, they cut their meticulously crafted leaders and began mimicking Fang Yuan's setup. However, just as they cut off their line and had yet to replace it, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, followed by the exhilarating sound of a reel spinning smoothly and rapidly. The anglers froze. Looking at the spot where the bait had landed, they could only gulp, internally questioning. If that rod cast so smoothly, they thought, even if they could manage half that distance, they would be content. Long-distance casting? Especially in this expansive, uncomplicated water body. The farther one casts, the larger the search area becomes. With an extended search area, the catch naturally follows. At that moment, they finally understood why he was catching fish, not due to the leader's setup, nor the bait, but because of the distance. The distance, however, upon glancing at the severed leader before them, they collectively inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress tears welling in their eyes. They packed their gear, picked up their rods, and left without looking back. Even without seeing their expressions, the stubbornness of their backs revealed a trace of sorrow, a pain that pierced the heart. Consequently, the once lively fishing spot grew desolate once more. Nearby anglers shared a silent understanding. "Keep your distance from this fellow, lest you succumb to despair." But it wasn't long before someone approached. "Brother, would you mind if I cast a couple of lines nearby?" Fang Yuan turned to see a round-faced man with a buzz cut and dark skin. Short and stocky, none other than the fellow he had pulled from the water the previous night. Fang Yuan nodded. The man smiled, thinking to himself how he had merely gone home for a meal and upon returning found no space to stand by the shore. Now, there was a kind soul willing to share. "Thanks, mate." Fang Yuan grinned. "No trouble at all." Chapter 102. The Water Monster Incident Gains Momentum, Television Station Visits. It's no wonder this fellow is known for grappling with water monsters. In the vicinity of Fang Yuan, several groups of anglers arrived, yet most left within 20 minutes. The reason? Simply put, with his formidable presence, other anglers felt rather foolish casting nearby. But this fellow was different. Shortly after, "Wow, brother, you're casting quite a distance." Fang Yuan smiled in response. Moments later, "Wow, you've hooked one?" Fang Yuan chuckled, directing the camera towards the water while lighting a cigarette. A little later, "Brother, impressive. That's a decent catch, provided I haven't encountered that colossal creature yet." The man observed Fang Yuan landing a hefty head weighing over 10 pounds. Upon hearing colossal creature, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled knowingly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The man, surprised that Fang Yuan didn't inquire about the colossal creature, suddenly found his carefully prepared remarks rendered useless, nearly choking on his words. It felt as though he had accomplished something worthy of pride. Regardless of whom he encountered, he yearned to share and bask in the astonished and envious expressions of others. Yet, Fang Yuan remained impervious to his attempts. "Brother," he continued, rhythmically catching fish one after another, while the man persistently tried to steer the conversation towards the colossal creature. It was apparent he was still fixated on the giant he had encountered the previous night. "You want to ask?" "Not afraid. If you don't ask, I'll just share," he thought. Thus, it wasn't long before he recounted the story of wrestling with the colossal creature. Once he finished, he raised his chin, seemingly awaiting a response. However, after a considerable pause without any feedback, the man felt himself on the verge of collapse. "No, brother, you must have been exaggerating. A colossal creature? At least 500 pounds, and you don't want to hear about it?" Fang Yuan exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, grinning. Here we go again. Here we go again? The man was perplexed by the meaning, and in the next moment, another hefty head was pulled from the water. The man was flabbergasted. At that moment, "AFA! AFA!" A booming voice echoed from afar, drawing Fang Yuan's attention as he turned to his companion, who responded, "What's up?" Upon spotting him, the man waved enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Over here. The person who encountered the water monster last night is right here." Within moments, a throng of individuals armed with cameras and microphones surrounded them. Initially, AFA was somewhat bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. But when he heard his brother mention that a television station had come to interview him, a broad grin spread across his face as he looked at Fang Yuan. As if to say, "Didn't I tell you? They came all the way just for an interview." He intended to return home to change his attire and prepare. However, the staff stopped him, insisting that being on-site lent more authenticity to the coverage. AFA was indifferent. It mattered little to him where the interview took place, as long as it was concerning the extraordinary creature from the previous night. On the riverbank, Ali, the star host of the local television station, was typically not one to be pulled into outdoor hosting duties. However, due to an unexpected absence of the scheduled outdoor host, she was left with no choice but to fill in. Upon reviewing the script, she resolutely accepted the assignment. A water monster? Having lived in this area for over 30 years, it was the first time she had heard such a tale, thus she was determined to uncover the truth. After all, rumors cease with the wise. Outside, upon noticing the arrival of the television crew, many anglers, who had spent the morning standing in vain without any catch, gathered around. Numerous individuals eager to capitalize on the moment also set up their phones to live stream. The outdoor director contemplated maintaining order, but was halted by Ali. "No need. We are here to seek the truth, and having more people filming will only increase the channels of dissemination." With that, the formal interview commenced. Although she had been summoned at the last minute, Ali, as the station's leading host, had already committed the script to memory during her journey. Not only that, she had made several modifications. Official media cannot rely on sensationalism like smaller outlets to attract viewers. Thus, she discarded any leading phrases from the script. In short, everything must be grounded in reality. What exists is what exists, and what is not, absolutely does not. Once the camera was set, angles adjusted, and sound equipment ready, Ali sprang into action at the director's cue. "Hello, esteemed viewers. I am your host, Ali. Today, we find ourselves at the picturesque entrance of the river. And standing beside me is the individual who experienced the much-discussed water monster incident, Brother AFA. Let us delve into this together." Following a brief introduction, the interview commenced in earnest. "Hello, Brother AFA. May I ask if you encountered the water monster in this river?" Unable to contain his excitement, AFA nodded vigorously. "Yes, it was right in this river." Ali continued, "Could you elaborate on the specifics of that moment?" Hearing the request for details, AFA's enthusiasm surged. Since last night, he had been in a state of heightened excitement, recounting his encounter with the colossal being to anyone who would listen. With each retelling, he absorbed previous critiques, embellishing the narrative further each time. Thus, when the host prompted him, AFA fluidly recounted the scene, punctuating his words with animated gestures, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. Ali seized upon a key point in AFA's account. "Brother AFA, I just heard you say that you never actually saw the water monster?" AFA nodded matter-of-factly. "It was after 9 o'clock, dark as night. How could I have seen anything?" Ali smiled. "But if you didn't see it, how can you determine it was a water monster?" AFA paused, then looked at Ali as if she were simple-minded. "Water monster? I never said I encountered a water monster." His declaration sent the onlookers into another round of laughter. Noticing the merriment and AFA's earnest expression, Ali took a deep breath. Indeed, the notion of a water monster had circulated online, yet this individual had never explicitly stated anything about it. Unfazed, Ali pressed on. "Brother AFA, I recall you mentioning that during your struggle with the unknown creature, you sensed it weighed several hundred pounds. What aquatic life in this river could possibly weigh that much?" Before AFA could respond, Ali continued, "Alternatively, could it be that what you encountered last night was not a water monster or a creature at all, but merely a figment of your imagination?" AFA grew agitated. It felt as though all his bravado from the afternoon had culminated in being dismissed as a mere fantasy. The surrounding anglers joined in the uproar, teasing, "Brother, did you snag on the bottom?" AFA retorted, "No, I had other anglers with me who can attest to this. And there's video." At the mention of the video, AFA became animated, pulling out his phone to show the footage. "Look, can this video be fake?" Seeing the video, Ali maintained her calm demeanor. "I've seen the video, but it only depicts the situation on the shore. What lies beyond the camera?" Though she didn't articulate the subsequent thoughts, the implication was clear. What was visible in the frame did not guarantee the truth of what remained unseen. To be more straightforward, that brief clip was insufficient evidence. Anyone could have filmed such a thing. Not only Ali, but also the assembled anglers chimed in. Brother, I've been fishing here for nearly 20 years and have never encountered what you describe. Others remarked, haha, perhaps it was a piece of wood caught in an underwater current. I've experienced that, and it snapped my line. Right, and what fish in this river could possibly weigh hundreds of pounds? Faced with the chorus of skepticism, AFA felt a wave of frustration wash over him, struggling to articulate a defense. Recalling the sensation from the previous night and the tugging force, he was certain that it was not a snag, nor was it a piece of wood. Yet, the crowd's arguments held merit. If it weren't those things, then what? A creature of such immense size? But this was a river, not the ocean. What fish could possibly grow to such weight? Lost in thought, AFA's gaze became vacant, as if his spirit had departed. Observing his silence, Ali smiled. Rumors cease with the wise, she mused, knowing she had positioned herself as that very sage. With that thought, she turned towards the camera, declaring, rumors cease with the wise. Ladies and gentlemen, following the recent interview with the parties involved, it is likely that everyone has formed their own judgments regarding the matter of the water monster at the entrance of the river. I am your host, Ali, and we shall conclude here. Just as she began to summarize the results of this visit and deliver her closing remarks, an unexpected splash erupted from the water, abruptly interrupting Ali's conclusion and capturing the attention of the crowd. Subsequently, everyone was astonished. That was Chapter 103. Brothers, we've hooked a fish. On the shore, Fang Yuan's expression was animated, as the fantastical fishing rod in his hand was bent into an exaggerated arc. A large fish. An extraordinarily large fish. Feeling the tremendous force transmitted through the rod, Fang Yuan was certain that the creature beneath the surface was undoubtedly a colossal specimen. Even larger than the gigantic white catfish he had previously caught at Qingjiang Reservoir. Creak. The locked reel screeched as it was forcefully pulled, causing Fang Yuan to catch a whiff of a burnt odor emanating from it. Realizing this, he quickly splashed some water on it, his excitement intensifying. He was well aware of the line's pulling capacity. For a fish weighing even just 100 to 200 pounds, such an effect was extraordinary. This thought made him swallow hard. A behemoth. An absolute leviathan. In his exhilaration, the underwater giant suddenly surged with power, causing the line to become taut in an instant, accompanied by the ear-grating sound of friction. This sudden force caught Fang Yuan off guard. Had it not been for his exceptional coordination, this jolt alone would have dragged him into the water. My temper. I haven't even applied my strength yet, and you're already making a move. He muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth and pulling back with all his might on the rod. With this powerful tug, a tail as massive as a door flashed across the water's surface. On the shore, the crowd, drawn by the splash, turned their gazes toward it. Although the enormous tail had only briefly appeared, some quick-reacting anglers managed to catch a glimpse. What in the world is that? Oh my God! What did I just see? Those who were slower to react, having missed the sight, were piqued with curiosity by the astonished expressions and exclamations of their peers. At that moment, one of the anglers capturing the scene on his phone exclaimed, I got it. I filmed it. He raised his phone high, and suddenly, a swarm of fellow anglers gathered around him, voices rising in excitement. Oh my God, is that even real? This must be a spirit. Various exclamations, many needing censorship, echoed through the crowd. This commotion even piqued the curiosity of the outside broadcast director, who was about to investigate when a small assistant tugged at his sleeve. Director, I got it on camera too, from the second angle, for later editing. Upon hearing this, not only the director but also several crew members, including host Ali, swarmed over. Then, the director gasped, oh my God. Hey look, is that a fishing line? A keen-eyed crew member pointed out something glimmering in the sunlight, connected to the shore. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent. Those who reacted quickly dashed to the water's edge. Director, come quick. With a rush, everyone realized what was happening, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment. There, on the shore, a young man was leaning back dramatically, nearly touching the ground, while the rod in his hand was bent to its maximum. He shouted into the phone strapped to his arm, Brothers, we've hooked a fish. Chapter 104. Trending. The water monster at the entrance of the river. While the onlookers on the shore were slow to realize that Fang Yuan had hooked a fish, and an enormous one at that, those in the live stream, thanks to the ultra-high-definition aerial camera, immediately recognized the size of the fish at the moment it was hooked. Indeed, as Fang Yuan exerted force, splashes erupted on the water's surface, revealing a fish tail, akin to a door, on camera. The viewers were utterly bewildered. What is that? Can someone tell me what that is? Is that a fish tail? You must be joking. It's larger than a door. Tell me, what fish could it possibly be? If it's not a fish, then what is it? Could it be a water monster? I can't believe it. Just yesterday, I saw news about a water monster appearing at the river entrance, and now the streamer has caught it? At this moment, I can only express one thing. The streamer is incredible. On the shore, Afa was still engulfed in a profound sense of despair. Does no one believe me? Why doesn't anyone believe me? The sensations he felt last night, the tugging that was unmistakably that of a colossal creature, haunted him. Why does no one believe me? Reflecting on the words of the television host and the laughter of fellow anglers around him, a wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Afa. The loss of the great fish already pained him, and now being misunderstood by everyone felt unbearable. After 30 years of fishing, I end up with no one believing me. Perhaps I shouldn't fish anymore. With this thought, Afa sank deeper into disappointment. Yet, just as he contemplated putting away his rod for good, a sudden cry arose from the crowd. It's a water monster. It's a water monster. Upon hearing the term water monster, a glimmer of hope ignited in Afa's eyes. A water monster? Could it be? He rushed to the shore and witnessed Fang Yuan grappling with the underwater giant. Splash! As Fang Yuan pulled with all his strength, another wave surged high into the air, and a shadow several meters long darted across the water's surface. Witnessing this scene, sheer joy blossomed in Afa's eyes. I knew it. I told you there was a giant creature here. Did you see that? Did you see it? His voice was filled with enthusiasm, his entire being trembling as if he had just landed the giant himself. However, everyone's attention was captivated by the turbulence on the water's surface, and no one noticed the re-energized angler. Yet, what did it matter if they noticed or not? What was important was that a colossal creature truly existed here, a supergiant measuring several meters long. Quick, get the camera. On the shore, the television director, having confirmed that Fang Yuan had hooked a massive unknown aquatic creature, shouted excitedly, "Quick, set up the camera. We cannot miss a single moment. Also, bring down the spare cameras from the vehicle." The director's tone brimmed with fervor. As an external director for a state media outlet, he was acutely aware of the significance of capturing first-hand video footage of the aquatic creatures in this location. As for the fellow anglers beside him, who were also filming with their smartphones, this was the moment that underscored the distinction between the professional and the amateur. Could your multifunctional smartphone, worth a few thousand, possibly compare to my specialized filming equipment, valued at over 100,000? Moreover, I had a professional cameraman at my disposal. Before long, 2 backup cameras from the vehicle were set up, and the director promptly instructed, "You two, keep your lenses trained on the water's surface." He then directed another cameraman. "You focus specifically on that fellow over there. Hurry." At this point, the director noticed the camera lens and shouted, "How have I taught you to operate? Use high magnification for long distances, high magnification." Following this command, he realized that the number of crew members present was insufficient, leaving several cameras without operators. His gaze then shifted to the host, Ollie. "Ollie, come here." At that moment, Ollie was in a state of bewilderment, as she had arrived with an air of extreme confidence to debunk a rumor that was on the verge of going viral online. A water monster? A colossal unknown creature? What era was this to still entertain such notions? Yet, the scene unfolding before her was akin to a resounding slap to her face, reminiscent of her earlier dismissal of the claims made by the interviewed angler. "Ollie," the director called out again, snapping her back to reality. The director continued, "I am short-staffed at the moment. You won't be on camera for now. Please assist as a production assistant." Production assistant? Hearing this title left Ollie momentarily stunned. Though it sounded prestigious, the reality was that it merely entailed running errands on set. Ollie blinked, looking at the director. "Director Chun, what did you say?" The director reiterated, "Production assistant. I need you to fill in temporarily. You want to be on camera, you know?" Despite being the station's star host, her rank was still insufficient in the director's eyes. With a deep breath, Ollie could only nod in acquiescence. The atmosphere on set erupted when a massive aquatic creature was caught nearby. No, the excitement spread like wildfire among all the viewers in various live streams. Initially, the anglers on the shore, who had started their broadcasts without much thought, casually titled their streams as Water Monster and went live. To their astonishment, "What the heck? My live stream just hit 100 viewers. Wow, mine too, it's climbing fast. Goodness, I'm already over 1,000. No, 3,000. Wait, 4,000. The frenzy among those live streaming was palpable. Not far from them, Director Chen felt a jolt of realization upon hearing that these anglers, merely with their phones, could attract thousands of viewers. He recognized a crucial fact. The situation had escalated. The video that circulated online last night was still gaining traction, leading to an increasing number of searches for the water monster at the river mouth. Understanding this, Director Chen immediately bellowed, "Quick! Free up a camera to connect to the station. I need another live broadcast channel. Hurry!" His last command was almost a roar. In no time, under the momentum of the live broadcast, the water monster incident at the river mouth climbed to the trending searches in the city. Minutes later, it appeared on the platform's hot search. A few moments after that, it surged into the top 10 hot searches online. The keyword, water monster at the river mouth. Chapter 105, the incident escalates. Meanwhile, at the television station. Haha, rest assured, leader. We will certainly accomplish the task you assigned and showcase the best spirit of our district. Yes, yes. Please, don't worry. We will absolutely fulfill the mission. At that moment, Zhang Qingfeng sat in his office, his face adorned with a smile just moments before. But after hanging up the phone, a frown replaced it. As the director of a local station, he had to manage everything single-handedly since those in higher positions were merely part-time. However, as a local television station, he was still just a director, and any random official wielded more authority than he. Earlier, the publicity office had called, requesting a promotional video for the area, or some other way to showcase the district's spirit, essentially, a directive to make their inconspicuous county known. Yet, as a seasoned professional, Zhang Qingfeng understood that this task was thankless. If executed well, it was merely fulfilling one's job. Any blemish would lead to severe criticism. One of his assistants sitting opposite him observed, "Director, what is you looking so troubled?" Zhang Qingfeng sighed and leaned back in his chair. The task assigned by the publicity office, he then shared the details with his assistant, who listened intently. After hearing, the assistant chuckled. "Oh, come on, director. You're worried over this?" Zhang Qingfeng looked up. "Do you think this task is simple?" The assistant smiled. "Of course. Director, this is a new era. We must employ new methods. Look at how other counties promote themselves." With that, the assistant stood up and retrieved something from his phone. Zhang Qingfeng glanced at it. Live broadcast. The assistant nodded. "Exactly. Director, look at the viewership." Zhang Qingfeng's eyes widened. "Over 400,000. I remember the last promotional video we invested heavily in only garnered a few thousand views." The assistant explained, "It's different. That was a short film. This is a live broadcast. Short films are static, while live broadcasts are dynamic and interactive. If the live content sparks a conversation, the results will be even better." Having absorbed this information, Zhang Qingfeng pondered and found it reasonable. Yet, he wondered, but what should we broadcast? Just then, the phone on the assistant's desk rang. The assistant approached, answered it, and promptly said, "Director, it's for you." Zhang Qingfeng inquired, "Who is it?" The office had two phones, one for the assistant and one for him. His phone typically only rang for those of higher rank. The assistant replied, "It's Director Chen from the station." Upon hearing Chen's name, Zhang Qingfeng murmured to himself, "Old Chen? Didn't he go out for a shoot today? What could he want?" Nevertheless, he answered the call, only to furrow his brow moments later. "What? You need a live broadcast connection? Old Chen, if you had called me earlier, I could have helped. But now can you let me finish? No matter how significant your situation is, it cannot compare to the task I just received. It's not that I can't assist. It's just that the higher-ups have just issued a directive that coincidentally requires our station's official media account. Thus, you should seek out other colleagues within the station and inquire. I recall that those young individuals below are quite adept at managing these matters and possess several commendable accounts. Few followers, no certification? Not Old Chen. You're being selective here? I'm telling you, this account will be of no use to you. Mark my words." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. On the other end, Director Chen, upon hearing the busy tone, blinked his large eyes in disbelief. "Occupied? The account has been registered for 7 or 8 years and has never hosted a single live stream. And now that I wish to utilize it, I'm informed it's occupied. What a coincidence. This is unacceptable." Muttering to himself, Director Chen dialed the number once more, this time calling the director's office. At this moment, time equates to money. Had he not been present today, it would have sufficed. But observing the nearby angling enthusiasts incessantly chatting and engaging in the live stream, this principal director felt an acute sense of frustration as he gazed at the several 100,000 yuan worth of equipment lying idle. "Hello, Director, I need to speak with you." Director Chen was agitated, hopping on the bank. Inside the office, the young assistant watched as the director hung up Chen's call yet again, cautiously inquiring, "Director, could it be that Chen really has something important to discuss?" Zhang Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Important matters? Him? A professional director from a prestigious university, and a long-time employee, yet what achievements has he garnered over the years? He's always the one requesting the most funding, claiming the station's equipment is outdated and in need of upgrades. Fine, I approved it. A few days later, he's back, saying the station's vehicle is too bumpy for the new expensive equipment, it needs replacing. All right, I approve that too. But what does he do? Today he's out filming flowers and plants. Tomorrow he's off capturing trivial family matters. Speaking of which, I must mention an incident where he filmed for that program about emotional seasoning. One episode featured a couple having a minor dispute that he overheard. He barged in with his cameras, resulting in a brawl between the two families, and complaints reached my office. And today, one of his outdoor hosts called in sick, and I lent him our station's Ollie. What do you think? Is there anything serious about him? Enough about him. Let us discuss the live stream promotion. Shall we? You young people have fresh ideas and sharp minds. You must provide me with some guidance. Listening to the director's tirade against the station's leading director, the young assistant could only feign deafness. All right, this matter is quite simple. We are currently in the era of universal live streaming, and it's exceedingly easy to discover fresh phenomena and engaging topics in our locality. Director, look here, the assistant said, as she opened her phone to the local live stream. As soon as she entered, her eyes widened, and she murmured, "Water monster at the entrance of the river?" Upon hearing her muttering, the director glanced over askance. "Water monster? Shaoli, I just praised you for being quick-witted and perceptive. How did you end up with such frivolous notions? I tell you, live streaming is fine, but we must not tread down the wrong path." Shaoli explained, "No? That's not it. Director, look." She then handed her phone to him. At that moment, the director leaned in, nearly knocking his glasses off his nose as he exclaimed, "Goodness, there really is a water monster? The entrance of the river? Isn't that the entrance to the scenic area our county is about to designate? And what about that old chin bouncing around on the bank?" Chapter 106. The official media enters the scene. On the bank, after having 2 calls terminated, Director Chen wore a face of despondency. An opportunity, a chance for explosive success. At this moment, it was slipping through his fingers. Need to use the live stream account? Who would believe that? After all, it was he who registered this account years ago, officially as the station's media account, which has now existed for about 7 or 8 years, during which time it has only posted the occasional short clip every few days, otherwise remaining unused. And now, he had merely applied for extra funds and borrowed a host today. Taking a deep breath, Director Chun, after a few moments of grumbling, lost any desire to express himself. "Director, I've finished adjusting the equipment. When shall we connect for the live stream?" At that moment, the accompanying cameraman, having set up the gear, inquired. Without lifting his eyelids, Chen replied, "Connect for a live stream? What nonsense. No streaming. Just shoot whatever you like." The cameraman was taken aback. Of course, he would follow the leader's orders. Questioning the director? That would lead to unemployment. Just then, a phone rang, and Chen glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing. "HM, they're calling again." "Regardless," he answered. Moments later, Chen stood up. "Director, did you agree?" The voice on the other end was unclear. But after a few exchanges, Chen's face was lit with barely contained excitement, though he quickly repressed it. Director, I'm all packed and on my way. Did you see me?" Chen looked around and, upon spotting a group of onlookers live streaming with their phones, realized and smiled knowingly. I was just about to head back. Yes, we're done filming. Today's task was completed successfully." Meanwhile, back at the station, Zhang Qingfeng was pacing in agitation. News. Absolutely explosive news, and at this moment, everyone at the station was nearby, and the equipment was all set up. Yet, Chen Sampao, I'm now ordering you as the station director to commence the live stream immediately. Now. Zhang Qingfeng's tone rose sharply. "Chen Sampao, I advise you not to push your luck, understood?" Zhang Qingfeng inhaled deeply. "Fine, I'll agree. As long as you comply, everything can be discussed." With that, he hung up the phone. Zhang Qingfeng turned to the young assistant. "Quickly, go to the finance department and get our funds for the next few quarters." The assistant was taken aback. "Funds? Director, why are we adjusting funds at this moment?" Zhang Qingfeng smiled. "Though I may be a bit older, I still understand the dynamics of traffic. Since we are going live, we must ride the wave of popularity. Now, hurry and prepare." On the bank, Chen Sampao's previous despondency vanished, replaced by sheer excitement. He clapped his hands, announcing loudly, "Hey, everyone, look over here. You, continue capturing footage with camera 1. You, switch camera 2 to connect with the station's signal. Are cameras 3 and 4 ready? Why are you all just standing there? Get moving." After ensuring everything was in order, Director Chun returned to his seat, casting a grin at the crowd of onlookers live streaming with their phones. Today, let us show you what professionalism looks like." On the bank, among the crowd of spectators, the initial few anglers who began the live stream now felt as though they were floating on clouds, utterly dazed. Although the interval between the broadcast's commencement and its peak viewership was merely a matter of minutes, the number of viewers consistently escalated. At its zenith, the audience swelled to around 10,000, occasionally surging to 30 or 50,000. This, however, was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true allure lay in the flurry of gifts cascading through the live stream. One generous individual even bestowed a carnival gift, prompting the host to inch closer for a better shot. A carnival gift. After the platform took its cut, it still amounted to over 1,000 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary for the locals. Delightful. Truly delightful. As several individuals contemplated seizing this opportunity for a substantial profit, they began to notice an unsettling trend. Why is the viewer count declining? One mused. Mine is dropping too. 8,000, 6,000, 3,000. What the heck? Due to inappropriate language, this account is suspended for 24 hours? What the hell? Soon, A fellow sporting a baseball cap discerned the cause amidst the barrage of comments. The screen revealed, "Brothers, I found a live stream where the camera isn't shaking, and there are close-ups." Close-ups? It's steady? Please share the link. Share the keywords. A quick search for the official media account of Lin Jiang revealed the source, and off he went, observing the viewer count dwindle to double digits. The cap-wearing individual promptly ended his broadcast and commenced his search. Upon investigation, he realized, what a revelation. It was a television station. They had usurped their audience. Although they had begun streaming a good 10 minutes earlier, they were clearly outmatched in professionalism. Just look at their equipment. His setup was merely a 1,000 yuan phone, whereas theirs resembled an imposing cannon. How could they not lose viewers? Meanwhile, beneath the shade of a parasol, Chen Sanpao was equally taken aback by the rapid increase in his live stream's viewership. Wow, this is wild. Although he anticipated some traffic from this broadcast, the surge was beyond his expectations. At that moment, he received a call from his colleague, Old Wolf, who cheerfully inquired, "How's the viewer count looking, Sanpao?" Upon hearing the question, Chen Sanpao quickly realized, "Wait, have you retired? Of course, I've been promoting it a bit. But remember, this money will be counted towards your group's future expenses." Chen Sanpao was momentarily stunned. Future expenses for our group? Wait, how much did you push for? After all, their outdoor team had applied for 2 cameras and a business budget 3 years ago, and they hadn't received any bonuses since then. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his inquiry, the call abruptly ended. By the riverbank, Fang Yuan, the protagonist of the water monster incident, was drenched in beads of sweat. 10 minutes had elapsed since he had hooked the colossal creature, yet it showed no signs of exhaustion, occasionally launching powerful surges. Fang Yuan was grateful for his recent physical conditioning. Otherwise, he doubted he could have lasted even a moment against such a formidable foe. Chapter 107, The Ultimate Draw. At this juncture, not only Fang Yuan but also the viewers in the live stream were gripped by the struggle, clenching their fists in anticipation. The recent splashes had ignited a flurry of discussions among the viewers in the chat. Did anyone catch a glimpse of what that was? Can someone elaborate? Who cares what it is? We're at this critical juncture. Even if it doesn't come up, the host can brag about it for a lifetime. Are you out of your mind? It has to come up today? Given the size that flashed by, I doubt it will. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Wait, is that the drone broadcasting the stream?" Initially, this comment was drowned out by the barrage of messages from eager viewers. But then, Generous Old 3 sent a carnival gift. Generous Old 3 sent a carnival gift. Generous Old 3 sent a carnival gift. As 3 consecutive gifts appeared on the screen, viewers erupted in excitement. Fang Yuan's viewer count steadily climbed. Typically, he would only receive a few scattered gifts, amounting to a few hundred yuan per stream. Now, Generous Old 3 remarked, "Haha, I've been in several live streams about this river monster, but this host is the most engaging. A small gift as a token of appreciation. Also, why are there so few viewers here? In other streams, the numbers are over 10,000. Upon hearing this, others chimed in. Are there other streams with over 10,000 viewers? This host only has around 1,000. Has someone hijacked their traffic? Look at all those people gathered along the shore. Many are likely streaming to ride the wave. Wow, that's splitting the audience. There's no way we're letting the lesser beings profit from Fang's catch. Everyone, let us storm their streams. Yes, let us divert their traffic back to Fang's stream." On the shore, although Fang Yuan was still engaged in his struggle with the underwater behemoth, he glanced at the virtual screen displaying the comments. Noticing the viewers rallying to take action, he spoke up, "Brothers, it's all good. Public resources aren't exclusive to anyone. Whoever can capture it has the right to film." Even so, he thought, that can't be right. We need to go after them. Fang's team, follow my lead. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 viewers dwindled to a mere couple of hundred. Seeing this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had never placed much importance on the viewer count. As long as he maintained a steady audience of 300 to 500, that was sufficient. So let them be. Behind him, Director Chen observed the real-time data updates. His grin stretching from ear to ear. This was it. He was about to become popular. No, it was the television station's account that would rise to prominence. With a solid fan base, he could finally implement all the plans that had been swirling in his mind. Lost in this exhilarating thought, he felt parched. "Ollie, bring me a glass of water." Nearby, Ollie, weary from handling the audio equipment, paused at his request, her expression clearly conveying, "Do you expect me to fetch water while I'm busy?" Seeing her reaction, Chen sighed, "Fine. You keep working. I'll get it myself." He then turned to the staff and instructed, "Everyone, stay focused. Let us not make any mistakes." Upon finishing his words, he rose to retrieve his water cup from the car. Little did he know that during his brief absence, the live streaming room was inundated with hundreds of uninvited guests. At that moment, among the officially certified live streams, this one was the clearest. Indeed, the others were plagued by shaky footage reminiscent of Parkinson's or excessively blurry visuals. One individual even appeared to be chewing betel nut, their mouth making an incessant smacking sound that made me feel quite nauseous. Chewing betel nut? Huh. It seems we must be watching the same streamer. It's no wonder they have an official certification. This live stream is undeniably professional. And such professional tasks must be executed by skilled individuals. Just as the viewers were delighted to have found their gathering, some peculiar comments began to appear on the screen. This is considered clear? Huh. A wild boar cannot digest fine bran. What I witnessed in another live stream was truly clear, with the picture quality maximized. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. The clarity of the other stream was indeed remarkable. Provided your phone supports Blu-ray 4K, the effect is simply unparalleled. In comparison, this stream feels like viewing a mosaic. That is a given. The other stream not only boasted superior clarity, but also featured wide-angle shots captured by drone overhead, making this live stream seem utterly inferior. While Fang Yuan's fanbase may be modest, the proportion of die-hard supporters is substantial, although fewer than 1,000 had surged in. The collective energy was palpable. Even the live streams with tens of thousands of viewers couldn't withstand the barrage of comments flooding the screen. So, 4K Blu-ray. Wide-angle high definition. Where? I've searched no less than 5 live streams, and this one is the clearest. Indeed, a bunch of riddlers. Could it be false? If you're a man, leave a license plate. This appears to be the official account. It must be the most authoritative one. Authoritative? Official? Heh. In another live stream, the actual host is present, the very individual in the split screen. As the comments continued to refresh, the audience was left dumbfounded. This live stream, certified by Lin Jiang, utilized a split-screen filming technique, allowing Fang Yuan to have his own shot. Initially, some had assumed it wasn't live due to the absence of any visible streaming supports. Yet now a drone? It turned out to be a drone live stream. Soon, viewers began to notice the rapidly trending keywords in the chat, and with a search, they realized that was a path of no return. Of course, some eager to share immediately returned to rally others. Brothers, the live stream next door is truly exhilarating. It indeed supports high resolution. For the first time, my phone, which has over 10,000 specs, is using Blu-ray while watching a live broadcast. What a thrill. The influx of excitement from earlier had caused the originally bustling live stream, with over 50,000 viewers, to diminish drastically. Chapter 108. You weigh 100 Gene. You twisted stick. When Director Chun returned from relieving himself and quenching his thirst, he felt as though the sky had collapsed upon sitting down. 2,000. When I left, it was over 50,000. What on earth happened? Can anyone explain this? As he glanced around and scrutinized the situation, Chen Sampow discerned the cause within the live stream. 4K wide-angle drone. Fisherman A. Yuan? Following the clues, Chen Sampow searched further, and upon viewing, he exclaimed. The screen displayed the water surface at the river mouth before him. And indeed, the quality was as crystal clear as the live stream had claimed. Truly high definition and wide angle. However, when Chen Sampow looked up, he could see and hear nothing. Undeterred, he compared the live stream's shooting angle and searched for a long while. Finally, at an altitude of barely 20 meters above the water's surface, he spotted a small black dot. Chen Sampow was rendered speechless. Is technology this advanced now? As a professional deeply entrenched in this industry for years, Chen Sampow possessed an understanding of directing that was difficult for the average person to grasp, along with a profound knowledge of camera work. It is well known that long-range high-definition shots, especially in 4K wide-angle, require multiple lenses. The more lenses there are, the larger the equipment becomes, and most importantly, the original colors must be preserved. But up there, today seems to be a stroke of luck. Chen Sampow connected the call. What is going on? Tell me what is happening. I just invested in 10 bunyo worth of traffic. And you're telling me the live stream has fewer than 1,000 viewers? Where is everyone? Tell me, where are they? Even without the loudspeaker, Director Chun could vaguely hear the irate voice of the director on the phone. Where are they? Of course, they have been drawn away by the actual host. Yet there was nothing to be done. The host is the main attraction. It seems they have long begun their live stream. If anyone is stealing traffic, it is undoubtedly them. So, it was all divided away. We simply cannot compare. Director Chen's sentiments were entirely sincere. If the traffic had been siphoned off by those amateur competitors wielding their phones nearby, he would have been 1,000 times unwilling to accept it, given their shaky hands and lack of skill. But this individual was different, not only because they were the actual host, but also due to their expertise. A low-flying master. An absolute low-flying master. Of course, that being said, the live stream was now open for all to see. 1,000 viewers is still a significant number for his account with tens of thousands of followers. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Fang Yuan was oblivious to the rapidly escalating viewer count in the upper right corner of the live stream. Instead, he was focused intently on the rod in his hands. He had even employed the special board bridge, yet faced with the unexpected force of the unknown giant beneath the water, he nearly found himself dragged in. The rod was fine, and the line setup was also intact. Thus, Fang Yuan understood that as long as he held firm, he could still bring that giant creature to the surface. With this thought, Fang Yuan glanced at his feet, where two black lines marked the cement ground, over a meter long, evidence of the friction from his shoe soles and a testament to the terrifying pull of the underwater behemoth. Suddenly, Fang Yuan felt a lightness in his grip, and before he could utter a word of concern, he found himself sprawled on the ground. The giant creature was swimming towards the bank's defenses. It should be noted that the hook he chose for this fishing endeavor was a barbless dragon-catching hook. The advantage is minimal damage to the fish and ease of removal, while the downside is the risk of it coming loose. Fortunately, Fang Yuan quickly tightened the reel. The force remained, and the creature was still there. On the bank, the onlookers gasped as they witnessed Fang Yuan's fall. At that moment, regardless of whether they were anglers or what motives they had when they arrived, they all hoped that Fang Yuan could successfully land the underwater giant. "Little brother, are you all right?" An elderly man inquired as he saw Fang Yuan on the ground. Fang Yuan nimbly rose, replying, "I'm fine." He then resumed his struggle with the giant creature, disregarding the dust that had stained his clothes. However, it was precisely due to this unexpected turn of events that Fang Yuan's temper flared. It is widely recognized that after hooking a fish, particularly a substantial one, their instinctive response is to swim towards the deeper waters, directly away from the shore. Yet, at this moment, the colossal creature beneath the surface was not only swimming towards the shore, but appeared to be doing so in a defiant manner. What did this signify? It indicated that all along, this underwater behemoth had disregarded the hook dangling from its mouth, showing not a shred of concern. Fang Yuan felt a surge of indignation. Ignoring my presence? In his thoughts, he tightened the line further by manipulating the reel, positioning his feet atop two protruding stones on the embankment, and then abruptly leaned back. Whoosh whoosh. Creak, creak. The sounds of the line rubbing against the rod and the agonizing screech of the reel's brake being engaged echoed simultaneously. Feeling the immense force in his hands, several times greater than before, Fang Yuan grinned. "So, now you acknowledge my existence." He then reeled in again, and with each turn of the handle, his body rose incrementally. Thus, at that moment, Fang Yuan was not only contending with the terrifying pull of the underwater giant, but also using the strength of the reel to hoist himself up. The power of this endeavor was broadcasted live, thanks to the wide-angle lens. Viewers could not only witness the surface movements, but also observe every action taken by Fang Yuan on the shore. During his earlier struggles, the chat room erupted with various exclamations. "Now, at this moment, brothers, look at the streamer. Is he working out? Wow, the streamer has terrifying arm strength. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I never understood why anglers could be rated as athletes, but now I comprehend. Fishing is not a pastime for the faint-hearted." Haha. Fang is simultaneously fishing and doing a set of arm exercises. It's a dual pursuit of fitness and fishing. Just then, an exclamation mark appeared in the chat. The platform kindly reminded viewers of the risks involved in such behavior and cautioned against imitation. Upon seeing this reminder, one could not help but exclaim, "I can't believe fishing live streams warrant a risk warning. Please do not imitate. How highly does the platform regard me? This action is utterly beyond my capabilities." Not that he couldn't do it, but the opportunity to perform such a feat was non-existent, as it required the catch of a fish weighing no less than 100 pounds. 100 pounds? Brother, you must have missed Fang's previous streams. 100-pound fish is merely a matter of over 10 minutes for him. Comparatively, this current struggle had only been underway for 20 minutes, and the fish had yet to reveal itself. 100 pounds? What a laugh. Chapter 109, Aquatic Biological Research Institute. On the shore, as Fang Yuan's body rose with the tightening of the reel, he suddenly leaned back vigorously. He possessed unwavering confidence in both the rod's strength and the line's resilience. After all, it was a product of the system, and he need not worry about breakage or line snapping. Therefore, all he had to do was exert all his strength to flip this underwater giant. Of course, for ordinary fish, even a slight application of force would send them darting in panic, thereby exhausting their stamina. However, Fang Yuan was no ordinary angler, nor was the underwater creature. Just as before, despite the line being subjected to considerable tension, it remained unresponsive, behaving as if it were merely anchored to the bottom. Those who have caught massive fish understand that the larger the catch, the more it feels like being snagged, a phenomenon commonly referred to as anchoring. The reason is simple. The line and hook have yet to inflict any harm on the fish, and thus, it perceives no threat to its stamina. So once more, as Fang Yuan's body rose again with the tightening of the line, he leaned back forcefully. Whoosh, whoosh, creak, creak. The friction of the line and the reel intertwined, showcasing the allure of long-distance casting, a pleasure unattainable with a simple hand rod. Naturally, this requires the catch of a giant and a rod of exceptional quality. After repeated tugs, the underwater leviathan finally responded, seemingly in pain as it began to fiercely pull the line. It was exerting force. The water monster was finally exerting force. Exerting force? After all this time, it had just begun to exert itself? Of course, you thought you were catching those paltry 3 to 5 pound fish. Judging by this, it seemed likely to break records. Hey, which brother knows the record holder for hand rods? It should be Teacher Demiao's 150-pound giant blue fish. The entire event was live-streamed, with no exaggeration. Wait, didn't he the coach recently catch a 700-pound fish? 700 pounds? Brother, that was sea fishing. Can it even compare to freshwater? And there are still doubts about the authenticity of that giant tuna caught by the coach. Yes, I saw the video. When that 700-pound tuna was brought ashore, it was as still as a corpse. It looked fake. It's a pity that guy is considered the top angler today. Top. Who crowned him as such? I, Lu Changjian, refuse to accept that. Alright, enough about others. The question is whether Fang can break the record. Can he? Absolutely. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips on it. Same here. I'll bet a bottle of AD calcium milk. At this moment, not only were the viewers in the chat room fervently discussing, but the anglers on the shore were equally engrossed, witnessing Fang Yuan's arduous struggle, which had only elicited a slight response from the underwater giant. They began to realize this fish was likely no small fry. An uncle chewing on betel nut exclaimed excitedly, while a brother holding a phone nodded in agreement. Indeed, if this fish can be landed, it could potentially shatter the record for freshwater catches. Wow, just watching this is thrilling, isn't it? Yesterday, I watched Demiao's match. Today, I'm witnessing someone real and a giant. This fishing spot at the river mouth is bound to become popular. Upon hearing Demiao's name mentioned, several regular anglers looked around. Hey, didn't Teacher Demiao just create a heavy bait yesterday? Why hasn't he shown up today? Why hasn't he come? Need you ask? He.s. likely sulking after being outperformed. Haha. Yet, they were unaware that, hundreds of kilometers away, by a mountain reservoir, Demiao was watching the live stream with a smug smile. What did I tell you? That water area at the river mouth is guaranteed to harbor a colossal creature. You all didn't believe me, but now you see it, a genuine giant. This time, that kid is in for a surprise. As he rambled on, a staff member beside him kept his head down, hesitant to interject. On the shore, after numerous back-and-forth tugs, Fang Yuan felt his reel straining heavily. Not only that, but the underwater giant seemed to have realized its predicament and began to exert tremendous force. Observing the distance, Fang Yuan made a bold decision in his heart. Want line? Then take it. He then released the brake, and in an instant, whoosh. The fishing reel spun furiously, teetering on the brink of being emptied in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan reacted swiftly, once again locking the brakes just as the reel was cleared, his body leaning back in tandem. In the next breath, the line tightened, and the anticipated forceful tug surged through the line. Although Fang Yuan had braced himself in advance, he was nearly yanked into the water by this sudden, powerful pull. What a close call, Fang Yuan exclaimed. It was only due to his exceptional physical conditioning and the high quality of his gear that he managed to avoid disaster. Without either of these, he could have faced a broken rod or, worse yet, a direct plunge into the depths. The purpose behind this struggle was straightforward. He aimed to provoke the colossal creature lurking beneath the surface. From the moment he had begun reeling in, Fang Yuan sensed that although he exerted considerable force, the underwater behemoth still retained a reserve of strength. This indicated that mere reliance on its immense size to drag it along was futile. It was imperative to compel it into motion. Thus, under the tremendous force's abrupt halt, a massive object burst forth from the water's surface, only to vanish in an instant. Upon first sighting this aquatic giant, the crowd on the shore erupted in gasps. It had appeared again, the water monster. My goodness, it's enormous. Brothers, look. The water monster has emerged. On the shore, Chen Sanpao, despite feeling disgruntled about being sidelined from the live stream, shouted, "Capture it quickly." Who managed to snap a photo? Chen Sanpao inquired loudly. While it was impossible to expect the viewer count to skyrocket, posting a high-definition, first-hand photograph could still garner substantial traffic. One cameraman chimed in. My camera is set to capture. Director Chen immediately leaned in, urging, quick, send it back to the studio. Meanwhile, at a nearby aquatic research institute along the river, Professor Li Weihua was conducting a final review of a paper about aquatic research set for publication. Just then, a young man rushed in, flustered, startled by the interruption. Professor Li frowned and reprimanded. Look at you, nearly 30 years old and lacking any composure. It's a shame you're my most valued student. How can I trust you with this research institute if you behave like this? The young man rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, saying, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Professor Li scrutinized him, asking, urgent? The young man nodded, but just as he was about to speak, Professor Li cut him off. Can anything be more pressing than my paper? Go outside for now. Even the gravest matters must wait until I've reviewed my paper. With that, He turned his back to continue focusing on his work. Seeing this, the young man took a deep breath and said, "I'll send it to your phone. You can look at it when you have time." Without turning around, the professor replied, "Hom, and remember to close the door on your way out." Moments later, after completing the paper review, Professor Lee removed his reading glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. As he picked up his phone to check the time, he noticed an unread message. Upon glancing at the contact name, he recalled the urgent visit from his promising student. Professor Lee murmured, "Let me see what could be so urgent that he rushed in like that." He trailed off mid-sentence, his words halting abruptly as he donned his reading glasses to take another look. Within moments, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is..." He dashed out of the office. Chapter 110, The Water Monster Emerges. "Where did you get this photo?" Upon finding his prized student, Professor Lee wasted no time in demanding the source of the photograph. The young man was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. "Professor, have you seen the photo?" Ignoring the young man's words, Professor Lee reiterated his question. "I asked where the photo came from." The young man replied honestly, "It was released by the television station." Professor Lee furrowed his brow. "The television station? Which one?" The young man responded, "Our county's television station." "Our county's television station?" The young man nodded. After receiving a definitive answer, Professor Lee seized his phone and began scrolling. Moments later, he dialed a number. Meanwhile, at the television station, Zhang Qingfeng had just completed his tasks and leaned back in his chair to relax. Although the live stream hadn't met expectations, their ultimate goal had been achieved. The little county of Linjiang had gained unexpected notoriety. The online search volume for Linjiang had skyrocketed compared to previous days, making it essential to seize this opportunity. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. Zhang Qingfeng answered, his expression shifting instantly. "Professor Lee, yes, it's Zhang Qingfeng." Upon realizing the identity of the caller, Zhang Qingfeng straightened up. This was not merely due to Professor Lee's standing, but because of the remarkable achievements of his students. Not to mention, the current county official was once his student, and their teacher-student relationship was genuine. Yes, it was us who released it." "The address?" "Of course, it's at the river's entrance." No problem. Professor Lee." Zhang Qingfeng was about to say more when he was cut off by a busy signal. On the other end, after obtaining the precise address, Professor Lee could no longer remain seated. He instructed his student, "Quickly, start the car. We are heading to the southwest river entrance." Simultaneously, online, with the water monster incident from the Linjiang County dominating trending searches, countless internet users turned their attention to this obscure little county. Naturally, several photos of the water monster and brief video clips of its fleeting appearance were shared wildly across the internet. Meanwhile, numerous experts began to discern certain clues. Soon after, when Professor Lee arrived at the riverbank, he was met with a densely packed crowd of onlookers. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a person approached him. "Professor Lee, hello, I'm Chen from the television station." Professor Lee paused. "Director Chen said, the director just called me to wait for you here. And I've interviewed you before. My name is..." Without allowing him to finish, Professor Lee politely interjected, "Where's that angler?" Director Chen nodded, "Yes." Professor Lee turned to his student. "Quickly, let's go over there." At that moment, by the riverbank, large beads of sweat rolled down Fang Yuan's forehead. Over an hour had passed since the giant took the bait, yet the colossal creature remained submerged. Despite this, Fang Yuan was exhilarated, for it signified that this catch could potentially shatter freshwater records. This was the ultimate aspiration of every angler. Therefore, at this moment, he dared not relax for even a second. Just then, Fang Yuan glanced over and saw an elderly man being assisted to the riverbank by the newcomers. Those newcomers were none other than Director Chun and Professor Lee. As Fang Yuan exerted himself, grappling with the fishing rod while entangled with the colossal creature beneath the surface, Director Chen contemplated stepping forward to utter a few words of encouragement. However, as he took a step, he was firmly grasped by Professor Lee. "Do not disturb him. Let us simply observe." Upon hearing this, Director Chen ordered, "Lee, fetch a folding stool." On the shore, Fang Yuan suddenly sensed a diminishing force in his hands, causing his expression to brighten. Has it lost its strength? With this realization, he began to reel in the line, even though he felt utterly exhausted. As he swiftly reeled, shouts erupted from the shore. "Look, the young man is reeling it in. He's reeling it in. The creature must be losing its air. The water monster is about to reveal its true form." Hearing this, the crowd gathered closer to the shore. Observing the scene, Professor Lee furrowed his brow and picked up his phone, dialing immediately. "Hello, Xiaowei. Hurry and bring a group of people to maintain order at the river mouth." After hanging up, Professor Lee, disregarding his previous seated position, rose and made his way towards Fang Yuan. Suddenly, yet another wave of gasps echoed along the shore. For beneath Fang Yuan's vigorous effort, the immense creature finally surfaced, revealing its true appearance. "Look, the water monster has emerged. What a gigantic fish. Though its appearance is rather peculiar, Goodness, this beast must weigh around 2 or 300 pounds. 2 or 300 pounds. You can add another 2 or 300 to that. Chapter 111. Coming ashore, the collected bounty. The gigantic entity emerged from the water, eliciting astonished cries from the crowd. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, Professor Lee stretched his neck to get a better view. On the way here, he had meticulously studied a photograph on his phone. Although it was merely a blurry silhouette, its unique features had stirred his excitement throughout the journey. Teacher, Professor Lee, beside him. Director Chun and the young man noticed his eager stance and instinctively approached to support him. Particularly, Chen Sanpao, having previously interviewed him, had taken the time to delve into Professor Lee's background. The discovery had startled him. If anything were to happen to the esteemed professor today, his role as the director at this television station could be jeopardized. No need for that. I am not yet so frail as to require assistance. After brushing aside their hands, Professor Lee urged, young man, put in more effort. On the other side, encouraged by the elderly gentleman's words, Fang Yuan grinned, his reel spinning even faster. Before long, the colossal creature was dragged to the shore. Professor Lee wiped his eyes for clarity, confirming, it is indeed it, my old companion. At this proclamation, Chen Sanpao was taken aback, gazing at the immense creature that had been pulled ashore. The creature measured over 3 meters in length, sporting a long, duckbill-like snout. Its appearance was strange, yet unmistakably that of a fish, an extraordinarily large fish. Old companion? Of course, Chen Sanpao, as a literary figure, did not grasp the term's significance, but Professor Lee's students understood the implications embedded within their teacher's words. Teacher, Professor Lee gestured for calm, then wiped away a tear from his eye, stepping forward to inquire. May I examine it closely, young man? Fang Yuan replied, certainly, feel free. Yet, internally, he was brimming with excitement. The reason was simple. As soon as the massive fish was hauled ashore, a notification from the system chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have captured a collectible catch, a white sturgeon. Reward, 10,000 points. 3 lottery chances, and the collectible fish album has been unlocked. 10,000 points. Capturing this colossal creature had rewarded him with a full 10,000 points. What did that signify? Converted into small medicinal concoctions for bait sales. That would amount to 2,500,000, calculated at the price of crucian carp bait. If it were to exceed that value, the worth would only escalate. In this moment, describing the situation as a windfall would not be an exaggeration. As for the 3 lottery chances and the unlocking of the collectible album, they paled in comparison. Wait, what is wrong with this old man? Why is he crying while gazing at the fish? Fang Yuan called out, old man, old man. Professor Lee looked over, and before Fang Yuan could inquire further, Professor Lee grasped his hand tightly. Young man, thank you. You have done a tremendous service today. At these words, Fang Yuan was even more bewildered. Do you know what kind of fish this is? Professor Lee asked, having just learned its name from the system notification. Fang Yuan responded without hesitation. It's a white sturgeon. Upon saying this, he suddenly sensed something amiss. White sturgeon. That name sounded eerily familiar. In an instant, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. No way. Could it really be that coincidental? Meanwhile, in the live stream, the revelation of the super colossal creature's true form had stirred a frenzy in the chat. The barrage of comments and gifs flooded the screen. Some praised Fang Yuan's prowess. Others clamored to kneel and learn the art of fishing from him. Many simply expressed their admiration for his luck, showering gifts in hopes of sharing some of that fortune. Debates erupted regarding the massive fish, and this segment constituted the largest audience. Does anyone recognize what kind of fish this is? I've never seen one like it. I always feel like this fish is something extraordinary. Isn't there a saying online that the stranger the appearance, the quicker the judgment? This fish looks quite peculiar. Isn't it just a sturgeon? We have some farmed in our town, weighing around 4 or 5 kilograms. It's not that expensive. What? You call that a sturgeon? You might be correct, but do you know what species of sturgeon it is? Oh, who cares what species it is? Just ask whether the young man caught it. Isn't that impressive? Brothers, why do I feel like this fish looks so much like the white sturgeon that was declared extinct a few years ago? White sturgeon. Come on, don't joke around. You just said it was declared extinct. How could the streamer possibly catch it? With that size, that long snout, and that coloration. It's hard to say. White sturgeon. Wasn't that listed as a first-class protected species before it went extinct? First-class protected species? Goodness. That means the streamer has caught a fish that could land him in prison. At the river mouth, the crowd gathered around the peculiar fish, eagerly discussing and raising their phones to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had lost the earlier joy of accumulating points. Noticing the virtual screen still active, he also took note of the uniform barrage of comments. Streamer run. You've caught a fish that could land you in prison. At that moment, a sudden, piercing siren echoed in the distance, growing closer. Fang Yuan's heart sank. No way, I just caught it. Moments later, a uniformed group of officials approached. "Everyone, please step aside. Be cautious." As they arrived, the live stream erupted with excitement. "No way, the police are here so quickly?" Alas, it seems the time has come when we can no longer witness Fang Shun's live broadcasts. Soon, he may no longer be referred to as Fang Shun, but rather as Fang's certain individual. Does anyone know the sentencing standards for this level of protected species? Typically, it's under 3 years, sometimes 5 to 10 years. And in particularly severe cases, it can start at 10 years. 10 years. Goodness, is this the end for Fang Shun? No way. I've grown accustomed to his live streams. If he gets taken away, who will I watch in the future? Oh dear, let us not jump to conclusions. This was merely an accidental catch. It was not intentional. They'll release it soon enough. Release it soon enough? My friend, have you looked closely? The police have already arrived. On the shore, upon seeing a line of uniformed personnel, Professor Lee approached, and then a portly middle-aged man jogged over. "Professor Lee." The professor nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, "Please maintain order at the scene, and set up a cordon." He then turned to his students, saying, "You, go fetch the boat from the laboratory." Finally, he turned his gaze toward Fang Yuan. After casting a look full of appreciation, Professor Lee bowed deeply. At this gesture, the uniformed officer beside him was taken aback. He was uncertain about the situation at hand, but he was well aware of Professor Lee's esteemed status. Many would queue to visit his hometown for various reasons, yet the elder remained indifferent. In this moment, not only was the officer startled, but Fang Yuan also stood in astonishment at the elderly gentleman's bow. "Elder, what is this about?" Professor Lee straightened up and remarked, "Young man, I am grateful to you for rescuing this beluga sturgeon from the brink of extinction." On his way here, Professor Lee had been apprehensive, flustered, but upon startled by the interruption, witnessing the creature firsthand, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. The beluga sturgeon. Indeed, it was the beluga sturgeon. Despite the fact that over 2 decades had elapsed since he last laid eyes on this species, he recognized it immediately upon its emergence from the water. As a former researcher of endangered species, Professor Lee was intimately familiar with the beluga sturgeon, having dedicated over a decade to its academic study. Otherwise, he would not have traveled from a bustling metropolis, armed with substantial research funding, to this obscure little county's modest research institute. Why? It was all due to his passion for aquatic life. Most importantly, this location was the last known sighting of the beluga sturgeon, which occurred over 20 years ago. For years, countless individuals have claimed to have seen the beluga sturgeon, but without exception, none could provide any substantive evidence, even blurry photographs or videos. The outcome was predictable. Just a few years ago, the International Union for Conservation of Nature officially listed the beluga sturgeon as extinct. This announcement caused an uproar not only among researchers of aquatic life, but also among people from all walks of life. Why, you ask? Because this species, just a few decades prior, was abundant in the rivers, yet within a mere span of years, it had transitioned from a common species to one that was extinct. What a lamentable reflection of our times. Of course, numerous factors contributed to this dire fate. The most widely accepted explanation points to the various dams and barriers obstructing the beluga sturgeon's migratory routes. As a migratory fish, its habitat and breeding grounds are not the same. Thus, the Conservation Union deemed it necessary to include this species on the extinction list. At this moment, after expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Professor Lee instructed his accompanying students, "Quickly, bring the tools. I need to collect some data and samples." The reappearance of a species deemed extinct was of immense value, and his students, equally as dedicated researchers, understood this. With a command, they dashed back. Within a minute, they returned, panting heavily. "Teacher." Observing their actions and the surrounding police cordon, Fang Yuan realized they were not there to apprehend him. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. Furthermore, he understood that this elder was not only engaged in relevant research but likely held a distinguished status. With this in mind, Fang Yuan began to gather his equipment, preparing to make his escape. As for the fate of that magnificent fish? The professionals were present, and so were the numerous uniformed personnel. To think he could lay claim to the beluga sturgeon would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself. To put it another way, capturing such a colossal creature would yield no small reward in points, collection opportunities, and chances for a lottery. What more could one desire? Time to slip away. However, just as he finished packing his gear and was about to retrieve his drone, he glanced at the live stream. Over 100,000 viewers? Goodness. When did my stream attract so many people? Previously, while wrestling with the creature, Fang Yuan had occasionally glanced at the chat, but he had only paid attention to the comments, not the viewer count. Now, after double-checking, he confirmed that his live stream had indeed surpassed 100,000 viewers. Such an influx of viewers meant that his follower count must have surged. Upon checking the back end, he was astonished to find that his follower count, which had been under 50,000 just the night before, had now skyrocketed to over 100,000. This meant that the growth from this single live stream equaled the results from the previous month. Quite impressive. However, now that the large creature was ashore and its identity confirmed, it was time to end the broadcast. Thank you, everyone, for your company. I will be signing off now. For those who haven't followed yet, please do so. In the live stream, upon hearing Fang Yuan's intention to end the broadcast, the viewers were left in disbelief. Simultaneously, those who had been drawn in by the spectacle were equally bewildered. You're going to end the stream with over 100,000 viewers? Are you serious? In an instant, confusion erupted. What? Ending the broadcast? Are you out of your mind, streamer? 100,000 viewers, and you just say you're signing off? My goodness, I must be hearing things. Streamer, you're really going to end it? This was absurd. With such a surge in viewership, any other streamer would likely endure without rest. Yet here was Fang Yuan, simply declaring his intent to leave. Truly, he was something else. In a live stream of this magnitude, a small token of appreciation from the audience wouldn't have been unreasonable. Yet Fang Yuan chose not to ask for anything at all. Ah, such defiance. Without further ado, Fang Yuan had not anticipated the fervent reaction to his desire to depart from this place of contention. Of course, he was oblivious to the fervor. For as he uttered his farewell, he swiftly closed the live stream, despite the flurry of gifts appearing on the screen as he signed off. As the live stream concluded and everything was tidied up, Fang Yuan cast a glance around, noticing that everyone's attention was captivated by the white sturgeon. Silently, Bian Li lifted his equipment and slipped away. On the riverbank, Professor Li's heart raced with excitement, which only intensified as data continued to be collected. Particularly, when he realized that this white sturgeon was a female and showed signs of pregnancy, his lips began to tremble. A female fish, and one carrying young. What did this signify? It indicated that this sturgeon had adapted to the current conditions of the river. Furthermore, the ability to conceive suggested that a certain population still thrived. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Professor Li could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, his emotions flowing freely. At that moment, he recalled the young angler who had initiated this significant research breakthrough. But where had he gone? Chapter 112. Departing, embarking on the next journey. Where was he? Hearing Professor Li's exclamation, his students appeared bewildered, as they had been assisting and focused entirely on the white sturgeon, oblivious to Fang Yuan's departure. However, a nearby junior leader in uniform seemed to comprehend. Oh, he left. Professor Li was taken aback. Left? The junior leader nodded. Yes. He just left a little while ago. Professor Li glared at him. Why didn't you stop him? Now it was the junior leader's turn to be flummoxed. Stop him? In that moment, he seemed to understand. Professor Li meant to bring him back. He was about to instruct his subordinates to fetch the young man, but then thought better of it. What would they even bring him back for? Perhaps just to present him with a banner. Let him go? If Fang Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly be grateful for his foresight. A banner? I don't need that. Meanwhile, upon reaching the shore, Fang Yuan hastily accelerated away from this contentious place. During the live broadcast, he had managed to keep a low profile, maintaining a distance from the camera, so being exposed to various spotlights made him somewhat uncomfortable. Regrettably, the fishing progress at this site had not been achieved. Of course, Fang Yuan understood that with the appearance of this white sturgeon, fishing here would likely become an impossibility. With that thought, he drove back to the small restaurant he had passed earlier. Boss, a bowl of noodles and 50 yuan worth of beef, please. Having enjoyed the noodles and cold beef during his previous visit, he was eager to savor them once more before departing. Boss, hello? After a couple of calls, the owner finally responded. Oh, coming. What do you want, young man? Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan replied. 1 bowl of wide noodles and 50 yuan worth of beef, and please, no cold water rinse. Upon hearing the order, the boss rolled up his sleeves. Got it. Just a moment. Shortly after, a bowl of wide noodles and a plate of cold beef were served at his table. At that moment, 2 fellows walked in, chatting animatedly. One of them, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, exclaimed, I told you, the resources at the river mouth are abundant. It was just that we weren't using the right methods. Look now, someone has caught a massive fish weighing over 500. The other replied, enough already. It was you who wanted to leave. And you who wanted to change locations. I didn't say anything. Besides, what is so great about 500 pounds? With your skills, you wouldn't even catch 5. Hearing their conversation and observing their appearance, Fang Yuan thought to himself how coincidental it was. They were the same 2 he had encountered yesterday. Back then, they had been eager to leave, and today, it was evident they had been drawn back by the spectacle of the colossal fish at the river mouth. Their dialogue was rather loud, and the restaurant owner, overhearing, interjected, Brothers, are you also going to fish at the river mouth? I hear it's quite crowded today. One of the guys responded, Of course. Before coming here, I saw on my phone that people were shoulder to shoulder. And it won't be long before there's no space left. He then asked, Do you like fishing? The owner rubbed his hands together like, I absolutely love it. The other guy said, great. Let us all go together later. The restaurant owner sighed. Oh, no can do. You see how busy it is. He pointed to several scratches on his face. I went out to play the other day, and my wife clawed me when I got back. Oh, let us not dwell on it. It's all tears. By the way, what will you two have? After the duo ordered their bowls of noodles. The owner disappeared into the kitchen again, and they resumed their discussion, albeit in hushed tones. Did you see that? I told you before, fishing folks are lonely. They can't get married. Now you see, I was right. The other fisherman nodded in agreement. You're right. Luckily neither of us has wives. After finishing lunch, Fang Yuan drove away. Since fishing at the river mouth was off the table, he decided to seek another location. The world was vast, surely. He could find a place to fish. His plan was simple, to find a new fishing spot before nightfall and rest there for the night. Allowing him to fish first thing in the morning, he summoned the virtual panel and searched for nearby fishing locations. The results revealed Lu's fishing ground, 500 for 6 hours. Fisherman's Wharf, Giant Fish Pond, 1,200 for 3 hours. After scanning the options, Fang Yuan spat at the navigation. Several fishing spots were listed, but they all required payment. Wild fishing? None were available. Since the search for fishing methods proved futile, Fang Yuan opted for a more direct approach, searching for large water bodies nearby. Soon, a mountain reservoir appeared on the virtual screen. Below, there were sparse comments left by anglers, one of which caught Fang Yuan's attention. The comment included a photo of a broken line setup, with the text, 7 plus 5 line setup cut in an instant. Fang Yuan mused. 7 plus 5 cut in an instant. If that's true, this place is guaranteed to have giants. He glanced at the distance, over 270 kilometers away, and since it was all back roads, the navigation estimated over 3 hours of travel time. After some consideration, he decided, that's it. Having confirmed his route, Fang Yuan sped off. Several hours later, as twilight approached, he found himself still driving with just over 10 miles left. Cursing the navigation system once again. 3 hours of travel? He had been on the road for nearly 5 hours since the navigation began. It wasn't because he had taken a detour. However, the road leading to the past was in such a dreadful condition. For the first 200 kilometers, it was smooth sailing at a steady 80 kilometers per hour, but the last stretch of over 10 kilometers was riddled with craters and concrete paths. Yes, it was indeed that kind of muddy terrain, fraught with water and muck. If it weren't for the 3 locks on this vehicle and its commendable off-road capabilities, I fear that had I opted for the small camper van initially considered, it would have succumbed to the elements long ago. No wonder the navigation indicated that only one person had ventured this way in the past month, given the state of the road. Consequently, Fang Yuan contemplated replacing the seats with pneumatic ones after this trip, as his back could not endure such a bumpy ride. Of course, having driven this far, only a mere 10 kilometers remained, so with gritted teeth, Fang Yuan pressed on. After nearly an hour had passed, and the sky had completely darkened, he finally arrived at the mountainside reservoir. Chapter 113, Harvest Review, Daily 100 points for the collectible fish. The night was as dark as ink, and the autumn wind whispered eerily. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Fang Yuan was immediately struck by the chill of the mountain breeze. The late autumn night bore a natural coolness, especially in this desolate mountainous area. Observing the barren surroundings, he tightened his jacket and dismissed the idea of checking the fishing spot. Given the environment and the hour, it was far wiser to remain inside the vehicle. Having quelled his urge to inspect the fishing site, Fang Yuan busied himself in the kitchen. After a long afternoon of driving, the noodles he had for lunch had long since digested. Time to cook. The off-road pickup had its advantages, but the camper van offered its own comforts. At this moment, to prepare a meal, one had to exit the vehicle and cook outdoors. If it had been a camper van, the process would have been infinitely more comfortable. Naturally, Fang Yuan had also researched models that flawlessly fused the two types, such as heavy-duty off-road campers like the Unimog. But the price? Sigh. Perhaps in the future. Battling the gusts of wind, Fang Yuan prepared dinner. A bag of frozen dumplings, several vacuum-sealed marinated dishes, and a thermos of hot tea. Simple, yet satisfying. After finishing his meal and freshening up, he reclined in the rooftop tent of the vehicle. The mountain wind was a bit stronger at night, but thanks to the hardtop design of the tent, he need not worry about noise. As he lay back, Fang Yuan summoned the system panel. He had not had the chance to check the rewards from the day's earlier catch at the estuary, so he seized this moment of leisure to explore the collectible fish catalog. Upon accessing it, he noticed a shimmering icon in the upper right corner marked Collectible Fish Catalog. Clicking on it, a page unfolded. It was modest in size, with only one icon glowing in the upper left corner, the pointed snout of the white sturgeon he had captured during the day. Collectible fish, white sturgeon. Grade A. Effect. Upon activation, rewards include a strengthening value of 10 and daily points of 100, belonging to the fishing grounds of the Great River. Upon closer inspection, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The strengthening value of 10 was anticipated, given that it was a fish capable of unlocking an icon, and it was only natural for its value to be higher. However, the prospect of earning 100 points daily? His heart raced uncontrollably, daily points amounting to 100. The significance of these points was self-evident, as they were directly tied to monetary gain. At this moment, 100 points a day equated to redeeming 10 bottles of bait, each bottle capable of producing 50 containers of feed, totaling at least $2,500. Thus, 10 bottles would yield $25,000. And all this with no effort required, simply receiving 25,000 daily. After this calculation, Fang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. He had previously pondered when he might afford an off-road camper, yet now it seemed achievable within 3 months, at most. Of course, Fang Yuan acknowledged that achieving this goal hinged on the sale of the bait. Contemplating the bait situation, he accessed the platform's backend. Upon viewing the numbers, he gasped. Over 370 orders? Refreshing the page, it rose to 380. Another refresh revealed 400 orders. Staring at the backend display, he was astounded by the visible surge in order numbers. Upon further examination, he inquired whether the shop selling the bait was the one renowned for catching large fish weighing over 500 pounds. Was it the same shop owned by the young man who had caught sturgeon at the estuary? He finally found the right connection. After reading the reviews, it dawned on him. The butterfly effect stemming from his catch of the white sturgeon earlier that day had worked wonders. Feeling reassured, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "This is stable." He had been fretting over how to improve bait sales earlier, but now it seemed secure. Simultaneously, he recognized a new concern regarding his fishing itinerary. According to his initial plan, he intended to conclude by New Year's, leaving just 2 months for the journey. However, upon arrival, he had left ample bait at home, albeit in accordance with previous sales volumes. Given the current pace, reaching 500 orders today was merely a matter of time. Therefore, he contemplated altering his fishing schedule to return home sooner. Moreover, with the surge in orders, he needed to expedite the necessary procedures for packaging, as well as consider the bottling process. Previously, completing a maximum of 100 orders a day was manageable for his parents. But now he had to reassess the bottling machinery situation. Procedures, machinery, and workshop space, all of which required swift attention. It was imperative to find a dedicated employee. Time to head back. After this whirlwind of thoughts, Fang Yuan felt overwhelmed with tasks, yet he welcomed the busyness, as it was all about making money. Indeed, substantial profits. Additionally, today as harvest extended beyond the system and bait changes, the live streaming platform had yielded significant gains as well. First and foremost, the follower count surged. When he finished streaming at noon, the count had surpassed 100,000, and now it was nearing 200,000. The growth was exhilarating. Furthermore, he had not monitored the viewer donations during the broadcast, partly due to his focus on the struggle with the white sturgeon. Yet, another factor was the continuous stream of gifts that had not ceased for a moment. Upon checking the total amount of gifts received, he was astonished to discover it exceeded 70,000, and that was after the cut. Observing the categories of gifts, it was clear that the carnival gifts comprised the majority, indicating that many generous patrons had visited his live stream today. With this realization, Fang Yuan wasted no time. He promptly edited and uploaded the replay of today's stream onto his homepage. After completing all these tasks, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply. Shouldering all these responsibilities was indeed no trivial endeavor. It was imperative to recruit more personnel upon returning. Chapter 114, The Desolate Mountain, Shirtang. After surveying everything, the last item on the agenda before sleep was the lottery draw. Fang Yuan's anticipation for the lottery was palpable. Reminiscent of the last occasion when a last-minute twist resulted in winning an aircraft, which not only transformed his streaming approach, but also influenced various aspects of his life. One can only imagine the sheer delight of having a holographic 3D projection interface before him, perpetually connected to the internet, controlled merely by thought. And now, there were 3 lottery draws. What would fortune bestow upon me this time? Fang Yuan rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn Fortune Bamboo Slip 10. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn Fortune Bamboo Slip 10. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn Fortune Bamboo Slip 10. As Fang Yuan, still hoping for another unexpected boon, heard the system's notifications thrice, he sighed. Sleep, sleep. The following morning, warm sunlight blanketed the mountaintop. Inside the rooftop tent, after a night of rest, Fang Yuan emerged, stretching lazily as he pulled down the side sunshades, allowing the piercing sunlight to flood in. In stark contrast to the desolation felt the previous night, the warmth at this moment compelled Fang Yuan to release a contented sigh. Opening the tent further, he gazed into the boundless expanse of yellow, and the sensation was even more pronounced. My bedroom may be small, but my courtyard is vast. The sensation of awakening amidst nature is simply delightful. Shaking off the last remnants of sleepiness, Fang Yuan descended from the vehicle. As for breakfast, he was not particularly fussy. A simple bowl of instant noodles accompanied by a marinated egg, yet it had to be the premium version. This outing had seen the car's refrigerator stocked to the brim, including an assortment of meats and seafood. The noodles were merely a side dish. After satisfying his hunger, Fang Yuan equipped himself and set off towards the mountain reservoir. According to the navigation description, this mountain, named Giant Mountain, though its name suggests grandeur, has an elevation of just over 300 meters, barely a small hillock. However, due to its primary structure being composed of blue stone, it was contracted by a quarry at the end of the last century. In less than 2 years of extraction, a large, deep pit emerged. The reasons for the subsequent halt in operations remain unknown, but over time, it transformed into the current mountain reservoir. On the way, in a bid to take a shortcut, Fang Yuan ascended directly. While ordinary individuals would find it challenging to traverse the terrain, he moved with ease. Upon entering a grove of pine trees, he was captivated by a deep, bottomless pit that caught his attention. The mouth of the pit was small and vertical, with a diameter of less than a meter. Observing the surrounding soil, it seemed that the pit had not been long since its creation. The earth was still fresh, interspersed with numerous objects resembling tiles. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, and a term immediately surfaced in his mind: a robbery pit. The ancients often preferred to bury their deceased kin in elevated locations, particularly in flatlands where a mountain suddenly appeared amidst the plains. It was common for local gentry to inter their relatives there, often accompanied by various belongings used in life. What may have seemed ordinary at the time has, after hundreds or even thousands of years, transformed those accompanying items into antiques, thus giving rise to the profession of grave robbers. Fang Yuan's conviction stemmed from the fact that his uncle's family also had a small hill nearby, where numerous such robbery pits existed. In his childhood, he had fallen into one, and had it not been for his uncle leading half the village into the mountains to search for him, he might still be attending a certain high school. However, the robbery pits near his uncle's home were remnants from decades ago, while this one appeared to have been recently disturbed, as evidenced by the freshly turned earth surrounding it. After a brief inspection, Fang Yuan pressed on. After all, where could one find greater joy than fishing? Before long, he arrived at the reservoir. As indicated by the navigation, this reservoir was quite substantial, square in shape, with steep cliffs flanking 3 sides, leaving only one edge for fishing. Upon reaching the location, Fang Yuan wasted no time setting up his outdoor display, erecting a set of tables and chairs, followed by a sunshade, tea set, small stove, and finally, his fishing gear. His extraordinary strength allowed him to effortlessly carry this hefty load, whereas others would struggle. Before commencing the fishing, Fang Yuan did not forget to utilize the radar to scan the mountain reservoir before him. Subsequently, a notification chimed. Ding. New fishing ground successfully unlocked. A page unfolded before him. Fishing ground, Giant Mountain Stone Pond. Grade F. Current unlocking progress, 0. Ding. Daily task activated for the current fishing ground. Catch a single fish weighing over 5 kilograms to receive 20 points. Hearing the system voice resonate in his mind, Fang Yuan's mouth split into a wide grin. A fishing ground. Another fishing ground. He was beginning to grasp the nature of this fortune fishing system, as long as the area was sufficient and purely wild. A fishing ground could be unlocked. Moreover, there was a corresponding rare fish catalog, and the entrance resembled a dimly lit abyss. Could it be that this location harbored collectible catches? Excitement surged within Fang Yuan. With a goal in sight, Fang Yuan was filled with vigor. A single fish weighing 10 kilograms? A hand rod would not suffice. With a thought, he directly retrieved the dragon-catching long-range rod from his system backpack. Setting aside other considerations, he aimed to complete this daily task. 20 points were rather trivial given his current stature, but even a mosquito's leg is considered meat. Let us get started. Let us get started. Casting his line, Fang Yuan simultaneously activated the live stream. To his surprise, at the moment the stream commenced, he observed a frenzied increase in the viewer count in the upper right corner. In just over 10 seconds, the number of viewers surpassed 1,000. First, today. That first spot must be mine. First is mine. Just as he settled down. Wow, has Fang Yuan changed locations? Oh, today's environment is splendid, with mountains and water. Host, are you still catching giant fish weighing over 100 pounds? Just a timid inquiry. Is this Fang Yuan's livestream? I've searched over 10 and they're all frauds. Observing the influx of viewers into the stream, Fang Yuan smiled and said, Brothers, buckle up. Within the live stream, several seasoned viewers prepared themselves mentally upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, while many newcomers were left in awe. Whoosh! A drone soared into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters, only to accelerate and descend vertically moments later. Amidst this back-and-forth motion, Fang Yuan chuckled at the barrage of comments flooding the stream. Come on, can we not start with such excitement? With a grin, Fang Yuan replied, haha brothers, let me show you the surrounding scenery. With that, he maneuvered the drone higher for a panoramic sweep of the entire mountain. The mountain reservoir? The scenery is quite splendid. Even if one does not fish, the environment is soothing to behold. Splendid scenery, you say? I find it rather mediocre. Just look at the weeds surrounding the streamer. They tower over him. I am curious about one thing. How does the streamer consistently find such excellent fishing spots? It's not that the streamer can locate good fishing points. Even the most wretched resources can yield magnificent catches during a live broadcast. This reservoir appears rather daunting. I suspect it harbors some grand fish. Streamer, the next time you pan the camera, could you give us a heads up? I just changed my shorts. A streamer who doesn't lowball his catches is not a true angler. Fang Shun, I request the coordinates. Same here, I seek the coordinates. The estuary from yesterday was quite promising, but when I arrived, they outright forbade fishing, claiming they were applying for a protected species testing site. Dropping a line there would mean a minimum 10-year sentence. I went there too. I set off early today only to find that the estuary has already been designated as a protected area. You set off early today? I began my journey the day before yesterday during the stream, covering over 1,300 kilometers. I drove for a full day and night, and just upon arriving, I learned that the estuary had been closed off. Damn it, all that distance for nothing. Touching the floor above, how tragic. But brother, do not lose heart. Now that you're here, just head to the streamer's current location. It shouldn't be too far from that estuary. Fang Shun, with your single effort, you've turned a fishing spot into a protected area. Those who miss the boat may find themselves without a chance to fish for days. Add me in. I request the coordinates. Add 10,086. The environment displayed has sparked a flurry of discussions in the live chat, with many eager to request the coordinates of this reservoir. Fang Yuan has been live for quite some time, and every fishing spot he selects either yields a bountiful catch or produces grand fish, thus becoming the sought-after target for anglers far and wide. At this moment, observing the barrage of requests for coordinates, Fang Yuan chuckled, I can share the coordinates. But I must warn you, the nearest town is over 10 kilometers away, and the road is quite treacherous. Fang Yuan is not exaggerating. It is indeed the truth. According to the map, the closest village to this mountain peak is also over 10 kilometers away. If it were a good road, that would be acceptable, but at best, it would take 20 minutes to traverse. However, the only route to this place is riddled with shell craters or is a muddy concrete road. Before arriving, Fang Yuan was puzzled as to how one road could be in such disrepair. Yet upon reaching the location, everything became clear. This massive mountain had previously been contracted by a quarry, and during the late 20th century, the stones were transported by those single-axle, high-torque tractors that belched black smoke. The capabilities of such tractors remain a mystery to this day, aptly described by the saying, the power is indeterminate, it grows stronger when challenged. Thus, under the relentless toil of these tractors, even the best surfaces have been rendered unrecognizable. So, while it may not pose a life-threatening danger for anglers who get stuck halfway, the cost of rescue would certainly be substantial, hence the need for a precautionary warning. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live chat expressed that it was no issue, especially the batch that had been tracking him since yesterday. Seeing this, Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled. All right, I've given my fair warning. Any troubles on the road cannot be attributed to my lack of caution. He then shared the coordinates in the live chat. All right, brothers, I have shared the coordinates. Just a reminder to stay safe on the road. In the live chat, streamer, you're more verbose than my mother. It's just a mountain reservoir. It's a minor water body. Yes, streamer, just share it. I checked, it's only 100 kilometers away, and if all goes well, it'll take less than an hour. A giant mountain? Isn't that near my hometown? Streamer, perhaps consider fishing in another location. Initially, this particular comment went unnoticed, only acknowledged by a few viewers. However, as the curious audience began to inquire about why fishing was prohibited in this area, the chat exploded with questions. Bro, does this place have some backstory? I checked, and indeed, as the streamer mentioned, the nearest village around this giant mountain is over 10 kilometers away. I also looked at the navigation. The streamer is the second person to go there in the last 3 months, the first being someone who visited 2 months ago. They're a fellow angler who shared that there are big fish here, using a line of 7+5. Share your catch? Brother, are you using some deceptive navigation? I saw that photo. I suggest you check the posting date again. Wait, 10 years ago? Just then, the individual who had been mentioned by the viewers began to flood the chat with messages. No joke, streamer, you should really change locations. I'm from that area, and I've heard many strange tales about this giant mountain since I was young. Initially, I didn't believe them. But after one visit, as this message flooded the chat, and many viewers began to tag and inquire further, the live chat erupted once more. Is it true? Hearing you say that, and looking at the streamer-s fishing environment, it doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Yes, I agree, it feels rather desolate. With those weeds towering above us. This environment is giving me goosebumps. My mom is calling me home for dinner. I'm sorry to those who contacted me about forming a group. Brother, you've piqued my curiosity, but can you please finish your thought in one go? Damn. One day, when I wield a blade, I'll slay all the cliffhanger dogs. Brother, what is your address? I'll send you some local specialties. Meanwhile, on the side of the mountain, second brother. A voice echoed from within a pine forest on the mountain-s slope. Second brother. On the other side of the mountain, amidst a dense thicket of pine trees, a figure emerged. The figure was slender, with dark skin, around 30 years old, sporting two thin mustaches at the corners of his lips. At this moment, after several calls went unanswered, he crouched down by a theft hole and shouted inside, Second brother. After several calls, still receiving no response, the thin-mustached man grew anxious. Second brother must be in trouble, right? Suddenly, a large foot appeared, kicking him squarely in the backside, almost sending him tumbling into the theft hole. Damn it, are you trying to scare me? Hearing the commotion, the thin-mustached man turned around and, upon seeing a burly middle-aged man with a scarred face, quickly forgot about the imprint on his rear and exclaimed, Second brother. As he called out, the scarred man swiftly delivered a thump to the thin man's forehead. Second brother? How many times have I told you to call me brother-in-law? After receiving that thump, the thin man rubbed his head, feeling a bit aggrieved as he muttered, But you haven't married my sister yet. The scarred man glared at him. What? The thin man shrank back, falling silent. The scarred man, observing the timid demeanor of his companion, chose not to engage him further. Instead, he inquired, Have you procured the provisions? The man with the little mustache gestured towards his side bag, declaring, Yes, I have. Upon glancing into the bag, the scarred man's simmering anger flared anew when he discovered it contained merely 2 bottles of iced tea and 2 packets of instant noodles. For heaven's sake. After being out since last night, this is all you managed to buy? The little mustache, nervously locking his neck, replied, No, brother-in-law, this place is too desolate. I wandered for hours before finding a shop in a village. And I bought more than just this. Originally, there were 2 bottles of beer and 2 sausages. The scarred man demanded, Where are the beer and sausages? The little mustache sheepishly confessed, The journey was long, and I was too hungry, so I ate them. The scarred man slapped his forehead, struggling to quell his rising ire, fearing he might lose control and harm his brother-in-law. His parched mouth, which had been dry as dust from a night without water, prompted him to ignore further words. He glanced at the iced tea in the bag, seized it, twisted off the cap, and in a swift motion, tilted his head back, downing the drink in an instant. However, after finishing, his expression turned peculiar as he smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste. What on earth? Why does this iced tea taste so strange? Upon closer inspection, he noted the label read January 1st, 2015. 10 years old, for crying out loud. Seeing the scarred man on the verge of exploding, the little mustache shielded his head, pleading, Brother-in-law, don't hit me. The scarred man pointed at him, exclaiming, If you weren't my brother-in-law, I would have buried you today. With that, he crushed the instant noodles that the little mustache had painstakingly acquired over the long night. This iced tea was a decade past its expiration. No need to inquire about the noodles. I'll go buy some today, you can dig. The little mustache protested. I'm going down. The scarred man glared. What's wrong? The little mustache whimpered. You know I've been afraid of this since I was a child. Huh, you're afraid? The scarred man laughed incredulously. You had no fear when you dug that grave 3 months ago to earn money for a haircut. And the funds for the house I built for you came from the same digging. Why are you afraid now? Furthermore, the bride price for my sister is set at $188,000. If you don't comply, don't expect to marry her. Upon hearing this, the little mustache gasped, $188,000? Brother-in-law, didn't we agree on $88,000 before? The scarred man retorted, Has the price gone up? Keep talking, and it might just be $388,000. The little mustache relented. No, I'll dig. He hastily tied a rope around his waist and slipped down the hole. Yet, within moments, his head popped back up. The scarred man asked, What now? The little mustache nervously queried, Brother-in-law, do you think that digging up someone's ancestral grave might lead to dire consequences? Before he could finish, the scarred man kicked him back down the hole. Dire consequences? For crying out loud, with your incessant prattling, are you preparing for a graduate exam? Meanwhile, by the reservoir, a live stream had been underway for some time, steadily drawing viewers. Although it hadn't reached the previous day's peak of 100,000, it had surpassed 10,000 within a mere 10 minutes. The incident of the water creature at the river mouth continued to gain traction, and Fang Yuan estimated that the buzz around his stream could last another 2 or 3 days. However, he knew that after that, while it wouldn't revert entirely to normalcy, the numbers would at least drop significantly. In this digital age, high exposure necessitated high topicality. The excitement surrounding the water creature was indeed high, but it was ultimately just a fleeting piece of news, and as the truth unfolded, the intrigue would naturally diminish. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the uptick in viewership brought by this water creature phenomenon. A stream with over 100,000 viewers was splendid, but how many could boast such numbers across the internet? At that moment, Fang Yuan, while spinning the wheel, scanned the barrage of comments in the live chat. Interaction was essential. Otherwise, a day spent fishing without any diversion would become tiresome. Just then, a comment popped up. "Host, how did you develop such remarkable skills?" Fang Yuan responded, "It's a natural talent." Another viewer chimed in. "I saw that the water creature from the river mouth made headlines on major media outlets yesterday. Why didn't I see you featured?" Fang Yuan replied, "I can't let trivial matters distract me from fishing." Another comment read, "How can I catch big fish like you every time?" Seeing this, Fang Yuan chuckled. "I'm not sure why I catch big fish so often. Perhaps it's just luck. Wait, a fish is biting." The comments flew by, and without realizing it, nearly an hour had passed. During this time, the catch hadn't been extraordinary, but he managed to reel in a fish every few casts. However, he had yet to meet the daily task requirement of 10 pounds. With this in mind, Fang Yuan decided to employ technology and initiate a catch scanning session. Just as he was about to activate the scan, a sudden thunderous boom echoed throughout the mountain. Chapter 116, The Tomb Raiding Duo. The unexpected sound was deafening, capturing not only Fang Yuan's attention, but also that of the viewers in the live chat. What was that? Did something just explode? Who is setting off fireworks? In this off-season, who would be foolish enough to set off fireworks? Perhaps it's a celebration in a nearby village. Nearby village? The host mentioned the closest village is over 10 kilometers away. Can your firecrackers carry that far? The noise was muffled, unlike fireworks. The live chat was abuzz with speculation, while Fang Yuan, holding his fishing rod, was equally intrigued. Firecrackers. Who in their right mind would come out here to set them off? Furthermore, the recent sound not only created a significant disturbance, but also caused the ground beneath him to tremble, indicating that the source was not too far away. Glancing at the small flying device above him, Fang Yuan said, "Buckle up, everyone." After this brief warning, he maneuvered the drone to investigate the mountain. What could it be? Only by looking would he find out. 10 minutes earlier, on the opposite side of the mountain, in a pine forest. Brother-in-law, look." With two excited exclamations, the little mustache emerged from the hole, holding a clump of dirt in his hand. Upon receiving the clump of dirt from the little mustache, the scarred man's expression shifted to one of joy. This is five-flower soil. Five-flower soil, a mixture of various materials, often indicates the presence of an ancient tomb when discovered. In ancient times, concrete had yet to be invented, but people preferred to bury their kin deep. To prevent the burial chambers from collapsing, ancient mortals would mix different types of soil and other materials in specific proportions, compacting them to seal the tombs, achieving a hardness comparable to concrete. If it were merely ordinary five-flower soil, the scarred-faced man would not be so agitated, for even in ancient times, most individuals could afford such soil. Naturally, the tombs of common folk would lack the remarkable items of yore. However, the piece in his hand contained a substantial amount of white substance, which is classified as a higher-grade sticky rice soil among the five-flower soils. As the name suggests, sticky rice soil is composed of a considerable amount of glutinous rice, and families in ancient times who could utilize glutinous rice for constructing tombs were certainly not ordinary. Thus, we struck gold. Sen'er, we are poised for a windfall. Witnessing the high-grade sticky rice soil in his grasp, the scarred-faced man spoke with fervent excitement. It is no wonder he was elated. It is worth mentioning that although the two of them had not been in this profession for long, they had plundered numerous tombs, countless in number, spanning from the northwest to the southwest, raiding both large and small sites day and night for the past 2 years. Yet most of these were the graves of the impoverished. Alas, everyone knows that the tombs of nobles and high-ranking officials contain vast treasures. Yet those tombs are far too conspicuous, standing as solitary peaks in a flat expanse, having been disturbed countless times over the centuries, leaving little beyond bricks and stones. Even if they had not been desecrated, they would have been protected, making them utterly inaccessible. And now, Sen'er, your bride price for marrying my sister is secured. Upon hearing this, the little mustached man grew even more exhilarated, brandishing his pickaxe, eager to continue digging, but he was promptly halted by the scarred-faced man. "Hey, what are you doing?" The little mustached man replied, "I'm continuing to dig, of course." The scarred-faced man shot him a disdainful glance. "This is the sticky rice layer. With that pickaxe in your hand, you wouldn't make a dent in 3 days and nights." The little mustached man asked, "Then what should we do?" "You finally stumbled upon a wealthy family. We can't just give up." The scarred-faced man's look of disdain deepened. Give up? I truly wish I could hammer some sense into you. You've been working with me for half a year, yet you remain so thick-headed. With that, the scarred-faced man pulled something from a side pocket. Here, use this. Observing the clay explosive in the scarred-faced man's hand, the little mustached man chuckled. Hey, you're still the clever one. I can't believe I didn't think of that. The scarred-faced man waved his hand. Enough with the flattery. We need to act swiftly. Once we finish this job, we'll make our escape. For some reason, my right eyelid has been twitching, and that's not a good omen. His words were interrupted as the little mustached man anxiously exclaimed, Brother-in-law, don't rush. But, what is it? You want to play tricks? I'm telling you, this thing is dangerous. You won't be able to handle it. Without further ado, he lit the explosive and tossed it into the excavation. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated across the mountains. Meanwhile, having flown the drone over half a mountain without discovering anything unusual, Fang Yuan began to wonder if he had miscalculated. Suspecting that the earlier explosion had not originated from this mountain, he intended to refocus on fishing, but just then, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Under the drone's high-definition camera, he spotted two figures writhing in the woods, seemingly engaged in a struggle. No, one individual was being thoroughly beaten. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan zoomed in on the footage, and his expression shifted dramatically, for not far from the two, a dark cave loomed, with a considerable pile of soil and excavation tools nearby. At that moment, Fang Yuan recalled the recently unearthed excavation site he had seen on his way up the mountain and felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had stumbled upon a tomb raiding gang. As the camera zoomed in, the audience in the live stream chat also caught sight of the two in the woods. Hey, brothers, there are actually people in your woods? I'm not blind. I see it. They seem to be fighting. No, one is beating the other. I see them. But can someone explain what that hole beside them is for? Digging for mountain goods, perhaps? Every year during this season, someone enters the mountains to dig for mountain goods. Mountain goods? Are you out of your mind? What kind of mountain goods would require digging such a large hole? Did you see the pile of soil and tools nearby? This is clearly a tomb raiding gang. As the mention of a tomb raiding gang surfaced, the chat exploded with excitement. A tomb raiding gang? No way. I've only seen this in movies before. I didn't expect to witness it in real life today. But why are they fighting? Why are they fighting? Clearly, they unearthed something valuable, leading to a dispute over the loot. A dispute over the loot? Goodness, not only tomb raiding, but also a potential homicide? Quick, streamer. Call the police. Just then, the two individuals ceased fighting and began fleeing in a particular direction. The chat erupted. Wait, they're not fighting anymore? No, they started running. What is going on? Are wolves chasing them? Why are they running so fast? Wolves? More likely wild boars. There are plenty of wild boars in this kind of forest. Observing the peculiar behavior of the tomb raiders through the camera, the viewers were abuzz with speculation. However, only Fang Yuan felt a tightening in his chest as he noticed the direction the two were fleeing towards. It was precisely where he had parked his vehicle. Chapter 117. The Tomb Raiding Gang Under Joint Pursuit. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away in a small town, Wei Dongzi, a police officer at the local precinct, was seated in a noodle shop, savoring his meal while watching the live stream on his phone. Wow, drone live streaming. How novel. Hey, this streamer is quite skilled. They've caught a fish. As an avid angler, Wei Dongzi spent a significant portion of his rest days fishing. According to his plan, he intended to go fishing today, having carefully selected a fishing spot the night before and prepared bait, eagerly awaiting to showcase his skills. However, man proposes, but fate disposes. His wife had returned to her mother's house today, claiming that her mother was feeling unwell, and as a dutiful daughter, she needed to check in on her. Additionally, his young daughter required transportation for her tutoring class today, so he had no choice but to abandon his fishing plans and take his daughter to her class. Of course, though he couldn't fish, it didn't prevent him from watching others fish through the live stream on his phone. If he couldn't satisfy his hands-on craving, at least he could indulge his visual appetite. Just then, he stumbled upon Fang Yuan's live stream. Initially, he had been indifferent to the emerging trend of drone live streaming. But quickly, after witnessing the first catch, he recognized the streamer's exceptional fishing skills. Each cast and search for fish inspired him, a lifelong bait fisherman, to consider purchasing a rod to try his hand at it. Wow, that is quite a catch. As he marveled, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Hey, why hadn't I noticed the excellent resources in that abandoned stone pond on Giant Mountain before? No way. I must go try it out next time I have a day off. Being a local, Wei Dongzi recognized that Fang Yuan's fishing spot was near the Giant Mountain stone pond. Especially after witnessing Fang Yuan reel and catch after catch, he felt an overwhelming urge to give it a shot next time. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his phone. Though not loud, it was distinctly audible, causing him to furrow his brow. At this moment, the brothers steadied themselves. As the voice of Fang Yuan resonated from the phone, the camera was swiftly elevated. Surveying the mountainside, while Wei Dongzi attentively observed, his instincts alerting him that something was amiss. Soon, he craned his neck, his eyes widening, momentarily neglecting the noodles before him. On the screen of the phone, two figures emerged amid the pine forest, the smoke still lingering nearby, indicating that the earlier commotion stemmed from these two individuals. As a policeman, Wei Dongzi immediately uttered the word, explosives. That noise was caused by explosives. Furthermore, a distinct pit appeared not far from the two figures, surrounded by an array of tools. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dongzi leapt to his feet, unable to conceal the exhilaration on his face. It was them. Indeed, it was them. This gang had infiltrated our town. Last month, a notification had reached their department, alerting them to a tomb-raiding gang operating in the county, which had excavated over a dozen graves in less than 3 months, inflicting significant damage. Consequently, the surrounding counties had united to issue a warning, and naturally, the subordinate towns received the notification as well. However, until now, Wei Dongzi had merely regarded this announcement with a passing thought. For such a major case that prompted a collective manhunt among several counties seemed beyond the reach of a mere small-town officer. Yet now, they had appeared in our very town. Upon receiving this crucial lead, Wei Dongzi hastily paid for his noodles and returned to the station, as it was just a short distance away. Within minutes, he burst into the office of the station chief. Chief Liu, a significant discovery. A major discovery. At that moment, Chief Liu was engrossed in a newspaper, lamenting how the world had entered the era of short videos. Yet he clung to his decades-long habit of reading newspapers. Noticing Wei Dongzi's sudden intrusion, Liu removed his reading glasses and inquired, "Oh, Dongzi, aren't you supposed to be off today? Why are you back?" He casually lifted a cup of water to sip. Wei Dongzi took a few deep breaths, calming his rapid heartbeat from running, and recounted his earlier discovery. As he spoke, Liu nearly dropped his cup in shock. What did you say?" Wei Dongzi replied, "I discovered the whereabouts of the tomb-raiding gang." Upon hearing this, Liu emerged from behind his desk, scrutinizing him closely. "Are you certain?" "Dongzi, this is no trivial matter. Not only are the neighboring counties on alert, but several northern districts have issued wanted notices as well. This is not a matter for jest." Wei Dongzi exclaimed, "Oh, Chief Liu, you are my mentor, and I was trained by you. How could I deceive you? I witnessed it firsthand, right in the live broadcast. If you don't believe me, just take a look." As he extended his phone, a wave of apprehension washed over him. The incident had been abrupt, and in his haste to leave the noodle shop, he had instinctively switched the live stream to the background. Under normal circumstances, this would not have been a significant issue, but he was using his wife's nearly decade-old phone, which had a tendency to crash when apps were minimized. At that moment, it did just that. Liu, intrigued by his words, leaned in to peer at the screen. But aside from their couple's affectionate display, there was nothing of substance to see. Liu remarked, "What do you mean, Dongzi? Have you come here to flaunt your romance in front of an old man?" Wei Dongzi scratched his head. "Oh, Chief Liu, I assure you, I truly saw it." Liu scrutinized him. "Are you certain?" Wei Dongzi straightened, affirming, "Absolutely." Consequently, Liu picked up the phone to make a call. Noticing this, Wei Dongzi asked, "Chief, what are you doing?" Liu replied, "I'm calling the higher-ups. Do you think we can handle such a significant case in our small station?" With a furrowed brow, Liu seemed to realize something and turned to Wei Dongzi. "You mentioned you saw it in the live stream?" Wei Dongzi nodded. "Yes, I saw it for real." Upon receiving this confirmation, Liu's expression shifted as he muttered, "This is bad." Chapter 118. It's over, the broadcaster is in danger. The phrase "this is bad" made Wei Dongzi lean forward. "What do you mean, Chief? What's wrong?" Liu took a deep breath, lamenting to himself how he had ended up with such a disciple, and asked, "Where did you see this?" Wei Dongzi replied, "In the live stream." Liu pressed, "You said these tomb raiders used explosives before you came to inform me?" Wei Dongzi nodded. Liu continued, "You mentioned that when the explosion occurred, the young man in the live stream was curiously filming it?" Realizing the implication, Wei Dongzi added, "That young man is in danger." Liu snatched his hat from the desk. "Then what are you waiting for? Let us go." Call them on the way. In the pine forest of Jushan, a rugged man with a scarred face marched briskly ahead, wielding a machete, berating his companion. "Why didn't you say anything sooner? Why didn't you speak up?" The scruffy-faced man trailing behind felt aggrieved. "I did mention it before, but you weren't listening." The scarred man retorted, "If you had emphasized the point, would I have ignored you? Enough. Hurry down and check if that guy is still in the vehicle. If he is, bind him up. We've crossed several provinces, and we cannot afford to fail in this little valley." Earlier, the scarred man had encountered a solid layer of compacted earth while digging. In his eagerness to uncover treasures, he had resorted to using explosives. After the detonation, he learned from the scruffy man that a vehicle had approached from the foot of the mountain. This realization sent him into a panic. The Jushan is not particularly large, and half of it had already been excavated, not to mention using explosives. Even a loud noise could reverberate throughout the mountain. Thus, To keep their tomb raiding activities a secret, he had ventured down to investigate. Hurry, can you move any faster? I haven't eaten all day, and I'm not about to collapse like you. Furthermore, he added, listen carefully. If we encounter anyone, you go first. The scruffy man hesitated at the command, me? But didn't you always handle it before? The scarred man turned to him. Just because I've always done it. This time it's your turn. Clearly, this was not their first experience with abduction. As they bickered, the duo spotted a pickup truck parked at the base of the mountain. The scarred man glanced at it. Damn, that brat is modifying his vehicle? He gestured for his companion to conceal themselves and cautiously approached the pickup, glancing around nervously, fearful of being seen. Little did they know. Every move they made was being captured by a flying device overhead. By the reservoir, Fang Yuan observed the two tomb raiders stealthily approaching his vehicle and thought to himself, just as I suspected. Previously, upon observing the two individuals descending the mountain, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. At this moment, witnessing their demeanor, it was evident that they were intent on causing him trouble. This scene did not escape his notice. The viewers in the live stream also recognized the duo making their way toward the pickup truck, realizing that Fang Yuan was in peril. Quickly escape. The two rascals are headed your way. Goodness, does this imply that the streamer has been compromised? He must have been discovered, especially since the boss's vehicle is parked there. Look, they are armed. Oh no, the streamer is in danger. Call the police. May I ask what brand of car the streamer is driving? It looks quite stylish. What a ridiculous time to be asking such questions. Without needing reminders from the viewers, Fang Yuan was already contemplating calling the authorities. After all, he had clearly seen the weapons in their possession, and given the earlier commotion, it seemed this group might even have explosives. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan opted to contact the police. For matters of such gravity, one must rely on professionals. Once connected, Fang Yuan succinctly relayed the situation he had witnessed. On the other end of the line, they inquired, are you aware of your exact location? Fang Yuan replied, at Jisan, on the Xianyang side. The voice on the phone responded, understood, I have recorded your information and relayed your situation to the local precinct. They should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Upon hearing 20 minutes, Fang Yuan recognized a grim reality. This estimate was based on well-paved roads, but the path leading to Jisan was riddled with craters. Even 5 20-minute intervals might not suffice. As Fang Yuan mused, Wei Dongzi was already driving with several officers from the station, racing toward the scene. Initially, they sped along at 80 to 90 miles per hour, but as they approached the final 10 miles, the vehicle began to jolt violently. The craters were relentless, causing the occupants to feel disoriented within mere minutes. As they crossed a concrete surface, it appeared relatively smooth, yet once the vehicle hit a small pit, it was ensnared. Despite several attempts to accelerate, they remained stuck. Seeing this, Officer Liu in the passenger seat took the initiative. Everyone, get out and push. After some exertion, the vehicle was freed, but it wasn't long before they found themselves trapped again. Liu took a deep breath, observing the persistent craters ahead, and made a resolute decision. Get out and run. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the duo of grave robbers had stealthily approached the vehicle. The scar-faced man gestured for his accomplice, the mustached one, to investigate. Obediently, the mustached one gulped nervously, gripping his knife tightly as he crept closer to the vehicle. Peering inside, he reported, no one here. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man, not one to hide, approached and circled the vehicle, scrutinizing it. Is it truly abandoned? In this desolate wilderness, who would leave a vehicle here? Or perhaps, his thoughts raced, and a realization struck him. The earlier explosion had likely revealed their presence, prompting the owner to flee. But why had the vehicle been left behind? Was there no time to escape, or was the owner still hiding in the mountains? Hey, come over here. The mustached one called from behind the vehicle. The scar-faced man walked over, squinting at the contents of the car. A fishing rod? He then glanced in the direction of the stone pond. Damn it. Just a fisherman. Let's go. Chapter 119, The Grave Robbers Fishing Heist. Upon discovering that the vehicle's owner was merely a fisherman, the scar-faced man felt a wave of relief. Just a simple fisherman. P.S. Easy prey. They set off, but not long after, the scar-faced man returned, noticing his accomplice drooling over the vehicle. Approaching him, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The mustached one replied, "I was just admiring it." The scar-faced man retorted, "How pathetic. It's just a junk car. Once we finish this job, we'll be able to afford anything we want. Now let us move." "Move? Where to?" asked the confused mustached one. The scar-faced man, exasperated, replied, "If I were to take you out, you'd know where to go. We're here to capture this fisherman. Hurry." On the other side, by the stone pond, Fang Yuan, watching the virtual screen, felt his heart race as he saw the duo approaching his direction. It was clear they had deduced his purpose for being there, and his first instinct was to flee. Not only him, but the viewers in the live stream also felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed the grave robbers heading toward the stone pond. Streamer, run. They're coming for you. This is it for the streamer. Oh no, hurry and escape. Those thieves look menacing with their knives. The barrage of comments flooded the chat as Fang Yuan reacted swiftly, jamming his fishing rod into a crevice in the nearby rocks before scanning his surroundings. His actions only heightened the viewer's anxiety. What is he thinking? At such a critical moment, he is still focused on his fishing rod. Goodness, what are you doing? This is not the time for fishing. Incredible. It's impressive how calm he remains in the face of danger. All hail the fisherman. As the discussions among the viewers continued, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow. The unique structure of the stone pond left him with little escape, aside from the path he entered. The surrounding cliffs were steep and treacherous, making retreat nearly impossible. Fortunately, the edge was lined with tall, wild grass and dense reeds. Without hesitation, he dove into the underbrush, grabbing the unassembled net handle as he went. Just moments after Fang Yuan concealed himself in the reeds, the grave robbers arrived. Observing the array of gear strewn about, particularly the outdoor table and chairs set up beneath a sunshade, along with a kettle of boiling water, they paused in disbelief. The mustached one muttered, "Damn, this guy knows how to enjoy life," with his umbrella and tea. He then poured himself a cup. Seeing this, the scar-faced man slapped him. "What are you doing?" The mustached one protested. "I was just thirsty." The scar-faced man retorted, "We haven't captured him yet, and you're drinking tea?" The mustached one replied, "What else can we do? He is not here. He must have fled when he heard the explosion." The scar-faced man struck him again. "Fled? Can't you use your brain?" The little man with a mustache retracted his neck, and the scar-faced man gestured towards the kettle boiling on the outdoor table, stating, "The water in that kettle is barely warm, which indicates that this fellow hasn't been gone long. He might have just left before we arrived." At this point, the scar-faced man became alert, glancing towards a dense thicket of reeds, his blade raised in readiness. As he approached and noticed a few broken leaves, a twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. "Quick!" the mustached man urged, puzzled. The scar-faced man replied, "Damn it, I guessed correctly. This guy has indeed hidden himself in there." The mustached man questioned, "In there? How did he know we were coming?" The scar-faced man was rendered speechless. "I've told you countless times that in any endeavor, one must avoid making a ruckus. With the noise you make, how could he possibly not hear us?" The mustached man asked, "What should we do then?" The scar-faced man surveyed the path behind him and then the terrain ahead. It was evident that he had recognized the peculiar structure of the stone pond. The spacious area before them provided an escape route, while all other directions were blocked by steep cliffs. "You guard this entrance. Don't stray anywhere, understood?" he commanded before plunging into the reeds. Within the thicket, Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on the virtual screen before him, surprised to see one of the duo enter the reeds. He took a deep breath, realizing he had inadvertently become the target of a tomb raiding gang while merely trying to fish. The advantage lay with him. He was concealed while the adversaries were exposed, and with the aid of his drone, he could monitor their movements. However, that was before. Once they ventured into the reeds, they vanished from sight, indicating that a confrontation was inevitable. After estimating the time, Fang Yuan steeled himself, knowing that rather than waiting passively to be discovered, he should take the initiative. Scanning the dense reeds around him, he summoned his dragon-catching silk, exchanged for several dragon hooks, and began to set up a trap, swiftly arranging lines with hooks throughout the thicket, prepared to ensnare the intruders. Meanwhile, at the edge of the cafeteria, the mustached man, tasked with guarding the exit, was idly picking up stones, muttering to himself, "That idiot, it's not my fault he got hit. I'll definitely tell my sister when I get back." Just as he grumbled, a swift sound of line friction caught his attention, and his eyes brightened. The guy's fishing rod has a catch. Forgetting his earlier orders, he rushed forward to retrieve the rod wedged in the crevice of the stones. As he lifted it triumphantly, his eyebrows shot up. "Wow, this is quite a catch." He quickly retreated, rod in hand. In the live stream, viewers gasped in disbelief. "Wait, am I seeing things? That guy on the shore is one of those tomb raiders. And he is helping the streamer fish?" You have to admit, judging by his struggle, that fish must be substantial. Indeed, at that moment of catching, even the gravest matters seemed to pale in comparison. "Forgive me, streamer, but when I saw this, I couldn't help but laugh." Amen. Good news, the streamer has a catch. The bad news is, this tomb raider is a novice and can't even cast properly. Chapter 120, The Gunshot. Simultaneously, on the road less than 2 miles from Giant Mountain, Lu, accompanied by a group from his station, pressed forward on foot. "I can't go on." One of them collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his uniform drenched in sweat. After over half an hour of relentless running on the uneven, muddy terrain, even an Iron Man would struggle. Lu, equally sweaty but with a stern expression, looked at his subordinate. "You can't go on? I have over 50 men here who haven't complained. How can a young one like you?" He continued, "I've always told you to strengthen your physical fitness, but you never listened. Now do you see?" At that moment, Wei Dongzi, One of the few formally employed members of the station and a model graduate stepped forward. Master, let Xiao Li and the others rest here. I'll go ahead. Despite having graduated many years ago, Wei Dongzi had never ceased his physical training, and he had no trouble traversing the mountain path. Lu responded, rest? While that gang of tomb raiders is taking a break, we have no idea if that fishing guy is safe. How can we afford to rest? The reports we received indicate that these tomb raiders not only loot, but have also kidnapped and robbed several individuals. Their numerous crimes demonstrate that they are a vicious criminal gang. Do you think we can rest? At this, the officer seated on the ground begrudgingly got up. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from ahead, causing Lu and Wei Dongzi to simultaneously exclaim, gun. Hearing the gunshot, Lu drew the sole handgun from his waist, one of only two in the station, and shouted, quick, everyone, pick up the pace. As they ran, he pulled out his phone to report back. Meanwhile, at the county bureau, upon receiving Lu's call, Chen immediately stood up. What? That gang of tomb raiders has guns. After learning this, he dialed another number. Hello? This is the city bureau. I need a team of armed police for support. Yes. Yes, indeed. At Giant Mountain, Fang Yuan clutched his chest, shaken by the near miss, as bullets tore through a row of reeds beside him. Just moments ago, one of the tomb raiders had stepped into the trap he had set with the fish hooks. Initially, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The scar-faced man fell into the trap, allowing Fang Yuan to reel in the line. With a powerful tug, the hooks ensnared the scar-faced man from all directions, leading to their inevitable encounter. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, the scar-faced man bared a vicious grin, ready to pounce. But in an instant, he cried out in pain, jumping around as the hooks embedded deeply into his flesh. It is worth noting that the hooks Fang Yuan had exchanged for were barbed. Anyone familiar with fishing understands the excruciating agony of being caught by such hooks. The more one struggles, the deeper they penetrate, and they cannot be easily removed. The outcome was predictable. The more the scar-faced man writhed, the tighter the line grew around him. Enraged and in agony, he drew his knife and fired his sidearm, but the obstruction of the lines caused his shot to miss. The bullet whizzing past the side of Fang Yuan's head. Despite this, Fang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Not only was he anxious, but the multitude of viewers in the live stream were equally restless. The dense and towering reeds obscured their view. All they could see was the scarred face brandishing a knife as he ventured into the thicket, unaware of what lay within. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tense silence. What was that noise? Can anyone elucidate what that sharp crack was? I heard it too. It seemed like a gunshot. A gun? This grave robber actually possesses a firearm? Oh no, please, let nothing happen to the host. In that instant, the hearts of thousands of viewers hung in the balance. Following the gunshot, both the fishermen, casually smoking on the riverbank, and Fang Yuan, concealed within the reeds, sprang into action almost simultaneously. One dashed towards the reeds, while the other headed in the direction of the scarred face. Indeed, after surviving the gunfire, Fang Yuan did not flee but instead darted towards the scarred face. The latter, his arm wounded by several fishhooks, winced in pain and lowered his weapon, granting Fang Yuan a crucial opportunity. He understood that if he did not seize this moment, the aftermath would spell disaster for him once the scarred face extricated himself from the hooks. Thus, he swiftly maneuvered closer, brandishing his net pole to strike at the wrist holding the gun. The scarred face, enraged that Fang Yuan had evaded a bullet and dared to approach, raised his hand to fire again. Alas, the hooks tethered to his arm severely restricted his speed and range of motion. In contrast, Fang Yuan, endowed with exceptional physical prowess, moved like the wind, swiftly closing the distance to the scarred face. With a powerful swing of his net pole, his strength now thrice that of an ordinary adult male, the impact deformed the scarred face's wrist with a resounding crack. A piercing scream echoed across the mountains. My hand, I'm going to kill you. Sanner, hurry. The scarred face, seething with rage, called for reinforcements while grimacing in agony. The pain stemmed not only from his shattered wrist, but also from the hooks embedded in his flesh. As he writhed in agony, the tightening of the fishing line only exacerbated his suffering, the hooks digging deeper. The scene was one that transcended mere description of horror. Hearing his cries for help, Fang Yuan picked up the gun and plunged deeper into the reeds, knowing that if this individual possessed a firearm, his accomplices might also be armed. Chapter 121, Blow this kid up. Meanwhile, as he navigated through the reeds, the fisherman spotted the scarred face sitting on the ground, concern etched on his features. Brother-in-law, what happened to you? He exclaimed, reaching out to assist him. However, upon grasping his arm, the scarred face protested. Hey, don't pull. Are you trying to kill me? It was only then that the fisherman noticed the multitude of fishing lines and hooks entangled around the scarred face's body, no fewer than a dozen, sending a shiver down his spine. How did you end up in this sorry state? What do you want me to do to help? The scarred face glared at him. First, stop worrying about me. Go after that kid. He ran deeper into the reeds. Upon hearing this, the fishermen recalled their purpose for coming to Shirtang. Brother-in-law, was that gunshot fired by you? The scarred face retorted, of course, who else would it be? The local fisherman? The fisherman continued, did you hit him? The scarred face, his lips pale from pain, replied, no, I missed. That kid slipped away and stole my gun. Hearing this, the fisherman hesitated. The scarred face glowered at him. What's wrong? The fisherman replied, brother-in-law, if you've lost your gun, aren't you sending me to my death? The scarred face, fueled by frustration, was about to slap him, but the movement caused him to grimace in pain as he remembered his broken wrist. Despite the agony, he cursed. Sending you to your death? Are you brainless? Don't you know my gun only holds one bullet? The fisherman nodded. Right, I almost forgot about that. He started to rise to pursue, but hesitated again. Observing his indecision, the scarred face sighed. What now? The fisherman admitted, brother-in-law, if you can't handle that guy, how can I, with my small stature, chase after him without offering myself up as a target? Enough. Just get away from me before I lose control and kill you. The fisherman stepped back slightly but, seeing the scarred face in such a state, edged closer again. Brother-in-law, don't say that. After all, I'm your future brother-in-law. Besides, if I leave, you'll surely perish. The scarred face, for the first time, felt at a disadvantage against his future brother-in-law. Admittedly, it was a harsh truth, but it was logical. With his arm broken and entangled in fishing lines, he found himself unable to break free despite his efforts. Enough of this nonsense. Just get these damn things off me. The fisherman nodded in agreement, and soon the reeds were filled with cries of discomfort. Can you be a bit gentler? Hang in there, brother-in-law. Damn it. All this is that fisherman's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Just wait. I'll blow that bastard up with explosives. You think you can escape my bomb? On the other side, as Fang Yuan delved into the overgrown thicket, he initially felt uncertain, knowing there were two of them, and the other likely armed as well. However, upon overhearing the fragmented conversation between the scarred face and the fisherman, he felt a sense of relief. But then, he heard the mention of explosives. Fang Yuan's heart raced, and he sought a place to hide. Yet all around him, there was nothing but reeds and water. Water? Glancing at the shimmering surface nearby, an idea sparked in his mind. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Wei Dongzi and Lu Sua's group finally arrived at the base of the towering giant. Look, there's a car. Wei Dongzi was the first to spot Fang Yuan's vehicle parked at the mountain's foot. They hurried over. Wei Dongzi circled the car, realization dawning upon him as he said to Lu Sua, the fishing gear inside must belong to that fishing guy. Lu Sua inquired, what is our next move? They had found the location in the vehicle, but the person was still missing. Lu Sua squinted at the imposing mountain before them. They arrived with only 4 individuals this time, a mere handful facing the vast mountain, which was clearly an insignificant force. Moreover, that group of tomb raiders was armed with firearms, while only he and Wei Dongzi among them possessed weapons. The remaining members were equipped with only rudimentary police gear. Separating was perilous, yet staying together raised the question of how long they would remain concealed. Thus, Lu Sua found himself at a loss. Just as the situation descended into a brief stalemate, a sudden thunderous boom reverberated through the mountain, shaking the very ground. Lu Sua and his companions immediately froze. Explosives. Wei Dongshu gazed toward the source. It was from the direction of the stone pond. As a local villager, Wei Dongzi had often played upon this gigantic mountain during his childhood and was well aware of the stone pond's presence. Upon hearing his words, Lu Sua drew the pistol from his waist, disengaged the safety, and commanded, Dongzi, follow me. You too, guard outside without firearms. With that, he took the lead, rushing toward the stone pond. Within the stone pond, the scarred-faced criminal, a fugitive notorious for his involvement in numerous kidnappings and robberies, understood that capture would likely condemn him to a life behind bars. Thus, to fight to the bitter end, he had carried ample supplies of well-packaged explosives for emergencies. Little did he anticipate they would be employed at this moment. Haha, damn it, watch me blow you to smithereens, he muttered as he bellowed towards the overgrown area. You little brat, dare to mess with me? Think of me as a fish to be caught. Just wait, I'll blow you up. However, after a considerable wait, no sound emerged from within. Did we blow them up? Asked the thin-mustached accomplice. The scarred face shot him a disdainful glance. Do I not know the power of my own explosives? It's impossible for there to be no sound at all. Should we go check? You go? No way. Then what the hell are you saying? Fine, we'll guard outside. Even if we didn't catch that brat, this explosion should frighten him half to death. With that, the two retreated outside. By the reservoir, Fang Yuan heard the deafening explosion and realized the enemy had employed explosives. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he not reacted swiftly to dive into the water, he might have met his demise. Meanwhile, amidst the reeds, are you helping me or causing trouble? I broke my hand, not my leg. I can walk myself. Brother-in-law, Do we still have explosives? What's wrong? I want to have some fun too. Do you think I'm a machine cat? That thing is heavy as lead. Carrying one is exhausting enough. There's none left. Then what do we do? What do you mean? What do we do? Burn it all down. I don't believe that brat 1T come out. Listening to their conversation, Fang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that only the two tomb raiders had emerged. However, with no explosives left and one incapacitated, he tightened his grip on the fishing net and concealed himself beside the path cleared through the reeds. Every time the two showed their faces, he heard them cry out, "Oh no, we're doomed. Spare us, good man. Spare us." Chapter 122. Capturing the two thieves. The live stream erupts. In the live stream, everything happening at the reservoir was broadcasted. Although the group had entered the reeds, obscuring the view for the audience, their hearts raced with anticipation, especially after hearing the gunfire. Shortly thereafter, another thunderous explosion was heard, and the camera captured a vacuum zone over 2 meters in diameter created in the overgrown area. This sent the live stream into an uproar. "Oh no, I can't take this. My heart can't handle even the slightest bit more excitement. If I keep watching, I might just have a heart attack. I remember searching for a fishing live stream. What is this madness? Why are there guns and explosives? You haven't come to the wrong place, brother. This is indeed a fishing live stream. But the host is having a bad day running into a tomb raiding gang and is now caught in a shootout." What? A shootout in a fishing live stream? I get the separation, but how is my CPU not melting down from this? Alright, everyone, stop the chatter. Let us check on the hostess' whereabouts. Fortunately, the explosion zone revealed no sign of Fang Yuan, causing the viewers to breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, look quickly, over by the water. Is that the host? The camera revealed Fang Yuan emerging by the reservoir, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the viewers, as moments prior had been fraught with gunfire and explosions, leaving them breathless. Indeed, it's the host. Goodness, you scare me to death. Incredible. It's like a sparrow landing on a cow's backside. This is a mix of gunfire and explosions, yet the host is unharmed. I'm impressed. To escape such a dire situation is truly remarkable. What do you mean? Dire situation? I tell you, in this realm, nothing is impossible. Just as the viewers were relieved at Fang Yuan's escape, a sudden realization struck. Hey, brothers, look. What is the host planning to do? Escape. Host, hurry and flee. If you don't escape now, there won't be another chance. Is the host setting an ambush? Oh my god. Host, are you my father? What are you thinking about counterattacking at a time like this? The camera showed Fang Yuan. Instead of fleeing immediately upon reaching the shore, hiding beside the reeds, which caused the hearts of the viewers to race again. No, this won't do. I can't bear any more of this. My heart can't take it. I can't help but admire the host. He is truly courageous and skilled. If it were me, I'd probably have wet my pants by now. You'd only just pee now? If it were me, I would have lost control the moment the first gunshot rang out. Hiss, it's not that the host doesn't want to escape. It's that he can't. Why? Just then, the reeds began to sway, and two figures flickered in and out of sight. Upon witnessing this, the viewers realized that escaping to the open ground would make them an easy target. Thus, as the two sides were about to collide, the audience instinctively covered their eyes. After all, one side was merely a fishing novice, while the other was a ruthless criminal gang armed with weapons and explosives. We're done for. Spare us. Good man. Spare us. The live stream chat fell silent, only to erupt moments later in a flurry of comments. What just happened? Did the host channel Bruce Lee and take them down? I can't believe it. I'd never be able to pull off such moves. Come on, don't kid yourself. My brother-in-law has been practicing Taekwondo for over half a year and made more than 100,000. Well, that is not too shabby. What a spectacle. Engaging in a brawl, one swift kick resulted in him twisting his own hip, extorting over 100,000 from the opponent, and now he remains incarcerated. Is that sufficient? Just look at the reaction speed of the streamer, regardless of the coach's identity. No one could have executed such a clean and efficient response as the streamer did. I timidly mentioned that it seems the arms of those two tomb raiders were broken by the streamer. Could he be accused of excessive self-defense? Excessive self-defense? I could only laugh. They were firing guns and tossing bombs. If it weren't for the streamer's remarkable resilience, he would have been in dire peril multiple times. And you dare to bring up excessive self-defense after he incapacitated an opponent's arm? Brother, go back to your milk. You clearly haven't ventured beyond the campus. In an instant, the chatroom was alive with chatter, yet one sentiment prevailed. At this moment, aside from a few self-righteous individuals, all viewers were utterly captivated by Fang Yuan. From this moment on, I declare the streamer to be my deity. Follow must follow. Add me. Add 10,086. Naturally, the screen was flooded with gifts. Simultaneously, in a luxurious office on the top floor of a skyscraper in Jiangcheng, Zhangbin exhaled a sigh of relief while watching the footage on his phone, unable to conceal his excitement. I can't believe my brother is this formidable. Compared to my past endeavors, this is mere child-esque play. With that, Zhang Bin opened the gift list, located the sports car icon, and relentlessly tapped away. Rank 1. As long as he is around. No one can take the top spot in Fang Yuan's livestream. At the stone pond, observing the two tomb raiders rolling on the ground, Fang Yuan showed no signs of leniency. After confiscating the knives from their hands and searching them thoroughly without discovering anything else, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn it, you little brat, if you have the guts, kill me. Scarface, realizing that the angler who had bested him twice was merely a young fellow, wore a face full of disbelief. But, brother-in-law, what did you say? You want to die? I certainly don't, protested the little mustached man. He then turned to Fang Yuan. Grandpa, spare me. I was just helping. I didn't lift a finger. This grudge has its owner. Please see reason. As he spoke, the little mustached man noticed the fishing rod on the bank, and his eyes lit up. Oh right, Grandpa, while you were away, I managed to reel in a fish. Hearing this, Fang Yuan looked over and saw the rod embedded in the crevice of the green stone, the line taut and the rod bent. Clearly, a big fish was on the line. Yet, with a mere thought, Fang Yuan shifted the camera away and kicked out. Who the hell told you to touch my fishing rod? After receiving a kick, the little mustached man wore a look of grievance, muttering, You're unreasonable. I was reeling in a fish, and you kicked me. Scarface further taunted, You deserved it. Why don't I just kick you to death, you little brat? This grudge has its owner. Seeing that the two were about to turn on each other, Fang Yuan surveyed around and finally retrieved a rope to tie them up. Once he had finished, he calmly returned to the bank, lifted the rod, and proclaimed, Brothers, we've got a fish. In the livestream, viewers, who had just witnessed an intense confrontation with a criminal gang involving guns and cannons, were now astonished and anxious. And at this moment, Brothers, we've got a fish. One exclaimed, Wait, isn't that the streamer? What is going on? This transition is too sudden. Can someone tell me if all that was just an illusion? What illusion? Didn't you see those two unfortunate raiders tied up like dumplings? Haha, as expected of Fang Shun. Only he possesses such a colossal heart. On the bank, Fang Yuan glanced at the barrage of comments with a smile. He had been so engrossed in outsmarting the two tomb raiders that he had momentarily neglected the situation in the chatroom. Now, seeing that the viewer count had not only remained stable, but had actually surged past 10,000, he felt relieved. As long as the audience hasn't dwindled, that's what matters, he remarked. Haha, everything else is trivial. After all, we are fishing streamers, and we cannot let these inconsequential matters distract us from our fishing. With that, he pulled vigorously. Brothers, this one is substantial. Meanwhile, on the hillside, hurry, Dongzi, faster, Lu Song urged, panting heavily as he held his gun. Approaching 60. Although he maintained a fitness level comparable to a 20-something, the relentless running, coupled with the uphill terrain, was taking its toll. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The gunfire they had heard on the way here, along with the cannon fire they had just heard at the foot of the mountain, indicated the dire situation above. Master, why don't you rest a bit? I can go ahead myself, suggested Lu. Lu shot him an incredulous look. Are you out of your mind? This gang of criminals is ruthless. How can I trust you to go alone? Just then, Wei Dongzi pointed down the mountain. Master, look. Lu's face brightened as he followed the direction. They've arrived. Our reinforcements are here. A convoy of armored vehicles was bouncing along the road leading to the giant mountain. Upon seeing this, Lu's heart surged with confidence. Let us move quickly, he urged. And they continued forward. Soon, the two arrived at the stone pond, and Wei Dongzi stated, Master, this is it. I saw the young man fishing here during the live stream. Recognizing the spot, Lu raised his gun to survey the area and quietly instructed, You stay behind me. Maintain crossfire. I'll be in front. Wei Dongzi insisted. Lu shot him a glare. Nonsense, stay behind. Without further ado, he lifted his gun and descended into the stone pond. Thus, the two cautiously advanced, step by step, surveying the area. When they reached the edge of the reservoir, they spotted a figure standing by the bank. Both raised their guns and shouted in unison, Don't move. Raise your hands. At that moment, Fang Yuan was engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with a massive creature underwater when he turned to see two uniformed officers. You finally made it, he exclaimed, gesturing toward the reeds. Look, they're all tied up. Upon hearing this, both Lu and Wei Dongzi were momentarily taken aback. Have they finally arrived? Are they all tied up? They looked over and, indeed, saw two individuals bound and lying on the ground near the reeds. Nevertheless, Lu kept his gun trained on them and instructed Wei Dongzi, Go check on those two. Ensure there's no threat. At that moment, Lu's phone began to ring. He pulled it out and answered, Hello, Director Chen. Yes, I'm on site. What? You can see me? Upon saying this, Lu glanced skyward and noticed a drone hovering above. On the other end of the line, a voice exclaimed, Put down the gun first. My phone is about to explode. I've seen the video. And the young man you are aiming at is not a criminal. He is a hero. Huh. Lu, who had been a seasoned officer for over 30 years, was utterly bewildered upon witnessing the scene before him. What is happening? Can someone please explain this situation to me? The voice on the line continued. Enough standing there in a daze. I will be there shortly. In no time, a group armed with rifles entered Shirtang. The leader, a portly man panting heavily, caught Lu's attention, prompting him to salute immediately. Director Chun. Chun returned the salute, but as Lu was about to inquire about the details, he saw Chun bypass him and stride directly towards Fang Yuan. Upon reaching him, Chun saluted as well, saying, "Young man, I am from the city bureau, and you have accomplished something remarkable today." Lu was even more perplexed as he witnessed this. Director Chun, what on earth is going on? Soon after, when Chun had explained everything to Lu, his eyes widened in disbelief, while Wei Dongzi beside him wore a similarly incredulous expression. Director Chun, are you saying that this young man single-handedly subdued 2 armed criminals? Chun nodded, gesturing towards his phone. Indeed, with nearly 10,000 netizens bearing witness. Lu couldn't help but swallow hard. To confront 2 armed criminals and apprehend them single-handedly, not to mention remaining calm and composed enough to fish afterward? At that moment, Lu felt like a novice in the presence of this young man, despite his decades of experience. Noticing Lu's stunned expression, Chin patted him on the shoulder. I understand how you feel. When I first heard this news, I couldn't believe it either. But after watching the video, I must admit this young man is extraordinary. All right, old Lu, you take your team and handle the scene. After saying this, he turned to Fang Yuan. Young man, you have made a significant contribution today. However, as the key figure in this arrest, we need you to cooperate with us at the Bureau to take a statement. Moreover, we will hold a commendation ceremony to properly celebrate your heroic deeds. Upon hearing about the statement and the ceremony, Fang Yuan hesitated. Chen inquired, what's wrong, young man? Are you unwilling to come? Fang Yuan replied, not at all. Chen added, then what's the hold up? Just tidy up and come with us. Fang Yuan clarified, no, director. That's not my intention. It's just. He gestured at the fishing rod in his hand and continued, I've come all this way, and I've finally hooked a big one. Could you allow me to land this fish first? Chapter 124, The Dual Mutation of the Thunder Dragon. Allow me to land the fish first? Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, both Lu and Director Chun were momentarily taken aback, while Wei Dongzi nodded in agreement. His expression one of profound approval. Yes, it is indeed rare to encounter a big fish. Chun chuckled, haha. Yes, this comrade speaks wisely. He then turned to Fang Yuan. Young man, it's no trouble at all. Continue your fishing. In my youth, I also enjoyed fishing. Since you've mentioned how hard it is to come here, we shall wait for you. At this, Lu extended his neck in disbelief. They had mobilized a significant force, armed and ready, only to wait for him to catch a fish, and Director Chun had acquiesced. However, Lu quickly realized that today was no ordinary operation. They were apprehending a notorious tomb raiding gang that had been wanted across multiple counties. Not only had they been causing a stir in nearby areas, but several provinces had also issued wanted notices, with bounties totaling over 100,000. Capturing such a ruthless criminal gang in their jurisdiction was an achievement to be celebrated. Regardless of how the capture was executed or how the report would be written, the bottom line was that the criminals were apprehended in their area, and the hero was right in front of them, so the leadership would naturally need to cooperate. Thus, the group stood under the sun, all gazing intently as Fang Yuan skillfully reeled in the fish. This spectacle was broadcast live to an audience of avid viewers. No way am I seeing things. These seasoned officers are actually watching the streamer fish? Look at this, talk about a spectacle. This is what you call an event. Wow. With dozens of armed special forces and leaders observing, this is truly a unique occurrence online. Among countless streamers, only Fang Yuan stands apart. The way he fishes, he is at the pinnacle of this field. Pinnacle? Fang Yuan is a god, do you understand? No one can stand alongside him. In this world, there are no true gods, just individuals achieving what others deem impossible, and he belongs to that category. Brothers, let us not talk about anything else. Let the gifts fly. At that moment, the live chat was flooded with gifts. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Fang Yuan was intensely focused, gripping the fishing rod tightly. It's a big one. From the pull on the line, Fang Yuan could distinctly sense that the catch below was substantial. Of course, substantial was relative. It couldn't compare to the massive sturgeon he had caught earlier at the river's mouth, which was currently the largest in the river system. Yet, this fish's strength was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Suddenly, the massive creature surged with power, attempting to break free. Since hooking the fish, it had spent its time swimming about, and now it was still in prime condition, putting up a strong fight as the rod bent under the strain. Seeing this, even Chun and Lu, who had never fished before, felt a surge of tension and were tempted to lend a hand, not to mention Wei Dongzi, a seasoned angler. Bro, don't panic, hold steady. Wei Dongzi advised, secretly resolving to come back for a full day of fishing on his next day off. Hold steady. At Wei Dongzi's words, Fang Yuan smirked. Instead of following the advice to steady himself, he chose to confront the challenge head-on. The rod was sound. The line was intact, and he himself was more than capable. So why steady himself? Leaning back, he pulled the line taut with sheer force. The sound of the line fraying grew louder. Under this immense power, the large fish was drawn out of the water, prompting gasps from the onlookers on the shore. Wow! Look at that! What a monster! Excitement erupted as they exclaimed, "What kind of fish is this? I've never seen anything like it. It's Director Chun." As the silhouette of a large fish emerged from the water's surface, Director Chun was left in a state of perplexity. Officer Liu turned to his side and inquired, "Dongzi, you often fish. What kind of fish do you think this is?" At this prompt, Director Chun also cast his gaze over, and the armed police officers behind him did the same, for the fish gliding through the water was so peculiar that it transcended their comprehension. Witnessing this, Wei Dongzi appeared momentarily stunned, scratching his head. I have no idea either." The collective response from the crowd was one of astonishment. On the riverbank, upon spotting the large fish surfacing, Fang Yuan's heart swelled with joy. With its impressive size, vibrant color, and bizarre appearance, it could only be classified as a rare species. Resolutely, Fang Yuan pressed on, refusing to grant this strange fish any respite, seizing the moment to reel it in. If the earlier attempt merely offered a fleeting glimpse of the creature, now, with Fang Yuan's persistent reeling, the fish was completely dragged out of the water, leaving the onlookers with a clearer view. Of course, the most direct and vivid perspective was provided by the viewers in the live stream. As the fish broke the surface, Fang Yuan zoomed in the camera, allowing the audience to fully behold the magnificent creature. What emerged was a fish nearly a meter long, its body predominantly black with striking yellow patterns adorning its back, and a conspicuous fleshy lump atop its head that drew immediate attention. What on earth is this fish? Is it a koi? One viewer speculated. Koi? Brother, I suggest you visit an ophthalmologist. Another retorted. It resembles a black fish, but could it be a mutated variant? And why the emphasis on could it be? Newcomers upstairs, perhaps. It must be Fang Shen's doing. The fish he catches are either rare or mutated. This marks the fourth mutated specimen caught by Fang Shen. It was evident that this individual was a seasoned fan and an experienced angler. Meanwhile, within an aquarium in Jiang City, the rotund proprietor gazed at the footage on his phone, appearing almost frenzied. Goodness, another mutated specimen, and a double mutation at that. This is extraordinary. In that moment, not only he but also the various enthusiasts who had come to follow Fang Yuan were unable to contain their excitement. Chapter 125, Unlocking Rare Fish, Imo Shang Huang. As the hefty catch was dragged to the riverbank, the familiar notification chimed in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have caught the rare fish Imo Shang Huang, earning you 200 points. A grin spread across Fang Yuan's face. Indeed, it truly is a rare fish. And Imo Shang Huang. He examined the fish before him, its body dark yet adorned with yellow patterns on its back, which indeed resembled the characteristics of Imo Shang Huang. Impressive. Beside him, Director Chun and Officer Liu, though lacking expertise in fishing, were nonetheless captivated by the fish's unusual color scheme. What a peculiar catch. It's clearly a black fish, yet the coloration is remarkably unique. Now, can you return with us to the station? Fang Yuan replied with a smile. Of course, of course. He then addressed the live stream. Brothers, I'm signing off now. In the live stream, upon seeing Fang Yuan prepare to end the session, a multitude of viewers clamored for more, especially those captivated by the mutated fish. Hey streamer, don't rush to end. Are you selling that fish? Wait, don't log off just yet. I just gifted you 300 bucks. 300? That is nothing. I usually donate at least 1,000 every time I tune in. Exactly. The top donor has already contributed several thousand in mere moments. Fang Shen, don't listen to their incessant chatter. Given the circumstances, it's time to take a breather. Yes, it's time to wrap up. Some folks are just selfish. Didn't they witness the chaos the streamer just endured? Plus, there are others waiting behind him. Noticing the commotion, Fang Yuan apologized. I sincerely apologize, brothers. I had planned to fish for several days, but as you can see, we can't impose further. The situation has changed, and we cannot create any more trouble. Indeed, when the area was deserted, he could fish without issue, but now that the scene was bustling, it was time to clear the area. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was quite fortunate that he had been allowed to fish at all. Reflecting on his original plans, Fang Yuan had intended to fish until New Year's Day before returning. But with the sudden surge in demand for bait and numerous matters requiring his attention, thoughts of heading home began to form. Regrettably, he lamented the progress he had made at the stone pond, as he was close to unlocking all milestones. Oh, I shall have to return to see if I can complete the progress next time. With that in mind, Fang Yuan addressed the live stream. Brothers, I apologize. But it is likely, just likely, that I won't be able to stream for the next 3 to 5 days. For those interested in acquiring this rare fish, rest assured. I will discuss it in the group once I return home. That is all for now. Thank you all for your companionship. After concluding the stream, he began to tidy up his gear. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Fang Yuan signed off, Director Chen began issuing instructions at the scene. Lao Lu, handle this site. And remember, we need to conduct a thorough investigation at the other site on the mountain as well. Experts from the city's Cultural Relics Bureau will be arriving shortly. Officer Lu, bewildered, asked, the city's Cultural Relics Bureau is coming? Director Chen replied, this is a tomb raiding gang that has already committed a crime. You think they wouldn't come? Just manage the site well, and I'll call you if there are any developments. Thus, a grand capture operation came to a successful conclusion. On the way back to the city, several police vehicles were parked in the muddy, pitted terrain. It was then that Fang Yuan realized just how much commotion the two foolish thieves had caused. What he had witnessed on the ascent was merely a fraction of the chaos, as much of it was obstructed by the troublesome road. Only one armored vehicle had managed to navigate the mountain, underscoring the difficulty of the journey. As for the fish he had caught, this was the moment to appreciate the importance of converting the truck's bed into a fish tank. It fit just perfectly when placed inside. Bumpy roads? Fish are least affected by rough paths. In fact, the more tumultuous the journey, the higher the oxygen content in the water. Furthermore, the Mo Shang Huang belongs to the perch family, which is known for its resilience, so its vitality was never a concern. At that moment, a police officer approached and knocked on the car window. Fang Yuan looked over to see it was Director Chen. He lowered the window. Director Chen remarked, young brother, I must say, your vehicle seems to be quite vigorous on this road. Could you assist us by towing a car back to the bureau later? Fang Yuan leaned out of the window to take a quick glance ahead and replied, I can, but my vehicle lacks towing qualifications. If only. Director Chen chuckled. Oh, special circumstances warrant special treatment, don't they? Just drive confidently. Once we return to the city, I'll ensure your towing qualifications are approved with a simple phone call. Fang Yuan smiled and agreed. All right then. Just a moment. Turn the wheel to the right. All the way. Now a little back. Perfect. With Fang Yuan's assistance, several vehicles were swiftly freed from their predicaments, and as per Director Chen's request, a police car was also towed behind Fang Yuan's pickup truck, making a grand procession toward the city. Upon entering the city, Fang Yuan initially believed he would only need to make a simple statement and could soon depart. However, upon arriving at the location, he was met with a flurry of reporters armed with cameras and microphones. Noticing his surprise, Director Chen inquired, what is the matter, young brother? You're not nervous about being in front of the camera, are you? Fang Yuan chuckled. Well, I must admit, you've hit the nail on the head, Director. Most of my live streams are done without showing my face, and even when I do appear, it's usually from a distance. This sudden close-up is a bit overwhelming. This was not mere affectation. As he had mentioned, he had been live streaming for quite some time, and aside from the initial few streams where he appeared on camera, he had since opted for a more distant view. After all, fame can attract unwanted attention, and he preferred to remain discreet. The online world was rife with instances of popular streamers encountering various unexpected troubles, not to mention the complications arising from family and relatives intruding upon their lives. His philosophy was simple. If his account gained traction, he would minimize his on-screen presence. Furthermore, he was concerned that if his parents were to see him in the news, they would inevitably worry. Seeing Fang Yuan's unease, Director Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. If you prefer not to be interviewed by the reporters, we shall respect that. Rest assured, the accolades and rewards you've earned for your heroic deeds will be duly granted. Chapter 126. A City, a Custom, Moving Forward. Though the reporters would not be interviewing him, Fang Yuan remained at the bureau for the entirety of the afternoon. His tasks involved taking detailed statements and signing various liability waivers. Before he departed, Director Chen also ensured that the promised rewards were dispensed, amounting to over 130,000 yuan. It was only at this moment that Fang Yuan fully grasped the peril he had faced on the mountain. The two individuals he had encountered were engaged in grave criminal activities, having traversed southward while committing kidnappings, extortion, and theft, accumulating over 20 charges against them. Whether they would face the harshness of prison life, Fang Yuan could not say, but he surmised that they would likely celebrate their 60th birthdays behind bars. With a banner of commendation and a stack of rewards in hand, Fang Yuan drove away from the police station, only to find that the evening had cast a shadow over the city. Considering this, he decided against continuing his journey and instead sought refuge in a nearby hotel. After filling his stomach and refreshing himself, he began to explore the local culture and customs. It is worth noting that while this trip had only unveiled 2 fishing spots, the distance traveled was considerable, nearly 1,000 kilometers. Consequently, Fang Yuan discovered that the further he ventured from Jiangbei, the more vibrant the nightlife became. At this very moment, in the small county town of Binjiang, which could be likened to his hometown, the scale of this place paled in comparison to the larger Jiangqing. Yet, despite its modest size, the nightlife here was unparalleled. In Fang Yuan's recollection, the nights in his hometown's small county, even when he had visited Jiangqing multiple times, paled in comparison. Especially during his high school years, he would often venture out with a few friends before the weekend. The streets of his county would typically grow deserted by 8 o'clock, especially in winter when darkness fell, leaving the streets eerily quiet. Now, looking at this unassuming county town, after freshening up and dining, he stepped outside around 9 o'clock, only to find the streets bustling with people, particularly around the pedestrian and snack streets. The crowds were thick and vibrant. Indeed, it was a lively scene that elicited a sense of awe from Fang Yuan. The books speak of the tranquility of Chu, nestled amidst green bamboos and ancient melodies that captivate the heart. Today, I see it truly lives up to its reputation. With this thought, Fang Yuan plunged into the throng. Before he knew it, as he returned to his hotel, the clock had struck past midnight, yet the streets remained alive with a continuous flow of pedestrians. Even more so than earlier in the night. During this excursion, Fang Yuan not only savored the local delicacies, but also purchased some local specialties, including a plush toy of the town's mascot for Xiner. This led him to consider that perhaps he should buy a local mascot toy every time he visits a new city. After a day filled with travel and a mental duel with villains, coupled with a lengthy night of exploration, Fang Yuan, despite his robust constitution, felt a tinge of fatigue. Nevertheless, instead of succumbing to sleep, he habitually checked the back-end data on his platform. First, he assessed the sales of his bait. As anticipated, following his rise to fame at the river mouth, sales had surged dramatically, surpassing 500 orders that day. Fang Yuan understood that this was only the beginning. Once the old users ran out of bait and returned for reorders, the numbers would increase exponentially. This confidence stemmed not from arrogance, but from the assured quality of his bait, which was unrivaled across the internet. In addition to the bait sales, he noticed his follower count had skyrocketed from just over 100,000 yesterday to nearly 200,000 today. From the comments and messages, it was clear that many of these new followers were drawn in by the ongoing saga of the river monster and his courageous confrontation with the two tomb raiders. Fang Yuan recognized that today as circumstances were unique, and unlike the white sturgeon, he could not edit and release a full video of the events. Upon leaving the bureau, he had been advised against it. While others might post clips online, as the principal party involved who had signed various agreements, he felt it prudent not to share anything. After all, the adage holds true. It is not the thief that one fears, but the attention that invites trouble. Who could say if those two had other accomplices lurking about? Caution, it seemed, was the wisest course. Beyond these matters, Fang Yuan discovered that significant events were unfolding in the fishing community over the past 2 days, as a mysterious expert had challenged and defeated 4 masters without a single loss in just 3 days. This individual boldly proclaimed a challenge to all fishing experts in the country, sparking a frenzy among anglers eager to take him on. This news had certainly created quite a stir online. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon reading the article, Fang Yuan's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the enigmatic individual he had witnessed battling with teacher De Miao by the entrance of the Irie River just days prior. Could it be him? Yet, the thought flitted away as quickly as it had come. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan dismissed it. Whatever. He had his own affairs to tend to. As he muttered to himself, he switched off his phone and lay down. Even in this repose, sleep eluded him. As his thoughts continued to swirl around subsequent plans and arrangements, he contemplated the handling of the ink-stained yellow tail upon his return. Earlier, he had inquired within a group chat and discovered that numerous aquatic business owners and fish enthusiasts expressed interest in purchasing it. It appeared that resolving this matter should be his priority upon returning. Furthermore, given the current sales volume of bait, the necessity for formal registration was pressing. He could no longer operate as a small workshop. This required not only a formalized process, but also the acquisition of filling machines and the ordering of a production line. Additionally, he needed to hire some staff. This train of thought left Fang Yuan feeling overwhelmed. Previously, he had envied his peers who could autonomously embark on entrepreneurial ventures and amass wealth. But now, confronted with such responsibilities, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan was invigorated by the prospect. After all, what was a little toil in the pursuit of profit? Chapter 127. Returning home, eyeing the old village committee. The following morning, in a bid to arrive home before nightfall, Fang Yuan rose early. It is worth mentioning that after his physical capabilities had been enhanced, whether or not he could don his underwear outside like a superhero was uncertain, but Fang Yuan had noticed that his need for sleep had diminished considerably. Often, Just 3 to 5 hours of slumber could erase the fatigue of the previous day. Of course, that said, who doesn't relish the luxury of a leisurely morning? Those who can rise early are indeed warriors. After a brief tidying up and savoring a bowl of local hot dry noodles, Fang Yuan embarked on his journey home. In the afternoon, within a household in Fangjia village. Old Fang, can you hurry up? You're dawdling like a woman. And you still have the gall to say today's tasks are heavy. Look at you. Soon Sheener will have accomplished more than you. In the courtyard, Fang's mother, clad in an apron and rolled up sleeves, surveyed several large basins filled with an array of vividly colored bait. Hearing this, Fang's father leisurely placed the tip of his cigarette in his mouth. He hadn't paused at all. Fang's mother rolled her eyes at his demeanor. Can't you just extinguish that cigarette for once? Fang's father, with a nonchalant shrug, replied, Oh, how could I? This single cigarette costs 5 yuan. I can't just waste it. Before Fang's mother could retort, he took a puff and continued, Say, what do you think our son has done? The orders for bait are increasing daily. Not long ago, we barely had over 100 orders a day, and now it's skyrocketed to 500 or 600. At this rate, we won't need to do anything else. We could just manage this. Fang's mother shot him a look. What's wrong? You're complaining about the increase in orders? Don't forget the liquor you drink every day, the cigarettes you smoke, and the phone you use. Where do you think that all comes from? And you can't bear to extinguish a 5 yuan cigarette? If you're going to complain, I'll have to have a word with our son. Fang's father grinned. Hey, I'm just saying this casually. How could I not appreciate the value of what our son is creating? It's those outside animals. This wasn't due to Fang's father being oblivious to the weight of the matter. Rather, after toiling for most of his life in this industry, he had developed a unique bond with the animals outside. Just in the past few days, because of the bait situation, he had received several calls from outside, all of which he had found excuses to decline. Although he had turned them down, his heart still lingered with concern for those ailing animals. To put it plainly, the longer one worked in this field, the more attachment one developed. Even if Fang's father didn't elaborate, Fang's mother, who had shared a bed with him for decades, understood this instinctively. Then you should get a move on. Let us work overtime today and produce more. Tomorrow we can take it easy. I'll check the fields, and you can go tend to your animals. Upon hearing this proposal, Fang's father took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguished it on the sole of his shoe, and nodded. All right, let us put in some extra effort. Little Sheener, playing nearby with a small basin, chimed in. Auntie, Uncle, Sheener wants to work overtime too. The elderly couple turned to her, and Fang's mother affectionately wiped the bait off Sheener's face, smiling. All right, our Sheener can join in too. Just then, a voice rang out, Mom, Dad. I'm back. The old couple froze momentarily, but Sheener was the first to react. It's brother is back. With that, she scampered outside on her little legs, followed closely by her parents. Once outside, they exclaimed, Son, how come you're back? Inside, after Fang Yuan briefly explained the sudden reason for his return, his parents wore expressions of astonishment. Fang's father asked, Son, are you saying you'll be home for the next few days and not going fishing? Fang Yuan nodded. Yes, there are numerous matters to attend to, so I want to be fishing for the time being. Fang's father agreed. That's good. Things haven't been safe outside lately. Just last night, I saw a video of a fishing enthusiast who encountered a group of tomb raiders while fishing in the mountains. They were armed with guns and cannons. I think it's wise for us to stay home for a few days. Hearing his father's words, Fang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, Dad, the fishing enthusiast you mentioned is me, while simultaneously feeling grateful for his foresight. Otherwise, setting aside his parents' concerns, he would have had to explain extensively. He swiftly changed the topic. By the way, Dad, what's the current situation with the old village committee? Upon the mention of the village committee, Fang's father replied, The village committee? It's currently vacant. A few years back, Chun Lao heir from the neighboring village contracted it to raise chickens, but he supposedly lost money and ran away, so the collective reclaimed the land. Upon hearing that no one was currently leasing it, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. During his journey back, he had been contemplating that very land. Given the necessity of handling various permits, especially since personal purchases of private residences were difficult to approve, he would require commercial land. Thus, the old village committee would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. In recent years, due to population decline, the village had been actively encouraging residents to return and start businesses, with the previous chicken-raising venture of Chun Lao heir serving as a prime example, albeit a failed one. Therefore, with the government's strong advocacy, the process for obtaining permits had become considerably simpler. For instance, individual enterprises could avoid many bureaucratic hurdles. Of course, this was merely the initial choice. Should his plan scale into an industry, he would not be able to settle for such a casual approach. The need to purchase larger plots of land in prime locations for constructing factories would arise. But for now, he aimed to minimize costs, resolve the necessary paperwork, and ensure the products met quality standards before proceeding. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's mention of the Old Village Committee, Fang's father inquired, "Son, why are you asking about the Old Village Committee?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Hee hee, to undertake something significant." Observing his son's mysterious demeanor, both parents inquired, "Something significant?" Fang Yuan nodded. He then began to elaborate on his more detailed plans to his parents. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple widened their eyes in astonishment and exclaimed in unison, "Son, is this truly feasible?" Chapter 128. The plan is set in motion, a visit is made. Although the couple harbored doubts, they could not overlook the remarkable transformations that had unfolded in their home since Fang Yuan embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. Consequently, they wholeheartedly expressed their unwavering support. "My son, pursue your ambitions with confidence. Your mother and I shall stand firmly behind you," Fang's father declared, somewhat sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, adding, "Of course, our support is of a moral nature." Seeing her husband's demeanor, Fang's mother nodded earnestly in agreement. "Indeed, I stand with your father on this." With this encouragement, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. That very afternoon, he made his way to the home of the village head. The village head of Fangjia village had remained unchanged for several years. He was a local, named Fang Jianxi, residing at the very edge of the village. Given the family ties, Fang Yuan was technically obliged to refer to him as Uncle Lu, though they had not been closely acquainted. Understanding the etiquette involved in such discussions, he brought along 2 packs of cigarettes as a token of respect, for it is said that one must not visit empty-handed, and mere bows would prove futile. Soon enough, he arrived at the home of the village head. "Ah, Aunt Lu is busy at home." Upon entering the courtyard, Fang Yuan spotted a woman washing clothes at the well, who greeted him with warmth. "Look at you, Xiao Yuan. Our university student has come to visit," the woman exclaimed joyfully. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Haha, I have a matter to discuss with Uncle Lu." Upon hearing that he sought the head of the household, the woman called out, "Old Fang, our second brother Xiao Yuan has come to see you." As her voice faded, a man emerged from the main room, with a buzz cut and a round face. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, he wore slippers, yet still sported socks, evidently just back from the village. This man was none other than Fang Jianxi, the village head of Fangjia village. Like the woman, upon seeing Fang Yuan at his doorstep, the man appeared taken aback. "Oh, Xiao Yuan, what brings you here?" Taking a couple of steps forward, Fang Yuan extended the cigarettes, saying, "Hee hee, I have a matter to discuss with you." "A matter to discuss?" Fang Jianxi surveyed Fang Yuan closely, his mind contemplating. Although they belonged to the same village, their age gap meant he knew little about Fang Yuan. Nevertheless, he had heard whispers of the recent changes in Fang Yuan's family. After all, they had changed their car not once, but twice. Such happenings did not escape the notice of the small village. Considering this, Fang Jianxi accepted the cigarettes and suggested, "Let's head inside to talk." Once inside, after Fang Yuan shared his plans with the village head, the latter's eyes lit up. "The old village office?" Fang Yuan nodded, and the village head's mind began to race with possibilities. It should be noted that the old village office had long been a source of concern for him. After relocating to a new site, the old office was put up for lease. Being a collective asset, the village had made it clear that the rental income would fund road repairs, garnering unanimous support from villagers of all ages. Not long after, the old office was leased to Chen Lauer from the neighboring village. Initially, they signed a 5-year contract for 8,000 yuan per year, totaling 40,000 yuan. However, Chen Lauer, facing financial strain in his early entrepreneurial days, deferred payment until his business stabilized. Yet, fortune is fickle. Chen Lauer's poultry farm failed after just over a year due to mismanagement. Naturally, the rental payments ceased, and the promised road repairs remained unaddressed, tarnishing Fang Jianxi's reputation as village head. Now, Xiao Yuan, the old village office is vacant and can still be contracted out, but as a member of Fangjia village. "You must be aware of some matters," the village head said, subtly alluding to his concerns. Fang Yuan, understanding his implication, replied, "Haha, Uncle Lu, rest assured. I will pay in cash. I won't delay a single day." At the mention of cash, Fang Jianxi's eyes brightened. "For how long? If it's just 2 or 3 months, then perhaps it's best not to pursue this." Fang Yuan grinned and raised his hand, gesturing, 10 years. This duration was not a mere whim. It had been carefully considered, for in his plan, this space would serve not only as his workshop, but also establish a veterinary station for his father. Fang Yuan understood his father's passion for this field. Despite years of work, he had never had a proper base of operations. This was a pressing concern. Should a serious complaint arise about unlicensed practice, it would lead to turmoil. Thus, this opportunity was too good to pass up. He had already assessed the condition of the old village office. Though somewhat dilapidated, its sturdy concrete structure and stone base meant that with a bit of renovation, it could easily last another decade. Therefore, 10 years was not an unreasonable request. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's offer of 10 years, Fang Jianxi raised his eyebrows in surprise, inhaling sharply. Since Chun Lauer's business had collapsed, the land had remained unoccupied for several years, a neglected asset. And now 10 years, 8,000 a year, totaling 80,000. Considering the village's main road had been discussed for renovation countless times, this money, alongside government subsidies, would suffice to completely refurbish the main road. As the first village to undertake such repairs, the prospect of presenting this achievement at district meetings made Fang Jianxi's expression serious. Xiao Yuan, are you jesting with me? Fang Yuan grinned. Uncle Lu, how could I, as your junior, jest with you? If you don't believe me, we can sign the contract right now. The prospect of signing a contract immediately left Fang Jianxi visibly unsettled. Although the title of village head sounds imposing, it often amounts to little more than a small official in such a remote area, far removed from the bustling town. Now, with this opportunity before him, Fang Jianxi straightened up. Are you serious? Fang Yuan nodded earnestly, absolutely. Seeing this, Fang Jianxi opened a drawer in the coffee table and retrieved paper and pen. Then let us follow your proposal. We shall sign the contract immediately. As the village head, Fang Jianxi possessed the authority to make such decisions. However, primarily out of concern that once Fang Yuan stepped outside, the plan might change. He deemed it prudent to finalize the contract without delay. In no time, Fang Jianxi swiftly drafted the contract. Yet, as both parties prepared to sign, Fang Jianxi placed his hand atop the document, causing Fang Yuan to pause. The village head remarked, Haha, Xiao Yuan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I have learned from a previous misstep regarding finances. Hearing this, Fang Yuan chuckled. Rest assured, the money will be transferred without delay. He immediately pulled out his phone. Fang Jianxi replied, Hold on, this 80,000 is no trifling sum. How about this? Don't leave just yet. I'll treat you and call the village accountant over. Having an additional witness will save us a lot of hassle later. We can finalize this over a meal. At this, Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, aware of the nuances involved, and readily agreed. All right, but Uncle Lu, let me treat for the meal. Let us go to the town. Seeing Fang Yuan's adeptness, the director felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet he still insisted. With me as your uncle here, how could it possibly fall to you? A mere junior, to host. Fang Yuan replied. Oh, sixth uncle, there will be plenty of matters to trouble you with in the future, so let's consider this meal as a shared endeavor. Thus, under Fang Yuan's persuasion, Fang Jianxi made another call to the village accountant and, albeit reluctantly, accompanied Fang Yuan to the town. Chapter 129. The contract secured, Thunder Dragon takes action. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the group emerged from the restaurant, the clock now striking 9 in the evening. Naturally, the bill was footed by Fang Yuan, amounting to just over 600, with a significant portion attributed to the beverages, as Fang Jianxi and the village accountant were known for their hearty drinking capacities, each indulging in a bottle priced over 100. The contract was finalized as previously discussed, an 8-year term at 80,000, to be settled in one lump sum, thereby granting Fang Yuan the usage rights to the old village land for the next decade. Notably, as Fang Yuan was escorting Fang Jianxi home, he also discreetly handed over 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes purchased earlier, recognizing the inevitable future inconveniences and understanding that such expenses were necessary, which earned him praise from Fang Jianxi for his resourcefulness. In a mere evening, the details of the workshop had been conclusively arranged. Upon returning home, Fang Yuan was startled to find his parents sitting upright on the living room sofa, their demeanor serious. Mom and Dad, why are you still awake? The elderly couple, however, responded in unison. Son, how did everything turn out? Hearing this, Fang Yuan grinned. It's done. His parents rejoiced, with his father eagerly inquiring. Is it still the same price from Chunla? Fang Yuan nodded. Yes, the same price, 8,000 a year. Look, the contract is all signed. As he presented the contract, the excitement of his parents was palpable. Although this development was highly sought after by the village committee, the necessary process still had to be navigated. In today's society, how many matters can be resolved simply by following procedures? What might be anticipated in theory can diverge greatly from the actual execution, and the successful completion of this endeavor brought a sigh of relief from the elderly couple. After a moment of joy, Fang's father asked, Son, when will we commence construction? After all, we need to set up for operation. Fang Yuan replied, Tomorrow. His father raised an eyebrow. So soon? Fang Yuan chuckled. What is the rush? My plan is to have everything registered for production within half a month. By the way, Dad, I'll need you to oversee the construction since neither of us has much knowledge in that area. Upon hearing this, Fang's father thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. The following morning, while the major matters had been settled, Fang Yuan did not rest. For a plethora of trivial tasks still awaited him, akin to the rare fish he had brought back from nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Regarding this rare fish, Fang Yuan had already devised a plan, having announced its availability for sale in the group before his return. As anticipated, once the news of the fish was disseminated, numerous interested buyers quickly sent private messages, including several familiar faces, the aquarium owner he had initially collaborated with, as well as another from Jiangxing and several active members from the group. Consequently, Fang Yuan arranged to meet this group of buyers in his town, with the appointment set for that very day. After half an hour, he arrived at the designated location in his pickup truck, having sent the announcement to the group earlier. He was uncertain how many would come, but as soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, he was greeted by the familiar face of the portly fellow he had previously worked with at Hongfeng Lake. "Brother, you finally made it." Fang Yuan looked on as over a dozen individuals approached. "Hello, I'm Shangshan Ruoshui from the group." "Greetings, I'm Old Wang from AAA Building Materials." Gazing at the diverse faces, Fang Yuan was somewhat astonished. While many had expressed interest in purchasing the rare fish in the group, the distance, as exemplified by Old Wang from AAA Building Materials, surprised him. "If I recall correctly, you mentioned being from Yangqing?" A slender, bespectacled middle-aged man chuckled. "Huh. I had a business deal to discuss in this area, so I swung by. In fact, I arrived last night." Last night? Fang Yuan was taken aback. He had announced the fish's availability in the group just the night before, and this individual had already traveled from 1,000 miles away. "Brother, quite a few people are here now. We should get started," the portly man urged, his urgency palpable. Upon learning that Fang Yuan had chosen to return with the rare fish, he felt fortunate, as it significantly increased his chances. That very night, he had contacted a potential buyer who assured him that as long as he could secure the double-mutated Thunder Dragon, the money would not be an issue. With a reliable buyer in hand, he approached the meeting place with determination, initially oblivious to the crowd. However, after waiting for a while and smoking a few cigarettes, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. It turned out that over a dozen individuals had gathered, all interested in acquiring the rare fish. Some had even arrived the previous day and had been waiting since. The thought of more people arriving only increased the competition, reminding him of the last time he had let an opportunity slip away. Noticing that it was time to commence, Fang Yuan glanced at his phone and announced, "All right, let us take a look at the fish." He made his way to the truck bed, opened the lid, and revealed the majestic Thunder Dragon. Despite having traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers, the fish showed no signs of lethargy, swimming energetically toward the crowd of onlookers. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had been diligently studying aquatic knowledge recently, aware that not only the appearance but also the vitality of the fish needed to be showcased. Thus, he had purchased some loaches on his way. As he opened the container, he tossed in a few loaches. Instantly, splashes erupted as the Thunder Dragon voraciously devoured them. The sight elicited a chorus of astonishment from the gathered buyers. "Wow, after days of transport, it can still eat. Its vitality is remarkable. Incredible. It looks even more impressive than in the photos. The coloration is exquisite, simply superb. Look at that, it's a rare gem from the depths of the Black Mountain." The admiration was unceasing, particularly from Old Wang of AAA Building Materials, who kept adjusting his glasses, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the fish. Chapter 130, The Frenzied Bidding. A fish for half a house. In the contemporary world of aquatics, competition has reached fever pitch, with fish becoming increasingly peculiar and colossal. Among them, South American tanks and fierce beast tanks have ascended to the pinnacle of popularity. The arowana, known for its vibrant coloration and resilience, has emerged as the prime choice for these beast tanks. Particularly in recent years, exceptional specimens of arowana have been driven to astronomical prices. Traditionally, these remarkable fish were imported from South Asia, and even the finest specimens were merely single mutations. At this moment, a certain arowana caught the attention of Mr. Wang, the owner of a construction materials company, who approached Fang Yuan after observing the fish. However, he was met with a dismissive response. "Ah, Mr. Wang, that is not how business is conducted. Everyone here is interested in purchasing this exquisite double-mutated arowana, and since none of them have spoken up, it seems rather inappropriate for you to discreetly inquire about the price." The comment came from a burly man with a northeast accent, standing over 6 feet tall and broad-shouldered. Upon hearing him, Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, acknowledging, indeed. Not only did this man speak up, but his remark also prompted others to gather around, eager to join the fray. "Come on, brother, name your price." "Yes, let us hear it. We'll see if it's reasonable." In response, Fang Yuan chuckled and said, "Haha, as for the price, I'm not well versed in your circle's affairs. Since everyone appears to be interested in this fish, why don't you take the lead and propose a figure?" A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. We're to set the price ourselves? Scanning the group, it was clear that those present were either newly wealthy or established bosses, all of considerable means. The aquatics community is notoriously exclusive. Without significant capital, one cannot participate. Thus, it was likely that a spirited bidding war was about to ensue. After a brief pause, the burly man spoke up again. Haha, little brother. You certainly know how to conduct business. A fine specimen deserves a fitting price, so let me start. I'll offer 30,000 for this arowana. The moment this price was announced, expressions varied among the onlookers. Mr. Wang, who had been previously challenged, merely smiled and remarked, 30,000 is indeed a generous offer. But that's merely for arowanas of common coloration. This little brother-s fish is far more than that. Such a price is rather low. With that, he added, I'll raise it by 50,000. 80,000. This new bid caused several individuals to frown, clearly indicating that the figure exceeded their expectations. Fang Yuan understood the dynamics at play. It was evident from their conversations that these individuals were all aquarium owners, or in more straightforward terms, middlemen. Middlemen are primarily concerned with profit. As the base price escalates, so does their risk, leading several to quietly withdraw from the bidding. However, one individual remained undeterred, the stout man. Prepared for this moment, he exclaimed, 80,000? Huh, these fellows are quite audacious. That price doesn't even compare to the rare fish I traded at Red Maple Lake. He continued, I'll add 20,000. 100,000. Fang Yuan glanced around, remaining silent, knowing it wasn't necessary for him to speak. The old adage held true, a valuable item will always command a high price. Especially with so many participants present. If just a few of them genuinely entered the bidding, it would be a done deal. Sure enough, the burly man chimed in, impressive. Brother, you've got quite the capital. Let me raise it to 120,000. Before the words had fully left his lips, a voice piped up from the crowd, 150. It was the diminutive Mr. Wang, whose demeanor had remained calm and collected, save for a flicker of interest when observing the fish. 18. The stout man countered. In truth, he had anticipated a price of 150,000 when he first laid eyes on the double-mutated arowana. This estimate was merely the top tier of the market. Should he find the right buyer, the price could climb even higher. Coincidentally, he had a wealthy client who had been seeking a premium arowana for some time, making his confidence in the 18,000 bid quite strong. 20. Shouted the burly man, raising the stakes further. After announcing his bid, he tucked his bag under his arm and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, if you grant me the pleasure of acquiring this arowana today, I'll treat you all to a feast at the largest hotel in Jiangxing, all expenses on me. Upon hearing this, several middlemen, who had been contemplating a retreat, perked up at the mention of a lavish dinner. However, before they could express their excitement, a voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd, 300,000. The room fell silent. This sudden leap of 100,000 was astonishing. Everyone turned to see who had made such a bold offer, and there stood a well-dressed young man in a button-up shirt and slacks. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. 300,000 was no trifling sum. It could cover a down payment on a house in Jiangcheng, and yet it had come from the lips of a mere youth. The burly man exclaimed, little brother, your price is quite intimidating, but I must say, you don't seem very old. 300,000. His words remained unspoken, but everyone present understood the implications behind them. Facing their scrutiny, the composed young man maintained his smile, offering no explanations to the crowd. Instead, he turned to Fang Yuan and said, Mr. Fang, my esteemed elder wishes to speak with you on the phone. The crowd seemed to realize something. Your esteemed elder? They understood that this refined young man was not the main buyer, but merely a messenger. This revelation made sense to them. Fang Yuan, however, was puzzled. Mr. Fang? How does he know my surname? Curiosity piqued, he accepted the phone. After a brief exchange, Chapter 131, I fear you cannot bear it. Hearing the familiar voice on the line, Fang Yuan was instantly enlightened. It was Mr. Jean, the gentleman he had met while fishing and drinking by Red Maple Lake. He never expected to reconnect in such a manner. As they conversed, Fang Yuan learned that Mr. Jean had been following his activities since their last encounter and had subsequently joined a group chat. What's more, Mr. Jean was not only an avid fisherman, but also a passionate aquarist. As for fish farming, the sentiment remains unchanged. The ferocious beast tank is an essential rite of passage for every aquarist. Consequently, the elder gentleman naturally set his sights on the exceptional double-mutant dragonfish. However, due to his inability to attend personally, he dispatched his chauffeur to await the proceedings, leading to the current scenario. During my previous conversation with this distinguished elder, I sensed something extraordinary, and upon reflection, I was indeed correct. Of course, Fang Yuan understood that merely sharing a drink with the elder does not exempt one from adhering to the established rules. Thus he resolved to proceed in accordance with protocol. A glance around the room. Had the boss made any bids? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered crowd turned sour. 300,000, a substantial sum, even for them. This dragonfish, while rare, ultimately remains a freshwater species. This figure had far exceeded their initial expectations. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Observing this, Fang Yuan declared, if there are no further bids, this dragonfish belongs to this gentleman. On the journey home, Fang Yuan hummed a tune while driving. Although he had previously estimated the value of the dragon fish, he never anticipated it would command such a staggering price. A single fish, 300,000. Such a notion would have been unfathomable in the past. Yet, at this moment, it had come to fruition in his hands. Remarkable. Last night, he had spent 80,000. And today he had gained 300,000. What a delightful feeling. Soon, with a few presses of the accelerator, Fang Yuan arrived at Fangjia village. The fish matter was settled, but there remained much more to accomplish, such as the ongoing renovations of the old village office. The village head had explicitly stated during last night's banquet that as long as the original area was not exceeded, Fang Yuan had free rein to remodel as he wished. Armed with this mandate, Fang Yuan felt a surge of anticipation for the long-term lease of the old village office. Initially envisioned as a modest workshop of 30 to 50 square meters, it had now been upgraded to 100 square meters. With over 900 square meters of space in the old village office, there was ample room, and he needn't worry about space constraints. In addition to the workshop for preparing bait, Fang Yuan planned to designate a section as a fish-rearing room. The reason was simple. When rare fish were captured and brought back, they could be directly placed in this room, facilitating future visits from those in the aquatic trade to view the fish. Furthermore, he needed to set aside a modest living space. Just 2 rooms would suffice. This was not a daunting task, as the old village office already had a row of mixed-use rooms that merely required some renovation. Upon entering the courtyard, Fang Yuan spotted his father accompanied by a group of seasoned craftsmen, meandering about. As he approached, old Fang came over. "So, son, have you sold the fish?" Fang Yuan replied, "All settled. How about you?" Old Fang gestured to the list pinched between his fingers. "Here, the materials needed have all been itemized by the craftsmen. We can procure them later." Fang Yuan inquired, "Isn't it a package deal for labor and materials?" Hearing this, old Fang glanced back and pulled Fang Yuan aside. "You fool, a package deal simplifies things but costs more, and even at the same price, they might not provide the same quality." Fang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. He understood fishing, yet he was somewhat naive regarding the intricacies of construction work. Scratching the back of his head, "Hey, I just didn't know. By the way, Dad, I'm transferring the construction funds to you." Upon hearing this, old Fang waved his hand. "Oh, you rascal, I can manage this little amount myself." Fang Yuan looked at him meaningfully. "Are you sure you don't need it?" Observing his demeanor, old Fang hesitated and cautiously asked, "Did the fish you caught sell for a high price?" Fang Yuan nodded. Old Fang queried, 5,000? Fang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Noting this, old Fang continued, "It can't be over 10,000, right?" He had seen the fish and acknowledged its beauty and size. But ultimately, it was still just a black fish. The market price for such a fish typically peaked at 30 to 50 per pound. Thus, old Fang considered 10,000 to be an astronomical figure. Yet, when Fang Yuan extended 3 fingers, old Fang could not help but swallow hard. 30,000. Well done, son. With old Fang repeatedly misjudging the price, Fang Yuan decided to cease the riddles and leaned in to whisper, "It's not 30,000, it's 300,000. Gasp. Old Fang's eyelids fluttered, and his pipe fell from his astonished mouth. After a moment of recovery, he turned to Fang Yuan. "Son, how much did you say?" Fang Yuan smiled, 300,000. On the way home, old Fang, seated in the passenger seat, appeared dazed, his eyes vacant as he stared ahead, not even blinking. It wasn't until Fang Yuan parked in front of their home that old Fang snapped back to reality, though he nearly stumbled as he exited the vehicle. Fang Yuan teased, "Come on, Dad, is it that serious?" Old Fang shot him a look. "Is it serious? 300,000. Do you have any idea how many livestock I'd have to tend to earn that kind of money, while you, my son, made it with a single fish?" At that moment, Fang Yuan's mother inquired, "What are you two discussing, livestock and fish?" She then turned to old Fang. "Are you bringing up your livestock again in front of our son?" Before old Fang could explain, Fang Yuan's mother addressed him. "Son, don't mind your father's ramblings. The old village office space is primarily for your workshop, and your father's veterinary station just needs a small room for a desk." Hearing his wife's words, old Fang exclaimed, "Oh, come on. What are you talking about?" At this point, I can still discern priorities. Not that. Fang Yuan's mother scrutinized the 2 men's faces before finally looking at Fang Yuan. Not that. Fang Yuan nodded. "Then what is it?" Old Fang said. "I'm afraid if I tell you, you won't be able to handle it." Fang Yuan's mother laughed. "I can't handle it. Who do you think you're looking down on?" "Fine, but you better brace yourself." With that, old Fang glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then whispered, "Let me tell you, our son chapter 132, setting up machinery, running paperwork, progressing rapidly." In the afternoon, as old Fang needed to supervise the construction progress at the old village office and procure numerous building materials, he left the house after lunch. Thus, the task of preparing bait fell to Fang Yuan. Today's workload was manageable, only a little over 500 bottles. This task left Fang Yuan feeling utterly exhausted, far more so than catching several hundred-pound fish. It also gave him insight into the hardships his parents had faced during this time. Therefore, the need for machinery became imperative. Seizing a moment of respite, Fang Yuan began searching on his phone. Do not speak, for upon investigation, Fang Yuan discovered that a manufacturer of filling machines was located in the neighboring county, merely 100 kilometers away. Most importantly, it possessed the necessary permits and complied with the new national standards. This aspect was of paramount significance. Should the machines fail to meet the required standards during subsequent audits, the production would be deemed subpar, and should the authorities conduct an inspection, the penalties could be severe, not to mention the potential for a business suspension. Otherwise, one could simply purchase a cheaper, inferior product without such expenditure. Thus, meticulousness was imperative. After thorough inquiries, Fang Yuan gained clarity on the matter. The filling machines varied considerably in size and model. There were fully automated versions, which required no manual intervention throughout the entire process, from material input to bottle sealing, showcasing astonishing efficiency, with speeds reaching up to 2,000 bottles per hour, provided the materials were adequately supplied. Conversely, there were semi-automated models that necessitated a human presence at the feed point, with output limited to several hundred bottles per hour. Naturally, these filling machines did not contain any highly precise components. The primary distinction lay in the speed of the input and output ports, hence customizations were available. After gathering sufficient information, Fang Yuan finalized an appointment with the manufacturer. The timeline was set for the following day, as the progress at the old village office was swift, and the machine procurement could not lag behind. Thus, on the following morning, Fang Yuan drove to the factory in the neighboring county. As evidenced on the manufacturer's homepage, this filling machine factory was substantial, comprising several factory buildings. Upon entering the premises, numerous assembled machines awaiting dispatch were prominently displayed, attesting to their capability. Shortly thereafter, at Fang Yuan's behest, a woman clad in professional attire approached him. "Good day, Mr. Fang," she greeted. Fang Yuan returned her smile politely. The woman continued, "Mr. Fang, you must have reviewed the documents I sent you yesterday?" Fang Yuan nodded. During his inquiries, the manufacturer had provided a detailed introduction to the various models of filling machines. However, Fang Yuan remarked, "I have indeed looked at them, but I still lack a concrete understanding of their specifics." He was keen to see the machines in person, as he intended to establish a long-term relationship with the manufacturer should the initial order prove satisfactory. The woman smiled. "Very well, please follow me." Soon, under her guidance, Fang Yuan entered a production workshop. "This is our assembly department," she explained. "As you can see, we have the monthly audit permits displayed here, and all materials used in our factory comply with national standards, adhering to food safety regulations. This means that every machine that leaves our factory is capable of directly filling consumable products." For the entire morning, Fang Yuan traversed the factory grounds. The quality of these machines was crucial for the future consignment of bait materials, and given their substantial cost, over 100,000 for a typical semi-automatic model. With larger production line machines reaching into the millions, carefulness was essential. After thorough discussions with the saleswoman and meticulous inspections of each workshop, Fang Yuan ultimately ordered a small, dual-sided fully automated filling machine valued at 230,000 yuan. Although compact, its speed was impressive, capable of filling 600 bottles of 500 milliliters each hour. Apart from manual input during the loading phase, all operations were automated, including sealing the bottle caps. Furthermore, being dual-sided meant that the machine could simultaneously fill two completely different types of bait materials. Fang Yuan envisioned alternating between the main filling of bait for crucian carp and larger fish, thereby streamlining the process to require only one operator, significantly reducing time. Thus, departing in the morning and returning home in the afternoon, Fang Yuan completed the procurement of bait materials in just half a day. Meanwhile, the progress at the old village office was equally promising. Upon returning, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. As the renovations were underway, the transformed structure began to take shape with the arrival of materials. Under the diligent efforts of over 10 craftsmen, the previously weathered courtyard walls were smoothed and coated with fresh white paint. Inside the courtyard, a 30-ton excavator had efficiently cleared the remnants of the old chicken coop built by Chen Air in just one morning. The area was leveled, ready for the subsequent pouring of concrete. Inside the building, the sounds of pneumatic tools echoed as wooden panels were delivered. Old Fang remarked, "Just 3 more days. The main renovations will be completed." Following that, only minor details would remain to be addressed. It was noteworthy that, with the machine order complete and specifications established, Fang Yuan emphasized the need for a larger door for the production workshop, lest the machine fail to fit upon delivery, a rather comedic predicament to avoid. Observing the swift construction progress, Fang Yuan wasted no time in attending to the various formalities for the small workshop. Notably, the local government was keenly supportive of individual entrepreneurship and rural revitalization, so once the village approval was secured, the subsequent steps would be considerably easier. With the assistance of a few influential individuals within the village, Fang Yuan obtained a stamped document, with only the business registration remaining for completion. Thus, over the following days, Fang Yuan alternated between filling bait and running errands. After several days, amidst the celebratory sounds of firecrackers, the first private micro-enterprise in Fangjia village was officially inaugurated. Chapter 133. Isolated and helpless, Wang Xiaoran in front of the old village office. Fang's father gazed proudly at the brand new signboard. After toiling for much of his life, he finally owned a veterinary clinic. The name was personally chosen by him. For the people. The For the People veterinary clinic was simple, elegant, memorable, and straightforward. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was inspecting the neighboring workshop, which, as per their prior plans, spanned a full 100 square meters. Equipped with surveillance cameras in each corner, the filling machine was situated at the rear, while the remaining space was filled with rows of shelves displaying bottles of pre-filled bait materials. Times had changed. With the new machine, there was no longer any concern regarding the speed of filling bait. Substantial quantities had already been filled during pre-opening trials, leading to an ample stockpile. Notably, these bait materials not only featured improved packaging, but also bore a new trademark, prominently displaying the brand logo. This was a result of Fang Yuan's efforts over the past few days. The logo was a simple yet elegant amalgamation of the letters F and Y, representing the initials of Fang Yuan's name, thereby lending a more professional touch to the products. However, there remained one aspect yet to be finalized. Thus, it is a customer service position. Previously, there was only a minor commotion. Without a dedicated product customer service, it was manageable, and even he could find the time to handle things himself. However, with the product now officially listed and standardized in production, complete with a brand trademark, it has transformed into a legitimate enterprise. And in a legitimate enterprise, how could there be no customer service? 2 days ago, Fang Yuan had already posted a recruitment notice on the job platform. Only 2 individuals had called for inquiries, but upon hearing that the workplace was located in an obscure rural area they had never heard of, the conversations abruptly ceased. This is understandable. Nowadays, young people aspire to thrive in bustling cities, who would be drawn to an isolated corner of the countryside. Consequently, the matter has been left in limbo. Perhaps, should the salary be increased in the job listing? Meanwhile, at an advertising firm in Jiangcheng, Xiaoran, if I recall correctly, you have been with the company for exactly 3 months, haven't you? This morning, upon entering the office, Wang Xiaoran was summoned into the office of the HR director. An occurrence she had anticipated, even looked forward to, as today marked the completion of her 3-month internship, coinciding with the expiration of her internship contract. If all goes as expected, it would soon lead to the signing of a formal contract. The formal contract would not only confer a salary increase, but also additional benefits, including social insurance and housing funds. With this thought, Wang Xiaoran nodded to the portly middle-aged man before her. Yes, director. The director smiled. 3 months have passed. Your internship contract is indeed nearing its end, and it is time to discuss the formal contract. As he spoke, the director retrieved a brand new contract from his desk drawer. At the sight of this, Wang Xiaoran's eyes sparkled. It has come. It has finally arrived. After 3 months of early mornings and late nights, 3 months of diligent effort, she was finally about to reap the rewards. However, just as she reached out to take the contract, the director swiftly pulled it back. Oh, why the rush? He chuckled. Xiaoran, you are aware of the current economic climate, especially for fresh graduates like you. Finding a decent job is exceedingly challenging. Not to mention, I cannot express how many eyes are on this position. Understanding dawned on Wang Xiaoran, as she knew that she was not the only newcomer to the company. And during her 3 months there, she had become aware of various internal matters. Notably, some long-standing employees, those who had been there for 7 or 8 years, had been encouraged to leave. Thus, this new position was truly a coveted one. Rest assured, director, if the company grants me this opportunity, I will undoubtedly strive to repay the company, she declared. However, before she could finish her sentence, the director interrupted her. With his small eyes narrowing in amusement, he replied, Xiaoran, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I am one of the founding members of this company, although I hold the title of HR director. Decisions regarding the employment of staff, big or small, are at my discretion. Wang Xiaoran was taken aback. The director continued, from the very first day you joined the company, I took notice of you, your kindness, your beauty, all of it captivated me. As he spoke, he leaned forward, attempting to grasp Wang Xiaoran's hands. Startled by this sudden advance, she instinctively recoiled. The director's expression darkened. Xiaoran, I fear you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Let me be blunt. Should you defy my wishes today, you shall not sign that contract. Furthermore, I must warn you, my position is quite desirable. You can call upon anyone, and we shall see who they trust, me or you. After all, it has become all too common in recent years for fresh graduates to resort to unscrupulous means in their quest for advancement. With that, he leaned back, surveying Wang Xiaoran with a predatory gaze, as if he had her entirely within his grasp. Wang Xiaoran, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, found herself pressed against the wall. Observing the director's demeanor, which suggested that her non-compliance would result in her dismissal from the company, she took a deep breath and met his gaze. Have you come to terms with it? He inquired. Wang Xiaoran, summoning her courage, replied, Director, you have mistaken the person before you. With that, she pushed open the office door and left without looking back. However, shortly after exiting the company's doors, Wang Xiaoran found herself crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks like heavy raindrops. 3 months of dedication and tireless effort had culminated in this disheartening outcome. After a considerable time, she finally managed to compose herself and pulled out her phone to check the job listings. Life must go on. She had to continue living. After all, hello, I found your listing on the job platform, she said when she finally made a call. Oh, I'm sorry, but the position has already been filled. I forgot to take the listing down, my apologies. Listening to the explanation on the other end of the line, Wang Xiaoran managed a weak smile. No problem, she replied. Before continuing, hello, I saw that your listing requires 3 years of relevant work experience. I apologize for the disturbance. Thus, after an unknown number of fruitless calls, Wang Xiaoran's renewed confidence was once again shattered. The feeling of isolation was profoundly unsettling, and tears filled her eyes once more. Watching the cars pass by on the road, she felt as though the world had cast her aside. Just as a myriad of chaotic thoughts flooded her mind, a job listing suddenly caught her eye. Customer service position, ages 18 to 30, high school diploma or higher, starting salary of 5,000. Chapter 134, is it you? Upon glancing at the job listing on her phone, Wang Xiaoran, in the past, would not have given it a second thought. This was not due to any lofty standards she held, but rather because the job platform was rife with dubious postings and scams. For a time, some unscrupulous individuals exploited high-paying job offers to lure unsuspecting young people abroad, with dire consequences. There were also instances of misleading advertisements, where the job requirements bore no resemblance to the actual tasks. The most notorious examples were those positions for car escorts, which advertised starting salaries of 8,000 or even 10,000, only for the actual work to resemble that of a laborer. At this moment, the listing required only a high school education and offered a starting salary of 5,000. While the salary might not seem particularly high, when considered alongside the educational requirements, it became strikingly appealing. For instance, during her internship, Wang Xiaoran's salary was only a little over 2,000, and even after transitioning to a full-time role, it would only be slightly above 4,000. This was despite being one of the outstanding candidates among her peers. Hence, in the past, she would have scorned such job listings. However, circumstances have changed. Without a job, there is no income. Without income, one cannot sustain a living. Therefore, Wang Xiaoran resolved to inquire further. She dialed the number without hesitation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan sat within his pristine new office. This office has been meticulously separated for his personal use, with the ceiling, floor, and 4 walls all refurbished to a pristine condition. On one side, a grand painting emblazoned with the words "Great Ambitions" adorns the wall. This is an office, and naturally, a desk is indispensable. Fang Yuan, with a sweeping gesture, spent several thousand to order a semi-solid wood desk. The term semi-solid wood refers to the fact that only the tabletop is made of solid wood, while the rest consists of metal. The advantage of such a desk lies in its easy maintenance. It is impervious to dampness and resistant to pests. The sole drawback is that it lacks the prestige of fully solid wood furniture. However, given that this is merely a small workshop and the products are sold online without the need for client receptions, such prestige is of little consequence. At that moment, a ringtone pierced the air. Fang Yuan picked up the call, instantly invigorated. Yes, indeed. Rest assured, the information provided is absolutely accurate. It's for a customer service position. As for the work location, upon hearing the location, Fang Yuan felt a jolt of surprise. The recruitment notice had been out for some time, yet only 3 individuals had inquired thus far. The previous 2 had shown initial interest but hung up when asked about the work location. At this juncture, Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and surveyed the office with a smile, saying, "You need not worry about the location. It's an independent office with 24-hour hot water supply. If accommodation is necessary, I can also provide free lodging." Since he feared that revealing the address might deter potential candidates, Fang Yuan decided to first highlight the work environment, which was indeed factual. Nowadays, apart from the veterinary station at the front of the old village office and his office with the fish observation room occupying 3 rooms, several others remain vacant, entirely suitable for lodging. Nonetheless, The caller still inquired about the exact address. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, this time being cautious. He only mentioned the town, omitting the specific village. It's Guxian Zhongyi town. On the other side, as Wang Xiaoran walked along the road. Her expression froze upon hearing the address over the phone, and she halted in her tracks. Could you repeat the work address? After a brief pause, confirming she had not misheard, she felt a wave of unease wash over her. Guxian Zhongyi town? Wasn't that her hometown? Could it be a position at the town's service center? But had the wages for clerks there really risen so high? That could actually be promising. With a sense of intrigue, Wang Xiaoran asked, when can I come for an interview? Hearing her inquiry, Fang Yuan felt optimistic and replied, anytime works. Just call this number when you arrive in town. As before, he only mentioned the town, withholding the precise address. Soon, the voice on the line responded, all right. I can be there by this afternoon at the latest. Fang Yuan felt a surge of joy, waving his hand in excitement. Perfect. Yet, he found himself staring at the phone, muttering, that voice sounds oddly familiar. On the other end, a glimmer of happiness finally broke through Wang Xiaoran's earlier gloom. Guxian Zhongyi town. This was indeed her hometown. Being in familiar territory brought her a sense of comfort. At least it wasn't an unfamiliar place. With these thoughts, Wang Xiaoran quickly booked a ticket to Guxian. As for finding a place to stay, there was no rush. If this job didn't work out, she could always return and have a backup plan. At noon, upon returning home, Fang Yuan found his mother had already prepared a sumptuous lunch, a simple spread of 6 dishes and a soup. He had initially planned to invite his uncle and aunt to celebrate the auspicious occasion of the opening, but learned from his mother that his uncle was off doing odd jobs, possibly not returning for 10 days or even longer. His aunt, too, had gone to the county to help with the children, so it would just be the 3 of them for lunch. After the meal, Fang Yuan returned to the veterinary station while his mother finally had some free time to tend to the fields. Having resolved a significant matter, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, intending to take a short nap. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard, hello. I'm the job seeker you spoke to this morning. I'm now in Zhongyi town. Instantly, all remnants of sleep vanished, and he slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about this. He told her, I'll be there in no more than 15 minutes. After hanging up, he grabbed his car keys and dashed out. Today was indeed a day of double joy. Before long, as Fang Yuan drove to their agreed meeting spot, he called again. Hey, I've arrived. I'm in a pickup truck with the license plate. Not long after hanging up, a figure approached the front of the car. Hello, I'm Fang Degu. Fang Yuan looked up in surprise. Oh, it's you? Chapter 135. Ah, what a simple-minded girl. On the way back, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, tousling the hair of Wang Xiaoran, who sat in the passenger seat, still in a daze. She had never imagined that the person who posted the job listing would be the very benefactor who had saved her twice. Moreover, inexplicably, all her previous worries and anxieties vanished the moment she laid eyes on him. A sense of peace. Yes, it was a feeling of reassurance, inexplicably comforting. Meanwhile, as Fang Yuan drove, discussing the details of the small workshop, he suddenly recalled something and glanced at Wang Xiaoran. Hey, didn't you work at an advertising company? This unexpected question jolted Wang Xiaoran back to reality. I was let go. Let go? Fang Yuan was taken aback by this revelation, as he had always perceived Wang Xiaoran to be a diligent and amiable girl, a sentiment he had gathered from their previous interactions. Hearing she had been dismissed, he asked, why? Wang Xiaoran lowered her head, silent. Sensing her reluctance to elaborate, Fang Yuan chuckled. Well, sometimes change can be good. A new environment might be just what you need. It seemed that his nonchalant laughter had a soothing effect on Wang Xiaoran, prompting her to speak more freely. Fang Degu, weren't you doing live streaming? Fang Yuan replied, haha, I'm just dabbling in it, leveraging the platform's traffic to sell a few small products. It's really more of a micro-business. Thus, as they engaged in light-hearted conversation, the car made its way into the old village office. Upon arrival, Wang Xiaoran was taken aback. Fang Degu, I remember this place. It's the old village office, isn't it? Being from Fangjia village, she was certainly familiar with the old village office. Fang Yuan smiled as he engaged the handbrake. Yes, this is the old village office, but I've taken it over now. By the way, you must have attended elementary school here when you were younger, right? It is worth mentioning that adjacent to the old village office, there used to be a primary school in Fangjia village, which served as the educational institution for all the children in the production brigade during those years. However, with the decline in birth rates and population exodus, village-level primary schools in the area have been dismantled, rendering the Fangjia village primary school a mere fragment of memory swept away by the tides of time. Wang Xiaoran nodded. Yes, I attended school here until the 5th grade, after which I went to study in town. Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, that primary school is no longer in sight. But this old village office can still take you down memory lane. As they conversed, The two entered the courtyard, just as Fang Yuan had said. The current old village office resembles a quaint farmhouse more than a factory. The main structure remains as it was, yet it has been adorned with numerous embellishments. Upon entering, the once spacious courtyard is now adorned with rows of greenery. The old veterinary station of Old Fang has an outward opening door that does not connect with the workshop, creating an even more tranquil atmosphere, which further soothes Wang Xiaoran's previously unsettled emotions. Fang Yuan led the way to the office and remarked, "Here, this will be your workspace." Wang Xiaoran peered inside, feeling an overwhelming sense of calm. This serene little courtyard, along with this independent office space, provided her with a sense of security, especially given her somewhat social anxiety. Fang Yuan added, "Take a look around. If you need anything, I will arrange it for you." Fang Yuan's intention was straightforward, to find someone to manage the workshop while he took on a more hands-off role. However, according to their previous plan, new hires were supposed to be observed for some time. In this instance, given their prior familiarity and the few interactions they had shared, he trusted Wang Xiaoran's character implicitly, thus allowing him to bypass that observation step. He intended to cultivate her as a second-in-command, ensuring that the emotional support she required would still be provided. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran exclaimed, "No, that's not necessary. This environment is quite sufficient." It must be said that Fang Yuan indeed had a knack for setting up spaces. Since the office was renovated based on the original expansive layout of the old village office, it was quite spacious. Nevertheless, it was filled to the brim with delightful decorations. Immediately upon entering, one would encounter two towering pots of lush greenery, while a large desk measuring 1.5 meters in width and 2 meters in length occupied the interior, complete with a printer and a receipt printer. To one side, there was a 3-seater sofa for visitors, a filing cabinet, and a water dispenser, while the opposite wall was adorned with a long shelf for various items. Observing this, Fang Yuan remarked, "Great. Since you seem pleased, let's discuss the matter of your salary." Upon hearing the word salary, Wang Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, asking in confusion, "Isn't the amount already posted on the platform?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "That was the previous arrangement. The 5,000 yuan salary was for an average employee, but you, being a top graduate from Jiangda, should not be undervalued." He continued, "As my small workshop is just starting out, I will offer you 1,000 more, bringing your salary to 6,000. If the business prospers, I will consider further increments." At the mention of this salary, Wang Xiaoran's eyes widened in astonishment. 6,000? As a starting point? "Brother Fang, that's too much," she protested. Fang Yuan replied, "Hold on, let me finish. With this increased salary, the work responsibilities will also expand." He gestured to the computer in front of him, saying, "Here, this file contains the raw footage from my recent fishing trips. Your task will be to edit these videos and publish them on my homepage. Of course, these are just the initial videos. Moving forward, you can expect to receive a new video nearly every day that will require editing." Additionally, Fang Yuan opened the sales homepage of the platform. The product pages will also need periodic updates. After explaining everything, Fang Yuan turned to her and asked, "What do you think? Can you handle this?" Wang Xiaoran shook her head. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you major in advertising design?" Wang Xiaoran hastily shook her head again. "No, that's not it. I meant that these tasks are quite manageable and can be completed alongside my other responsibilities, so the salary isn't necessary." Wang Xiaoran spoke the truth. Despite Fang Yuan's lengthy discourse, it ultimately boiled down to two main tasks: video editing and webpage updates, both of which were exceedingly simple for someone of her caliber in advertising design. "Brother Fang, there's no need for such a high salary." Upon hearing her reasoning, Fang Yuan smiled. "Don't be hasty, there's more to consider." He then pointed to the receipt printer. "You'll also need to count and process the daily orders from the back end, ensuring that the goods are sorted correctly for the courier to pick up later." Yes, it's not an easy task, as we expect a minimum of 500 orders daily. Just a few days prior, due to a surge in daily orders, Fang Yuan had become the largest shipper in town, leading the courier services owner to handle the pickups personally. Thus, Wang Xiaoran would also need to ensure that the orders were matched accurately with the corresponding goods to avoid any mix-ups. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran ceased her refusals. 500 orders was no small feat. Nonetheless, in comparison to the 6,000 yuan salary, she still felt as if she were dreaming. After all, during her time at the company, she had to wake up early and return late, earning only a little over 2,000 a month. Observing her, Fang Yuan sighed internally, realizing how naive and pure she was, having grown accustomed to being underappreciated. However, given her innocence, he couldn't allow himself to be a heartless employer. "All right, it's settled then. Let's sign the contract." Chapter 136. Has this kid finally awakened? Soon after, the two signed the contract, marking the arrival of the first employee at Fang Yuan's small workshop. As Wang Xiaoran saw her name inscribed on the contract, She silently resolved to wholeheartedly embrace this hard-earned opportunity. A moment later, she asked, "Brother Fang, am I the only employee in the factory right now?" Since entering, she had noticed that apart from the two of them, there were no other people around. Fang Yuan smiled. "Well, for now, yes, just you and me. Oh, and my mom." Presently, old Fang could not assist due to the veterinary station's demands. Moreover, with the fully automated filling machine operational, it could produce several days' worth of orders in just half a day's work, leaving little need for additional help. However, while the filling was automated, the packaging would still need to be done by Fang's mother. Just as Fang Yuan finished speaking, a voice called from outside, "Xiao Yuan. A delivery truck has arrived with the fish tanks you ordered. Come take a look." Hearing the commotion, Fang Yuan responded, "Ah, it's here." The factory not only housed the production workshop, office, and break room, but also featured a large fish observation room, which Fang Yuan envisioned using to cultivate some rare fish in the future. He had ordered several large tanks for this purpose. Turning to Wang Xiaoran, he said, "Perfect timing. My mom has arrived. You can meet her." At this remark, Wang Xiaoran felt a surge of tension. Why did it feel somewhat like meeting the parents? As she hesitated, the door darkened with the approach of Fang's mother. Upon seeing her son with a delicate young lady, her heart skipped a beat, followed by a wave of joy. He has finally come to his senses. At long last, my unfortunate son has finally seen the light. Fang Yuan, however, remained unfazed and said, "Mom, let me introduce you to my new employee, Wang Xiaoran." Upon hearing her introduction, despite feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, she managed to respond, "Hello, Aunt." Upon learning the situation, Fang's mother felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking to herself, "I had hoped this boy had come to his senses and brought home a girlfriend." Nevertheless, she couldn't help but notice that the young lady was quite attractive and with a figure that suggested she was well suited for childbearing. With this thought, a smile crept onto her face. "Oh, forget about it. We country folk don't really grasp these formalities. Just call me Annie." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran called out again, "Hello, Annie." Acknowledging her response, Fang's mother scrutinized her closely. It must be said that, purely based on appearances, Wang Xiaoran's height of over 1.60 meters, coupled with her fair complexion, was indeed impeccable. Especially her figure, though clad in modest attire, could not conceal her exceptional poise. Particularly noteworthy were her long, straight legs, clad in somewhat faded denim, complemented by her well-rounded rear, which only endeared her more to Fang's mother. Well. As Fang's mother uttered her inexplicable compliments, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss for words, thinking, how could it not be good? I hired her for 6,000. Yet, under Fang's mother's scrutiny, Wang Xiaoran, already somewhat tongue-tied, felt even more uneasy. However, Fang's mother did not forget the matter at hand. After her examination, she turned to Fang Yuan and said, "Son, a delivery truck has arrived outside, claiming to have your goods. You should go take a look." Fang Yuan replied, "Oh, sure. You two continue chatting. I'll step outside for a moment." With that, he left the room. Once Fang Yuan departed, and only the two women were left, Wang Xiaoran felt quite apprehensive under Fang's mother's gaze. "My dear girl, how old are you?" 22. Fang's mother exclaimed, "Oh, you're the same age as our little Yuan. Though you must be younger than him. He was born in January." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoran's social anxiety kicked in again, her hands fidgeting nervously in front of her. Observing this, Fang's mother stepped forward and took her hands, saying, "Oh dear, there's no need to be so formal. We are among friends here. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other, so let us sit down and chat." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was blissfully unaware that the new employee he had inadvertently hired had already been placed on his mother's list of potential daughters-in-law. At that moment, he was busy unloading goods. He had ordered quite a number of fish tanks, totaling 8 in various sizes, with the largest measuring 321 liters. This particular size could be classified as a behemoth. However, Fang Yuan intended to create a South American tank, complete with driftwood, gravel, and some tropical fish. To facilitate this, he had previously ensured that the walls and floors of the fish room were equipped with plumbing and underfloor heating, transforming it into a temperature-controlled environment. "Wow, boss. Your fish room is quite cozy, even with a heated pool," exclaimed one of the delivery workers as they carried the tank into the fish room and marveled at its setup. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Oh, just playing around. I enjoy tinkering with these ornamental creatures." The worker nodded in agreement. "The moment I stepped into your workshop, I could tell you're a man who knows how to enjoy life." Thus, after a lively exchange, the workers busied themselves, successfully installing the large tanks, along with the necessary inflow and filtration systems, ready to commence operation. Once everything was completed, Fang Yuan returned to the office, only to find his mother animatedly chatting with Wang Xiaoran. However, in stark contrast to his mother's exuberance, Wang Xiaoran appeared quite reserved. Observing this, Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile, knowing from their previous encounters that Wang Xiaoran was naturally reticent. while his mother was her polar opposite, a master of conversation who could chat from the east end of the village to the west. Mom, she's just started her first day. Could you? Noticing her son had arrived, Fang's mother interjected, I know. Now, Xiaoran, you two carry on. With that, she stood up and, as she passed by Fang Yuan, added, Son, this girl is quite lovely. Chapter 137, National Fishing Championship. With the addition of Wang Xiaoran as a fresh force, the foundational structure of Fang Yuan's small workshop was finally taking shape. Moving forward, he only needed to wrap up a few remaining tasks. To this end, Fang Yuan compiled a list of necessary items, such as corrugated cardboard boxes for packaging, branded outer packaging for bait, and various small medicines for bait preparation, as he aspired to earn some points before the year's end. Thus, these needed to be prepared in advance, especially the small medicines, which were crucial for the operation of the workshop. He could not afford to be negligent. Consequently, Fang Yuan ordered a safe to store various small medicines, spending several thousand points to acquire a collection of them. After several days of diligent work, the warehouse was filled to the brim with supplies. Everything was ready, awaiting departure. One night, as Fang Yuan lay in bed contemplating the upcoming fishing trip, his phone rang. He picked it up and answered, Haha, brother. You haven't streamed in a while. What is going on? Hearing the familiar hearty laughter on the other end, Fang Yuan smiled and replied, Been good. What else could I be doing? Didn't I mention during our last drinking session that I started a small workshop back home to deal with bait? The jovial laughter continued on the other end. Haha, I thought so. I haven't seen you stream lately, but this venture sounds promising, especially with your bait being so effective. Then, the conversation took a turn. Hey, brother, are you free in the next couple of days? Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. Although he had planned to go fishing tomorrow, that was merely a plan, and he could adjust it according to his preferences. I have a couple of free days. The voice on the other end responded cheerfully. Ha, that is fantastic. Here's the deal. The preliminary rounds for the 4-year fishing championship are about to start. I've withdrawn from my old team and registered a new one. Are you interested? Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at this. After all, even a big boss needed a hobby, and Zhang Bin's passion was fishing. However, a 4-year fishing championship? How fortunate that the timing was set for the year's end. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan suddenly realized, wait, the new year has just passed. It's right at the beginning of the solar calendar. This realization made everything clearer. After all, a nationwide championship held every 4 years would span from the start to the end of the year. An earlier start time was not surprising. All right. Upon hearing his agreement, Zhang Bin's laughter grew even more boisterous. Haha, great. Brother, I'll send you the address. Just make sure to arrive before noon tomorrow. All right, brother, we'll chat more when we meet. With that, he hung up the phone. Phew. Once the call ended, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Well then, let us postpone the fishing trip by another 2 days. Of course, it would be disingenuous to claim that Fang Yuan is not intrigued by the quadrennial fishing championship. Presently, there are 3 premier competitions in the country. The first is the Fishing King Cup, a venerable event that can be considered one of the earliest and most professional fishing contests. However, in recent years, it has faced numerous setbacks, leading to a decline in its once great reputation. Nevertheless, with a host of seasoned masters rallying behind it, the Fishing King Cup still retains a measure of authority within the community. The second is the Club Challenge, a large-scale competition based on clubs, noted for its substantial prize pool and fierce competition that has, in recent times, overshadowed other events. It has even spawned various ancillary activities, such as betting. Initially, this event was popular only within specific circles, but following sensational stories of certain affluent individuals winning millions or others tragically losing everything, its notoriety skyrocketed. Even those wealthy individuals who previously had no interest in fishing began to assemble teams solely for the purpose of competing. Thus, over time, the Club Challenge has grown into a considerable phenomenon. Lastly, there is the National Fishing Championship, recognized by the Sports Bureau and characterized by its national prestige. This championship is currently the largest and most authoritative competition in the country, representing the pinnacle of aspiration for countless anglers. If participating in the Club Challenge is about monetary rewards, then this championship embodies the highest honor for fishermen, even if it requires a personal financial investment. The competition occurs every 4 years, and one must consider how many 4-year spans a person experiences in a lifetime. At this moment, the tournament Zhang Bin invited Fang Yuan to participate in is indeed this esteemed championship. However, entering this quadrennial contest is no simple feat. The first requirement is to become a member of the Fishing Association. This thought sends a shiver down Fang Yuan's spine. But he quickly recalls that Zhang Bin had already registered him during their previous competition at the Qingjiang Reservoir, where he even earned a few points. Speaking of points, it is crucial to note that, unlike other competitions, this championship employs a point system due to its lengthy duration. The preliminary rounds alone demand multiple matches to accumulate points, enabling competitors to qualify for the subsequent rounds and ultimately the national championship. By the time one reaches the national stage, all participants are formidable contenders from various regions. Moreover, exceptional performance in a single event can also earn one a wildcard entry. With this in mind, Fang Yuan finds himself increasingly excited about the competition. While the joy of fishing in the wild is unparalleled, it is the competitive spirit and the adrenaline of facing off against other skilled anglers that wild fishing cannot replicate. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan checks his phone. To his astonishment, he discovers that Jiangsheng is one of the qualifying tournament locations, indicating that the fishing elites from the Jiangbei region will converge here. As he browses the championship forum, it buzzes with activity, attracting fishing enthusiasts and fans engaged in fervent discussions. Who will emerge as the champion of this tournament? The consensus among the crowd favors Master Liu, though it's essential to clarify that this Liu is not the one associated with long rods, but another esteemed figure. Meanwhile, when it comes to catching silver carp, everyone agrees that our head coach is unbeatable. However, one cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity. This championship features team and individual events, as well as various fishing styles. Yet no one has ever heard of a silver carp catching category. Clearly, some jesters are losing their grip on reality. The internet is rife with keyboard warriors, many of whom thrive in online anonymity, boldly asserting their opinions while remaining meek in real life. Consequently, the forum is thick with tension, as most posts are embroiled in heated debates. Unlike fans in other arenas, fishing aficionados are often divided by regional loyalties, predominantly categorized as Southern Lu and Northern Deng, representing the two largest factions online, embroiled in passionate disputes in recent years. Each side claims superiority over the other, filled with bravado and various in-jokes, with some even venturing into the realm of abstraction. For instance, a highly upvoted post reads, "I, Fossil Deng Long Rod, am recruiting fishing elites." This post sparked a flurry of responses, with some recognizing the name, yet questioning the crude language employed, which pointedly refers to a certain individual without needing further elaboration. Amidst these discussions, there are also numerous posts regarding fish aid. With the rise of short videos, various influencers have infiltrated the fishing community, and some young women are using fishing as a pretext to showcase themselves in alluring poses. Clad in yoga pants, they set up their fishing gear by the river, snapping selfies that distract the elderly onlookers, leaving them quite hooked in a different way. Thus, after exploring the forum, Fang Yuan exhales deeply, realizing that he need not seek entertainment elsewhere. A stroll through this forum suffices to lift his spirits, regardless of his mood, save for the trolls, as one must maintain a resilient mindset to avoid becoming disheartened. With a final sigh, Fang Yuan sets his phone aside, rubbing his cheeks. The excitement for fishing has surged as the championship approaches, igniting a fervor across both the forums and short video platforms. This anticipation only heightens Fang Yuan's eagerness. The following day, at the break of dawn, Fang Yuan rises. Zhang Bin had indicated that arriving before noon would suffice, yet the myriad preparations for the competition necessitate an earlier arrival. After breakfast, he accelerates towards Jiangxing. With winter settling in after New Year's Day, the air has turned crisp enough to warrant the use of the car's heater, contrasting the days when air conditioning was necessary. As he overtakes car after car, the destination draws near, and soon he finds himself entering a wetland park. Upon seeing the location Zhang Bin had shared, Fang Yuan raises an eyebrow, recognizing it as the upstream wetland of the famed Red Maple Lake, where he had previously fished. Due to its proximity to the riverbank, this river city boasts an intricate water system, with various waterways intertwining like a spider's web. In this locale, if one were to assert that all waterways converge into the river, then the origin point would undoubtedly be the wetlands of this city. Of course, the parking area is located within the wetland park, yet the competition site is not. It is instead a broad river that branches out from the wetlands. Even from a distance, one can spot a high platform adorned with a banner. "Hey bro, over here." Upon disembarking, Fang Yuan called out to Zhang Bin while retrieving his phone to inquire about Zhang's whereabouts. "Haha, I was just thinking of calling you," Zhang Bin exclaimed, surprised by Fang Yuan's early arrival. "Brother, you really came quite early, didn't you?" Fang Yuan gestured toward the array of parked vehicles. "Doesn't seem that early to me." Zhang Bin chuckled, patting Fang Yuan on the shoulder. "Haha, fair enough. Allow me to introduce you." He gestured to a young man beside him. "This is another member of our team, Wang Xiaohu." As he introduced, a stout young man with glasses, standing next to Zhang Bin, extended his hand. "Hello. I'm Wang Xiaohu, the newest member of Zhang Guo's team." Fang Yuan, polite in response, replied, "Hello, I'm Fang Yuan." Wang Xiaohu adjusted his glasses, grinning. "Hee. I know you. I've seen you before." Fang Yuan paused, puzzled. "Know me? When have we met?" Observing Fang Yuan's confusion, Zhang Bin interjected with a laugh. Haha. Let me jog your memory. Do you remember a certain monkey butt from when you first started streaming? At the mention of the nickname, Fang Yuan's expression transformed. Monkey butt? The one with the reddest behind among all the monkeys? His surprise was palpable. You know him? Of course I do. He vividly recalled that during his initial streaming days, when viewers were scarce, Monkey Butt was one of the most frequent participants, and Zhang Bin had even made a bet with him. Zhang Bin, amused, remarked, "Ha, you remember now?" Fang Yuan nodded. "I do, but how did you two?" Before he could finish, Zhang Bin, understanding the question, replied, "Ah, that's a long story. The morning wind is a bit strong. Let's go up in my car and chat." Leading the way, Zhang Bin took the two to a secluded corner of the parking lot, where a C-Class RV was parked. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped them. This C-Class RV, equipped with ample water and electricity, could easily be described as a mobile home, with a high-capacity air conditioner to match. "Zhang, this vehicle is impressive," Fang Yuan remarked as he surveyed the interior. Zhang Bin smiled. "Do you like it? I'll gift you one." Upon hearing Zhang Bin's offer, Fang Yuan quickly waved his hands. "Haha, no need. Even if you gifted it to me, I wouldn't have a use for it." Zhang Bin, slightly taken aback, quickly understood the reason. "Ah, right, brother. Your destination is too remote for this vehicle to reach." As they chatted, Zhang Bin prepared a kettle of hot tea. During the waiting period, the three began to share stories. It was then that Fang Yuan learned how Wang Xiaohu, also known as Monkey Butt, came to know Zhang Bin, and the tale was quite amusing. Chapter 138, The First Son-in-Law of the Fishing Circle. It turned out that Wang Xiaohu was also a seasoned fishing enthusiast. Despite his youth, he had been immersed in the sport for over a decade. He claimed to have been lugging around a homemade fishing rod to various ponds in nearby villages since elementary school. As for how the two met, just a few days prior, Zhang Bin, feeling restless, decided to casually visit a newly opened mixed fishing pond, which is colloquially known as a senior's fun spot. Being a professional angler, Zhang Bin found himself in a rather amusing predicament. He ended up finishing second on his first day, with Wang Xiaohu taking the top spot. Unfazed, Zhang Bin returned the next day, and although he managed to secure the top catch, it was a narrow victory, winning by less than 2 pounds. Thus, a friendly rivalry ensued, with both engaging in a series of matches over the following days, alternating wins and losses, which naturally led to their camaraderie. Upon discovering that Wang Xiaohu was a fan of Fang Yuan, and the same monkey, but who had previously bet with Zhang Bin in the streaming chat, Zhang Bin exclaimed how serendipitous it was, leading to a light-hearted reconciliation and a desire to collaborate, culminating in their gathering today. Notably, during this time, an amusing incident occurred. Since both had been fishing at the same pond, the pond's owner found himself beleaguered. Originally a modest operation, the proprietor was overwhelmed as the two consistently caught dozens of pounds of fish daily, almost threatening the viability of the newly opened pond. Thankfully, their stint was brief, leaving the owner with some stock to continue operations. After listening to their tales, Fang Yuan marveled at the smallness of the world, which had brought them all together again. "By the way, Zhang, do we have other members in our team?" Through this conversation, Fang Yuan learned that Zhang Bin's participation in the upcoming tournament was as part of a team event, specifically a group competition. While only 3 team members could compete simultaneously, the rules allowed for flexibility in team composition as long as the number of competitors on the field did not exceed 3. Thus, it was common for teams to have more than 3 members to ensure timely replacements in case any member had to withdraw during the event. However, Zhang Bin sheepishly admitted, "Not really, this competition was a last-minute decision. My old friends have all formed their own teams, leaving just the 3 of us." Yet he reassured Fang Yuan, "But don't worry, as long as we place in the top 10 during the preliminaries, we'll advance to the next round. I've also learned that the top teams have wildcard entries, meaning they don't have to compete in the preliminaries. Given our skills, we shouldn't have any issues." Fang Yuan nodded in understanding, familiar with the concept of wildcard privileges in the World Championships, recognizing that such individuals were typically elite competitors from previous tournaments. As the 3 continued their engaging conversation, they unexpectedly found that midday had arrived, and the outside noise was growing increasingly boisterous. With the need to draw lots for fishing spots before the competition commenced, the trio exited the vehicle. Stepping outside, they were taken aback by the sheer number of people filling the vast parking lot. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd, accompanied by a chorus of gasps. The crowd parted, revealing a convoy of vehicles, led by a Mercedes G-Class, followed by a large procession of 5 to 7 cars, causing the thrumming crowd to shift in tandem with the procession. Observing this spectacle, Fang Yuan understood that a significant figure had arrived. Beside them, Zhang Bin elucidated the identity of the group. It was none other than the dynasty of Huashi. Wang Xiaohu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Dynasty? But Zhang, isn't the dynasty currently the leader of Huashi?" Logically, they should possess a wild card and be exempt from this preliminary competition. Fang Yuan also turned to look. Zhang Bin smiled. Though he is exempt, that does not imply that the other participants from the Huasher team are? Upon hearing this, the two suddenly understood. Indeed, this world championship was not akin to a club challenge. As long as one possesses the requisite skill, it matters not whether they belong to the same faction. Moreover, a wild card, even for those seasoned powerhouse teams, is limited to just one. Thus, for the other team members wishing to compete, they must accumulate points step by step. Historically, there have been precedents for such occurrences. In the early days of this world championship, the top 3 spots in one of the competitions were entirely claimed by a team comprising players from 3 different generations. What they witnessed now mirrored that scenario. As expected, just as Zhang Bin had predicted, after the convoy halted, a young man descended from the grand vehicle. He was tall and handsome, and upon his exit, the surrounding crowd surged even more, with several female fishing enthusiasts gasping in excitement. This individual was the illustrious dynasty of Huasher. Speaking of dynasty, his life was steeped in legend. He had transformed from an obscure fishing lad into the current acting head of Huasher, embodying the epitome of a grassroots triumph. His present standing within Huasher could be aptly described as being above all others yet below one. As one of the leading enterprises in the domestic fishing gear industry, Huasher's market valuation had exceeded 100 billion years ago. The fact that Dynasty could oversee such a colossal company illustrates his esteemed position and formidable prowess. However, in comparison to his new role as the head of Huasher, external discussions often revolved around his other title, the foremost son-in-law of the fishing community. This brings to mind the venerable elder, Hua Lao, who had only 2 daughters, one of whom was married to Dynasty. Consequently, everyone understood that the transition from acting head to official head was merely a matter of time. Of course, it must be noted that his rise was not solely attributed to his appearance. His skills were exceptionally formidable, with any title he held representing a pinnacle that other fishing enthusiasts could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Otherwise, the elder would not be so fond of him. Indeed, as Zhang Bin had remarked, after Dynasty alighted, several youthful faces followed him, and the group made their way grandly toward the draw area. Observing this, Zhang Bin chuckled. Tisk, truly worthy of a major team. Their popularity is unparalleled. He then turned to Fang Yuan and Wang Xiaohu, saying, haha, enough gawking. Let us focus on the competition. Who knows, we might also enjoy such treatment. Chapter 139, the commencement of the competition, the Emperor's fishing spot. As this national championship is held once every 4 years, today's draw area was particularly vibrant. In addition to Huasher, many venerable teams and renowned figures from the fishing community had gathered to cheer on the newcomers or their apprentices. Among them were Lu, the only distinguished fishing master from the Jiangbei region, the newly minted first-level fishing masters, the Tang brothers, and the Zhou brothers, not to mention various fishing streamers with substantial followings. It can be said that the enthusiasm for this preliminary round was on par with that of the finals of other major fishing events. Before long, the trio arrived at the draw stage. Zhang Bin remarked, I've had terrible luck at cards these past few days, so you two should draw? Wang Xiaohu and Fang Yuan exchanged glances, and before Wang Xiaohu could speak, Fang Yuan chimed in, same here. I've never had good fortune with the draw. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohu declared, fine. He stepped forward and picked a slip from a box marked with various fishing spots. Upon examining it, he announced, B District, no. 12. The moment they heard this number, both Fang Yuan and Zhang Bin wore peculiar expressions. They had previously discussed the merits of different fishing spots while in the car. Although the competition fishing spots were determined by a section of the river, lacking the stark distinctions found in reservoir fishing, the inherent setup of the river segment meant that the positions on either side were generally superior. At that moment, B District S number 12, it was the starting point of Area A and the endpoint of Area C, with each area containing 30 fishing spots. Thus, B District No. 12 was perfectly situated in the center. Well, that's not too shabby, Fang Yuan remarked, rubbing his nose. Zhang Bin nodded in agreement. Indeed, historically, ministers sit on either side, while only the emperor occupies the center. Such a central position surely bodes well. Noticing the atmosphere had grown slightly awkward, Zhang Bin quickly shifted the subject. By the way, I forgot to mention, there are many categories in this preliminary competition, so if you're interested, you might as well sign up for other events too. I've registered for individual competitive fishing. Wang Xiaohu was astonished. We can register for others too? Zhang Bin affirmed, of course. The team competition is only a single round and ends today, while this preliminary round will last at least half a month. The specific categories and times will be displayed on the screen later. Upon hearing this, the two became intrigued and turned their attention to the screen. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up as he spotted that there was indeed a personal lure competition in the preliminary round, and the points awarded were quite generous. It is well known that when a fishing enthusiast unlocks a new technique, they become almost obsessed, researching it daily, and Fang Yuan was no exception. As a novice in lure fishing, he was naturally drawn to this competition, especially since it was scheduled for tomorrow morning, which wouldn't interfere with anything. As for Wang Xiaohu, like Zhang Bin, his attention was drawn to the individual competitive fishing event, which boasted the highest number of participants and the fiercest competition. Clearly, both of them harbored aspirations of becoming fishing champions. Thus, after collectively registering for the team competition, the three each signed up for an individual event. Zhang Bin had originally thought that, given Fang Yuan's skills, he would undoubtedly register for individual competitive fishing. However, upon hearing that he had opted for lure fishing, both he and Wang Xiaohu were taken aback. As longtime fans of Fang Yuan, they were well aware of his level, the far-off title of fishing champion aside. Securing a top 3 position in any district would be a breeze. Consequently, it was certain that this performance would solidify his status as a second-level athlete. Now, observing the astonishment on their faces, Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, it's a hobby. Compared to competitive fishing, I prefer the more leisurely lure fishing. At his comment, both of them shot him disdainful looks. TCH. Soon after finishing their lunch, the team preliminary competition in the dispersed area officially commenced. As previously noted, B District No. 12 was positioned at the very center of the river segment. Upon arriving at their designated spot, the trio overheard complaints from competitors at the adjacent fishing spot. Oh, this luck. At this rate, not only will we fail to rank, but we might not even earn any points. Due to the professional competition organized by the National Sports Administration, which begins with the character for nation, participating athletes have the opportunity to accumulate professional points during the event. Once these points reach a certain threshold, they can be recognized as professional athletes, thereby granting them access to state social security benefits akin to living subsidies. Consequently, most participants are drawn to the competition with this goal in mind. However, there lies a challenge. Points can only be amassed if one has a catch. In this particular fishing spot, well, who could argue otherwise? I had already expressed my eagerness to come, yet my pleas went unheeded. Now, it seems I might not even qualify for the minimum support. Oh, come on. With those clumsy hands of yours, you probably can't even compete with me. Oh, you still want to play tough, huh? Fine. You fish on your own. I'm done. With that, he began to gather his fishing gear that he had just arranged. Observing this, the three exchanged glances, with Wang Xiaohu instinctively retracting his neck. Fortunately, Zhang Bin and Fang Yuan had not paid him much heed. Whether the fishing spot was good or bad was evident to the eye, yet the actual fish conditions remained a mystery to all. Additionally, while the river segment was a bit cooler, it was a flowing body of water, allowing for some fish mobility. Perhaps a catch would materialize as they fished. Thus, without further ado, the trio settled down to make their final preparations before the competition. For Fang Yuan, participating in a professional event for the second time, he immediately set about adjusting the float to determine the water depth, utilizing a comprehensive setup for dragon catching. As soon as he cast his rod, Zhang Bin remarked, "Hey, is that a 7.2-meter rod you have?" Fang Yuan nodded. Zhang Bin continued, "You should switch to an 8.1-meter one." Gesturing towards the other anglers nearby, Fang Yuan glanced to the sides and raised an eyebrow. He noticed that the other anglers were uniformly using 8.1-meter rods. This time, the team competition only restricted the use of fishing rods and bait, imposing no other requirements. In early winter, with lower temperatures, fish typically retreated to deeper waters, allowing many anglers to utilize rods of maximum length. Some even resorted to traditional fishing methods with long rods. Therefore, his 7.2-meter rod could only be considered a short rod. However, Fang Yuan was unfazed. He chuckled, "No worries, if the length falls short, the line setup will compensate." With that, he retrieved a 10-meter line setup he had prepared earlier. As he secured it, Zhang Bin, watching the line that extended several meters beyond the rod, couldn't help but swallow hard and give a thumbs up. "Bro, you're really something." Chapter 140. Dominating the field with the first whip. With the rod properly positioned and the float adjusted, Fang Yuan began his live broadcast. Speaking of the live stream, a cursory glance at the riverbank revealed at least 80 individuals, each setting up a mobile phone stand. In this era of universal broadcasting, such a spectacle must be shared. Yet, unlike the others, Fang Yuan's designated angle for his phone could not compare to that of a drone. Producing the drone he had prepped earlier, he activated it, sending it soaring into the sky. As he launched the drone and initiated the live stream, the number of viewers in the top right corner surged. First. Wow, Fang, you still remember you have a live account. Finally, we've been waiting for you. I'm glad you didn't give up. Oh my, you're live. Do you know how I've endured these days without you? Am I seeing things? The streamer is actually live? Haha, first place, right in front of us. Observing the barrage of comments and the steadily increasing viewer count, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He had previously worried that the inactivity might have diminished his account's vitality, but now it appeared to be as vibrant as ever. With a smile, he followed his usual routine and provided a panoramic view of the fishing environment for today. As he did so, the viewers in the stream gasped in unison. Oh no, I haven't even fastened my seatbelt. I'm dizzy. Fang, could you give us a heads up before you fly next time? I'm afraid of heights. Haha, I was prepared with my diaper. Naturally, while some were captivated by Fang Yuan's aerial antics, others took note of the fishing environment. Wow, this is quite the grand affair today. Look at all these seasoned anglers and their rods. Is this a competition? I guess it must be a preliminary for the championship, right? Haha, it certainly is a preliminary. I just came from the washer side. Compared to there, Fang's stream is much more pleasant. A championship? Fang, are you also participating in the championship? Witnessing the lively comments in the stream, Fang Yuan smiled. Yes, it is indeed a championship. Upon hearing this, the viewers chimed in. Haha, I knew it. With your skills, how could you miss such an event? It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed. The championship title is in the bag. Not to undermine the streamer, but the championship gathers many formidable competitors. While the streamer is skilled, most have experience in wild fishing. Let us secure the district champion first. What is wrong with wild fishing? Does it not require skill? Exactly. What era are we in? Still looking down on wild fishing? Can you catch a single 100-pound giant in competitive fishing? Can you catch a white sturgeon? Can you hold your ground against thugs in wild fishing? Haha, we're talking about competitive events, not anything else. Alright, let us be fair. Although the streamer primarily engages in wild fishing, it must be said that their technical prowess is indisputable. They should have no trouble claiming the district champion title. In this building, the streamer's skills are definitely capable of winning the angler title. Observing the heated debate in the live stream, Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, everyone. Don't get too excited. I want to be taking the district champion title. Why not? Yeah, why not? If you can't claim the national angler title, how can the district title be out of reach? I see. The streamer's district is known as one of the 3 death zones for competitive fishing. Death zones? Can someone enlighten me? The 3 death zones are the Jiangbei district, the Chudi district, and the Shudi district. Most of the elite anglers in the country hail from these 3 regions, which is why they are dubbed the death zones. The streamer's district is one of them. Wow. In that case, let us take a moment of silence for the streamer. Ah, what bad luck. Observing the comments, Fang Yuan interjected. You're right. There are too many experts in my district, but that is not the main reason. Not the main reason? Can you stop keeping us in suspense? Fang Yuan laughed. Haha. It's simple. This time, I only signed up for the team competition and lure fishing. As for the more technically demanding individual competitions, I humbly chose not to register. Upon hearing this, the viewers responded, You're too modest, Fang. Although just based on your sincerity, I'm a fan now. Haha, such a genuine streamer. I'm definitely following. Count me in. Moreover, lure fishing? You actually signed up for lure fishing? Can I say I prefer watching lure fishing over the monotonous competitive fishing? Same here. I'm all in for lure fishing. When does the lure tournament commence? I will definitely come to watch. Upon noticing that many viewers in the live stream were intrigued by lure fishing, Fang Yuan expressed his surprise and remarked, The lure tournament is tomorrow morning. I will start the live broadcast in advance. Let's not dwell on tomorrow's matters just yet. Although today's team competition may not garner the same fervor as the individual contests, it still features numerous seasoned teams with second-string members participating, providing ample excitement. Indeed, I just saw familiar names like Hua Shi, Lu Er, and the Twin Heroes, all renowned teams. These are either elite reserves or first-string reserves, their prowess beyond question. Enough said. Let us cheer for the host. Go for it. In response, Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, I must give it my all. He then set up his rod, eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. As he prepared, the viewers in the live stream observed the tackle he was using. Hey, host, is that a 7.2-meter rod? Isn't that a bit short for this season? Short? Brother, you are only seeing part of the picture. Did you not notice the tackle setup? With that, the realization struck. I see now, it's for casting a long line. The tackle is quite lengthy. The host intends to cast far. Wait, casting far? That's not a slight against anyone, but casting far does increase distance, albeit with many limitations. Indeed, using a long cast is suitable for warm weather. But in this season, oh dear, look at you all, offering unsolicited advice. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Fang Yuan smiled. This 7.2-meter rod combined with a 10-meter line setup is rather commonplace among those who favor long casting techniques. It could even be considered entry-level. With the continuous advancements in technology, rods are becoming increasingly lightweight, with some 10 or even 12-meter rods weighing less than 2 pounds. This allows for a setup that can cast lines exceeding 15 meters with the aid of a flying lead. As some viewers pointed out, this method of long casting has significant limitations, It not only requires specific fishing conditions, but also has strict prerequisites regarding target fish, fishing techniques, and even seasonal temperatures. Thus, such methods are predominantly employed in the warmer summer months for species like the Chinese perch and other specific targets, often using a flying lead. Observing the current early winter conditions, with the wind blowing, one can assert that the large perch are largely unresponsive. It could be said that the odds are stacked against him. Nonetheless, others are others. He is he. With a chuckle, he declared, "Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can always adjust our strategy." Just then, the sharp crack of the starting gun signaled the beginning of the competition. "Brothers, no more chit-chat. The match has begun," he proclaimed, attaching the bait provided by the organizers to his hook. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a magnificent cast with the longest line setup, dominating the scene. As he cast, the skeptical voices in the live stream were instantly silenced. The line he launched not only defied the wind's resistance, but also gracefully arced in a perfect parabola, landing precisely at a point several meters away. In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream vanished. "Did I just imagine that? Did the host just perform a sit cast? Wow, so effortlessly done. Are you telling me that's a long cast?" If it weren't for having tuned in right from the start, I would have assumed the host was wielding a 3.6-meter short rod, given the ease with which he cast. Incredible. I dare say this casting technique is unparalleled in our circle. I admit my voice may have been a bit loud earlier. It's over. I previously thought the best casting technique belonged to Lu Chang'an until this moment. Of course, since the fans in the live stream are typically focused on fishing at the mouth of the river, they had not witnessed Fang Yuan's casting prowess. For the seasoned fans, however, it was all just basic technique. Haha, everyone just sit back. I truly enjoy the wide-eyed expressions of the newcomers. At that moment, a sense of pride welled up within me as a longtime fan of Fang. Meanwhile, not only the viewers in the live stream, but also Zhang Bin, watching Fang Yuan's first cast land flawlessly, was left astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. How long has it been since I last saw this kid? His skills have improved dramatically. Previously, during their competition at the Qingjianke Reservoir, while Fang Yuan also employed the long casting technique, he appeared somewhat inexperienced and clumsy. However, now, from the moment he cast to the moment the bait hit the water, he exuded an air of nonchalance and confidence. Yes, confidence. It was as if this 7 and 10 combination rod and line was merely a 3.6-meter cushion carp rod in his hands. Unintentionally, I thought, this kid is advancing far too quickly. Turning his head, Zhang Bin glanced toward his left, where Fang Yuan was positioned, and to his right to see Wang Xiaohu. Upon seeing Wang Xiaohu, Zhang Bin's eyes widened once more. Wang Xiaohu was furiously reeling in, the uniform bait distributed by the tournament organizers rapidly depleting as if it were free. However, what astonished Zhang Bin was the rod in Wang Xiaohu's hand. Is that a 3.6-meter rod? He was utterly bewildered. He could comprehend Fang Yuan using a long line setup for deep water. But why was Wang Xiaohu using a toothpick? "What is your game here, Tiger?" Zhang Bin inquired. Hearing Zhang Bin's voice, Wang Xiaohu looked over, adjusting his glasses with a smile. "I'm just reeling in some loach." The mere mention of loach nearly sent Zhang Bin's brain into a tailspin. "Loach," Wang Xiaohu explained. "With this weather, the fish have all moved to deeper waters. I tried a few casts earlier, but I lost 3 rigs straight away due to the submerged debris. And in this weather, loach are the only ones biting. So I'm left with no choice but to target them." Just then, Wang Xiaohu's eyes lit up as he deftly flicked his wrist, and in the next moment, 2-finger-length loach surfaced. "Haha, I've got a catch." Witnessing Wang Xiaohu's joy, Zhang Bin took a deep breath and chose not to comment further. Loach. They may be small, but perhaps, little by little, they could accumulate to yield a decent score. Meanwhile, while Wang Xiaohu was busy catching fish, Fang Yuan was still in search of the fish aggregation. More accurately, he was seeking the most suitable fishing spot. Earlier, he had scanned the area with his radar and detected that only a few fishing spots along the edge of the competition area held any fish, while the rest displayed scattered red dots, indicating poor fishing conditions. As for where the main school of fish was located, even without radar, one could deduce that the fish were congregated in the central deep water section of the river. Thus, if he wished to catch fish, he would have no choice but to fish in the middle position. However, the river that diverges from the red maple wetlands spans a considerable width, measuring a good 70 to 80 meters, and even half that distance amounts to a daunting 30 to 40 meters, far beyond the reach of a hand rod. Thus, Fang Yuan contemplated selecting a suitable spot in advance, casting his rod repeatedly to draw fish to the location, intending to entice them once the temperature rose and their activity levels increased. Yet, therein lay the problem. Being adjacent to the wetlands, the riverbed was teeming with various aquatic plants, remaining lush even as winter approached. Consequently, the majority of his casts resulted in snagging the bottom, making the use of his dragon-holding line indispensable. Otherwise, he would have gone mad merely from replacing the line. This led to the repetitive scene of casting, changing locations, casting again, and snagging once more. In the live stream, viewers were perplexed by the host's actions. Wasn't he fishing well just moments ago? Why the constant change of spots? The answer was evident. Had they not noticed how he snagged the bottom with every cast? I know this place too well. Today is still manageable, but come spring, the aquatic plants will be so dense that one could stand upon them, making pole fishing utterly impractical. No wonder most other competitors prefer long rods with short lines. The issue lies therein. What more can be said? We should promptly advise the host to change his approach. Instantly, viewers urged him to adopt traditional fishing methods instead of stubbornly persisting. Host, quickly switch to traditional techniques. I acknowledge your prowess with the long rod, but it is evidently ineffective at this juncture. Let us earnestly learn from others and embrace traditional methods. Chapter 142. Half an hour into the competition. You tell me you haven't found a spot yet? At this moment, not only were the viewers in the live stream questioning Fang Yuan's behavior, but even Zhang Bin was equally perplexed. Initially, upon witnessing Fang Yuan's technique with the long rod, he had quietly praised him. However, what good is skill if one fails to catch fish? Observing himself, like most competitors, he opted for the traditional fishing method of long rods and short lines. Over half an hour into the competition, he had already landed a sizable crucian carp. It is well known that during winter, one either fails to catch crucians or lands larger specimens. Thus, his catch was indeed a commendable one. Even amidst the entire competition, it could secure him a respectable ranking. Turning to Wang Xiaohu, this fellow, though wielding a mere toothpick rod to catch small fish, was still bringing in catches, albeit modest ones. In contrast, Fang Yuan, who was constantly changing locations with every cast, had yet to land a single fish. So, brother, how about trying a different fishing method? Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha. No need for that. I just haven't found the spot yet. Once I do, everything will be fine. You haven't found the spot yet? Upon hearing this, a dark cloud seemed to pass over Zhang Bin's forehead. The competition had been underway for over half an hour, and he was still searching for a location? To be honest, if he weren't so familiar with Fang Yuan's skills, Zhang Bin would have doubted whether his brother was a novice angler. Sensing Zhang Bin's incredulity, Fang Yuan smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, brother Bin, at most half an hour more. If I still haven't caught anything by then, I'll change my method." All right. After hearing this promise, Zhang Bin ceased his inquiries. Thus, Zhang Bin continued with traditional fishing, while Wang Xiaohu diligently fished for small ones with his 3-meter-6 rod, and Fang Yuan's 10-meter-plus line was cast with vigorous enthusiasm. This amalgamation of long, medium, and short rods, each employing different techniques, naturally drew the attention of other competitors. Fang Yuan's flamboyant long rod technique, with every cast reaching the furthest point on the water, was simply impossible to overlook, especially among the anglers in nearby spots. Every time Fang Yuan cast, they instinctively shrank back, fearing they might be mistaken for fish. The chaotic nature of his casting, one rod here, another there, seemed utterly unstable. How could he hope to catch fish like this? Many spectators lamented how the standards for this tournament had become so low that anyone could participate. Yet, one must not overlook that despite his erratic methods, the precision of his casting was impeccable. Each throw was a flawless parabolic arc, landing smoothly upon the water, perfect and seamless. Alas, his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. As time ticked away, over an hour into the competition, the temperature reached its peak for the day. Many competitors began to shed their heavy winter attire, while those who had come to assist the anglers revealed their figures clad in fitted clothing and yoga pants. At this point, it was evident that regardless of the angler's name, the crowd's attention was overshadowed by these supporters, whose bodies were as impressive as their fishing skills. Each cast they made provoked wide-eyed gasps from onlookers, who held their breath in anticipation. Even those wielding 3-meter-6 rods were compelled to stand while casting. No, they had to arch their backs while doing so. And just as the performance escalated, upon sitting back down, the oversized tackle boxes groaned under the weight, creaking ominously. At such moments, the collective sound of the spectators swallowing hard could be heard, intermingled with whispers of curiosity. What's that big girl's name? I heard it's something like Dayu or Xiaoyu. What Dayu or Xiaoyu? Haven't you seen the name on her tackle box? It's Xiaoyu. Oh, really? I never noticed. Haha, you didn't notice? I suspect you were looking elsewhere. At the 12th fishing position, like other competitors, Fang Yuan and his companions began to lighten their load. Wang Xiaohu, due to his high-frequency casting, had not paused since the competition commenced, resulting in a single layer of clothing and a forehead slick with sweat. However, the effort was worth it, as each time he lifted his rod, he caught at least one fish. Though they were small, their quantity was commendable. With the competition nearing its halfway mark, his catch was a dark mass in his keep net, consisting entirely of finger-length fish. In contrast, Zhang Bin, using traditional fishing methods, had caught 4 crucians so far, though fewer in number. Each was substantial. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, since the beginning of the competition, had been casting haphazardly without settling on a reliable spot, only finding some stability a mere 10 minutes ago. Zhang Bin glanced at his watch and remarked, "Brother, the half-hour mark is approaching." As the team captain, Zhang Bin held decision-making authority. Fang Yuan grinned, "Hee. Don't worry, this will be my last cast. If I don't catch anything, I will." Before a single word could escape his lips, he suddenly lifted the rod with great force, and with a resounding splash, a crucian carp weighing over half a pound was drawn from the water's depths. Fang Yuan, with a mere flick of his thought, directed the camera to focus closely on the impressive catch and declared, "Brothers, the opening fish has arrived." Upon hearing this proclamation, Zhang Bin, who was about to convey some words of encouragement, nearly stumbled in disbelief. With the competition nearing its halfway mark, what merit was there in boasting about just having caught the opening fish? As anticipated, the sharp report of a starting gun echoed throughout the venue, signaling that the time had indeed surpassed the halfway point. With only one crucian carp caught up to this moment, while the outcome remained uncertain, it was clear that he would be positioned at the bottom of the leaderboard. Just as Zhang Bin was advising his comrades to focus on their fishing, Fang Yuan, buoyed by his first catch, swiftly cast his line again. Within mere moments, another loud splash signaled yet another substantial crucian carp being pulled from the water. One after another, he reeled in the second, third, fifth, and even the 10th fish. Zhang Bin's eyes widened in astonishment, while nearby competitors, who had resigned themselves to defeat upon realizing they were lagging, gaped in disbelief at Fang Yuan as if they had seen a ghost. Grinning widely, Fang Yuan addressed the live stream. "Brothers, we're on a roll." Chapter 143. The Dark Horse of Zone B, the first to strike. Simultaneously, at the second position in Zone A, a multitude of fishing enthusiasts had gathered, their attention fixated on one individual, the illustrious Wang Chao of the Hua clan. As a well-established powerhouse, they were granted a wild card, allowing them to bypass the preliminary rounds and advance directly to the elimination matches. However, due to the extensive background of the Hua clan, their participation in this event encompassed nearly 10 different competitions, yet only one wildcard was available. Consequently, members of the second and third teams were compelled to progress through the matches step by step. At this moment, everything was unfolding as anticipated. As a prominent figure both online and offline, Wang Chao boasted his own live streaming account, amassing over 1 million followers. Thus, he recognized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for brand promotion and could not afford to let it slip away. Notably, the team participating in the group competition had drawn a fortunate spot, which guaranteed that their catch would far surpass those of competitors at other fishing points. In the live stream, the excitement was palpable. If all goes as planned, our second team should have no trouble advancing. Given the current conditions, even if they ceased fishing after this catch, they would still likely qualify. Who could rival their success in such a favorable fishing environment? Indeed, while they were the second team, their technical skills were beyond reproach, akin to seasoned masters descending into a novice village. Wang Chao chuckled as he observed the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. "Certainly, we are bound to advance. But those familiar with my approach know that I hold not only myself to high standards, but also my teammates. If we are to do this, we shall strive for excellence." His declaration incited murmurs among the viewers. Was he implying that they were aiming for the championship title in this elimination round? Absolutely. Among the Liu brothers and their ilk, only one team possesses true strength, while the rest are negligible. Thus, our Hua second team is destined to claim the championship. My goodness, with such favorable fishing conditions and our skill, who could doubt our victory? Come on, Brother Chao, let us get that raffle underway. Don't waste your breath on these ignorant fools. Upon seeing comments about the raffle flooding in, Wang Chao replied, "All right, let us draw the first batch. If we indeed secure the championship in this elimination round, I promise to give away at least 10 ice blue powders." Instantly, the live stream erupted in excitement. Raffles are a crucial method for rapidly building audience engagement, especially during live broadcasts, and given Wang Chao's new leadership role in the Hua clan, the prizes were anything but trivial, igniting a frenzy among fishing enthusiasts. The ice blue powder, a flagship product of the Hua clan, has consistently maintained high sales and a stellar reputation. To give away 10 of them was indeed a generous offer. As the viewership surged, Wang Chao felt a sense of satisfaction. However, while preparing for the first round of the day's raffle, a comment in the live stream caught his attention. "Champion, half an hour ago, I might have agreed, but now, at best, we'll settle for second." This remark not only piqued Wang Chao's interest, but also drew the attention of many viewers in the chat, who quickly began to respond. "Brother, are you sober? With this fishing situation, it would be absurd not to claim the championship." "Huh, starting off with doubts, are we? Must be a petty hater. Where's the moderator? Kick him out. Evidence is key. If you're going to question, provide proof. Where's your voice now? Gone. Huh. He probably ran away, just a clown. Not long after these comments, the user who had been addressed directly replied, "No need to say much. Just go check out the live stream of the fisherman Yuan. He is streaming in Zone B right now. You'll understand once you watch." This prompted a flurry of comments. I knew it. Fisherman Yuan? Clearly just here to siphon views. Don't fall for it, brothers. Wait, Fisherman Yuan? That name sounds familiar, huh? I'm not one to believe in superstition. I'll check him out. If he is just boasting, I'll call him out. Yeah, let us go see. If he is just blowing smoke, I'll storm into his live stream. In an instant, the audience, which had once numbered in the thousands, dwindled by half. Initially, Wang Chao paid little mind to this tactic. He had encountered such attempts at view stealing many times before. However, striking while the iron is hot requires genuine strength, and he assumed that within 2 minutes, his loyal fans would return to applaud him. Yet, 2 minutes turned into 5, and when the viewer count fell below 1,000, Wang Chao sensed something was amiss. Fisherman Yuan? He muttered to himself as he pulled out his personal phone and logged onto his secondary account to investigate. Upon entering the live stream, he gasped. Meanwhile, at the 12th fishing spot in Zone B, Fang Yuan had attracted a significant crowd of onlookers, comprised of both casual fishing enthusiasts and competitors from other categories, including several rated masters. Each time Fang Yuan lifted his rod, the spectators erupted in awe. How many consecutive catches has this young man made? Since I arrived, he hasn't had a single empty cast, and he has even caught doubles. The mention of doubles elicited even more astonished reactions from the crowd. While doubles might be commonplace in warmer weather at stocked ponds, they typically require a certain level of skill. However, under the current conditions, warm temperatures combined with the challenges of a wild river, achieving doubles, and not just once, was indeed remarkable and worthy of admiration. Let us consider this fishing situation. If this young man were to employ a different angling technique, would his catch not improve? Change. Are you jesting? Look at this distance, at least 15 meters away. Even if one were to fish with a 15-meter rod, could anyone match his speed? Indeed. It must be said, the fluidity with which he wields that whip-like rod is unparalleled. He is truly the first of his kind. Huh. The title of Whip Master suits him perfectly. Consequently, many spectators began to speculate, given his prowess and skill, which esteemed team might have nurtured this newcomer. What esteemed team? I just inquired, and it turns out he is part of a newly registered team, consisting of merely 3 members. A new team? Only 3 individuals? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd collectively gasped, the term dark horse flashing through their minds. Such technique and achievement can be aptly described as that of a dark horse. Chapter 144. In the world, no difficulty exists. Only stubbornness is to be feared. Although this competition is a biennial championship, the various tournaments held in the interim provide insight into which teams or players might ascend. In the current team match, several venerable teams had long prepared, having showcased their squads in numerous events prior, gradually building their reputations. Thus, everyone had a clear understanding of which teams were likely to advance. The only point of contention lay in determining the frontrunner of the preliminary rounds. Some claimed it to be Huasher, others Lu'er, while still others pointed to the Zhou brothers or the Tang duo. The reasoning is simple. Each of these 4 teams is anchored by masters, and even the second and third teams boast first-rate anglers among their ranks. Consequently, the focus of interest remained predominantly on these 4 teams, or at the very least, on the physiques of the fishers themselves. At this moment, this team competition is truly captivating. Who could argue otherwise? After observing for a while, it is evident that this team is no ordinary one. Not only does the whip-wielding young man showcase extraordinary skill, but the remaining 2 members also possess solid fundamentals. One exhibits a scholarly style, while the other seems to favor a more unconventional approach. Yet, despite his wild style, his precise control over the fish is not something any average angler can rival. Among the crowd, as someone offered such high praise for the team before them, many instinctively turned to identify the speaker, and upon doing so, they gasped, "It's Master Damao." Emerging from behind the throng was a robust man with a shaved head, dark complexion, and a formidable presence, none other than Damao himself. Although Damao was trained under the venerable Lao Hua, he has forged a distinct style of his own, becoming a leading figure in the Wan fishing community. Due to regional affiliations, he has been categorized within the Jiangbei competition area and has come to participate in this event. However, Damao's involvement in the competition is limited. He only registered for the individual bank fishing category, thus finding some leisure time to spectate after signing up. Upon hearing his words, any dissenting remarks were swiftly swallowed. There was no contest. His title as a national-level fishing master spoke volumes, and neither his skill nor discerning eye could be compared to that of the ordinary. In an instant, the spectators gazed upon the team before them, their eyes now filled with heightened anticipation. A dark horse has emerged within the Jiangbei competition area, and this competition is bound to become intriguing. By the bank, the young man, oblivious to the discussions and evaluations behind him, remained focused solely on the continuous bites he was experiencing, leaving him no room for distraction. His strategy proved to be sound. The countless attempts to locate the fish havens had not been in vain. At the onset of the competition, when temperatures were still low, the fish naturally sought refuge in deeper waters. While some fish might be found lurking among the vegetation near the shore, their numbers were scant. However, fishing from a distance made all the difference. After pinpointing the ideal spot, he engaged in repeated casting and reeling to establish a feeding zone. As temperatures rose and the sun warmed the waters, the fish became increasingly active, making it difficult for them to resist entering his established zone. Splash! Another sizable crucian carp broke the surface. Winter crucians not only boast impressive size, but also exhibit striking scales, particularly in lush underwater vegetation. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with a dazzling golden hue, truly captivating. My friend, you are remarkable. With each fish caught by Fang Yuan, Zhangbin could hardly close his mouth in astonishment. To be honest, when Zhangbin first saw that the ideal spot was centrally located, he felt a pang of uncertainty. As the founder and captain of the team, if he were to falter before the competition even began, it would spell disaster for the team. As the competition progressed, his fears were confirmed. He managed to reel in a few crucians, yet they were merely a handful. In contrast, his teammate Wang Xiaohu caught a multitude, with single rounds yielding over 100 fish, though all were mere tiny specimens. Such a performance would not suffice to secure a place in the top 10 amidst the fierce competition in Jiangbei. Without a top 10 finish, there would be no points awarded, rendering any subsequent matches futile. But, just when all seemed lost, fortune smiled upon them halfway through the competition. Not only Zhangbin, but Wang Xiaohu as well, was grinning widely, his small eyes behind his glasses narrowed into slits. Yuan Ge, well done. Upon hearing their encouragement, Fang Yuan chuckled. Hee, it's all luck. With that, he raised his rod once more, pulling 2 golden crucians from the depths. At that moment, a curse erupted from a nearby fishing position. The onlookers couldn't help but stifle their laughter as they beheld a fellow in position 13, frustratedly clutching a broken rod. It turned out that moments ago, seeing Fang Yuan's continuous catches, the 3 anglers in the adjacent position had attempted to mimic his technique, thinking, if he can cast a 7-meter rod to 10 meters, surely I can launch an 8-meter rod to 12 meters. They acted on impulse. However, their first cast resulted in dismay as all 3 found themselves snagged. The second and third casts yielded the same fate. Not a single line was free from entanglement. Yet, as the saying goes, in the world, no difficulty exists. Only stubbornness is to be feared. Undeterred, the 3 anglers thickened their line setups, thinking, if 0.8 millimeters leads to breakage, then let's try 2, 1, 3, 2, or even PE line. Sure enough, with the thicker line, they quickly transformed into a trio of aquatic vegetation harvesters, clearing a vast expanse of water plants before them. As the aquatic vegetation was cleared, the act of casting became significantly more effortless. However, just as the 3 individuals were poised to engage in a fierce battle behind them, the uncontrollable whip of the line caused their setups to become hopelessly entangled once more. Unable to endure the frustration any longer, the trio erupted, opting to pull and tug without attempting to disentangle the lines, resulting in an inevitable calamity. What can be said about these 3? Such is the outcome when one lacks the necessary skill, yet attempts to imitate. Who could argue otherwise? Observing a young man skillfully wielding the whip with apparent ease, they were inspired to emulate him, unaware that he had mastered the art to perfection, effortlessly handling the whip. Alas, this endeavor has backfired spectacularly. Their composure is undoubtedly shattered. Even if the lines had not become entwined, the outcome would have been the same. Regarding the large spear, one spoke up, drawing attention from the others. In this weather, the fish beneath the surface rely on the aquatic plants for concealment. Once those are cleared away, no matter how many baited spots are created, the fish will be too intimidated to approach. This revelation prompted some to reflect, turning their gaze towards Fang Yuan. And they realized a critical truth upon observing the dense and lush area of aquatic vegetation behind him. With a gasp, they turned to Chapter 145, the explosive competition zone. The spectators had initially perceived Fang Yuan's casting technique as a smooth and graceful display, akin to a picturesque painting. Yet few had delved deeply into the intricacies of his method. Now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that, despite countless casts, the aquatic plants before him remained unchanged. While on the other side, it appeared as if a herd of cattle had trampled through, with the plants along the bank piled nearly half a person's height. This stark comparison was indeed remarkable. It must be noted that every participant who had come to compete today regardless of the category, was among the elite of the elite. This comparison validated the age-old adage, comparing people leads to demise, comparing goods leads to discarding. Truly extraordinary. One could only wonder whether this young man had registered for individual competitions. Otherwise, we are in for quite a show. Is there any doubt? His technique undoubtedly qualifies him for competitive fishing. Need it even be questioned? If I possessed such skill, I would certainly enter competitive fishing. Remarkable indeed. In an instant, the audience, while marveling at Fang Yuan's fishing prowess, found themselves increasingly eager for the upcoming competitions. Simultaneously, on the other side, Dynasty, watching the progress of Fang Yuan's competition via livestream, furrowed his brow in concern. A master, this previously unknown individual, who had never before garnered attention, was undoubtedly a fishing virtuoso. To wield the whip with such finesse is a testament to his skill, yet, upon self-reflection, he realized that while he could manage it, he could never achieve such fluidity. Who might be this master's esteemed disciple? No, that cannot be. I am well acquainted with all the masters in this circle. Given their tendencies, if they had such a protege, he would have been showcased long ago. Muttering to himself, Dynasty clicked onto Fang Yuan's profile. Upon viewing it, his furrowed brow suddenly lifted. Gasp! When he spotted the mention of the water monster, he was taken aback. Having followed the sensational water monster incident from earlier, he had initially dismissed it as mere luck on the part of an ordinary angler. To discover it was shocking. Moreover, after briefly perusing Fang Yuan's profile videos, Dynasty was further astonished. He noted that while the young man had a modest number of followers, the engagement rate on each of his videos was alarmingly high. It was evident that, although his follower count was merely a fraction of his own, the level of activity was comparable. This skill, if merely packaged and marketed, could achieve greatness. With this thought in mind, Dynasty turned to a young assistant beside him and said, I need you to do something. After the competition concludes, head over to fishing spot 12 in Zone B. Actually, I'll go myself. Shortly thereafter, word of Fang Yuan's astounding technique spread throughout Zone B, sparking interest. Did you hear? A young man in Zone B possesses remarkable skills. Remarkable? How remarkable? Let me put it this way. He is fishing at the imperial spots and reeling in fish continuously. Just those two conditions. Figure it out. Oh, and one more thing. He is using a 7-drag-10 whip technique, and even that arrogant fellow, the large spear, couldn't he help but praise him. Really? I must see this for myself. As a result, not only Dynasty but also various prestigious teams, upon hearing of this exceptional young angler in Zone B, became intrigued, including the likes of Lu Erzong and the Xuanxiong team. These individuals were either top-tier or elite, already holding wildcard entries, thus exempt from the preliminaries. Yet their team members were still required to participate, so they decided to join in and offer guidance. At that moment, hearing of such a young prodigy, and especially noting the absence of any known mentor or affiliation with a renowned team, they began to calculate their next moves. Fishing spot 12 in Zone B was now surrounded by a throng of anglers, many of whom were competitors who, upon hearing the news of Fang Yuan, had forsaken their own contests to observe. Among them were seasoned experts from the same region, all eager to witness the extent of his prowess. If he were merely a publicity-seeking amateur, they would have spat in disdain. However, upon reaching the front, each and every one of them fell silent, their gazes riveted to the movements of Fang Yuan's fishing rod, completely forgetting their original purpose for being there. How many were there? Who could keep count? From the moment I arrived, the young man had not let the rod rest even once, casting at a frequency not exceeding 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Such an interval in competitive fishing is merely scratching the surface. Yet, in this context, every cast produced a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, landing precisely 15 meters out into the water. Gulp. Onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. To master the whip to such an extent, and to consistently hook fish at this level, transcends mere talent. Were it not for the proximity and the strict scrutiny of this prestigious tournament, some might have suspected that a long-established expert was masquerading as a novice to deceive the crowd. At that moment, "Excuse me, brother, could you step aside?" came a voice from the crowd. The person being jostled turned around, initially prepared to retort, "Step aside? I fought hard to get this spot." But upon seeing the speaker, their words were abruptly swallowed. Lu, a master among the fishing community, bore the same surname as two distinguished fishing experts, both of whom were elite. One hails from the southern depths, renowned for distributing the exquisite scent of universal fishing prowess across the nation. This is the esteemed Lu. The other, however, stands before us now. Although his fame might not rival that of Lu, his angling skills are indeed on par, and one could even argue that in the realm of competitive fishing, he is unmatched in the country. Thus, Master Lu, please allow me to yield my position to you. Just as he relinquished his spot, a brother behind him interjected. "Excuse me, may I pass through?" The gentleman who had just given up his position felt a pang of displeasure, Upon hearing this, he thought, well, you didn't have one to begin with. Similarly, this half-spoken remark was abruptly stifled. The man's lips quivered. The Wang Dynasty. Chapter 146. Madness, Absolute Madness. First, the illustrious De Miao, then Lu Erzong, and now this Wang Dynasty. As one prominent figure after another from the circle gathered to observe, the surrounding anglers were left astounded. However, upon reflection, it was easy to understand why. Indeed, in this preliminary round, a prodigiously talented competitor had emerged, making it hard not to draw attention. At the forefront of the crowd, Wang Dynasty, having just squeezed through, was eager to take a closer look when he paused, then greeted with a laugh. Ah, Brother Lu. Brother Li, you're here too. With this salutation, Lu Erzong and Li De Miao, also positioned at the front, turned to face him. Ah, Wang Dynasty. Upon seeing Wang, Lu Erzong responded warmly. As for Li De Miao, while he was a disciple of Master Hua and thus considered a peer of Wang, their relationship was not as close as Lu Erzong's. Over the years, he had been busy forging his own path, representing many brands, and if one were to scrutinize, he and the Hua family shared a competitive dynamic, hence his demeanor was not as cordial as Lu's. Nevertheless, being in the same circle, they often crossed paths at various events, and with Master Hua as a mutual connection, he nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Dynasty chuckled, unfazed, and turned his gaze toward the angler ahead, asking, so, what are your thoughts on this individual, brothers? Lu Erzong replied with a smile, you should ask Brother Li. I just arrived. When the focus shifted to him, Li De Miao took a sip of his tea. Come on, what thoughts can I share? Let's skip the subtlety. You both know why you're here. This prompted Lu Erzong and Wang Dynasty to exchange awkward smiles, their gazes returning to the figure on the bank, filled with admiration. What a promising talent. I wonder who his mentor is. Li De Miao remarked. Mentor? If he had one, would you two be here to support him? Lu Erzong inquired. Li De Miao scoffed. You couldn't see that? In our circle, there are many with mentors, but when we break it down, only a few factions exist, and you and I are most familiar with their styles. Observing this young man, his technique is delicate, yet his style clearly does not belong to any of these factions. So, at this juncture, Li De Miao turned to the two and continued, you two are here to recruit him, aren't you? With this revelation, they exchanged knowing glances. Lu Erzong remarked, there are many young fishing enthusiasts today, but those with exceptional talent and solid foundations are rare. This young man is impressive. He would be a valuable addition to my team. Before he could finish, Wang Dynasty interrupted. Hey, Brother Lu, I know the caliber of your team members. Every one of them is a master. Just randomly selecting a newcomer seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Conversely, our Hua family has been lacking in fresh talent and urgently needs reinforcement. If he joins us, we will certainly cultivate him as a priority. Upon hearing this, Lu Erzong retorted, how dare you say that? Reinforce your Hua family. You are well established. If you ask anyone, they know the Hua family. You're already a powerhouse. As it appeared that a quarrel was about to erupt, the previously silent De Miao finally spoke. All right, you two. Both of you are notable public figures. The crowd behind us is watching. Aren't you concerned about causing a negative impression? Lu Erzong turned to Li De Miao, asking, Brother Li, settle this for us. Who needs to recruit someone, you or I? Wang Dynasty also looked over. Yes, Brother Li. I trust your judgment. Please tell us. De Miao observed the surroundings before taking a slow sip from his cup. In my view, neither of you needs someone. Rather, I require assistance. As he spoke, Li De Miao's gaze drifted forward, his expression somewhat wistful. Ever since my disciple left me, I've been lost. Unsure of who will take over the baton when the time comes. Before that, he had been unable to eat or sleep properly, filled with anxiety. But now he believed he had found the answer. After finishing his thought, Li De Miao's gaze returned to the two. What do you think? As a master, what gift should I present to my new disciple? What gift? Both Lu Erzong and Wang Dynasty thought to themselves. Here we are just trying to recruit someone for our team, and he is already thinking of taking on a disciple. You as a master? Really? In unison. The two of them scoffed. De Miao inquired, what wrong? What with those expressions? Oh, so it's fine for your team to recruit. But I can't take on a disciple? Wang Dynasty replied, Brother, I'm not criticizing you, but in terms of fishing skills, you truly have no equal. However, as a master, though Wang Dynasty did not finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. After all, the infamous incident of their public spat years ago had spread widely across the internet. Stung by the remark, Li De Miao grew agitated. Wang Dynasty, what do you mean? Lu Erzong interjected. Come on, Brother Li, I think Wang Dynasty has a point. Just focus on your fishing show. The whole master-disciple thing really doesn't suit you. Moreover, you've spent most of your time recently fishing from the shore. Your skills with a rod are indeed. De Miao shot back, what's wrong? Am I not capable? Lu Erzong waved his hand. I didn't say that. I just saw it online the other day. Upon hearing this, Li Demiao took a deep breath, realizing the cause. It was simply that a recent video of him losing to a mysterious expert had gone viral, leading many online to claim his rod skills were mediocre, easily bested by a stranger. So you think you can expose my weaknesses? Fine, let us wait and see. Once this young man finishes his competition, we'll ask him whether he prefers to join your team as a laborer or become my disciple to inherit my legacy. Fine. We'll just wait. As the three of them debated passionately, unaware that many in the crowd had captured their exchanges on camera, the scene was undoubtedly newsworthy. Two national-level fishing masters, accompanied by a leading figure from a prominent enterprise within the industry, find themselves embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed with tension. Madness. Absolute madness. Chapter 147, The Grand Finale Fish. On the riverbank, the trio from the Damao dynasty are engaged in an unyielding debate over Fang Yuan's territorial claims, while the onlookers strain their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. However, the focal point of this event, Fang Yuan, remains blissfully unaware of the commotion behind him. From the moment he cast his line, he has been in a relentless state of hooking fish. A continuous streak, indeed. Those familiar with black pit fishing understand that sometimes an overwhelming number of bites can be a vexation in itself. At this very moment, the fish are relentless, not allowing a moment's respite. Zhang Bin provides a cigarette, Huzai offers water, and as for the occasional flatulence, well, that is solely his own doing. Despite these distractions, the fervor of the fish cannot be contained. A bead of sweat rises from his brow, and he wipes away the perspiration that cascades down his face. While Zhang Bin cheers him on. Hang in there, brother. For some, fishing is merely a leisurely pursuit, while for others, it is a tedious exercise devoid of joy. Yet for some, it is a blend of pain and pleasure. Clearly, at this moment, Fang Yuan belongs to the latter category. Hey, still need some water? Huzai inquires after handing over a towel. Fang Yuan shakes his head, not for now. By the way, how much time is left in the competition? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin glances at his wristwatch. Just over half an hour remaining. Half an hour? That seems about right. Just moments ago, Fang Yuan activated his radar and, as he suspected, after nearly 2 hours of continuous hooking, the fish in that spot have been nearly exhausted. Even those that remain will soon diminish their appetite as the water temperature drops. As expected, after casting his line once more, he waited over a minute without a single bite. With a long exhale, Fang Yuan finally released a breath he didn't realize he had been holding, and the onlookers echoed his sigh of relief. For the first time, they felt the tension and fatigue that comes with watching someone fish. As Fang Yuan's streak of continuous catches seemed to falter, a voice from the crowd called out, "How many fish have you caught?" An elder in the crowd, who had been there for quite some time, replied, 118. 118? The crowd collectively gasped at this number. It is important to note that this figure does not merely reflect the number of casts during their observation, but signifies a remarkable 118 consecutive catches without a single miss. Most impressively, this feat was accomplished in a river environment akin to wild fishing. Additionally, the record was achieved using a 7-to-10 line setup. This alone was enough to leave the spectators in awe. In a moment, epithets such as madman and genius began to swirl around Fang Yuan. Just then, someone interjected. Not 118. Curious, the crowd turned to identify the voice, only to hear another shout. Look, that guy is lifting his rod again. The mere mention of lifting the rod tightened their hearts, drawing their gazes to the surface of the water. Fang Yuan, having barely rested for a few moments, suddenly raised his rod, and the tip bent down sharply. Another one? The crowd was left stunned, realizing that their previously unflappable demeanor had been repeatedly tested by this young man. As Fang Yuan hooked another fish, voices in the crowd exclaimed, "Is that 119 catches now?" Just as the final word of the query left their lips, a voice cried out, "Wait, that's not a cushion. It's a big one." The mention of a big one caused the crowd to lean in closer. A big one? In this temperature, in a wild river? Could he really catch a large fish? The three men at the forefront stood up to assess the situation. After all, who among them had dreamed of landing a giant fish? Even if it was someone else's catch, they would stop to take a look. At that moment, they saw the tip of Fang Yuan's rod bent into a full arc, and everyone gasped. A big one. It was undoubtedly a substantial catch. During the previous catches, they had witnessed the rod bend only slightly, but now, this fish must be sizable. Damao urged, "Young man, keep it steady. That fish looks like it's a whopper." Lu Erzong chimed in, "Don't panic. Just lift the rod, and it'll be fine." With their advice given, Wang Chao, not wanting to be outdone but lacking anything further to add, simply echoed, "Stay steady." Meanwhile, upon seeing that Fang Yuan had finally hooked something beyond cushion, the viewers in the live stream were electrified. "Huh, I said Fang Yuan's luck wouldn't keep landing cushions. See? Here it comes. Look at the bend on that rod. I bet it's at least 10 pounds. 10 pounds. How little you underestimate Fang Yuan's rod strength. That's easily 20 pounds. At least 20 pounds. I've been following Fang Yuan since he first used this rod. That fish must be at least 20. Oh, who cares if it's 10 or 20 pounds? As long as it's under 100 pounds, it's just a small catch for Fang Yuan. Haha, exactly. To him, even a giant fish is just a trivial matter. Indeed, while other streamers would be thrilled by a 6 or 7 pound carp, Fang Yuan would find even a few dozen pounds of a massive fish to be commonplace. Oh, I've noticed that too, but I'm worried. If Fang Yuan stops streaming, who will I watch? Feeling similarly, viewers lamented how dull it was to watch other streamers during Fang Yuan's absence. Count me in. Me too. As the viewers expressed their sentiments, Fang Yuan, unfazed by the cheers surrounding him, prepared to deal with the so-called giant fish. This was not out of arrogance or disdain, but rather because, as the viewers had noted, he had previously caught fish over 100 pounds. Thus, reeling in these 20 or 30 pounders felt no different than catching crucians. With that thought, Fang Yuan stood up and announced, "Excuse me, everyone, I need to pass through." The crowd assumed he wanted to move to land the fish and quickly made way, including the 3 from Damao. Once they cleared the space, Fang Yuan abruptly lifted his rod high, producing a spine-tingling sound of the line grinding, causing a massive splash on the water's surface. Suddenly, the onlookers were astounded as a fish, measuring nearly a meter in length, was forcibly yanked from the water. At that moment, hiss. Chapter 148, The Three Masters' Enticement. Gazing at the large fish being dragged to the shore, the expressions of the crowd varied: astonishment, stupefaction, disbelief. Setting aside the rod's strength and the line's pulling power, the sheer force exerted with one hand to lift such a massive creature was nothing short of extraordinary. Absolutely remarkable. On the shore, Lu Erzong and others trembled, their lips quivering and eyes twitching. What on earth was this young man doing? And what were we doing? Just moments ago, we had been blathering on, attempting to guide him. Stay steady. Don't panic. At this moment, they could only feel a profound embarrassment creeping across their faces. Yet, one thing remained unchanged. No, it had only solidified their resolve. That was to employ every means possible to recruit this young man into their team. Forget about newcomers, training, or apprentices. With such talent and skill, he was undoubtedly a prized asset. In an instant, the 3 sprang into action. They dashed forward like men who had been imprisoned for decades. Now encountering a captivating beauty, their eyes reddened with fervor and urgency. On the bank, observing the fish being dragged ashore, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "TSK. Quite impressive. Weighs around 20 pounds, though slightly smaller than expected." His voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of everyone present. It was undeniable. The crowd was so taken aback by his extraordinary feat that the atmosphere became palpably tense, with nearly 100 spectators hanging on his every word. What? Did he just say what I think he said? Is he complaining that the fish is small? Hiss. Small? This sizable carp is easily over 20 pounds. And he dares to call it small? Such audacity. Especially Zhang Bin, who was closest, holding a landing net to catch the fish. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, he stumbled, nearly toppling into the river. Of course, witnessing the fish being lifted to the bank with just one arm by Fang Yuan made his own attempt to catch it seem rather superfluous. He rubbed his nose and leaned closer to Fang Yuan, whispering, "Brother, next time you're going to catch flying fish, give me a heads up. After all, there are older folks watching." However, glancing at the large carp, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, adding, "Brother, that's impressive." At that moment, voices called out, "Little brother. Hey buddy. Bro." 3 figures surrounded him. It was Lu Erzong and his companions, and as they approached, they jostled for position. "Listen, I spotted him first. Anyone who tries to compete with me will face my wrath." "Huh, just because you saw him first means you own him? Why don't you take a trip to the Forbidden City while you're at it? A quick glance, and it's all yours. Hey, don't pull me. I just bought this new outfit. Who is pulling you? I'm walking my own path." Watching their antics, Fang Yuan turned to Zhang Bin and asked, "What are these 3 up to?" Zhang Bin shook his head. "No idea, but I suggest we keep our distance. They seem a bit off their rocker. By the way, why do I feel like I recognize them?" Upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed the renowned figures from the fishing show, Li Damao, the Huasher dynasty, and Master Lu Erzong, the top angler from Jiangbei. Yet, in his memory, these 3 shouldn't be behaving this way, right? As they approached, it was Li Damao who spoke first. "Little brother, I'm Li Damao. You've heard of me, surely?" Just as he finished his introduction, Lu Erzong interrupted, "Enough, Li. This isn't 10 years ago. Who cares about your show nowadays? Let us skip the introductions." He then turned to Fang Yuan with a grin. "Huh, little brother. I'm Lu Erzong, a national master in competitive fishing. I see great potential in you." Before he could finish, Wang Chao cut in, going straight to the point. "Brother, I'm Wang Chao from Huasher. Interested in signing with our company?" If you agree, I guarantee we'll focus on your development. Lu Erzong chimed in. Oh please. This young man doesn't need your guidance. What is next? You'll call him an apprentice, but let us be honest, he'd just be a lackey. The three continued to bicker, yet amidst their exchanges, Fang Yuan began to piece together their intentions, and Zhang Bin caught on as well, casting a glance at Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, Tiger, seemingly slow to realize, remarked to Fang Yuan, Brother Yuan, it seems these three are here to recruit you. Fang Yuan nodded, looks like it. Zhang Bin inquired, what are your thoughts, brother? With a smile, Fang Yuan replied, what thoughts could I possibly have? After the competition, I plan to enjoy a drink and get a good night's sleep. There's another competition tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin chuckled, patting Fang Yuan on the shoulder. Brother, I knew I was right about you. He then turned to gather his gear. Before leaving, he playfully tugged at Tiger. What are you daydreaming about? Come help me pack up. As the three continued their playful squabbling, Fang Yuan exchanged a few words with the viewers in the live stream before ending the broadcast. He then lit another cigarette, enjoying it until it was halfway done when the three seemed to reach some sort of agreement and walked over. It was Li Damao who spoke first. Young man, I am Li Damao. He straightforwardly introduced himself, to which Fang Yuan replied with a smile. Teacher Li. Damao continued. I watched you throughout the competition. You possess remarkable talent and impressive technique, but there are still some flaws. Just as Damao seemed ready to elaborate endlessly, Lu Erzong interjected. Enough. If you can't even articulate clearly, how do you expect to take on apprentices? He turned to Fang Yuan. Little brother, you must recognize us three. Fang Yuan nodded. Lu Erzong continued. We've all taken a liking to you. After a moment's reflection, he added, to clarify, we admire your fishing skills. Therefore, we wish to invite you to join our team. Consider which one you'd like to join. At this moment, Damao added, while you two have teams, I do not. I'm looking for disciples. He glanced at Fang Yuan. Young man, if you become my apprentice, I will entrust you with full authority over my fishing show. This declaration not only raised Fang Yuan's eyebrows, but also piqued the interest of the onlookers, who leaned in closer. Damao accepting an apprentice right here? Master Lu and Wang Chao competing for talent? This was turning into quite the spectacle. As the three presented their generous offers, Fang Yuan remained relatively unchanged, while the crowd behind him grew increasingly envious. Wang Chao, with his ample resources, proposed a contract with a signing bonus, hinting at millions, along with future promotional efforts. Meanwhile, Lu Erzong took a more pragmatic approach, offering mentorship and involvement in various competitions. In his words, it was a powerful alliance. And as the current top angler in the country, his skills were beyond question. Competing alongside him would surely lead to substantial rewards. As for the solitary spear, although it lacks a team, it holds true to its words. Upon taking a mentor, the endorsements in hand and the ongoing fishing column will soon change hands. And the terms sound quite enticing. However, under the eager gazes of the three, Fang Yuan smiled and replied, first and foremost, it is an honor to receive the acknowledgement of three esteemed masters. Yet, as you can see, I also have my own team, and future competitions will be contested under its banner. Therefore, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. With that, he turned and walked toward the shore to wrap up his work. Once he departed, the three looked at each other in astonishment. After a moment of silent exchange, Damiao exhaled and was the first to speak. What a promising talent, what a pity, Wang Chao remarked. He is indeed a commendable individual, full of ambition. Lu sighed, not just ambition, it seems we may have a rival ahead. Chapter 149, Zhang Bin's Banquet, the Reserved Huzi. As anticipated by the crowd, after Fang Yuan's uninterrupted 2-hour fishing session, culminating in the capture of a 20-plus giant fish, leading the second-place catch by a staggering 100 pounds and shattering the preliminary competition record, the trio's team decisively clinched first place in the preliminaries. Furthermore, winning this preliminary contest not only awarded them 30 team points for advancement, but also granted an additional 30 points for the championship title. This means that as long as their future performances are not utterly outlandish, securing a spot in the regional finals is practically guaranteed. Notably, the tournament spans from the initial preliminaries to subsequent eliminations, then to regional competitions to determine the top 32 nationwide, culminating in the ultimate championship. At this moment, their victory in the preliminaries undoubtedly served as a comforting assurance for the trio, allowing them to focus on the upcoming regional finals without anxiety over advancement. In Jiangqing, at the Dihao Grand Hotel, Fang Yuan, Zhang Bin, and Huzi sat around a grand round table in a private room, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the city. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. With the team having secured the championship, Zhang Bin, the local host, felt compelled to express his sentiments. Brothers, no need for words. It's all in the drink. I'll go first. He raised his glass and downed it in one go. Seeing this, Fang Yuan followed suit. Huzi, experiencing white liquor for the first time, was inspired by his elder brother's camaraderie and attempted to drink in a similar fashion. However, confronting the potent 53-degree liquor, he realized it was far too intense. The heat, the burn, and the overwhelming flavor of soy sauce hit him hard. Consequently, the inevitable reaction followed. Coughing violently, Huzi's face turned crimson. Zhangbin chuckled. Haha, Huzi. No need to finish it all. Drink what you can. There's no one else here. Huzi nodded, his face still flushed. Today had truly opened his eyes. Initially, he had thought Zhangbin to be just an ordinary businessman with a bit of money, but stepping into the Dihao Grand Hotel shattered his perceptions. The Arctic crab, Australian abalone, and bottles of flying liquor worth thousands each felt surreal. Moreover, seeing the way Zhangbin was treated by the staff made it clear that this was not his first visit to such a lavish venue, prompting Huzi to silently vow to perform exceptionally well in the upcoming competitions. Otherwise, how could he face his esteemed table companions? Brother, I must say, with such a significant event as your factory's opening, you should have informed me beforehand. That's rather inconsiderate. As the cups were exchanged, their conversation flowed more freely. Upon hearing about Fang Yuan's factory, Huzi felt a shock. Indeed, this brother Yuan was no ordinary person. Fang Yuan laughed. Oh, it's just a small workshop. Nothing to fuss about. Zhangbin's expression turned serious. No way. Give me the address. I'll be there to support you. Fang Yuan replied, Brother Bin, really? It's just a small workshop, no need for that. However, I do plan to relocate and acquire more land. You must come then. Zhangbin beamed broadly. Haha, we have an agreement then. Speaking of land, I'm not just saying this because I'm tipsy. I have quite a few commercial and industrial plots available. If you need them, just let me know, and I'll make sure everything is in order. Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, alright. I'll definitely reach out when I need your help. Brother Bin. Zhangbin waved his hand. Oh, we're brothers. There's no trouble here. And you, Huzi? If you ever find yourself in need, just let me know. I can't guarantee what I can do elsewhere, but in this Jiangxing area, if trouble arises, just give me a shout. Unlike Fang Yuan, Huzi, who often displayed audacity online, had previously boasted in live streams about daring to gamble with Zhangbin. However, upon facing Zhangbin in reality, the raw aura emanating from him left Huzi feeling somewhat restrained, unsure of how to respond. Noticing Huzi's discomfort, Zhangbin burst into laughter. Haha, let us drink. Cheers. He raised his glass again and downed it. Thus, after several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, even Huzi, who had been focused on fishing, found the rich aroma in the private room overwhelming. Observing the atmosphere, Zhangbin considered calling for a server to reserve a karaoke room and invite a few ladies to continue the festivities until dawn. However, remembering that Fang Yuan had a competition the next morning, he decided against it. Nevertheless, the drinking session continued until midnight. After returning to the room, taking a hot shower, and lying down, Fang Yuan picked up his phone to browse as usual. It was during this scroll that a headline caught his attention. Interprovincial tomb robbing gang escapes during transport. Reward of 500,000 for capture. Upon seeing this headline, Fang Yuan seemed to realize something and clicked on it, instantly exclaiming, no way, it's these two. Chapter 150, The Scarred Face and the Little Mustache. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a tranquil mountain village, under the moonlight, two shadowy figures crept cautiously, ultimately halting outside a fenced yard. Sen'er, go inside and see if you can find something to eat, and also bring out some warm clothes. It's freezing as hell out here, spoke a middle-aged man, who was hunched over, exhaling visible breaths. He was of short stature, with a stocky build, and a scar that stretched from his left temple to his right brow, giving him an exceedingly menacing appearance. Upon hearing this, another individual, equally short in stature but remarkably gaunt, cast a glance inside before declaring, All right, brother-in-law, keep watch for me here. I shall return shortly. With that, he nimbly slipped over the fence. These two were none other than the notorious grave robbers previously captured by Fang Yuan, known as Scarface and Little Mustache. Scarface's real name was Su Dayo, while Little Mustache was called Ma San. As for how they ended up here, it turned out that the two had committed numerous crimes, and after their trial, sentencing had been pronounced, they were slated for prison. However, just as they awaited their incarceration, a call came from the northwest, requesting their presence for identification related to a grave robbery case they had committed. Subsequently, two plainclothes officers were dispatched to escort them, but the duo seized the opportunity to escape. After their flight, they ran relentlessly from dawn until dusk, and from dusk until this very midnight, not daring to pause for even a moment. It was only after the village had settled into slumber that they stealthily infiltrated it. Shortly thereafter, Ma San returned, and Su Dayo inquired, Did you find anything to eat? Ma San grinned widely. Brother-in-law, have you ever seen me return empty-handed? With a flourish, he produced a package from behind, tossing it over to Su Dayo. Su Dayo caught the package and pulled out a flatbread, immediately shoving it into his mouth, devouring it with ravenous urgency. After all, their last meal had been a bowl of watery porridge in the detention center the previous noon, followed by their interrogation and subsequent escape, leaving them without a morsel to eat since. Soon, Su Dayo finished one flatbread and reached for another. After a satisfying meal, he exhaled deeply, letting out a contented belch. Ah, this feeling of being full is truly delightful. Ma Sen remarked, "Brother-in-law, where do we go from here?" Su Dayo did not answer directly, but instead posed a question. "Sanner, do you remember the Qin dynasty tomb we discovered in the Lus Hills 6 months ago?" Taken aback by this inquiry, Ma Sen pondered for a moment before nodding in recollection. Su Dayo declared, "That is our destination." Ma Sen frowned. "Where to? Aren't we going home?" Seeing his confusion, Su Dayo slapped him across the face, the sharp sound startling several old dogs in the village. Lowering his voice, he admonished, "Home. Home. All you talk about is going home. I ask you, what face do you have to return? What will you offer to marry a girl after going home?" At this, Ma Sen fell silent. Indeed, throughout their escapades, they had committed numerous crimes and unearthed many graves. Yet, their methods leaned towards the violent and heavy-handed, resulting in treasures that were often reduced to rubble. Even when they unearthed something of value, the explosives they employed rendered it worthless. Furthermore, their string of robberies had yielded little. With the advancement of technology, cash was becoming increasingly obsolete, and during their break-ins, they often left with little more than food and drink, with the most expensive item being a box of birds' nest worth thousands, which they had carelessly discarded. As for their robberies, they had only managed to acquire a few thousand yuan, most of which had already been spent on their journey, and the remainder confiscated upon their last capture. Thus, at this moment, they were utterly destitute. "Shall we return to our old profession?" Su Dayo declared. "What else would we do? Farm. If we return to farming, don't expect to marry a girl in this lifetime." He narrowed his eyes, a cold glint appearing as he continued. "But before that, we must accomplish something significant." Ma San queried, "What major task?" Su Dayo, exasperated by Ma San's ignorance, slapped him again. "What are you thinking? Have you forgotten who put us in this predicament?" At this, Ma San was struck with realization. "Brother-in-law, are we going back to the bureau?" A sharp slap echoed again, startling the village dogs into barking. In the dim night, Ma San bore a pitiful expression, while Su Dayo lamented, feeling utterly disillusioned. "With my brilliance, how did I end up with such a foolish brother-in-law? Going back to the bureau? You truly dare to think that?" Ma San, recognizing his error, said apologetically, "Brother-in-law, what is this significant task?" Su Dayo took a deep breath and finally revealed, "That fellow who was fishing on the mountain." At this, Ma San's eyes lit up. "You mean that little internet celebrity?" Su Dayo nodded. "The predicament we find ourselves in is entirely thanks to him. If we don't teach him a lesson, I want he find peace." Ma San, initially filled with righteous anger, soon faltered again, "But brother-in-law, how do we find that fellow?" Su Dayo smirked, recalling a conversation he had inadvertently overheard in the detention center, where he learned the internet name of Fang Yuan. "The fisherman of Yuan? Huh, I believe it won't be long before we meet again." The following morning, due to an upcoming competition, Fang Yuan rose early. Zhang Bin and Hu Zi, one occupied with company matters and the other suffering from a hangover, were unable to accompany him. Thus, after a quick breakfast, Fang Yuan set off alone for the competition venue. Upon arrival, he noticed a stark contrast to the bustling scene of the previous day, as the number of participants seemed significantly diminished. The reality was undeniable. Fewer people engaged in lure fishing compared to those who preferred traditional float fishing. The reasons were simple. Firstly, resources for lure fishing were limited, with target species exceedingly rare, in contrast to float fishing, where one could easily cast a line in any small stream. This scarcity naturally led to fewer participants and diminished interest in lure fishing competitions. Additionally, the requirements for lure fishing venues were far more stringent than those for float fishing. Unlike the previous day's team event, which could be held on any section of a river or a lake, lure fishing demanded specific natural conditions, including ample space, clear water, and various obstacles. The reason why Jiangxing has become one of the host cities for the qualifying rounds is largely attributed to the presence of a professional lure fishing venue, undoubtedly situated within the renowned Hongfeng Lake wetland, acclaimed as the premier wetland in the country. Today's competition is held in a designated area spanning no less than 100 acres, which encompasses dense vegetation zones, open water sections, and areas with obstacles. Notably, the open nature of this lure fishing event eliminates the need for a draw to determine fishing spots, thereby granting participants greater mobility and adding an element of intrigue to the competition. As it is an open contest, competitors are free to fish from any location within the designated zone. Consequently, the organizers have provided numerous individual kayaks for participants, enabling some to venture into deeper waters. Of course, for those who prefer not to board a vessel, fishing in the submerged obstacle areas surrounding the competition zone remains an option. In summary, this lure fishing event offers significantly more excitement than traditional pole fishing. Regarding the target species for today's competition, any type of lure fish is considered valid. However, participants may only weigh in their 3 largest catches by the end of the event. Thus, even if a contestant catches an abundance of fish, only the 3 largest will count towards their final tally. Additionally, perhaps in an effort to promote the sport of lure fishing, today's preliminary round, despite having a modest number of participants, is extraordinarily well organized. There is a professional host, qualified judges, and a number of skilled drone operators to capture footage from above. This serves both to provide commentary for the live broadcast and to prevent any potential cheating by competitors. After familiarizing himself with the various rules of the competition, Fang Yuan entered the venue. Upon entering, he noticed several competitors casting curious glances in his direction. Initially puzzled, Fang Yuan soon understood the reason when a young judge approached to inspect his gear just before the competition commenced. The judge, surprised by the singular rod Fang Yuan possessed, remarked, "Number 18, is all your equipment here?" Fang Yuan nodded affirmatively. The judge continued, "Just a reminder, once the competition begins, you cannot leave the area. Are you sure you are prepared?" Hearing this, Fang Yuan scanned his surroundings and observed that other competitors each had multiple rods and large bags, contrasting with his own minimal setup. Realizing the implications, he chuckled, "Absolutely. Just kidding. This dream rod of mine has previously captured over hundreds of pounds of sturgeon. It will suffice for this venue." Satisfied with Fang Yuan's confidence, the judge refrained from further inquiries and reiterated some rules and penalties before allowing him to enter the competition area. Shortly after, with the sound of a starting gun, the competition officially commenced. Due to the open format, at the moment the contest began, many participants dashed toward the kayaks moored along the shore, their speed reminiscent of a sprint race. The reason for this urgency was simple: to secure prime fishing spots. According to the competition rules, no 2 competitors could be within 10 meters of each other. Any violation would result in penalties, prompting many to seize the opportunity at the onset. However, Fang Yuan remained unperturbed. After surveying the area, he summoned a small drone, which swiftly ascended into the sky. Having previously arranged to live-stream the event with his fans, he was determined to follow through. Once the broadcast commenced, nearly 1,000 viewers flooded into the stream within less than a minute. "First, I've been waiting for this, just lying in wait for Fang to start streaming. Front row. Front row. Wow, I'm catching the live action. Can anyone else appreciate the joy of fishing while watching Fang's live stream? Right on time, I just settled in. And here he is. Haha, seatbelts fastened, ready for takeoff." Observing the influx of viewers in the streaming room, Fang Yuan smiled and, adhering to his usual practice, maneuvered the drone to capture a panoramic view of the competition area. The vastness of the venue was strikingly familiar. Streamer, is this the competition site today? Huh, and there are boats? What sort of competition is this? Yesterday, Fang Yuan had informed his followers about the lure fishing event, so some viewers were already aware. Before Fang Yuan could clarify, others in the chat began responding. The streamer is participating in a lure fishing competition without fixed fishing spots. Fang Yuan replied with a grin, "Exactly. As long as you stay within this area, you can fish anywhere you like." He then directed the drone to provide a close-up view of the lure fishing scene. This drone, produced by the system, could ascend rapidly and automatically focus the lens. Otherwise, any other brand would have resulted in a blurry image. Thus, while I may not be impressed by many things, I am in awe of the streamer's aerial photography skills. Just this sweeping shot is something I could learn from for a lifetime. Yes, I may not fish or follow fishing, but I absolutely admire the streamer's aerial techniques and filming artistry. Each shot is perfectly natural and fitting. Haha, a kindred spirit. Can anyone else relate to the feeling of finding someone who understands in the vast sea of humanity? You're not alone in this battle. I too am an admirer of low-flying techniques, drawn in by the streamer's extraordinary skills. Once the streaming room stabilized, Fang Yuan engaged in casual conversation for a bit before moving to the riverbank to prepare for fishing. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a farmer's home, an old man and a woman were bound in a corner, while 2 figures nearby indulged in food and drink, their eyes glued to their phones. "Found it. Brother-in-law, I found it." Chapter 151. Finished. We're on punishment duty. "Found it. Brother-in-law, I found it." Hearing the exclamation from the young man, the scar-faced man glanced outside and then scolded, "Damn it, keep it down." The young man, looking like a chastised puppy, quickly leaned forward, seemingly seeking praise, and said, "Brother-in-law, I found it." He then handed his phone to the scar-faced man. Upon seeing the screen, the scar-faced man raised an eyebrow. "It's him, that kid. ID recognized his voice even if he turned to ash." The young man beside him chimed in, "Brother-in-law, it looks like this kid is competing." At this, The scar-faced man cursed again. Damn it. I've been living in fear, unable to eat or sleep properly, and I've lost a few pounds off my waist. While this kid is focused on fishing competitions, Sanner, find out where this kid is competing. After a while, the young man reported, I found it. It seems to be called Hongfeng Lake Wetland, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Hearing this distance, the scar-faced man's gaze darkened. He understood that given their current circumstances, public transportation was not an option. His eyes swept across the yard, landing on an old 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle. He then commanded, Sanner, prepare some provisions. We're setting out immediately. On the other side, as the competition commenced, various contestants began casting their lines, and Fang Yuan found his first fishing spot. It was a small area of clear water, not far from a shallow bank, where dense aquatic vegetation flourished, presenting an apparently promising fishing location. Fang Yuan's strategy for this competition was straightforward, to primarily target surface fish, particularly the topmouth coulter, compared to the competitors who ventured into the dense, obstacle-ridden areas to catch base. The topmouth coulters in this clear water region were more likely to bite and were generally larger in size. If fortune favored him and he managed to catch a sizable topmouth coulter, victory would be within his grasp. However, after casting his line numerous times without a single catch, Fang Yuan found himself pondering the situation. No fish. This scene amused the viewers in the live stream, with the barrage of comments flooding in. Haha, how rare. Today, even the great Fang has been left standing empty-handed. I told you, fish don't eat plastic. Indeed, it was a rarity. Witnessing Fang Yuan struggle to catch anything was more uncommon than seeing him land a massive catch. Who says otherwise? Every time I enter Fang Yuan's live stream, it's either a continuous catch or a giant fish. I was envious beyond measure. Now, at least my heart feels balanced. What did this signify? It illustrated that Fang Yuan was merely human, not a deity, and not every fishing endeavor could yield bountiful rewards. Balance had been restored. Fang Yuan struck out. And so did I, indicating that his skills were on par with mine. The comments upstairs are outrageous. Oh, this is just the beginning. The competition has only just started. Who knows, Fang Yuan might just turn things around. Yes, go for it, streamer. By the shore, after several fruitless casts, Fang Yuan remained undeterred. If the surface fish were unresponsive, he resolved to delve deeper. Yet, upon casting his first line and feeling the tug as it reached the bottom, he furrowed his brow. Coincidentally, at that moment, the drone camera from the event focused on Fang Yuan in a hall at the wetland park. Aside from the competition's host and several invited guests, a few local officials had also arrived. As one of the sponsors of this championship, the Jiangxing Cultural and Tourism Bureau had received a directive to leverage this opportunity to promote Jiangxing as a destination. Thus, they were keenly observing the ongoing lure fishing competition in the wetland, broadcasting it live online. The host, glancing at the screen displaying the live footage, remarked, "All right, let's focus on the situation in the arena." The camera is now on contestant number 18. Through the lens, we can see that contestant 18 has taken an unconventional route, opting not to use a kayak to reach the competition's core, but rather choosing to fish from the shore. Turning to one of the invited guests, the host continued, Mr. Gong, could you enlighten us on the differences between shore and interior fishing spots? As the host's words lingered, the camera shifted to a lean, dark-skinned man seated beside the host, whose figure soon appeared in the official live stream. With the camera's focus, the previously sparse barrage of comments in the official live stream surged dramatically. As the foremost lure angler in the country and the first signed angler for the domestic brand XMN, Gong Sanshur possessed undeniable authority in the lure fishing community, with a popularity that was unmatched. Looking at the screen, he spoke. The primary difference between shore spots and interior spots lies in the search area. Lure fishing relies on continuous casting to locate fish, and as we can see, contestant 18's fishing area is limited to the fan-shaped water zone directly in front of him, which is not ideal. In contrast, the interior area offers a broader fishing territory, significantly increasing the chances of a catch. However, fishing from the shore has its advantages. The host interjected, eager to engage. Oh, could you elaborate on that, Mr. Gong? Gong Sanshur smiled and replied, fishing from the shore allows for easier casting, especially since this competition utilizes single-person kayaks, which require a certain level of boating skills. By choosing shore spots, contestants need not worry about that. At this point, both the audience present and the online viewers could unmistakably discern the condescending tone in Gong Sanshur's words, clearly indicating his disdain for contestant number 18. Indeed, unlike the free-spirited lure anglers who frequently changed locations, a competent lure fisherman must possess keen observational skills, excellent casting technique, and a certain proficiency in operating various types of lure boats. When searching for fish in large bodies of water, some fishing spots are simply unreachable from the shore, necessitating the use of a lure boat. This was particularly true in professional competitions like today's, set in expansive waters. Thus, Gong Sanchi's dismissive attitude towards Fang Yuan, who remained on the shore while others ventured into the depths, was apparent. However, just as he finished speaking, the camera revealed Fang Yuan with the number 18 tag, whose rod began to bend. He had hooked a fish. Observing the bending rod, Gong Sanchi's heart skipped a beat, silently acknowledging that the young man's luck was indeed remarkable. Just as he had disparaged the contestant, it appeared that Fang Yuan was about to land a catch. Yet, in an instant, Gong Sanchi's expression relaxed. A catch? I wouldn't be so sure. In the lens, contestant number 18, while reeling in his line, muttered to himself. However, due to distance, the audience in the hall could only see the visuals without hearing his words, but from his lip movements, it was evident he was not expressing anything positive. As the line was reeled in, the official drone camera followed, and in the next moment, a long, green creature resembling a water snake emerged from the water's surface. As the camera zoomed in, the audience erupted in laughter. Is that a fish trap? It's quite large, probably around 20 to 30 meters. Haha, what luck! He pulled up a trap instead of a big fish. If that were a fish, it would be something extraordinary. Look, there are many small fish and shrimp inside the trap. I wonder if the fish in that trap count as valid catches. Instantly, the barrage of comments exploded in both the official live stream with its few hundred viewers and Fang Yuan's stream, which boasted thousands. While the audience reveled in the spectacle, Li Dashan, the person in charge of the wetland and also an invited guest for the competition, turned pale. The local officials seated next to him cast concerned glances in his direction. Director Li, what is going on here? One inquired. As a key protected area and a vital water source in the vicinity, the Hongfeng Lake wetland had always been under close scrutiny from higher authorities. The appearance of a fish trap at this moment was alarming, particularly since this prestigious championship was taking place, which was the only reason the venue was permitted for such an event. This is limited solely to the lure fishing project. As for other matters, they are altogether inadmissible. The lure employs artificial bait, and the original lure boats have been replaced with more environmentally friendly kayaks equipped with paddles. Furthermore, this wetland falls under the jurisdiction of the city's forestry department, yet the daily management is still overseen by the director of the committee under this forestry department. Therefore, under the scrutinizing gazes of several leaders, Li Dashan was in a state of utter confusion. This must be a consequence of insufficient prior cleanup efforts, remnants left over from before. Upon uttering this statement, Li Dashan seemed to have found a suitable justification. From an initial uncertainty, he transformed into a firm assertion. Previous remnants? Li Dashan nodded. Indeed, the planning for the protected area was proposed at the turn of the century, and by the end of the previous century, this wetland was merely a fishing ground for the surrounding villages. Back then, as far as the eye could see, fishing boats dotted the wetland. And as the number of people increased, various fishing methods emerged, with fish traps being one of them. In subsequent cleanup efforts, nearly 1,000 of these traps were retrieved. Thus, it is understandable that one might have been overlooked. Hearing this, several leaders nodded in agreement. Very well, it is best if it is as you say. Should any further discoveries arise, we shall have to report them. Li Dashan nodded vigorously. Absolutely, there is definitely just this one. However, the moment this assurance left his lips, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the spectators in the hall. On the screen, once again, the fishing rod of Fang Yuan bent as he cast his line, followed by the emergence of yet another long fish trap being dragged from the water. One of the leaders on the side exclaimed furiously, Li Dashan. On the shore, as yet another fish trap was pulled up, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the fish and shrimp within the trap. He seemed to have discovered the reason why this seemingly promising spot had yielded nothing. The mesh of the trap was so fine that even a finger could not fit through. It was undoubtedly a death trap. It would indeed be a mystery if any fish were to be found here. With all the small fish and shrimp caught, the predatory fish that fed on them naturally would not linger in this area. Reflecting on this, Fang Yuan decided to relocate. Yet, upon casting his line in a new spot, only a few moments passed before he felt that familiar tug again. Sure enough, as he reeled in the line more quickly, a long green shape surfaced from the water. What else could it be but another fish trap? Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan was utterly stunned. At this moment, he also realized something was amiss. While encountering fish traps in other locations was not unheard of, this was a wetland park. The presence of traps here was entirely inappropriate. Not only Fang Yuan, but also the viewers in the live stream began to recognize the issue as multiple traps were being pulled up. This is bizarre. Pulling up one trap could be excusable, but 3 in quick succession? The density of traps here is akin to a bewildering maze. My goodness, what are the event staff doing in the competition area? Was there no pre-competition fishing trial? Well, it's not entirely the fault of the event organizers, as Hongfeng Lake, being a protected area, rarely allows fishing lines, let alone netting. I agree. I am a local, and my household's water supply is sourced from here. Now, to find such a thing here is troubling. Meanwhile, Li Dashin in the hall was drenched in sweat. 3. They had pulled up 3 10-meter-long fish traps. Can this still be considered remnants from before? Under the scrutinizing gaze of a leader nearby, Li Dashin mustered the courage to excuse himself temporarily under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. Inside the restroom, after confirming he was alone, Li Dashin took out his phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, he unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it! What kind of assurance did you give me? Didn't you say there would be no problems? On the other end of the line, the voice replied, Director. I didn't expect that guy's rod would be so strong. He even pulled up a cement block trap. As it turned out, being a local, Li Dashin had always relished the fish and shrimp that grew in this wetland, as they far surpassed the freshness of those bought in the market. Thus, he had taken advantage of his position to instruct a distant little security guard to fish for him. Before the competition began, he had worried whether his secret would be discovered by the competing anglers and had repeatedly inquired with the security guard. At that time, the person on the other end of the line had patted his chest and assured him not to worry, claiming that even if the competitors hooked a trap, they wouldn't be able to pull it up. But now, enough said. Let me tell you one thing. Pack your bags and get out of here, the farther the better. Chapter 153, The Wild Lure Fisherman. After hanging up the phone, Li Dashin began to walk back. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly thought, no, if that kid leaves, I won't be in a good position. The sudden turn of events had left him flustered and bewildered, only thinking of having the little security guard leave, intending to shift all the blame onto him later. But now, contemplating the magnitude of the situation, he realized that regardless of its size, someone must take responsibility. Otherwise, he would have difficulty explaining to those leaders in the hall. At this moment, if he sought someone who couldn't be found to take the fall, wouldn't that be equivalent to having caught no one at all? Despite his seemingly modest position as director, he had been in this field for many years, well aware of the intricacies involved. Therefore, it was imperative that he not let the security guard leave. Just as he was about to pick up the phone to call the little security guard back, a voice called out, Director. The mention of director made Li Dashin's brow furrow as he turned to see the little security guard, the very one he had spoken to earlier, approaching. The little security guard, slightly hunched over in an ingratiating manner, was nonetheless exuding a slickness that belied his demeanor. Director, you see, this is just a minor issue. There's no need to leave. Minor issue? If it weren't for the peculiar circumstances, he would have liked to leap up and slap the little security guard. A minor issue? Do you consider this trivial? You know better than I how many traps were set here, right? It turned out that Li Dashin not only partook in the catch himself, but had also, over many years in charge, developed a complete industrial chain from capture to sale. This meant that the traps in the wetland were not merely the 3 that Fang Yuan had pulled up. There were many more hidden and larger beneath the surface. Thus, if this matter were to come to light, it would not simply jeopardize his position. Facing Li Dashin's scrutiny, the little security guard smiled, Director, don't worry. Saying this, he handed over his phone and added, Take a look. There on the screen was the official live stream of the competition, and the camera was still focused on Fang Yuan. However, unlike before, Fang Yuan was now sitting in a kayak, drawing circles in the water. Upon seeing this, Li Dashin felt a wave of realization wash over him. Just before he left, he had noticed that the 2 spots Fang Yuan had chosen to fish were precisely where he had placed his traps. Fearing that Fang Yuan would pull up all the remaining traps, at long last, the situation has been resolved, and the individual has indeed been relocated. The junior security guard remarked, Rest assured, Director, the reason this lad managed to pull up 3 nets is precisely because he deviates from the conventional path, opting to cast his line from the shore. However, you need not worry, as long as he, like the other competitors, seeks a more secure approach by venturing into the expansive waters, there will be no concern about snagging the traps we have set. Thus, the matter at hand pertains solely to these 3 nets. You may rest easy, for this is a trivial issue that you can place squarely on my shoulders. At worst, I shall endure a few reprimands, and once this tempest passes, you will remain the local sovereign, while I shall continue to serve you as your loyal retainer. At this juncture, the junior security guard's sycophantic smile widened, clearly indicating that he had reaped considerable rewards over the years. Upon hearing his words, Li Dashin's heart rate steadied. If, as the junior guard claimed, there were only 3 nets involved, that could certainly be brushed aside. Reflecting on the matter, he inquired, Are you taking responsibility for this? The junior guard, bowing slightly, responded, It is only right. I shall continue to rely on you for my livelihood. Seeing this, Li Dashin straightened his posture, regaining his usual authoritative demeanor. Ah, Shaoli, your years of training have not been in vain. Meanwhile, on a stretch of water within the wetlands, after retrieving 3 traps, Fang Yuan, unable to endure the disturbance any longer, opted to follow the lead of his fellow competitors and head towards the vast interior waters. Yet, While the intention was commendable, the reality upon boarding the kayak proved quite different. The kayak was of good quality, as were the paddles. But when he grasped them in hand and attempted to navigate across the surface, the situation became rather dire. After paddling fruitlessly for an extended period, he found himself merely circling in place. This spectacle, of course, left the viewers in the live stream in fits of laughter. Haha. It turns out that this lure master can't even row a boat. They chuckled for some reason. Watching the streamer struggle to catch a single fish at this moment is more entertaining than my usual fishing exploits. As the viewers continued to revel in the absurdity, some earnest individuals began to offer unsolicited advice. Streamer, don't just paddle on one side. You need to paddle on both sides. Your grip on the paddle is all wrong. One hand should hold the shaft, and the other should hold the handle. What? This is a foot-operated single kayak. The foot pedals are right at the bottom. Just lift them to use. Yes, I bought a similar model that operates by foot. The paddles are just an accessory. At this moment, not only in Fang Yuan's live stream, but also in the main hall, after he had connected 3 traps. The official live stream dedicated a segment of the screen to him. Indeed, once this footage was broadcast, the popularity of the official stream soared, escalating from a modest few hundred viewers to nearly 1,000. The host, glancing to the side, inquired, "Teacher Gong, may I ask, are there many competitors in your circle who are unfamiliar with operating a single kayak?" Hearing this question, Gong Sancher chuckled with an air of condescension and replied, "Certainly not many. In fact, it's quite rare." The director responded, "Rare?" Gong Sancher nodded. It is well known that in lure fishing, the available fishing spots in the wild are limited. To fish effectively and in abundance, one must venture into the vast waters. Such environments necessitate the use of a boat. Thus, over time, everyone becomes adept at handling boats. Clearly, this competitor, identified as number 18, is a newcomer to this field, likely having previously relied on hit-and-run tactics. Generally, competitors with such a simplistic approach tend to catch only common fish like black bass or yellow perch. If faced with a professional event like today's, set in an area rich in target species, their options would be considerably diminished compared to other competitors. Therefore, even if he had not snagged any traps beforehand, even if he knew how to use a boat, he would likely not achieve any noteworthy results by the end of the competition. Gong Sancher, renowned in the industry and further elevated by his affiliation with the leading lure brand, XMN, was regarded almost as a deity among lure enthusiasts. Consequently, his remarks turned Fang Yuan, bearing the number 18, into an object lesson for the wrong approach in lure fishing. Some even went as far as to suggest that he was merely there to embellish his own reputation. In this age of digital networking, such a phenomenon is ubiquitous across various professions. One feels compelled to carry several labels just to engage in conversation. In the world of lure fishing, when asked about one's profession, one cannot simply claim to be a lure fisherman, as certain labels become quite useful in establishing credibility. In today's competition, simply participating indicates one is a professional, and given the tournament's caliber, it is hardly an exaggeration to consider oneself a seasoned competitor in national championships. While there may not be a strict hierarchy between being a lure fisherman and a national championship competitor, the distinction is glaringly apparent. Thus, to Gong Sancher, Fang Yuan appeared to be merely a name-dropper seeking recognition. However, as his gaze fell upon the large screen, he exclaimed, "Well, he isn't completely inept." The footage revealed Fang Yuan, after a bit of exploration on the single kayak, had managed to activate a foot pedal, finally allowing the previously stationary kayak to move. Though his speed remained sluggish and his trajectory still swayed unpredictably, he was at least making progress toward the vast waters. In the lake, Fang Yuan gazed down at the foot pedals beneath him, internally grumbling, "Why hide such a feature? This design is utterly impractical." Had it not been for the live stream and the numerous reminders from viewers, he would never have fathomed that the kayak contained such a propulsion mechanism. Nevertheless, it was indeed more effective than paddling, as he was no longer merely spinning in circles. After wasting considerable time at various spots along the shore, once he finally managed to position his kayak in a clear area, he promptly began casting his line once more. This action once again positioned him as the cautionary tale in Gong Sancher's commentary. In the hall, observing Fang Yuan's eagerness to cast, Gong Sancher shook his head and spoke up. "Everyone, take note. The actions of this number 18 contestant serve as a quintessential example of what not to do. I believe not only he but also many viewers in the live stream and several professional competitors here today may fall into this common error." He continued, "In the heat of competition, one might feel the pressure of time and rush to cast their line as quickly as possible. Is this mindset correct?" Gong Sancher scanned the audience, aware that many lure enthusiasts could only watch the live feed from the hall due to the nature of the event. Thus, upon hearing Gong Sancher's statement, all eyes turned toward him. He elaborated, "It is both right and wrong. It is true that competition is inherently competitive, and time is of the essence. The moment the whistle blows, we mustn't squander even a second. However, if one fails to direct their efforts appropriately, it becomes a futile endeavor, ultimately leading to diminished returns. In recent years, as his status and fame have soared, Gong Sancher has increasingly appeared under the spotlight of various competitions and media outlets. Consequently, his rhetoric has become more polished. At this moment, he exudes an air of confidence befitting his stature. The host, adeptly seizing the opportunity, interjects with a follow-up question. Mr. Gong, do you mean to say that the error on the 18th is quite significant? Gong Sancher nods affirmatively. It is not merely significant, it is exceedingly grave. Observe, everyone, this choice of marker at point 18. Only the area to its left is a vast expanse of clear water, while the remaining three sides are either heavily obstructed or overgrown with dense vegetation. Were this marker to be used in a different season or venue, it could indeed be deemed a divine choice. But alas, this is winter. The area of heavy cover is utterly inaccessible, and the sole search area consists of that small patch of clear water. Thus, how does this differ from the markers he previously scouted along the shore? What then? Is the purpose of utilizing a solo kayak? To add further weight to his argument, he continues. In fact, this marker is less advantageous than casting from the shore, where one can at least maintain stability and achieve greater distance. Upon hearing his remarks, the audience nods in unanimous agreement. See, this is professionalism, they murmur, acknowledging not only his identification of the error, but also the rationale behind it. Truly, he is the foremost authority in lure fishing. His critiques are nothing short of expert analysis. Who could argue otherwise? After all, he has been signed by XM, a prestigious entity. Consequently, the area marked as 18 has, at this moment, been entirely relegated to the role of a cautionary example in the eyes of the gathered spectators, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment for further scrutiny. Meanwhile, Li Dashin, accompanied by a junior security officer, returns to the hall, standing before several municipal leaders. Leaders, it is entirely my fault. I bear full responsibility. He begins, humbling himself and taking blame without reservation. It is my negligence in management that allowed my subordinates to exploit this oversight, causing negative repercussions for the Hongfeng wetlands and Jiangqing. The leaders glance at the junior security officer trailing behind him. One leader, with a distinct 3-7 hairstyle, inquires, "Are you referring to him?" Just as Li Dashin opens his mouth to respond, the leader directs his gaze toward the junior security officer. "Let him speak." Feeling apprehensive, the junior officer timidly responds. "Esteemed leaders, I truly did not intend any wrongdoing, nor was I aware that setting these traps was illegal. I merely thought to catch a few fish for soup." The leader raises an eyebrow. "How many traps did you set?" The junior officer replies, "3. Just 3. Any more would go to waste." Upon finishing, he appears on the verge of tears. "I genuinely had no idea this was unlawful. I was just..." But before he could complete his sentence, Li Dashin interjects sharply. "What do you mean you had no idea? Is ignorance a valid excuse?" His face contorted with indignation, he adds, "Leaders, it is my managerial oversight, and I accept the consequences." Seeing his fervent demeanor, the leaders exchanged glances, and one finally spoke. "Very well, given the circumstances, it is too late for words. There will be penalties." Turning to Li Dashin, the leader continues, "This individual is not from our department, is he?" Hearing this, Li Dashin's eyes light up as he replies, "He is merely a temp. Our wetland security is outsourced." The leader responds, "All right then, we will convene a press conference shortly to disclose the truth. The Hongfeng Lake wetlands are a hallmark of Jiangqing, and we cannot tolerate even a single pest or slander against it. This individual will be dismissed and never reemployed. As for you, as the person in charge here, you share some responsibility. Therefore, I require you to submit a written reflection on this matter." Hearing this, Li Dashin finally breathes a sigh of relief. Chapter 154, Dismal? A disgraceful level of lure fishing technique? In the lake, having identified his first marker, Fang Yuan cast his line with hopeful anticipation. Just as Gong Sancher articulated in the official livestream, casting from a boat is an entirely different endeavor than casting from the shore. On land, one can throw with wild abandon for great distances, but casting from a boat, particularly a solo kayak, demands considerable skill and experience. In this moment, Fang Yuan, who had previously cast with precision from the shore, encountered an embarrassing setback. His initial throw, aimed directly ahead at the 12 o'clock position, veered wildly off course. The outcome was predictable. Not only did he fail to attract any fish, but he nearly toppled into the lake himself. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the fellow anglers, and the livestream chat erupted in disbelief. With that level of skill, he dares to participate in professional competitions? Even my 3.5-year-old nephew could outdo him. Oh no, this is too much. Today's Fang Yuan is truly a spectacle. Had I not witnessed his casting technique before, I might have been convinced by his purported prowess. Surely, no one is genuinely questioning Fang Yuan's casting abilities? Well, it's hard to say. After all, he has only ever fished from solid ground. And now he finds himself on a boat that looks dizzying even from afar. Imagine the challenge of standing on it while casting. Agreed, I completely concur. My uncle is a fisherman, and when he first boarded a boat, he stumbled just like Fang Yuan. And mind you, my uncle's boat is far larger than this competition vessel. So, does this mean Fang Yuan's chance in this lure competition is doomed? What do you think? He just won first place in the team budget competition yesterday. If he secures another first today, what will become of the other contestants? Exactly. I'm also a fan of the streamer, but I must assert that casual lure fishing and professional lure fishing are two entirely different realms. Surely no one would conflate the two? Those comments are disgusting. If you want to criticize, just do it outright. No need to sugarcoat it. At this moment, not only in Fang Yuan's live stream, but also within the hall, Gong Sanshi, who was providing commentary on the competition, shook his head in disbelief at the antics of Fang Yuan, who was continuously in front of the camera. At this juncture, he perceived Fang Yuan as nothing more than an amateur, hardly even deserving the title of a novice in lure fishing. Long rod, spinning reel, lack of boat handling skills, unfamiliarity with the lure environment, and this abysmal casting technique. All these factors combined are beyond description. Hence, Gong Sanshi resolved that after the competition concluded, he must propose to the event organizers that a thorough vetting of participant qualifications be implemented prior to future events. Otherwise, this level of skill is unbecoming of a championship tournament. Meanwhile, the host, noticing Gong Sanshi's displeased expression, surmised the underlying reasons and instructed the staff behind him to refrain from providing further camera time to the individual designated as number 18. Initially, he had garnered attention and viewership due to his 3 successful catches, but at this point, his performance was tarnishing the reputation of the tournament. After relaying his instructions, it wasn't too long before Fang Yuan's image vanished from the big screen, replaced by other competitors. As the competition progressed, time elapsed considerably, and other participants began to reel in their catches, some even selecting fish for the tournament. This stark contrast only served to highlight Fang Yuan's dismal technique. However, unbeknownst to them, at the very moment when the camera was redirected, Fang Yuan, standing in the small boat upon the lake, cast his second line, a remarkable long throw. If the initial cast evoked the impression of a half-paralyzed individual on the verge of collapse, then this second cast exuded an unwavering steadiness, as if firmly rooted. Not only was his stance stable, but the boat beneath him remained steady as well. After launching the line a remarkable 100 meters away, the vessel exhibited no significant tremor, merely creating gentle ripples that spread across the surface. At that moment, in the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "I told you." That first cast was merely a show put on by Fang Yuan. This one truly reflects his skill. Fang Yuan was indeed a master of theatrics. The level displayed in that first cast nearly fooled me with its apparent fright, but I was almost convinced. Haha, one must admit that Fang Yuan's acting prowess is unparalleled. Haha, a streamer who cannot perform is not a true angler. The Oscars owe Fang Yuan a little golden statuette. Where are the critics who scrutinized the streamer-esque casting technique? Speak up, make a sound. Have they all suddenly fallen silent? Haha, just a bunch of small-minded individuals, unworthy of attention. With that cast, all doubts among the viewers were dispelled, and the chat resumed its lively banter. Meanwhile, in the lake, Fang Yuan stood thoughtfully on the boat after executing his second cast. Lower. The center of gravity must drop. After this inner musing, Fang Yuan quickly began reeling in, fixing his keen, eagle-like gaze on a specific spot ahead. In the next instant, he moved, raising his arm over his shoulder, angling the rod at 45 degrees. And then with a swift motion, he cast again, releasing a powerful throw that drained the line spool in an instant. The hook, adorned with a lure, landed precisely in the targeted area he had been observing. A slight smile crept onto Fang Yuan's lips. Yes, this was the sensation he sought. 3 casts. He had fully adapted to the optimal casting technique on the boat in just 3 attempts. Indeed, just 3 casts. This remarkable feat was attributable to his extraordinary physical resilience. When the fishing venue's features first activated, his physical attributes also came into play. Although he prioritized strength and endurance when the system was first unveiled, most of his subsequent enhancement points were allocated to these 2 attributes. Nevertheless, even the remaining attributes were significantly above average, reaching 3 times that of an ordinary person. This exceptional capability allowed him to adapt to casting from the boat in such a short time. With this adaptation in mind, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted to a dense area of vegetation some 10 meters away, a wetland, characterized by its complex environment and numerous intersections of land and water. The spot he had focused on was lush with aquatic plants, accompanied by a patch of reeds that had long since turned yellow. The northern wind had caused many of these reeds to lean precariously, creating a narrow strip of shimmering water less than half a meter wide at the surface. This unique feature was precisely why he had chosen this spot. Chapter 155, The Bigmouth Bass Bites. Due to the rules of the competition, a distance of no less than 10 meters must be maintained between any two contestants. Consequently, the competitors who entered later found it exceedingly challenging to locate suitable spots within the larger illuminated water area. Thus, Fang Yuan, who had entered last, was compelled to opt for this more intricate terrain, filled with dense obstacles. However, what would the outcome be? Was this truly a fallback option? No one could say for certain. Yet, one thing was clear. Once he identified the specific target, Fang Yuan wasted no time and cast his line without hesitation. Given the short distance to the spot, which was also a heavily vegetated area, this cast relied more on finesse than brute strength. Therefore, Fang Yuan executed a low throw, nearly brushing the water's surface with the rod tip as he launched the lure, creating a long line of ripples before it disappeared into the grass hole formed by the sloping reeds. As is commonly known, 9 out of 10 anglers love to fish in holes. Why? Because the environment within these holes is more conducive to fish habitation, particularly for predatory species. These predatory fish not only seek to prey on smaller fish and shrimp, but also need to evade threats from above, making such areas ideal habitats. At this moment, the leaning reeds created a perfect cover, beneath which lay a narrow tunnel less than half a meter wide. Of course, while fishing in holes is advantageous, it also demands a higher level of casting skill. Otherwise, one might miss the target 9 times out of 10, scaring off any big catches lurking within. Thus, as Fang Yuan's line entered the hole, the livestream chat erupted with excitement. Is this the legendary angling technique, the 18 dips of the lure? Wow, can lures be used like this? To be honest, I had contemplated this before, but I have yet to achieve success in practice. I can relate. After I accidentally made 5 successful casts once, I have longed to replicate that moment, yet years have passed without success. Nevertheless, on the internet, there are always those who like to boast. Is it really that difficult to make a lure skip across the water? Isn't this a fundamental skill for anglers? As soon as this comment appeared, viewers did not let it fade away, but instead tagged the poster repeatedly. Is it really difficult? You're just talking without any experience. Aren't you? If you're so skilled, why not post a video? Yes, post a video. Anyone can talk big. I even learned from that guy, Gong Sanshur. Bro, stop bragging. Is your skipping technique only a few skips? And were you using oversized soft baits? If that's the case, I could do it too. Some viewers, intrigued, clicked on the poster's profile to see if they had any videos to showcase, intending to drop some comments while tagging others on their follow list. This kind of interaction has become a common tactic on short video platforms. However, many viewers who ventured to investigate soon found themselves taken aback. Whoa guys, stop the insults. We might have stumbled upon a formidable opponent. A formidable opponent? How formidable? I have a mouthful of steel teeth. It seems they truly are formidable. Don't argue. This one is indeed tough. What a revelation. The livestream exploded with excitement. If Gong Sanshur is a towering figure in the world of lures, admired by countless anglers, then this old ma is the one poised to ascend to the summit. It can be said that these two individuals represent the pinnacle of domestic lure fishing. In terms of expertise, Gong Sanshur initially held the upper hand, but given their recent performances, the gap between them has narrowed significantly. Upon encountering him, the previously high-spirited audience fell into an abrupt silence. When his identity was revealed, Old Ma remained unfazed, and a barrage of comments began to flood the screen. The young lad has skills. Such an intricate angle is beyond the capabilities of an average angler. To receive praise from a top professional player is indeed a source of pride for any angler. However, at that moment, Fang Yuan had no time to spare for the comments. His gaze was fixed intently on the water's surface, and his hands, gripping the rod, were in constant motion. With a swift pull and a pause, then another pull and pause, just as the lure was about to be extracted from the grass hole, a sudden splash erupted. In an instant, a cacophony of water erupted from within the grass, reeds trembling, and ripples expanding outward. He had a bite. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He yanked the rod sharply, bending it as the splash intensified and the reeds quivered violently. Fang Yuan grinned widely. Brothers, we've hooked a fish. With nearly half the competition elapsed, at last, he had landed his first catch. And it would be disingenuous to claim he was not elated. However, as he began to reel in, he felt no resistance in the line. Did it get away? Fang Yuan pondered, feeling the force in his hands. Yet in a fleeting moment, as he sensed movement on the rod, he shook his head with a smile. Realizing the truth, it hadn't escaped, it was simply too small. Accustomed to catching larger fish, he was momentarily taken aback by the small size. Since it was small, There was no need to waste excessive time. Employing a swift and decisive technique, he reeled it in effortlessly. A California bass, commonly referred to as a largemouth bass among anglers. As an invasive species, this largemouth bass has established populations across various provinces in the country due to its strong adaptability. Being a predatory fish, it has become a target for many anglers. Furthermore, like many other invasive species, the flesh of the largemouth bass is firm, delectable, low in bones, and highly nutritious, which nearly led to its extinction in the wild before it began to reproduce. Fang Yuan removed the hook and posed the fish for a close-up. As the camera zoomed in, the live stream erupted with comments. Wow, a largemouth bass. I can't believe it. I've been fishing for over a year and have never seen one. What can I say? I just heard the streamer mumble about it being small, and I thought he had caught some small fry, but this largemouth bass must weigh around 5 pounds. Small fry? Are you joking, streamer? You call this a small fry? Throughout, my sentiments remain unchanged. The small fry mentioned by Fang Yuan is the ultimate dream in our eyes. Chapter 156. The bounty begins, and the attention escalates. With the first catch secured, Fang Yuan wasted no time. After placing the largemouth bass into the live well, he swiftly cast his line once more, the lure landing steadily in the grass hole. Drawing on the experience gained from his first catch, this time he directly employed a bottom-jumping technique, allowing the lure to sink to the bottom before using the line to create a series of jerking motions, mimicking the jumps of prey underwater. This approach would surely attract the attention of mid- to lower-water predatory fish like the largemouth bass. Indeed, after just a few jerks, the tip of the rod bent sharply, and a surge of force transmitted through the line from beneath the water. Fang Yuan beamed with excitement. The second one was on, feeling the strength in his hands. He quickly reeled in the line. Moments later, as he had suspected, this catch was even smaller than the first, weighing just over 3 pounds. With 2 consecutive catches, Fang Yuan seized the moment and cast out for a third time. At this point, he was no longer plagued by the misfortunes of the early competition. With favorable spots and quick bites, and most importantly, his extraordinary technique, he consistently placed the lure deep within the grass holes. Thus, an abundant catch was all but assured. Over the next half hour, Fang Yuan circled the reeds, casting his line dozens of times. While not every cast yielded a catch, he managed to reel in a fish every 3 to 5 casts. Such efficiency, if not backed by the live stream, would surely be met with skepticism. Yet, this was indeed the reality. At that moment, in the live stream, when Fang Yuan caught his first fish, the audience rejoiced at his long-awaited success. Upon his second catch, they marveled at his luck, astonished that 2 largemouth bass could be pulled from a single grass patch. However, as the third, fourth, and so on were caught, the viewers grew increasingly bewildered. Chaos ensued. I was worried earlier that Fang Yuan would be penalized for not catching anything, and now look, he's on a hot streak. Huh, what did I say? Watching Fang Yuan struggle to catch fish is as rare as seeing Wang Gangdan sleep without snoring. Who is Wang Gangdan, you ask? That would be my dear wife, with whom I share my bed. Some admired his angling prowess, while others envied his abundant resources. Unfortunately, in the mainland, environments conducive to fishing are scarce, and the target species are limited to just a few. Primarily, the black fish, the most common target for many anglers, and secondarily, the white bass. Beyond these, one could only rely on luck for other species like the silver carp or the yellow perch. As for the likes of the redfin and other smaller species, who would bother fishing for such trivialities? They might as well be called microfishing. Thus, witnessing Fang Yuan continuously reel in one largemouth bass after another left many viewers in a state of envy, captivated by the abundance of this resource. The largemouth bass, a uniform catch of largemouth bass. This resource, this environment, was indeed enviable. This wetland, protected as it is, would have been overrun elsewhere long ago. Indeed, a prime fishing spot can be depleted in just 2 or 3 days. Encounter a careless group, and an entire stretch of river could be cleared in no time. To put it bluntly, may the careless anglers meet their demise. By the way, may I gently inquire if this location will be open to the public after the competition? Even if the fees are a bit steep, I wouldn't mind. After 3 years of fishing, I've yet to unlock the largemouth bass. Oh, how I lament my once private fishing spot, which has seen a drought of 173 days since I graciously introduced a fellow angler. Fishing in black pits is challenging. Pole fishing is arduous, and lure fishing is even more difficult. Observing the continuous complaints from the live stream audience, Fang Yuan smiled and shook his head. He had primarily engaged in pole fishing, yet as an angler, he was all too familiar with such phenomena. Just think of the small creek back in his hometown. One day it would be teeming with fish, and by the next, there wouldn't be a single bite. Fishing is manageable. But what one fears most is daytime fishing only to be met with nighttime electric fishing. The same principle applies at river mouths. Not long after a massive fish is caught, the very same afternoon, that spot becomes a pilgrimage site for anglers. Thus, one cannot entirely blame those who find themselves ensnared in numerous pitfalls, for even with the knowledge that these traps are indeed treacherous, they still cannot resist the temptation to leap into them. In a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply, surveying the idyllic fishing grounds before him. Ah, how precious this moment is. After a sigh of appreciation, he prepared to cast his line once more. Just as he was about to do so, a swift sound of line being drawn pierced the air, and he caught sight of a bright line flashing past his eyes, followed by a resounding splash near a patch of reeds. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yuan's eyes twitched slightly, internally exclaiming, "No way." Following the direction of the line, he spotted a competitor, clad in a cap and fishing attire, vigorously working the reel from a small boat, clearly the source of the earlier cast. Had this cast been slightly off or further away, Fang Yuan would not have thought much of it. However, the critical point was that this individual had dropped bait exactly where Fang Yuan had just pulled out a largemouth bass, and he had yet to move from that spot. To put it bluntly, this fellow had come to poach his territory. It is worth mentioning that due to the open nature of the lure fishing competition, which does not require fixed fishing spots, the rules stipulated that the minimum distance between two competitors must be no less than 10 meters. Yet, this distance pertains only to the spacing between competitors themselves, with no explicit regulations concerning the area for casting. In other words, as long as individuals do not crowd together, the organizers will not intervene. It was evident that this chap had noticed the active fish and was exploiting the loophole in the competition rules to encroach upon Fang Yuan's fishing spot. Realizing this, Fang Yuan scoffed to himself. Just moments ago, he had contemplated that casting a second line would be somewhat futile, considering he had already caught a sizable bass from the reeds. However, seeing this fellow's audacity to cast right under his nose without so much as a greeting, Fang Yuan decided he could not let this slide. Without hesitation, he flicked his rod and cast towards the reeds. In comparison to the other's haphazard throw, Fang Yuan's cast displayed considerable skill, the lure gliding across the water's surface in a graceful arc before landing perfectly within the reeds. Observing Fang Yuan's deftness, the competitor, whose eyes widened beneath his cap, muttered, "With such finesse, there's no way I can bear to be humiliated here," and promptly rode away in disgrace. Chapter 157, One escapes, and a host of others arrive. The poaching competitor's appearance and rapid departure spanned no more than a few fleeting minutes, a fleeting visit indeed. Yet, the entirety of the event unfolded before the eyes of the viewers in the live stream. At that moment, laughter erupted. "Huh? With such skills, he dares to poach? That's akin to seeking death in a latrine with a lantern. Who bestowed such audacity upon that fellow, daring to cast near Fang Yuan's spot? Unafraid that he might end up as a trophy catch? A trophy catch? Are you overestimating him or underestimating Fang Yuan? That scrawny figure, resembling a frail dog, could not possibly weigh more than 100 pounds, certainly not a contender among Fang Yuan's catches." The live stream was alive with jesting comments. Just as the viewers were mocking the competitor's bravery, another figure was seen approaching Fang Yuan's spot. "Brothers, look, another daredevil is coming," exclaimed one viewer. "Wow, are all the competitors today so bold? One just left, and another has arrived. And to think they are supposed to be seasoned contestants. I feel embarrassed for them even from afar. Wait, no, it's not just one, but two." As the lead competitor entered Fang Yuan's casting area, a fleet of small boats followed in tow. One of them, wearing a cap and fishing attire, spoke into his phone. "Captain, this is the spot." After a brief pause, a voice responded, "Are you sure?" The man replied, "Absolutely. I've seen it with my own eyes. This guy has pulled out over 10 largemouth bass from these reeds, the largest weighing no less than 5 pounds. As he spoke, he waved his thin arms, as if to emphasize the truth of his claims. Upon recognizing this individual, the live stream erupted in indignation. This was none other than the scrawny fellow who had scuttled away just minutes prior. His name was De Zhuang, a member of a fishing club, and due to his frail physique, he was nicknamed Monkey. As for why he returned, it turned out he was not the only member of his club participating in this lure pre-selection. There were 10 of them in total. As it was a preliminary round, anyone who had previously participated in a formal competition and earned professional points was eligible to compete. Among the 10, they had divided into 2 teams, agreeing on a strategy of 4 seeking, 1 protecting. This meant that each team would send out 4 members to scout for spots, and once one person found a location, they would call on the protected member to cast and fish. This way, with 4 searching for spots and 1 fishing, the yield would naturally be substantial. The club aimed to gain prestige through results. As fate would have it, while scouting for spots, the monkey happened to witness Fang Yuan's success with multiple catches. Although the club's strategy was pre-planned, the owner had mentioned that for every additional member who advanced, their prize money would increase by 10,000. Thus, He concocted the idea of single-handedly seizing Fang Yuan's spot. Unfortunately for him, he overestimated his own abilities and underestimated his opponent, leading to his hasty retreat after their initial encounter, resulting in the current situation. Upon hearing Monkey's words, a middle-aged man in one of the small boats caught sight of Fang Yuan and assessed the environment of the spot. The water was shallow, with many obstructions. Especially with the fallen reeds forming a continuous stretch, such a spot, if discovered and fished for a month or so, would undoubtedly attract numerous competitors. However, it was winter, and this obstructed area warmed very slowly due to the cover. Conversely, in the sunlit areas, the water temperature rose significantly faster. During this season, the higher the water temperature, the more active the fish became, resulting in a greater likelihood of bites. Moreover, the open water offered a wider field of vision and fewer obstacles, making it easier to cast and cover a larger search area. Consequently, the expansive sunlit areas would become prime spots for many competitors. Yet, at this moment, the situation was entirely the opposite. Could it be that the fish in this venue preferred the cold water? Never mind, having come this far, he thought he might as well cast a few lines and see. With this thought, he commanded his group via the chat. Action. As the command echoed, the small boats spread out, and within a minute, they occupied all the prime casting positions in the area. At this moment, Fang Yuan, standing in his boat, had just reeled in another sizable base, adding it to his live well. How exhilarating it was. Though this fish was somewhat smaller, it brought him undeniable joy. However, the rapid influx of fish bites was undeniable, especially in such a tense competitive atmosphere. One could hardly ask for more. Of course, Fang Yuan understood that receiving a multitude of bites quickly did not guarantee a first-place finish today, nor even progression in the competition. After all, the rules of lure fishing differ significantly from those of pole fishing events. In pole fishing contests, the total weight or the number of fish caught is often the determining factor. Conversely, lure fishing mandates that the maximum weight be achieved under a specific number of fish. For instance, today, only the 3 largest effective catches would be counted. Thus, to qualify for the next round, one must not only catch a significant quantity, but also ensure that those catches are of substantial size. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan resumed his search for fish. But just as he was about to cast his rod, he noticed a flurry of small boats converging upon his fishing spot, surrounding him. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan thought to himself, this does not bode well, especially upon seeing that scrawny monkey who had just fled in disarray. Sure enough, without needing to verify, he observed the closest competitor to him stabilize their boat, raise their rod, and in the next breath, launch their line adorned with a minnow, landing just a short distance ahead of him. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, a blatant provocation. While one individual might not have concerned him, the moment that first cast was made, it was as if a battle cry had been sounded, prompting the other competitors scattered across their boats to follow suit and cast their lines. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt as though he had fallen into a spider's web, surrounded by lines that resembled strands of silk. Chapter 158, The Hot Spot, Seizing the Mark. Simultaneously, within the hall, a small fishing spot suddenly became the focus of attention as a dozen boats swarmed in, undoubtedly capturing the event organizers' notice. The cameras quickly shifted to cover the commotion. Was this indeed a hot spot? The host exclaimed in astonishment at the sudden influx of competitors. However, no sooner had the host uttered this than Gong Sanshur, seated beside him, chuckled derisively. A hot spot? Huh. You are merely seeing one side of the story. A hot spot refers to a location during the competition where the catch rate is markedly higher than elsewhere, naturally attracting the attention of other competitors who flock to it. However, due to the rules of the competition, if a single spot becomes congested with numerous participants in a short time, it is easy to breach the regulations. Thus, even if it is a hot spot, those arriving later are typically conscientious about maintaining distance from others. At this moment, the camera captured the boats that had encircled the spot, their spacing meticulously controlled. They were clearly not here solely for the fish. This was not just a hot spot. It had turned into a fierce contest for the mark. Understanding the underlying dynamics, Gong Sanshur sighed. Alas, number 18 is truly unfortunate. Having caught nothing until now, he finally discovered a promising spot, only to have it snatched away. What terrible luck. Just as he assumed that Fang Yuan, bearing the number 18 tag, would retreat in the face of this band of competitors vying for the mark, the host exclaimed, "Look, number 18 has cast his line." At this, Gong Sanshur, who had just leaned back in his chair to rest, sprang upright. Cast his line. Number 18 dares to cast? As a seasoned professional who had participated in countless competitions, he could easily discern the implications of the scene unfolding on screen. He had encountered similar situations in numerous international tournaments. It was futile. In domestic lure competitions, competitors who qualified for international events were few and far between, and foreign participants often instinctively banded together to target him. a competitor with yellow skin. Thus, he had encountered many such scenarios involving competition for marks. When faced with such situations, he often opted to abandon the spot, knowing that he was outnumbered. To persist would only lead to his own disadvantage. Moreover, that was a relatively favorable situation for in international tournaments, while competitors would unite against him. They still had their own rivalries, limiting their aggressive tactics to mere mark seizing. However, observing the current situation, it was evident that these competitors were not just individuals. They appeared to be part of a collective, possibly even a club. In such a case, failing to vacate the spot could result in one of them resorting to underhanded tactics against him. The term self-sabotage refers to a competitor intentionally breaching the rules to hinder another's progress, often through entanglement, which could consume a significant amount of time and lead to disqualification for those who prioritize their ranking. This was something no competitor wished to encounter. Thus, Gong Sanchi's reaction to number 18's audacity to cast his line amidst a group of colluding competitors was one of incredulity. Courage. Number 18 is indeed courageous. At that moment, Fang Yuan earned a new label in Gong Sanchi's mind. However, this bravery was not viewed as commendable. It was folly without strategy. Alas, if only he had chosen to withdraw and seek a new spot, he might have still had a chance at advancement. Now, however, hope was entirely extinguished. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a collective gasp echoed through the hall, causing him to spring up once more. No, he stood up, gripping the podium before him. Goodness, this young man actually. On the large screen, Fang Yuan, bearing the number 18 tag, cast his line amidst a web of competing lines, executing a throw from an astoundingly awkward angle. The line landed precisely in a nearby grassy hole. At that moment, the audience in the hall was left in stunned silence. The host behind the podium was taken aback, and Gong Sanchi beside him was equally flabbergasted. Compared to the casual viewers in the live stream, who merely watched for entertainment, the professional competitors had the most pronounced reactions. The higher one's skill level, the greater their understanding of the significance of that cast. In fact, in some respects, that cast could be likened to a home run in baseball or an eagle in golf. Could it be that number 18 was capable of such an impressive throw? Instantly, Gong Sanchi was not only shocked, but began to speculate. After all, he had previously regarded number 18 as a novice incapable of even steadying a boat. Now, was it possible that this young man had been playing possum all along? Or was he merely lucky? At this moment, the host, recovering from his shock, asked Gong Laosher, "What do you think of number 18's cast?" Gong Sanchi inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he replied, "Impressive. That cast is something only a select few could achieve in this country." The moment these words left his lips, astonishment swept through the crowd. Only seasoned enthusiasts or professional players of lure fishing are present to witness this event, and their understanding of the sport undoubtedly surpasses that of the average person. As the saying goes, the higher the knowledge, the more one can discern the esteemed evaluation that Gong Sanchi has for it. However, Gong Sanchi's interjection redirected the audience's attention towards him, prompting the host beside him to look his way. However, Gong Sanchi remarked, "The skill demonstrated in this cast is indeed high, but it is also exceedingly perilous." As he spoke, he glanced at the large screen and continued, "Look at the screen. I believe everyone can discern that the competitors surrounding number 18 are likely a cohesive unit." Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man in the front row, impeccably dressed and sporting a slick hairstyle, raised an eyebrow. He was, in fact, the owner of the affluent club to which these competitors belonged. He had meticulously prepared for this competition, investing heavily to recruit numerous qualified professional players to join his club, and had even discreetly set up betting lines prior to the event. Naturally, he was unperturbed by being singled out. He skillfully manipulated the rules to his advantage, leaving others with little to say. Behind the podium, Gong Sanchi continued, "Imagine yourselves in this position. If you executed such a cast, what would your subsequent actions be?" This question caused the audience to furrow their brows in contemplation. Indeed, the cast was executed beautifully, with an exceptionally cunning angle. But what then? How would one retrieve the line afterwards? If those vying for the bait were merciful enough to let you off the hook, that would be one thing. However, if they seized the opportunity to retaliate, as anticipated, the competitors from the affluent club, upon seeing Fang Yuan, not only remained calm, but actively sought to challenge him. Under the directive gaze of one of the elite competitors, a team member lifted his rod. Chapter 159, A Divine Skill. As this scene unfolded, both the online viewers and the live audience in the hall exclaimed in outrage. This was a blatant attempt to corner someone into a desperate situation, particularly within Fang Yuan's live stream. Upon witnessing this, the viewers were left seething with indignation. Shameless. Utterly shameless. How could such despicable individuals exist in this world? If I were present, I would undoubtedly rush over and give that fellow a good thrashing. Not only that, but also leave him a present on his face. Up above, you finish yours, and I'll finish mine. Count me in. I just want to say, is nobody going to intervene? Isn't this against the rules? Unfortunately, despite being newcomers, these individuals had thrown their rods first at that position, while the streamer, casting afterwards, would be penalized if he interfered with their line. Damn it, what a ridiculous rule. A chorus of curses erupted. Meanwhile, within the hall, the host, witnessing this scene, wore a look of deep regret. Gong Sanshur, standing beside him, shook his head repeatedly, lamenting the loss. Number 18 had just brought him immense surprise, and he had hoped to continue observing whether it was true skill or merely a stroke of luck. Alas, it seemed they would never know. Wait, no. There might still be hope. Gong Sanchi's expression shifted as if struck by a thought, though it quickly returned to normal. Impossible. The chances of that happening were simply too slim. Gong Sanshur muttered. Hearing his murmur, the host inquired, Opportunity? What opportunity, Teacher Gong? The host's microphone was live, and his words immediately attracted the audience's attention. Noticing the collective gaze directed at him, Gong Sanshur clarified, Opportunity. Number 18 still has a chance, but, seeing his hesitancy, an audience member called out, Come on, Teacher Gong, just tell us what the opportunity is, don't keep us guessing. Gong Sanshur took a deep breath. If this number 18 manages to catch a fish now, according to the rules of the competition, as long as he secures a catch, his priority will be elevated, and even if he inadvertently interferes with another competitor's line during the retrieval, he will not be penalized. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly enlightened. Indeed, number 18 was the later caster, and according to the competition rules, as the later caster, he would be penalized if he interfered with another competitor's line. But if he caught a fish, the outcome would be different. Yet, at this critical juncture, to catch a fish? The previous cast had already exhausted what seemed like a lifetime's worth of luck in their eyes, and now to catch a fish under such circumstances? The crowd could hardly fathom it. Not only the audience below, but Gong Sanshur on stage felt the same. It was a remote possibility. This opportunity was simply too elusive. Thus, in such a scenario, Fang Yuan, bearing the number 18, would likely be disqualified for interference, effectively ending his competition prematurely. With this thought, a collective sigh resonated through the crowd. Alas, what a pity that just as they witnessed an astonishing cast, he was destined to be disqualified. Who could deny it? Number 18 truly was unfortunate. The ups and downs of fortune. However, achieving such a remarkable cast in the competition was enough to secure his fame. Indeed, when number 18 comes over, I will certainly rush forward for a photo. Various discussions erupted. Just as the crowd believed Fang Yuan would be disqualified for his infringement, suddenly, the host exclaimed, Look! At that moment, the audience's attention was immediately drawn elsewhere. On the large screen, just as the line of the affluent club's competitor was about to touch Fang Yuan's line, in that critical moment, a splash erupted, and Fang Yuan sharply lifted his rod, causing the tip to bend. He had hooked a fish. Witnessing this scene, the previously buzzing discussions in the hall fell silent in an instant. A hush, a deathly stillness. But this silence lasted barely a few seconds before someone began to applaud. Soon, the entire audience rose in unison, their applause echoing throughout the hall. For if the previous cast was deemed a stroke of luck, this moment was nothing short of a divine act, an undeniable display of skill. On stage, Gong Sanshur even raised his arm, exclaiming, Well done. He fully understood how slim the chances were to turn the tide in such circumstances. He had envisioned this scenario countless times in his mind. During international competitions, he had often been subjected to similar treatment by foreign competitors, leading him to fantasize about one day achieving such a reversal. Yet, dreams remained dreams, while reality often meant retreating after every targeted strike, every instance of being treated differently. But at this moment, well done. Number 18, well done. In the competition area, before the reed marsh, Shouho was left utterly stunned upon seeing the bent rod in Fang Yuan's hand. He could only mutter in disbelief. As the one who had fled in disgrace after just one round, the responsibility for this blatant foul naturally fell upon him. Originally, he thought that a delay in time was just a minor setback, as long as he could manage to drag the other person down with him. However, he never anticipated that within mere moments, the situation would be entirely reversed. Caught a fish. In such circumstances, right before his very eyes, this lad actually landed a fish? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. It must be an illusion, an unequivocal mirage. So much so that he disregarded the reminders from his fellow club members through the earpiece to lower the rod until one of the members, who was quite close to him, shouted out loudly, Monkey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and lower the rod. With that expletive, Monkey was jolted back to reality. It dawned on him that the priorities of the two had completely reversed. If he were to actively cast his line now, it would be akin to courting disaster. Thus, he suddenly thrust the rod downward. However, not far off, Fang Yuan, Seeing him attempt to lower his rod to avoid entangling lines, couldn't he help but smirk. Ah, so now you know fear. Too late. In an instant, he jerked his rod upward with great force. Chapter 160, Overboard, the tense duo. Compared to Monkey, Fang Yuan's upward thrust was executed with swiftness, so rapid that it left no room for reaction. Within the blink of an eye, their lines made contact. Yet, it is crucial to understand that humans operate on inertia, particularly when engaging in instinctive actions. Thus, even though Monkey saw their lines entangle, his body instinctively pressed down on the rod. This action caused the already unstable small boat to tilt precariously. At that moment, Monkey panicked. Despite being a professional lure angler, he was still a complete novice when it came to water. As he felt his gaze drawn nearer to the water's surface, he could no longer focus on his rod, and instead discarded it in favor of stabilizing his footing on the small boat. However, in moments of irrationality, the intent to accomplish something often leads to the opposite outcome, and that was precisely Monkey's situation. Unsurprisingly, with a resounding splash, he plunged headfirst into the lake. It is essential to note that it was winter, particularly in this open wetland where the northern wind howled through, causing Fang Yuan to shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, in midair, the drone broadcasting the event declared a ruling. According to the competition regulations, contestant Hu Dazhuang was disqualified. Hearing the announcement from the event organizers and witnessing the flailing monkey in the water, both the online viewers and the audience in the hall could not refrain from uttering their sentiments of serves him right. Refreshing. I declare this is the most exhilarating moment I've experienced in a month. A month? I've never felt this liberated in my life. In this freezing weather. He dove right in. That takes some serious guts. Haha. I don't even have the courage to leave my bed in this weather. And this guy goes for a winter swim. Truly brave. Of course, with other club members present, Monkey's safety was not in jeopardy. But seeing him being pulled out of the water, snot-nosed and sneezing, it was evident he would catch a severe cold. With Monkey's example now set, the remaining 9 contestants dared not continue competing for the spot, and soon they all left in a hurry. However, while they departed, the hearts of 2 individuals remained heavy with concern. Not far from the hall, within a small 2-story office building, Li Dashan fixed his gray eyes intently on the surveillance monitor. Next to him stood a security guard who should have been dismissed. At that moment, both were breathing rapidly, their expressions tense. Damn it, this kid is still fishing over there. Li Dashan cursed at the sight displayed on the monitor, while the security guard wore an expression of fluctuating emotions. It turned out that after being reprimanded by 3 city leaders, Li Dashan and the guard had been discussing how to manage the aftermath. According to their plan, the traps would remain in the lake for the time being, left unattended as if they hadn't been placed at all, especially since the next lure competition was scheduled for after the new year. They could always address it later. As for the security guard, he would remain a temporary worker at Hongfeng wetland until the storm blew over. After all, who would pay attention to a temporary worker? Yet, just as they finalized their plans, while the security guard was gathering his belongings to take a few days off, they noticed that contestant number 18 was not heading towards the expansive, illuminated water area like the others, but rather continued to search a small, heavily obstructed area. This left them alarmed, for this section of water also contained traps they had set, and notably, it was a large one. Their previously relaxed demeanor was once again replaced with anxiety, especially as they observed a flurry of small boats arriving. They dared not even breathe, fearing that these newcomers would uncover the lake's secret. Fortunately, these individuals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving no trace behind. Unfortunately, contestant 18 remained undeterred, continuing to cast his line. Observing the director's expression, the security guard reassured him, "Rest assured, Director. The traps in this area are large. Even if this kid encounters one, he won't be able to haul it out." The traps in the wetland were all set by him, and he retrieved them daily. So he was well aware of each trap's specifications. In this particular water area, a 100-meter trap was placed, which required a diesel engine to extract fish during collection. Thus, in his mind, there was nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Li Dashan cast a sidelong glance at him. "It better be as you say. If not, you and I may both face dire consequences." The security guard patted his chest, assuring him that everything would be fine. Just then, a gasp erupted from the monitor, startling Li Dashan, who shifted his gaze to the screen. The footage displayed the happenings in the hall, capturing every move of the spectators, as well as the activity on the large screen behind them. The recent impressive catch warranted the camera's focus on Fang Yuan. The ensuing gasps in the hall were all due to Fang Yuan. There he was on the big screen, wearing the number 18 tag, one hand gripping the rod while the other tirelessly cranked the reel, causing both men to tense up to the point of holding their breath. Moments later, as they witnessed Fang Yuan reel in a sizable largemouth bass, they simultaneously exhaled, exclaiming how close they had come to disaster. Yet, simultaneously, they were puzzled. As the local rulers who had colluded for years, they were well aware of the fish dynamics in the lake. The security guard muttered, "Hey, this is strange. We never see these large fish in the traps, yet this guy is catching them one after another." Seeing that it wasn't just a matter of luck with the traps, leviathan felt a bit more at ease and remarked, "It seems we still need to increase the density of the traps moving forward." The security guard nodded in agreement. In such a manner, Fang Yuan was fervently engaged in the reeds, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience within the hall. While the two individuals in the monitoring room experienced a roller coaster of emotions amidst the cacophony of exclamations. Fortunately, throughout this tumult, their concerns regarding the cage remained undiscovered. Before long, as the competition clock dwindled to a mere 10 minutes, the two exhaled a sigh of relief. The young security guard glanced at leviathan, saying, "See, Director, just as I told you, you can set your heart at ease now." Though the young guard spoke lightly, unbeknownst to him, his back was already drenched in sweat, and he had nearly lost control more than once. leviathan retorted, "Don't get cocky. I'll grant you a month's leave. During this month, rest at home. And rest assured, I will ensure you receive your due share." Upon hearing this, the young guard squinted his eyes and flatteringly replied, "Don't worry, Director. I won't show my face unless you call for me during this month." He added, "Well, I shall take my leave now." leviathan waved his hand dismissively. "All right. Enough dilly-dallying. Off you go." Just as the two believed the matter was settled and began bidding farewell, the familiar gasps of astonishment once again echoed from the monitors. leviathan turned to look, and even the young guard, whose foot was already halfway out the door, instinctively glanced back. At that moment, both felt a jolt of anxiety. Chapter 161, The Final Dance, a Mix-Up? On the large screen within the monitoring room, the focus of their attention, the contestant labeled number 18, had, at the last moment, caused the rod in his hand to bend once more. This time, the curvature of the rod far exceeded any previous instance. Was he reeling in a big catch? In the hall, the perception of Fang Yuan had undergone a dramatic transformation among the crowd. A novice who couldn't even operate a boat? A novice using a spinning reel during the competition? A complete novice who couldn't even observe basic fish behavior? At this moment, the crowd realized they had been outsmarted by this contestant number 18. With such a silky casting technique, such pinpoint accuracy in long-distance throws, and a staggering success rate. If he was a novice, then even those seated on the stage were far beneath him. Among the audience, the one most profoundly affected by Fang Yuan was undoubtedly Gong Sanshi, the esteemed commentator of this championship. As the saying goes, the higher the skill, the greater the understanding. Thus, he could discern the true prowess of Fang Yuan. At this moment, Gong Sanshi, having traversed this industry for over a decade and accumulated awards aplenty, recognized Fang Yuan's extraordinary talent in lure fishing. Remarkable. This young man is truly remarkable. Compared to my younger years, no. When I was his age, I was nowhere near as adept. Gong Sanshi resembled a master sculptor who had just discovered an ancient gem, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With the skill, a little guidance could yield a promising future. Indeed, a promising future. In an instant, Gong Sanshi was overwhelmed with exhilaration. However, due to the unique rules of lure fishing competitions, no one could predict who would ultimately claim victory until the final weighing phase, despite this being merely a preliminary round. Consequently, the hall buzzed with speculation. Do you think this contestant number 18 can secure victory in this preliminary round? Can he really win? After all those successive catches? It's hard to say. The competition isn't merely about who catches the most fish, but rather the final 3 to be weighed. Perhaps other contestants out of sight have also caught significant fish. That makes sense. Let us keep watching. The competition will conclude soon. Oh, why speculate? Based on that previous extraordinary cast, contestant number 18 is already my champion. Right. Regardless of the outcome, I must get a photo with him. You can line up at the back. As the crowd engaged in their discussions, a sudden exclamation erupted in the hall once more. Look, contestant number 18 has hooked another fish. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the large screen. There, the contestant number 18, Fang Yuan, held his rod, which was bent into an impressive arc, even more pronounced than before. This was not just a catch, it was a large one. Meanwhile, in the depths of the lake, although Fang Yuan's rod was arched dramatically, his expression did not reflect the usual joy associated with reeling in a large fish. Something was amiss. This sensation felt less like a fish and more akin to snagging the bottom. In a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan exerted force on the rod. And with that effort, the taut line emitted a distressing sound of friction. Undeterred, Fang Yuan continued to apply pressure. The rod, a high-quality long-distance casting model, and the line, a premium product, along with the artificial bait exchanged for 30 points, alleviated any concerns about breakage or line cuts. As he continued to pull, the tip of the rod exhibited a slight rebound, indicating that a substantial object beneath the water was being lifted. Consequently, Fang Yuan surmised that he had not hooked a fish, but rather snagged a heavy underwater object. As for what it was, while pondering, Fang Yuan skillfully balanced his small boat, leaning back. With immense strength, he executed a technique typically used on land, but in this instance, the small boat, floating on the water, began to drift due to the force exerted. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan exhaled and glanced at the nearest small island, then released the brake on the spool and paddled towards it. This scene left the online viewers and the audience in the hall agape. What was the streamer doing? Was he abandoning the catch? It didn't seem so. Given the direction, he appeared to be heading towards the nearby island, likely in search of a solid point to exert force. What? Are you implying that he couldn't handle this large fish on the boat? My goodness. One could only imagine how massive this fish must be. Among those astonished by Fang Yuan's actions were some who sensed something amiss, including Gong Sanshur in the hall. He had noticed something was off when Fang Yuan started to manipulate the line. If it were indeed a fish, upon being hooked, it would struggle violently in the water, a phenomenon referred to by anglers as gill washing. Yet, the large screen displayed no such occurrence. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's expression, being an observant professional, Gong Sanshur was acutely aware of every movement Fang Yuan made at the moment of hooking a fish. Previously, each time Fang Yuan hooked a fish, he would immediately opt for a second hook set, ensuring the hook penetrated securely to avoid any loss. However, this time, apart from the initial hook set, there were no subsequent actions reminiscent of his previous catches. Thus, is it truly a bottom catch? Indeed, as Fang Yuan's small boat drifted further away, the line cup in his hand, having been released from the brake, exhibited a slight curvature in the once taut line. Witnessing this scene, the crowd in the hall erupted in laughter. Oh, so it turns out it was a bottom catch. Haha. I thought I was reeling in a big fish with that rod tip just now, and I got all worked up for nothing. Haha, I felt the same. I didn't dare to breathe. Just as everyone exhaled, exclaiming about this blunder, the large screen revealed Fang Yuan, who had reached a small island. After finding a solid patch of ground, he thrust the rod forward, leveling the tip with the water's surface, then began to shake the line cup to tighten the line. Following this, with a low grunt, he forcefully lifted the rod, and in an instant, a shadow measuring several meters long emerged from the previously tranquil water's surface. Chapter 162, The Finale, Dual Regulations. First, inside the hall, upon witnessing this unexpected spectacle, everyone gaped in astonishment. What on earth is this? My goodness, is that a massive phantom? A water monster? Seriously, my friend, you're not that young. How can you lack such basic knowledge? This is a wetland, not a deep lake. The water here is so shallow it probably wouldn't even reach my neck. You dare tell me there are water monsters here? Precisely. According to the ironclad rules of the food chain, such an ecological environment as Hongfeng Lake cannot possibly yield any supersized creatures. Water monster. Hearing you say that reminds me of the recent uproar online about a so-called water monster incident, which ultimately turned out to be just a white sturgeon. Right. I saw that video too, hissing. In the midst of the discussion, one fellow suddenly paused and then remarked, "Hey, doesn't the physique of number 18 resemble that of the guy who caught the water monster at the river mouth?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall instinctively scrutinized the scene, with some even pulling out their phones to search online. After all, the river mouth water monster incident had occurred not long ago and still held some popularity online. Thus, upon searching, they compared and exclaimed, "Wow, it looks remarkably similar. I found it too." Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny between contestant 18 and the guy who caught the water monster at the river mouth. There were those who were fervent and those who remained rational. Oh dear, you all mentioned the river mouth. That is several hundred kilometers away from us. Please don't confuse the two. Some people these days are so gullible, lacking any capacity for independent thought. Hearing someone question this, the proponents quickly retaliated. What is wrong with the distance? Who says one cannot compete across regions? Exactly. Our Zhongbei district is a major competition area, and many skilled competitors are here. It's quite amusing how you all are so rational. Oh, so our Zhongbei district is a major competition area? The river mouth is closer to the Chudi district. Why not go there? Is it not permissible for them to choose? At that moment, the two factions argued heatedly, their faces flushed. While the crowd was embroiled in this debate, a new development unfolded on the big screen. As Fang Yuan exerted more force, the long shadow beneath the water became increasingly distinct within the lens. Upon seeing this, the crowd gasped in unison. Look, quickly, it's a net. Number 18 is hauling up a net. Oh, he brought up another net? But this one, hissing. A net? Is that really a net? No. It's just a larger model. Larger model? This isn't just a tad larger. I could fit inside and do somersaults in there. You call this just a bit larger? Indeed, its length is likely greater than my lifespan. The crowd was awestruck by the sheer size of the net that Fang Yuan had caught, while the expressions of the elderly leaders on stage darkened significantly. 3. A total of 3 nets? If there are too many, they'll all go to waste. Reflecting on the words spoken by the young security guard moments prior, the leaders felt as though they had been slapped in the face. 3. This single net is worth 30. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a large model of a net could exist. Where's leviathan? Where is he? In that moment, several leaders rose in anger. One of them glaring at a wetland staff member behind him and demanding, "Go fetch your leader immediately." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, leviathan trembled as he watched the unfolding events on the screen, a stream of yellow liquid trickling down his pant leg. It's over. This is completely finished. Explaining away 3 nets was manageable, but how on earth can he justify this single net, which is nearly 100 meters long? There's no way out. This net is too colossal. It's so enormous that no justification can be found. To claim it was for personal consumption? Wouldn't he such a preposterous excuse fool even a 3-year-old? Furthermore, with the scrutiny of the entire nation's online community, if this isn't thoroughly investigated, it will never settle down. Consequently, as the instigator, he will inevitably face the consequences of his actions. How severe the repercussions might be, leviathan pondered. Considering the multitude of nets in this wetland, both large and small, numbering no fewer than 100, despair washed over him. This quantity is far beyond merely skinning him alive. Meanwhile, the young security guard, noticing leviathan's demeanor, cautiously began to retreat. I must escape. Although I am being coerced, I have profited handsomely over the years. After all, my family's home was acquired through these dealings. Forget about relatives and kin. At this moment, my life takes precedence. As long as I have the mountains, I need not fear firewood. If not now, then when? However, just as he was about to step out, a crowd suddenly surged towards him. One among them pointed at him and exclaimed, "Leader, they are here. They are here." Watching the throng approach, the young security guard felt his legs weaken, rendered immobile as he collapsed onto the ground, a pool of yellow liquid forming beneath him. Before long, as both leviathan and the young security guard were apprehended, the personal lure pre-selection event held at Hongfeng Lake was drawing to a close. As for the champion of this competition, initially, there was some hesitation among the crowd, as the rules of this lure competition differ from other events. Until the final moment, no one could ascertain the outcome. However, when the crowd witnessed Fang Yuan, adorned with the number 18 badge, pulling out 3 hefty largemouth bass, each weighing around 7 or 8 pounds from the live fish tank, they were left speechless. When did this fellow manage to catch these large bass? No need to ask. It was undoubtedly before the incident concerning the contested lure, or else that live fish wouldn't have taken notice of his bait. My goodness. Does this imply I missed out on so much? Damn, the event organizers are utterly incompetent. They can't even distinguish between the small and the large. All right, my friend, no more complaints. Let us hasten forward, lest we miss the opportunity for a group photograph. Indeed, let us proceed together. A red carpet unfurls upon a high platform. Although this is merely a preliminary round, those who engage in or have a passion for lure fishing are undoubtedly individuals of means. Thus, the investment in this lure competition far surpasses that of other events, rendering even the preliminary rankings quite ceremonious. At this moment, upon the platform, seeing his name proudly displayed at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, Fang Yuan felt a swell of satisfaction. First place. The efforts of the morning had not been in vain. With the points accrued from this preliminary championship, he would, barring unforeseen circumstances, be at ease even if he were to miss a subsequent match. Of course, it would have been even more perfect had it not been for the few blunders that had seen his line tangled in the trap on several occasions. Below the stage, a throng of fishing enthusiasts, eager to catch a glimpse of the champion, halted in their tracks upon recognizing the name. Fang Yuan? That name seems oddly familiar. Yes, I too find it familiar. It seems there was a contestant named Fang Yuan who clinched first in yesterday's float fishing team competition. Could it be? Are these two individuals one and the same? Surely not. While both are fishing disciplines, mastering both is no small feat, not just difficult, but utterly improbable. Why not check the official website for clarification? Upon doing so, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 163. Hope to see you at the International Grand Prix. The realization struck. Once the crowd confirmed that the Fang Yuan who triumphed in yesterday's team competition was indeed the same individual on stage, pandemonium ensued, with some unable to contain their disbelief. For while both lure and float fishing fall under the umbrella of angling, the distinctions between them are significant, with varying emphases. Most anglers tend to specialize in one discipline, and even those who transition from one to the other often find themselves irrevocably drawn to their newfound passion. A float fisherman, upon trying lure fishing, may feel as though they have unlocked a door to an entirely new world, leading them down a path from which there is no return. As for those who have switched to float fishing out of resource concerns, they too find joy in the thrill of the catch. In contrast, those who excel in both disciplines to such an extent are exceedingly rare. It has been decades since such versatility has been witnessed in the mainland's various competitions. The rarity of such talent is palpable. Consequently, the fervor among the crowd intensified. Soon, with the host's official closing remarks, the personal lure preliminary round came to a definitive conclusion. As Fang Yuan prepared to descend from the stage, a surge of people rushed toward him. He paused, puzzled. What is this all about? It dawned on him that the crowd's gaze was one of fervent admiration, as if they wished to consume him whole. Just as he hesitated, a voice called out, "Young brother." Turning, he saw it was the commentator, Gong Sanshur. In a small office backstage, Fang Yuan and Gong Sanshur sat across from each other. The minimalist decor suggested it was a personal lounge prepared for Gong. "Fang Yuan, I watched your performance. Your lure fishing skills are remarkable." As he poured a cup of tea, Gong expressed his admiration. Hearing the praise, Fang Yuan smiled modestly. "Ah, just luck, merely luck." Gong chuckled. "Luck? If securing first place were merely a matter of chance, we might as well draw lots for the next competition." After taking a sip from his cup, Gong continued. "All right, Fang, I shall be direct. I brought you here to discuss a matter of significance." At the mention of serious business, Fang Yuan set down his cup and focused intently. Their eyes met, and Gong's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Fang, would you be interested in joining my team?" Not long after, Fang Yuan exited the lounge, with Gong accompanying him to the door. "So, have you given my invitation any thought?" Gong inquired. Fang Yuan turned back, chuckling. "Haha. I am quite accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. As I mentioned earlier, I not only engage in lure fishing but also dabble in float fishing. And I have formed a team with friends, so I must politely decline." Once again rebuffed, Gong sighed. "Ah, very well. Good things should not be forced. By the way, with your talent, I hope to see you at the International Grand Prix." Fang Yuan remained silent, pondering the prospect of the International Grand Prix. He could scarcely fathom how to fit the time for such an event into his schedule. After a brief chuckle, he continued on his way. Just a few steps later, Gong's voice rang out once more. "Fang." Fang Yuan turned to see Gong gesturing toward a less crowded staff exit. "That way leads to the employee passage. It is less congested." Grinning, Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude. This was indeed a timely assistance, as the fans outside were quite fervent. And he had been pondering how to make his escape. With a quick thank you, he departed through the staff passage, leaving the venue behind. The duration of the competition may have been brief, but the exertion was unparalleled to that of casual fishing. As for the competition itself, a sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Once back in his car, Fang Yuan reclined his seat and took a deep breath. At that moment, a sparrow chirped from a nearby utility pole. Hearing the phone ring, he answered it. Instantly, "Haha, brother, congratulations. I just finished a meeting and heard the news of your victory. What joyous tidings." It was Zhang Bin. Not only Zhang Bin, but Fang Yuan also heard the voice of Huzi on the line. "Brother Yuan, congratulations on another first place." Clearly, Huzi had been watching the live stream throughout the event. Feeling the warmth of their congratulations, Fang Yuan realized it would be remiss not to reciprocate. "Shall we gather for a celebration?" On the other end, Zhang Bin's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Absolutely. Not long after, the three friends, Fang Yuan, Zhang Bin, and Huzi, gathered at a barbecue stall in Jiangxing. Zhang Bin surveyed the modest eatery, observing the remnants left by previous patrons, looking somewhat bemused. "Are we really eating here?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Of course. Do not be deceived by the humble appearance. The flavors here far surpass those of any grand hotel." Zhang Bin appeared skeptical, glancing at Huzi for confirmation. In contrast to their previous evening's formal dining experience at the luxury hotel, Huzi seemed much more at ease within the casual ambience of the barbecue stall. Nodding in agreement with Zhang Bin's gaze, Zhang Bin hesitated. It was his first experience dining in such an environment. Fang Yuan remarked, "Come on, brother Bin. Once the skewers arrive, just indulge yourself. They are simply irresistible." With that, he snapped his fingers. "Boss, 3 mugs of draft beer." Chapter 164, Setting Off Again. A new destination. Compared to the luxurious private room at the Dihao Grand Hotel yesterday, today's roadside eatery, though somewhat shabby and lacking in sophistication, had its own charm. As a plate of sizzling, oil-dripping skewers was served, Zhang Bin took a bite, and all his previous doubts evaporated into thin air. The aroma was delightful. Indeed, it was utterly delectable. As the skewers were devoured and the draft beer flowed, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly vibrant, rivaling that of the opulent private room from the previous night. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, on a rural path, 2 figures were riding a motorcycle, glancing around nervously. One was a lean man with a pair of thin mustaches at the corners of his mouth, while the other was shorter and stockier, bearing a noticeable scar across his face. These two were none other than the escapees, the mustachioed Ma San and the scarred Su Deyo. who had been in pursuit of Fang Yuan. "Damn it, didn't you say you remembered the way? Where the hell are we?" Su Deo exclaimed, surveying the desolate surroundings with irritation. His curse prompted a somewhat aggrieved response from the mustachioed man, who muttered, "With such a long journey, how could I remember every detail? Had I known, I wouldn't have discarded that old man's phone." Though his voice was quiet, his words clearly reached Su Deo's ears, who promptly slapped the back of the mustachioed man's head. "Stop whining. You've been babbling this entire way. You wanted to keep the phone? With today's technology, do you even understand? Just using it once could reveal our location, and now you dare to complain? I'll knock some sense into you." Su Deo's agitation grew as he delivered a few more slaps. After riding for so long, he had been harboring a great deal of frustration. With no alternative, the two shared a motorcycle, and being too afraid to take the main roads, they could only navigate the bumpy rural paths. Moreover, considering it was winter, they had prioritized food and drink for the journey, neglecting to bring any protective gear. Consequently, braving the biting cold for an entire day over several hundred kilometers would make anyone irritable. Of course, the mustachioed man's unwavering loyalty to accompany Su Deo on this tumultuous journey was not solely due to their tenuous relation as half-brothers. After receiving a slap, Su Deo offered him a cigarette, saying, "San, just hang in there a little longer. Once we reach Jiangcheng, your brother-in-law will treat you to a good meal." The mustachioed man looked puzzled. Su Deo explained, "Before leaving, I called up a boss I had previously collaborated with, asking him to send some items to Jiangcheng. It turned out that despite their unreliability, these two had encountered numerous significant figures through years of underground dealings. Thus, prior to their departure, Su Deo had utilized the old man's phone to make a call for assistance. They needed only a few thousand yuan and 2 mobile phones, with the delivery point set for Jiangcheng. Upon hearing this, the mustachioed man felt a sense of relief. "Really?" Su Deo nodded affirmatively. "Of course. When has your brother-in-law ever deceived you? Now, focus on riding." With this reassurance, the mustachioed man regained his spirit, twisting the throttle as their motorcycle roared forward. The following morning, as they had planned to embark on a fishing trip right after the competition, it was essential to rise early and prepare thoroughly. As for their destination, Fang Yuan had previously sought the opinions of fellow fishing enthusiasts in a group chat, inquiring about suitable wild fishing spots. To his delight, the responses poured in, with each friend claiming that their location boasted excellent fishing conditions. Some even shared photos and videos. Amidst the chatter, Fang Yuan discovered several promising locations. But the one that piqued his interest the most was a comment from a seasoned adventurer from the southwestern region of Ling. This individual recounted an experience from 3 years prior when he had paddled upstream through a mountain creek into an uninhabited forest, accidentally discovering a deep pool formed by the accumulation of the creek. Though small in surface area, it was exceptionally deep, reaching over 30 meters at its deepest point, as verified by sonar equipment. During this exploration, he spotted a massive, unidentified aquatic creature, estimated to be at least 3 to 4 meters long, which terrified him into fleeing. This revelation not only captured Fang Yuan's attention, but also sparked a lively debate among the group, with some skeptical of the adventurer's claims, suggesting he was simply boasting or that his equipment had malfunctioned, while others entertained the possibility of unknown creatures lurking in the remote wilderness. Intrigued, Fang Yuan contacted the adventurer, only to learn that he had since abandoned outdoor exploration for fishing and was currently competing in Chu. Fortunately, the adventurer vaguely recalled the route from that expedition, thus revealing the name of the place, Ileo Mountain. Further online research revealed numerous mysterious incidents associated with Ileo Mountain in recent years. Situated in a subtropical region with abundant rainfall, it harbored countless interconnected deep pools, which were often linked to reports of unidentified aquatic creatures. Consequently, Fang Yuan felt compelled to visit Ileo Mountain. First, due to its location in the southwestern region, where the climate was warm year-round, ensuring that fish would be active. Second, even disregarding the deep pool mentioned by the adventurer, there were dozens of similarly sized pools scattered throughout Ileo Mountain, many of which remained undiscovered. Most importantly, a brief video circulating online showed the adventurer paddling a kayak into the mountains when, at the 10th second, a massive shadow swiftly passed beneath his kayak, causing ripples that rocked the vessel. The size of the creature was indeterminate, but it was evident that it was at least twice the length of the kayak. This only solidified Fang Yuan's determination to embark on a journey to Ileo Mountain. Chapter 165. A border town, exotic charm. With the destination now confirmed, the remaining tasks involved preparation, as venturing into uncharted territory necessitated some expenditure. Thus, prior to embarking on his journey, Fang Yuan made yet another visit to an outdoor equipment store, where he procured a complete set of professional outdoor sports gear. This included garments crafted from robust, breathable fabric and sturdy, durable water shoes, alongside some insect repellent spray. In the subtropical forest, while one might not encounter large predators, an abundance of snakes, rodents, insects, and ants is assured, as advised by fellow enthusiasts. Naturally, the most crucial item for this adventure was a single kayak, which Fang Yuan acquired at a considerable expense, heeding the guidance of a friend from the southwest region. This kayak was fortified with an armored paint coating and featured a solid hull, ensuring preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. After investing nearly 30,000 yuan, Fang Yuan officially set forth on this fishing expedition. 2 days later, after exiting the highway and driving more than 100 kilometers to a quaint town, a range of verdant mountains came into view, revealing the enigmatic Ileo mountain. However, as the saying goes, one can see the mountain but cannot reach it without traversing a considerable distance. From conversations with his friend from Kiangsanan, Fang Yuan learned that years ago, he had entered the mountains from a village known as Penyangjai. Yet, as the navigation indicated, Penyangjai was nowhere to be found, prompting Fang Yuan to park and inquire for directions. By serendipity, the town was bustling, perhaps due to a market day or some local event, with many pedestrians adorned in attire reflecting the region's ethnic characteristics. For instance, nearly every woman carried a large basket on her back, filled with various supplies purchased from the market, while some even contained infants. In short, everything witnessed in this southwestern land was a departure from the familiar, instilling an inexplicable sense of relaxation in Fang Yuan, causing his strides to slow. Soon, after leisurely strolling, Fang Yuan came across a small supermarket aptly named Jia Aixing Supermarket. Upon entering, he spotted an elderly man behind the counter, his head wrapped in a thick cloth, engrossed in watching television. The program featured local folk songs, melodious yet incomprehensible to Fang Yuan. He casually pointed to 2 packs of cigarettes on the shelf, feeling it would be impolite to inquire about directions without making a purchase. However, when he attempted to ask the elderly man for the specific location of Penyangjai, he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the man's response. Fortunately, the elder recognized the language barrier and called for assistance. Shortly after, a dark-skinned, slender young man approached. After exchanging a few words with the elder, he turned to Fang Yuan and asked, "You wish to go to Penyangjai?" Although his Mandarin was not flawless, it was comprehensible, albeit laced with a hint of skepticism. Fang Yuan nodded, unclear about the young man's reaction. "I suggest you reconsider," the young man advised. "That place has a sinister reputation." Taken aback, Fang Yuan inquired about the meaning of sinister. The young man proceeded to share various rumors surrounding Penyangjai, leaving Fang Yuan amused. It turned out that the village was comprised primarily of women, and in earlier years, it was known as Xiaoyaozhai. However, as the young men left for work elsewhere, the remaining women increased, leading to the village's name change. Due to a series of unfortunate incidents involving young men who had left the village, the name Penyangjai gradually became synonymous with widowhood. This reputation extended even to women who married out from the village, as their husbands often faced illness or accidents. Consequently, leaving the village became viewed as an ill omen among locals, explaining the young man's reaction upon learning of Fang Yuan's intentions. For Fang Yuan, such tales were merely entertaining anecdotes. He recalled similar stories from his hometown, which also had its share of widow villages and bachelor villages. Furthermore, his friend who had spent time in Penyangjai had left 3 years prior and was doing well. Thus, he dismissed the warnings. The young man, recognizing Fang Yuan's determination, provided him with directions to the village. After acquiring the specific address, Fang Yuan did not set off immediately, having driven 2,000 kilometers in one breath. He felt a tinge of fatigue despite his robust constitution. With the lively surroundings beckoning, he decided to explore the town further and indulge in a good meal. The town may have been small, consisting of merely 2 long streets, yet everything felt refreshingly novel to Fang Yuan, perhaps due to cultural differences. He purchased several items of local attire, determined not to return home empty-handed. Not to mention, he had gifts for his parents and ex-Einer to prepare. Having bought clothing, he sought to savor the local cuisine. At a roadside stall supported by bamboo poles, he ordered a serving of handmade rice noodles, freshly cut and prepared. Upon tasting, he found it delicious, albeit slightly spicy. Thus, from morning until noon, Fang Yuan meandered through the town, and as the crowd began to thin, he finally set off toward Penyangjai. Chapter 166, The Village Beneath Ileo Mountain. Following the young man's directions, Fang Yuan found Penyangjai easy to locate. He simply had to follow a small road southward from the town. After traversing 2 hills and a river, he would arrive at the village. Initially, Fang Yuan assumed the journey would be brief, as the young man's description suggested a straightforward route. However, upon reaching the first hill, he found himself driving for over an hour. The road was somewhat challenging, yet far better than the treacherous paths he had encountered with the tomb raiders. Upon reaching the second hill, another hour had passed. Had it not been for the geographical location, it would have been dark by now, as it would have been back in his hometown. After navigating nearly 4 hours of rugged mountain roads, Fang Yuan finally spotted the river mentioned by the young man, and the once distant Ileo mountain loomed close. The sight was striking. The mountain, shrouded in mist and surrounded by dense forests, resembled an ancient behemoth coiled upon itself, evoking an instinctive sense of awe. It is worth noting that this mountain peak is merely a fragment of the sprawling Ileo mountain range, which extends a staggering 450 kilometers in length, with its narrowest point spanning over 30 miles, encompassing an astounding area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. Otherwise, it would not be designated as a forbidden zone for humanity. The river before us flows forth from the Ileo Mountains. Despite its swift current, the water is crystal clear, and upon closer inspection, one can observe schools of fish darting between the crevices of the stones. Were it not for the encroaching dusk, Fang Yuan would have considered following the river upstream in search of a prime fishing spot to cast his lines. Having found such a location, he took out his phone to capture a panoramic image, updating his followers with the caption that he had discovered the fishing site and would commence his broadcast the following day. Having traversed 2 hills and encountered the river, he was indeed nearing the village known as Panu Zhai. After a few minutes of driving, a quaint village with unique architecture came into view. At this hour of twilight, wisps of smoke curled up from numerous households, evoking the picturesque tranquility of a village in autumn, as described in the books he had read. According to a previous acquaintance from the water community, this village served as a resupply point during his multiple excursions into the depths of the Ileo Mountains. Observing the village before him, Fang Yuan assessed the surroundings, parked his vehicle, and approached. Panu Zhai was modest in size, comprising perhaps 30 households. Whether due to local customs or other reasons, the architectural style was notably distinctive. Nearly every home was raised on stilts. This meant that the ground floor was supported by robust bamboo poles, likely housing livestock, while the living quarters were situated on the second floor. This was Fang Yuan's first encounter with such architecture, and he was quite astonished. As he drew closer, he was noticed by a group of boisterous children, their faces glistening with curiosity. Observing these little ones, along with their unabashed nudity, Fang Yuan chuckled. The young men in town had mentioned this was a village of widows, devoid of men. Yet here were these unabashedly naked children. Fang Yuan could see the children, and they could certainly see him. Instead of exhibiting any fear, the youngsters gazed at him with inquisitive eyes, and one of them, perhaps emboldened by curiosity, exclaimed something, prompting the rest to gather around him. Seeing the group of children approach, Fang Yuan rummaged through his pockets, producing a stash of mint candies, ample enough for each child to receive one. As they eagerly accepted the treats, he inquired, "Little friends, is this Panu Zhai?" In response, the tallest child began to babble excitedly, and soon the rest followed suit in a delightful chorus of chatter. Realizing he might need to find someone who could converse meaningfully, Fang Yuan prepared to enter the village. Just then, one of the children piped up, "Big brother, are you from the big city?" Surprised by the fluent Mandarin, Fang Yuan turned to see a child with noticeably fairer skin than the others. "Can you speak Mandarin?" he asked. "Of course. My mother taught me," the child replied. At that moment, perhaps the commotion had drawn the attention of an adult, as a woman emerged from within the village. She uttered something, and the children dispersed in an instant. Initially, Fang Yuan had not paid much heed to the woman, intending merely to greet her. However, as she approached, he felt his face flush. From a frontal view, her attire appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, he noted a striking absence of fabric between her waist and armpits, revealing a swaying flesh-colored gourd as she brushed her hair. Thus, her clothing merely concealed her front and back, leaving her sides entirely exposed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, beneath a sign indicating the name of Jiang City, Xiao Huzi and Scarface wept openly upon seeing the characters for Jiang City. The journey had been arduous, and their tears flowed uncontrollably. According to their estimates, this journey of over 800 kilometers should have taken merely a day by motorcycle. Yet, the reality of the ride proved far more challenging. Initially, the temperature in the northern Jiang region was manageable on foot, even causing them to sweat when moving briskly. However, riding a motorcycle, they would have surely succumbed to the cold had Xiao Huzi not pilfered 2 helmets and gloves. Furthermore, the motorcycle's limited fuel range necessitated frequent stops for refueling, which often entailed siphoning fuel from other vehicles, an endeavor that had once nearly resulted in a violent confrontation with an irate owner. To avoid detection by road surveillance, they opted for back roads. Yet, while these paths had fewer cameras, the signage was specific to villages and towns, unlike the highways that bore major city names, leading to inevitable disorientation. Consequently, what should have been a journey of a mere half-day extended into 3 exhausting days and nights before they finally reached Jiang City. As they beheld the illuminated cityscape, Xiao Huzi wiped away tears. "Brother-in-law, I'm hungry." Scarface's stomach echoed in agreement. having last eaten a few eggs scavenged from a henhouse the previous night. Though Scarface swallowed hard, he understood that this was not the time to dwell on food, particularly since they had no money to spend. Reflecting on their previous arrangement with the boss over the phone, Scarface scanned the area and approached a cluster of students. Before long, through inquiries among the students, Scarface located the designated express delivery point agreed upon with the boss. Upon providing the last digits of his phone number, he collected a parcel. Finding a secluded corner, they eagerly tore open the package. Despite its modest size, it contained a wealth of items: 2 mobile phones, several replacement SIM cards, fake identification cards, several thousand yuan in cash, a power bank, and a solar charging panel. These were essentials for their travels, lost during their previous capture and now replenished by the boss. Upon seeing the stack of cash, Xiao Huzi was overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, we can enjoy a warm meal. After satisfying their hunger at a roadside stall with a plate of fried skewers, Xiao Huzi suggested, should we randomly find a household to rest for the night? At this, Scarface swiftly delivered a playful slap to his back. What on earth occupies your mind? The little mustached man expressed his grievances, somewhat perplexed. Given the habitual nature of their previous escapades, they would typically traverse the road in search of an uninhabited dwelling to rest, one that would provide sustenance and perhaps a change of attire. At that moment, the scar-faced man inquired, "What do you suppose we traveled these vast distances for?" The little mustached man, clutching his forehead, replied, "To exact revenge on that fishing lad." The scar-faced man cast a disdainful glance, retorting, "Oh, so you are aware that our purpose here is vengeance? Let me ask you, we have yet to locate this person, and here we are, seeking an empty house to inhabit. If we find it unoccupied, well and good, but what if it is occupied? Will the homeowner not report us the next day? This would clearly compromise our whereabouts." He paused, scrutinizing the little mustached man. "What else with that look? Are you planning to silence them?" He continued, "Listen, we operate in the shadows. The surface world is not our domain. Had that rascal not gone too far, we wouldn't be risking ourselves to pursue him. There are principles involved, do you understand? We are thieves, grave robbers, not murderers." Chastened by this tirade, the little mustached man hung his head and muttered, "Then where shall we stay? It's freezing out here." The scar-faced man rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I truly disdain you. Where else? Are those 2 sticks yours standing on mere decorations?" He then checked his phone and continued, "Come on, brother-in-law. I'll take you to a small inn near the train station to spend the night." The following morning, the scar-faced man and the little mustached man emerged from the inn, rejuvenated. Compared to the previous day's disheveled state, they now appeared fresh and vibrant. They had bathed, shaved, and even donned new clothes, albeit ill-fitting, clearly acquired from others. Having ascertained the location of the tournament at the Hongfeng wetlands, they hastily rented a shared electric scooter and sped off. However, upon arrival, they were taken aback. The little mustached man yanked off his mask in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness! Why are there so many people?" Before the entrance of the wetland park, vehicles of all sizes were parked in abundance, and beneath a red banner with golden lettering, a sea of heads stretched beyond sight. It turned out that after the initial group fishing tournament, today marked the grand finale, the individual angling competition. If any event could showcase the full prowess of a professional angler, it would undoubtedly be this one. Thus, the number of competitors had swelled, making the atmosphere far more lively than on the first day, with previously unseen masters and prominent fishing streamers making their appearances today. Observing this, the scar-faced man rubbed the back of his head. "Are you certain we haven't come to the wrong place?" The little mustached man, with a serious expression, affirmed, "No mistake. I checked. This is indeed the place. But why are there so many people?" Clearly, neither of them had anticipated such a turnout for a fishing tournament. And seeking one individual among this crowd was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The little mustached man asked, "What should we do, brother-in-law?" The scar-faced man shot him a glance and, without waiting for an answer, slapped him on the back. "Put your mask back on. With all these cameras around, are you trying to get us caught?" Feeling aggrieved, the little mustached man protested, "But you were just smoking. Isn't that a double standard?" Although his words were muttered softly, the scar-faced man's keen ears caught them. Hearing this, he slapped him again. "And what with your rhymes? Are you trying to get into graduate school or something? Hurry up and put on that mask. And you, stay put while I go in and scout for that lad." Reluctantly, the little mustached man protested, "Why must it always be me?" The scar-faced man replied, "You're the younger brother. If you don't go, who will?" "But there are so many people," the little mustached man exclaimed. The scar-faced man retorted, "Damn it, I said go." Ready to strike again. The little mustached man's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother-in-law, I have an idea." The scar-faced man inquired, "What idea?" The little mustached man explained, "That lad loves to live stream. He was broadcasting during the last competition. He's bound to be live today as well, and once he does, locating him will be a piece of cake." Upon hearing this, The scar-faced man nodded in approval. Ah, well done. When we return, I might just ask you for a smaller dowry. With that, the two of them pulled out their phones and logged on to a short video platform, eagerly clicking on the account of Fang Yuan. To their surprise, they didn't find a live stream, but instead saw a newly updated video. The scar-faced man exclaimed, Ileo Mountain? That little rascal has changed locations again. He instructed, check where Ileo Mountain is. The little mustached man diligently searched on his phone, but upon discovering the answer, his lips trembled and his demeanor soured. Noticing this, the scar-faced man inquired, what's wrong? Have you lost your wits? The little mustached man shakily handed over his phone. Brother-in-law, take a look. Consequently, the scar-faced man's curses echoed throughout the street. Over 2,000 kilometers? Is that little rascal planning to fish on the moon? Chapter 168, Big Brother, can you teach me how to fish? Meanwhile, at the women's village, time rewinds to the previous evening, when the villagers heard that a young outsider had arrived. A significant number of the women flocked out to observe, for it had been years since anyone from outside had come. Upon seeing the crowd of women approaching, Fang Yuan felt his face grow even redder, realizing that not only the first woman he encountered, who had dressed provocatively, but the other women in the village were similarly attired. From the front, it was manageable, but from the side, oh dear, his heart raced. Nevertheless, adhering to local customs, Fang Yuan respected their attire, and after being warmly invited into the village by the enthusiastic women, he gradually became accustomed to the atmosphere. Notably, due to language barriers, the villagers fetched the mother of the previously encountered boy who spoke Mandarin to act as an interpreter. The boy's mother, named Linyang, was considerably taller than the other women in the village and had a notably fair complexion, though her clothing was as daring as the rest. As Fang Yuan had surmised, Linyang was also an outsider who had married into the village years ago. Thus, unable to resist the warmth of the village women, Fang Yuan ended up staying late, even having dinner with them. Throughout their conversations, he gained a deeper understanding of the women's village. As previously mentioned, the village is now devoid of any able-bodied men, save for a few young boys who have yet to mature. If one were to rewind the years, they would find some elderly residents still lingering in the village. But as time has passed, those who were once the village's labor force have ventured out in search of work and never returned, leaving the community bereft of men. The reason for this exodus lies in the village's proximity to the border. Many laborers have long since sought their fortunes along the frontier, where the unique geographical circumstances often mean that they do not return. As for why they do not come back, the villagers' women speculate that the men, having encountered the allure of the outside world, choose to abandon their families, becoming unfaithful husbands. Yet, according to Fang Yuan's understanding, most of these men likely yearn to return but find themselves unable to do so. Of course, this is their affair, and he need only listen. Thus, after lingering in the village until late, Fang Yuan finally returned to his pickup truck to rest. The following morning, while still lost in slumber, he was awakened by the sounds of laughter outside the vehicle. Upon drawing back the side curtain, he smiled at the sight before him. A group of boisterous children had gathered to play in front of his truck. What boy does not harbor a love for machinery? Living in this almost isolated village, they were irresistibly drawn to his modified pickup. Observing this, Fang Yuan stepped out of the vehicle and produced a bag of mint candies, distributing them among the children. Once they received the sweets, his truck lost its allure, and they scattered away like birds, laughing and bouncing off into the distance. However, one child remained behind, the son of Linyang. From their conversation the previous day, Fang Yuan learned that this little boy was named Gawa, and he was 6 years old. Unlike the other laborers from the village who had ventured to the border, Gawa's father had gone to a big city in the mainland, where he met Linyang. Under her influence, Gawa had learned to speak Mandarin. But, akin to the other laborers, after sending the two of them back to the village, Gawa's father never returned. Noticing that Gawa had not left and was empty-handed, Fang Yuan assumed that the child lingered due to not receiving any candy. After all, children can be quite understanding. Yet, just as Fang Yuan prepared to hand him a few pieces of candy, Gawa spoke up. Big brother, is that a fishing rod in your truck? Fang Yuan was taken aback and followed Gawa's gaze to see a rod resting on the tailgate, the same one he had initially used by the river. Because of its special significance, he had hung it there as a decoration. Do you recognize it? He asked. Gawa puffed out his small chest with a hint of pride and replied, of course. My father made me one before he left, but it wasn't as beautiful as yours. After this declaration, a flicker of sadness crossed his face, as if he recalled something else, and he added, but I accidentally broke my fishing rod. Seeing the little one so forlorn, and recalling the dinner he had shared with them the night before, Fang Yuan glanced back at the rod that held such meaning for him. He took it down and presented it to Gawa. Here, it's a gift for you. Upon hearing this, Gawa's eyes brightened. Really? Fang Yuan nodded. Of course it's real. However, after examining the rod for a few moments, Gawa hesitated and withdrew his hand. Don't you like it? Fang Yuan inquired. Gawa shook his head. It's not that. My mother told me not to take things that belong to others. Hearing Gawa's words, Fang Yuan chuckled. It's all right. I will tell your mother that this is a gift from me, not something you took. It is said that children are easily appeased. With just a simple explanation, Gawa joyfully accepted the rod. After receiving it, he looked up at Fang Yuan and asked, Big brother, can you fish too? Fang Yuan replied with conviction. Of course. Gawa's face lit up with excitement. Big brother, can you teach me how to fish? I know a place where there are lots of fish, but I can never catch any. Fang Yuan glanced at him with curiosity. You know a place where there are many fish? Gawa nodded eagerly. Initially, Fang Yuan assumed the location he referred to was the river not far from the village. As he had observed it the previous day, its waters clear enough to reveal numerous fish swimming among the stones. However, when Gawa pointed towards the Ileo Mountains, Fang Yuan paused. In the mountains? Gawa affirmed, yes, right in the mountains. Soon, under Gawa's guidance, a massive cave, towering above several people, came into view. With a river several meters wide flowing gently from within, Fang Yuan was taken aback by the sight. Not only was there the river flowing from the cave, but the cave's unusual formation was something he had never encountered before. As he beheld the river, Fang Yuan's professional instincts kicked in, and he activated his system's radar for a scan. Ding! New fishing ground can be activated in the current water area. Would the host like to proceed? Chapter 169. New fishing ground. 9 bends and 18 turns. Ding! New fishing ground can be activated in the current water area. Would the host like to proceed? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Fang Yuan smiled. Should I proceed? Why hesitate? He immediately confirmed the activation. In an instant, ding! Fishing ground successfully activated. A page unfolded before him. Fishing ground. 9 bends and 18 turns. Grade E. Current unlocking progress. 0. Ding. Daily tasks for the fishing ground activated. A reward of 100 points will be granted for catching over 100 fish today. As Fang Yuan gazed at the page before him, a momentary daze washed over him. First and foremost was the fishing ground's grade. E grade. This small underground river was classified as an E-grade fishing ground. It was worth noting that the previous Red Maple Lakes estuary was only rated F. Moreover, the daily task reward was an astonishing 100 points, by Fang Yuan's own calculations. That translated to 10 bottles of bait, with each bottle capable of exchanging for 50 bottles of ground bait, meaning that even the cheapest carp bait would be worth 25,000 yuan, earning 25,000 in a day. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Yuan opened the rare fish catalog for this fishing ground, only to find it shrouded in darkness, just as it had been since he activated the estuary fishing ground. At this point, he had grown accustomed to it. Not being able to see was inconsequential. Simply completing the daily tasks would yield a considerable reward. With the fishing ground activated, Fang Yuan unleashed his drone, and the live stream commenced. Thanks to the previous day's build-up, a throng of eager viewers flooded into the stream. It is worth noting that Fang Yuan had recently observed a noticeable slowdown in the growth of his follower count, which was markedly less rapid than it had been in the past. According to his previous estimates, he should have reached 1 million followers within 6 months, thereby becoming a major streamer. But now, it seemed a distant prospect. However, the growth of followers has been rather sluggish. Yet, the backend receives an overwhelming number of invitations from various guilds daily. Some claim to provide support upon joining, while others assert that signing a contract would ensure promotional streams. The justifications for mutual sharing of followers are as diverse as they are colorful. As for Fang Yuan's attitude towards this, he chooses to disregard it entirely. Promotional streams? Sharing? TSK. He is well aware of the cohesion among his followers. Each one is hard-earned. Why should he share with them? At this very moment, as he begins his broadcast, no fewer than 1,000 viewers flood in. Reports, attendance, front row. Am I the first? Sofa. Darn it, I'm a step too late. Some are competing for the front row, while others have noticed the change in today's streaming location. Where's the host? Why does it look so dark? Oh, isn't the host supposed to be fishing today? Host. Didn't you say yesterday in the preview that you would be entering Ileo Mountain? Where's this? It looks like a cave, but I can't be sure without a full view. Glancing at the barrage on the virtual screen, Fang Yuan smiles, and with a thought, directs his flying device skyward, revealing a vast expanse of lush wilderness in the shot. As the device soars, the little one also notices Fang Yuan's actions. Big brother, are you looking at your phone? Looking at the phone? Fang Yuan pauses, then sees the hand on his arm covering his ear with a smile. Yes, this is called live streaming. Live streaming? The child murmurs, leaning in to glance at the phone before losing interest and continuing inside. Clearly, in the eyes of this little one, this so-called live streaming pales in comparison to the thrill of fishing. However, while the child may be disinterested, the multitude of viewers in the live stream gasps in astonishment at the expansive greenery displayed on the screen. Wow, this vast forest seems endless. Host, is this Ileo Mountain? My goodness, can you imagine the shock this sight brings to someone who has lived on the vast grasslands? Bro, upstairs. At least you can still see green on the grasslands. What can I say as a child from the northwest? Haha, fellow sufferer. But let us be honest. These views on screen completely overshadow our so-called 5A scenic spots. This is clearly a true primeval forest. Indeed, this sprawling greenery and the vast sea of clouds. One can only imagine how breathtaking it must be up close. Haha, as I always say, follow the host. And we shall experience the magnificent landscapes of our motherland. But can we catch fish in this forest? Looking at the barrage, Fang Yuan chuckles, then controls the flying device to give a close-up of the cave before him, particularly focusing on the river flowing from within. As the camera captures this, whoa, a cave and an underground river? I know about this. It's the karst topography I learned in geography class. Yes, it's karst topography. I studied it in school. Haha, the long-buried memories are surfacing. I actually remember what I learned in school. Karst cave? I know this question. Are there colorful hanging stones inside? Some begin to reminisce, while others start to provide explanations. What on earth is karst topography? This is just a cave. And judging by the panoramic close-up the host just provided, it's clearly a primeval forest landscape, completely unrelated to the karst topography you mentioned. Also, it's not surprising that there's an underground river in this cave. But can we really find fish in it? Thanks for the informative insights, bro upstairs. But while you can question us, how dare you question Fang Yuan? Yes, who is Fang Yuan? That is the god of fishing in ancient Greece. What the heck? Ancient Greece? He is clearly our god from Huahua. Watching the barrage fly by, Fang Yuan laughs. Haha. Brothers, don't elevate me too high. This is my first time here as well. As for whether there are fish? Saying this, Fang Yuan raises his fishing rod. We'll have to give it a try to find out. While Fang Yuan says this, he is nonetheless filled with unwavering confidence. With the little one ahead and himself setting up the fishing spot behind, under such dual assurance, there must be fish here. The only question remains is whether they will bite or not. Observing the child who has ventured deeper inside, Fang Yuan takes a deep breath and follows him in. Chapter 170. Oh no, I've been schooled by a child. Due to the cave's nature, as the two delve deeper, visibility diminishes. Although enhanced vision mitigates the darkness for Fang Yuan, being his first visit, he retrieves an outdoor flashlight from his pack. The flying device also switches to night mode. As for the little one ahead, Fang Yuan had intended to pass the flashlight to him, but the child, smiling, claims he has been here countless times and could navigate even with his eyes closed. Fine. Seeing him so confident, Fang Yuan keeps the flashlight in hand for future use. This cave, aptly named for its winding paths, is indeed serpentine. After only a few more steps, they reach a bend, where darkness thickens further. Fortunately, upon reaching this point, the child halts. This is it. If we go any further, the space narrows, and it'll be hard to swing the rod. Hearing this, Fang Yuan is taken aback. You've been here too? The child responds affirmatively, of course. I often come here to play with friends from the village. We've explored far into the depths. Fang Yuan glances inward. Aside from the sound of flowing water, it's a realm of darkness, resembling a giant beast ready to swallow anyone whole. Observing this, Fang Yuan can't help but give the child a thumbs up. Given this environment, one could hardly expect even an adult to muster the courage to venture deeper. As they reach the destination, Fang Yuan ceases to hesitate and begins preparing for fishing. First, the method. With flowing water, it's obviously time for lure fishing. As for whether the fish will bite, that remains to be seen. Once he assembles the spinning rod, the child looks on in awe. Big brother, is this also a fishing rod? Fang Yuan nods. Yes, this is a lure rod, also used for fishing. He then looks at the child. Do you like it? If you do, I can give you one. This isn't merely a casual offer. While the dragon catching series from the system cannot be gifted, the few rods he purchased for the car can be given away. However, the child shakes his head. No. This one in my hand is enough. Fang Yuan smiles and refrains from further discussion. It's a new place, a new environment. During their journey here, he had asked the child, and according to him, there are plenty of fish here, but most are only about 20 centimeters long. Therefore, he opts for a small breadworm soft bait for his hook, suitable for small fish. Just as he secures the breadworm on the hook, the child speaks again. Big brother, this worm you're using is fake, right? Fang Yuan remarked. Indeed, it's fake, made of plastic. Upon receiving confirmation, the young boy raised the back of his head, exclaiming, fake? Are you not just trying to fool the fish? This statement left Fang Yuan momentarily speechless, while the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha, what a clever way to fool the fish. One user chimed in. Didn't I say that fish don't eat plastic? Now the child speaks the truth. There was a consensus among the viewers, as it was evident that fish do not consume plastic. I've been fishing with lures for nearly 3 months now, and I haven't caught a single fish. Fang Yuan lamented. 3 months? I've been at it for over a year and still haven't caught anything. He continued. No wonder traditional pole fishing is so popular. Lure fishing is truly challenging. Hearing the young boy's words, Fang Yuan adopted a didactic tone and began to explain the principles behind using artificial lures for fishing. He elaborated on the simulated forms and movements designed to entice fish to bite, articulating every detail without omission. However, he also humbly acknowledged that while artificial lures are beneficial, they are not infallible. The reasoning was straightforward. As a newcomer, if he failed to catch anything after his explanation, it would be quite embarrassing. Well, I'll give it a try first. If I don't catch anything, I'll explore other methods, he said, gesturing towards his backpack. Look, brother, I've got plenty of fishing gear in here. Seeing this, the young boy didn't ask further and began fiddling with his fishing rod. Given that the river was only a few meters wide and comprised mostly bends, Fang Yuan cast his line a short distance, landing it in a relatively slow-flowing area about 10 meters away. As always, when engaging in wild fishing, especially at an unfamiliar spot, one must possess patience. This principle applies not only to lure fishing, but also to pole fishing. Thus, for the initial few casts, Fang Yuan focused on searching the water column. If the surface yielded no results, he would probe the mid-water. If that proved unfruitful, he would drag along the bottom. Essentially, he aimed to cover all bases. As he cast repeatedly, he switched through various lures, employing soft baits, minnows, pencil baits, jigs, and even spinners, trying each in turn. However, after more than half an hour without a single bite, he began contemplating a change of location. He had tried various baits and searched different depths. Yet the fish remained elusive. This indicated one thing. There were no fish in the water. Just as Fang Yuan was about to walk further in to try a different spot, a splash caught his attention. He turned to see the young boy, holding the rod he had given him, exclaim excitedly, "Haha, big brother, I caught a fish." As he spoke, he awkwardly retreated, pulling a fish of decent size onto the shore through his clumsy movements. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan was taken aback, and the viewers in the live stream could not contain their laughter. "Haha, what just happened? Did I just witness Fang Yuan being taught a lesson by a child?" One commenter quipped, "I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it live." It was hard to imagine the mix of emotions Fang Yuan felt upon seeing the child catch a fish after he had been standing idle for so long. Haha, I can't help but laugh at the thought of the host earnestly lecturing the young boy on lure fishing, only to be outdone moments later. As the banter continued, Fang Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling the heat of embarrassment. Just as the viewers had pointed out, he had been expounding on fishing techniques, only to find himself without a catch while a child had succeeded. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had developed a thick skin over time, and after clearing his throat, he said, "Well, perhaps the fish here are shy. As an outsider, they might not take my bait." This comment elicited laughter, as it was the first time anyone had suggested that fish might be timid. Indeed, host, spare us the excuses. Explanations only serve to mask your embarrassment. Fang Yuan, now more focused on the fish the young boy had caught, observed that it was not particularly small, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. Its appearance bore some resemblance to a surface fish, such as the red-tailed green, characterized by fine scales, a slender body, and an upward-facing mouth. However, upon closer inspection, something was amiss. The fish lacked eyes. Fang Yuan, astonished, exclaimed, "What kind of fish is this? It looks so peculiar." The young boy replied, "It's a blind fish. Don't you have them where you come from?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "No, this is the first time I've encountered such a fish." He then maneuvered the drone to capture a close-up of the blind fish in the boy's hands, instantly drawing the attention of viewers. "Wow, that is quite a sizable fish. Over 20 centimeters. One commenter noted, "Is it a whitebait? Brother, take another look. Does your whitebait have an upward-facing mouth?" Another chimed in, "Exactly what whitebait? Clearly, it's a surface fish. Who would have thought that the host traveled thousands of kilometers just to catch a surface fish? Whitebait, surface fish. My goodness. If you had examined the position of the fish's eyes more closely, you wouldn't have said that." As one viewer pointed this out, realization dawned on many. Indeed, this fish had no eyes. "I've been fishing for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen such a fish." One exclaimed, "It's a disabled fish. The young boy has quite the luck." Disabled fish? Seriously? I believe this fish belongs to a category of cave-dwelling fish known as six-eyed flying fish. Catching such a fish would require immense courage, as a famous song suggests. Love truly requires bravery to face the six-eyed flying fish. Seriously, are you for real? My heavens. I was earnestly watching until that particular lyric emerged. How shall I put it? Although the person above was jesting, there was a kernel of truth in his words. I am a student of aquatic biology, and this fish is indeed a branch of the cave-dwelling fish genus. Finally, a knowledgeable individual has arrived, prompting everyone to tag him for a detailed exposition. Fang Yuan was equally captivated, for this fish is truly peculiar. With the collective tagging, the gentleman did not hold back and began to elucidate in writing. Cave fish, as the name suggests, dwell in subterranean caverns. Initially, these fish possessed fully developed eyes, but as their environment transformed and they became trapped in darkness, their vision gradually deteriorated over time, leading to the characteristics we observe today. Typically, these fish inhabit karst cave systems. So encountering such a creature in a primeval forest cavern is a first for me. I believe I must consult my mentor about this. The gentleman's subsequent remarks began to drift off topic, yet his initial exposition enlightened many aquatic enthusiasts, who marveled at the wonders of the world. They mused that had it not been for Fang Yuan's fishing expedition, they might never have known of such an extraordinary fish's existence. I have made up my mind. The streamer shall serve as my eyes. Wherever the streamer goes, I shall follow to witness the sights. At last, I have encountered kindred spirits. Though I know nothing of fishing, I relish the vistas captured through the streamer's lens, as well as the cultural nuances I have never before encountered. Indeed, it is for these reasons that I have followed the streamer. Oh, how exhilarating it is to find fellow enthusiasts. Haha, I share your sentiments. However, I am not merely a landscape admirer. I delight in the art of low-flying. I must commend the streamer. His low-flying technique is truly remarkable, managing to maintain distance in the dimly lit cave. Count me among the low-flying enthusiasts. Wait, is this not a fishing live stream? What are we discussing? What does it matter to you? While this peculiar blind fish has attracted many followers for various reasons, Fang Yuan understands the essence of his live stream. The scenic views and diverse cultural experiences are merely casual snapshots that have piqued some interest. Nevertheless, the foundation of the live stream remains fishing. At most, he will capture more scenery in future recordings and have Shaoran edit more footage. Glancing at the barrage of comments, his focus returned to Gawa, who had previously gone unnoticed due to the appearance of the strange fish. Now, with the knowledgeable individual's explanation, Fang Yuan observed Gawa's choice of bait. What are you using? Fang Yuan inquired. Gawa casually wiped away a bit of mucus from his mouth and smiled. Oh, this? It's sourberry, just something I picked on the way here. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan paused, recalling Gawa's earlier foraging along the creek beside the underground river, where he had gathered numerous small purple fruits. Initially, Fang Yuan assumed Gawa was merely indulging his appetite and had even imitated him by tasting one, only to discard it due to its excessive tartness. It was only now that he realized Gawa had not gathered them for snacking, but for fishing. Phew, I almost made a fool of myself. Chapter 172. Deep within the cave, the three bends. Having identified the root of the matter, Fang Yuan mimicked Gawa, requesting some of the fruit and removing the artificial lure from his hook to replace it with the sourberry. At this moment, the adage circulating in the lure fishing community gained newfound significance. Fish do not consume plastic. Initially, Fang Yuan regarded it as mere jest, but now, it resonated profoundly. Just as he had explained the principles of artificial lures to Gawa, the name itself implies mimicking the movements of small fish or insects to entice predatory species. Of course, this applies predominantly to most scenarios, as occasionally lures made of hard materials can attract non-lure fish, such as common freshwater species like grass carp. Thus, Fang Yuan resolved to employ the versatile lure. Yet, while the lure is multifaceted and adaptable, one unchanging aspect remains, the principle of imitation, which, in this case, is inapplicable. No matter how skilled one is at lure fishing, even the most lifelike presentation is futile when the fish possess no eyes. No eyes mean they cannot see. This is the crux of the matter. Hence, the saying about fish consuming plastic was vividly illustrated in this context. As for continuing with the lure rather than using a rod, the explanation is simple. The cave's constraints, as Gawa mentioned, grow tighter the deeper one ventures. Thus, even the shortest rod pales in convenience compared to a lure. Additionally, one cannot overlook the fishing spot's name, 9 bends and 18 turns. As the name suggests, this river stretches inward, boasting at least 18 bends. This is merely the first. Therefore, despite the lack of fish at present, Fang Yuan's ambitions are set on reaching the innermost, deepest 18th bend. In summary, Fang Yuan decided to persist with the lure. After securing the sourberry, he cast his line. The fruit's density was not overly heavy, as evidenced by the hook's descent and subsequent movement downstream for several meters. Fang Yuan was unperturbed, especially after Gawa's earlier catch had instilled confidence in him. With the fish oriented upwards, it indicated that they were midwater species, and the sourberry, buoyed by the current, would descend perfectly within their reach. Thus, he merely needed to seize the opportunity during this descent, akin to the fishing techniques in traditional angling. To further emphasize, given that he was using a lure, even if the bait sank, he could still attract fish by jerking the line. As the saying goes, fishing methods may be fixed, but the angler is adaptable. There is no best method, only the most suitable one. Indeed, after switching the bait, Fang Yuan felt a tug on his line after merely 2 turns, and the tip of his rod exhibited a slight quiver. With a grin, he exclaimed, "Brothers, we have a fish." With that, he lifted his rod, and with a splash, a fish measuring over 10 centimeters emerged from the water, mirroring the blind fish Gawa had caught. On the side, Gawa, witnessing Fang Yuan's success, leaped for joy. "Big brother, you caught a fish too. Haha, now we'll have fish to eat." Although they had only caught 2 fish thus far, Gawa was exceedingly thrilled. Previously, every fishing trip had ended with empty hands, usually catching only a couple of fish after half a day before being dragged back home by his mother. Now, having caught 2 fish in such a short time, hope glimmered in his eyes. Fang Yuan, too, did not disappoint Gawa's expectations, having discerned the habits of the fish here. He entered a mode of continuous catching, reeling in a stream of little fish one after another. As such, Fang Yuan contemplated the idea of replacing his fishing rod. Despite the convenience offered by the telescopic rod he currently wielded, its frequency was undeniably inferior to that of a traditional rod, particularly when it came to angling for smaller fish. Nevertheless, fortified by his exceptional physique, the small bucket gradually filled with his catch. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from outside. The boy within, startled, peered outside. "It's mother. She's come to fetch me." Fang Yuan glanced at the virtual screen displaying the time and raised an eyebrow. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, it had already reached noon. Clearly, Liliang had come to retrieve the boy for lunch. "You should head back now. I'll continue fishing for a while." Having traveled a great distance and having just discovered a new fishing spot, Fang Yuan was loath to conclude his expedition prematurely. "Oh, and do take these fish home with you." With that, he poured out the excess water from the bucket, revealing a satisfied smile. He had not failed in his mission, in just this morning's efforts. He had caught no less than 10 pounds of these small fish. The boy did not refuse, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. When we get home and mother prepares the fish, I'll invite you over." Fang Yuan affectionately patted the boy's head. "All right, I'll definitely come. Now hurry along. Don't keep your mother waiting." With that, the boy departed, sniffling as he clutched the small bucket. Strangely enough, while Fang Yuan had been oblivious to the quietude with the boy's presence, he now felt a profound silence enveloping him upon the boy's departure. Aside from the gentle trickle of the underground river, only his own breathing remained audible. This sensation was not lost on his online viewers either. Observing Fang Yuan alone within the dim, monochromatic surroundings, a sense of desolation began to permeate the atmosphere. For some reason, with that child gone, this cave feels rather eerie. He mused. Many concurred. Although the boy's incessant chatter had been somewhat noisy, the sudden stillness felt unsettling. What a peculiar ambience. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't dare to venture here alone. It's far too quiet. Amidst the viewers' discussions, Fang Yuan, rather than retreating, pressed further into the cave. He had already made significant catches, even completing his daily tasks, yet all he had managed to reel in were a single species of fish. Thus, he resolved to seek a new fishing spot. As the boy had mentioned, after traversing a short distance deeper, the ground became increasingly slick, and the space around him grew more confined. However, this did not deter Fang Yuan. After delving further into the cave, having turned 2 corners, he discovered a promising location. According to the system's designation, this area bore the name 3 Bends. Chapter 173, The Eerie Cry. Upon arriving, Fang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, and it was indeed as the viewers had remarked, dark, exceedingly dark. Unlike the previous fishing spot with the boy, where the environment was somewhat visible, here, aside from the beam of his flashlight, everything was engulfed in pitch blackness. Without the advanced technology of his drone, he doubted whether even the drone could navigate this darkness, let alone conduct a live stream. However, Fang Yuan was unconcerned. As long as there were fish in the water, the surrounding conditions mattered little, even if surrounded by tombstones. With determination, he sought a suitable position, baited his hook with sour berries, and cast his line towards a specific spot. As the rod flew through the air, he felt a subtle excitement, convinced he had chosen the right location. The underground river at this bend appeared deeper, perhaps nearly 2 meters, significantly deeper than the half-meter depth where he had previously fished. This indicated that the underground river was likely part of a vast fissure extending inward and downward, suggesting that further exploration could reveal even greater depths. Of course, these were merely conjectures. Until he investigated further, his predictions remained speculative. Presently, his focus was on fully exploring this fishing spot. As he cast his line for the first time, he noted the water's relative calmness, but to his dismay, no fish took the bait. Undeterred, he continued casting. Fishing, especially in the wilderness, required patience. One unsuccessful cast could lead to another. If 1 rod failed, he would try 2, and if 2 failed, he would cast 10. Before he knew it, Fang Yuan had cast his line numerous times at this new spot, yet, unlike his earlier success, he had seen no bites. The chat in the live stream gradually quieted. Do the fish prefer shallower waters? Fang Yuan pondered aloud. Suddenly, a sound akin to a child's wail echoed through the cave, startling Fang Yuan and sending chills racing down his spine, nearly causing his rod to slip from his grasp. What was that noise? What on earth? His flashlight illuminated the surroundings, but he found nothing amiss. In that moment, not only Fang Yuan, but also several viewers in the live stream caught the faint sound of the cry. Did you all hear that? Someone asked. What? What noise? Another responded. Just now, I thought I heard a child's cry. Didn't you hear it? I thought I was just imagining it. But it seems others heard it too. Some viewers were attentive and had indeed heard the sound, while others, focused on the fishing action, had missed it. Nevertheless, the curiosity of the viewers sparked a lively discussion. What was that noise? Can someone clarify? I'm not entirely sure, but I think I heard a child's cry. A child's cry? Come on, stop joking. The host is alone here. Where would a child come from, right? The snotty kid left, so where's this crying child coming from? Well, I can confirm I heard it too. It sounded like a child's wail. As more viewers acknowledged hearing the sound, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the live stream. The drone's camera was clear, but due to the night vision mode, the colors appeared muted, casting a ghostly pallor over the scene. Fang Yuan's flashlight illuminated the water's surface, creating shifting shadows along the surrounding stone walls, reminiscent of ghostly hands reaching out. In this already chilling environment, an eerie cry of a child suddenly pierced the air. Hey, can we all stop talking for a moment? I'm the only one home today. Indeed, can we refrain from discussing this topic any further? Upon hearing your words, I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. For some inexplicable reason, even in broad daylight, a chill crept up my spine. I hope no one laughs at me, but as a security guard in the underground parking lot, I had been holding in a desperate need to relieve myself, and now, after hearing you all, I dare not venture out. Among the timid, there are always the bold, and even those who outright dismiss such tales. Observing the cowardice of many fellow viewers, they began to mock openly in the chat. Oh dear, look at you all quaking in your boots. What is there to fear in broad daylight? Is it really worth all this fuss? One suggested, if you're scared, just search for a military battle song. It's sure to cure your fears. Exactly. What is there to be afraid of in this day and age? I've listened to you all for quite some time, and I now understand. It's merely people frightening one another. I've been watching the stream. How did I not hear anything? Right? I didn't hear anything either. Just to clarify, I have a congenital hearing impairment. As Fang Yuan observed the various comments drifting across the screen, he steadied himself and managed a smile. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. It could have been the wind causing a ruckus in this cave. Let us not overthink it. Listening to Fang Yuan's explanation, the viewers found it plausible and began to respond positively. Yes, I concur with Fang Yuan's reasoning. The wind in the cave is known to produce eerie sounds. Oh, hearing Fang Yuan say that, I feel much better now. There is something I'm hesitant to mention, but shouldn't we fish in a more normal location? This place feels too ominous. Exactly. Even if it is just the wind, the ambience here is unsettling. We should definitely change locations. Oh come on, let us keep fishing. After this exchange, a flurry of small gifts filled the chat. It must be said, after this commotion, the atmosphere in the live stream gradually improved, and the chat ceased its flow of paranoid comments. Just as the viewers, including Fang Yuan, began to believe that the previous noise was merely the wind, a chilling wail echoed once more through the cave. Chapter 174. The eerie actions under the lens. If previously, everyone, including Fang Yuan, thought the earlier sound was a mere figment of the imagination or a case of miscommunication, essentially scaring themselves, or perhaps, as previously stated, merely the wind, at this moment, the instant the sound erupted, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted towards the source illuminated by his flashlight, and the drone's camera followed suit. There, where the beam of light fell, numerous bubbles began to rise, and a shadow flitted swiftly beneath the water. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan felt a tightening sensation in his core, his mouth watering uncontrollably, not from fear, but from excitement. It is not the visible that frightens, but the unseen. Now that he could see something stirring beneath the water, Fang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thought to himself, as long as it's in the water, it falls under my jurisdiction. Thus, in an instant, with a swift motion, Fang Yuan cast his line into the water to get a clearer view. He also maneuvered the drone's camera to focus intently on the disturbed area. Consequently, not only he, but the entire audience in the live stream witnessed this spectacle in vivid detail. However, compared to Fang Yuan's fortitude, the audience's capacity for handling such sights was evidently weaker. I'm feeling a bit uneasy. I think I'll log off for today, brothers. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I still have some unfinished business. Fang Yuan, I won't be joining you today. Hey, wait up, guys. Ahem, just to clarify, it's not fear or anything. I simply don't want to be glued to my phone anymore. Signing off. Oh my heavens, what time is it? And you're all still joking around. Doesn't anyone care about the hostess' safety? Care? How can we not care? What can we do in this situation? Exactly, if it were an ordinary danger. Like when we encountered those tomb raiders, we could have called for help. But this doesn't fall under anyone's jurisdiction. This is outrageous. If I were there, I would have dived right in to see what was causing the disturbance. Dive in. Don't throw your life away. Just as everyone was gripped by fear of the strange phenomenon in the camera, Fang Yuan made another move. Look quick. What is Fang Yuan planning to do? Is he actually going to fish for that thing? Good grief, I'm getting goosebumps just watching from here. Is the host really going to try to catch that thing? Brothers, let us discuss something else for a moment. What bait do you even use for fishing something like that? Fang Yuan, you're incredibly brave. That thing is out for blood. We should run and never fish again. It's too sinister. Hey, considering what you just said, I have a different perspective. A normal person would have bolted by now, yet here is Fang Yuan, casting his line towards that eerie spot. Hey brothers, could it be that Fang Yuan has been possessed? He has definitely been influenced. If not possessed, then surely his mind is being affected. I told you, that thing is truly sinister. It's hard to say. It could be malevolent or benevolent. Benevolent? What do you mean? Have you encountered this before? The brother above was suddenly bombarded with mentions, and he began to share his own experience in the chat. This happened over a decade ago during a night fishing trip. I was out with a childhood friend, and surprisingly, the fish weren't biting at all. Around midnight, feeling thirsty, I decided to head back to the car for a bottle of water. On my way back, I saw a guy approaching me who asked how the fishing was going. Since we were both out fishing, I replied honestly that it was pretty bad. He chuckled and suggested that I keep trying. Perhaps casting farther would yield better results. I didn't think much of it at the time. After grabbing my water, I returned to my spot, but after another half hour with no bites. I remembered what the guy had said and switched to a longer rod, casting further out. To my shock, the moment my line hit the water, it bent dramatically. Initially, I thought I had hooked a big fish, but when I reeled it in, I was met with a horrifying sight. It was a corpse, an enormous male body, wearing clothes identical to what that guy had on. Identical. As the individual concluded his tale, the atmosphere within the live stream once again grew oppressive. The barrage of comments, much like before, fell into a brief silence before a few scattered messages began to drift across the screen. Upon closer inspection, the number of online viewers, which had originally surpassed 5,000, began to dwindle sharply following the conclusion of his personal account, dwindling to less than 1,000 at this moment. Likewise, having absorbed the recounting of this gentleman's narrative, the remaining viewers in the stream fixated on the camera, seemingly entranced as they cast their lines one after another, seemingly tireless. A sense of unease began to settle among these online participants. Well, I just checked the calendar, and it seems today isn't suitable for streaming. So I'm logging off now. With that, the viewer count dropped by 1. It's not that I'm scared. I just want to take a stroll outside and bask in the sunlight. Brothers, see you in the next stream. For every timid soul, there were also the bold. As messages continued to float across the public screen. Oh come on, what is there to be afraid of? I'm just causing a ruckus and setting up shop, surrounded by people, feeling nothing at all. I'm here alone in my rented apartment, and even in broad daylight, it feels quite gloomy. Now I'm both scared and curious. Speaking of which, can we return to the main topic? What do we do about the host's current predicament? We can't just leave it be, can we? Let me say this. I've seen spirits before, and it's just like the situation with the host. No one can awaken them. Perhaps we should offer a generous reward to find a shaman to perform a ritual online, lest something tragic occur. A shaman? Come on. That is absurd. Chapter 175, it's coming out. The discussions in the live chat grew increasingly absurd, while Fang Yuan, standing by the underground river, remained preoccupied. His gaze fixed intently on the surface of the water. No mouth. No reason. Since the disturbances had begun on the water's surface, Fang Yuan had cast his line dozens of times, yet each retrieval yielded no sign of life. This left him perplexed. To be honest, when he first heard that sudden cry, his heart had skipped a beat, but it quickly steadied. As for the notion of unclean entities, spiritual possession, or whatever else, he scoffed at such ideas, fully aware of his own circumstances. At this moment, his sole concern was, why was there no sign of a catch? Glancing at the sour fruit hanging on his hook, an idea sparked in his mind. Could it be? Lost in thought, Fang Yuan reeled in his rod and began to walk back. As he did so, the viewers collectively exhaled in relief. Look, the host is returning. He is coming back. It seems he is aware of his surroundings. That is good. Phew, it seems the host should be fine. Host, let us learn from our mistakes. We shouldn't fish in such dark and sinister places again. The atmosphere is far too eerie. Exactly. Even from my phone, it feels chilling to watch. I can't fathom what the host was thinking, coming to this place to fish. While the viewers debated, Fang Yuan returned to the fishing spot where he had previously fished with the child. To their astonishment, he cast his line once more. At that moment, the host had heeded some advice, though perhaps not entirely. Fang, we suggested you leave this cave for another spot, not return to your previous fishing location. Oh no, the host still hasn't shaken off whatever was on him. Hey, let it be. If it doesn't leave, it doesn't leave. This spot is still better than the pitch-black fishing point inside. True, at least this place isn't empty. There are some catches. Catches? My goodness, what time is it? And you're still thinking about fish? As the viewers noted, upon returning to the fishing spot with the child, Fang Yuan's first cast yielded a catch. With a splash, a small fish measuring over 10 centimeters was pulled onto the bank. Subsequently, with each ensuing cast, he continued to reel and fish. And after more than 10 minutes, his catch bag filled with a considerable haul. Although the catches improved, the eerie cries still echoed in their ears, leaving the viewers feeling that the underground river was indeed sinister. Host, it's best to reel in and head back. We've had enough of this place. Yes. Go home, take a hot shower, and sleep well. We shouldn't come back to this haunted place. I don't know if I should say this, but looking at the host's stubborn figure, something feels off. Off? How so? I've noticed too. It seems the host hasn't interacted with us for a while. Upon hearing this, the viewers gasped. No interaction? No way. Could it be that whatever was on him hasn't left? It must not have left completely. My goodness. I've been watching streams for years, and I've never seen anything like this. What should we do? Can someone suggest a solution? Hurry. Let us go to the west and summon Buddha. Fortunately, at this moment, Fang Yuan was too engrossed in his own speculations to notice the increasingly absurd comments flooding the live chat. Otherwise, he would have been more disturbed by the bizarre environment than by the peculiar viewers. Observing the decent haul in his catch bag and reflecting on his earlier thoughts, Fang Yuan once again reeled in his line. However, he wasn't leaving in compliance with the viewers' suggestions. Instead, he clutched his catch bag and ventured further into the river. See, I told you that thing hadn't left. He is going back again. At this moment, I don't care who you are, just get away from Fang. Well, in my opinion, we should crowdfund to bring in a shaman to take a look at the host. His mental state is increasingly concerning. Look, he is casting again. The host has returned to that cursed place to fish. As Fang Yuan once again arrived at the three bends, the viewers grew anxious once more, feeling as though watching him was more nerve-wracking than a national football match. Yet, upon returning to the three bends, Fang Yuan appeared unfazed, completely oblivious to the anxiety his erratic behavior had instigated among the viewers. Gazing at the water's surface and at the blind fish in his catch bag, Fang Yuan directly took one out and, to the astonished eyes of the viewers, hooked it. He then cast it back into the water. This act was akin to dropping a bombshell in the already tumultuous live stream. Oh no, it's over. Now we can be certain that either there is something on the host, or there is something in the water. Exactly, what kind of person hooks a live fish? This is madness, pure madness. If there was a chance for salvation before, now it's clear he is beyond help. No. It's more accurate to say he has been possessed. Get away, everyone, clear the way. I'm bringing my grandma. Your grandma? May I ask how old she is? And what can she do? I recall you were the gentleman who previously educated us about that blind fish, weren't you? Indeed. But what relevance does that have to our current discussion? Moreover, my grandmother is renowned in our village for her mystical prowess. Whenever there are births, deaths, or weddings, families seek her to divine their fortunes. Oh, are there experts in the live stream? Brothers, let us be serious. Do you think the host's situation resembles that of the gentleman who just shared his personal experience? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that there is something lurking in the water? Just as the viewers in the live stream were abuzz with speculations about Fang Yuan's peculiar behavior, the camera captured him suddenly lifting his rod. In the next moment, that familiar and chilling cry echoed once more. Ah, the host exclaimed, it's here. That thing has emerged. Chapter 176. On the shore, this thing is not meant for fishing. As the eerie cry reverberated again, the live stream erupted into chaos. However, what truly left the viewers in a state of panic was the sight of Fang Yuan's rod bending dramatically. Most importantly, it seemed the sound was emanating from the very spot where Fang Yuan had cast his line. This can't be good. Comrades, it's over. I have a feeling that creature has been hooked by another streamer. Hooked. So, it means that the creature didn't choose to come up, but was pulled up by the host? I told you. I mentioned earlier that this entity lurking beneath the surface harbors resentment and has taken the opportunity to reveal its grievances through the host. If that's the case, it aligns with the narrative of that gentleman's prior experience, doesn't it? Aligned? I suspect it's more like a water ghost seeking a substitute. Seeking a substitute? Just then, as the viewers were debating, Fang Yuan quickly spun the reel in his hand, finally engaging with the audience, but his first words sent the viewers reeling. Brothers, I've hooked something. In the live stream. Fang, could you please refrain from this sort of theatrics? Hooked. Take a good look at what you've caught. Is that even a fish? Hooked. Host, I think you've lost your mind. Run, streamer. Forget about fish. That thing down there is considering you as a substitute. Yet, just moments later, as Fang Yuan swiftly reeled in the line, the true form of the creature flashed across the water's surface, sending up a spray. What on earth is that? A dark, amorphous mass? Brothers, did you see that? How could you miss it? Under such a high-definition camera, it must be visible. What is this? Can someone tell me what this disgusting thing is? It's unclear. But it's definitely not a fish, nor is it a corpse. Phew, as long as it's not a corpse. Goodness, in this cold weather. Just this brief interval has made me break a sweat. Not a corpse? How can you be so sure? How can I be sure? That thing, not even half a meter long, could hardly be a corpse. Not half a meter means it's not. Are we ruling out the possibility of it being a child? Moreover, the earlier cries were clearly those of a child. As this comment floated by, the hearts of the viewers, who had just begun to relax, were once again gripped with anxiety. Indeed, the creature beneath the water might be small, but it could still be a child. Such worries arise quickly but dissipate just as fast. For at this moment, Fang Yuan had dragged the creature to the shore, and it was then that everyone could see its form up close. On the shore, as Fang Yuan examined the catch he had pulled to the bank, his brow furrowed, not out of fear, but out of curiosity. This creature was even stranger than the blind fish he had previously caught. Firstly, its color, half a meter long. Its body was entirely jet black, devoid of any other hues, and glistening. Secondly, its appearance. While it could be called a fish, it had 4 limbs. Resembling a giant lizard more than anything else, perhaps a reptile dwelling in the depths, accompanied by that chilling cry. Thinking of the cry, Fang Yuan's mind raced. Could it be? Just then, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught the rare fish, Black Baby, awarding you 500 points. Black Baby? Though the system did not elaborate on the origins of this peculiar fish, it confirmed its capture. Fang Yuan summoned the rare fish catalog of the fishing grounds, and upon inspection, he noticed a previously grayed-out icon had been illuminated. Alongside the icon of the strange fish, a few lines of description appeared. Leaning closer, Fang Yuan read, Rare fish, Black Baby. Grade, E, effect. Rewards 3 enhancement points upon illumination. Classification, Cryptobranchidae, genus Andreas. Habitat, 9 bends and 18 turns. Indeed. Upon reading the description, Fang Yuan exclaimed, as I suspected. The ugly, pitch-black creature was a black baby. This revelation clarified everything, including the earlier cries he had heard. Additionally, at that moment, he recalled a conversation with his companion, who had mentioned that this cave was called the Baby Cave. At the time, he had paid it no mind. But now, having caught this black baby, everything fell into place. While Fang Yuan sorted through his myriad of questions, the viewers in the live stream were busily sharing their opinions about this newfound creature. It's a bizarre sight, hard to imagine. Just moments ago, those discussing the mysterious events were among them. At this moment, what on earth is that hideous thing? A giant lizard? Doesn't seem like it. To me, it resembles a black baby. Though, it's a tad too dark, isn't it? Almost sinister. That shape is unmistakably that of a black baby. I'm studying aquatic biology and have been keeping an eye on these creatures. Oh, how I remember someone just summoned their elder. And now they're leaning on their expertise. The situation has changed, hence the perspective has shifted. Earlier, I sought advice from my grandmother, but now I trust my professional knowledge more. Phew. Seeing the host catch something that isn't one of those sinister entities finally allows my anxious heart to rest. Yes. Just a moment ago, I dared not breathe, fearing something unfortunate would befall the host. Listening to you all, it seems the host has never taken this seriously, while we were all wrapped up in suspicion. Well, if you think back, it's quite amusing. Initially, the host noticed movement on the water's surface and cast his line repeatedly. When that failed, he altered his strategy to catch the blind fish as bait, ultimately leading to this black baby. The clarity of his approach suggests he anticipated it all along. The live streaming room was enveloped in a profound silence, with numerous viewers stationed before their screens, reflecting upon everything that had transpired. It seemed that all events resonated with the words of one particular viewer. Throughout the broadcast, Fang Yuan maintained an air of composure and clarity, while it was the viewers themselves who were caught in a cycle of self-induced fear. Goodness, with what you just said, I can't help but feel that the host is even more uncanny than those experiences just now. Is this the unwavering dedication and calmness characteristic of a true angler? I am in awe. I know not how other fishermen behave, but in this moment, this host has become my idol. Oh dear. Can we not focus on something else for a moment? What? Has no one noticed that the giant salamander is a national protected species? This cannot be fished. Chapter 177. The girl, Aina. A national protected species, not to be fished? As Fang Yuan's gaze fell upon the scrolling comments, he raised an eyebrow. How could I have forgotten about this? With a mere thought, a virtual screen illuminated before him, presenting information about the giant salamander. It was clearly labeled, Giant Salamander. Scientific name, Andreas davidianus. Is a nationally protected wild animal in China and is classified as critically endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Furthermore, the second item on the search page detailed the legal repercussions for harming this second-class protected species. Upon reading, Fang Yuan's heart raced. 5 to 10 years. In an instant, he deftly retrieved the fishing hook from the salamander's mouth and, before the eager eyes of his viewers, released it back into the subterranean river. Brothers, you all witnessed that I have released this fish. The viewers erupted in laughter, amused by Fang Yuan's anxious demeanor. Haha, the host's survival instinct is quite strong. He released it just after catching it. Could he do otherwise? I just searched and saw the minimum sentence. 5 years. No wonder the host released it so swiftly. The penalties are indeed severe. After this incident, Fang Yuan lost the desire to continue fishing. He bid farewell to his viewers and departed from the salamander's dwelling. Upon emerging from the cave, he found himself momentarily blinded by the harsh sunlight, raising a hand to shield his eyes. It had been morning when he entered, but now the sun hung low in the sky, signaling the approach of evening. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped past, nearing 1 o'clock. Having rushed out in the morning, he had neglected to have a proper breakfast, and now his stomach growled in protest. Well then, I shall disregard everything else and enjoy a hearty meal. After indulging in a satisfying repast, Fang Yuan reclined atop his car's rooftop tent for a brief respite. While fishing is undoubtedly important, the scenic beauty along the way is equally worthy of appreciation. Just as he gazed upon the distant, mist-shrouded mountains and the nearby villages rich in ethnic charm, he felt a lightness of spirit, as if all worries had been cast aside. At that moment, Fang Yuan thought of a fitting phrase to describe the vista before him. Though my bedroom may be small, my courtyard is vast. Such was the case now. The rooftop tent may be modest, but beyond it lay a breathtaking panorama of nature. As he listened to soothing melodies and admired the external beauty, his eyelids began to grow heavy, when suddenly, he heard the cheerful calls of a young boy from outside the tent. Rising to investigate, he found it was the young lad. The boy's face brightened upon seeing Fang Yuan. Big brother, I've come several times. You've finally returned. My mother said thank you for the fish and invited you to our home for dinner tonight. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan accepted the invitation with a nod. Truth be told, the boy's mother was an exceptional cook, particularly renowned for her homemade rice wine, and Fang Yuan contemplated taking some back with him. Moreover, establishing good relations with the villagers during his stay in this area would surely prove beneficial. Before long, when he awoke from his nap, the time had crept past 5 o'clock. The southwest dusk always falls later than back home. In Fang Yuan's hometown, the sky outside would have begun to darken by this hour, but here, the sun still lingered on the horizon. Coincidentally, just as he roused from his slumber, the boy returned once more. Big brother, my mother has prepared dinner. With the persistent urging of the little one, Fang Yuan responded, all right, I'm coming. He quickly disembarked from the vehicle to tidy himself up. When visiting someone, one cannot present themselves in disarray. Furthermore, it is customary to bring a gift when visiting. Thus, Fang Yuan rummaged through his car, ultimately producing a box of unopened yogurt and a bag of unopened chocolate. Soon, before the boy could come again to prompt him, Fang Yuan made his way into the village bearing his gifts. Like the other households in the village, the boy's home was constructed in the traditional bamboo style, with chickens and ducks below and living quarters above. As he approached, he caught the eye of the boy's mother, who was busy cooking in a makeshift kitchen. Welcome, Yuan. In this community, it was common to address one another using a single character, often preceded by a. Fang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Please, take a seat. I'm just finishing the last dish. She insisted. Fang Yuan chuckled. Oh, you're too kind. I'm just one person. I can manage with a little. There's not much left. It will be ready in no time. With a few exchanges of pleasantries, Fang Yuan ascended to the bamboo loft. Although he had visited the boy's home the previous night, the lack of electricity meant that the ambience was veiled in darkness, and he fully appreciated the surroundings. Now, as he surveyed the small bamboo dwelling, it encompassed all the essentials of a household. Before him was a bamboo table adorned with several small dishes, and suspended from the beams was a double-eared clay pot, simmering over a fire, containing the freshwater fish he had caught earlier that day with the boy. Last night, he had researched some customs of the local ethnic groups. As the old adage goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. During his stay, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with local taboos. Thus, he had gleaned some knowledge of their hospitality practices. For instance, the indoor cooking over an open flame. Typically, the family would use the small pot for their meals, reserving the larger kitchen for esteemed guests. Apart from these, the dwelling contained various everyday items, bamboo stools, cabinets, and tables, with even the dining bowls being fashioned from bamboo, simply lined with banana leaves. Just as Fang Yuan was contemplating the interior of the bamboo loft, a curtain in a side partition was drawn aside, and a young girl stepped out. The girl appeared youthful, with a single ponytail and dressed in a light, traditional garment. Her skin remarkably fair compared to the other women in the village, and her eyes, with their slightly upturned corners, resembled delicate peach blossoms. Upon the appearance of Fang Yuan, the girl who had just emerged from the partition was momentarily taken aback. In the fleeting moment of confusion, she spoke up, "You must be Brother A. Yuan, right?" The use of Mandarin caught Fang Yuan off guard. Nodding in acknowledgement, the girl continued, "Hello, my name is Aina. The little boy who went fishing with you this morning is my younger brother." Hearing this, Fang Yuan responded with a casual, "Indeed." At that moment, Lin Yang brought out the last dish, and upon seeing the two of them gazing at each other from the upstairs, she smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter, Aina, who usually engages in handicrafts in the town." She gestured towards Fang Yuan, saying, "And this gentleman." Before she could finish, Aina chimed in, "I know him, Brother A. Yuan. We just exchanged greetings." Afterward, she looked at Fang Yuan, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as if they had a language of their own. Chapter 178, A Night of Passion. Inside the bamboo house. Although it lacked the bustling atmosphere of the previous night when the women from the village crowded in, it was still far from silent due to Aina's warm and hospitable presence. Aina seemed to possess an inexplicable yearning for the outside world, as every inquiry she made revolved around everything beyond their confines. The farthest she had ventured since becoming aware of her surroundings was to the town several dozen miles away. In response, Fang Yuan answered all her questions without reservation, though he refrained from painting an overly rosy picture of the outside world, mentioning that not everyone outside was as welcoming as they were. Gradually, the daylight faded into twilight. At that moment, a woman's voice called from outside, though the words were indistinct. Immediately, both Lin Yang and Aina, along with the little boy, became animated. Through Aina's explanations, Fang Yuan learned that the villagers had invited them out for a dance. As a guest, he was naturally included in the invitation. Once they arrived at the location, Fang Yuan was astonished by the scene before him. A bonfire had been set up in the clearing where the children had played during the day, and the village women were gathered, holding hands, singing, and dancing. Under Aina's guidance, Fang Yuan understood that this was one of their leisure activities to pass the time. He couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, in this secluded village devoid of electricity, a group of women could only resort to such means to spend long nights. And they did so frequently, almost every few days. The songs they sang were self-composed, though he could not comprehend the lyrics. Fang Yuan could sense the unrestrained joy radiating from their faces, free from worldly concerns. Initially, Fang Yuan contemplated capturing some photos to share the customs of this isolated village with his online friends. However, as he raised his phone and observed the women on the screen, he suddenly realized the inappropriateness of the situation. All the young women and ladies present, aside from Aina, who had just returned wearing a shirt, were dressed in a manner that left little to the imagination. As a result, Fang Yuan reluctantly put down his phone and chose to appreciate the scene quietly. As the moon ascended above the treetops and the mountain breeze gently caressed the air, the massive bonfire blazed brightly, and the surrounding individuals sang joyfully. Initially, Fang Yuan thought it would suffice to simply watch the festivities quietly and then return to his accommodation once the fire died down. However, unexpectedly, Aina approached him, extending her small hand in an inviting gesture. Taken aback, Fang Yuan seemed to grasp Aina's intent and smiled as he waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I can't dance." Aina replied with a cheerful tone, "It's quite simple. I'll teach you in no time." Observing Aina's motions, Lin Yang, amidst the crowd, appeared to sense something, yet quickly settled into a reassuring smile. At that moment, it seemed the women encircling the bonfire had changed the song they were singing. Aina glanced back before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan, her face now adorned with a hint of shyness, yet her small hand remained extended. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness and anticipation. Seeing this, Fang Yuan had no choice but to rise and extend his hand in return. As he stepped into the circle, the women widened their formation, granting the two of them ample space. Initially, as Fang Yuan had mentioned earlier, aside from moving his body somewhat in sync with the women's songs, he remained perplexed about the dance. However, gradually, under Aina's attentive instruction, he began to grasp the rhythm. After several rounds, clarity dawned upon him. The movements, though seemingly intricate, were essentially repetitive. As the bonfire blazed brighter, their movements grew more synchronized, evolving from Aina's simple guidance to Fang Yuan responding with increasing confidence. The women's laughter became even more radiant, and Aina's face glowed a deeper shade of red in the firelight. The following morning, as the village was enveloped in gentle wisps of smoke and the mountains were shrouded in mist, The crowing of roosters heralded the dawn. Fang Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes awake. Even in the confines of his tent, he still felt the lingering echoes of that enchanting, albeit unintelligible, melody. Was he enchanted? Shaking his head to dispel the spell, he summoned a virtual screen to check the time, 7:30. He was unsure of what time he returned the previous night, as he had lost track of time amidst the dancing. It was clear, however, that as the sole adult male present, he had been the focus of special attention. Regardless of his unusual resilience, he could not withstand the relentless hospitality of the women, and by the end of the night, he only remembered embracing a soft shoulder on the way back. After rising and completing his morning routine, Fang Yuan began to focus on his primary purpose. Having watched and danced, it was time to prioritize his objectives, venturing into the mountains. Although the opening of the 18 Bends fishing spot had surprised him, Fang Yuan was acutely aware that his main intention for coming here was to explore the mountains. He had previously inquired about the mountain routes at the dinner table with Lin Yong, but the responses were less than satisfactory. They lived here, relying on the mountain for supplies, but their excursions were limited to the periphery, and they had never ventured into the deeper areas, especially the profound pools within. Thus, the path into the mountains would have to be discovered by him alone. As for the mountain routes mentioned by his water friends, Fang Yuan had already employed his drone during his free time to investigate upstream. Due to the season being unsuitable and not coinciding with the rainy period, the river did not exhibit any breaks before reaching the forest, as its waters converged from various tributaries. Therefore, his initial thought of navigating upstream through the river that entered the village was also dismissed. Should he just plunge forward on foot? Fang Yuan glanced at the gear he had packed for the mountain expedition beforehand, internally dismissing the idea. What to do? The sheer volume of items was overwhelming. Even the kayak alone occupied a considerable amount of space, rendering navigation through the dense forest quite inconvenient. This predicament threatened to significantly delay the journey into the mountains, and there was a genuine fear that returning before the year's end might become impossible. As Fang Yuan pondered these thoughts, a sudden voice broke through his reverie. "Big brother, are you still going to fish at the doll cave?" It was Jie. This unexpected question sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Fang Yuan's eyes. The winding underground river? The limestone cave through which the water flowed appeared to be nestled between two mountain peaks, its course seemingly aligned with the river outside the village. This revelation led to Chapter 179, the journey of fishing upstream in the Ileo Mountains officially commencing. Speculations untested in reality are mere idle chatter. Whether they align with his assumptions could only be determined by first-hand experience. After waiting for a considerable time, Jie's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw Chen Chui, fully prepared for departure, appear before him. He inhaled sharply, his runny nose interrupted by the sight. Handsome. Indescribably handsome. At that moment, he gained a concrete understanding of what it meant for a man to be attractive. "Big brother, are all those things you're carrying for fishing?" Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. "Of course, Big brother intends to fish for quite a while. So I brought a few extra items." "Quite a while?" Fang Yuan affirmed. "Indeed, at least several days." Jie tilted his head back, squinting against the sun. It was the first time he realized that one could fish for several consecutive days, and that fishing required such extensive equipment. Unbeknownst to Fang Yuan, his preparation profoundly impacted the young boy, but that was a matter for another time. On the way to the doll cave, Jie hurriedly caught up to Fang Yuan. "Big brother, I almost forgot. This is for you from my sister," he exclaimed, lifting a bundle wrapped in vibrant green banana leaves. Fang Yuan turned, momentarily taken aback by the item Jie extended. "Ai na?" Upon receiving it and unwrapping it, he discovered a delicacy made of glutinous rice and wild fruits, banana rice. Though he had not tasted it yet, its fragrant aroma was undeniably enticing. Jie continued, "Big brother, you wouldn't believe it. Early this morning, my sister came looking for you several times, but you hadn't woken up yet. So, before heading back to the town, she entrusted me to bring you this banana rice. Oh, and this." Jie revealed a small fishing rod and a bucket, both of which contained the items he had brought. He then presented a bamboo tube about an inch high. "This is rice wine brewed by my sister. I've cherished it greatly. You're the first to taste it." The combination of rice dumplings and rice wine stirred a peculiar feeling in Fang Yuan. After receiving such thoughtful gifts, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Recalling their conversation from the previous evening, he realized Ai Na traveled a considerable distance every time she returned, navigating unpaved paths, although part of it was suitable for cycling. Thus, he resolved to buy her a bicycle before departing. I'll consider it before I leave." With that thought settled, the two continued on their way. Before entering the cave, Fang Yuan took a cue from Jie and plucked several sour fruits along the path. Eventually, they arrived at the fishing spot from the previous day. Upon reaching the location, Fang Yuan did not rush to wade into the water upstream, but instead began fishing alongside Jie. After all, It would be inconsiderate to abandon the little boy who had eagerly come to fish with him. Moreover, this fishing spot had been brought to him by Jie, and given the gifts from his sister, it was only right to stay and fish for a while longer. Additionally, the allure of earning 100 points every day at this spot was hard to resist. Thus, for both emotional and logical reasons, he decided to remain and fish for a time. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Fang Yuan directly baited his hook with the sour fruits. For the roadside wild fruits proved far more effective than the usual bait. Amid the continuous sounds of lines being cast, within a mere 2 hours, they had filled Jie's small bucket to the brim with fish. Observing the bucket brimming with catches, Jie beamed with joy. "Big brother, are you really going to fish in the mountains for a long time?" As they prepared to leave, Jie gazed up at the considerable array of equipment Fang Yuan had brought. Fang Yuan chuckled, not for too long. However, he faltered, unsure how to respond, eventually saying, "I should return by the time you light the bonfire next in your village." The next bonfire, Jie contemplated, deciding it wasn't too far off, and replied, "Then I wish big brother catches plenty of fish to bring back." Fang Yuan affectionately patted his small head. Yes, all right, you've fished enough for now. It's getting late, you should head back." With a nod, Jie departed the cave, and Fang Yuan officially embarked on his exploration and fishing journey in the Ilao Mountains. Waterways, of course, necessitated a kayak. To lighten the load, Fang Yuan opted not to bring an electric pump, resorting instead to the most rudimentary foot-operated inflation valve. After a vigorous effort, he successfully assembled a 2-meter-long, half-meter-wide kayak. With the experience gained from the previous competition, although he was still not particularly adept, he managed to avoid the embarrassing mistake of spinning in circles as he had before. With the kayak in the water, his backpack secured, and a drone launched to guide the way, Fang Yuan grasped the single paddle and began to exert himself. How could this exhilarating and novel fishing method not be shared with his followers? Thus, at the moment the kayak slid forward, he initiated a live stream, showcasing his vigorous paddling to the camera. The sight of this innovative fishing approach caught many viewers off guard as they entered the stream. What on earth is the streamer doing? Isn't Fang Yuan fishing today? A kayak? Has the streamer changed his streaming method? Is he still reeling from yesterday's giant fish scare, afraid to fish live? Noticing the barrage of comments on the virtual screen, Fang Yuan chuckled. "No, I'm still fishing today. It's just that the fishing spot is a bit far, requiring some extra paddling." His words were by no means an exaggeration. Just moments ago, while inflating the kayak, he had controlled the drone to explore deeper into the cave. To his astonishment, even the drone, with its maximum flight distance, had failed to reach the cave's end, indicating that the cave extended over 3 kilometers. At first glance, this distance might seem unbelievable. However, a quick online search reveals numerous caves stretching hundreds of kilometers, making the Doll Cave appear rather ordinary. Furthermore, the greater the depth of the cave, the more it confirmed his earlier suspicions. According to the clues provided by a fellow fisherman, the deep pool they had discovered was situated at least 10 kilometers into the heart of the mountains. Thus, the further one ventures into this cave, the better. Initially, when the water enthusiasts heard Fang Yuan mention that it would take a while to paddle there, they did not take it to heart, believing it would merely be a matter of 3 to 5 minutes, or at most 10 to 8 minutes. However, as time gradually passed, amidst their jests, some began to sense that something was amiss. "Hiss, something's not right. How long has it been, and the host is still paddling?" Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the livestream room came to a sudden halt. Chapter 180. Is the price of being a streamer so steep now? The live stream had not been underway for long. Those who entered were naturally longtime fans. Even the veteran viewers had witnessed Fang Yuan's performance in the personal lure competition. In that contest, Fang Yuan secured the first place in points. Yet the image of him spinning in circles on the lure boat was still fresh in their minds. So, could it be that the great Fang is simply paddling without purpose for all this time? Without purpose? One cannot help but recall the spectacle of him spinning in circles during the previous competition, jumping and twirling with eyes closed. Haha, seeing you all mention this. Those forgotten memories start to assault me. Oh, those past events that are hard to revisit. What is so hard to revisit? That was the path Fang took to get here. Observing the banter of the netizens in the livestream, Fang Yuan remained unfazed. His paddling skills at that time were indeed lacking, but that was then. At this moment, while his movements still lacked precision, each stroke propelled him further than before. After all, great strength yields miraculous results. The force he exerted was several times greater than that of an ordinary person, and that was no jest. Moreover, there was his astonishing coordination. With each stroke, Fang Yuan could identify his shortcomings, thereby improving his technique. Thus, if a professional kayaking coach were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded by Fang Yuan's rapid progress, calling him a prodigy. So, let the folks in the live stream continue their chatter. Gradually, the viewers began to notice something unusual. The cave's visibility was dimming, but the reference points along the banks of the dark river were undoubtedly shifting. Initially, the change was subtle. However, as Fang Yuan grew increasingly adept at handling the kayak, each stroke propelled him several meters forward. The viewers began to be astonished. It is crucial to note that this was a treacherous upstream current. For an ordinary person, not only would paddling be a challenge, but even mastering it would be an impressive feat at this moment. Hiss, something is indeed awry, very awry. Is the camera still fixed on the same person who spun aimlessly during the competition? Everyone, quiet down. From my professional perspective, the host is paddling at a level 6. Professional? What expertise do you possess? By day, I cast my net like an eagle, and by night, I summon the thunderous aids of the heavens. I too was a man who once outpaced the fisheries patrol with mere wooden oars. What expertise are you talking about? Goodness, impressive indeed. So, does this imply that the host was merely pretending to be inept? What happened before is unclear, but at this moment, with the host's skills, he could effortlessly secure a ranking in typical second or third-tier competitions. Now, every viewer in the live stream was awash with astonishment. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan was paddling with increasing fluidity and confidence. If at the outset he exerted only 10% of his strength, now it could be said he was applying 100%. Once the power was sufficient, the kayak's inertia magnified, and its speed escalated, gradually blurring the reference points along the banks. This was due to the river's curves. If he were to unleash his speed fully, Fang Yuan truly wished to test the limits of his capabilities. As the journey deepened, Fang Yuan noticed that the footholds along the banks, once visible, began to disappear, indicating that the width of the cave matched the breadth of the underground river. In other words, there was no place to rest. Additionally, as they ventured further, the water's flow became increasingly turbulent, with certain areas concealing hidden currents. This was a testament to his rapid improvement in paddling skills, coupled with his extraordinary physical attributes. Otherwise, a mere hidden current could easily capsize him. Thus, as each scene unfolded, the viewers in the live stream were not only thrilled but also exhilarated. The extreme streamer, today, Fang Yuan undeniably lived up to the title of an extreme streamer. Absolutely. I follow many extreme streamers. Yet most merely survive on small hills or find a tiny island to claim as extreme. Now, watching this, those attempts pale in comparison. Indeed, there are countless extreme streamers online, but today, Fang Yuan is the unequivocal #1. It was worth it. Today, this live stream room is a treasure. Given the footage and extreme feats, I would dare call it divine. A timid inquiry. This ISNTA fishing live stream, is it? Or have the standards for fishing streams risen so high that one must perform extreme feats to qualify for streaming? To the brother above, you Haven T made a mistake. This is indeed a fishing live stream, but the host has not yet arrived at the destination. He is currently en route. Not yet at the destination? What more is there to traverse? May I inquire, are we fishing for the King of Hell? It was at this moment that suddenly, the barrage of comments shifted dramatically, and various exclamations erupted. The camera revealed Fang Yuan leaning precariously, causing the small boat beneath him to tilt as well, creating the illusion that both he and the kayak were on the verge of capsizing into the dark river. No, it was not an illusion. They were genuinely about to capsize, due to the hidden current. Fang Yuan evaded the first current, but was pulled into the second. The uneven rocks beneath the river's surface caused the water flow to become chaotic, even creating whirlpools. At this juncture, being drawn into the hidden current caused the kayak to tilt, and Fang Yuan could feel his elbows submerged in the frigid river water. The kayak began to spin rapidly in the direction of the whirlpool. Be careful, host. I can't bear to watch. I truly cannot. This feels like a life or death situation. Feels. This is clearly a matter of life and death. It's over. It's over. Our host has gone too far. Tense to the point of holding their breath. They wished for his safety. Just as the plea for safety emerged, the image of the kayak spiraling in the whirlpool lost all semblance of balance, tipping over. In an instant, the screen lost sight of Fang Yuan. Chapter 181. The Source of the Underground River. Silence, an eerie silence. As Fang Yuan's figure vanished from the camera, the entire livestream room was devoid of sound, save for the rushing water, and even the scrolling comments on the public screen ceased. After a few moments of this stillness, a comment popped up. What should we be doing now? Several more comments followed. It can't be, it can't be. I've followed Fang Yuan for quite some time. This fellow has a resilient spirit. Indeed, this individual had previously weathered a hail of bullets, emerging unscathed, rendering this perilous situation utterly trivial in comparison. Although the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen was sparse, the thousands of viewers indicated a significant interest in the unfolding scene. It was evident that the audience, upon witnessing this spectacle, had become so tense that they remained speechless, failing to contribute to the dialogue. At this juncture, a new comment materialized on the screen. Look, everyone, observe the upper left corner. There, in the tranquil waters captured by the camera, a long, slender object emerged. It was a kayak belonging to Fang Yuan. The water enthusiasts collectively perked up. However, at that moment, the kayak was capsized. Whether due to the current's influence or some other factor, it trembled incessantly. Suddenly, the kayak flipped over, revealing a figure who, wielding a single paddle, brushed the river's surface. The viewers gasped in unison. It's the streamer. It's the streamer. Wow, incredible. What did I say? In Fang Shen's presence, nothing is impossible. Thank goodness he's all right. At that moment, I couldn't help but ponder. Given the precariousness of the situation, was it truly necessary to pursue that fish? Fang Yuan shook the river water from his hair, muttering, I should have brought a quick dry hat. In the southwest, the climate is perpetually spring-like. But that pertains to the outside world. Here, it was a dark, subterranean river, the water chilling to the bone. With his physique, anyone else would have been left half dead after such an ordeal. Yet, Fang Yuan remained unfazed, declaring to his companions, no worries, brothers. The river water is quite sweet. Upon hearing this, the live chat erupted with disbelief. Sweet? Streamer, are you all right? Haha, true to form. Fang Shen can still make jokes after such an incident. Initially, I had not thought much of it, but at this moment, I was utterly curious about the fishing spot that compelled the streamer to risk so much. Nonetheless, I urged him to return. The fish was hardly worth risking one's life. Indeed, despite the allure of the spot, no catch was worth such a gamble. In the brief time that had elapsed, the official risk warnings had been issued multiple times. Observing the stream of advice urging a return, Fang Yuan asserted, it's fine. I was just paddling too quickly earlier. I'll be more careful from now on. This was not mere bravado. It was the truth. Although he was battling against the current, his extraordinary physical prowess allowed him to maintain impressive strength with each stroke, easily translating into tremendous force. Thus, his hands possessed horsepower akin to that of a single-cylinder diesel engine, naturally translating to speed. Furthermore, while the kayak had capsized, the netting inside had securely contained his backpack and other belongings, indicating that the kayak's design had considered such contingencies from the outset. As for himself, he had no cause for concern. With a mental command, the drone swiftly advanced, and he resumed paddling, albeit with a more measured intensity than before. Meanwhile, parked beside a national highway, a small van held two figures. Fantastic. Brother-in-law, look. This kid is completely fine. I told you, he has the resilience of a cockroach. Hearing his brother-in-law's words, the scar-faced man delivered a sharp slap. Damn it, this brat is our enemy. Do you understand what that means? It was the duo of the scar-faced man and the mustachioed one. Ever since acquiring smartphones and some money, their lives had improved significantly, with daily provisions of food and drink. However, their relentless pursuit of Fang Yuan remained unchanged. Upon learning 2 days prior that he had ventured to Ileo Mountain, the pair had plotted their journey there. Having suffered a bitter experience on motorcycles previously, they had wisely opted for a dedicated vehicle this time. Upon seeing on his phone that Fang Yuan was unharmed, the scar-faced man tossed his box out of the window and lit a cigarette. Third, the heavens are granting us a chance, but this fool is courting death. We must tighten our grip, lest the heavens claim him before we do. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he inquired, how far to go? Receiving a slap, the mustachioed one replied, a few 100 kilometers. Then let's hurry. We must arrive before nightfall. All right, let's hit the road. With that instruction, the scar-faced man reclined his passenger seat and unconsciously opened Fang Yuan's live stream. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, after watching 2 streams, he had grown fond of Fang Yuan's broadcasts. A moment without viewing left him feeling restless. Simultaneously, a question lingered in his mind. Was fishing truly that captivating? Inside the cave, having learned from past mistakes, Fang Yuan approached with a steady resolve, reducing the frequency of his strokes with the paddle, yet maintaining a respectable pace. As he navigated through countless twists and turns, he remained unaware of how many times he had paddled. Suddenly, he sensed a tremendous disturbance in the water ahead. His heart raced, and with a mental cue, the drone surged forward. In mere moments, Fang Yuan was treated to an exhilarating sight through the drone's lens. The view suddenly opened up, illuminated by a beam of light cascading from above, enriching the scene with vibrant colors. It was a sinkhole, a gateway to the subterranean river leading to the heart of Ileo Mountain. He adjusted the camera upwards, and abruptly, the vista expanded further, revealing a river that flowed from the depths of the forest, flanked by lush primordial jungles on either side. Ecstatic, Fang Yuan waved his paddle in triumph, exclaiming that his gamble had paid off. This underground river indeed connected to Ileo Mountain's core, likely sharing its source with the river outside the village. However, this exhilaration was short-lived, as another challenge presented itself. The mountain stream leading into the heart of Ileo Mountain lay just ahead. But how could he ascend? Chapter 182. This streamer is extraordinary. As the kayak glided forward, Fang Yuan soon reached the sinkhole. As depicted in the footage, this sinkhole featured a vertical drop of at least 10 meters, with slick, moss-covered walls surrounding it, making climbing impossible. Fortunately, due to the current season being a low water period, several rocks were exposed around the pool, providing Fang Yuan with a temporary resting place. Thus, once he maneuvered both himself and the kayak onto a large stone, he began to contemplate how to ascend. As he pondered, in the live stream, the viewers witnessed the source of the underground river through the camera's fluctuating zoom, collectively marveling at nature's artistry. Some even suggested that this location would make a great starting point for a water park project, proposing a water rafting adventure. Brothers, do you think this could work? Are you serious? Water entertainment? That is a death wish. They were promptly met with ridicule. Amidst the breathtaking beauty of the sinkhole captured by the camera, there were also several proficient anglers eagerly contemplating whether the perilous spots discovered by Fang Yuan were indeed fit for fishing. Is this the fishing spot you found, streamer? One inquired. To be frank, it leaves much to be desired. Well, how should I put it? The area seems rather small. I fear I won't be able to cast my line properly. Indeed, I had hoped for a more expansive water surface. It's hard to say, just moments ago. The streamer had also filmed the area above the sinkhole, where I noticed a river flowing. Perhaps the streamer intends to fish there. There? Are you certain you're not jesting? Chuckled another. Come on, brother, take a good look at that drop. It must be at least 10 meters. Do you really think the streamer is some omnipotent deity? Quite so, given the environment depicted on screen. Even a seasoned climber would shake their head in disbelief. Meanwhile, as the viewers in the live stream debated, Fang Yuan, deep within the sinkhole, made a move. He retrieved a rope from his backpack, causing the camera to zoom in closer, and then secured the rope to a drone. Following that, the camera began to ascend, and in an instant, it soared out of the seemingly confined sinkhole. The viewers were momentarily baffled by Fang Yuan's unexpected maneuver. But as they observed the camera circling around a prominent boulder, some astute viewers seemed to catch on. No way. The streamer isn't actually thinking of using the drone to wrap the rope around that boulder, is he? As this comment emerged in the chat, another viewer quipped. Using a drone to tie a rope? I recognize each word separately, but together, they make no sense. Are you serious? Another chimed in. I know the streamer is an expert at low-altitude flying, but are you suggesting he intends to control the drone to tie a knot with the rope? Surely you jest. Just as this comment was made, the chat momentarily halted, and the multitude of viewers awaiting on their phones widened their eyes in astonishment. While a scarred-faced passenger sitting in the passenger seat hundreds of kilometers away couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth?" Suddenly, the camera began to spin wildly. And after a few seconds of this chaotic motion, it settled down. To everyone's shock, the rope that was supposed to hang from the drone was now tightly looped around the boulder, secured in a knot. Instantly, the chat exploded with excitement. Wow, that was impressive. I admit I may have been a bit loud just now. Is this for real? You had the drone tie a knot around a rock. And a tight one at that. How is that even possible? Another viewer exclaimed, Bro, I must be hallucinating. Did I really just see a drone tie a rope knot? Streamer, seriously, you should give up fishing and join me in a low-altitude flying competition. I want to ride your coattails. Exactly. I followed you because of your low-flying skills. But I never anticipated they would be this extraordinary. Within the sinkhole, Fang Yuan gazed at the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, a smile creeping onto his face. Executing such a maneuver with an ordinary drone is quite challenging. Yet ours is a drone that can be deftly maneuvered as desired. With a humble and sincere tone, he remarked, "It's merely basic skills, nothing more." Upon hearing this, the viewers couldn't help but chuckle. Basic skills, you say? That's quite an understatement. But your technique is undeniably enviable. If only I possessed the streamer's skills, I would soar even higher. Who says otherwise? Is the streamer still accepting apprentices? Not for fishing, but for low-altitude flying. After witnessing this live stream, I realized that beyond fishing, the streamer excels in every other aspect. Beyond fishing? Surely you jest. If you merely glanced at the homepage, you wouldn't make such a statement. Huh, can you believe someone is questioning Fang Yuan's fishing prowess? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. The live stream chat buzzed with chatter, while Fang Yuan, after tugging on the dangling rope, began to take action. He deflated the kayak, unscrewed the single paddle, and stowed it in his backpack. Initially, the viewers didn't think much of Fang Yuan's preparations. However, once they saw him strap on the enormous backpack and considered the 10-meter drop, a shiver ran down their spines. This was not the most alarming aspect. The entrance to the sinkhole was rather small, resulting in torrents of rushing water cascading down. Not only would it be challenging to climb against such a current, but merely standing at the bottom without being swept away would be an extraordinary feat. Yet, at this moment, Fang Yuan intended to ascend while burdened by the weight of the rope. From my perspective, this ascent seems quite daunting. Indeed, If the streamer weren't carrying that hefty pack, and if the water flow weren't so forceful, it might be manageable. However, as the chatter began to emerge, only a few comments appeared before they were abruptly silenced. The camera captured Fang Yuan's swift movements, his hands alternating as he climbed, and within mere moments, he emerged from the sinkhole. The viewers in the live stream gasped in awe. This streamer is extraordinary. Chapter 183. Zhang Bin brings good news. A mysterious expert in the Chu region, from the rapid currents to the perilous undercurrents, and now to the courageous ascent of the sinkhole. Every action Fang Yuan undertook surpassed the viewers' expectations and shattered their preconceptions time and again. Yet, as a professional angler, upon emerging from the sinkhole, Fang Yuan's first thought was not to process the exhilaration from overcoming numerous challenges, but to scan the winding river extending from the valley's heart. As the camera shifted, the dreamlike long-casting rod appeared in his hand. What had he endured all this for? After driving thousands of miles and traversing mountains, was it not to catch more fish? Therefore, regardless of the sinkhole or the rapids, we must not allow trivial matters to hinder our fishing endeavors. This sudden scene left the viewers in the live stream wide-eyed. Wait, is this really about fishing? At this moment, the streamer's first thought was to fish? I almost forgot that Fang Yuan is indeed an angler streamer. Now that's what I call professionalism. Hats off to you, Fang Yuan. All anglers, rise to salute Fang Yuan. Standing by the water, Fang Yuan contemplated his surroundings. Due to the existence of the underground river sinkhole, the river's current had accelerated significantly, undoubtedly providing an ideal habitat for many fish. As for whether his assumptions were correct, he cast the line with a perfect parabolic arc. Only by fishing can one discover if there are any fish present. At this moment, outside the window, the sparrows perched on the utility pole chattered incessantly. Fang Yuan glanced at the phone affixed to his forearm, securely encased in a waterproof sleeve. Alleviating any concerns about water damage during his journey, he activated the voice call. Brother, we've advanced. It was Zhang Bin's voice. Both Huzi and I have made it through. Without needing to ask, Fang Yuan understood that the advancement Zhang Bin referred to was in relation to the individual competition they had registered for. Congratulations, Fang Yuan replied. Haha, when are you coming back? We three need to celebrate properly. It's not the same without you here, especially since Huzi doesn't drink. Fang Yuan chuckled. That might take a while. After a moment's thought, he added, I should be back by mid-lunar December at the latest. There was a pause on the other end. So long. A few seconds later, Zhang Bin exclaimed in surprise, Wow, brother, what have you been up to? How did you end up in this state? Clearly, Zhang Bin had entered the live streaming room. It's nothing, just had a little adventure, Fang Yuan replied. Almost immediately, several racing cars zipped across the public screen. That was typical of Zhang Bin. Whenever he entered the live stream, he would make a grand entrance with flashy cars, which he claimed was his way of boosting viewer engagement. This time, it wasn't just him. Even Huzi had sent a few small gifts. After a few more casual exchanges, Fang Yuan ended the call. His feelings towards the championship had evolved from indifference at the outset to genuine joy upon hearing of Zhang Bin and Huzi's success. He had undergone a notable transformation. Now intrigued, he began to peruse the virtual screen before him for updates on the tournament. Idly scrolling, he noticed, as expected, that familiar names dominated the initial rounds, comprising renowned powerhouse teams and popular fishing streamers. To his surprise, his own name appeared on the forum, and it was generating considerable buzz. Upon further inspection, he found it was related to the incident during the lure fishing competition. After that event, he had left without a word, but the aftermath had been significant. All the major figures involved had been held accountable, with director Li Dashan facing imprisonment. Rumor had it that the investigation revealed Li was merely a pawn, with even more formidable protectors behind him. Nevertheless, the matter fizzled out without any substantial consequences, leaving many to speculate whether it had affected powerful interests or if the protective umbrella was simply too vast. In addition to this, a mysterious expert had seized the coveted top spot for individual competitive fishing points from the Tianyuan team. Although the main players from Tianyuan had not participated in the initial round, the strength of their secondary and tertiary teams was unquestionable. The unexpected defeat of such a formidable team in a significant tournament was quite astonishing. As for the other popular events in the Shudi region, they had not generated much buzz. It was noteworthy, however, that this championship, bolstered by online platforms, had garnered attention comparable to major sporting events. With heightened interest came the emergence of fan culture, leading to the creation of a popularity leaderboard on the forum. To his astonishment, Fang Yuan found himself listed, albeit in a modest position around 20, overshadowed by numerous female anglers clad in yoga pants. The top 10 were filled with the well-known leaders of prestigious teams, such as Lu Er, the head coach, Depend, and Wang Chao. From various interview videos, Fang Yuan learned that these individuals might be participating in such competitions for the last time, as they planned to step back or retire thereafter. Consequently, they were fiercely vying for the highest honors, resulting in exceptionally intense competition. This championship could very well serve as the farewell match for this golden generation, as well as a transitional battle between seasoned and emerging players. Whether this golden generation would continue to shine or if new talents would rise to take the mantle was fervently debated on the forum. In summary, as the tournament progressed, its popularity continued to soar, drawing in even those who had previously overlooked the sport of fishing. As Fang Yuan scrolled through the forum while casting his line, he suddenly sensed a tug on the line. With a smile, he exclaimed, "Brothers, we've got a fish." Chapter 184. The super fishing grounds originating from the source. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of frequently catching large fish, or perhaps as a release after emerging from the oppressive undercurrents, Fang Yuan felt a rush of excitement. Thus, with the announcement of "We've got a fish," he yanked the rod sharply, only to find his expression falter. No fish. He stared at the empty hook, pondering. Upon closer inspection, he found himself speechless. It wasn't he that there was no fish. Rather, he had inadvertently hooked a minuscule fish mouth, no larger than a fingernail. This indicated that the fish in question was unlikely to exceed the size of his palm. The sight incited laughter among the viewers in the live chat. A fish mouth? Have the fish in this river evolved? Can they just reach out to forage? Whereas the fish? Did the fish leave its mouth behind? Clearly, this was not the case. It was evident that the mouth had been detached from the body. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The streamer had been treating the small fish as if it were a colossal catch. Haha, they say great strength yields miraculous results, but sometimes, great strength just results in a fish mouth. Fang Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed at the sight of the fish mouth on his hook. I may have overdone it a bit. I'll be more careful next time. With that, he resumed casting his line. Although he had only caught a fish mouth after quite some time, the ongoing casting allowed Fang Yuan to glean some insights. The river, extending from the valley, was not like the narrow and deep underground currents. Instead, much of the riverbed was visible, revealing smooth pebbles. This meant that the fish, seeking refuge from avian predators, would hide away. Thus, areas with complex underwater environments or gentle currents around protruding boulders were likely to be the hiding spots for fish. In other words, fishing here required a different approach compared to the outside world. Rather than casting aimlessly, one needed to cast precisely to deliver the bait to the targeted zones. Moreover, due to the depth of the water, the soft bait was less effective than heavier options. Understanding this, Fang Yuan began to adjust his strategy. He switched bait and ceased his aimless casting, focusing instead on identifying target areas. His gaze swept across the river, spotting a large rock protruding from the water. With a swift motion, he directed the soft bait towards it. The moment the bait hit the water, Fang Yuan clearly observed the surface erupt in a splash, prompting a spark of excitement in his eyes. Indeed, after the recent experience of hooking a fish, Fang Yuan approached this time with a gentler touch while fishing for spiny fish. Consequently, within a few breaths, a small fish resembling a horse mouth, approximately the size of a palm, was drawn from the water's surface. The fish, with a large head and slender body, measured over 10 centimeters in length. Its scales fine and densely packed, shimmering in various hues under the sunlight. Had he encountered such peculiar species previously, Fang Yuan would have been unconcerned, trusting his instincts to place them directly into the keep net. However, having gained experience with the little fish earlier, he deemed it prudent to investigate further. How to do so? Quite simply. With a mere thought, he zoomed in the camera lens for a full-body close-up of the fish and immediately conducted an online search. Instantly, information about this small fish appeared on the virtual screen. Its scientific name, Oncorhynchus mycus, commonly found in the mountain streams of southwestern China, renowned for its exquisite taste and often utilized in soups. Upon reading this description, Fang Yuan felt a wave of relief. Delicious? Not endangered? Perfect. Into the keep net it goes. He had expended considerable energy, and his stomach was already empty. He planned to use it for a soup, complemented by the star anise rice given by AI Na. Just imagining it was mouth-watering. Since soup required more than one fish, he cast his line again. After a few moments, seeing the familiar splash on the water's surface, Fang Yuan's heart soared. He knew his hunch was correct. With the right approach, such valuable resources were easily within reach. He swiftly reeled in the line, initially expecting another colorful fish, but upon bringing it closer, he burst into laughter. For this was a well-known troublemaker in the lure fishing world, the horsemouth. However, compared to the commonly seen varieties outside, this one was noticeably larger and much plumper. It would also be perfect for the stew. During this fishing excursion, Fang Yuan had come well prepared, equipped not only with outdoor survival tools, but also with pots, stoves, and seasonings, ensuring he had no worries about cooking too many fish. Thus, as he continued casting his line, the keep net gradually filled with small fish. including not only the colorful ones and horse mouths, but also several loaches and streamstone bass. Initially, Fang Yuan had not realized the potential, but as the variety of caught fish began to increase, he recognized that this area might open up a new fishing ground. With a spirit of experimentation, he activated the radar scan. Upon scanning, Fang Yuan was taken aback. The radar screen indicated that this spot still belonged to the Jiuzhuan Shibuan fishing ground. This meant that it was akin to an underground river, part of the same fishing area. Observing this, Fang Yuan gazed ahead towards the mountain stream's depths, pondering whether the Jiuzhuan Shibuan fishing ground extended to the stream's origin. If so, he examined the fishing ground's progress. Since yesterday, he had caught numerous fish in this area. According to his previous experiences, these varieties, combined with yesterday's rare fish, should have pushed the progress past the halfway mark. Yet, upon inspection, he was puzzled. 11%? Looking at the progress, Fang Yuan reflected on the small fish he had caught. Although he had fished for quite some time yesterday, he had only landed 2 species, the blind fish and the rare baby fish. Today, although he aimed to catch rare fish, he had amassed 6 different types. This meant that over 2 days, he had caught 1 rare fish plus 6 common varieties. With his gaze lowered, he contemplated the progress, 11%. By this calculation, yesterday's baby fish contributed merely 5%, while these small fish accounted for only 1%. Fang Yuan was taken aback. The purpose of this fishing expedition was to unlock the fishing ground and earn points, and it seemed that as the fishing ground's level increased, so did the difficulty of unlocking it. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. Higher difficulty? That merely indicated higher rewards. Moreover, regarding Jiuzhuan Shibuan, based on earlier estimates, Fang Yuan had always believed that one bend in the underground river constituted a curve. Now it appeared that a similar environment might also count as a bend, potentially harboring a rare fish. The notion of 9 bends and 18 curves. This could be the beginning of something extraordinary. Just as Fang Yuan envisioned his ascent in this fishing ground, suddenly, the tip of his dreamlike long-casting rod plunged sharply, and a powerful force surged through the line. A big one was on the hook. Chapter 185. The rare fish surfaces, rewards abound. Feeling the force in his hands, distinctly different from the smaller fish he had previously caught, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Deep waters conceal large fish, yet the depth here? At most, only 1.5 meters. Clearly, this contradicted common sense. But the force he felt was undeniably real. No matter. He decided to reel it in and see what it was. In the midst of his thoughts, Fang Yuan intensified his pull. In the live stream, viewers were equally astonished by the scene. Most of the water's surface was crystal clear, revealing only the complex underwater structures obscuring the view. However, upon seeing the curve of Fang Yuan's rod, seasoned viewers began to estimate. 20 pounds. That curve indicates at least 20 pounds. Perhaps even 30 pounds. Unlikely. From what I see, at most 10 pounds. It's hard to say. After all, the host's rod has successfully pulled in sturgeons weighing hundreds of pounds, and a slight difference in curvature could translate to several tens of pounds in weight. The discussion among the seasoned fans grew intense, while newer viewers held a different perspective. Today's live stream had showcased Fang Yuan's impressive capabilities, completely winning over the audience, yet that only applied to extreme physical feats. When it came to fishing, oh dear, it seems you don't regard larger fish as fish at all. Right away, you're talking about 20 or 30 pounds. What's next? Are we discussing giant cabbages? In this water, even a fish weighing 1 or 2 pounds would be considered extraordinary luck for the host. Indeed, the host had been fishing for quite a while, and all he had caught were small fish. 20 or 30-pound fish. TSK, who believes that? Some people may idolize, but can we refrain from blind following? The host may be impressive physically, but that's one thing. Claiming 20 or 30-pound monsters. I feel embarrassed just watching. As the counterarguments emerged, the level-headed longtime fans recognized that a good show was about to unfold, and they began to cheer. Let us place our bets. I'll put half a bottle of calcium milk on it. All my savings, I didn't spend on Lego in elementary school. And now I have only a spoon left, putting it all on the line. I'm done. Last time I lost half a spicy strip, and I'm still starving. With the two factions of viewers steadfast in their beliefs, a flurry of quirky comments erupted along the riverbank. Fang Yuan, with droplets of water still clinging to his hair, shook his head and smiled at the amusing group of viewers, enjoying the lively atmosphere. After all, this was a live stream. It was essential for the atmosphere to be vibrant. As for the weight of the fish, in the live broadcast room, the viewers were fixated on a singular aspect, while Fang Yuan contemplated a multitude of possibilities. Judging by the force transmitted through the rod, it was at least 30 pounds. This weight was the source of Fang Yuan's momentary doubt. 30 pounds. Such a mass would undoubtedly indicate a sizable fish. Considering the average depth of this fishing spot, which did not exceed 1.5 meters. It was generally improbable for such a hefty fish to reside here. As the saying goes, the environment shapes the individual. The larger the fish, the more expansive its living environment must be, along with a sufficient food supply. As for the resources available at this fishing spot, a cursory glance at the small bait fish in the net elicited a silent chuckle from Fang Yuan. After fishing for half a day, the meager haul of merely 3 or 2 pounds was clearly insufficient to sustain a 30-pound predator. Thus, Fang Yuan's gaze instinctively shifted upstream. If the area were to be enlarged, if the distance were increased, and if there were deeper waters upstream, then these circumstances would indeed make sense. If such a colossal creature could exist in these shallow depths, then the upstream waters must be extraordinary. With this thought, Fang Yuan's anticipation for what was to come intensified. At that moment, Fang Yuan's forearm exerted a sudden force, and his other hand swiftly turned the wrist. 30 pounds were merely a warm-up. Why hesitate when one could simply launch? In an instant, a resounding splash echoed as a fish nearly 2 feet long, with a body resembling a fan, was pulled from the water, and the camera followed suit. As the true visage of this magnificent fish was unveiled on screen, the skepticism in the live broadcast room dissipated entirely. My goodness, what an enormous stream grouper. Is this really a stream grouper? Good heavens, this colossal creature is a grouper? It's as if this fish has ascended to a higher plane. At the moment they recognized the grandeur of this aquatic behemoth, many seasoned anglers fell silent, enveloped in awe. It is worth mentioning that since Fang Yuan secured the top score in his group during the last individual angling competition, his live stream had attracted numerous renowned anglers, including many professionals. Their purpose for tuning in was simple: to learn from the one who had excelled in the individual angling competition. Upon Fang Yuan's broadcast, these individuals remained glued to their screens. Frankly speaking, during his first broadcast following the championship, Fang Yuan caught a significant number of fish, culminating with a rare giant salamander. However, throughout the entire session, his angling techniques were unremarkable. Fast forward to today, the beginning was merely an extreme personal showcase. The skill of lure fishing was nowhere to be seen. But then, at this very moment, as they witnessed Fang Yuan's seamless casting in the shallow waters, especially following the landing of this giant creature, silence enveloped the viewers, their hearts racing with excitement. It is crucial to understand that the dynamics of a competition and the wilderness are entirely different concepts. Encountering a supersized fish in the wild and successfully reeling it in is undoubtedly the strictest test for an angler. In this process, the synergy of timing, location, and skill is indispensable. Prior to such an encounter, luck plays a paramount role. Without it, no amount of skill can make a difference. However, once faced with such a challenge, technique becomes of utmost importance. In this moment, Fang Yuan had perfectly intertwined both elements. To be honest, I was not envious when I saw the host achieve the top score in his group, but at this very moment, witnessing him capture this supersized creature in the wild is indeed something to be envious of. Wait, is that envy? I must mention that the host previously caught hundreds of pounds of sturgeon with this very rod. It's different. Only an angler would understand the true worth of this stream grouper. Indeed, a stream grouper, and a giant one at that. This represents the ultimate dream for countless anglers. Within the live stream, countless anglers expressed their admiration beyond words, yet Fang Yuan, standing on the shore, had no time to pay attention to their envious comments. For at the moment the giant stream grouper was hoisted onto the shore, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host, for catching the rare fish. Big tooth, reward points, 500. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to a higher professional level, current level, advanced, reward lottery chances, 5 points, 3,000. Ding! Due to the host's advancement to the advanced level, the aquarium is now unlocked, and items in the points shop have been updated. Chapter 186, The Aquarium Unlocked, Vitality Elixir. Hearing the continuous notifications from the system, Fang Yuan couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. A rare fish, Big Tooth? Whether the viewers in the live stream grasped the significance of this fish, Fang Yuan was oblivious. What mattered was that he was now face to face with the intricate details of this giant stream grouper. The stream grouper, belonging to the family of slender fish within the order of Perciformes, is commonly found as a small predatory fish in freshwater streams. However, the term small here refers to the average stream grouper, whereas the one before him was far from ordinary. Measuring nearly 2 feet in length with a width exceeding 1 foot, its shape reminiscent of the round fans used by villagers in his hometown. Yet, the most striking feature was the row of coin-sized, neatly arranged teeth in its mouth. The tightly packed, gleaming teeth made Fang Yuan grateful for the dragon-catching line he had used. Had he opted for any other fishing line, even if he had managed to hook this creature, it would have been uncertain whether he could reel it in. At this moment, This magnificent being was firmly within his grasp. With its enormous size and a set of mutated teeth, it was needless to say, it must possess at least double mutations. The thought of the value of such a double mutation made Fang Yuan beam with delight. In addition to the rewards for capturing this big tooth, there was also the promotion in professional rank and the unlocking of the aquarium. First came the personal panel. Fang Yuan distinctly remembered the last time he had advanced in rank, while fishing at Red Maple Lake, transitioning from beginner to intermediate, which significantly enhanced his physical attributes. Now, with a mere thought, his body panel unfolded. Host, Fang Yuan. Level, Advanced Angler. Strength, 28. Endurance, 26. Resilience, 26. Speed, 25. Current assignable points, 3. He paid no mind to the experience required for his next promotion displayed on the panel. He was too captivated by the remarkable enhancement of his attributes. 10 points. This advancement had uniformly elevated all his attributes by 10 points. Fang Yuan's heart raced with excitement. However, upon noticing a new icon in the upper right corner of the page and clicking into it, Fang Yuan felt as though he were breathing in pure bliss. Aquarium, capable of housing freshwater fish of rare quality and above. Current quality, white. Current volume, 1 cubic meter. Current quality can maintain the fish's health at full capacity for 24 hours. Note, the host can enhance the aquarium's quality and volume by consuming points from the shop. As he gazed at the aquarium introduction, Fang Yuan could no longer contain his excitement, leaping several feet into the air. Had he been within the camera's frame, it would have inevitably elicited a chorus of gasps. If he had been fretting over how to handle the capture of such a rare fish moments ago, the appearance of this aquarium had now resolved all his concerns with remarkable ease. After a brief glance at the screen, he shifted the camera's focus and activated the aquarium's storage function. Instantly, a 1x1 foot blue virtual projection materialized, moving in tandem with his gaze. When his eyes fell upon the large toothy fish, a system notification chimed. Ding! The system has detected a storable fish species. Would you like to store it? Upon hearing this prompt, Fang Yuan hesitated no longer and confirmed without delay. In an instant, the previously frolicking fish vanished, its form reappearing within the aquarium, accompanied by additional information. Upon inspection, he found rare fish, large tooth, current health, 100. Note, the health of the fish in the aquarium is correlated with the quality of the aquarium. To maintain the health of the fish in the long term, the host is advised to upgrade the aquarium's quality promptly. Ding! System-friendly reminder. The host may also purchase vitality potions through the Points Mall to stabilize the fish's health. Points for purchase? Observing the prompt, Fang Yuan's smile dimmed slightly as he then opened the Points Mall. The system had recently issued several reward notifications, including updates to the mall, which he initially assumed pertained to fishing gear. Now, upon reflection, he realized it was indeed the case. Upon opening the mall, he remarked, as expected. Indeed, the system was just as familiar in its peculiarities. Product, Vitality Potion Grade, Blue Specification, 10 milliliters effect, can enhance the vitality of fish within the aquarium. Usage, each milliliter can sustain the health of fish in 1 cubic meter of water for 24 hours. Price, 300 points. Product, Vitality Potion Grade, Purple Specification, 10 milliliters effect, can enhance the vitality of fish within the aquarium. Usage, each milliliter can sustain the health of fish in 1 cubic meter of water for 48 hours. Price, 500 points. Product, Vitality Potion Grade, Gold Specification, 10 milliliters effect, can enhance the vitality of fish within the aquarium. Usage, each milliliter can sustain the health of fish in 1 cubic meter of water for 96 hours. Price, 800 points. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. For instance, the blue-grade Vitality Potion, priced at 300 points, could maintain the health of the rare fish in the aquarium for 10 days. Given that 300 points equated to over 70,000 in value, and considering the price for a dual-mutated fish began at a minimum of 100,000, it implied that even with the exchange, he would still profit. However, the measurements were based on per cubic meter. This meant that the large tooth size was somewhat smaller. Had it been the dual-mutated lightning dragon he captured last time, the aquarium would need to be upgraded by 1 level. The Vitality Potion's consumption would increase with each upgrade, the specifics of which remained unknown. Thus, purchasing solely the blue-grade Vitality Potion seemed somewhat unwise. Fortunately, the Vitality Potions were not limited to the blue grade. The highest quality gold variant boasted quadruple the effect for just a little more than double the price. What did this signify? It seemed to compel one to spend more points at once for the higher quality Vitality Potions. Of course, Fang Yuan understood that these comparisons were based on the exchange of bait, and the prices of rare fish would fluctuate. For instance, the previous lightning dragon sold for over 300,000, indicating that he would still make a substantial profit. Furthermore, considering the previously sold mutated fish were in a rush to sell, there was no choice. Delays could lead to the fish's demise, rendering them worthless. However, with the availability of vitality potions, he now held the reins of control, affording him more time to manage his resources. Overall, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Chapter 187. A Picnic Amidst the Mountains. Thanks to the series of rewards from the system, Fang Yuan grinned widely, revealing his large teeth, while the viewers in the live stream were not much better off. Upon witnessing the oversized rare fish and its mutated appearance, the barrage of comments in the chat soared, particularly from aquarium owners who had been following Fang Yuan's stream. Just yesterday, upon seeing Fang Yuan catch that mutated axolotl, they had contemplated messaging him to see if they could acquire it. The more forbidden an item, the more precious it became, drawing the attention of wealthy enthusiasts. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. The fish was already a rarity, and its prohibition from sale rendered it even more desirable. But, before they could send their private messages, they watched in despair as Fang Yuan released the mutated axolotl in front of numerous viewers. It felt like a dagger to their hearts, such a lucrative opportunity, squandered so nonchalantly. Fortunately, at that moment, they saw Fang Yuan capture another mutated fish, and to their delight, this one was not on the protected species list. Streamer, I want that fish. I want it. Hey you think you can just claim it? Get in line. Bro, do you remember me? I'm that guy from the Northeast you met last time. I'll take that stream base. Name your price. Streamer, I missed out on that lightning dragon last time. I've been restless for months. When you auction this one, you better let me know in advance. I'm not short on money. Observing the comments flooding the live stream, Fang Yuan chuckled. Rest assured, everyone, if I decide to sell this time, I will definitely notify you all in advance. In the live stream, they responded eagerly. So, when will the auction begin? I'll fly over as soon as you announce it. I need to head to Jiangbei before the new year. I'll be waiting for the good news there. With this, Fang Yuan assured them he would indeed notify them beforehand. After some casual banter, he concluded, all right, that's it for today, folks. See you tomorrow. With that, Fang Yuan conveniently ended the live stream. Once the stream was off, Fang Yuan accessed the fishing grounds page to check the progress. Indeed, the progress had increased from 11 to 16, indicating that the capture of this mutated fish had contributed 5 to the progress. Following this trajectory, as he continued upstream to fish, it was only a matter of time before he completed the fishing ground's progress, provided he didn't encounter excessive bad luck. If time allowed, Fang Yuan even contemplated returning to that giant mountain, the very location where he had previously captured the dual-mutated lightning dragon. The previous occasion was rather exceptional. The fishing ground's progress was not achieved, leaving a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, as if a significant task remained unfinished. Thus, whenever time permits, I must embark upon another journey. As for the area near the estuary, there is no solution for that. It has now become a protected zone, prohibiting fishing throughout hundreds of kilometers upstream and downstream, which essentially renders the fishing grounds obsolete. Consequently, the rocky shorelines of the mountains have become exceedingly precious. By the riverbank, Fang Yuan, after a brief respite, resumed his activities. At this hour, several hours had elapsed since he casually consumed breakfast, and the exertions of the day had thoroughly digested it. In this vast expanse of nature, the most vital concern is sustenance. Prior to his arrival, Fang Yuan had packed a fair amount of outdoor gear, alongside some culinary essentials, a small clay pot, a miniature cooking vessel, and a few basic spices. Though modest, these provisions were entirely sufficient for a meal. As for the ingredients, there were the banana rice and rice wine provided by Aina, and a catch of small fish kept in his fishing net. Fang Yuan contemplated preparing a dish and a soup. This venture primarily aimed at exploration. Yet he should not neglect his own enjoyment. After skillfully cleaning the small fish, he placed them into the pot, filling it to the brim, and decided to split the catch into 2 portions, one for frying and the other for soup. Initially, Fang Yuan did not intend to create anything overly elaborate or flavorful, given the outdoor constraints and the absence of certain aromatic spices. However, as he strolled nearby, a smile graced his face. He discovered some wild scallions and dried peppercorns clinging to the branches of a nearby tree. Excellent ingredients for enhancing flavor. This discovery further ignited his enthusiasm. Summoning his drone, he conducted a thorough scan, revealing detailed information about various local plants. This southwestern region has historically been abundant in spices, and indeed, numerous varieties thrive within these woodlands. Before his journey, he had only brought along a few basic condiments, but now, he had both the foundational ingredients and flavor enhancers needed for his meal, alleviating any concerns about an unsatisfactory dining experience. In no time, he prepared a dish of fried fish, a bowl of abalone soup, accompanied by the banana rice from Aina, and a jug of rice wine. The simplicity of the meal was utterly delightful. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Fang Yuan chose not to continue his journey, but instead took advantage of the midday warmth to air out his damp outdoor attire. Although designed for high durability and quick drying, they could not withstand prolonged immersion in water, leaving them still somewhat soggy. Eventually, Fang Yuan was left in nothing but his undergarments. Seizing the opportunity while his clothes dried, he sought a shaded spot to summon his virtual screen, intending to search for a Stephen Chow film to watch. Upon returning to the homepage, he noticed an unread message from a friend. Upon opening it, a smile broke across his face. It was a message from Wang Xiaoran, which read, "Brother Fang, please take care and stay safe." Since Wang Xiaoran's arrival, Fang Yuan had felt considerably more at ease. He no longer had to worry about minor details like the size of the bait, and the editing and posting of each live broadcast were entrusted to her. This arrangement meant that she was also kept informed of his experiences while he was out in the field. Meanwhile, at the old village committee's workshop, Wang Xiaoran was glued to her phone, engrossed in the chat window with Fang Yuan. Not long ago, she had finally mustered the courage to express her concern. As she needed to edit and publish videos, she had been watching Fang Yuan's live streams to gauge the preferences of online viewers. Since her arrival, she had not missed a single broadcast. Initially, during the competition in Jiangxing, everything seemed fine, and there was nothing amiss. Even during yesterday's live broadcast, the atmosphere, while somewhat eerie, was ultimately just her imagination running wild. However, today was different. When she witnessed Fang Yuan's small boat capsizing, she gasped in shock while watching the screen. Fortunately, it was only moments later that she saw him emerge from the danger unscathed, prompting her to send the message. Although it was brief, her nature compelled her to rewrite and delete it several times before finally sending it. Yet, after dispatching it, she felt a pang of regret. She questioned what sort of identity she had while sending such a message. Was she a subordinate or something more? What troubled her further was the fear of receiving no response. Had she overstepped? But her concern was genuine. At that moment, feelings of indecision began to overwhelm Wang Xiaoran. Fortunately, before long, her phone chimed, startling her like a frightened rabbit. She quickly leaned in to check. A wave of relief washed over her as she read the response. "Okay, got it." Though this message might appear dismissive to anyone else, it brought Wang Xiaoran an inexplicable sense of calm. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Ileo mountain, a van slowly approached. Once it came to a halt, two individuals disembarked. One was slender with a pair of small mustaches, while the other bore a prominent scar across his face. These were none other than the duo who had been tracking Fang Yuan, Scarface, and the mustachioed man brother-in-law. According to the navigation, this mountain belongs to Ileo Mountain. The mustachioed man remarked, scanning the endless mountain range before them. Scarface returned the gaze. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," the mustachioed man affirmed. Scarface took a deep breath. Initially, he had envisioned Ileo Mountain as merely a single peak, perhaps no larger than the giant rocky outcrop they had previously stolen from, believing it would be easy to find someone. However, upon looking up, he realized the expanse was boundless, particularly the peaks obscured by mist, which made it dizzying for anyone trying to locate a person. "Damn it, this kid certainly knows how to pick a spot," he muttered to himself. He then ordered, "Quickly, let us split up and search for any caves nearby." I remember that this kid entered through a cave. Following his command, the two began their search. After a considerable time, they reconvened and exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "How about you?" "Found nothing," Scarface replied, his silence betraying his frustration. From the live stream, he was certain that Fang Yuan had entered through a cave, and there was also a sinkhole involved. Of course, he did not need to follow him in. He could simply lie in wait for Fang Yuan's return and ambush him. The wilderness would be easy to navigate for such a plan. However, at this moment, not only could he not find the cave, but he also felt increasingly vexed. Then, the mustachioed man spoke up. "Brother-in-law, I have an idea." Scarface looked over and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Little Mustache nodded in response. "Brother-in-law, think about it. This kid is here to fish, and to fish, one must find water. But where in these mountains is there water?" Upon hearing this, Scarface's eyes lit up. The valley, the two of them, having a background in tomb raiding. Although they had never ventured into a mountain of such magnitude before, had scaled countless hills and peaks in the past. They possessed a fair understanding of the mountainous environment and had some basic outdoor survival skills. Thus, they reached a consensus. "All right, let us prepare. We'll head into the mountains today." By the riverbank, Fang Yuan had just finished watching a film, and the clothes that had been drying on the smooth pebbles by the river were now completely dry. After getting dressed and tidying up, he prepared to continue his journey upstream. This particular area boasted a pleasant environment, with not only a broad view, but also a flat terrain, making it ideal for camping overnight. However, the primary purpose of this outing was still fishing, and having already caught the rare fish in the nearby waters. Based on previous experience, it was evident that there was typically only one rare fish in any given water body. Thus, there was no longer a reason to linger here. Therefore, he pressed on. Before long, Thanks to his exceptional physical prowess, Fang Yuan, bearing a load of nearly 100 pounds, found himself amidst a dense grove by a stream more than 10 miles away from the sinkhole. Upon arrival, the surrounding environment contrasted starkly with that of the lower mountains. The most immediate sensation for Fang Yuan was the temperature. The lower mountains enjoyed a perpetual spring-like climate, pleasantly warm, but as he ventured deeper, the air temperature noticeably dropped. Yet, it was still considerably warmer than the sub-zero temperatures of Jiangbei. In addition to the temperature, the surrounding environment had changed. Previously, near the sinkhole, the vast area was devoid of vegetation and offered an unobstructed view. Here, however, apart from the dappled light filtering through the lush canopy above, the area was entirely covered with foliage, making navigation via the stream essential. Had he chosen a different route, the accumulated debris of years, dried twigs and leaves, would have engulfed him. Suddenly, a sound resembling the flapping of wings echoed from nearby. Fang Yuan peered through the branches and discovered a sizable bird with a fiery red tail alighting on a branch. Seeing this, he called back the drone that had been scouting ahead, promptly capturing the moment on camera. Although this trip was primarily for fishing, the sights encountered along the way could also serve as material for future video editing, so he made sure to document everything. As he journeyed over 10 miles, he had not only encountered various bird species previously unknown to him, but also a plethora of mountain creatures, snakes, and insects. Each of these had been a revelation to Fang Yuan, and he meticulously recorded everything through his lens. In that moment of filming, Fang Yuan suddenly noticed a flash of light reflecting through the camera lens. His spirits lifted. The area from which the light emanated appeared substantial, and in this dense forest, the only source of such reflections could be water. Excitedly, he quickened his pace towards the source. Based on previous estimations, he anticipated that upstream along the mountain stream, there should be a deep pool of water, likely of considerable size. Otherwise, it would not harbor large predatory fish like the ones he had caught earlier. However, as he progressed, he found that there was not even a deep pool, let alone the width and flow he had encountered in the lower mountains. Were it not for the fishing location scan indicating he was still within the winding fishing grounds, Fang Yuan would have doubted whether he had taken a wrong turn. He speculated that the large fish he had caught near the sinkhole had been swept down from other mountain streams during the rainy season and had become trapped here during the current dry spell. But all doubts dissipated as he moved forward. Indeed, not far ahead, a pool of water, no less than 1,000 square meters in size, came into view. Chapter 189. The night in the mountains. Whether it was due to the encroaching twilight or the nature of the water in the pool, its color appeared somewhat dark. Upon closer inspection, it evoked a sense of fear, as if it could swallow a person whole at any moment. Scanning the perimeter of the pool, Fang Yuan noted that the original shoreline must have extended several meters outward, implying that his current position would have been submerged during the rainy season. Nevertheless, even in this dry season, the water volume in the pool remained significant. Observing the dimming light, Fang Yuan dismissed the idea of fishing for the night. It would be wise to set up a temporary campsite before darkness fell, unlike the lower mountains. With this thought, he set about his preparations. After surveying the area, he eventually chose a small clearing along the water's edge. On this trip, Fang Yuan had brought along a high-quality single-person tent, which had cost him several thousand yuan, and now it was time to put it to good use. Once the tent was erected, Fang Yuan took out a bottle of powder and sprinkled it around the perimeter of the tent. This was a strong-smelling insect repellent designed to ward off ants and other pests. In the depths of the mountains, one could encounter snakes and various crawling creatures. So it was better to be safe than sorry. With that sorted, Fang Yuan gathered several smooth pebbles by the water's edge and constructed a simple earthen stove in front of the tent, then lit a fire within it. As the flames flickered to life, he let out a sigh of relief. In such an environment, especially when alone, fire provided the greatest sense of comfort. As for sustenance, he had packed plenty of high-calorie foods such as compressed biscuits and chocolate, which were sufficient for a quick meal. Thus, after setting up his temporary camp and lighting the bonfire, the forest was completely enveloped in darkness, and Fang Yuan crawled into his tent to watch a movie. A night of silence ensued. The next morning, as the forest came alive with the cheerful chirping of birds, Fang Yuan opened his bleary eyes within the tent. He had not slept soundly that night. The primal forest at night was far more vibrant than during the day. Numerous nocturnal creatures had begun to stir, causing various sounds to erupt nearby at intervals. In addition, the stream on one side was active, whether it was animals coming to drink or something else entirely. Fang Yuan had heard splashes several times throughout the night, as though someone had thrown a stone into the pool. Thus, the first night of this fishing expedition had not been particularly restful. However, bolstered by his enhanced physical condition, Fang Yuan awoke the next morning feeling no ill effects and was still full of energy. Exiting the tent and inhaling the fresh mountain air, he stretched lazily. However, As he glanced toward the water's edge, his brow suddenly furrowed. Numerous fresh footprints had appeared around the pool, and judging by their size, they were likely made by small mammals. Among them, some footprints were right next to the tent, indicating that the animals had lingered outside for a while, leaving behind a trail of tiny prints. This observation solidified Fang Yuan's resolve to choose a camping spot farther away from the water source that night. With a cup of instant coffee and 2 pieces of chocolate, that was Fang Yuan's breakfast. Once a sense of fullness had settled in his stomach, Fang Yuan retrieved his fishing rod, and the live stream commenced. Meanwhile, 2 figures, drenched in dew, trudged through the forest. Upon reaching an ancient tree with a trunk as robust as an embrace, one of the figures noticed fresh carvings on the bark. With a sudden twitch of the scar on his face, he glanced at the compass in his hand and unleashed a torrent of curses at his companion behind him. Damn it! What else can you possibly manage? You bought a compass, and it's a defective piece of junk. These 2 were none other than Scarface and Little Mustache. It turned out that the previous day, after deciding to venture into the mountains in search of Fang Yuan, they had split up to gather supplies. Scarface was tasked with procuring food and drink, while Little Mustache was to acquire outdoor gear. Before their ascent, Scarface had even confirmed with his brother-in-law, asking if all the necessary equipment had been purchased, to which Little Mustache confidently assured him that everything was in order. However, as they delved deeper into the forest, things began to unravel. First, the quality of the backpack was questionable, with a hole appearing at the bottom, causing a significant portion of their provisions to be lost unbeknownst to them. Had Scarface not been vigilant, they would have found themselves without a morsel to eat. This was merely the beginning. As they ventured further, they discovered that their phones had lost signal, and the compass they had bought seemed to malfunction. They found themselves wandering in circles through the dense woods. Initially, Scarface, uncertain of their path, marked their route along the way. However, upon encountering the markings he had previously left on a tree, his frustration boiled over. "Did you pick this junk up off the roadside?" he shouted, brandishing the compass at Little Mustache. Little Mustache, shrinking back, replied, "No, it's definitely a new purchase." "A new purchase? Where did you buy it?" Scarface retorted. "At the 2 Yuan store in town," Little Mustache answered. Upon hearing the name of the 2 Yuan store, Scarface felt dizzy. "The 2 Yuan store? I gave you $1,000 to buy gear, and you went to the 2 Yuan store?" Little Mustache protested. "I looked around, but that was the only place nearby." Faced with this revelation, Scarface took a deep breath and turned away. He was afraid he might lose his temper and harm his future brother-in-law. After a moment of composure, he turned back to Little Mustache and said, "What now? What do you suggest we do? Right now, finding that guy is out of the question. Our biggest concern is whether we can even get out of here." His words were not mere exaggeration, they were indeed true. The mountains were vastly different from the outside world. While one could discern the terrain from outside, the depths of the forest were another matter altogether. The Ileo Mountains were shrouded in fog year-round, with towering trees creating an overwhelming sense of insignificance, rendering any sense of direction utterly confusing. At this moment, with no communication signal and a significant loss of supplies, if they failed to find a solution, they might truly become trapped here. Suddenly, Little Mustache raised his head, his tone brimming with excitement. "Brother-in-law, I have an idea." Scarface, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Little Mustache explained, "I heard that certain special numbers can be dialed even without a signal." He then pulled out his phone from his pocket. Scarface was taken aback. "Special numbers? How many?" After Little Mustache recited a 3-digit number, Scarface could no longer contain his emotions and erupted, "Call the police? You really thought of that?" In that instant, piercing cries echoed throughout the mountain, startling the birds and wildlife into flight. Chapter 190. Casting the Rod, Fish on the Line, Viewers in Dread. On the other side, by the water's edge, as Fang Yuan initiated his livestream, a multitude of viewers flocked in. Upon seeing the camera enveloped by dense foliage surrounding the water, the newcomers didn't wait to deliberate and quickly filled the chat with questions, wondering if he had switched to a new fishing spot. Acknowledging their curiosity, Fang Yuan nodded. "Yes, we changed locations." He then directed the camera to showcase his overnight camping tent with a close-up shot. Upon seeing the tent, the viewers erupted in exclamations. "Wait, are you implying you spent the night here? Brave, truly brave. Aren't you afraid of wild beasts lurking in the forest?" "Wild beasts? Surely, there are none here, just snakes. Rodents and insects." "Snakes, rodents, and insects? If you knew a bit more, you wouldn't say that. Wild buffalo, clouded leopards, jackals. Aren't they all ferocious creatures?" "Well, if that's the case, then the host is indeed courageous." Certainly, the topic of spending the night was raised. But most viewers were primarily eager to see Fang Yuan fishing. "Are you planning to fish in this water today?" Fang Yuan confirmed. "Indeed, unless something unexpected occurs. I will be fishing right here." He then provided a panoramic view of the pond. However, in comparison to the fishing spots he had previously explored. And even more so against the backdrop of yesterday's deep pit. This pond appeared rather unremarkable. This little puddle, can it possibly harbor fish? To prepare for this fishing expedition, Fang Yuan had been building anticipation on the platform for quite a while, and his videos had emphasized themes of deep mountains, exploration, and gigantic catches, especially the latter being mentioned the most. Clearly, this seemingly inconspicuous pond stood in stark contrast to the habitats of large fish. After all, in the common perception, large fish resided in expansive waters. Fang Yuan remarked, I understand it may not seem large from your viewpoint, but this pond is a natural spring. It's merely a section of accumulated water. Don't be fooled by the surface area. The depth is substantial. As he spoke, Fang Yuan cast his line into the water. With the reel spinning, the line swiftly unfurled. From his previous visit, he had already made a mental note of the pond's depth. Just observing the water's hue hinted at its uniqueness. Additionally, the original shoreline appeared significantly elevated, about 6 to 7 meters above the current water level. Given this drop in distance, it was evident that the pond's deepest point must exceed 10 meters. Indeed, as the lead sinker and bait plunged into the water, the line continued to extend, reaching the halfway mark of the second grid on the depth gauge. Each grid represented 10 meters, and this segment alone, even accounting for the distance from the surface, undoubtedly surpassed 10 meters. Witnessing this, the viewers fell silent. The surface, the depth, it all defied logic. Naturally, as they grasped the pond's depth, a sense of unease began to creep into their minds when they looked back at the camera's view of the pond. Deep mountains, dense forests, and a profound waterhole. These terms combined were enough to instill apprehension. As for whether there were fish within, or what kind of fish might inhabit these waters, it remained uncertain. After a moment, Fang Yuan switched to a soft bait and cast out his first line of the day. Given the depth of the water, traditional float fishing would not suffice. Moreover, he had discovered that the use of a long-distance rod was far more practical for his fishing endeavors. It appears that since Z has ventured into the realm of fishing, his hand rod has languished in a state of neglect for the majority of the time. However, this is not to imply that the pole used for Taiwanese fishing is devoid of merit. When encountering small streams or shallow waters along the way, the advantages of the hand rod become evident. At this moment, it is indeed the reliable dragon-catching long-range rod in his grasp that proves effective. With a swift motion, the first cast is reeled back, and as anticipated, the rod is met with resistance, a familiar occurrence for Fang Yuan. In an unfamiliar environment, amidst unknown waters and fish species, the quest for a catch necessitates a gradual exploration. Thus, from probing the water layers to incessantly changing lures and adjusting techniques. Over half an hour slips by unnoticed. Though the time is brief, Fang Yuan's casting frequency has thoroughly scoured the pond, yet the expected catch remains elusive. No fish. Fang Yuan muses, perplexed. It shouldn't be this way. Given the fishing conditions from yesterday in that deep pit, the distance to this location is a mere 10 miles. And being upstream, fish should be present. Could it be due to the temperature? As various theories swirl in his mind, suddenly, the rod dips, as if snagged on something. Fang Yuan exhales in surprise, but quickly stifles the urge to exclaim that he has hooked a fish. For he senses that this is not a fish at all, but rather something else entirely. Acting swiftly, he cranks the reel. In the live stream, the audience, unlike Fang Yuan, merely observes the bending of the rod tip and his attempts to set the hook, assuming he has hooked a fish, leading to a flurry of comments on the screen. Some seasoned fans attempt to estimate the size of the fish based on the rod's curvature, concluding that it isn't particularly large, certainly not exceeding the size of yesterday's anomalous creek grouper. They concur that this catch appears steadier, lacking the vigorous struggle. Speaking of that creek grouper, they wonder how the streamer handled it. Did he release it, keep it, or perhaps consume it? Consume it? How audacious. That grouper was an anomaly, valued at no less than 5 figures. The thought of it being eaten by the streamer is laughable. Why concern yourself? Wasn't everyone initially convinced that the streamer couldn't bring back that dual-mutated leaping dragon from the Rocky Mountain Pond? Yet, what happened in the end? It was indeed brought back. Right. I recall the streamer mentioning he has a professional oxygenation system in his vehicle. As long as he can reel it in, he can transport it home. Some individuals, whether out of ignorance or limited understanding, dismiss possibilities they do not comprehend. Even when you explain, they claim to have always known. And if you do not speak, they will question you later when results surface, believing themselves to be more astute than others, when in truth, they are nothing special. As the live stream chat buzzes with excitement, someone shouts, "Quick, look, the streamer has caught a fish." The audience eagerly anticipates the size and species of the purported catch. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the live stream shifts ominously. Moments later, a voice exclaims, "Goodness, this is urgent. Call the police." At the edge of the pond, Fang Yuan gazes in astonishment at what has been dragged ashore, nearly gasping in disbelief. Suspended from the hook is a fist-sized, eerily white bone, resembling a skull. Indeed, it is a skull. Prior to the appearance of this peculiar object, Fang Yuan had surmised that this cast would yield something other than a fish, predicting perhaps an errant branch or debris. Yet he could never have anticipated such a thing. Like Fang Yuan, the audience reacts with equal astonishment at the sight of the skull, and the chat erupts with exclamations, along with frantic messages suggesting to call the authorities. However, someone quickly points out a crucial detail. Wait a minute, this is undoubtedly a skull, but it doesn't appear to be human? This observation prompts further discussion. Indeed, whose good-natured person would possess a skull the size of a fist? Some question, while others offer rebuttals. What of it? Can it belong to a child? A child? In this area, it took the streamer considerable effort to arrive. Do you really think a child could come here? Fair point. But what if it's from a wild man in the mountains? Who on earth is this wild man you speak of? Enough of the bickering. We should call the police. Call the police? Only the streamer knows the precise location. The chat becomes increasingly chaotic. It is at this moment that a comment begins to flood the screen. No need. I study forensic science. Just as someone mentioned earlier, this is indeed a skull, but it is not human. This statement incites immediate rebuttals. Not human? Then whose is it? And just because you're a forensic student, does that make your word law? The speed of typing is impressive, and soon evidence is presented. Upon close inspection, the skull the streamer caught exhibits more pronounced protrusions, while a human skull is relatively flat. Additionally, the cranial cavity of this skull is elongated with a low forehead and narrow top, clearly identifying it as belonging to a small mammal, whereas a human skull is typically rounded with a prominent forehead and protruding top. Hence, the singular truth remains. This skull is not human, but that of a monkey. Furthermore, for those questioning my credentials, feel free to visit my profile. Oh my, it appears he truly is a forensic student. His profile videos indicate he has visited several crime scenes. I've seen it too, and indeed, anyone who chooses forensic science possesses extraordinary psychological resilience. At that moment, a comment from an official media account appears in the chat. Everyone remain calm. This skull is indeed not human. Upon seeing yet another affirmation, the audience members who had previously doubted fell silent upon noticing the account's official verification. Wow, they actually brought in the authorities. Impressive, indeed. I have long heard of the talents hidden within Fang Yuan's live stream, and today, it certainly lives up to its reputation. On the bank, Fang Yuan, attentive to the commotion in the live stream, quickly snaps a close-up photo and searches online. The results provide him with a sense of relief. Just as the audience member had stated, the search confirms that this skull belongs to a monkey. With this clarity, Fang Yuan nonchalantly removes the skull from the hook and tosses it aside before resuming his fishing. Witnessing his seemingly carefree demeanor, the live stream's barrage of comments erupted once more. Haha, truly a fishing broadcast. No calamity can deter the pursuit of angling. One could only marvel at the absurdity. While it may not be a human skull, it is still a corpse, and the host nonchalantly discards it? Why would one not dispose of it? To keep it at home as a trophy? Upon this peculiar interlude, Fang Yuan altered his fishing strategy, abandoning the plowing technique in favor of drawing from the water's depths. The previously unused lure was replaced with commercial bait. If the artificial bait failed to entice, surely the genuine article would. And indeed, shortly after casting a few lines, the tip of the rod quivered, prompting a smirk from Fang Yuan. Brothers, we have a catch. From the break of dawn until noon, after discovering the right angling method, Fang Yuan began honing his skills, unlocking several new fish species along the way, thus advancing his fishing progress. Unlike before, this time he released every single catch without exception. The reason being, the thought of the numerous bones and decaying corpses beneath the pond rendered him unable to keep any fish, at least in this particular water body. Through the morning's endeavors, Fang Yuan stumbled upon another conundrum. Following his earlier hypothesis, the intricate fishing grounds should harbor at least one rare species within a given area. However, after a full morning of fishing, he had yet to glimpse any sign of these elusive fish. This led him to question the validity of his previous conjecture. Or perhaps the substantial toothy creature he had caught yesterday truly belonged in this pond. Consequently, after casually resolving his lunch, he spent the entirety of the afternoon casting his line into the modest pond. And the outcome? It was not until dusk fell and a thin mist began to envelop this desolate area that Fang Yuan reluctantly gathered his rod. Though he had amassed a considerable haul, even capturing several new species, the rare fish remained conspicuously absent. This realization dissuaded him from continuing his fishing endeavors the following day. The next morning, as the mist lingered in the woods, Fang Yuan rose, having moved his campsite a short distance deeper into the forest the previous night. Throughout the night, the sounds outside his tent persisted unceasingly. Various eerie calls, the buzzing of insects, and the chirping of birds filled the air, alongside the constant splashing from the pond, which, despite the distance, could still be distinctly heard, as if something were thrashing about in the water. Only his strong mental fortitude allowed him to endure. Had it been anyone else, securing a peaceful slumber would have been a near impossibility, if not outright impossible. After a brief morning wash, breakfast consisted yet again of high-calorie compressed biscuits. Once he had tidied up, Fang Yuan packed his belongings and set off deeper into the wilderness. Initially, he walked along the riverbank, but the terrain soon became steep and treacherous, prompting him to launch his kayak and navigate onwards via the waterway. Unbeknownst to him, as Fang Yuan paddled upstream against the current, a colossal figure surged just beneath the surface of the pond he had occupied for 2 nights, sending a massive splash that startled the birds into flight. After paddling a few miles upstream, the dense forest began to dim, and through the layers of foliage, he noticed dark clouds gathering overhead. The ancient forest's rugged terrain often harbored unpredictable weather. Upon seeing this, Fang Yuan donned his reptilian camouflage jacket. Mere moments later, raindrops the size of beans began to plummet from the sky, causing the leaves to rustle loudly. Yet, he pressed on, continuing to paddle with determination. As previously noted, in these mountainous woods, the weather can shift rapidly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the rain ceased, and sunlight filtered through the branches once more. At this point, Fang Yuan realized he had arrived at a section of gentle current, where numerous tree roots were exposed along both banks. After a brief assessment, he understood that these exposed roots had been shaped over the years by the relentless flow of the stream, some having perished while others remained tenaciously alive. In the areas where the water soaked the ground, numerous deep tree hollows emerged. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yuan collected his paddle. The calm waters and complex terrain clearly indicated a promising hunting ground. After surveying the area, he deployed his drone and cast his first line of the day. Over the past few days, following his series of fishing broadcasts, Fang Yuan's follower count had significantly increased. However, unlike before, his current audience was a diverse mix, no longer solely comprised of fishing enthusiasts or casual viewers. There were nature lovers, adventure seekers, hikers, adrenaline junkies, and even a few forestry students preparing their graduation theses based on Fang Yuan's footage. In essence, his audience was a colorful spectrum encompassing various fields. Yet, what remained consistent was that ultimately, they were all drawn to Fang Yuan's catches. After all, the essence of this venture still rested upon the art of fishing. Amidst casual banter, Fang Yuan had already explored several tree hollows. Fishing in such a structurally intricate environment demanded a high level of skill from any angler. Fortunately for Fang Yuan, these challenges no longer posed any difficulty. After several days of practice, he had become adept at maneuvering the kayak with ease. Even when casting without the aid of the paddle's glide, he could control the kayak's direction with his feet. At this moment, having found no success in one tree hollow, Fang Yuan applied a slight pressure with his right foot, causing the kayak to tilt just enough to shift its position. As he aligned himself with another tree hollow, he gently flicked his wrist, allowing the soft bait to dance across the water's surface before landing steadily within the hollow. As the saying goes, an outsider sees the commotion, an insider sees the intricacies. With this deft maneuver, the professional anglers in the chat were left in awe, for reasons unknown. Every time they witnessed Fang Yuan cast his line, it seemed he had grown even more skilled than the day before. His technique had indeed improved. Good heavens! Let's not even discuss the catch. Just this delicate casting technique rivals that of the smoothest anglers online. Such finesse. This level of precision was only mastered by a handful of elite anglers. Most contracted fishermen would struggle to keep up, while many may not understand the technicalities. They couldn't help but find joy in watching Fang Yuan's casting. It was simply mesmerizing. Among the viewers, some were captivated by Fang Yuan's technique, while others were more interested in his catches. After all, not every viewer tuning in was a technical aficionado. It seemed as though it had been 2 days since Fang Yuan had landed a significant catch, leaving viewers with a sense of something amiss. For other fishing streamers, it was commonplace to go months without a major haul. Yet for Fang Yuan, a single day without a noteworthy catch felt no different from the struggles of those who routinely faced dry spells. As discussions among the viewers flourished, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a tug. To the seasoned followers, this was a clear indication that he had hooked a fish. And indeed, he had. At the moment the rod was cast, Fang Yuan exclaimed with a smile, "Brothers, the fish are biting." In an instant, he deftly manipulated the handle. And within a mere few breaths, a peculiar fish, entirely adorned in a pale yellow hue with several whisker-like appendages at its mouth, was drawn ashore. This strange fish, devoid of scales and smooth to the touch, bore a spindle-shaped body and an exceptionally broad head, resembling an enlarged tadpole at first glance. Over the past 2 days, encountering various bizarre fish in this desolate region had become a routine for Fang Yuan, who had even developed a professional method for identification. Not familiar with the species? No worries. A close-up shot would suffice. The results would promptly appear on the screen before him. Name: white-edged catfish, also known as Yuan. Belonging to the order Siluriformes and the family of the catfish genus. It is a high-altitude cold-water fish of considerable economic value, known for its exceptionally delectable flesh. The name white-edged catfish struck Fang Yuan, who recalled the peculiar nomenclature, fixating on the last phrase regarding its exquisite meat. After 2 consecutive meals of compressed biscuits, he was ravenous. Thus, he deftly tossed the fish into the live well. This action was executed with seamless fluidity. However, the close-up shot of this odd fish sparked a lively debate among the viewers in the live stream. Much like Fang Yuan, the majority of the audience were witnessing this peculiar fish for the first time, eagerly speculating on its name. Some suggested it was a loach, others a catfish, while a few proposed it was a gaga fish. None were correct. Ultimately, a viewer from Lingxian accurately identified the species and even marked its value at over 500 per pound, claiming it was often difficult to procure. This revelation ignited a frenzy in the live chat, with viewers clamoring for Fang Yuan to disclose the coordinates, down to the precise latitude and longitude. Over 500 a pound. If he could catch 10 or 8 pounds in a day without doing anything else, wouldn't he be on the path to fortune? However, just as these dreamers began envisioning their financial windfall, a few sensible viewers doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Fortune? Do you possess Fang's extraordinary drifting skills or his unparalleled outdoor survival prowess? Although he is known as a fishing streamer, he is, in fact, a multifaceted expert with skills honed to perfection. Indeed, this was Ileo Mountain, a vast expanse of uninhabited territory spanning hundreds of kilometers. Not even the locals dared to venture deep into the heart of the mountains. As these comments flooded in, it was clear the dream of wealth would have to wait. For now, they'd better remain behind the camera and envy Fang Yuan from afar. Chapter 192, Fishing for the Future. Over 500 a pound. Fang Yuan paused upon reading this comment on the screen. This price was astronomical compared to the ordinary catches he had previously made, and in terms of equivalent value, it could rival some rare mutant fish. Unfortunately, this fish did not fall into the rare category and could not be kept in an aquarium. Otherwise, he could have brought it home for his parents to savor. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan felt a jolt of realization. Cannot keep it? What about after upgrading? Previously, when he activated the aquarium, Fang Yuan had assumed that only rare fish could be stored in the white-quality aquarium, and that as it upgraded, the grade of fish it could accommodate would also increase. Thus, he had refrained from upgrading. However, upon reflection, he summoned the drone to ascend, switching to a free capture mode to film the scenery while he began contemplating the aquarium's capabilities. He invoked it, and the aquarium's specifications appeared. Can store freshwater fish of rare quality and above. Current quality, white, can be upgraded. Current capacity, 1M. Current quality can maintain fish health at full for 24 hours. Note, the host can enhance the aquarium's quality and capacity by consuming mole points. Observing the aquarium's attributes and the large teeth of the fish swimming within, Fang Yuan eagerly pressed the upgrade button. Immediately, a system notification chimed. Ding. Host. Would you like to consume 2,000 points to upgrade the aquarium's quality to green? 2,000 points? That was no trivial expenditure. Before his journey, Fang Yuan had converted all the points he had accumulated into small medicines to stock his home. Even so, thanks to the collectible album of the white sturgeon, which allowed him to claim daily points, and the earnings from the past few days, he had managed to accumulate over 3,000 points. Thus, the upgrade was indeed feasible. The only hesitation lingering in Fang Yuan's mind was whether the upgraded aquarium's attributes would align with his expectations. Well, no turning back now. Let's take a gamble. He took a deep breath and confirmed the decision. Ding. Host consumes 2,000 points to upgrade the aquarium's quality to green. With the notification, the aquarium's attributes transformed accordingly. Aquarium can store freshwater fish of any quality. Current quality, green, can be upgraded. Current capacity, 10 cubic meters. Current quality can maintain fish health at full for 72 hours. Note, the host can enhance the aquarium's quality and capacity by consuming mole points. Upon seeing the new attributes of the aquarium, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the upgrade did not impose stricter requirements for storage as the quality increased. In other words, he had bet right this time. With a thought, the aquarium's projection materialized, and Fang Yuan carefully placed the peculiar fish within the projection. Ding. Detected. Can store 1 freshwater fish. Would you like to store it? Fang Yuan raised his fist in triumph, exclaiming that the 2,000 points had not been wasted. If ordinary catches could also be stored, then any future fish he caught could be sent to this portable aquarium, alleviating any concerns about food after storage, albeit currently limited to freshwater species. Furthermore, if that were the case, could he potentially create a rare fish pond with some of the bizarre fish he would catch later? Imagining the vibrant scene of various rare and peculiar fish cohabiting in a mixed pond, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, rarity begets value. Just as that viewer on the screen had mentioned, even with money, acquiring such fish was no easy feat yet. Would high-altitude fish adapt to the water quality back home? This notion was swiftly countered by a solution Fang Yuan had in mind, the vitality medicine. Upon this realization, his heart raced with anticipation. Some black pit tickets could cost 4-digit sums each. Charging 3,000 to 5,000 for my rare high-altitude fish would not be unreasonable, would it? And with limited sales. Only 35 tickets available. The revenue from ticket sales alone could exceed 100,000. This was no slower than selling rare fish. However, such a venture would be a one-time sale. After the fish were caught, he would still need to repopulate, creating a non-recirculating system. As Fang Yuan pondered, more ideas emerged. What if he simulated a high-altitude environment back home and combined it with the vitality medicine from the mall? Could he facilitate their breeding? At this thought, his heart raced even faster. A business opportunity. A tremendous monopoly opportunity, unique within the nation. With that, he resolved to fish vigorously. Having formulated such a plan, Fang Yuan's subsequent fishing endeavors exhibited a noticeable uptick in frequency. At times, before the viewers in the live stream could fully discern the casting motions in his hands, they would witness an extraordinary fish being hauled ashore. When one engages in play, one must aim for grand pursuits. Upon returning, the intention is to secure a plot of land within the entire fishing venue to stock it with such fish. If that fails, a live stream could be organized to introduce a rare fish, thereby promoting the venture. Surely, a rare fish valued at over 100,000 would attract attention. Thus, whether large or small, regardless of type, Fang Yuan resolved to catch them all. A 10-meter aquarium may not be vast, but it is sufficiently spacious to accommodate several thousand pounds, especially with the vibrant little medicines as a safety net to ensure survival. If this one fish requires such provisions, then a multitude of fish would necessitate the same. Thus, it would be wise to catch more to bring back. With renewed vigor, Fang Yuan dedicated an entire day to fishing, scarcely pausing for a moment. His rod nearly smoking from the exertion. This relentless effort incited exclamations of astonishment from the viewers. The outdoor leisure activity of fishing had been elevated to an intensity several times greater, akin to the exertion of a full marathon. Indeed, under the pressure of his vigorous casting, the fish in the keep net accumulated in waves, and by the time he concluded the broadcast, the aquarium was teeming with a substantial quantity of fish. Regrettably, despite a full day of fishing while traversing various locations, he had yet to encounter a single rare fish. Thus, the third day of his mountain exploration came to a close. As night fell, Fang Yuan lay in his tent, devising plans for the following day's fishing exploits. To be candid, had it not been for the day's plan to open a fishing venue, he might have already considered abandoning this fishing spot. At least until the new year. Counting from his first day fishing with the young lad, he had already spent 4 days at this location. Yet his progress remained dishearteningly minimal. At this rate, completion before the new year seemed impossible. However, armed with the plan to open a fishing venue upon his return, Fang Yuan found himself less fixated on progress and rare fish. The mountain fish he intended to bring back would be regarded as rare by others. Therefore, he resolved to continue his upstream exploration for another day. Chapter 193. The streamer must flee. Early the next morning, as the mist in the forest lingered, Fang Yuan rose from his slumber. After a brief preparation, he set off along the river. Having spent 3 days in the mountains and having recorded his journey prior to departure, the distance covered over these 3 days was documented. It wasn't far, merely over 50 miles. Yet, even for the expansive Ileo mountain range stretching over 300 miles, this distance penetrated deep into its heart. Moreover, Fang Yuan had anticipated this beforehand. Since the village he was heading to lay close to the border, and the river's direction veered slightly southward, he had to exercise caution, fearful of inadvertently crossing the border. Venturing out of the country in such a manner was no trivial matter. Consequently, as he continued on his path, Fang Yuan remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the water's surface and the landscapes flanking the riverbanks. After traveling a considerable distance and confirming the absence of border markers, he commenced his live broadcast. The early start meant a modest number of viewers in the stream, yet the barrage of comments flowed steadily. "Wow, you're streaming so early. I haven't even gotten out of bed." Upon receiving a notification on his phone, he initially feared it was a message about his phone plan expiring, only to discover it was Fang Yuan's live stream. "Taking a break today? I can watch Fang Yuan stream as soon as I open my eyes. What a delight. Streamer, are you still fishing in Ileo Mountain?" As he glanced at the comments rolling in, Fang Yuan, who had cast his line several times without a bite, decided to engage in conversation. "Yes, still fishing in Ileo Mountain. How much longer will you be here? Be careful, streamer." I saw a video about a group of hikers who went missing in Ileo Mountain for half a month, and it ended without a trace. I saw that too. So be cautious, streamer. After all, it's an uninhabited area. Seeing the concern from his viewers, Fang Yuan smiled. Haha, don't worry. I'll be back in just a day or two. As December progressed, the approach of the spring festival loomed ever closer. He certainly couldn't spend the festive season alone in this primordial forest while everyone else gathered with their families. Moreover, the primary objective was to fill the aquarium within 2 days, perhaps even today, so lingering further would hold little significance. Thus, it was time to return. As for the fishing progress, no worries. If this year proved unfruitful, he could always return to tackle it later. The fishing venue wasn't going anywhere. While conversing with his viewers, Fang Yuan continued to cast his fishing rod, gradually noticing an improvement in the bites. Strangely enough, despite having fished in the same water for several days, the variance in fish activity across different stretches was immense. Some areas yielded no bites at all, while others produced continuous catches. In this stretch, after landing his first fish, a flurry of subsequent catches followed, as if a battle cry had been sounded. The species varied widely: rock bass, horsehead fish, white-edge fish, old man fish, and alpine perch, an astonishing array, with many species unseen in the mainland. The thrill was palpable, and any competent angler who had experienced such action would surely lose interest in other fish species. As time passed, the number of fish in the aquarium swelled, leading Fang Yuan to estimate that if the current pace continued, he would indeed be able to return home today. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted on the water's surface. Fang Yuan turned to see a multitude of fish leaping out of the water in a frenzy, as if the surface had boiled over. In the live stream, comments erupted. What is happening? Are they trying to get caught? This is a blatant provocation. If it were me, I couldn't let that slide. Streamer, get on it. How audacious. While the comments in the chat buzzed with excitement, Fang Yuan, standing on his small boat, furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. Throughout his journey in this same water, he had never encountered such phenomena before. Was something lurking beneath the surface, pursuing them? Suddenly, a thought struck Fang Yuan. Those familiar with lure fishing know that particularly the berated mud loach enthusiasts can gauge whether fish are present in the water by observing the behavior of the loaches when they bait. Predatory fish, upon witnessing a loach bed, would rush forward to chase and feed, resulting in various smaller fish leaping out of the water in an attempt to evade capture. With this realization, Fang Yuan's heart raced. If his suspicion was correct, the creature causing such a stir was undoubtedly substantial. A rare fish. It had to be a rare fish. A rare fish of considerable size descended into the water, igniting Fang Yuan's competitive spirit. The bait that was originally attached to the fishing rod was deemed unnecessary. He swiftly replaced the entire leader line with a setup specifically designed for the capture of massive creatures. As for the bait, Fang Yuan's gaze fell upon the fish keeper, from which he selected the largest specimen and affixed it to the hook. As the saying goes, to catch a fish, one must offer sustenance. The larger the fish, the more true this becomes. In the live stream, upon witnessing Fang Yuan's series of actions, the audience began to grasp the significance of the moment, prompting a flurry of comments from seasoned viewers. Oh my, he's using live bait. Is Fang Yuan really going for live bait? Goodness, he is actually using live bait. Does this mean that the disturbance underwater was caused by a colossal creature? Brothers, we have a giant on our hands. Although Fang Yuan had previously caught a giant salamander and a large catfish, those specimens weighed merely a few dozen kilograms, which could be deemed substantial by other streamers. Yet in Fang Yuan's eyes, they were but trifles. Anything under 100 kilograms was simply small fry. As the comments flooded in, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically. A giant. It had been ages since such a sighting. Just then, within the frame of the camera, a shadow measuring over 3 meters in length glided through the water, eliciting gasps from the viewers. Did I just imagine that? I think I saw a creature larger than the streamer-esque kayak flash by. The comments erupted. Larger than the streamer-esque kayak? Surely, you must be seeing things. Given that the streamer stood at around 1.8 meters tall, his kayak was at least 2 meters long, and something larger than that? Are you serious? This must be a joke. But just as this rebuttal materialized in the chat, a sudden cacophony echoed. In the lens, not far from Fang Yuan's kayak, a colossal tail comparable to a table emerged from the depths, crashing down and sending a shower of water splashing everywhere. Streamer, quick! Escape! Chapter 194, The Giant Emerges. The Abyssal Maw. Had Fang Yuan been fishing from the shore, the viewers would not have reacted so fervently. After all, many had witnessed him haul in a 200 to 300 kilogram Chinese sturgeon with nothing more than a fishing rod. However, this time, Fang Yuan was in the river, and the danger level had exponentially increased. Yet, unfazed by the warnings from the viewers, Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, excitement. A giant. Undoubtedly. It was a super colossal creature. Setting aside the rarity of the fish, even an ordinary giant would be an irresistible temptation for any angler. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan deftly maneuvered the live bait on his line towards the direction where the giant had appeared. Splash! The outcome was as anticipated. The emergence of this unknown giant sent the other fish in the river scattering in chaos, and the live bait on Fang Yuan's hook was no exception. Before he could draw near, it frantically swam away in all directions. Due to the distance, while Fang Yuan controlled the line, he had no means to influence the fish's erratic movements. With a determined swallow, he released one arm to grasp the paddle. In the live stream, gasps filled the air. What is the streamer planning? Is he escaping, or? The viewers were left in suspense. Would he dare to approach? As the comments momentarily halted, Fang Yuan, with a single arm stroke of the paddle, propelled his kayak directly towards the spot where the giant had surfaced. Unable to control it from afar? Very well, let us see if we can get closer. With strength exceeding that of an average person multiple times over, within mere moments, Fang Yuan maneuvered the kayak to the side of the giant's emergence. He then reeled in the line, pulled the live bait from the water, and cast it back out. This act reignited the previously stagnant live stream. My heavens, does the streamer wish to court disaster? Fang Yuan, you're taking a gamble. But can we at least get to the shore? Fishing in the water is courting death. On the kayak, at that moment, Fang Yuan had no time to concern himself with the chit-chat in the live stream, nor did he have the inclination to skim the comments. For right before him, just as he had let the live bait sink, a massive shadow thrashed about, creating waves that splashed around as if boiling. Enormous, super colossal. Fang Yuan could not discern the entirety of this creature, nor could he gauge its full length, but even the portion visible was nearly 2 meters long. Fang Yuan's excitement surged. A giant, an absolute supergiant, comparable to the previous capture of that white sturgeon at the river mouth. However, the live bait he had cast was not behaving as he hoped. Just like the other fish in that segment of the river, the moment the bait hit the water, it leaped as if startled. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not allow it to escape its fate. He locked the reel, flicked the rod, and instantly reeled it back in. The distance had rendered the line difficult to control before, but with only 3 to 5 meters now, there was no way it could evade him. In the live stream, the live bait is truly a lively spirit. If it could speak, it would probably be cursing right now. Please, save me. The conditions were extraordinary. The underwater giant was unparalleled. And here was Fang Yuan, unfazed, on a modest kayak, boldly pressing forward. All fellow anglers rise. They had long been on their feet. As the saying goes, once is chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is a pattern. After casting the live bait once and the giant ignoring it, and a second time with the same result, it was on Fang Yuan's third attempt that, suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted. Water soared several meters high, and amidst the splashing, an enormous maw, like an abyss, emerged. It was the very giant that had previously flashed through the water, and its gaping mouth was aimed directly at the live bait on the hook. This scene was captured clearly by the camera. In the live stream, my heavens, what on earth is that? Goodness, that mouth is larger than my pickling vat. Streamer, stop fishing and run. If I had held onto a sliver of hope for Fang Yuan earlier, now it was clear, run. This creature was far beyond what any human could hope to catch. Streamer, abandon the line and flee. Upon witnessing that massive jaw, the comments unanimously urged Fang Yuan to escape. Even at a height of around 1.8 meters, he appeared diminutive in comparison to the giant emerging from the water. The disparity was starkly evident in the camera's frame. This was merely the head of a colossal creature emerging from the water's surface and beneath the waves. The spectacle was even more astonishing. This gargantuan entity was not only equipped with a vast maw, but also adorned with rows of razor-sharp teeth that could instill a sense of dread at first glance. On the small boat, Fang Yuan tilted his head back, for the height to which this behemoth leapt from the water far surpassed his own stature. Moreover, due to his proximity, Fang Yuan perceived the scene with greater clarity than the viewers in the live stream, and at the moment he witnessed this monstrous tail rise before him, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Of course, this was not an expression of fear. Rather, he pondered the nature of this fish. Yes, what kind of fish could it possibly be? The gills on either side, the abdominal fins. All these features indicated that this gigantic creature was indeed a fish. But what kind could grow to such an immense size? It was then that the creature devoured the live bait that had fallen into the water, sending massive splashes cascading around. Fang Yuan observed closely, noticing the incongruous small eyes situated on either side of the creature's enormous head, as well as the long whiskers flanking its wide mouth. Coupled with its smooth, phosphorescent body, he drew a conclusion. Could it be a catfish? It bore a striking resemblance to a catfish, yet its size was unparalleled. Regardless of its identity, once it had taken his bait, it was destined to be caught. In an instant, Fang Yuan raised his rod sharply, executing a hooking motion, and the rod bent into a pronounced arc. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan grinned widely, revealing his trademark smile, and exclaimed, "Brothers, we have a catch." Chapter 195. Who is fishing whom? Brothers, we have a catch. With that shout, the live stream erupted in excitement. A catch? Are you rushing to meet the King of Hell? One viewer quipped. Streamer, do not be absurd. You must understand that it is not you fishing, but the fish fishing for you. Just as the barrage of comments suggested, no sooner had Fang Yuan spoken than his body lurched forward. The mighty fish had indeed exerted its strength. No, it was not a surge of power. The force merely propelled it a short distance before it ceased to move, which spared Fang Yuan from being dragged into the depths. However, rather than feeling relieved, he felt a deep sense of insult. The strength exhibited by the creature suggested it regarded him with disdain, seemingly oblivious to the hook lodged in its mouth. Otherwise, it would not be so nonchalant. Realizing this, Fang Yuan thought, "You feel nothing, do you? Very well, then let me show you what a jolt feels like." With that, he swiftly raised his rod once more, bending it into a crescent shape again. With this lift, he positioned his feet firmly apart, bracing himself for the impending pull. Yet, seconds ticked by, 10 breaths, and the line remained slack, failing to emit the expected creaking sound. Fang Yuan's frustration mounted. This second attempt to hook the creature had not elicited a reaction. The line's looseness indicated the creature was leisurely swimming, unfazed. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan exerted force again, this time employing the reel to maintain pressure. If one attempt failed, he would make two. If two failed, then three. His resolve was to ensure the creature felt pain. Experienced anglers understood that the larger the fish, the more likely it was to simply stall underwater, remaining motionless, which could mislead less experienced fishers into believing they had snagged on the bottom, leading to complacency and ultimately losing the catch. Moreover, if one was certain they had hooked a sizable fish, they still could not afford to relax. For if the angler relaxed, the fish would also take a break, maintaining its stamina, leading to a drawn-out tug of war. This explained why some anglers would boast of catching a large fish over a span of hours, only to reveal it weighed a mere few pounds. To expedite bringing the fish ashore, one must not allow it to rest. Otherwise, energy would wane, and the fish would prevail. Thus, Fang Yuan resolved to act decisively. Not moving? Not feeling anything. Very well, then let us provoke you. After repeatedly executing the hooking motion over a dozen times, the immense creature finally responded. In an instant, the familiar sound of the line singing filled the air as the fish surged upstream with a powerful burst. Observing this, Fang Yuan's mouth broke into a wide grin as he declared, "Now this is more like it." However, before he could complete his sentence, Fang Yuan leaned back, nearly toppling into the water. "How could I have forgotten?" he muttered to himself. Previously, he had been on solid ground, able to leverage his feet. But now, standing on a small kayak, it was adequate for a small fish weighing 30 to 50 pounds, yet utterly insufficient for this caliber of monster. Consequently, Fang Yuan found himself and his kayak being dragged along. The live stream erupted in chaos, with many viewers expressing their fears. "I warned you. Facing such a creature is beyond human strength." The chat buzzed. "Brothers, it's pulling in a person." Despite the multitude of warnings, Fang Yuan remained resolute. Without time to ponder his predicament, the trees flanking the riverbank rushed past him, and the kayak was lifted from the water, a testament to the creature's immense power. "What a blunder. I forgot I was in the water," Fang Yuan lamented. On the bright side, he had achieved his goal. The creature was moving. As long as it was in motion, that was sufficient. Thus, the colossal being continued its upstream journey, while Fang Yuan clung tightly to his rod, not daring to shift his feet. During this time, should the creature pause even slightly, he would immediately employ the same tactic again. Rest? Not a chance. After over half an hour, feeling the pressure on the line lessen, Fang Yuan understood that the creature was tiring. Seizing the moment, he raised his rod once more to strike. The momentary slowdown in speed was quickly replaced by a renewed burst of energy. "You want to rest? Not a chance." At this juncture, the viewers, who had initially been apprehensive, now began to relax as they witnessed Fang Yuan's technique evolve. From his initial awkwardness to his current deftness, he had grown remarkably proficient, skillfully managing the rod with one hand while engaging with the lively chat and his fellow viewers. His progress was nothing short of remarkable. In this manner, there is no longer any cause for concern. With the alleviation of worries, the thoughts of the viewers gradually began to align with Fang Yuan's expectations. "I've surrendered completely. Given the current situation, it's reasonable to assume that within half an hour, this colossal creature will surely be subdued." Of course, the streamer is treating this behemoth like livestock. How could it not capitulate? Let us get started. Let us get started. I bet half a cup of honey milk. Weighing 200 gene. 200 gene? Who do you think you're looking down on? With this force, it should be at least 300 gene. Come on. 300 gene? Are you kidding? When has our country ever produced a 300 gene freshwater fish? The guy upstairs must be new here. Allow me to tell you one thing. With Fang Yuan, anything is possible. A pair of them. The guy upstairs should look up the incident of the river monster at the estuary. After you read it, you'll likely regret saying that. May I timidly inquire if we can sit down now? Sit down? There's no seat at all. Right, no seat. By the riverside. Under the repeated encouragement from Fang Yuan, the enormous creature beneath the water had lost its initial ferocity, and the kayak was visibly descending at a rapid pace. Gradually, as time passed, Fang Yuan could faintly discern the creature's back surfacing, elongated and broad, moving through the water like a submarine. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply. Has it lost its strength? Well then, it's my turn to perform. With this thought, Fang Yuan held the rod upright, leaning back, and before him, a colossal creature nearly 3 meters long and as wide as a door was pulled from the water's depths. Chapter 196, The Master of the River, a Colossal Treasure. After an arduous tug-of-war lasting nearly an hour, witnessing the giant creature finally flip onto its back sent the live chat into a frenzy. Wow, incredible. Good grief. I previously thought this behemoth weighed no more than 100 gene, but it appears I was overly cautious. 100 gene? Not even close. What on earth is this creature? I cannot say what it is, but one thing is certain. It seems that Fang Yuan has just shattered the freshwater record once again. It hasn't been long, and Fang Yuan has already surpassed his own record. I shall dub him the strongest angler. Fang Yuan. Incredible. The chatter in the live stream soared. Yet before Fang Yuan could even catch his breath, a notification sound echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing the master of the river, a treasured fish, earning 10,000 points and 3 lottery draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the progress for the fishing ground 9 bins and 18 turns to 100, earning 5,000 points and 5 lottery draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the E-grade fishing ground 9 bins and 18 turns, activating the fishing ground album. Hiss. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted. Prior to this giant creature surfacing, he had made countless predictions, but he never imagined it would be a treasured fish. He thought it would merely be a rare fish. Yet at this moment, a treasured fish indeed. Fang Yuan was well aware of the benefits that a treasured fish could bring. Just like when he captured that white sturgeon at the estuary. Aside from the points and physical enhancement, after illuminating the album, he could also collect fixed points daily. With this thought, Fang Yuan summoned the treasured fish album. Sure enough, after illuminating the album for the white sturgeon, another icon had been illuminated. Looking closely, it read, Master of the River, Catfish Species, Grade A. Effect. Upon illumination, rewards include 10 enhancement points and a daily collection of 100 points, belonging to the fishing ground 9 bins and 18 turns. Seeing this, Fang Yuan mused to himself, as expected. This means that from this moment on, even if he did nothing, he would receive 200 points daily. 200 points, when exchanged for potions, amounts to 50,000 yuan. Daily earnings of 50,000, monthly earnings of 1,000,000. Furthermore, compared to the previously protected white sturgeon, this colossal creature had no restrictions, meaning he could handle it as he pleased. The value of a treasured creature, just the thought of it made Fang Yuan swallow hard. And this was merely the value brought by the creature itself. The unlocking of the fishing ground. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted to the upper right corner of the system panel. After the rare fish album and the treasured fish album were sequentially unlocked, there now appeared another icon for the fishing ground album. Fang Yuan clicked on it. Fishing ground, 9 bins and 18 turns. Daily collection of 200 points. Although the introduction consisted of only a few words, the effects were nothing short of extraordinary. Daily collection of 200 points? This single fishing ground album equates to the effects of 2 treasured fish? Calculating this, could it mean a monthly earning of 3 million? Gulp. Fang Yuan swallowed again. It appears that once the fishing ground reaches E-grade, as long as the progress is completed, the corresponding album can be unlocked. Moreover, while pondering this, Fang Yuan's gaze fell once more upon the colossal creature that had just flipped onto its back. Indeed, this treasured fish is formidable. A single one can fully complete the fishing ground's progress. As he spoke, Fang Yuan's expression faltered, as if he realized something. Hiss. No, wait. If this is the case, why didn't the previously caught white sturgeon fully unlock the estuary fishing ground? In contemplation, Fang Yuan opened the white sturgeon's album. Treasured fish, white sturgeon, grade A. Effect. Upon illumination, rewards include 10 enhancement points and a daily collection of 100 points, belonging to the fishing ground, Grand River. After seeing this, Fang Yuan felt enlightened. The fishing ground where he previously caught the white sturgeon belonged to the estuary, while this one displayed was the Grand River. Clearly, the white sturgeon had wandered over and was fortuitously encountered, meaning even within the same water body, 2 distinct fishing grounds could exist. Phew. Understanding this point, Fang Yuan exhaled. Once again, when his gaze fell upon the colossal creature before him, a smile crept across his face. It seems the shadow captured by the viewers earlier was indeed this fellow. With the rewards from the treasured fish and the unlocking of the fishing ground album, Fang Yuan found little interest in the rewards for unlocking the fishing ground. 5,000 points and 5 lottery draws were trivial. Just a drop in the bucket. The giant creature came ashore, and the fishing ground progress was fully achieved. This expedition to Ileo Mountain could be deemed a resounding success. After chatting briefly with the viewers in the live stream, Fang Yuan closed the broadcast. Even so, despite the live stream being shut down, the fan group in the background remained abuzz with excitement. Naturally, the topic of discussion revolved around this colossal creature. Fang Yuan could easily imagine that since he could dispose of the master of the river as he pleased, many viewers, especially those who often lingered in his live stream, aquarium owners and enthusiasts of giant creatures, would undoubtedly feel the same. Upon witnessing the master of the river surface, they were as exhilarated as cats catching the scent of fish. This supergiant, coupled with its unique and mutated characteristics, made it so that this master of the river encompassed all the attributes of a top-tier ornamental fish. If this were to be acquired, then regardless of whether through private messages or the dedicated group for rare fish, the atmosphere in the boss group is currently exuberantly lively. The outcome remains uncertain. Yet these individuals have begun to engage in a fervent exchange within the group. Brother 2 from the outer district. This time, no one dare to compete with me. This grand prize is mine to claim. Fatty aquarium. Brothers, let us keep face. This grand prize is for me. If I manage to finalize the transaction with the streamer, every single person in this group will receive 1,000 yuan red envelope. AAA building materials boss. 1,000 yuan red envelope for everyone? There are only about 30 people in this group, so that totals just over 30,000 yuan. Are you even embarrassed to say that? In that case, if you all can allow me to have this magnificent creature, I will ensure that everyone in the group receives an 8,888 yuan red envelope. First aquarium in Magic City. Isn't this a bit premature? We don't even know how the streamer plans to handle this magnificent creature yet. Capital City S Giant Aquarium. Oh, come on, buddy, your calculations are practically flying into my face. You're merely trying to prevent others from contending with you, aren't you? So that you can enjoy it all to yourself. Bah? I'll make it clear. I've already booked my plane ticket and will land in Jiangxing tonight, just waiting there. On the small boat, Fang Yuan observed the heated debate in the group with a smirk, choosing to remain silent, and subsequently closed the page. The more fervently they argued, the higher the price of the River Lord would be driven. Fang Yuan could already envision the bustling scene that would unfold. Of course, what was even more crucial was ensuring the safe transport of this magnificent creature back home. With a thought, he summoned the aquarium page. Chapter 197, A Major Discovery. Although Fang Yuan had upgraded the aquarium just yesterday, upon attempting to project the aquarium onto the majestic creature, the system still indicated insufficient space. Ding. Aquarium space is insufficient. Please upgrade before proceeding with storage. Upgrade? Previously, Fang Yuan would have pondered over this notification, but after receiving a series of rewards, he felt quite generous. Unhesitatingly clicking the upgrade button. Ding. The host consumes 5,000 points to elevate the aquarium's quality to blue. This upgrade resulted in a significant enhancement of the aquarium's attributes. Aquarium, capable of storing freshwater fish of any quality. Current quality, blue, upgradable. Current volume, 20 cubic meters. Current quality can maintain the health of the fish for 5 days. Note, the host can enhance the aquarium's quality and volume by consuming points from the shop. 20 cubic meters? Upon seeing the upgraded space, Fang Yuan smacked his lips. The points consumed for this upgrade were 2.5 times more than the last. Yet the space had only increased twofold. TSK. This deceitful system. After a moment of internal grumbling, Fang Yuan summoned the aquarium projection, and the system's sound changed. Ding. Detected available space for 1 freshwater fish. Would you like to store it? Without hesitation, he agreed. In an instant, the once mighty River Lord was ensconced within the aquarium. And after the storage was complete, Fang Yuan exchanged a few vitality potions for his backpack. Once he had accomplished all this, Fang Yuan surveyed his surroundings. He had been dragged nearly an hour by the River Lord, with most of that time spent in a full sprint, leaving him unsure of his current location. Fortunately, with the tracking feature, upon checking, Fang Yuan was taken aback to discover that in less than an hour, he had been pulled a full 17 kilometers by the fish. With a sigh of relief, he thought, all right, I need to rest for a bit, then I can return after a proper meal. Thus, Fang Yuan set about his tasks. First, he steered the kayak to the shore, then walked into the woods, seeking an open space to cook, eager to celebrate his bountiful catch and replenish his supplies. While searching for a suitable spot for a picnic amidst exposed rocks, his gaze fell upon something ahead. Before him, a towering barbed wire fence appeared in sight, accompanied by a stone tablet bearing the painted red numbers 1314. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing something significant, murmuring, "Is this the border?" As he pondered, he took a few steps forward, summoning the system page to search online. To his shock, he discovered that the barbed wire fence marked the international border. Great. What am I even thinking of eating? It's better to keep my distance. This is no joke. I've heard plenty about the dangers near the border, with some areas being actual minefields. Just as Fang Yuan contemplated leaving, he suddenly stumbled over something at his feet, causing him to stagger, and the object was kicked out from beneath him. It was a camouflage backpack, seemingly recently abandoned, and whether due to its poor quality or the force of his kick, it had torn open, spilling its contents. Curious, Fang Yuan approached to collect the scattered items, speculating whether this backpack belonged to other adventurers who had ventured here. After all, there had been numerous reports of outdoor enthusiasts going missing in the Ileo Mountains. As he gathered the scattered belongings, his pupils dilated in shock. Each item bore a uniform emblem, a striking red design depicting two lions standing atop a ball. In an instant, a phrase flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, "Double lions treading the ball." This was he glanced back at the barbed wire fence and then at the items in his hand, realizing that these belonged to someone from beyond the wall. He had never imagined that something he had only seen online would manifest before him one day. Once he recognized the significance of the items, Fang Yuan felt a wave of dryness in his throat, his heart racing as it had when he caught the River Lord earlier. A flurry of thoughts surged through his mind. This was a hot potato. Mishandling it could plunge him into irreparable consequences. In that instant, Fang Yuan made the most prudent choice, to alert the authorities. Meanwhile, in the office of the city bureau chief, Guodongliang was furrowing his brow as he reviewed the documents before him. Just a fortnight ago, he had received information from an informant, indicating that a foreign gang was planning to smuggle a significant shipment into the country through certain channels. While he had received the information, it did not specify when, where, or how the goods would enter, which left him feeling quite anxious. He was acutely aware that if this shipment were to come through, his position as the city bureau chief would be at risk, and the ramifications of such goods would be catastrophic for the region. However, should I attempt to contact that informant later, it would likely prove fruitless. Indeed, for the past fortnight, he has been unable to eat or sleep properly, leaving him in a state of considerable despondency. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses burst in, visibly agitated and exuberantly exclaiming, "Director Gua, we have made a significant discovery, a remarkable discovery." Guodongliang glanced over, his mind somewhat adrift. A significant discovery? Could this truly be as momentous as the one before him at this very moment? Yet, upon hearing the man's account, he leapt to his feet. "Where?" The man replied, "At the Laozhan border." Guodongliang pressed further, "How much?" The man responded, "The specifics are unclear, but the informant mentioned a backpack brimming with contents. Chapter 198, The Gunshot. In the forest, Fang Yuan, after reporting to the police, remained in place as instructed over the phone. The caller indicated that it would take at least half a day to reach his location after pinpointing his coordinates. However, to ensure his safety, Border Patrol had already been notified, yet the earliest they could arrive would be 2 to 3 hours. What a predicament. This area was exceedingly remote, nestled deep within the mountains, making it an ideal location for the group to transport their contraband. Very well, if it would take 2 to 3 hours, he would simply wait. It was an opportune moment to have a meal and replenish his strength. Just as he lit the portable stove, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Something was amiss. The presence of this item suggested that others would soon arrive to pick it up. If he remained here and encountered them, it would spell disaster. Instantly, his appetite vanished. Better safe than sorry. Who could predict when the contact would come? It was crucial to remember that those engaged in such activities were often desperate individuals, truly reckless souls. Thus, extreme caution was imperative. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan returned to the riverbank to retrieve the inflatable kayak, then made his way back to the site where he had discovered the cargo. He meticulously erased any traces he had left behind before organizing the package. Previously, he had not realized the importance of this, so he had carelessly abandoned the package. Now, it was wiser to relocate it. As he did so, a small black object, about the size of a matchbox, fell from a tear in the backpack. Fang Yuan picked it up, his brow furrowing. It was a beacon, an electronic locator? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he became increasingly convinced of its accuracy. In the depths of the wilderness, discarding a package without a locator would make retrieval nearly impossible. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's breathing quickened. This meant that the individuals coming to retrieve the package might already be en route. Aware of this, he thoroughly searched the package, ensuring that the only item left was the locator. He then concealed the package within a thicket of thorns. As for the locator, he initially considered destroying it. But upon reflection, He feared that doing so might alert others to his presence. Thus, after a moment's thought, he returned to the riverbank and disposed of the locator in the water. After completing these tasks, he exhaled deeply. The thrill was exhilarating, even more so than capturing the legendary fish that ruled the river. Just as Fang Yuan believed he had executed his plan flawlessly and could now wait for the police in a concealed location, he heard a rustling noise behind him. Turning around, he saw 3 figures emerging from the forest, clad in camouflage attire, one of whom was carrying a device equipped with tall antennas on either side. At this realization, Fang Yuan's earlier sense of relaxation evaporated, replaced by heightened alertness. Could it truly be this coincidental? The 3 men locked eyes with him, and one instinctively reached for his waist, only to be halted by a stout companion beside him. The burly man surveyed Fang Yuan's appearance and the neatly arranged hiking backpack and grinned. "Friend, are you here for an adventure?" Responding to this inquiry, Fang Yuan nodded. "Indeed, I am here for an adventure." The burly man's smile widened. "Huh? What a coincidence. We are here for the same reason." Although Fang Yuan maintained a neutral expression, internally, he was cursing. Sharing the same motive for adventure? He could hardly believe it. The man on the far side, with dark skin and an appearance reminiscent of a monkey, had reached for his waist earlier, revealing a handgun. Additionally, the bespectacled young man, appearing like a university student, was carrying a device that was anything but ordinary. It was small yet boasted antennas over half a meter long, emitting incessant beeping sounds. The apparatus strapped to his back resembled a signal amplifier, capable of capturing and amplifying faint signals from several kilometers away. Thus, Fang Yuan was far from convinced by their claims. As the burly man noticed Fang Yuan's gaze shift, he turned to look, prompting the bespectacled young man to deactivate the device, silencing its beeping. The burly man chuckled. "This area is uninhabited, so we brought some advanced equipment to maintain contact with the outside world." Fang Yuan outwardly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, one must be cautious. However, I must continue my journey. We should part ways." Without waiting for a response, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and began to walk downstream. Yet, as he took a step, the burly man stepped forward to block his path. "Haha, friend, why the rush? Meeting here is fate. Besides, it's noon. Let us have a meal together." Fang Yuan had intended to decline, but he quickly realized that the other 2 men had effectively boxed him in, and the monkey-like individual's hand had once again gravitated towards his waist. Faced with this situation, Fang Yuan smiled. "Haha, very well. I was just about to replenish my strength." It was unavoidable. Although he possessed formidable physical capabilities, these 3 individuals were anything but ordinary. Their positioning suggested they had undergone professional training and were armed. Engaging them in a confrontation would be folly. Observing his compliance, the burly man's grin returned. "Haha, now you're speaking my language. I see a clearing up ahead. Let us rest there." As he spoke, the crew-cut man exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 companions and proceeded to walk ahead alongside Fang Yuan. In the open space, both Fang Yuan and the crew-cut man sat on the ground, setting out some provisions before them. In order to convince the others of his adventurous intentions, Fang Yuan took out his portable stove and pot. Indeed, upon seeing these items, the crew-cut man's tone softened slightly, though it was only a marginal improvement. His probing inquiries persisted unabated. "Friend, where do you hail from?" The crew-cut man spoke with a heavy accent, reminiscent of skewered lamb. Fang Yuan feigned nonchalance as he tended to the fire and replied, "From Chu." The crew-cut man responded, "Chu? Oh, my friend, is that far away? What brings you to this place for adventure?" Thus, the 2 began a disingenuous conversation, during which Fang Yuan was constantly seeking an opportunity to escape. It was no jest. Having initially harbored mere suspicions about the trio's identities, he could now assert with absolute certainty his misgivings. Yet, the group remained vigilant, while the crew-cut man engaged him. A monkey stood a few meters away, his gaze fixated upon Fang Yuan. As for the bespectacled man, Fang Yuan felt a sudden chill. He realized that the bespectacled man had vanished, and he was undoubtedly armed with a device. The implications of this were all too clear. As the old adage goes, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance, drawing nearer. "Not good. The item is lost." Upon hearing this, the crew-cut man's eyes turned to Fang Yuan, revealing a murderous intent, while the bespectacled man, who had been lurking nearby, instinctively reached for his waist. Then, a gunshot rang out. Chapter 199. All parties arrive. The situation is critical. Simultaneously, aboard an armored vehicle heading towards Ileo Mountain, Guodongliang was listening intently through his headset. During his previous communication with Fang Yuan, they had provided him with a number to facilitate immediate contact. Just 10 minutes prior, the phone had rung, and as the leader of this operation, Guodongliang promptly answered. However, while the call connected, the sounds that emerged were chaotic, with seemingly multiple voices overlapping. Previously, When Fang Yuan had first reported, he had stated that he was alone in that location. In an instant, Guodongliang realized that the gang had come to meet him, and this was their advanced communication. Initially, as the commotion was heard over the phone, it seemed that no conflict had arisen, and the criminal group appeared unaware of any irregularities. Thus, the surveillance continued while he instructed the border defense team to remain vigilant and prepare for any eventualities. However, just as everything was being restructured, a gunshot suddenly echoed through the phone, followed by a jarring scraping sound, as if the phone had been flung into the underbrush. And then the noises faded into obscurity. Guodongliang panicked. He could not afford to lose this hard-won lead. Furthermore, the gunfire raised serious concerns for Fang Yuan's safety. Hurry, move faster, and notify the border defense comrades to expedite their arrival at the scene. In the depths of the forest, the sudden gunshot startled the birds into flight, reaching the ears of two wild-looking figures 2 miles away. One of them perked up. Brother-in-law, there's a gunshot. Could it be they're coming for us? As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap to the head. Nonsense. Do you think they'd shoot from that far away if they were after us? The two were none other than the scar-faced man and the little mustached one, who had been tracking Fang Yuan, reflecting on their days in the mountains. The duo had endured considerable hardship, more so than when they had excavated the foreign tombs in the vast Gobi Desert. With no other options, after losing most of their provisions, they were forced to forage in the forest, subsisting on insects, birds' nests, and wild fruits. They consumed anything edible they could find. Yet they remained undeterred in their pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fortunately, after 2 days of exploration, they had located a river, and based on their earlier conjecture, they believed that fishing required a water source. Thus, they followed the river until they reached this point. At this moment, the little mustached one, having just been reprimanded, felt aggrieved. If they're not coming for us, then where did that gunfire come from? The scar-faced man, still crouching, turned to him. Haven't you seen the news? It said that some ethnic minorities are allowed to bear arms for hunting. Perhaps it's just hunters from outside the mountains. Saying this, the scar-faced man stepped forward. Come on, let us go take a look. The little mustached one hesitated. Brother-in-law, do we really have to go? The scar-faced man shot him a glare. What a silly question. If we can't find that kid, we need to secure our escape route. It's the perfect opportunity to ask how to get out. Upon hearing this, the little mustached one's eyes brightened. Hey, brother-in-law, you're really sharp. Meanwhile, in the forest, Fang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his face pale with fear, for just moments ago, a bullet had grazed past his ear. Had it been aimed just a fraction higher, he would have been dead. As for why the shot missed despite the proximity, it wasn't he that the monkey was incompetent with a gun. Rather, it was the bespectacled man who had inadvertently obstructed the shot, causing it to veer off course. Monkey, what the hell are you doing? The bespectacled man reprimanded the monkey, who still held his weapon aloft. The monkey looked at Fang Yuan, his gun unwavering, and said, The item is missing, and there are no others here. If it's not this kid's doing, then who could it be? The bespectacled man's anger simmered. Precisely because he's the only one here, we cannot afford for him to die. If he perishes, who will we turn to for the goods? Hearing this, the monkey's realization dawned. Indeed, if this kid were to die, locating the items would become exceptionally difficult, and the losses would be immense. Nonetheless, even with this understanding, the monkey's weapon remained trained on Fang Yuan. The bespectacled man turned to Fang Yuan and asked, Tell me, did you take the items? Without waiting for a response, he gestured to the crew-cut man, who had drawn a dagger, to search through Fang Yuan's belongings. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally understood that among the three, the true leader was not the crew-cut man or the armed monkey, but rather the seemingly innocuous bespectacled man. How true it is that one should not judge a book by its cover. However, this sudden turn of events presented Fang Yuan with a chance to escape. The reason for my previous hesitance to resist stemmed from my ignorance regarding the true nature of the trio, or perhaps from my uncertainty about whether all three were armed. However, just moments ago, I had gained clarity. The monkey, as previously witnessed, had drawn his firearm with alarming directness, while the burly man with the buzz cut instinctively unsheathed a dagger. As for the bespectacled fellow who had rushed over, aside from a positioning device, I could discern no visible weapon on him. At least, that was the impression I gathered. In light of this, the imminent danger resided solely in the gun wielded by the monkey. If I could neutralize him, the remaining threats would prove negligible. Contemplating this, I steeled my resolve, unwilling to remain passive. The sensation of a bullet whizzing past my ear had truly imparted the taste of mortality. Thus, I felt my hand, which had been pressed against my back, explore my waist. I had come prepared, having purchased an array of outdoor gear, including a short knife securely sheathed at my side. My plan was straightforward, to use the knife strapped to my waist to disarm the monkey. Whether I struck with the blade's tip or the hilt was of little consequence. Bolstered by my extraordinary strength, I was confident that any part of the knife would incapacitate the monkey's hand. As for accuracy, I had honed my skills over countless days of practice. To say I could hit my mark would not be an exaggeration. Thus, as the bespectacled man, grinning wickedly, signaled the burly man to approach and teach me a lesson, I suddenly raised my hand and flicked it sharply. With a swift whoosh, the knife shot forth. Chapter 200. Without courage, how can there be production? Simultaneously, in the forest, the scarred-faced man and his mustached companion, who had been following the gunfire, finally arrived at the scene. Upon spotting the figure they had been pursuing not far ahead, the mustached man exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, look, it's that kid. Of course I can see. Do you think I'm blind?" The scarred man retorted, "And for heaven's sake, could you lower your voice? Can't you see the situation is rather precarious?" With that, the scarred man turned his gaze toward Fang Yuan. "A gun? Damn it. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Even here, he manages to attract armed individuals. This group is no ordinary lot." The mustached man glanced over and asked, "What should we do, brother-in-law? What should we do? I've endured countless hardships to come here for revenge. I can't let this kid die at the hands of others. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain." Upon hearing this, the mustached man nodded in agreement, but soon realized the implications, exclaiming in shock, "Brother-in-law, are you suggesting?" The scarred man replied, his eyes narrowing, "Sanner, you lead the charge." The mustached man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Me? But brother-in-law, they have guns. What of it? Without courage, how can there be gains? We might as well seize their firearms while we're at it. Rest assured, as Sun Tzu said, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. They are behind us, relying on surprise to strike. Hurry. If we hesitate, this kid's life won't belong to us anymore." Despite this, the mustached man hesitated, especially upon seeing the gun in the opponent's hand, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Just then, he gasped again, "Brother-in-law, look. That kid." In their line of sight, Fang Yuan, previously under gunpoint, sprang into action, raising his hand to unleash a flash of cold steel that flew from his grasp. Before anyone could react, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. On Fang Yuan's end, as he had hoped, the thrown knife struck true, landing squarely on the monkey's wrist. Though not piercing the blade's tip, he had exerted all his strength in that throw, and the impact on the monkey's wrist was catastrophic. In an instant, a sickening crack resounded, revealing a stark white bone as the monkey let out a piercing wail, his firearm clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, Fang Yuan moved, prompting the bespectacled man to react, albeit sluggishly compared to Fang Yuan's speed. Just as the bespectacled man reached for the fallen gun, Fang Yuan executed a swift slide, sending the weapon skidding far away. At this juncture, the burly man finally regained his senses, brandishing his dagger and lunging at Fang Yuan. Now unthreatened by the gun, Fang Yuan was emboldened against the dagger. Utilizing his remarkable agility, he executed a sweeping kick that struck the burly man's arm. While this kick lacked the force of his earlier throw, it was sufficient to disarm the burly man. The monkey's gun had fallen, and the burly man's dagger was now discarded. Just as Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, believing the threat had dissipated, a voice barked, "Don't move. One twitch and I'll shoot." Looking down, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The burly man had produced yet another firearm, now aimed squarely at his groin. Meanwhile, witnessing Fang Yuan's sudden display of prowess and his swift incapacitation of one of their own, both the mustached man and the scarred man were overtaken by memories of the fear they had felt back at the stone pond on the mountain. "Sanner, hurry. This is the moment, the perfect opportunity," the scarred man shouted, prompting the mustached man to draw his baton and charge forward, followed closely by the scarred man wielding a machete. What they failed to notice was that Fang Yuan, who had just showcased his skills, was once again at the mercy of a firearm. After being restrained yet again, the burly man, now sitting on the ground with the gun in hand, regained his composure. Meanwhile, the monkey, nursing his injured wrist, was undeterred and rushed to inflict harm on Fang Yuan, disregarding his injury. This time, the bespectacled man did not intervene. They were perilously close to failure. Had word of this incident spread, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. They needed to teach a lesson. However, just as the monkey lunged forward, a shadow darted swiftly toward them. It was the mustached man. In that instant, the monkey's uninjured arm collided with the ground due to their combined momentum. The outcome was inevitable. Crack! My hand! My hand! Before any of them could comprehend what had transpired, another figure emerged from the dense foliage. With a machete pointed forward, he commanded, "Everyone freeze." The sudden appearance of these two left everyone dumbfounded, especially the bespectacled man, who was utterly bewildered, struggling to fathom how this remote area, rarely traversed, was now overrun with unexpected visitors. "Is this a festival or something?" Amidst his confusion, Fang Yuan inquired, "Is it you?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, Both the buzz-cut man and the bespectacled fellow turned their gazes towards him, a singular term surfacing in their minds. Accomplices. The two who had arrived were indeed this guy's cohorts. Observing Fang Yuan's astonished expression, the scar-faced man let out a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Huh, did not expect this. Did you? Did not think my brother and I would find you? Surprised, are you? Heh, I've told you before, no matter where you go, your life belongs to me." With that, the scar-faced man commanded, "Sanner, bind these fellows up. Damn it, how dare they come to rob from me?" However, despite his orders being issued, there was an unsettling silence from the little mustached man. "Sanner, you son of a..." The scar-faced man's tirade was abruptly cut off as a dark gun barrel was aimed squarely at him. The little mustached fellow finally reacted, "Brother-in-law, they're armed." Meanwhile, Guodongliang was still en route. Chapter 201, Triple Kill, the finale. Where did this wild jackass come from, speaking so brazenly? The buzz-cut man mocked, brandishing his gun at the scar-faced man. "Oh, you've got a knife, do you? What are you going to do, dye my brain?" He gestured with his firearm. "What's this? A gun? Wild jackass, why don't you come and point that at my forehead?" If such words were directed at an ordinary person, or perhaps a petty thief, they might cower and surrender immediately. But the scar-faced man was no ordinary criminal. He was a ruthless individual who had evaded the law despite committing countless heinous acts, belonging to a faction of reckless outlaws. His temper was equally fierce, otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to pursue Fang Yuan. Thus, after enduring the buzz-cut man's taunts, the scar-faced man's raised machete came crashing down upon the buzz-cut man's forehead. Stunned, the crowd was once again taken aback. The buzz-cut man, struck, rolled his eyes back in disbelief. After a moment, he managed to utter, "Are you out of your mind? You actually..." Before he could finish, the scar-faced man, with a twitch of his eye, raised the machete once more. One blow, and yet another. Moments later, the buzz-cut man's wish was granted as the scar-faced man indeed turned his forehead into a dying vat, blood flowing in a crimson cascade. Just then, the scar-faced man, having dispatched the buzz-cut man, aimed to unleash his wrath upon Fang Yuan, the machete still poised to strike. But then bang, a gunshot rang out. It was the bespectacled fellow, who surprisingly had a handgun concealed on him. With the sound of the shot, the scar-faced man's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, a bullet hole appearing in his forehead. The scar-faced man was dead, slain by the bespectacled fellow's gunfire. On the side, the little mustached man, having been momentarily stunned by the sight of his brother-in-law's head exploding, quickly recovered, his rage surging to its peak. This was not merely because he had confirmed the relationship between his brother-in-law and his little brother, but rather due to the money. He had traveled far and wide with the scar-faced man, and all the ill-gotten gains they had amassed were in the scar-faced man's possession. As the latter had put it, they were waiting until they were done, at which point he would hand the money over, allowing the little mustached man to buy a house and marry his sister. Now, with the scar-faced man dead, there was no one to retrieve that money. Without funds, how could he afford a house or a wife? What was the difference between this and a vendetta for his father's death or a desire to take his wife? Thus, at the moment the scar-faced man fell, the little mustached man seized his baton and swung it towards the bespectacled fellow's head. Yet, old sayings hold true, a gun is swift from 7 paces away, but accurate and quick within 7 paces. Thus, before the baton could land on the bespectacled fellow's head, bang, 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 3 shots rang out in succession, following the gunfire. After the deaths of the buzz-cut and scar-faced men, the little mustached man also fell into a pool of blood. By this time, only Fang Yuan and the bespectacled fellow remained, along with the monkey rolling on the ground, clutching his arms. In less than a minute, the original 6 had dwindled to 3. After claiming 2 lives, the bespectacled fellow appeared to have been consumed by bloodlust. He could hardly fathom how what was supposed to be a simple task of retrieving goods had escalated to such a tragic conclusion. Why had it come to this? In that fleeting moment, the bespectacled fellow turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. "It's you. Damn it, it's all your fault. These 2 were brought here by you. My brother died because of you. Damn it. I'm asking you one last time, where are the goods? Where are they?" He raised his handgun. At that moment, bang. Another gunshot echoed, but this time it did not emanate from the bespectacled fellow. Instead, it came from afar, as a dozen figures emerged from the forest. Everyone freeze. Hands up. It was the Border Patrol. The Border Patrol had arrived. Midnight. In the interrogation room of the Southwest Municipal Bureau. "So you're saying that the buzzcut was killed by the scar-faced man, and the scar-faced man was shot by the bespectacled fellow? Moreover, the bespectacled fellow not only killed the scar-faced man, but also the one with the little mustache? And you were originally fishing in the mountains when you just happened to encounter the 3 of them, while the scar-faced man and the little mustached fellow had pursued you from thousands of miles away." Listening to the interrogator's words, Fang Yuan nodded. Seeing this, the 2 interrogators exchanged astonished glances. each reflecting the other's incredulity. After over a decade in the field, they were encountering such a complex and bizarre case for the first time. When the border patrol arrived, only Fang Yuan remained unscathed, while the monkey had 2 injured wrists and was receiving treatment at the hospital. The bespectacled fellow, having sustained a gunshot wound, was currently in the emergency room. Thus, Fang Yuan was the only one who could be interrogated. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Well, comrades, if you don't believe me, you can check my phone. I recorded everything that happened. It turned out that when the bespectacled fellow had invited him to dinner, Fang Yuan had opportunely sent a drone aloft, capturing all subsequent events. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Guo Dongliang stepped inside. The 2 interrogators immediately stood and addressed him respectfully. Director Guo Dongliang replied, "Enough. There is no need for further questioning." With that, he opened the door to Fang Yuan's booth and said, "Little brother, you've worked hard. The investigation has clarified everything. The call from Chu Di just confirmed what you said. You've made a significant contribution this time." However, Guo Dongliang's expression turned serious. Due to the case's peculiar nature and to ensure your personal safety, all accolades must be conducted privately. You won't be featured on television or in the newspapers. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply. As long as the matter was thoroughly investigated, he had no interest in accolades or reports. He chuckled, I understand. Guo Dong laughed heartily. Haha, young man, you have commendable courage. I watched the video you took, and your skills are quite impressive. Fang Yuan replied, I usually enjoy sports, which has built up my strength. In response, Guo Dongliang chuckled again and patted Fang Yuan on the shoulder, saying, all right, after you sign your name and complete the necessary procedures, you can leave. Once everything was concluded, as Fang Yuan emerged from the municipal office with his bag slung over his shoulder, the dawn light outside was already beginning to break. Some breakfast stalls had already started their bustling activities. Well then, what is there to rest for? Let me find a breakfast stall for a bite to eat before hailing a ride back to the village. Chapter 202, Returning to the Village. In front of Fang Yuan's pickup truck at the village, Ai Na looked anxiously into the vehicle, which remained unoccupied. She had hurried back from town just yesterday, having heard from Fang Yuan that he wouldn't be staying long in the village. However, upon her return, she learned from her brother that Fang Yuan had gone fishing in the mountains on the very day she left and had yet to return. Being a resident of the village, Ai Na was well aware of the dangers of Ileo Mountain, and thus her heart was filled with worry. Has Big Brother not returned yet? Not only Ai Na, but also the young boy, Gawa, had been coming around frequently to check if Fang Yuan was back. Upon hearing this, Ai Na shook her head, her concern becoming even more evident. Should we go into the mountains to look for him? Just then, Gawa suddenly shouted excitedly, Big Brother. At the mention of Big Brother, Ai Na's eyes sparkled with hope. As she turned to look, her steps seemed to urge her forward, yet she hesitated. There, on the only muddy road leading out of the village, appeared a figure, who else but Fang Yuan, who had been away for several days. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt somewhat speechless. The journey from Southwest City to the town had been manageable. The driver had taken him directly for a mere 200 yuan without hesitation. However, upon seeing the deplorable muddy path leading to the village, the driver refused to proceed any further. All right, let us walk then. Thus, he had walked from noon until this evening to return. This made Fang Yuan admire Ai Na even more, as she traversed this road at least twice a month. Big Brother. As Fang Yuan approached, he noticed it was Gawa, quickening his pace slightly. True to his reputation as a fishing enthusiast, Gawa circled around Fang Yuan and asked, Big Brother, where are the fish? Did you not catch any? Fang Yuan chuckled at his words, responding nonchalantly, Haha, right, I didn't catch any. The fish in these mountains are elusive. Gawa sniffled, I told you, there are mushrooms and herbs in the mountains, but no fish. You didn't believe me. It's better in the small cave. You don't know? I've caught quite a few these past few days, and all the little ones in the village are envious. As the two conversed, Ai Na also approached. Although she had countless words she wished to share with the person before her, at this moment, she found herself at a loss for how to begin. After exchanging glances for a few moments, she finally called out, a Yuan Go. That evening, with Fang Yuan's return, the home of Gawa was filled with laughter. At the dinner table, Ai Na finally asked the question that had been on her mind. A Yuan Go, are you leaving soon? Fang Yuan had previously mentioned that he came to explore the mountains and would leave afterward. Now that he had returned, it was natural that they would have to part ways. Fang Yuan took a sip of rice wine and nodded. Yes, in just a couple of days. Fang Yuan's plan was simple, to take Gawa out for a stroll the next day and buy Ai Na a bicycle. Of course, he also intended to fulfill his promise to Gawa regarding a fishing set. Before he came, he had only brought a fishing rod, and the line and tackle were purchased from the system, which would be somewhat wasteful for a beginner like Gawa. Thus, he promised to take him out tomorrow to buy a complete set, as well as to enjoy a good walk. Just a couple of days? Upon hearing that Fang Yuan would be leaving so soon, Ai Na's spirits dipped slightly. Not understanding her feelings, Fang Yuan, the oblivious straight man, asked Ai Na, "What is wrong?" Ai Na forced a smile. "It's nothing. Come on, a Yuan go. Let us drink." The girls of the mountains were not only skilled in song and dance, but also had a remarkable capacity for alcohol. After sharing several rounds of drinks with Zhang Bin, Fang Yuan found his own tolerance satisfactory, while Ai Na proved to be his equal in drinking prowess. Not only Ai Na, but Lin Yang was also a hospitable soul, joining in on the festivities. Thus, amidst Gao's cheers, Fang Yuan, unsurprisingly, found himself intoxicated by the two women. The next day, when Fang Yuan awoke once more, he quickly sat up, surveying his surroundings. The bamboo bed beneath him, the decor around, and the lingering scent of soapberry in the air indicated that this was not his car or tent. "A Yuan Gu, you're awake." Indeed. As Fang Yuan surveyed the room, Ai Na entered. "I saw you drank quite a bit last night, so I let you stay here." With a rosy glow on her cheeks, Ai Na explained that, following Lin Yang's suggestion, she had intended for Fang Yuan to sleep at Gao's place. However, the state of Gao's bedding was too chaotic to bear, so she had offered her own room instead. Hearing this, Fang Yuan rubbed the back of his head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "Thank you for the trouble." Ai Na smiled sweetly. "It's no trouble at all. By the way, I made you some medicinal porridge to help with your hangover. I'll bring it to you." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan quickly got out of bed. Feeling uncomfortable with the idea of being waited on while staying at someone else's home, even if he had a thick skin. No, it's fine. I can eat outside." At the dining table, Lin Yang and other women from the village had already gone into the mountains to gather herbs, as this was the primary source of income for the village. Thus, only Ai Na, Gawa, and Fang Yuan sat together. "Big brother, last night, Ma said you should share a bed with me, but my sister wouldn't allow it, so you got to sleep in her bed," Gawa blurted out, causing Ai Na to blush and feign anger. She turned to Fang Yuan, saying, "A Yuan Gu, don't listen to his nonsense. It's just that his bed is too messy, and I was afraid you wouldn't be comfortable." Fang Yuan chuckled. "It's fine, I'm comfortable enough." This only made Ai Na's cheeks flush even more. After finishing breakfast, Fang Yuan kept his promise and took the two out for a stroll. As for Ai Na's work in town, it seemed to be piecework. The more one worked, the more one earned. If one did not work, there was no money to be made, and a few days' delay was no issue. Thus, Ai Na left the village with him. As for their destination, it was, of course, the nearest southwest city. Chapter 203, Homecoming, Childhood Companions. Due to Fang Yuan's meticulous planning prior to departure, the purpose of this journey was distinctly clear. Upon arriving in Southwest City, he took the two companions on a visit to a shopping mall. Recently, having indulged in numerous meals, and thanks to the resourcefulness of the boy, who discovered a shortcut into the mountains, he felt it was only fitting to spend a bit on them. Consequently, he purchased two complete outfits for each of them, from head to toe. After a satisfying shopping spree, it was time for a meal. Fang Yuan opted for an ordinary fast food establishment instead of a high-end restaurant, ordering fries and fried chicken. Nevertheless, the brother and sister were exceedingly content with the fare. The afternoon was dedicated to a visit to an amusement park. Initially, Fang Yuan had intended to go to the zoo, but considering the siblings were mountain dwellers who had likely encountered more animals in their natural habitat than in a zoo, their interest in animals was minimal. Hence, they settled on the amusement park instead. As anticipated, the boy had a splendid time, and even Ana's face brightened with smiles. After a day filled with feasting and fun, before heading back, Fang Yuan took them to a bicycle specialty shop and bought each of them a mountain bike, despite their lack of cycling skills. Naturally, he did not forget the fishing gear he had promised to buy for the boy, promptly acquiring a complete set. By the time the trio returned to the village, night had completely fallen. With their departure imminent, they enjoyed dinner at the boys' home, and, as expected, rice wine flowed generously. The outcome was as one might predict. When Fang Yuan awoke the next day, he found himself in Ana's bedroom, recognizing the familiar surroundings. Outside, the pickup truck, which had been stationary for several days, was once again ignited, and Fang Yuan took the driver's seat, with Ana's gifts filling the passenger side. There were rice wine, fruits, and a complete outfit lovingly sewn by Ana herself. While he had purchased a few sets in town, this particular ensemble was of markedly superior craftsmanship, reflecting Ana's meticulous attention to detail during its creation. Outside the vehicle stood the boy and his sister, having come to bid farewell. "Brother Yuan, will you come to our village again?" Hearing the steady hum of the engine, Ana realized he was about to leave for real this time. At that moment, her earlier composure dissipated, and her eyes, already red from crying, filled with tears once more. Fang Yuan refrained from looking back. Even he, typically slow to perceive emotions, could sense something amiss at that moment. "Perhaps, I might return to visit someday." Aina wiped her tears and solemnly nodded at Fang Yuan's profile. The boy, however, exhibited a lighter temperament than his sister and remarked, "Big brother, when you come next time, let us go fishing together." Fang Yuan smiled and replied, "Yes, definitely." With those affirmations exchanged, he waved goodbye to the siblings, and the vehicle slowly rolled away, heading into the distance. After they had driven quite a way, Aina called out to the vanishing truck, "Brother Yuan, I will wait for you." 2 days later, after a leisurely journey, Fang Yuan finally returned to Fangjia village just in time for the Little New Year. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he noticed a significant increase in the village's liveliness compared to previous days, with cars of all sizes parked in front of nearly every household. Young people gathered at the village's entrance, chatting animatedly, including many childhood friends. Fang Yuan understood that these were the hard-working youths returning home to reunite with their families for the new year. And the village was particularly bustling during this time of year, lasting about 10 to 15 days. "Hey, Yuanzi." As he passed through the throng, a voice called out. Even though he recognized some acquaintances, Fang Yuan naturally slowed the vehicle as he entered the village and rolled down the window. A friendly face greeted him with a smile. "Haha, Ergang. I was just at your place looking for you yesterday, but your aunt said you were away and wouldn't be back for a few days." The speaker was a young man named Ergang, who shared the same age as Fang Yuan and was a former classmate, which fostered a closer bond between them. However, while Fang Yuan pursued higher education, Ergang had opted to work in a factory in the south after graduating high school, and after more than 4 years, he had risen to a junior leadership position. While his salary wasn't particularly high, the work was relatively easy. As they conversed, Ergang eyed Fang Yuan's vehicle with a hint of envy, saying, "Nice ride. I've been working for 4 years and still haven't managed to get a car. Yet you've already got one." Fang Yuan chuckled, but before he could respond, another young man, clad in fur and sporting a slick hairstyle, chimed in, "It's a domestic model, right? Not that impressive. High fuel consumption and plenty of minor issues. Plus, this pickup truck has a mandatory 15-year scrappage rule." The latter part of his comment went unfinished, but everyone present understood the implied criticism. Fang Yuan, however, remained unfazed, simply responding, "I bought it because I liked the spacious cargo bed for hauling things. I hadn't even considered the scrappage policy." As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Here, let us smoke." Upon seeing the brand of cigarettes, Ergang raised his eyebrows. "Wow, you're smoking 95s? You've really stepped up your game." Just then, the same voice interrupted again. "Oh, the 95s from the 100 Yuan Club? Come on, Yuanzi, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm driving a 30,000 Cadillac, and I'm still smoking Huazi. You think you can flaunt your domestic pickup and smoke this?" The speaker was none other than Fang Dongxiu, another villager from Fangjia village, who hailed from a prosperous family that had built their fortune from pig trading. Among this group, he was considered the most successful, having spent enough time at home. Fang Yuan had heard that Dongxiu was doing quite well with a small pawn shop in Jiangqing. His attire suggested he was quite conscious of his image. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan brushed off the remark, replying, "Oh, these were given to me by someone. I hardly smoke them myself, only when I see you guys." He added, "You all carry on. I just got back and haven't even gone home yet. You all chat. I'll head back now." With that, he returned to his vehicle and drove into the village. Once he had left, Fang Dongxiu turned to the others and remarked, "ISNT that Yuanzi just graduated this year? How has he managed to buy a car so soon?" A nearby chubby fellow chimed in, "I heard from my mom that Yuanzi has taken over the old village office and set up a small workshop selling feed." Fang Dongxiu took a drag from his 95s and chuckled. "Ah, so he is following in his father's footsteps. No wonder he bought a pickup truck." After that, he lost interest in Fang Yuan's affairs and, raising his arm, called the attention of the younger crowd. "All right, everyone, it's been a year since we last met. Tonight, I'm treating you all to a meal at the local restaurant in town. We won't leave until we're drunk." Chapter 204, What Brings You Here? This time, Fang Yuan returned without informing his family in advance. So, after parking the vehicle in the yard, he saw his mother, who was busy preparing for the Little New Year, pause momentarily upon spotting him. Without regard for her tasks, she rushed over. "Oh my son. Child, why didn't you inform us of your return in advance?" With that, she turned to old Fang, exclaiming, "Our son is back." Although Fang Yuan had only been away for less than a month, including the days spent competing in Jiangqing, for his mother, it felt like an eternity. As any mother would know, a child traversing 1,000 miles elicits worry. How could she not be anxious? Upon hearing her call, old Fang stirred from within the house, grumbling, "Oh, it's just the return of our son. What's all the fuss about?" Despite his words, he emerged from the house, still in a rush. The excitement in his demeanor evident even without his shoes properly fastened. "Brother." It wasn't just old Fang. At the sound of brother, a petite figure darted out. Fang Yuan, crouching down, opened his arms and enveloped the approaching figure in a warm embrace. "Haha, Did you miss your brother, Xiner? I thought about you. It was Xiner. During his time away, each phone conversation was often dominated by this little girl, highlighting her dependence on Fang Yuan. Moreover, as he lifted Xiner in his arms, another figure emerged from the kitchen, calling out, "Brother Fang." Fang Yuan was taken aback. Xiaoran? It was Wang Xiaoran who had unexpectedly appeared. His astonishment was palpable. "What brings you here?" Meeting Fang Yuan's surprised gaze, Wang Xiaoran appeared somewhat flustered and uneasy, quickly lowering her head after their brief eye contact. At this moment, Fang's mother interjected, "Today is Little New Year, and since no one was home at Xiaoran's place, I invited her over. What's the matter?" She shot a glance at Fang Yuan. Realizing the situation, Fang Yuan recalled that during his previous matchmaker meeting with Wang Xiaoxua, he learned that Wang Xiaoran's family circumstances were rather complicated. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, Xiner chimed in, "Brother, Sister Ran is great. She kept me company while you were away." This revelation took Fang Yuan by surprise. He thought to himself, "I was gone for only a few days. How could things have changed so much? It feels as though I've returned as a stranger." In the kitchen, it was indeed Little New Year, and his parents had prepared an ample amount of ingredients. So Fang Yuan was promptly ushered into the kitchen to help. Unknowingly, or perhaps intentionally, both Fang Yuan and Wang Xiaoran found themselves side by side, peeling shrimp shells. The atmosphere mirrored the earlier tension, filled with an unnameable sensation. After a while, Wang Xiaoran, while still peeling the shrimp, spoke up, "I've finished all my tasks at the factory." It was evident that she was anxious about Fang Yuan misunderstanding her presence as merely an excuse to mooch a meal. Fang Yuan, appearing nonchalant, chuckled, "Haha, it's no big deal. It's Little New Year, so it's practically a holiday." His words were sincere, reflecting his trust in Wang Xiaoran. Since returning from his fishing trip, he had fully entrusted her with managing all matters, from daily orders to customer interactions and video editing, all of which she executed flawlessly. Such a multifaceted individual naturally earned Fang Yuan's admiration. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran visibly relaxed. This wasn't her first visit. She had been coerced by Fang's mother to dinner several times before, but Fang Yuan had never been present then, and she had felt more at ease. However, today, Fang Yuan's unexpected arrival caught her off guard. Once the conversation had begun to flow, they exchanged light banter in the kitchen. Outside, Fang's mother squatted by the well, washing vegetables, yet her gaze frequently drifted toward the kitchen. Upon hearing their voices, she couldn't help but smile. "Ah, this is more like it." Just then, old Fang ambled over, a cigarette in hand, asking, "What's this more like?" Seeing old Fang's obliviousness, Fang's mother rolled her eyes. "Oh, you wouldn't understand. By the way, our son is back. Go fetch a couple of dishes from the village." Old Fang replied me. Fang's mother glanced up, instantly comprehending his thoughts, realizing he was referring to the alluring widow ma from the village restaurant. However, she chose to be magnanimous, smirking, "Oh, come on. Do you really think widow ma would be interested in you? Fine, hurry up." After which, she craned her neck to continue watching the kitchen. With Fang Yuan's return as the mainstay, laughter and joy filled the Fang family courtyard, especially for Fang's mother. Throughout the meal, her gaze flitted between Fang Yuan and Wang Xiaoran, her smile growing wider with each passing moment. Her lips hardly left a grin, particularly after Wang Xiaoran, without a word, began tidying up the mess left after lunch. Fang's mother's delight was unmistakable. Once the meal was finished, old Fang headed to the shop, while Fang's mother engaged in conversation with the younger generation in the kitchen. Seizing the moment, Fang Yuan brought in the gifts he had purchased during his trip. Though few, each held special significance. Laughter in the kitchen grew even more vibrant. However, keen-eyed Fang's mother noticed a fleeting shadow of melancholy on Wang Xiaoran's face as she observed their family's happiness. She exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Yuan, then, disregarding whether he understood her intent, said, "Oh, this must be for Xiao Ran." She picked up a garment with ethnic flair, encouraging, "Come, Xiao Ran. Try it on and see if it fits." Wang Xiaoran was taken aback, as was Fang Yuan, but upon meeting his mother's expectant gaze, he quickly added, "Yes, yes. This outfit is for you." As she looked at the clothing and then at Fang Yuan and his mother, Wang Xiaoran felt her eyes moisten. It had been a long time since she had experienced such warmth and care. Fang's mother urged, "What are you waiting for? Let us see if it fits. Xiner, you go with her." Upon hearing her name, Xiner jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Yay." She grabbed Wang Xiaoran's hand, declaring, "Sister Ran, let us go try on the new clothes together." Thus, with Xiner leading and Fang's mother gently nudging from behind, Wang Xiaoran, somewhat reluctantly, exited the kitchen clutching the outfit. Chapter 205, An Invitation. Shortly thereafter, Fang's mother returned with Xiao Ran and Xiner, and the moment the three appeared, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. His gaze instinctively gravitated toward Wang Xiaoran. Truth be told, due to her years of labor in the fields, Fang's mother's ethnic attire appeared rather ordinary on her. However, that was just one aspect. More importantly, Wang Xiaoran's presence complemented the scene. Although she was of average height among girls, her figure was impeccable, and her fair skin lent an extraordinary charm to the traditional outfit adorned with strong ethnic characteristics. Moreover, when purchasing, Fang Yuan had selected the attire based on his mother's physique, who herself possesses a somewhat slender frame and stands slightly shorter. Consequently, what was originally intended to be a somewhat loose-fitting garment now appears rather snug on Wang Xiaoran, accentuating her waist-to-hip ratio quite distinctly. As for Xiner, the smallest size was chosen for her, yet it still resembles a costume when draped over her form. However, this does contribute an element of charm. What do you think, son? Though these words came from his mother, the implied meaning and the underlying intention were directed towards Wang Xiaoran. Fang Yuan instinctively replied, "It looks beautiful." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran's cheeks flushed even more. "By the way, Mom, I brought something this time." For an entire afternoon, Fang Yuan remained cocooned in the comfort of his home, not venturing outside. It was only when dusk fell that he received a call beckoning him out. It was from Air Gang. Upon their meeting, Air Gang promptly offered a cigarette. "Haha, don't mind the cheap stuff." Fang Yuan chuckled in response. "Get lost. I might just head back if that's the case." Having grown up together, they often engaged in playful banter over the phone. Thus both were well aware of each other's temperaments and could easily exchange jokes. "Hey, wasn't Dong Su inviting you out for drinks this afternoon? Why didn't you go?" Although Fang Yuan had not wandered aimlessly that day, Dong Su was known for his ostentatious ways, making the simple act of inviting someone for a meal a spectacle known throughout the village. Air Gang took a puff and remarked, "What else could it be? I simply didn't feel like going. We're just not on the same wavelength. It would have been uncomfortable even if I sat there." After speaking, he glanced towards Fang Yuan and suggested, "How about we have a drink? Just the two of us?" Fang Yuan looked at him. "Just us?" Air Gang retorted, "What? You look down on me. I've been practicing my drinking skills these past few years." Fang Yuan replied playfully, "Fine, my treat." Air Gang laughed, "Haha, I'm here to drain your wallet." With the intention of drinking, Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and asked Air Gang to wait. When he returned, he held 2 bottles of Meng 3. Air Gang stared in astonishment at the bottles. Sizing Fang Yuan up again, "Yuanzi, this wine isn't from Uncle's secret stash, is it? Where did you get it?" Before he could finish, Fang Yuan pulled him close. "Hey, when did you become so fussy? Just relax and drink." As they spoke, they arrived at the snack shop run by Widow Ma at the village entrance. With the year-end approaching, many people had returned home, and what was usually a gathering spot for idle folks had become even more vibrant. Even before entering, they could hear the clamor of patrons inside. Fortunately, once inside, they found a small long table available. Fang Yuan set the wine down and led Air Gang to order food. Observing Fang Yuan's demeanor, Air Gang felt uncertain about his friend's current standing. "Yuanzi, am I really not going to hold back?" Fang Yuan smiled. "Oh, go ahead and order whatever you want." Initially, Air Gang had intended to treat Fang Yuan to a meal since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. However, upon witnessing Fang Yuan's nonchalant attitude, he felt a bit disoriented. "Fine." After his agreement, Air Gang called out to Widow Ma, a plate of mixed fish, a serving of cold beef. He ordered only 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable. Fang Yuan inquired, "Is that all?" Air Gang replied, "It's just the 2 of us. This is enough. Ordering more would be wasteful." After that, he returned to the table, and Fang Yuan produced 2 unopened packs of Jiu Wu, tossing one to Air Gang. Now even more confused, Air Gang exclaimed, "Yuanzi, tell me the truth. Have you been taken care of by a rich woman outside?" Air Gang had often joked that with Fang Yuan's looks, he could easily find a wealthy partner. Now, Fang Yuan's extravagant demeanor seemed to confirm that notion. Fang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, "Yes, I'm being pampered, and she gives me 50,000 a month." Instantly, Air Gang sprang up, drawing the attention of others at nearby tables. He quickly shrank back down, whispering, "Yuanzi, I truly didn't see this coming. 50,000 a month, wow." He then glanced around and added quietly, "Yuanzi, if your rich woman has any friends, could you introduce one to me? I'm tired of working like a mule." Seeing Air Gang's serious expression, Fang Yuan realized he was genuinely considering it and said, "Sure, there's an old lady in her 70s. If you manage to catch her, your worries about food and drink for the rest of your life will be over." Upon hearing 70, Air Gang's expression shifted awkwardly. "Isn't there anyone younger?" But upon noticing the amused expression on Fang Yuan's face, he realized he had been played and couldn't help but curse. After a round of playful banter, the dishes they ordered were served at their table. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are few for friends. Half a sentence is too much for strangers. Before long, the two had polished off a bottle of white wine. Throughout, Air Gang shared tales of his experiences outside, even if some of his stories seemed embellished. However, who doesn't boast a little while drinking? Otherwise, what is the point of just sitting there with stiff conversation? Of course, most of the time. Fang Yuan wanted to interject, but was repeatedly interrupted by Air Gang, who insisted, "Let me finish." Thus, Fang Yuan resigned himself to listening to his friend's tales. When Fang Yuan was about to open the second bottle, a figure emerged from a side room. Well, Air Gang. I wondered why you weren't at my gathering. Turns out you're here. Chapter 206, Truly Taking Oneself Too Seriously. As the voice echoed, both turned to see Fang Dongxiu, a fellow villager. It was worth noting that earlier in the day, Fang Dongxiu had claimed he was going to town for a meal, but he had never taken that seriously. The town? What kind of venue is that compared to the village? Not to mention, at the town S-bar, one could order the most expensive wines, while in the village, the best you could find would be the cheap local brands. The price difference was staggering, and he was well aware of it. Additionally, Fang Dongxiu had always looked down upon his peers in the village. His invitation for a meal was merely a way to alleviate his own boredom, seeking an audience to boast about his past exploits. To put it bluntly, he needed an audience for his bragging. Therefore, any gathering, no matter how informal, would suffice, making it all the more appealing if it was inexpensive. On a typical day, with Air Gang's easygoing nature, he might have just offered a cigarette and a smile to brush it off. However, whether it was the influence of the alcohol or something else, today, upon hearing Air Gang's comment, he barely even rose, just lifting his eyelids with a light chuckle. What is there to say? I just didn't want to drink with you. As soon as those words left his lips, Fang Dongxiu's expression instantly soured. Throughout his life, he had always been the center of attention among his peers, never having encountered such jarring remarks, especially from someone he perceived as beneath him. Anger surged within him, and his face immediately turned cold. Do you really think you're something special? He thought, as he raised his hand to strike at Gongzi's face. Outwardly, he was a person of authority, and to those he deemed insignificant in the village, a blow was simply a blow. What could possibly come of it? He scoffed at the notion of a lawful society, seeing such constructs merely as shackles for the lower classes. For him, imprisonment felt as simple as returning home. He felt no trepidation at all. However, just as his hand was about to descend, it was seized by a firm grip. It was Fang Yuan. Upon seeing him, Fang Dongxiu couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, so you think you're something special too? He attempted to wriggle free, but despite his efforts, he found that Fang Yuan's grip was as unyielding as a vice, intensifying his fury. Let go of me, he shouted, but Fang Yuan remained silent, only tightening his hold. Despite the overwhelming strength Fang Yuan possessed, Fang Dongxiu maintained an unwavering facade, lifting his other hand to point defiantly. Yet, as he began to speak, his words faltered inexplicably. At that moment, Fang Yuan's gaze instilled a sense of fear within him, causing his bravado to wane inexplicably. Fine, it's the new year, and I don't want to make a scene. I won't stoop to your level, he muttered, shaking off Fang Yuan's grip as he made his way outside. Once Fang Dongxiu departed, Gongzi exhaled deeply. Truth be told, after Fang Dongxiu had pushed him aside with that remark, the alcohol hit him like a tidal wave, prompting a pang of regret. Who was Fang Dongxiu? He was a figure of authority even among his grandfather's generation, the first to become a wealthy individual in the village. It was widely known that he operated a pawnshop under the guise of a legitimate business, while in reality, he was engaged in high-interest lending. He was surrounded by a multitude of dubious associates, and his network was exceedingly intricate. To put it plainly, he was involved in illicit activities. Although they hailed from the same village, the disparity between them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Even if he remained silent, a mere whisper from Fang Dongxiu could unsettle his entire household. However, with Fang Yuan stepping in, the focus of Fang Dongxiu's ire had shifted away. Seeing this, Fang Yuan smiled and said, "No need to worry, let's continue." He raised his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. This nonchalant demeanor wasn't a facade. He genuinely did not take the matter to heart. As for what Gongzi considered a display of courage, it hardly registered in Fang Yuan's mind. After facing life-and-death struggles on the mountains and dealing with unsavory characters, Fang Dongxiu truly seemed insignificant to him. In essence, Fang Yuan had long since elevated himself beyond such trivial conflicts. However, after the altercation, Gongzi's inebriation dissipated, and he lost the desire to continue drinking. After a few casual exchanges, he hastily exited the tavern. Observing this, Fang Yuan thought, if you're not drinking, then so be it. And he too departed with the remaining bottle of liquor. Following the events of that night, Fang Dongxiu did not reappear in the village for several days, as if the entire incident had never transpired. Meanwhile, during the days leading up to the new year, Fang Yuan was far from idle. After all, the aquarium was now home to several thousand pounds of fish fry, which were considered rare by ordinary standards. His plan was to finalize the purchase of the fish pond's land before the new year and commence construction after the holiday, aiming to open for business by the time spring arrived. The sooner he could turn a profit, the better. As for the site selection for the fish pond, Fang Yuan had already scouted a prime location, a large pit within the village. Over a decade ago, Jiang City had initiated efforts to become a model of civilization, launching a vigorous campaign to improve urban environments. Naturally, the villages followed suit. At that time, Zhongyi Town began addressing environmental issues in nearby villages, designating some of them as part of an environmental improvement region and even funding the creation of a landfill. The commotion surrounding this initiative was considerable. However, once every household transitioned from pit toilets to modern septic systems, and the landfill was completed, the authorities swiftly implemented waste classification at the village level. As a result, the previously excavated landfill fell into disuse. Fang Yuan had visited the site long ago. It spanned over 2 acres, and, after years of neglect, it had expanded to at least 4 or 5 acres due to rain erosion. Moreover, the landfill's designation had not only outlined the pit's area, but had also extended nearly 100 meters in all directions from its center. Consequently, that area encompassed over 10 acres. 10 acres. While this was ample space for an average illicit fishery, it was just right for Fang Yuan's vision of a comprehensive fishing park. Thus, before the new year, a visit to the village party secretary's home was in order. Chapter 207. Nephew, you are truly your uncle's savior. With differing projects, the offerings presented during these 2 visits were not the same. The age-old adage of it is the thought that counts holds true. Such customs have persisted through the ages. After successfully securing the old village office with just 2 packs of cigarettes and a meal, Fang Yuan decided to make a more elaborate gesture this time. He ventured to the town to procure several fine packs of cigarettes and cases of quality liquor. As night fell and fireworks illuminated the village, Fang Yuan rode his electric scooter to the party secretary's residence. Inside, Fang Jianxi was frowning as he examined documents regarding the village office, which bore the city seal despite not being on official letterhead. The content was straightforward, a continuation of the previous initiatives, simply focused on building a civilized village. If it were merely a repetition of past efforts, he could have easily rallied a few women to tidy up the village without any fuss. However, this time was different. Due to the upcoming fishing competition in Jiang City, there was a concerted effort to push for improvements, resulting in a comprehensive overhaul of both the town and the village. The challenge lay in the fact that, in the past, when county officials visited, it was simple to arrange a banquet, ensuring that the following day's document approval would be a mere formality. But this time was distinct. Not only had aerial surveillance been employed, but there was also a focus on grassroots investigations. Chenfang village was among those being scrutinized. If one were to speak solely of the village, well, the concrete road has long been laid, and the makeshift latrines and pigsties have been dismantled, all in complete adherence to the standards. However, there remains one lingering issue that has become a source of great concern for Fang Jianxi, the large pit at the eastern edge of Donghu. Initially, this pit was not intended to be a burial site, but over time, many individuals discarded waste into it, and its considerable size has rendered it neglected for years, transforming it into a foul-smelling ditch. Not only is it unusable for irrigation by the nearby villagers, but its geographical location is also quite peculiar. It was chosen for its proximity to the mainland for the convenience of transporting waste. Thus, anyone traveling to Chenfang's team must inevitably pass by this pit. Previously, his strategy was to cover it with a green net, which worked for aerial photography but failed to conceal the reality during on-site inspections. Furthermore, the annual expense of maintaining the green net was not insignificant, all borne by the villagers, which led to considerable discontent among them. Hence, he found himself in a state of distress. If I want to address this, it will require a substantial sum of money. Where am I to procure such funds? What's the matter, old Fang? Why the long face during the festive season? His wife inquired upon entering the room. Fang Jianxi glanced at her. You wouldn't understand. It's not something for a woman to grasp. His wife rolled her eyes. Right? You are the only one who understands in this household. At that moment, she peered outside, her expression brightening. Oh, it's Xiao Yuan. It cannot be denied that since the last collaboration between the two, Fang Yuan had undergone a notable transformation in Fang Jianxi's eyes. While the villagers might not comprehend, he, as the authority of Chenfangzuan, was acutely aware of the changes within Fang Yuan's family. Thus, upon hearing that Fang Yuan was visiting, Fang Jianxi promptly rose to greet him at the door. In the yard, though the sky had darkened, the illumination from the house allowed Fang Jianxi to discern the items being towed by Fang Yuan's electric cart. Nephew, what have you brought? Fang Yuan smiled. Oh, it's nothing much. Since the new year is approaching, I've brought you some festive gifts. The mention of festive gifts piqued Fang Jianxi's interest, sensing something unusual in the air. Hence, unlike the polite banter his wife might engage in, he spoke directly. Nephew, come inside and take a seat. A wise individual knows that no further words are needed. Once the intentions are laid bare, understanding naturally follows. Inside the house, After Aunt Lu served them tea, Fang Jianqi shooed her away, and once they were alone, he asked, "Nephew, I sense you have something on your mind?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Haha, it seems I can't hide anything from your keen eyes, uncle. Indeed, I do have an agenda for my visit." Fang Jianqi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do tell." However, he added, but he took a small sip from his teacup, and after placing it down, continued, "You know, as a grassroots official, I have my fair share of worries, yet my capabilities are limited." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan smirked inwardly. It was a clear attempt to portray a grand image of himself, while subtly preparing to decline any requests that may arise later. "Haha, uncle, don't be so modest. I assure you, I'm not here for anything significant." Fang Jianqi observed as Fang Yuan elaborated, "I simply wish to contract the vacant land at Donghu." At this revelation, Fang Jianqi sprang from the sofa. "What? Nephew, are you serious?" This unexpected reaction caught Fang Yuan off guard, leaving him to wonder if he had been too forthright. However, upon nodding in affirmation, Fang Jianqi exclaimed, "You mean to say you wish to contract that piece of land?" Fang Yuan confirmed with a nod. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Jianqi's lips quivered. "Nephew, you mustn't jest with me during the new year." Fang Yuan replied earnestly, "I assure you, I am not joking. I genuinely wish to negotiate a contract for that land." He then proceeded to outline his plans. Prior to this visit, aside from the gifts on his electric cart, Fang Yuan had prepared two proposals. The first was a straightforward contract. As previously mentioned, a one-time agreement to manage the land independently, with any profits or losses bearing no relation to the village. This would be a buyout arrangement. The second was a partnership model, where he would lead the investment, with a minor portion contributed by the village and villagers, allowing them to receive dividends should profits be realized. Naturally, Fang Yuan was reluctant to disclose the second plan unless absolutely necessary, knowing the villagers' propensity for discord. However, upon presenting the first plan, Fang Jianqi immediately took hold of Fang Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "Nephew, you are my savior. Let us proceed just as before. Tonight, I will take the lead and finalize this matter." It was at this moment that he inquired, "Is Uncle Lu home?" Fang Yuan looked over, his brow furrowing slightly. For the visitor was none other than Fang Dongxiu, with whom he had recently had a minor conflict. Chapter 208, I want a contract as well. It is often said that enemies become particularly hostile upon meeting. While Fang Yuan had never regarded Fang Dongxiu as a serious adversary, the latter held a different perspective. Following their disagreement at Widow Ma's restaurant, Fang Dongxiu had harbored a grudge against Fang Yuan and had been seeking an opportunity for revenge. Having learned various strategies during his time away, he believed that by sabotaging the old village office, Fang Yuan would inevitably suffer significant losses, prompting him to arrive under the cloak of night. To his surprise, he found Fang Yuan present. Casting a disdainful glance at Fang Yuan, Fang Dongxiu scoffed, while Fang Yuan chose to ignore him, focusing instead on Fang Jianqi. "Uncle, let us proceed with our discussion." Fang Jianqi responded warmly, "Oh, your aunt is just about to finish dinner. Stay and have a meal with us." Fang Yuan chuckled, "Haha, no need, uncle. I'll definitely drop by next time. For now, I'll take my leave." With that, he exited the courtyard. Throughout Fang Dongxiu's arrival and Fang Yuan's departure, the latter had not spared him a single glance. Once outside, Fang Dongxiu glared at the door, muttering silent curses, and only then did Fang Jianqi turn his attention to him. "Dongxiu, what brings you here at this hour?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Fang Dongxiu adopted a more amiable demeanor. "Hey, uncle, I came to discuss something with you." Noticing the urgency in his tone, Fang Jianqi raised an eyebrow, pondering what could have prompted him to visit at such an hour. "Come inside," he said. Shortly thereafter, within the house, "What? You wish to contract the old village office as well?" Fang Jianqi's stature seemed to grow as he regarded Fang Dongxiu. Fang Dongxiu nodded, "Yes, I want to contract it too." After a lengthy pause of several seconds, Fang Jianqi took a deep breath and said, "Dongxiu, do you not realize that the old village office has long been contracted out?" Dongxiu nodded in affirmation and added, "Is it that scoundrel Fang Yuan?" Fang Jianqi retorted, "If you know this, why do you still speak such nonsense?" Dongxiu replied, "Precisely because I am aware. That is why I have come to seek your assistance, uncle." Fang Jianqi scoffed. "All right, let me be frank with you. I have a binding contract with Xiao Yuan. If I were to subcontract it to you, it would constitute a breach of contract, and I cannot afford the consequences of that." Perhaps anticipating Fang Jianqi's response, Dongxiu merely chuckled, nonchalantly saying, "Oh, sixth uncle, am I unaware of your capabilities? If you desire something done, what is there that you cannot accomplish? It's merely a matter of you lifting a finger. Not to mention the long-standing relationship between our families." Before he could finish, Fang Jianqi shot him a glare and interrupted, "Dongxiu, what do you mean by that? Our family's relationship? Let us not forget that I inherited the position of village secretary from my father. It was not a direct handover. I started as the production team leader and worked diligently for over a decade before I rightfully secured this position through a vote from the villagers. Meanwhile, your grandfather was among the first in the village to engage in business, dealing in piglets while also dabbling in some breeding, utilizing land from the village for his ventures. This has fostered considerable interaction between our families, a connection that continues into my generation. However, if you think that this mere relationship would compel me to entertain thoughts of usurping Fang Yuan's interests, had you approached me a tad sooner, I might have considered it, but only marginally. Not to mention that the funds for the newly paved road in the village were provided by him. Even the current situation regarding the East Lake pit weighs heavily in my mind, rendering our family ties insignificant by comparison. Therefore, Dongxiu, if you have come to discuss these matters, I suggest you take your leave. The door is right there, and I shall not see you out. With that, Fang Jianxi turned and retreated into the inner room. Dongxiu was left stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable time spent in contemplation, he hesitated, wondering if he had miscalculated. However, considering Fang Jianxi was merely a small-time village official, scraping by with his meager earnings, why would he deign to cater to such a man? It was nothing short of foolishness to seek his approval. Before arriving, he had already devised a plan: secure the contract, defer payment, with the primary aim of sabotaging Fang Yuan's fledgling workshop. As for the aftermath, once he obtained the contract, he would dismantle the machinery and demolish the building, indifferent to what would follow. Yet, he never anticipated that his first step would falter so dramatically. In frustration, Dongxiu spat on the ground, muttering, "Bah, he truly believes himself to be something special." The words, though not shouted, were loud enough for Fang Jianxi to hear from within. Upon hearing this veiled insult, Fang Jianxi trembled with indignation, even without the title of village secretary. His age alone warranted respect that this young man could not comprehend. As the old saying goes, comparison breeds contempt. With Fang Yuan's prior interactions with him fresh in his mind, he saw Dongxiu as utterly unworthy of consideration. Just as he was about to step out and reprimand the young man, he was interrupted by the sound of his wife calling from outside. "Dongxiu, wait. Stay and have a meal." Dongxiu replied, "I'm not hungry." His voice faded into the distance as Fang Jianxi rushed outside, only to find the young man had already departed. He could only return to his wife, lamenting, "From now on, if that boy comes to our home, he should be shown the door." Meanwhile, back at home, Fang Yuan lay in bed, deep in thought. With the land secured, it was time to commence construction. A comprehensive fishing park, no less. It could not consist of just a single pond, especially with an expansive 10 acres at his disposal. Thus, he needed to enlist a professional construction team. As he pondered, an idea struck him, and he promptly dialed a number. "Hey, Bingo, it's me. I'd like to consult you about something." Chapter 209, Zhangbin pays a visit. Professional matters demand professional expertise, so naturally, Fang Yuan sought the advice of Zhangbin, who specialized in real estate. As expected, once Fang Yuan explained the situation, Zhangbin immediately took charge. "Brother, leave this to me. After the new year, we'll get started. No rush, right?" Fang Yuan replied, "That is fine. If we can wrap it up by March or April, that would be great." On the other end, Zhangbin agreed, "Perfect. The 6th day of the new year is a good date. I'll bring my team over then." Fang Yuan rejoiced, "Haha. Thank you, Bingo. Don't mention it. You're being too formal. By the way, are you looking to expand the factory?" Previously, at the dining table, Fang Yuan had mentioned plans for a larger-scale operation, and Zhangbin had offered assistance regarding land procurement, which prompted his inquiry. However, Fang Yuan clarified, "No. I've just acquired a plot of land back home, and I'm planning to develop a comprehensive fishing venue." "A comprehensive fishing venue?" Hearing this, Zhangbin paused for a moment. As a seasoned angler, he was well-versed in various types of fishing ponds, from mixed breeding to black pits, from elder-friendly spots to high-end venues. Yet, a comprehensive fishing venue? "Brother, I understand fishing venues, but what do you mean by comprehensive?" Fang Yuan chuckled and proceeded to share his vision. Initially, Zhangbin was slightly taken aback upon learning the plot was a substantial 10 acres, sufficient for a residential development. However, to use it for a fishing venue? Wow, that is quite ambitious. As Fang Yuan continued to describe peculiar fish species and his plan to incorporate an artificial wetland for lure fishing, Zhangbin was utterly astonished. Despite his extensive experience with various fishing spots, this was the first time he had heard of combining lure and pole fishing. His interest piqued further. He requested the coordinates, expressing his desire to visit before the new year. With the construction team sorted, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and enjoyed a rare 2 days of rest at home, not even picking up a fishing rod. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, with only 3 days remaining until the Lunar New Year. After a leisurely morning, Fang Yuan visited the old village office. As the new year approached, he granted Wang Shaoran a short leave, instructing her to return to work on the 6th day. coinciding with the resumption of major delivery services. Upon hearing about the leave, Wang Xiaoran made a request. Could she continue to stay at the workshop? Unfortunately, her stepmother was from out of town and planned to return home for the holidays, which meant their house would be locked up. Even if it weren't, the two sisters did not wish to return. Hence, if they were not allowed to stay, they would have to find alternative accommodations. Regarding Fang Yuan's thoughts, having someone watch over the workshop is indeed beneficial. Thus, the duration of their stay is of little consequence, and it conveniently allows for oversight of the fish within the aquaculture facility. Speaking of which, after the completion of the greenhouse fishery, Fang Yuan had introduced several fish fry into the ecosystem. This recent fishing expedition yielded numerous catches from Ileo Mountain, including that formidable river lord, all of which were subsequently released into the facility. Initially, Fang Yuan contemplated utilizing this river lord as a means of attracting anglers once the comprehensive fishing ground was established. A creature weighing several hundred pounds, its release would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. However, upon placing this remarkable specimen into the greenhouse, Fang Yuan noticed something extraordinary. Its belly was becoming increasingly distended. Its appetite had been insatiable. In recent days, he had purchased dozens of pounds of assorted fish fry, all of which had been devoured with fervor. At first, he attributed this to mere gluttony. Yet as its abdomen grew rounder and a long filament trailed from its pelvic fin, a realization dawned upon him. This creature was likely pregnant. If that were the case, it warranted careful consideration. After all, this specimen was rare, and its offspring could potentially become river lords in their own right. Furthermore, given its impressive physique, should the enthusiasts of large aquariums be informed, a considerable price would surely be fetched. Consequently, Fang Yuan decided to keep this extraordinary specimen within the aquaculture facility for the time being, allowing the fishing ground to be initially populated by the rare big-tooth fish. While the rarity of big-tooth may not rival that of the river lord, it still stands out among other rare species. With the fishing grounds opening and the introduction of highland fish, there would be ample attraction for anglers. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Fang Yuan's face. Ah, delightful. He then proceeded to toss several pound fish fry into the pond. Splashing. The moment the fish fry hit the water, they reacted like mice confronted by a cat. Despite the river lord remaining motionless, the newly introduced fish erupted from the water, leaping in a frenzy. The outcome was predictable. Within moments, they became sustenance for the river lord. Meanwhile, chirping sparrows outside caught Fang Yuan's attention. He answered the call, discovering it was Zhang Bin, who had arrived at the village entrance. At the village's edge, amidst envious gazes from a group of young onlookers, a long wheelbase Range Rover adorned with the number 55555 slowly approached. Had Fang Dongshu been present, he would have undoubtedly been more astonished than the youngsters, for in his dealings within Jiangqing's gray industry, he understood the significance of the vehicle's owner. At that moment, Fang Yuan rode in on his electric scooter from the old village center, arriving at the vehicle just as the window of the Range Rover rolled down. "Ha, brother. Your village is quite the challenge to locate." Fang Yuan chuckled. "Indeed it is. By the way, my home is just ahead. I'll lead the way." After which, he sped off on his scooter. Once the two departed, the group of young villagers was left in a state of complete agitation. They may not have recognized the occupant of the vehicle, but they were all too aware of what the 5-digit license plate and the 4 million yuan luxury vehicle represented. Such is the nature of contemporary youth. While their pockets may be light, they are well versed in the realm of luxury automobiles. A 4 million yuan fully loaded Range Rover? I had no idea that Yuan had such wealthy relatives. You've not heard? There's much you don't know. Ah, if I could just drive that car, I wouldn't even need to speak. The Yoga Pants sisters would come to me. Dream on. If you weren't born into it, you're unlikely to ever have it. Chapter 210. Zhang Bin's Astonishment. Zhang Bin, known for his generosity and visiting for the first time, had filled the entire trunk with gifts, which included prestigious cigarettes and wines, along with an array of expensive supplements. Observing this, Fang Yuan was rendered speechless. "Brother Bin, you're being overly formal. Why bring all these gifts to my place?" Zhang Bin replied with a serious expression. "You're the one being formal. These gifts aren't for you." Given Zhang Bin's demeanor, Fang Yuan had little to counter with, understanding that such items were trivial to him, and further protest would seem disingenuous. "Fine, let us move this into the yard." As wisps of smoke ascended, Fang's mother was tending to the fire before a large pot, which was steaming with the traditional big white buns essential for the New Year celebrations. Though living conditions had improved compared to the past, certain traditions and customs remained intact. For instance, every household was expected to steam a pot of buns as the new year approached, albeit now with refined white flour instead of the coarse grains of yore. "Ah, Auntie, is that you? Greetings," Zhang Bin said. He was only 8 or 9 years younger than Fang's mother, yet he had known Fang Yuan longer. and thus they referred to each other as brothers, maintaining the appropriate respect for familial hierarchy. Fang's mother was momentarily taken aback, having only heard his voice without seeing him. When the box was set down, a dark-skinned man came into view. Upon seeing a stranger addressing her as auntie, she was momentarily confused. Just then, Fang Yuan entered the yard, calling out, "Mom, let me introduce you. This is my friend Zhang Bin." Recognizing him as her son's friend, Fang's mother quickly set aside her tasks, welcoming him warmly. "Hello. Hello. Don't just stand outside. Come in and sit." Once both entered the house, Zhang Bin broached the subject at hand. "Brother, are you certain you want to establish that comprehensive fishing ground in your village?" Fang Yuan looked at him. Zhang Bin continued, "I have no ulterior motives. But this location is indeed hard to find. It may affect the business of the fishing ground in the future." Fang Yuan understood Zhang Bin's concern. It was merely that Fang Yuan's location was somewhat less than ideal, which could complicate future promotional efforts for the fishing ground. This was a consideration Fang Yuan had entertained. A less than ideal location? No worries. This fishing ground is not reliant on sheer volume. Moreover, with the rare species cultivated in the aquaculture facility, he doubted they would struggle to attract visitors. As a dedicated angler, Fang Yuan was well aware of the tenacity and enthusiasm of fishing enthusiasts. Even if Fang Yuan were situated in the Himalayas, as long as the pond held something unique, anglers would surely find their way. "So, Brother Bin, I'll take you to a place shortly. You'll understand." Intrigued by Fang Yuan's enigmatic demeanor, Zhang Bin replied, "You seem to be planning something big. Let us not delay. Let us go now." Fang Yuan asked, "Now?" Zhang Bin nodded. "All right then." Soon, Fang Yuan rode his electric scooter, carrying Zhang Bin towards the old village center. Zhang Bin gazed at the seemingly unremarkable village office, somewhat puzzled, muttering to himself about the relationship between this place and the comprehensive fishing grounds. However, upon entering the fish-rearing room and encountering the majestic mountain fish in the ponds, particularly the colossal river lords, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Brother, you're not planning to release all these fish into the fishing grounds, are you?" As a seasoned angler, Zhang Bin had caught numerous species of fish over the years, yet none compared to the extraordinary specimens before him, many of which he had never even laid eyes on. Noticing Zhang Bin's astonishment, Fang Yuan affirmed, "Yes. Except for this big fellow here who's pregnant, the rest will be released." Zhang Bin nodded in agreement upon hearing that this particular specimen would not be released. Indeed, it was best not to catch it. Its size could easily drag 3 or 5 men into the water. Then, as if he had just realized something, Zhang Bin asked, "Brother, did you just say this big fellow is pregnant?" Fang Yuan nodded. Zhang Bin's eyes lit up with excitement as he approached Fang Yuan, saying, "Brother, I'd like to discuss something with you. I bought an aquarium for my office, and while I initially thought it would be dull to keep anything in it, seeing this big fellow has given me inspiration." With a serious expression, Zhang Bin continued, "When this big one gives birth to fry, make sure to reserve a couple for me." Hearing this, Fang Yuan chuckled, "Sure, it's a trivial matter. I'll definitely save a few for you." Shifting the topic back, Fang Yuan asked, "Brother Bin, what do you think the business will be like once the fishing grounds open?" Zhang Bin broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Huh? I admit my earlier ignorance. Just the fish in these ponds alone. If we record a video during the release and share it in a few fishing groups, it would be hard not to attract business." After viewing the fry, Fang Yuan took Zhang Bin to the large pit at Donghu, sharing the overall future plans for the fishing grounds. Zhang Bin became increasingly intrigued, longing for the fishing grounds to open soon so he could enjoy the experience. Spanning 10 acres and nearly 7,000 square meters, this super fishing ground, stocked with a variety of unique fish species, was an irresistible temptation for any angler. As the two men envisioned the future of the fishing grounds, Fang Yuan's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression changed. "All right, I understand. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, before Fang Yuan could speak, Zhang Bin inquired, "What is going on, brother?" Fang Yuan forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, Brother Bin. I'll take you back for now. I need to step out for a bit." Zhang Bin observed him closely, saying, "Brother, that is not fair. I can tell something is troubling you." With that, he hopped onto the back of Fang Yuan's electric scooter, urging him, "What are you waiting for? Let us go together." Chapter 211. The disturbance at the veterinary station and Fang Mu's combat prowess. As Zhang Bin sat on the back of the electric scooter, Fang Yuan hesitated. Recalling the details from the earlier phone call, Wang Shaoran had called, informing him that a group of people was causing trouble at his father's veterinary station. Although she hadn't elaborated on the situation, she urged him to hurry over. The dilemma was that he was no longer the same person he once was. He had money and was physically stronger than most. This gave him confidence to face such disturbances without fear. However, bringing Zhang Bin along changed the dynamics. It wasn't that he didn't trust Zhang Bin. Rather, it was because he held him in high regard. After all, How could someone who had risen from nothing to become a real estate magnate in Jiang City be an ordinary person? To put it bluntly, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Stop dawdling, let us go. With that final nudge, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and hopped onto the scooter, speeding toward Old Fang's veterinary station. Meanwhile, outside the veterinary station, a crowd of villagers had gathered to witness the commotion. In the center of the crowd stood a hefty woman, flanked by 7 or 8 young men with dyed yellow hair, cursing and shouting. Old Fang, for his part, wore a troubled expression, trying to placate the situation. It turned out that the trouble began when a heavy-set woman entered the veterinary station, cradling a teddy dog in her arms, claiming that her pet had an upset stomach and needed Old Fang's attention. Initially, Old Fang dismissed it. After all, treating a simple case of diarrhea was child's play for him. However, upon a thorough examination, he discovered the dog was perfectly healthy and didn't require treatment. Yet, the owner insisted that the dog was sick and demanded that Old Fang administer an injection. Reluctantly, Old Fang acquiesced and gave the dog a shot of antidiarrheal medication. At first, Old Fang thought nothing of it, but mere minutes later, the woman returned, and the once lively Teddy was now lifeless. This was a calamity. The woman immediately summoned 6 or 7 young men, shouting for compensation, threatening to vandalize the place if her demands were not met. When Old Fang saw the situation escalating, he decided to resolve it amicably by offering to pay. However, when he inquired about the amount, he was taken aback. The woman demanded a staggering 80,000. 80,000? That could buy a tricycle with a teddy dog. Clearly, this was extortion, and he began to argue with her, which prompted Wang Xiaoran to call Fang Yuan. In the crowd, the hefty woman, hands on her hips, spat, "Hey everyone, come see. This old man killed my precious son, and now he is trying to deny it." As she spoke, she brandished a receipt from Old Fang's veterinary station. "Look, this is the prescription he gave me. Luckily, I kept it, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to prove my case." Old Fang, hearing her words, felt a wave of despair wash over him. At that moment, he realized why the woman had insisted on keeping the receipt before leaving. However, he retorted, "I examined your dog, and it had bloodshot eyes and a purple tongue, clearly a case of strangulation. This has nothing to do with the injection I administered. The receipt clearly states that." As soon as he uttered this, the woman collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "Oh dear, everyone listen. My beloved pet has died, and this old man is making light of the situation." With that, she turned to the assembled young men, commanding, "Smash it. Destroy the place." Amidst the crowd, Fang Dongshu witnessed this scene with a smirk, feeling a sense of satisfaction. I can't deal with you. But I can't let your old man go unscathed either." It turned out that after leaving the village chief that night, Fang Dongshu returned to Jiang City, not to bury the hatchet with Fang Yuan, but to continue plotting his schemes. If stealth was impossible, then he would take a more direct approach. In direct confrontations, he was most adept. Do not be deceived by his seemingly innocuous occupation as a pawnbroker in Jiang City. Behind the facade, he engaged in lending and debt collection with equal fervor. With a mere phone call, he could summon a throng of young ruffians. Thus, he devised a plan, spending money to hire a gang leader to accompany a group of young men to instigate trouble. Amidst the crowd, a gaggle of young men paused at the command of the plump matron, when suddenly, 2 figures burst onto the scene. One of them bellowed, "Who dares?" Struck by his authoritative voice, the group of young men indeed halted their actions. As for Old Fang, he exclaimed, "Wife, what brings you here?" The newcomers were none other than Fang Yuan's mother and Wang Xiaoran. After concluding a hurried phone call with Fang Yuan, Wang Xiaoran rushed back to the village to relay the news to Fang's mother. Upon learning that her son, the veterinarian, was being harassed, Fang's mother wasted no time in grabbing a rolling pin and rushing over. Unlike Old Fang, Fang's mother was known for her fierce temperament in the village. Otherwise, Old Fang's kind-hearted and straightforward nature would have left him drained of resources long ago. In years past, the Chun family from the neighboring village had kept over a dozen sheep and several old cows. Whenever the livestock fell ill, they would call upon Old Fang for assistance. Throughout the year, he had visited countless times without receiving a single cent, leaving the debts unpaid. After several unsuccessful attempts to collect, Old Fang resigned himself to misfortune. However, upon hearing of this, Fang's mother marched over to the Chun household wielding a kitchen knife, declaring that if they did not pay, she would first draw blood from the livestock, and then from Chun himself. Faced with such tenacity, Chun swiftly settled the debt. From that day forth, anyone seeking Old Fang's veterinary services ensured payment was made on the spot, never daring to default again. And now, with a commanding presence, Fang's mother pointed her rolling pin and declared, "Who dares?" The group of young men exchanged glances, momentarily stagnant in their actions. Even Wang Xiaoran was taken aback by Fang's mother's formidable aura. Upon noticing the unremarkable rural woman, the plump matron rose from the ground and exclaimed, "Oh, You must be his wife. Let me tell you, your husband has killed my precious son. What do you propose we do about it? Fang's mother shot her a sidelong glance. Your precious son? Where is he? The matron pointed to the lifeless teddy bear on the ground. This is him. Fang's mother looked at it and remarked, my goodness. Is this your son? I must say, you two bear quite the resemblance. Clearly, he takes after you. This remark elicited laughter from the surrounding villagers. The implication was clear. It was a roundabout insult that the woman's offspring had been ridden like livestock. The matron's face shifted as she pointed an accusing finger. Who are you calling a rural hag? But before she could finish, Fang's mother stepped forward. A hag? Huh. Look at you. You're as round as a barrel. Wider than you are tall, with more waist than substance, resembling a gas pipe come to life. If I looked like you, I would be too embarrassed to step outside. Rest assured, it's not that I find you ugly. I simply fear that someone might mistake you for a dog and attempt to snatch you away. Chapter 212. What merit or capability allows one to encounter such a figure? In the crowd, Fang Yuan and Zhang Bin, who had just arrived, were equally astonished by the scene, particularly Zhang Bin. Brother, I never imagined your aunt to be this formidable, he exclaimed, giving an earnest thumbs up. Fang Yuan, however, found himself speechless, pondering the absurdity of joking at such a time. Just as he intended to rush over, Zhang Bin moved faster, elbowing his way through the throng. Put down whatever you're holding. Zhang Bin, a product of the streets, exuded an undeniable air of authority. The old adage rang true. A seasoned individual reveals their prowess at once. The young ruffians, confronted by this genuine enforcer, were momentarily stunned. A few even trembled and dropped their belongings at the sound of his command. Among the crowd, upon seeing Zhang Bin, Fang Dongshu reacted as if he had seen a ghost, gasping and rubbing his eyes in disbelief. No way. When did this kid become acquainted with such an important figure? Or am I seeing things? His whispered musings were overheard by a nearby cohort, who chimed in. Perhaps he's a relative of Yuan? Fang Dongshu turned to him. What? The boy explained. When this person arrived this morning, I happened to be at the village entrance. You have no idea. He came in style, driving an executive-length Range Rover, with a license plate that was simply magnificent, 5 consecutive numbers. Furthermore, on his way home, my mother mentioned that when he arrived at Yuan's house, he unloaded an abundance of fine cigarettes, exquisite liquor, and an array of supplements as if they were worthless trinkets. You tell me, is he not a relative or a significant benefactor to be so generous? Upon hearing this, Fang Dongshu felt a chill run down his spine. It was not merely that Fang Yuan had a wealthy relative or friend that irked him, but rather the mention of the executive-length Range Rover, especially with that license plate, 5 consecutive numbers. Instantly, a prominent figure in Jiang City, Zhang Bin, materialized in his mind. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. After all, many affluent individuals favored luxurious vehicles, and there were others with such license plates. He inquired further, did you catch a glimpse of the exact plate? The young cohort replied, of course. I was debating with Lozi and Dong Hai about how much that plate was worth. Fang Dongshu pressed, what was it? The boy replied, 5 fives. Upon hearing this, Fang Dongshu felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his legs involuntarily trembling. Impossible. How could Yuan possibly have any connection to such a person? No way, absolutely not. Having conducted business in Jiang City, particularly in the gray area of lending, he was well aware of Zhang Bin's reputation. He had heard numerous tales about him upon his arrival in Jiang City, and had since viewed him as an aspirational figure. His methods were well known to him. And now, this illustrious individual had appeared right before him. Fang Dongshu felt paralyzed with fear and regret, as Fang Yuan and Zhang Bin's presence quelled the young ruffians. The plump matron remained relentless. I don't care who you are. I'm here to collect what is owed. Having failed to intimidate them with her words, she swiftly produced a receipt from her pocket, proclaiming to the onlookers, look here, this is the invoice from the pet store for my precious one, clearly indicating a sum of 80,000. Her gaze shifted past Fang Yuan and Zhang Bin, landing squarely on old Fang. I don't care who you enlist for help or how powerful your connections are. A life for a life. A debt for a debt. My beloved pet was killed by your incompetence, and you shall compensate me. Otherwise, I will take legal action to ensure your establishment is shut down. On one side, Fang Yuan observed the woman's demeanor while glancing at the so-called receipt she held in her hand. He scoffed internally, pondering how someone could emerge as a good Samaritan while carrying a receipt for purchasing a pet. Was this not clearly a premeditated act? However, as he had suspected, this group was thoroughly prepared. Earlier, amidst the crowd, Fang Yuan had overheard villagers discussing how his father had supposedly caused the death of someone's dog. Thus, irrespective of whether compensation was rendered or not, the shop's reputation was bound to suffer. Therefore, he could not bear this blame. Nor could he acquiesce to the rhetoric of this plump woman. At that moment, his companion, Zhang Bin, remarked, brother, I believe we should find a more private place to discuss this. There are quite a few onlookers here. and I fear it may adversely affect our uncle's business." Clearly, Zhang Bin had discerned the situation as well. As he spoke, he leaned in closer and lowered his voice to share a few words with Fang Yuan. Zhang Bin remained relaxed, assuring him, "Do not worry. I have encountered such individuals countless times. A little strategy will suffice to resolve everything." It was then that a notification chimed from Fang Yuan's phone. He picked it up, and, upon seeing it was a video sent by his friend Air Gang. He opened it and exhaled a sigh of relief. The video captured the very group leaving his father's shop, where they had cruelly strangled the dog in a narrow alley. Moreover, it recorded not only their actions but also the appearance of a familiar face, Fang Dongxiu, the very person with whom he had previously clashed. This revelation elucidated everything. Some individuals harbor resentment towards you simply because they fear your potential. They cannot bear to see you thrive, resorting to underhanded tactics when you least expect it. Fang Dongxiu was precisely such a character. Armed with the video footage captured by Air Gang, the resolution became straightforward. They would report the incident to the authorities. When the police arrived, the woman, still oblivious to the situation, brandished what she believed to be evidence, only to find herself swiftly escorted into a police vehicle after only a few words. Among the crowd, Fang Dongxiu, clutching at straws, realized the gravity of the situation. With those caught, his role as the instigator would inevitably be revealed. Thus, he sought to flee. Yet, before he could make his escape, a police officer apprehended him and ushered him into the patrol car. Thus, the farce finally came to a close. In Chapter 213, Sister-in-Law, Do Not Be So Picky, the truth of the matter emerged, preserving the reputation of Old Fang's veterinary clinic. Meanwhile, the nefarious deeds of Fang Dongxiu were brought to light, leading to a swift shift in public opinion. Indeed, the Fang family, having wielded their wealth and influence since their grandfather's time, had always looked down upon the villagers. The women of their household, in particular, exuded an air of superiority, having garnered much disdain over the years. For a long time, the villagers had endured this due to the family's power. However, as soon as Fang Dongxiu was taken away, several of his former lackeys began to cheer, reveling in his downfall. At noon, the atmosphere at the dining table was one of merriment and camaraderie. Fang Yuan, Zhang Bin, the elder Fang couple, along with Wang Xiaoran and Xian filled the table. As for Air Gang, who had been instrumental in their success, Fang Yuan had invited him several times, but to no avail, so he resolved to visit him personally to express his gratitude. Undoubtedly, Fang Yuan had noted Zhang Bin's commendable conduct during the ordeal. Without hesitation, he had rushed into action, demonstrating the kind of friend one could cherish. "So, Brother Bin, I raise this glass to you," he declared, lifting his cup and downing the contents in one go. Zhang Bin, in turn, readily joined him, also finishing his drink in a single gulp. "Driving? No worries. The designated driver was on standby for 20 hours. It was merely a phone call away." Thus, the revelry continued well into the evening, with only the two of them remaining at the table, toasting and exchanging cups. Although the incident instigated by Fang Dongxiu seemed to have concluded, Fang Yuan remained preoccupied with it, knowing well that with Dongxiu's cunning, he would not remain behind bars for long. To ensure that this individual could never rise again, Fang Yuan contemplated the shop that Dongxiu had established in Jiang City, previously mentioned by Air Gang, called Sihai Pawn Shop, located in the city center, which attested to his substantial influence. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuan hinted to Zhang Bin about this. Zhang Bin, well-versed in Fang Yuan's intentions, promptly replied, "Haha, a trivial matter. Rest assured, I won't wait until after the new year. I'll ensure that shop is shut down before the year ends. Besides, most of the dealings in this line of work are shady. It's likely that this fellow will spend the latter part of his life entangled in it." With Zhang Bin's assurance, Fang Yuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Thus, the two continued their revelry from the afternoon until nightfall. When the elder Fang couple returned to prepare dinner, Zhang Bin finally rose, politely declining Fang Yuan's invitation to stay. "Brother, I'm not trying to be evasive. I have an important meeting early tomorrow, so I must leave. Let us do this again next time. I'll treat, and we'll have a grand celebration." He added, "By the way, once you set the opening date for your fishing venue, make sure to inform me right away, or I might just hold you accountable." Fang Yuan chuckled, "Rest assured. Brother Bin, I'll notify you first when the date is confirmed. Well, since you have matters to attend to tomorrow, I won't keep you." Zhang Bin let out a burp, swaying slightly as the ever-patient driver assisted him. Nonetheless, Zhang Bin paused, turning back as if he had remembered something. However, this time, his gaze was directed not at Fang Yuan, but at Wang Xiaoran. "Sister-in-law, please don't be too particular. This time it was my brother's oversight. Had I known you were here, I would have ensured my sister-in-law prepared some gifts for you. Please don't take offense." With that, once again addressing her as sister-in-law, Wang Xiaoran's face flushed a rosy hue under the dim lights. Zhang Bin then turned to Fang Yuan. "Brother, it seems I have not been considerate enough. But next time, you must inform me well in advance about your engagement and wedding." Upon witnessing this, Fang Yuan could only respond repeatedly, fully aware that Zhang Bin had indeed overindulged in alcohol. During the course of the afternoon, the two had consumed 3 bottles of potent liquor, averaging a hefty 1.5 pounds per person. 53 degrees of alcohol is no trivial matter. After a considerable effort to assist him, Zhang Bin was finally helped into the back seat of a car by the driver, who then drove away slowly from Fangjia village. Once they had departed, Wang Xiaoran, standing at the entrance, still had a flushed face, while Fang Mu turned to her son only after the vehicle had vanished from sight. "Xiao Yuan, when did you become acquainted with such a friend? I've never heard you mention him before." Fang Yuan exhaled a breath heavy with the scent of liquor. "We both enjoy fishing, so we got to know each other through that." Old Fang interjected. "Son, this friend of yours is quite remarkable. Just look at his demeanor at the table. He clearly has experienced the world." Fang Mu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he seems to possess great capabilities, and not only that. He is humble and approachable, speaking with sincerity." Turning to Fang Yuan, she added, "Son, you must inform him when you decide to marry." Upon hearing this, her gaze shifted to Wang Xiaoran. Well, just that glance caused the residual flush on Wang Xiaoran's face to intensify dramatically. At that moment, Exiner chimed in, "Brother, when will you marry Sister Ran?" In the remaining days leading up to the new year, Fang Yuan remained at home, just as he had upon his arrival, without venturing out. Now that the land had been chosen and the construction team on Zhang Bin's side had been arranged, they merely awaited the commencement of work. During this period, he would occasionally take Exiner for a stroll around the county town. Once Exiner had decided that Wang Xiaoran was to be her sister-in-law, she became increasingly attached to her. When Fang Yuan took her to the indoor amusement park in the county town, the little girl naturally insisted on bringing along her newly appointed sister-in-law, Wang Xiaoran. Consequently, the relationship between Fang Yuan and Wang Xiaoran grew ever more intricate. Moreover, on the last day of the old year, the verdict regarding Fang Dongxiu and his associates was rendered. As Zhang Bin had indicated, under his influence, additional charges were brought against Fang Dongxiu. Aside from extortion, he had committed numerous heinous acts, sufficient to ensure he would spend the remainder of his life incarcerated. With the sound of firecrackers echoing from every household, the new year had arrived as anticipated. Chapter 214. The year-end approaches, accompanied by a hint of joyful anxiety. In regions unknown, here in Jiangbei, the New Year's Eve meal is traditionally held at noon, while the evening repast consists of dumplings. Furthermore, on this day, not only the living celebrate, but the deceased are also honored. Thus, early in the morning, Fang Yuan was roused by old Fang, who informed him that they would be joining his uncle's family to pay respects to their ancestors, offering paper offerings for their departed grandparents and great-grandparents. This was a custom shared by all in Fangjia village. Therefore, as dawn broke, one could see numerous men and boys carrying baskets and shovels, making their way through the mist towards the fields to tend to the graves. Upon their return, the kitchen, under the diligent hands of Fang Mu and Wang Xiaoran, was filled with a splendid array of dishes. Notably, this year, the eldest son of the uncle did not return, having opted to spend the new year in the county town, leaving only the elderly couple at home. Consequently, at Fang Mu's invitation, they joined the family for the meal. "Ah, after going around in circles, I've come to understand that it's you who has persevered." At noon, as they gathered around the table, the uncle sat down, observing Fang Yuan's family filling the table to capacity, prompting a heartfelt reflection. Indeed, old Fang's veterinary practice was now up and running, and Fang Yuan's small workshop was operating smoothly. While the specifics of the business may be unknown to outsiders, the delivery trucks from the town came regularly to collect goods, which many had taken note of. Moreover, there was now a lovely prospective daughter-in-law before him, leading the uncle to conclude that old Fang's endeavors had borne fruit, and there was little left to worry about. In stark contrast, his eldest son, though married, had found a wife who was a burden on the family, effectively siphoning off their resources. To put it bluntly, he was sending their wealth back to her family. Otherwise, at nearly 70 years of age, he still had to toil away for others, and even then, he was not looked upon favorably by his daughter-in-law. As for his second son, he had been absent for many years, and they had not seen each other in ages, leaving them uncertain of his well-being. Thus, in light of these circumstances, the uncle's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this, old Fang was moved. "Brother, these hardships are only temporary. Let us look to the future, for better days are ahead." Fang Yuan added, "Uncle, will you still be going out after the new year?" The uncle paused, then sighed. "How can I not go out? I need to send 2,000 each month to the eldest, and you know how your sister-in-law is. If I miss a payment, there will be trouble." Fang Yuan replied, "Well, uncle, why don't you stay in for the new year? After some time, I will be opening the fishing grounds. You can come work with me. I assure you, you will not be at a loss financially, and the work will be light, suitable for your age. Fang Yuan's plan was straightforward. Once the fishing grounds opened, he would need help for cleaning and overseeing the premises, and his uncle was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As for wages, they need not be excessive. This was not out of a lack of affection or disregard for family ties, but rather an understanding that no matter how much he paid, it would eventually end up benefiting his sister-in-law as family, essentially feudal. Hence, providing meals and a monthly stipend of 4,000 to 5,000 would suffice, especially when the uncle earned far less working for others. Hearing Fang Yuan's proposal, the uncle and his wife were taken aback. A fishing ground? Seeing the bewildered expressions on the elder couple's faces, it was Fang Mu who explained, yes, brother and sister-in-law, not long ago. Xiao Yuan signed a contract with the village to lease the vacant land by Donghu, intending to establish a fishing ground. It was Fang Mu who suggested inviting the uncle to oversee the fishing ground, as they were kin, and it was only fitting not to let external parties benefit from their family's labor. Therefore, brother, you will work at Xiao Yuan's fishing ground, and we will provide your meals and lodging. This way, your sister-in-law won't have to juggle responsibilities on both ends and can focus on taking care of Xiaofan in the county. Upon hearing this, the uncle and his wife gazed at Fang Yuan with even greater astonishment, and the uncle felt a surge of emotion, wiping his eyes. Oh, I never expected that after raising children all my life, I would ultimately reap the benefits through my nephew. Observing the uncle's eyes brimming with tears, old Fang raised his glass. Brother, it is the new year. Let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us drink. He then turned to Wang Xiaoran and said, you all needn't worry about us. Go ahead and eat. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. After the midday meal, the men had indulged a bit too much, leaving the tasks of cleaning largely to the women. Fortunately, this year, while the number of people gathered had increased, so too had the helping hands. With the likes of Wang Xiaoran and the aunt, the women managed to prepare enough dumplings to last several days in a single afternoon. During this period, the elder lady's praises for Wang Xiaoran were unceasing, extolling her deft hands, remarking that among the current crop of young women, few could master the art of dumpling making, and declaring that her mother had found a splendid daughter-in-law. Most notably, the more she observed Xiaoran's demure demeanor, the more the elder lady grew fond of her. This sentiment brought an unending smile to Wang Xiaoran's mother's face. As for Wang Xiaoran, she had grown somewhat numb to it all. Over the past few days, under the attentive care of Fang's mother, treating her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Whenever she visited the village, the locals regarded her as Fang Yuan's wife. Some of the younger generation even referred to her as sister-in-law. Initially, she attempted to defend herself, even expressing embarrassment about returning, yet she could not resist Fang's mother's invitations. Thus, over time, she became accustomed to it. At times, when she heard the younger ones calling her sister-in-law, she would instinctively respond. Time has a way of erasing memories and allowing one to adapt to new habits. And Wang Xiaoran belonged to the latter category. In this manner, she sometimes found herself daydreaming, envisioning how blissful it would be if she truly embodied the identity that others ascribed to her. Fang's father was not a man of many words, yet his honest and sincere nature was evident in his daily actions. Whenever she returned, he would take leisurely strolls. Fang's mother, with her spirited personality, was straightforward. If you treated her well, she would reciprocate tenfold. Such individuals are often the easiest to get along with. Furthermore, Fang Yuan, being a girl who has not fantasized about their other half, their Prince Charming. The innocence of youth brings one type of perception, while the trials of society mature that perspective. Having received little affection in her childhood, Wang Xiaoran longed for the care of a partner, yet she concealed this expectation quite well, perhaps out of caution. Thus, her expectations for a partner were not particularly high, yet in certain aspects, she was exceedingly demanding. Such is the nature of children who grow up independently. By a stroke of luck, Fang Yuan perfectly matched all her criteria. No, it was not merely a match. He exceeded her expectations to such an extent that at times, she felt unworthy of him. Therefore, whenever she heard those titles, or when their relationship became a topic of discussion, her heart would be ensnared in a conflict of bittersweet fantasies. If only all of this were true, how wonderful it would be. Chapter 215. A woman's blush speaks volumes beyond words. Outside, the sky had taken on a hint of darkness. From the kitchen, the sounds of her mother and others engaged in lively conversation could still be heard, while the village was gradually illuminated by brilliant fireworks. At that moment, brother, wake up. Still in a daze, Fang Yuan heard the sweet, childish voice at his ear and struggled to lift his eyelids. It was Exiner. Alas, after consuming 1.5 gin of liquor yesterday afternoon and another gin at noon today, no matter how good his tolerance, it was overwhelming. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan sat up and patted Exiner's head. What is it, Exiner? Exiner chirped. I see everyone is setting off fireworks. Aren't we going to do the same? Her words jolted Fang Yuan awake, and And he thought to himself, I almost forgot about that. Last New Year, due to the family's financial constraints, they had refrained from purchasing fireworks, believing that they could enjoy the displays from afar. However, this year was different. Ever since the order sales for bait skyrocketed, describing it as a lucrative venture would not be an exaggeration. So, of course, they would set off fireworks. With that, Fang Yuan climbed out of bed. But as he reached for the car keys, he paused, realizing that after 2 days of heavy drinking, his head was still foggy. Driving at this point would be tantamount to playing with his life. Riding an electric bike? The biting cold outside quickly extinguished that idea. But then, an inspiration struck him, and he headed straight to the kitchen. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoran chatting and laughing with his mother and the elder lady, he asked, Xiaoran, do you have a driver's license? In the kitchen, Wang Xiaoran was taken aback by Fang Yuan's sudden question, but she instinctively nodded. She had registered for a driving course with her classmates right after graduating from university, and thanks to school policies, the costs were significantly reduced, allowing her to complete the course in 6 months. Seeing her nod, Fang Yuan beckoned her outside. When he handed her the car keys, she seemed to realize something. Brother Fang, what are you doing? Fang Yuan replied with a smile, we're driving to the town to buy fireworks. His words were simple and direct, yet Wang Xiaoran hesitated. I have a license, but I haven't driven since I got it. Fang Yuan looked at her. Did you take the C2 test? Wang Xiaoran responded, C1. Fang Yuan chuckled. That's fine, just drive confidently. Thus, under Fang Yuan's encouragement, Wang Xiaoran found herself at the driver's seat. I've modified the brakes. You just need to help me with this. Oh, this is the gear shift, and this is the gear. Inside the car, Wang Xiaoran gazed at the multitude of buttons, feeling overwhelmed compared to the vehicle she had learned to drive in driving school. Brother Fang, Fang Yuan patiently reassured her, don't worry about those buttons. Just press the gas pedal. Xiner, sitting in the back, cheered Wang Xiaoran on. Go for it, Sister Ran. With Fang Yuan's patient guidance and Xiner's encouragement, the car finally began to move. Albeit the journey that would typically take a single push of the accelerator took several minutes under Wang Xiaoran's control. However, once they hit the main road, Wang Xiaoran became increasingly adept, and the car's speed gradually picked up. Before long, the trio arrived in town. On New Year's Eve, with the clock not yet striking midnight, families could still visit one another. Some only children rushed back and forth, spending the day at their in-laws and the night with their parents. When visiting one's parents, it was customary to bring gifts. And the pressure of such customs meant that even at this hour, the small supermarkets in town, which had been stocked since the 12th lunar month, remained bustling, ushering in the busiest and most profitable day of the year. Brother, this store has so many fireworks, let's buy from here. As they passed a moderately sized supermarket, Xiner exclaimed from the car. Fang Yuan glanced over, noticing the neatly arranged fireworks and firecrackers, and nodded. All right, let's get them here. Finding a spacious spot, they parked the car and approached the supermarket. Fang Yuan, with a flourish, declared, pick whatever you like. He then glanced at Wang Xiaoran. Their eyes met, and she understood his intent, quickly averting her gaze. I'm not a child, I don't need any. Fang Yuan chuckled. Who says fireworks are only for children? He then called out to the busy shopkeeper. Boss, give me your biggest fireworks. A single utterance drew the attention of the supermarket owner, who immediately recognized the arrival of a significant client. With enthusiasm, he exclaimed, young man, you have certainly come to the right place. In this town of loyalty, our fireworks are the largest. He continued, just wait a moment, I shall fetch them for you. Before long, when the supermarket owner returned pushing a cart, many patrons turned their heads in curiosity, for atop the cart lay an enormous firework adorned with an intricate depiction of a 1,000-mile landscape. The owner remarked, how about this, young man? It contains a total of 1,080 shots, perfect for you and your partner to enjoy in a less crowded spot. The phrase you and your partner caused an unexpected blush to bloom on Wang Xiaoran's face, who had previously thought herself accustomed to such comments. That's the one, Fang Yuan declared, gesturing towards several larger fireworks on the stall. Upon witnessing Fang Yuan's extravagant selection, the supermarket owner's grin widened, as he complimented Wang Xiaoran on her choice of companion. This time, Fang Yuan did not feign ignorance. He turned to Wang Xiaoran, who met his gaze for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting her eyes, her cheeks aflame, and even the exposed skin at her neckline turning crimson. It has been said that genuine words are rare in this world, yet a woman's blush can convey more than an extensive dialogue. In that instant, Fang Yuan felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, one he had never experienced before. Though fleeting, it would linger in his memory for a lifetime. He turned to the owner and said, Uncle, you truly have an eye for people. It's no wonder your shop thrives more than any other on this street. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Wang Xiaoran felt a warmth envelop her, as if early spring had arrived, making her wonder why she felt so flushed. As she looked at the jovial man conversing with the supermarket owner, Her gaze became steady, revealing a newfound determination. Chapter 216. The commencement of work. This child from the second family is extraordinary. Fang Yuan did not heed the supermarket owner's suggestion to set off fireworks in a secluded area. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because the steering wheel was in Wang Xiaoran's capable hands. On their return home, they passed a bridge where Fang Yuan had previously suggested stopping to light one. But Wang Xiaoran ignored him and continued driving until they arrived home. Fine, we shall set them off at home, he conceded. Upon their arrival, his parents were astonished to see him unloading a stack of large fireworks from the back of the truck. His father, old Fang, could only click his tongue in disbelief, while his mother lamented their extravagance. However, as Fang Yuan arranged the fireworks in front of their home and ignited them one by one, the vibrant blooms of color that filled the sky brought smiles to his mother's face, while Exiner laughed and jumped in delight. Old Fang, smoking his cigarette, wore an expression of unabashed pride, proclaiming, "This year, our fireworks are the largest and highest." It is said that harmony in the family brings prosperity, but with even a modicum of financial stability, one can experience the greatest happiness in the world. In the midst of this celebration, Fang Yuan gazed at his parents, while Wang Xiaoran looked at him. Under the flickering lights of the fireworks, their faces illuminated, they both couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to them, the new year silently slipped away. On the 6th day of the new year, Zhang Bin's construction crew arrived as scheduled. On this day, when Fang Yuan received a call from Zhang Bin announcing the arrival of the team at the village entrance, he promptly set aside his work on the fish pond and rode his electric scooter to greet them. Upon reaching the village entrance, his eyes widened in astonishment. Not only Fang Yuan, but the villagers of all ages were taken aback by the commotion. On the main road, a fleet of construction machinery was lined up, including 2 massive semi-trailers transporting 4 colossal 980 excavators, accompanied by a dozen high-capacity dump trucks. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Zhang Bin greeted him with laughter. "Haha, brother, what do you think? Is this enough?" Fang Yuan glanced around, realizing that enough was an understatement. This spectacle could plow through the entire production team from north to south. "Brother Bin, this is not merely sufficient. It exceeds all expectations." Zhang Bin chuckled heartily. "Haha, don't worry, brother. All of this belongs to my company, and it's just sitting idle. Feel free to make full use of it." Though Zhang Bin's words seemed simple, Fang Yuan understood the underlying implication. It was evident that this operation would be cost-free. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious. "Brother Bin, that cannot be. We must settle accounts fairly." Typically, Zhang Bin would generously spend 1,000 or 800 in live streams, but the investment in these machines and the extensive crew was no small matter. It would be morally and ethically indefensible to take advantage of someone else's resources. Seeing Fang Yuan's earnest demeanor, Zhang Bin relented. "Hey, I told you that my vacant lot 1T be ready for a while. It's just sitting there, and besides, your fishing spot 1T take long to complete." Before he could finish, Fang Yuan's unwavering expression prompted Zhang Bin to concede. All right, we'll settle this fairly. Is that acceptable?" It was at this moment that the villagers realized the grand spectacle and commotion were orchestrated by Fang Yuan. As they cast their astonished gazes upon him, they could hardly articulate their shock. This child from the second family is truly remarkable. With Zhang Bin's construction crew on site, the Donghu fishing grounds officially commenced operations. Just as Zhang Bin had stated, with the support of a formidable construction team, the previously unsightly, trash-laden landscape transformed dramatically in less than 3 days. The once filthy pits were now revitalized, filled with freshly turned soil, while the refuse was carted away in numerous dump trucks. This transformation showcased Zhang Bin's capabilities. While ordinary individuals would struggle to find a disposal site for such garbage, a mere phone call from Zhang Bin opened the gates of the nearby waste station. As for the fish pond, with the aid of 4 980 excavators, the excavation of over 10 acres was completed in less than half a month. Fang Yuan had already devised a plan for the pond's layout, dividing it into 2 sections, one for pole fishing and the other for lure fishing, both interconnected. The pole fishing area was excavated to considerable depth, necessitated by the severe pollution from previous household waste, which required digging down 4 to 5 meters to clear the sludge. In contrast, the lure fishing section was designed to be shallower, with a maximum depth of just over 2 meters. Notably, to promote the fishing grounds, Fang Yuan initiated a live stream on the very first day of construction, generating buzz for the upcoming opening. Initially, his followers were bewildered to witness a large construction site rather than the familiar fishing scenes. However, as Fang Yuan began to explain the project, interest peaked among the viewers. Moreover, the spectacle of numerous construction machines working simultaneously to excavate a fish pond was an enticing novelty that was bound to attract attention. Particularly when it was revealed that this fishing pond would eventually be open to the public, many local fishing enthusiasts erupted with excitement. eagerly proclaiming their intent to visit even if they wouldn't be fishing, simply to witness the sight. Unbeknownst to many, a month has slipped by. Following a month of subsequent adjustments, the restoration of the fish pond is nearing its conclusion. The heavy machinery that had been bustling about for less than half a month has been withdrawn, leaving only transport vehicles tirelessly shuttling back and forth. The surrounding land of the fish pond has been solidified, with some areas even receiving a direct pour of concrete. The most intricate aspect remains the lure fishing wetland. Initially, Fang Yuan intended to open the rod fishing area first, planning to procure a batch of grass seeds for the lure pond, believing it would not be too late to open it even a year later. However, upon learning of this plan, Zhangbin made a swift phone call, resulting in truckloads of mature grass plants being delivered directly to the site. This development was fortuitous. With these grass plants, it was inevitable that, after a period of settling, a self-sustaining ecosystem would emerge. After several rounds of pond disinfection, as spring dawned with blossoming flowers and the return of migratory birds, Fang Yuan began to flood the pond. This flooding was not without its considerations. Despite the pond having undergone several drying and disinfection processes, it spans over 10 acres, prompting Fang Yuan to abandon his initial idea of simply digging a few wells for irrigation. Ultimately, it was the village secretary, Fang Jianxi, who suggested that instead of investing in well drilling, they should construct an irrigation station on the river and dig a channel to divert water from it. This approach would facilitate irrigation for the village in the future and enable him to secure a subsidy for Fang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan readily agreed. The river water, unlike groundwater, contains various microorganisms and aquatic life that could expedite the establishment of an ecological environment in the wetland. Consequently, with a generous investment of over 100,000 yuan, supplemented by tens of thousands in subsidies obtained by Fang Jianxi, a small irrigation station was constructed by the river, channeling water to the fish pond. After nearly 2 months of diligent work, the East Lake fishing grounds were finally completed, with only the final step of stocking fish remaining. Chapter 2:17. The ruler of the river has spawned. On this day, Fang Yuan rose early, hastily consuming breakfast on his way to the old village office. His urgency stemmed from the fact that it was the day to stock the fishing grounds. Upon arriving at the village office, he found a high-sided truck filled with water waiting for him. Several laborers, each approximately in their 50s, stood to attention as Fang Yuan approached. These men hailed from nearby villages and had been working alongside Fang Yuan since the excavation of the fish pond began, though their wages were modest. Barely 200 yuan a day. For these farmers reliant on the whims of nature, having an additional source of income during the off-season was a stroke of great fortune. "Everyone's here," Fang Yuan exclaimed, distributing a box of cigarettes he had tucked under his arm to each of the workers. The cigarettes were inexpensive, costing just over 10 yuan a pack, yet they served to enhance the diligence and precision of these laborers. After distributing the cigarettes, Fang Yuan led the group into the fish breeding room. Compared to the previous year, the several hundred square meters of breeding space appeared quite crowded, prompting Fang Yuan to contemplate leasing the adjacent empty land specifically for cultivating fish fry. Initially, when he had brought back fish fry from Ileo Mountain for temporary holding, he had not anticipated much. It was merely a transitional measure. However, last month, Wang Xiaoran informed him that numerous fry had emerged within the breeding tanks. This news astonished Fang Yuan, as he had planned for these fry to be an initial stocking, later supplemented by fishing to replenish the pond's population. Upon entering the breeding room and witnessing the countless tiny fry that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, Fang Yuan was left speechless yet exhilarated. The fry were indeed the offspring of the fish he had brought back, far surpassing his expectations. It appeared that the initially anticipated ruler of the river had not spawned, while these fry had already begun to reproduce. Consequently, he decided to separate these newly born fry within the already limited breeding room to allow them to grow before they were released into the pond. This revelation prompted Fang Yuan to devise a two-pronged plan for the future of the fish pond. The first was to rely on the self-sustaining ecosystem of the lure pond to facilitate natural reproduction among the fish fry, thereby augmenting their numbers. The second involved selecting specific breeding fish to reproduce within the breeding room, with the intention of releasing them once they reached a suitable size. Ensuring their vitality would, of course, require the use of vitality-enhancing medicines. Times had changed. In the past, one could not secure assurance without venturing out to fish for points, but now, with 2 prized catches and the illumination of a fishing grounds catalog, hundreds of points flowed in daily without any effort. Thus, Fang Yuan felt emboldened to invest freely. Once inside the breeding room, after guiding the laborers in, he instructed Wang Xiaoran to oversee the transportation while he ventured into another newly partitioned breeding room. As he observed the fry from Ileo Mountain beginning to reproduce while the ruler of the river remained dormant, he couldn't help but question whether he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps this fish was simply well fed, with its belly distended, rather than being pregnant. To provide it with a better living environment, Fang Yuan dedicated a separate breeding room for it, allowing for closer observation. Should it remain unproductive, he would consider putting it up for sale. As Fang Yuan approached the door of the other breeding room, he paused, hearing an intense splashing from within. Curiosity piqued. He quickened his pace and rushed inside. Upon entering, he exhaled in relief, his excitement palpable. There, in the oversized tank specially constructed for the ruler of the river, swam a school of palm-sized fry in lively pursuit of their parent. The splashing he had heard was caused by some debris falling from the ceiling, inciting a protective reaction from the fish. At that moment, the ruler of the river, upon noticing Fang Yuan at the tank's edge, became alert, ushering its numerous fry behind it, its small eyes fixated on him. Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Ah, you have finally spawned." And all those vitality-enhancing medicines were not in vain. Captivated by the moment, he pulled out his phone and snapped a photo to share with Zhang Bin. In an instant, his phone rang, a video call invitation from Zhang Bin lighting up the screen. As he answered, Zhang Bin's face appeared, brimming with excitement. "Bro, did that fish spawn?" Fang Yuan turned the camera toward the tank. "Yes, it seems it happened last night. Wait for me, I'm on my way," Zhang Bin replied before quickly ending the call. Fang Yuan chuckled to himself. Ever since Zhang Bin had witnessed the formidable presence of the ruler of the river and its offspring, he had made it a point to visit the fish breeding room whenever he came to Fang Yuan's village, eagerly anticipating the moment the fish would spawn. Now, it seemed that day had finally arrived. At long last, his desires have been fulfilled. After ending the phone call, Fang Yuan gazed at the hundreds of fish fry swimming in the tank. Initially, he contemplated sharing a photograph in the group chat, but upon further reflection, he suppressed the urge. Instead, a bolder idea began to take root in his mind, to directly release these fry into the pole fishing pond. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to first introduce common fry, such as the 4 major fish, into the pond, while the fry brought back from Ileo Mountain were to be placed in the lure area. However, he realized that since he typically fed these larger fish with live fry, why not? With this thought, Fang Yuan dismissed the notion of selling the fry. A one-time sale could not compare to the profitability of a long-term investment. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. Having mingled in the aquatic world for quite some time, he understood the market value of certain fish. For instance, the offspring of these larger fish. Their future quality remained uncertain, but should he choose to sell now, they would fetch at most a few thousand each. And that was only due to their lineage as the offspring of the river's master. Without that title, their value would plummet significantly. Of course, the master fish itself was another matter altogether. When he initially caught it in Ileo Mountain, someone in the live stream had already offered 300,000 for it. Thus, it would be wiser to continue nurturing these fry until they reach a certain size and length before releasing them into the pond to attract more patrons. Yes, let us proceed with this plan. At that moment, Fang, the elder brother, announced, "The fry are all packed." Chapter 218. The streamer has gone mad. Fry priced over 1,000. In front of the old village office, Fang Yuan looked at the fully loaded fish fry in the 9-meter-high truck and could not conceal his excitement. The future success of his fishing venue depended on these fry. Of course, most crucial was the large fish in the back of his pickup truck. The previous evening, he had instructed Wang Xiaoran to bring the vehicle over, and with the assistance of several workers, they successfully loaded it. Rare giants deserved special treatment. "Little brother, the fish in your truck are quite vigorous. What species are they?" the driver of the high-sided truck remarked, having witnessed the entire loading process. Fang Yuan chuckled and replied vaguely, "I'm not entirely sure. I caught them outside." Upon learning they were caught, the driver was even more astonished. Notably, although the large fish had been raised in the fishery for only 3 months, its appetite, fueled by a special vitality supplement, was remarkable. Each day, it consumed 3 to 5 pounds of small crucian carp, causing its size to swell dramatically. Initially weighing 30 to 40 pounds, Fang Yuan estimated it now exceeded 50. Thus, the driver was truly astonished to hear that such a sizable fish had been caught by Fang Yuan. After finishing his sentence, Fang Yuan offered a cigarette to the driver. "Come with me." He then hopped into his pickup, leading the way, while a drone took to the skies and the live stream commenced. Following several days of build-up for the live broadcast, as soon as it began today, a multitude of viewers flooded into the chat. "Is today the day for releasing the fry? Streamer, are you still revealing the location today? Where are the fry you promised to release at the start of the stream?" Inside the vehicle, as Fang Yuan drove, he smiled at the comments. With a thought, he shifted the camera to the back of the truck, zooming in on the cargo. "Wow, look at all those fry. I can't believe how many there are. Isn't it obvious?" The streamer already mentioned that the pond spans at least 10 acres. The density of these fry is still considered low. Low? Is that what you call low? The streamer said it's not like those black pits with high density. It's a mixed pond. What do you expect? Instant catches everywhere. Plus, take a look at what species these fry are. Seeing the comments fly by, Fang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, thinking that at least some of his old fans understood the concept. He had repeatedly stated in previous streams that the pond was a mixed-type environment, home to various fish. Realistically, given the pond's size, achieving the density of a black pit was impractical. As viewers commented, many turned their attention to the camera, prompting Fang Yuan to zoom in for a close-up. Wow, that's impressive. But isn't that fish about 40 centimeters long? It looks like a horse mouth. 40 centimeters of horse mouth? Isn't that our local fine-scaled loach? They only exist in unpolluted mountain streams. Where did you get these, streamer? Some quick-witted viewers, upon seeing the fry, began to speculate. Streamer, did you bring back all the fish you caught in Ileo Mountain? Wait, I remember the ones you caught weren't this large. Oh, who cares where they came from? The real question is, who wouldn't want to fish in a pond with these fry? The lure enthusiasts chimed in, as long as the streamer reveals the location. No matter how far, no matter the ticket price, I'll be the first to rush over. Of course we'll fish. Have you seen the fish that are growing in there? Yes, what's the matter? That fish is called the white-edged catfish. It costs over 500 per pound in the market. The fish you're transporting is worth hundreds. Wow, hundreds for one fish? If I catch 10 or 8 today, I can't even imagine. Let me put it this way. Each of these fish fry in the truck is worth at least 100. And some of the exceptional varieties can fetch thousands. As this comment emerged, the live chat experienced a brief pause, followed by a flurry of messages. Thousands for one. Is that for real? Come on, you're not joking, are you? I admit I've never seen these fish before, but thousands for some? Isn't that a bit much? Much. I wasn't going to say anything, but since someone brought it up, let me clarify. You all should screenshot these and compare them to premium fish fry at aquatic stores online. Similarly, as this comment appeared, many viewers began to take screenshots and compare as suggested. Wow, I just searched, and this fish is called the 5-color knife, priced at 3,000 each. And that's the buying price, not the selling price. I'm lucky. I searched this one called the Gradient Mountain Base, and it's 5,000 for a single fish, and the ones being sold online are only 10 centimeters long, but the ones you're releasing look at least 30. Doesn't that mean the price is even higher? In an instant, the live stream went completely wild. It wasn't just the viewers who were excited, but a chorus of netizens began to exclaim that the streamer had lost his mind. Just moments ago, the astonishing news of $500 per pound fish being released for angling had already left us in awe, yet it turns out that even more formidable fish await. Madness. Absolute madness. The streamer has truly lost his mind. Have you ever encountered a benevolent master of a household who would release fish fry worth thousands into the water for fishing? A single large fish costs several thousand. If one were to catch over 10 in a single day, wouldn't that amount to over 100,000? Previously, I pondered whether the streamer's release density was perhaps too sparse, but now, dear Father, do reveal the location. Streamer, quickly, share the coordinates. Yes, report the coordinates swiftly. For my rod is already trembling with impatience. After watching the streamer's live broadcast, I spent over 3,000 to purchase a full set of XMN. Eagerly anticipating my chance to fish at the streamer's venue. I am merely curious about one thing. For these fish fry priced at over 1,000 each, what must the ticket price be? If a single ticket costs tens of thousands, then I must regretfully bow out. Tens of thousands beyond reach. What? Are you hoping for a free ride? Or do you expect it to be like an amusement park, where spending a mere 100 or 2 could yield a day of fishing while walking away with tens of thousands of fish? Indeed, the sentiments expressed by the gentleman above are coarse yet insightful. Given the price per fish, a slightly elevated ticket fee is inconsequential. Even if it were truly over 10,000 for a single ticket, I believe it would still be acceptable. Some individuals may complain about this and that, but explanations are futile. Streamer, do hasten to disclose the location, for my rod is already yearning with uncontainable eagerness. Chapter 219, A Diversified Fishing Center. Observing the discussions among viewers regarding ticket prices, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile while maintaining his silence. In truth, he had long contemplated this ticket pricing issue. Yet, plans often fall short of reality. Initially, Fang Yuan envisioned creating a large fish pond for hand pole fishing, primarily featuring the 4 major fish species, with ticket prices set around 1,000 or 800, which is the standard fare for mainstream large fish ponds. However, the lure pond would demand a considerably higher price. Given that the rare species sourced from the depths of Ileo Mountain are not easily obtained, a ticket price of 3,000 to 2,000 would indeed be justified. Yet, Fang Yuan did not anticipate, nor could he discern whether it was due to his proficient husbandry or the vitality-enhancing agent, that the fish fry brought from Ileo Mountain not only grew rapidly, but also exhibited increasingly vibrant colors. To put it simply, they underwent mutations, transforming into rare fish with unique variations. Of course, This assessment is based on the standards set by the prominent fish-keeping figures within the aquatic community. To him, they still remain ordinary fish. Hence, as the price per fish escalated, the ticket prices ought to be elevated as well. Just as some viewers in the live chat had mentioned, certain exceptional fish could fetch several thousand or even over 10,000 each, and the majority were priced at over 1,000. Consequently, unless one is particularly unlucky, it would be quite effortless to recoup the ticket cost with just 2 catches. If fortune favors one with a substantial catch or an exceptional specimen, the profit would be substantial, thus necessitating a rise in ticket prices. As for how much, that would be determined soon. Fang Yuan, at the helm, arrived at the Donghu fishing ground with a high-sided truck. The Donghu fishing ground has transformed from a previously foul-smelling waste pit into a shimmering expanse, particularly the lure pond constructed to wetland standards, which is now lush with greenery, where one might occasionally spot large white birds alighting gracefully. One might easily mistake it for a wetland park. Notably, due to the establishment of this fishing ground, the village secretary, Fang Jianxi, has been recognized by the town as a model, asserting that the advanced civilization of Fangjia village will surely make the list in the future, with various grants prioritized for these exemplary communities. Therefore, on this special day, Fang Jianxi, in his capacity as village secretary, arrived early and was currently enjoying a smoke with old Fang. Beside them was the same high-sided truck, filled with common fish fry weighing no less than 10 pounds each, which would also serve as the primary species for the handpole pond. Fang Yuan had spent over 200,000 on these few trucks. Just as he parked the vehicle, Fang Jianxi hurried over, and Fang Yuan stepped out to offer him a cigarette. "Uncle, you're here quite early." Fang Jianxi waved his hand. "Oh, it's not early at all. By the way, the fish fry have arrived. I double-checked with your father during loading yesterday, so there will be no mistakes." Fang Yuan nodded. "Haha, thank you for your hard work, uncle." Fang Jianxi waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, don't mention it, nephew. We're family, it's all part of the job." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, approaching the high-sided truck, clearly intending to lend a hand with the unloading. Such is humanity. Once one's status rises, there are those who willingly come forth to offer assistance. At this moment, old Fang also approached. Though unlike the beaming Fang Jianxi, his expression bore a hint of concern. "Son, didn't you say today was the trial opening? I've been waiting here for quite some time. Why haven't I seen anyone else?" As he spoke, old Fang scanned the surroundings. Last night, Fang Yuan had informed his father that the fishing ground would be releasing fish fry while simultaneously trialing the operation. However, at this moment, in front of the vast entrance of the fishing ground, apart from the workers and their family, not a single soul could be seen. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Don't worry, Dad, it's still not time yet." Old Fang was taken aback. "Not time? It's already past 9. Soon it'll be time for lunch, and half the day will be gone." Fang Yuan waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing serious, and with that, he led a group of workers into the fishing ground. Observing his son's demeanor, old Fang rubbed his cheek. "Hey, this child, why is he being so mysterious?" The current fishing ground is not only spacious outside, with nearly 100 parking spots reserved, but it is also meticulously organized within. Under the grand sign of Donghu Fishing Ground, there stands a turnstile. Speaking of this turnstile, Fang Yuan invested considerable resources and thought, as it not only allows for ticket scanning to ensure one entry per person, but also incorporates facial recognition and voice announcements. The purpose of these features is simple. For the ticket sales of this fishing ground, Fang Yuan envisions an operational model that combines multiple methods. Firstly, there's on-site ticket sales, allowing for immediate purchase and fishing. Secondly, there's online sales. For this, Fang Yuan has opened channels on the platform's backend to facilitate future online ticket sales. The third option is a membership system, encompassing monthly, quarterly, annual, and lifetime passes, all arranged accordingly, with lifetime passes not available to just anyone. They require certain distinctions. Do not disdain the high barriers to entry as a hindrance to purchases. In reality, the higher the threshold, the more affluent individuals are inclined to buy. This is the character of the wealthy. They seek uniqueness. Much like luxury handbags, even if inferior artificial leather is employed, the quality often does not surpass that of several hundred yuan genuine leather bags. Moreover, can the wealthy truly be unaware that those bags are not as durable as domestically produced genuine leather bags costing hundreds? Yet, why do they still flock to these items? Is it not for the sake of distinction, to set themselves apart from the ordinary working class? Were it otherwise, the money earned would lose all significance. Fang Yuan operates with this notion in mind. Those willing to spend nearly 1,000 at a large fish pond would surely not hesitate to invest a few extra thousand to explore the more convenient lure fishing option. In summary, the essence lies in diversifying operations. One must not tread the monotonous, time-worn paths that others have traversed into the depths of mediocrity. Beyond this, a 3-story office building has been erected on one side. Reflecting on the initial approval process for this construction, Fang Yuan invested considerable effort, making numerous trips to both the Fang construction and other relevant authorities, yet the approvals were indefinitely stalled. In the end, he resorted to reaching out to Zhang Bin, inquiring if there was any feasible solution. To his surprise, shortly after their conversation, he received notification from Fang Construction that the approval had been granted. Thus came into existence this additional office building. As for the purpose of this office, Fang Yuan has earmarked the most spacious and strategically located unit for the establishment of a supermarket, which his mother will oversee. This venue is capable of accommodating hundreds of anglers, and it would be remiss not to include a supermarket. With a supermarket comes the necessity for a restaurant. Consequently, Fang Yuan has allocated several modestly sized rooms on the first floor for external bidding. The upper floors, however, are primarily designated for accommodation. Fang Yuan's vision is straightforward. The East Lake fishing ground is merely at its nascent stage, and while its area is not vast, the potential for expansion in the future is limitless. His aspirations extend far beyond this rudimentary fishing spot, which was once a mere refuse pit. He envisions a diversified recreational center centered around the fishing venue, radiating outward. Thus, foundational infrastructure should be meticulously planned. Of course, these matters are for future consideration. For now, the immediate focus is on successfully operating this fishing ground. Chapter 220, Preheating, Trial Operation. As one ventures deeper, they arrive at a designated fish release point that juts out into the pond. This facility has been specifically constructed for the subsequent introduction of fry. Fang Construction approaches, saying, "Nephew, are you releasing fish here?" To the enthusiastic Fang Construction, Fang Yuan nods. Indeed, those trucks are delivering large fish for release. With an enthusiastic acknowledgement, Fang Construction promptly busies himself with the task at hand, exhibiting a fervor that surpasses even his personal undertakings. Fang Yuan finds this quite delightful. As the head of the Chun Fang Brigade, Fang Construction will certainly be of great assistance in the future, and his proactive engagement is welcomed. Observing several high-sided trucks arriving, Fang Yuan directs the drone's camera towards them. Previously, he had only mentioned the rare fish transported from Ileo Mountain without divulging much about the Handrod Pond. As the camera zooms in, the audience gasps, "Those sizable fish? Streamer, will these be released into the pond?" In response to the viewers' inquiries, Fang Yuan smiles, "Correct. These fry are just the initial batch. More will follow." Upon hearing this, viewers express disbelief. "Fry? Streamer, you're telling me these are fry? They look like they weigh at least 10 pounds. Fang Yuan chuckles. Indeed, those carp, silver carp, and grass carp all exceed 10 pounds, though one batch will be slightly smaller. As the conversation progresses, Fang Yuan focuses the camera on one of the trucks. This purchase of mixed fry includes not only the 4 major fish species and carp, but also some whitebait and crucian carp, albeit the latter two are smaller in size compared to the larger varieties. This is not due to a reluctance to spend, but rather because larger specimens are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, even the crucian carp start at 1 pound, while the whitebait and bream commence at 5 pounds. "Small? These are small," exclaims a viewer. "That bream is the size of my cooking pot." "Streamer, how can you call this small?" Another chimes in, "Quickly, share the address. I'm salivating just looking at them." Yes, while other so-called giant fish ponds may boast a mere 10 or so fish over 10 pounds, this truly qualifies as a giant fish pond, boasting an estimated weight of at least 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. Even doubling that wouldn't be enough, Fang Yuan asserts. The initial batch of fry totals over 30,000 pounds, and subsequent releases will maintain this standard. This statement bears no embellishment. Typical economic fish ponds, primarily intended for profit, yield 3,000 to 4,000 pounds per acre, considered high yield, especially with at least 2 feedings daily. In contrast, natural stocking rarely exceeds 1,000 pounds per acre, and this hand rod pond occupies only a third of the fishing grounds area, amounting to just over 3 acres. Thus, 30,000 pounds of fish represents an exceptionally high density. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's proclamation, viewers express their astonishment. 30,000 pounds? Streamer, you're truly investing heavily. With such density, even tossing in a brick would yield a few fish. They urge, "Streamer, share the address. Whatever the ticket price, I'm rushing over." Amidst the excitement in the live stream, Fang Yuan laughs. "Once the official opening date is confirmed, I will surely share it with all of you." At that moment, the chirping of sparrows outside interrupted. Fang Yuan answered, "Brother, I'm here." It was Zhang Bin. Hearing this, Fang Yuan quickly briefed the viewers in the live stream before elevating the drone for a panoramic view and exiting the fishing ground. At the entrance, old Fang gazed at the substantial investment his son had made in establishing this fishing ground, feelings of both joy and concern swirling within him. The joy stemmed from witnessing his son's success. He had managed to create such a large fishing venue purely through his own efforts, a feat that few could match in the entire village, let alone in the broader Zhongyi town. After all, the investment had surpassed 2 million. However, the concern lay in the business aspect. Naturally, a venture must be profitable. Just days prior, Fang Yuan had informed him of the trial operation scheduled for today. Yet as lunchtime approached, the area remained desolately empty. He sighed. Just as old Fang lamented, a flurry of vehicles appeared, drawing his attention. What is this? He pondered, momentarily stunned. Haha, uncle, he heard, turning to see Zhang Bin approaching. It became clear that Fang Yuan and Zhang Bin had previously conspired to announce the trial operation date to several prominent fishing groups. Given the allure of a giant fish pond with over 6 acres of wetland for lure fishing, the typical enthusiasts from ordinary fishing groups would hardly be able to partake. Thus, the need arose to target more affluent fishing circles. Zhang Bin, being well-connected, was the ideal choice for this endeavor. After setting the date, Zhang Bin had brought a group of keen anglers as promised. Uncle, let me light that for you. Zhang Bin offered as he handed over a cigarette. Old Fang accepted it, and Zhang Bin lit it for him, displaying none of the airs one might expect from a successful businessman. As Old Fang looked at this unexpected gathering, he inquired, "Who are these people?" Zhang Bin chuckled. "Uncle, didn't T Yuan mention? These folks are here to fish." Realizing this, Old Fang chuckled back. "That rascal. Even he managed to fool me." At this moment, Fang Yuan also approached. "Bingo." Zhang Bin looked over and laughed. "Haha, brother. How's it going? I didn't deceive you, did I? There are a full 70 people here, and quite a few couldn't spare the time, saying they would come back when we officially open." Fang Yuan glanced at the dozens of fishing enthusiasts and chuckled. "Haha, Bingo. I trust you to handle things. Well then, let us not just stand around. Let us head inside and take a look." Hearing this, Zhang Bin shouted, "Hey, everyone. Grab your gear and let us go fishing. And don't forget to buy your tickets." Since it was a trial operation and only the rod fishing area was open, Fang Yuan set the ticket price at 2,998 per person. With 200,000 fish fry and 100 fishing spots, this price was indeed quite reasonable. As for the catch, regardless of size, it was 6 yuan per fish. This meant one would need to catch 500 pounds to bring any fish ashore, a considerable weight for an ordinary fishing venue. However, this was a high-density monster pond, where individual fish weighed over 10 pounds. It would be easy to haul in 3 or 4 dozen of the 4 major fish species. If there were a lucky streak, one could even make a handsome profit. As for the number of sessions, today was special, accommodating just these individuals. Subsequently, as long as the 100 fishing spots were fully booked, we would proceed. In short, Fang Yuan had cleverly tapped into the psychology of some fishing aficionados, and as the house, he was guaranteed to profit. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan observed the throng of fishing enthusiasts led by Zhang Bin marching towards the fishing grounds, and he turned to his father and said, "Dad, why are you still standing there? Come over and collect the money." For today's trial operation, Old Fang had closed the veterinary shop at the village office for the day, as he had previously been troubled by the desolate fishing grounds. At this moment, Old Fang, with a cigarette in his mouth, grinned widely. "Hey." Chapter 221, ticket price 29.98, Fang Yuan's ambition. Just as they were about to enter the fishing area, Zhang Bin approached Fang Yuan and quietly asked, "Brother, how much is this ticket?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan smiled. 2,998. Zhang Bin was taken aback. For a ticket price, this was certainly not low. "What about the fish catch?" Fang Yuan replied, 6 yuan. Without waiting for Zhang Bin to inquire further, Fang Yuan added, "We have released 30,000 pounds of fish and set only 100 fishing spots." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin found the price quite reasonable. 30,000 pounds of fish for 100 spots, especially in a pond where each fish weighed over 10 pounds, was indeed not expensive. Most importantly, the environment was comfortable. Unlike other fishing ponds that were set up in remote, hard-to-access locations due to poor approvals, this one was situated next to a wetland park. By comparison, it was indeed quite suitable. If this continued, you could easily make tens of thousands with each session. Fang Yuan replied with a smile, "Even more than that." Zhang Bin inquired further, "So this 29.98 is just the trial operation price? Will it keep increasing?" Fang Yuan nodded and elaborated on his plans to introduce rare fish into the mixed breeding pond and to add more exotic species as they became available. In essence, this was not just a monster pond, but a haven for rare fish. Hearing this, Zhang Bin became more animated. "You're really going to introduce that rare double-mutant fish you brought back from afar?" Fang Yuan affirmed, "What of it?" Zhang Bin, without uttering a word, simply gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you're impressive. If you really introduced that big guy, doubling the ticket price wouldn't be unreasonable." Before long, under Zhang Bin's lead, the group purchased their tickets, and the fishermen each drew their assigned spots. One by one, they began to prepare for the fishing. Fang Yuan, too, focused his lens on a wide-angle close-up, knowing that the success of today's trial would determine the future prosperity of the business. Soon, with a sharp whistle from him, the inaugural fishing session at Donghu Fishing Ground officially commenced, and dozens of anglers cast their lines simultaneously. For the rod fishing area, Fang Yuan imposed minimal rules, no restrictions on rod length or line setup, as long as it was a rod. Bait was also entirely up to the individual, and they could set up their bait as they pleased. It was this indulgent approach. He wasn't afraid of anglers catching fish. He was more concerned about them not catching any. The more they caught, the more he profited, as this was inherently a surefire business from the outset. As an integral participant in the establishment of the Donghu Fishing Ground, Zhang Bin was genuinely invested in his brother's business. Thus, when he noticed that no angler had caught a fish within the first few minutes after the session began, he became somewhat anxious and inquired, "Brother, why do I feel like the fish aren't biting? Is it because they just got released and haven't acclimated yet?" Fang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of concern. These fish were all fresh catches, having never been hooked before. He was even willing to use fish that had been caught multiple times. Although those were cheaper, they had become savvy and were less prone to bite, which would tarnish the pond's reputation. Therefore, Fang Yuan preferred to invest in those that had never been fished before. Furthermore, he had preemptively introduced a considerable amount of diluted vitality enhancer into the pond. The efficacy of this enhancer was evident from the vibrant colors of the fish and the robust growth of the rare species he had introduced. Patience. This is just the beginning. He had barely finished his sentence when an angler not far from him raised his rod, and the line began to buzz with excitement. Fang Yuan chuckled. "See, they're biting." Just as he had predicted, that single angler's success sent ripples through the rest of the fishing spots, with more than 10 anglers simultaneously bending their rods in excitement. Naturally, this scene was captured live for the audience. "Wow, what a thrill. Just listening to that action is exhilarating," exclaimed one viewer. "Wow, the bites are coming in fast. It's definitely fresh fish. The streamer is legit. I'll definitely come to support when it officially opens." As the chat buzzed with questions about the official opening date, Fang Yuan knew that the future business of this fishing ground was secure. With this, the subsequent plans for the fishing venue could be executed with full confidence. Just like preparing for his mother to take over the supermarket or the dozens of guest rooms set to be opened in the 2 upper floors of an office building. As for the shops on the first floor, well, in the days to come, some cats would simply follow the scent of fish to arrive. After all, this fishing ground would be open all day, with sessions lasting up to 8 hours. During this time, the essential issue of meals would need to be addressed. And for those who traveled from afar, they would need accommodations. And this was just for the rod fishing area. The procedures for the lure fishing area were still pending. And once the expansion was complete, the capacity would increase significantly. It is worth mentioning that after the fishing ground received commendation from the town, Fang Yuan began to contemplate further expansion. The southern area was less fertile and challenging to develop. However, if one continues eastward, there are still hundreds of acres available for use. Speaking of the origins of this land, during the grand collectivization of the last century, several production teams engaged in a spirited competition to promote agriculture and forestry, thereby giving rise to this forest farm. Over time, with the reorganization of various villages and towns, such as the previous dissolution of township levels, this forest farm became an asset of the town. Subsequently, some local leaders, noticing the lush growth of trees within the forest farm, seized the opportunity upon taking office to exploit its resources. After several administrations, the once vibrant forest farm was left stripped bare, resulting in the current dire situation. Consequently, Fang Yuan contemplated that once sufficient funding was secured, he would decisively take control of it. Previously, he was uncertain about the profitability of this fishing ground. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan was filled with ambition. Soon, Chapter 222, Earning Money is Inevitable. Just as Fang Yuan anticipated, with the enhancement of the vitality potion, nearly half of the anglers present were experiencing a continuous stream of catches. Large fish weighing over 10 pounds were being hauled onto the shore one after another. Similarly, this relentless scene invigorated the nerves of some viewers in the live broadcast. While some anglers enjoyed a fruitful day, others faced less favorable conditions. After all, it is unrealistic to expect every fishing spot to yield an abundance of bites. Nevertheless, those with modest catches remained undeterred, eagerly awaiting Fang Yuan's announcement of the opening of the stealth fishing area. In a high-density fishing ground, achieving a catch of 1/3 of the fish would be considered remarkable, with only a few fortunate anglers managing to bring fish ashore. As a result, there were still plenty of fish remaining in the pond. Thus, it was planned to intermittently open the second and third sessions over the following days, with prices naturally decreasing, awaiting the restoration of normal pricing upon the introduction of new fish stocks. However, these practices were typical of the operations in infamous black pits, a model Fang Yuan had no intention of emulating. Without further ado, Fang Yuan gathered the anglers present and directed the live broadcast camera towards them. He proclaimed loudly, "Gentlemen, my fishing ground operates differently from other black pits, so there is no such thing as a stealth fishing area. Therefore, the ticket price for each session remains the same. Furthermore, today's ticket price of $2,998 is merely a promotional rate. It will increase when we officially open." Upon hearing this, the anglers furrowed their brows. "Little brother, we were just discussing how great your fishing ground is, and that we would come here often, and now you're suddenly raising the price? What does that mean?" "Indeed, little brother, this isn't fair." As dozens of anglers voiced their grievances, Fang Yuan refrained from directly responding. Instead, he drove over in his pickup truck. Once the vehicle arrived, he said, "Gentlemen, don't be hasty. Look at what's inside the truck." Intrigued by Fang Yuan's mysterious demeanor, the anglers approached the vehicle with their catches. "What is this? Is that a giant fish?" one exclaimed. "Are you planning to stock this in the pond? If that's the case, a price increase might be acceptable." Seeing their reactions, Fang Yuan clapped his hands to draw their attention. "Gentlemen, the fish in this truck is a top-tier mutated species. As for the price," he gestured towards his phone, "you will understand once you enter my live broadcast." With a mix of curiosity and excitement, they entered the live stream, and their expressions quickly transformed to astonishment. "Wait, this fish is worth over $1 million each." In the live broadcast, as Fang Yuan focused the camera on the giant fish, the aquarium owners and enthusiasts of large catches widened their eyes in disbelief. Without needing further encouragement from Fang Yuan, the viewers began showering the stream with gifts, and the bidding escalated rapidly, reaching 80,000 in less than a minute, with $1 million just a matter of time. Witnessing this price surge, the anglers present could hardly swallow their excitement. "Little brother, are you really going to stock this giant fish in the pond?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I dare to mention a price increase to you gentlemen?" "How much?" Fang Yuan replied with a grin, $3,998. Upon hearing this, the anglers' eyes brightened. Even without the giant fish, they would be willing to pay $39.98, provided that each session guaranteed a catch of 30,000 pounds. Yet, at this moment, such details seemed trivial. The thought of reeling in $1 million fish could instantly elevate one to millionaire status. "Little brother, when will the official opening be? Can I sign up early?" "Brother, $39.98, right? I can transfer the money right now." Seeing the fervor among the participants, the live stream's viewers began flooding the chat with comments. "Host, don't be unfair. Open the online registration channel." "Yes, open the online registration, otherwise I'll unfollow." Amidst the chaos, Fang Yuan recognized that the foundation of the fishing ground was firmly established. He announced, "Gentlemen present and brothers in the live stream, do not worry. The official opening is coming soon, within the next few days. Not only will the hand rod pond open, but the lure pond will also be available." With a sweeping gesture, Fang Yuan signaled to Fang Jian, who had been waiting patiently, to open the high-barrier fish outlet, allowing a stream of valuable fish to flow into the lure pond. As this scene unfolded, aquarium owners in the live stream exclaimed in disbelief at Fang Yuan's extravagance. The fish being introduced into the pond were of such high quality that even a single specimen would be a premium offering in their stores. Yet here they were, being released for anglers to catch? What extravagance! Some quick-witted individuals had already begun discreetly contacting lure anglers and rummaging through long-forgotten fishing gear in anticipation of a visit. Although a single fish from this truck might not compare to the giant fish, the sheer number made it irresistible. This was simply intolerable. "When is the opening date? We need to confirm it." Fang Yuan knew the moment had come to announce the opening date, which he set for 7 days later. On that day, both fishing ponds would open simultaneously. The prices would be $39.98 for the hand rod pond and $68.88 for the lure pond. Of course, similar to the hand rod pond, the lure pond would primarily feature common fish species such as perch and bass. As for how to handle the fish caught, Fang Yuan had already arranged with several market owners days in advance to sell the ordinary fish at the same price they were purchased. After all, they were not relying on those for profit. What about the rare fish that had begun to show their colors due to the vitality potion? Nature must allow the anglers to deal with matters themselves, for this is the very essence that attracts customers to the lure pond, a point that Fang Yuan is quite clear about. Previously, Fang Yuan calculated that the vitality and small medications spent on these seedlings, if converted into bait for sale, might not yield as much profit. Moreover, this disparity will only widen over time. In summary, this is a business that guarantees profit without loss. A splendid environment, exceptional service, coupled with eye-catching top-tier dual mutations, makes it exceedingly difficult not to profit. Chapter 223. Grand Opening, Upcoming Competitions, Future Fishing Plans. In the days leading up to the official opening, Fang Yuan remained tirelessly occupied, frequenting the fishing grounds daily, so busy that his feet seemed to be racing ahead of him. The lush greenery enveloping the fishing venue was a sight to behold. The lure area was particularly pleasant, as it operated in a wetland mode, presenting a verdant panorama. However, in stark contrast, the handrod area appeared rather monotonous. Consequently, Fang Yuan procured several loads of greenery, including over a dozen mature ornamental plants several meters tall. Thus, in the anticipation of the opening day, Fang Yuan diligently adorned his fishing ground, transforming the scenery into a visibly more delightful sight. Meanwhile, the supermarket managed by his mother also began stocking up. Initially, the inventory consisted of little more than beverages and cigarettes, alongside instant noodles and sausages, with plans to expand the food range later if customer traffic increased. Additionally, on the eve of the fishing ground's opening, his aunt returned from abroad, not at his mother's behest, but at Fang Yuan's invitation. With the fishing ground's considerable scale, it was the perfect time to enlist help, and he called his aunt to assist with ticket sales and office management. Having run a business for over a decade, she was well versed in management. However, she returned alone, as her son and husband remained abroad, not due to Fang Yuan's lack of invitation, but because his aunt deemed them more of a hindrance than a help. After several days of preparation, the much-anticipated day of the East Lake Fishing Ground's grand opening finally arrived. Early that morning, Fang Yuan and his family rose with the dawn. Even the workshop and veterinary station in the old village paused operations for the day. Unlike previous occasions, today there was no hesitation among the villagers. Instead, an atmosphere of joyous anticipation filled the air. For the day prior, numerous vehicles had arrived in Fangjia village, all drawn towards the fishing ground. By today, the influx of cars into the village was unceasing. Though the fishing spots were limited, the sheer number of onlookers was overwhelming, with many drawn specifically to witness the beauty of the East Lake Fishing Ground after seeing its stunning images shared online. As such, Fangjia village became a hive of activity. Fang Yuan and the village secretary, Fang Jianqi, were both delighted, having previously discussed that should the fishing ground flourish, they could encourage the idlers in the village to tidy their homes and establish a small agritourism inn. Given the current traffic, it seemed unlikely that the fishing ground's capacity would stretch too far. Thus, instead of merely managing the influx, they could collectively prosper with the village. Some villagers, heeding this advice, had already begun preparing their homes a fortnight in advance, including Gongzi. Unlike other villagers, their relationship was solid, and Fang Yuan had informed him ahead of time, suggesting that Gongzi's elderly parents should spruce up their place. Unexpectedly, Gongzi returned from his job to secure a shop in the office building, marking the first rental agreement Fang Yuan had made. Fortunately, given today's bustling crowd, both he and Gongzi would have plenty to occupy them. Soon, Fang Yuan arrived at the fishing ground, and the sight before him was astonishing. If the village was bustling with new faces, then the fishing ground was a veritable sea of people, a dense throng as far as the eye could see. Fang Yuan had not anticipated such a large turnout. Without further ado, they opened for business. Amidst the crackling of fireworks and firecrackers, the East Lake Fishing Ground officially commenced operations, and those who had pre-purchased tickets surged forward. Thousands of single mutations priced over 1,000, a single exquisite dual mutation valued at over 1,000,000. These were all exhilarating stimuli for the anglers. Comparatively, the ticket prices were quite reasonable. Ha, brother, congratulations. From afar, Fang Yuan heard the hearty laughter of Zhang Bin, who had come to support the opening. Having provided the fireworks and firecrackers, Fang Yuan smiled and replied, "Thanks to your support, Brother Bin. Today as seen would not have been possible without you." This was not mere flattery. The truth was evident. Zhang Bin had played a significant role in making the fishing ground a reality. From navigating the labyrinth of approvals to assisting with construction and sourcing materials, everything had been facilitated through his connections. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Zhang Bin waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, you're being too polite. By the way, the qualifying matches are coming up soon. You missed the last one, and your points suffered. If you skip this one too, you might get eliminated." The competition Zhang Bin referred to was indeed the championship, where Fang Yuan had previously secured top points in both the team and individual lure categories. While he would not be eliminated from the second round, the qualifying matches were crucial for ranking and determining eligibility for national competitions. Not participating would effectively halt his championship journey. Reflecting on this, Fang Yuan nodded, "Indeed. I must arrange my schedule wisely." With the fishing ground now operational, it seemed stable enough to sustain its momentum, so careful planning for future endeavors was imperative. He had long considered venturing to more distant fishing locations, such as the uninhabited regions of the Far East, where it was said that any crucian carp under a pound was considered small, and the bream could rival the size of a pot lid. With an abundance of pike, salmon, and sturgeon, it would be a regrettable oversight not to explore such resources. Reminded by Zhang Bin, Fang Yuan realized that his trip to the Far East would have to be postponed for a while. However, there were still some nearer destinations worth exploring. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan inquired, "How much time do we have?" Zhang Bin exhaled a plume of smoke. "About 20 days. Fang Yuan nodded. All right. I will plan accordingly and ensure it does not interfere with the competition. After this exchange, the two continued to chat for a while. Fang Yuan initially intended to invite Zhang Bin to his private office in the building for tea, but before he could voice the invitation, a phone call summoned Zhang Bin away. Business people are always busy. It's imperative to take matters into one's own hands and enjoy a drink. This is also an opportune moment to meticulously arrange the subsequent fishing itinerary. Chapter 224, Setting Off Again, Finalizing the Fishing Journey. In a spacious office on the third floor of the fishing venue's administrative building, Fang Yuan reclined in a plush executive chair, gazing at a steaming pot of fragrant tea before him. This office was designated specifically for Fang Yuan, a space for him to return to at the fishing ground in the future. As Zhang Bin put it, he had become a figure of some stature and thus required a personal office, regardless of whether he utilized it or not. It simply exuded an air of importance. At that moment, Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted as he looked out the window. As Zhang Bin mentioned, there were only about 20 days remaining until the competition, a duration that was somewhat awkward, not long enough for distant travels, but too lengthy to remain idle. With this in mind, Fang Yuan redirected his attention to the keyboard before him, commencing a search for suitable destinations nearby. 20 days provided ample opportunity to establish a fishing venue and make significant progress. Unfortunately, after an extensive search, he found no suitable locations near Jiangxing. Either they had already been deemed inappropriate or were designated as restricted fishing areas. Perhaps he could revisit the river adjacent to Zhongyi town to accumulate some points? This river was, of course, where his fishing journey began, marking his first established fishing ground. However, as he pondered this, Fang Yuan shook his head. Now, with the opening of the collection album and fishing venue album, he accrued hundreds of points daily without lifting a finger. Consequently, he found himself somewhat disdainful of the points offered by that nameless creek beside the town. Then, an idea sparked in Fang Yuan's mind. Why not make another trip to the land of Chu? His previous visit had unveiled two fishing venues, one being the entrance where he caught the white sturgeon and the other the majestic shertan. However, the entrance was now a protected area, making it impossible to fish there or even visit without keeping a significant distance. Hence, Fang Yuan contemplated revisiting the shertan to complete the unfinished progress at that fishing ground. And if time permitted, perhaps he could discover another venue. By the time he made this circuit, the championship would be drawing near. With this thought, Fang Yuan straightened in his chair and began preparing. Since he intended to fish in Chu, it was prudent to review some strategies to have a general direction upon arrival. To his surprise, he found that, much like Jiangxing, the land of Chu was also divided by rivers, with a richly developed water system and a fishing industry thriving several times more than on this side. His initial fishing trip had ended abruptly due to the grave matters regarding the tomb raiders, and he remembered he needed to formulate a detailed strategy for this return. In less than an hour of thorough research, several promising water bodies for new fishing grounds emerged, which he meticulously marked. Thus, throughout the morning, Fang Yuan remained in his office, diligently planning for his upcoming fishing expedition. During this time, he also cast a few glances at the situation inside and outside the venue. With both ponds open, the venue was bustling with visitors. The hand rod pond was fully booked with 100 fishing spots, while the lure pond, although not as crowded as the pole fishing area, still had a good turnout, with dozens of anglers present. This meant that just from ticket sales alone, he had already recouped hundreds of thousands. Fang Yuan observed that at this rate, the venue would soon break even, and any subsequent income would be pure profit. Standing by the window, he noted the orderly crowd inside the venue, which was a stark contrast to the throngs outside, who came merely for sightseeing and to garner attention. Not to mention, despite the several trash bins placed at the entrance, litter still marred the ground. This observation prompted him to consider hiring additional staff. With plans in place and the journey approaching, Fang Yuan began delegating tasks. Since after the venue opened, Wang Xiaoran had been juggling responsibilities between the two locations, and with her mother also managing the supermarket at the fishing ground, she found it increasingly challenging to cope. Each morning began with her processing overnight orders for packing and shipping, then tending to the rare fish in the breeding room, and finally making her rounds at the fishing venue. By evening, she would edit videos. Although Fang Yuan had not ventured out for fishing in months, the updates on the platform remained uninterrupted, as the venue provided ample material for content. To alleviate her burden, Fang Yuan hired a young woman from the village specifically to oversee the machines and handle packaging. Additionally, he enhanced security in the breeding room, where precious fish were kept, and provided Wang Xiaoran with some vitality supplements, instructing her to administer them regularly. Moreover, as for the fishing venue, he had initially thought to recruit a few workers from the village or nearby to assist with menial tasks. However, after discussing the matter with Zhang Bin, he became aware of the potential risks involved. While hiring a couple of cleaning ladies for a small eatery might go unnoticed by the relevant authorities, Increasing the number of workers, especially in a fishing venue with its inherent dangers, required meticulous attention to safety protocols. Should an incident occur, it would be catastrophic, jeopardizing everyone's peace of mind. Thus, he followed Zhang Bin's advice and registered a company using the original land approval and construction permits for the office building. He became the legal representative, allowing the villagers he hired, along with their families, to be affiliated with the company and ensuring their social security benefits were duly provided. This way, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, an insurance company would be there to cover them, though it did mean an increase in taxes and expenses. In essence, he was investing in peace of mind. After spending a few more days in his hometown, Fang Yuan set off once again on his fishing journey after several months. Chapter 225, Controlled Area. On this particular morning, as the eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, Fang Yuan found himself on the highway leading to the land of Chu. Familiar with the route, he pressed on without pause, determined to reach the majestic Shirtan. At the outset, as the destination drew ever closer, Fang Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. However, as the towering mountain loomed into view, his exhilaration quickly morphed into a torrent of expletives. The reason was simple. Prior to embarking on this fishing expedition, he had envisioned bountiful catches and the prospect of reeling in rare fish at the giant mountain Shirtang. He had even conjured images of the grave robbers, whose weeds now towered over their heads, but forgotten was the arduous path leading into the mountains. Compared to his visit 6 months prior, the road had become increasingly treacherous and muddy, likely the result of numerous large vehicles traversing it, rendering the surface pockmarked and nearly impassable. Damn it, this road was never this dreadful before, Fang Yuan mused as he felt the jolts beneath him. Thus, after nearly 2 hours of bumping along the road, they finally arrived at the foot of the giant mountain. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, and before he could even savor the memories of past events, a voice rang out. Hey you. Yes you. Where do you think you're going? I've been watching you from up on the mountain. Fang Yuan paused, turning to see an elderly man with a white beard striding towards him. Seeing Fang Yuan's puzzled expression, the old man admonished, Did you not hear? This is not a place for leisurely strolls. You need to leave, and quickly. With that, he tugged at a red armband on his arm. Fang Yuan, with keen eyesight, caught a glimpse of the words on the armband, enough for him to surmise its meaning. Archaeological team? Noticing that Fang Yuan remained unresponsive, the old man grew irate. Hey, are you deaf or just plain dull? You better leave, or I will. Just then, another figure approached. What is going on, Lao Qin? I can hear you shouting from a distance. Upon hearing this, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically. Ah, Wei team, you're just in time. This young man refuses to listen to reason. I've told him this area is restricted, yet he persists in wandering in. With a hint of curiosity, the newcomer, whom the old man referred to as Wei team, inquired, Do you know each other? As the question hung in the air, the old man craned his neck, only to find the two had already converged. Fang, my dear brother, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Wei Dongzi, who had previously assisted in an investigation. Recognizing a familiar face, Fang Yuan stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries, before voicing his confusion. Just a few months ago, this place was accessible to all, and now it has become a restricted area? Wei Dongzi sighed with a hint of resignation. It's all because of those 2 grave robbers from 6 months ago. After a brief conversation, Fang Yuan came to understand that after the capture of the duo, the archaeological team was called in to survey the site, where they discovered artifacts and damaged relics. Consequently, the area became a controlled zone, as it was revealed that a significant figure was buried on the mountain, and due to the damage inflicted by the robbers, excavations have been ongoing for over half a year. Realizing the futility of his journey, Fang Yuan sighed, lamenting that this trip had been in vain. There would be no fishing here, and he contemplated departing to find a restaurant before nightfall. As he settled back into the vehicle and started the engine, Wei Dongzi approached him. Brother Fang, you came here to fish, didn't you? Fang Yuan nodded. Wei Dongzi continued. So why not fish? You're here already. Fang Yuan felt speechless at the suggestion. Why not fish? If the situation were conducive to fishing, would I be in such a hurry to leave? Though he voiced no complaint, he replied, Isn't it rather inconvenient? Understanding the reason, Wei Dongzi waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I thought there was more to it. The restricted area is only at the mountain's summit. The Shirtang is outside the caution line. Perfectly fine for fishing. Fang Yuan glanced over. Fine for fishing? Wei Dongzi nodded affirmatively. Of course. Lao Qin has been fishing here for months. Fang Yuan turned to the old man, who had averted his gaze, gazing skyward. What a lovely day it is today. With this reassurance from Wei Dongzi, Fang Yuan abandoned his plans to leave and, equipped for fishing, headed towards Shirtang. Indeed, just as Wei Dongzi had indicated, 2 fishing rods were already set up by the water's edge, complete with bait. Wei team, you, began Fang Yuan. Wei Dongzi waved dismissively. Ever since the last case concluded, I've been stationed here. I spend my free time fishing alongside Lao Qin. He added, of course. I only come during my downtime. I don't fish while on duty. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, understood. He then found a clear spot by the shirt hang and set up his gear. Nearby, Lao Qin inched closer to Wei Dongzi. Wei team. Is this young man a relative of yours? Wei Dongzi shook his head. Not at all. But you should know, this young man is no ordinary individual. Lao Qin raised an eyebrow. Him? Wei Dongzi nodded, indeed. He played a crucial role in capturing those 2 grave robbers 6 months ago. Lao Qin's expression shifted. Surprise evident in his eyes. Really? He caught those notorious robbers while fishing? As he regarded Fang Yuan, admiration flickered in his gaze. However, I wonder how proficient this young man is at fishing. Chapter 226. He is indeed impressive. But still, how skilled is this young man at fishing? Hearing Lao Qin's remarks, Wei Dongzi turned to look ahead. He didn't know much about Fang Yuan's fishing skills, having only witnessed him catch a peculiar fish on the day of the robbery incident. Since his assignment here, he had often fished alongside Lao Qin. As the days spent on the mountain were exceedingly dull, with little to do but admire the scenery. Thus, when he saw Lao Qin with a fishing rod, he had brought his gear as well. To be honest, at first, he had looked down on Lao Qin's fishing skills, eager to show off his own prowess. To his astonishment, the outcome was a resounding slap in the face. In the very same spot, when old Qin took his place, the catch was abundant. Yet once he had the opportunity to fish, not a single nibble was to be found. To make matters worse, during their subsequent duo session, they found themselves utterly silenced by their opponents. Consequently, Wei Dongzi could not help but be thoroughly impressed by old Qin's proficiency. Reflecting on the trepidation that had gripped him due to old Qin's dominance in recent days, he turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, who was currently establishing a new fishing spot, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Indeed, he was quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to you, before your arrival, this young man had already landed a colossal catch. Upon hearing this, old Qin's expression shifted slightly. Is that the same fish you showed me on your phone last time? Wei Dongzi nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Old Qin acknowledged. Well then, it appears this young lad possesses some skill. As the flames of competition ignited, Wei Dongzi, reveling in the excitement, thought to himself that it was only fitting to seek out some amusement during their idle moments. However, as he approached Fang Yuan, he noticed that the latter seemed disinclined to fish, prompting him to inquire, "What is up, brother Fang? Not fishing today?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "I am going to fish, but I must wait until tomorrow. After a full day of driving, I lack the energy. I shall rest well tonight and fish at dawn." Wei Dongzi nodded in agreement. Realizing, indeed, fishing is a physically demanding endeavor, a good rest is essential for tomorrow's pursuit. With that, he leaned closer to Fang Yuan and whispered, "Brother, I must tell you, old Qin is exceptionally skilled. If you plan to fish tomorrow, it's best to avoid fishing at the same time as him." Fang Yuan looked at him in confusion. Wei Dongzi elaborated. "You see, as soon as old Qin starts fishing, he can silence the entire area." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan turned to glance at old Qin, and their eyes met, prompting old Qin to smile and nod. Wei Dongzi teased. "So, feeling the pressure now, are we?" Fang Yuan laughed. Not at all. Besides, he is an elder. It is only natural if I cannot match his prowess." He then added, "Well, Wei, you take your time. I'm heading back to the car for a rest. Make sure to rest well." Upon returning to the car, Fang Yuan first made a video call to his parents to assure them of his safety. After hanging up, he noticed the name of his good friend Wang Xiaoran in his contact list and decided to send her a message as well. Just as he sent it, he saw the screen indicate that she was typing. However, after waiting for quite some time, he received no response. Fang Yuan chuckled to himself. Having known Wang Xiaoran for a considerable period, he was well aware of her indecisive nature and guessed she was likely overthinking her reply. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the old village office, Wang Xiaoran sat at her desk, her expression reminiscent of infatuation, her fingers tapping incessantly on her phone's screen. Occasionally, she would glance at a series of messages, deeming them inappropriate, and delete them. This back and forth continued as she erased hundreds of words before finally settling on a simple one. The following morning, in stark contrast to the previous day spent in Ileo Mountain, the majestic mountains here were lush with vegetation, predominantly low pine trees and thorny bushes. As the sun began to rise, its gentle warmth enveloped the entire mountaintop. On the pickup truck, as the curtain of the rooftop tent was drawn back, Fang Yuan's head popped out, inhaling the fresh air and feeling the soft sunlight on his face, stretching lazily. Silence. The night in the mountains was exceptionally tranquil, allowing Fang Yuan to enjoy an incredibly restful sleep, erasing the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few months at the fishing grounds. Observing the vast expanse of green grass swaying gently in the breeze, he sighed. What a splendid day for fishing, and promptly summoned the system panel. Having not gone fishing for several months, The Luxine pot had remained unused, and upon activation, the familiar sound of bamboo slips rubbing against the pot echoed. Soon enough, a cheerful notification chimed. Today's fishing luck, above average. Hearing the system's prompt, Fang Yuan's spirits soared. Ah, what a good omen. After a quick wash and a light breakfast, Fang Yuan set off towards the stone pond, eager for an early start. Of course, on his way, he didn't forget to turn on the live stream. First, the chat erupted. Wow, why are you so early today? Where's this? ISNT the streamer at the fishing grounds? This time, Fang Yuan hadn't warmed up for the outing, leaving some viewers momentarily bewildered. He chuckled, not at the fishing grounds today. I'm out on a fishing trip. As per usual, let me show you the scenery. With a flick of his mind, he elevated the drone's height. However, due to a restricted area on the mountaintop related to archaeological excavations, Fang Yuan carefully adjusted the camera's height and angle, ensuring the summit's view remained off-screen. Even so, some keen-eyed old fishing friends still began to piece things together. Why does this place seem familiar? Yes, it feels somewhat recognizable. Hasn't the streamer been here before? Noticing these comments, Fang Yuan smiled but chose not to address them, instead directing the camera towards the expansive reed marsh at the stone pond's entrance. Oh, now I remember. This is where the streamer caught that double-mutated thunder dragon last time, right? It was this very comment that triggered a wave of nostalgia among the viewers. I remember now. The streamer even had a showdown with that tomb raiding gang here. Showdown? Tomb raiding gang? ISNT the streamer just fishing? Haha. Fang is a fishing streamer, but he is also an outdoor adventure streamer, an extreme sports enthusiast, and a part-time scenic photographer, as well as a seasoned aquatic biologist. As some playful viewers elaborated, the newer fans in the live stream became even more perplexed. Over the past few months, Fang Yuan had streamed numerous times, but each session had taken place at his own fishing grounds, leaving many newcomers unaware of his illustrious past. Naturally, given the viewers' usual tendencies, explanations soon flooded the chat. Thus, as they chatted and walked, Fang Yuan quickly arrived at the stone pond, and upon entering, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, wait, you're here so early?